Lin Ye unexpectedly stumbled upon a damaged system, acquiring a Dragon Slayer magic tome, an incomplete transformation technique, and a method to open a hidden realm, which transported him into the world of Naruto, where he became a member of the endangered Uzumaki clan. While his kin awaited salvation from Konoha village, Lin Ye, fully aware that help would not arrive, began to fight for the legacy of the Uzumaki clan using his fragmented abilities. Chapter 1. Lin Ye of the Uzumaki clan. Between the land of water and the land of fire lies an island inhabited by the formidable bloodline clan, the Uzumaki. Xiao Yi, wake up. Are you all right? A gentle voice whispered softly in Lin Ye's ear. Sister Chimei, I'm fine, Lin Ye replied slowly as he opened his eyes, looking at the girl before him with a calm demeanor. Oh, I'm so relieved you're okay. You scare me to death, Uzumaki Chimei exclaimed, observing Lin Ye's bewildered expression, but relieved to see him behaving normally. She let out a sigh of relief. All right, let's head home, she said, scooping Lin Ye up on her back and cheerfully making her way home. As Lin Ye rested his head on Chimei's shoulder, he began to sort through the memories flooding his mind. He had never anticipated that an ordinary office worker in his previous life would have the chance to traverse into the world of Naruto. However, the very fact that he could cross over indicated the presence of some extraordinary ability within him. Intrigued, Lin Ye promptly closed his eyes, attempting to call forth the system within himself. System, open sesame, activate. He repeated these phrases several times, yet he could not discern the correct method to unlock his hidden potential. Even a storage space would suffice, he muttered despondently after fruitlessly calling out for so long. A storage space? Xiao Yi must be wishing for a storage scroll, Uzumaki Chimei remarked, lightly patting Lin Ye on the back, amused by his musings. Yet, Lin Ye was astonished by the sudden appearance of a system interface before him. A blue panel materialized, revealing 36 empty slots, 3 of which contained items. Oh, it's nothing, Sister Chimei, Lin Ye replied dismissively, redirecting his complete attention to the glowing screen before him. I just heard this little fellow speaking. What's going on? Chimei glanced curiously at Lin Ye upon hearing his words, then continued walking in the direction of home, carrying him on her back. On the blue panel, the 3 items radiated distinct glows. The first 2 emanated red light, while the last shone in gold. Lin Ye concentrated, fixating his gaze on the item glowing with red light. As his attention sharpened, words appeared beneath the first item. Dragon Slayer Magic Learning Book. Being an anime enthusiast, although not overly obsessed, Lin Ye held a particular fondness for the anime fairy tale. Despite its narrative suggesting that anyone could defeat any foe once the music played, he was especially captivated by the concept of Dragon Slayer magic. To discover that his hidden potential included a method for learning Dragon Slayer magic filled him with immense joy. With Dragon Slayer magic at his disposal, Lin Ye felt a sense of security in this perilous world of Naruto. Once he confirmed the name of the first item, Lin Ye shifted his gaze to the second item. As he focused his mind, the name of the second item emerged. Transformation technique, incomplete. Lin Ye's eyes widened in astonishment at the realization that such a powerful cultivation method was incomplete, yet comparable in grade to the Dragon Slayer magic. This indicated that the world from which this technique originated was undoubtedly formidable. However, since he was presently on Chimei's back, it was not the right moment to extract the item for closer examination. Thus, Lin Ye turned his attention to the final golden item. Upon focusing on the third item, its name instantly appeared. Method to open a hidden realm. Lin Ye was taken aback by the name of the golden item. Although this method might not be a cultivation technique, the concept of a hidden realm implied the existence of a separate world. The fact that it was golden suggested that this technique was indeed powerful. After silently reviewing the information of all 3 items, Lin Ye mentally recited the command to close the storage space, causing the blue screen to vanish. When he mentally repeated the command to open the storage space, the blue panel reappeared before him. It seems my hidden potential consists of this storage space and the 3 items. He concluded after several attempts yielded no additional abilities. All right, Lin Ye, we're home now. You should rest while I prepare dinner, Chimei said, setting Lin Ye down and affectionately ruffling his hair. Noticing the bump on the back of his head, she comforted him with a reassuring smile. Okay, Sister Chimei, I understand, the 6-year-old Lin Ye replied, smiling at his sister before heading toward his bedroom. Once in his room, Lin Ye began to recollect the events surrounding the Uzumaki clan in the Naruto series. The Uzumaki clan was annihilated around the time of Kushina Uzumaki's childhood, when she was about 5 or 6 years old, by a coalition of other ninja villages led by the land of Water. Kushina, along with Minato Namikaze and Mikoto Uchiha, was of similar age. From what Lin Ye knew, Senju Hashirama was born approximately 20 years before the founding of Konoha. The demise of the Uzumaki clan occurred around the 25th year of Konoha, and now it was the 12th year of Konoha, meaning about 13 years remained until the complete destruction of the Uzumaki clan. Armed with the knowledge of Dragon Slayer magic, the incomplete transformation technique, and the formidable method to open a hidden realm, Lin Ye felt an immense responsibility. If he could not preserve the Uzumaki clan within the ninja world using these extraordinary abilities, it would be a significant disappointment for a person of his status. With the realization that he had 13 years to grow stronger, Lin Ye's previously tense demeanor relaxed. As long as he diligently followed a structured approach, he was certain he could become a powerful figure in the ninja world. However, he remained uncertain about the developments of the First Shinobi World War, particularly regarding the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. If he were still alive, Lin Ye could leverage the strong ties between the Senju and Uzumaki clans to learn from Tobirama the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as Naruto, Uzumaki's Shadow Clone technique, which were particularly suited for powerful chakra users like the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Chapter 2. The Death of the Second Hokage. As Lin Ye lay on his bed, contemplating the narrative of the Naruto world, his sister Uzumaki Chime had already prepared the meal. Xiaoya, come to dinner quickly. Grandpa might be very late returning today. Uzumaki Chime pushed open Lin Ye's room door and smiled at him as he lay on the bed. Understood, sister. I'm coming now. Lin Ye sat up from his bed, put on his shoes, and followed Uzumaki Chime out of his room. Hey Chime, why did you prepare the meal so early today? To Lin Ye's surprise, as soon as they sat at the dining table, an elderly man walked in from outside. He was Uzumaki Qinglu, the grandfather of both Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Lin Ye. Grandpa, why are you back so early today? Is there nothing happening in the village? Seeing her grandfather return earlier than expected, Chime quickly got up to serve him rice while curiously looking at him. Oh, there's nothing significant happening in the village. However, Konoha is facing a major crisis. Uzumaki Qinglu sat down leisurely, accepted the rice from Chime, and spoke gravely to both Chime and Lin Ye. What kind of major event has occurred in Konoha, Grandpa? Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Lin Ye immediately perked up, inquisitively asking Qinglu. That brat from the Senju clan was killed by a rogue ninja from the Cloud Village while attempting to sign a peace treaty. Uzumaki Qinglu took a bite of rice and slowly conveyed this to Lin Ye. What? Senju Tobirama is dead. Lin Ye was taken aback, standing up in astonishment as he addressed his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. Indeed, it's true. This happened several days ago. We just hadn't received the news until now. Seeing Lin Ye's shocked expression, Qinglu patted Lin Ye's shoulder and smiled gently. However, Lin Ye had no time to engage further with his grandfather. Although he knew that Senju Tobirama would die during the First Shinobi World War, he never anticipated that such calamity would befall him merely 12 years after the establishment of Konoha. Next, the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, along with Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kanzuya, would unite to suppress various factions within Konoha and, with the support of the Uzumaki clan, ascend to the position of the third Hokage. Once Tsurutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha would grow distant, making it exceedingly difficult to gain any benefits from the village. Lin Ye cursed his own amnesia upon rebirth, regretting not awakening his memories sooner. Otherwise, he could have acquired the Shadow Clone technique from the Senju clan at the founding of Konoha. Grandpa, starting tomorrow, I want to learn ninjutsu and become a powerful ninja. After finishing his meal in silence, Lin Ye neatly placed his bowl and chopsticks down and solemnly declared to his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. Ha, that's great. Chime doesn't have any missions for a while and can stay home with you. You can start by learning the basic chakra extraction technique and D-rank ninjutsu. Uzumaki Qinglu laughed heartily, noticing Lin Ye's serious demeanor. Xiaoya, it's all right. Even if you don't learn about ninjas, I will protect you. Uzumaki Chime smiled at Lin Ye's determined expression, gently patting his head to reassure him. In Chime's eyes, her brother's desire to learn about ninjas stemmed from the recent news of Senju Tobirama's death and a feeling of crisis after he had fallen while playing. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will study diligently. Lin Ye looked at his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and his sister, Uzumaki Chime, with a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes, smiling at both of them. Well then, since you wish to learn about ninjas, you must first have a strong body. You just fell today. It will be best to rest early. Tomorrow, your sister will wake you up in advance, so don't worry about her not teaching you. Uzumaki Chime collected Lin Ye's bowl and chopsticks, smiling as she spoke. Haha, Xiaoye, did you fall today? No wonder when I returned earlier, I saw a big bump on the back of your head. Grandpa Uzumaki Qinglu leaned back slightly upon hearing Chime's words, observing the bump on Lin Ye's head and laughing heartily at him. Feeling embarrassed by his grandfather's laughter, Lin Ye shot him an irritated glare before turning and heading back to his room. Once in his room, Lin Ye succumbed to fatigue and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Ye awoke to his sister Uzumaki Chime's calls. Xiaoye, you're awake. Hurry up and wash up. After breakfast, I'll teach you how to train. Uzumaki Chime gently patted Lin Ye's face, smiling as she spoke to him. Okay, sister, I'll be right there. Ignoring her playful gesture, Lin Ye quickly got out of bed and sat at the dining table. Grandpa Uzumaki Qinglu had already eaten the breakfast prepared by Chime and went off to handle clan affairs. After waiting for Lin Ye to finish his breakfast, Chime took him to the family study. Xiaoye, this is the chakra extraction technique. Pay close attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your sister. Uzumaki Chime carefully retrieved a scroll from the bookshelf and placed it before Lin Ye, speaking earnestly. Got it, sister, Lin Ye nodded, quickly opening the chakra extraction technique scroll and examining it closely. The Uzumaki clan, renowned for their long-standing bloodline limits, had detailed instructions on how to perceive one's inner spiritual power and subsequently sense physical strength. The scroll meticulously outlined each step necessary to easily perceive both spiritual and physical energies. With his memories from his past life, Lin Ye effortlessly committed the entire content of the scroll to memory. Sister, I've finished reading it. Can I start practicing now? After reviewing the scroll 3 times, Lin Ye looked up at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and inquired, You finished? Do you understand it all? Uzumaki Chime asked Lin Ye seriously, studying his expression. Yes, I understand it now. I'm ready to give it a try. Lin Ye affirmed with determination, gazing intently at his sister. All right then, since you've comprehended it, let's give it a shot. Seeing Lin Ye's resolute demeanor, Uzumaki Chime resignedly encouraged him. With her approval, Lin Ye sat cross-legged and began to follow the instructions on the scroll, sensing the spiritual power within himself and exploring the energy that resided in his body. Chapter 3. Lin Ye's urgency. As an adult, Lin Ye possessed a distinct advantage over the other young individuals in this world when it came to training chakra due to his greater spiritual strength. Following the methods outlined in the chakra extraction technique scroll, Lin Ye was able to effortlessly manipulate the spiritual energy within him, exploring the physical energy of his body in just half an hour. With formidable mental strength, Lin Ye swiftly discovered the latent power within his physical form in merely 10 minutes, beginning the gradual fusion of his physical and mental energies. As a member of the Vortex clan endowed with a celestial physique, he successfully extracted chakra within an hour. However, Lin Ye refrained from allowing the chakra to flow freely within him at once. Being a descendant of the Yanhuang lineage, he was aware that the human body harbors 3 distinct dantians. Carefully, Lin Ye directed the chakra within him, locating the lower dantian, situated 3 inches below his navel, and channeled his chakra into it. As he drew forth the chakra, a noticeable fatigue enveloped his physical form, prompting him to pause his extraction. How is it, Xiaoye? Have you sensed your mental and physical powers? His sister, Uzumaki Chime, inquired curiously upon seeing Lin Ye open his eyes. Sister, I have extracted chakra, Lin Ye replied with a smile directed at Uzumaki Chime. What? You've extracted chakra? But why do I not sense any flowing within you? Uzumaki Chime was astounded by Lin Ye's declaration. As a member awakened to the clan's unique Kagura Shingon ability, she excelled in sensing chakra, yet she could not detect any signs of chakra within her brother's body. This discrepancy led her to question whether Lin Ye had misjudged his abilities in sensing mental or physical energies. Noticing the skepticism in his sister's expression, Lin Ye shook his head in resignation. He extended his right hand, carefully circulating the chakra within him, allowing it to manifest upon his palm. Sister, look, this is the chakra I extracted, he said, presenting his hand. It was only then that Uzumaki Chime noticed the chakra materializing in Lin Ye's palm, leaving her utterly astonished. Lin Ye, how did you manage to conceal your chakra so completely? She asked, her curiosity piqued. You must be aware of the mental space, Lin Ye responded, observing his sister as she scrutinized the chakra in his hand, employing her Kagura Shingon to perceive it. Indeed, but what is the significance of this? Uzumaki Chime queried. Noticing the absence of chakra, once Lin Ye retracted it. I discovered a unique space 3 inches below my navel that can store chakra without being detected by others, Lin Ye explained with a smile. 3 inches below the navel. Allow me to try, Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, immediately sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes to locate the dantian as Lin Ye had done. Before long, she found the spot Lin Ye described, carefully guiding her chakra into the lower dantian. How extraordinary! This place truly can store chakra, she said in wonder as she opened her eyes, addressing Lin Ye with awe. Xiao Yi, stay at home that I will go out and see if storing chakra in this space affects the use of ninjutsu or sealing techniques, Uzumaki Chime declared, rising and patting Lin Ye's head affectionately. Watching her sister rush outside, Lin Ye shook his head in mild exasperation. This was merely the lower dantian. He had yet to inform her of the middle dantian located at the heart. Lin Ye chose not to intervene, instead activating the chakra extraction technique to peruse the various low-level ninjutsu recorded in the technique scroll. Unlike the ninjas of Konoha, the Vortex clan's chakra extraction technique included 4 basic ninjutsu: the Shadow Clone Technique, Transformation Technique, Substitution Technique, and Body Flicker Technique. Besides the Shadow Clone and Transformation Techniques, the Body Flicker Technique was also a relatively simple D-rank ninjutsu. The method was straightforward. By circulating chakra beneath one's feet, it could be explosively released to propel the ninja swiftly in a designated direction. However, this technique suffered from significant rigidity. After execution, it often left the user momentarily incapacitated, making them vulnerable to enemy attacks. After thoroughly reviewing the 4 basic ninjutsu, Lin Ye set the scroll aside and cautiously began to practice these D-rank techniques. Thanks to the robust chakra bestowed by the Vortex clan's lineage and the stability provided by the dantian, Lin Ye easily performed the transformation, substitution, and shadow clone techniques as instructed in the scroll. However, he encountered difficulties with the body flicker technique. While he could execute it effortlessly, the instability caused by the rapid speed often resulted in him stumbling and falling after landing. Reducing the chakra beneath his feet proved insufficient for the technique to yield the desired velocity. After several attempts, he managed to succeed only once. No wonder Konoha later removed the body flicker technique from the list of basic ninjutsu. After successfully executing it once, Lin Ye reflected on his experience. Once he had mastered all 4 D-rank techniques, he summoned his storage space panel and turned his attention to the first tome of Dragon Slayer magic within the systems panel. Chapter 4. Dragon Slayer Sage Mode. Lin Ye opened the storage space panel, directing his consciousness to the first box within it, resting atop the Dragon Slayer Magic Learning Book. Ding! Would you like to learn? As Lin Ye's awareness was fully focused on the storage panel, a line of text appeared instantly. Yes, Chunin. Observing the words on the panel, quickly directed his consciousness to yes. Upon Lin Ye's confirmation, a beam of light surged forth from the storage panel, rushing towards him and merging into his mind. In an instant, an abundance of information regarding the cultivation of Dragon Slayer magic flooded Lin Ye's consciousness. In the fairy tale universe, the cultivation of Dragon Slayer magic necessitates the implantation of a dragon seed within one's body. Alternatively, one could implant a dragon crystal to acquire the magic. However, within this tome, the approach to mastering Dragon Slayer magic became significantly less cumbersome. Practitioners could harness a trace of dragon chi within themselves to condense their own dragon seed. They could also enlist the assistance of others to plant the seed on their behalf. The self-condensed dragon seed, being intrinsically aligned with the practitioner, transcends the limitations of a singular attribute, evolving into a multi-attribute Dragon Slayer magic as the practitioner progresses. The book particularly emphasizes that the optimal location for planting the dragon seed is within the heart. When the dragon seed is nurtured there, it eventually breeds dragon blood, facilitating an accelerated cultivation speed without the risk of losing one's senses, as was the fate of the original creator of Dragon Slayer magic, Eileen Belsirian. After thoroughly comprehending the entirety of the knowledge contained within the Dragon Slayer Magic Learning Book, Lin Ye began to cultivate the magic using the faint trace of dragon chi gleaned from the tome. The book not only bestowed upon him a wealth of knowledge about Dragon Slayer magic, but also infused him with a fragment of dragon power, which resided within him. Lin Ye sought out this trace of dragon power within himself, carefully shaping it into a dragon seed according to the cultivation method outlined in the book. He guided this dragon seed to enter his heart. The moment the seed settled within, Lin Ye felt it begin to resonate with the rhythm of his heartbeat, drawing forth the energies within him. The chakra located in his lower dantian and the natural energy present in the environment flowed through his meridians into his heart. These two forces were absorbed by the dragon seed, gradually enhancing the power of the dragon within his heart. Dragon Slayer Mode. As Lin Ye sensed the new dragon power being cultivated within his heart, he eagerly attempted to activate Dragon Slayer Mode. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense power erupting within him. Both his perceptive abilities and physical strength were significantly augmented. Isn't this sensation akin to Sage Mode? As Lin Ye perceived the changes within himself, he realized that the effects were remarkably similar to those brought about by Sage Mode in the Naruto world. Haha. It seems this so-called Dragon Slayer Mode bears a striking resemblance to Sage Mode. After further contemplation, Lin Ye confirmed that his Dragon Slayer Mode indeed mirrored Sage Mode, particularly this modified version. With this realization, he decided that when explaining his abilities to family and outsiders, he would no longer refer to it as Dragon Slayer Mode, but rather as Dragon Slayer Sage Mode. The capacity of Dragon Slayer magic to absorb abilities of the same attribute would also classify it as a unique sage technique within this new designation. Before Lin Ye could further explore any peculiarities of his Dragon Slayer Mode, the dragon power accumulated within the dragon seed was rapidly expended due to the activation of Dragon Slayer Mode. So soon? It's depleted already. I must be more cautious in the future. I cannot exhaust all my dragon power at once. Sensing his dragon seed dwindling, Lin Ye furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Xiaoya, I've discovered a great secret. Just as Lin Ye intended to cultivate Dragon Slayer magic and accumulate dragon power, his sister, Uzumaki Chime, burst into the room, exclaiming excitedly, "Sister, what is it?" Lin Ye sighed, halting his training, and looked at his sister, Uzumaki Chime. Storing chakra just below the navel not only enhances the execution of ninjutsu, but also makes chakra manipulation much more convenient. This discovery is truly remarkable, Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, lifting Lin Ye in her excitement. Most importantly, chakra stored in that location won't dissipate while flowing through the body, allowing for a continuous accumulation of chakra. Uzumaki Chime, supporting Lin Ye's shoulders, conveyed her exhilaration. All right, sister. I shall refer to the area just 3 inches below the navel as the dantian, the lower dantian. It is imperative that you do not casually disclose this information. Let it remain a secret technique of our family, known only to us. Lin Ye regarded his sister, Uzumaki Chime, with a serious expression. Why not? If this ability were to be shared with the clan, our Uzumaki village would undoubtedly become more powerful. Uzumaki Chime gazed at Lin Ye in astonishment, seeking clarification. Sister, I am merely 6 years old. If this information were to leak, it would attract the attention of many ninjas. In the current ninja world, Cloud Village, Mist Village, Sand Village, Rock Village, and even Leaf Village are not entities we can contend with. Lin Ye, looking out the window, spoke with concern. But aren't we allied with Leaf Village? Why should we be wary of them? Uzumaki Chime inquired, puzzled. Sister, you are mistaken. Our true ally is the Senju clan, as we share a distant kinship with a common bloodline. However, the next Hokage will not be a member of the Senju clan. To wield power in Leaf Village, they must diminish the Senju clan's influence. Moreover, every village possesses tailed beasts, and they will inevitably target our village in their pursuit of creating the perfect Jinchuriki. Lin Ye looked at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, feeling exasperated. Chapter 5. The Great Awakening of Sage Body. What? How is this possible? Uzumaki Chime exclaimed incredulously. Sister, you underestimate the 5 great shinobi villages. They might not only covet the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but also desire our bloodline limit. Lin Ye regarded his sister, Uzumaki Chime, with a steady gaze. Very well, I will keep your secret. You can trust me. Uzumaki Chime nodded earnestly, assuring Lin Ye of her discretion. With her promise, Lin Ye felt at ease to continue his cultivation of Dragon Slayer magic. Whether it was due to his status as a transmigrator, the innate strength of his soul, or his own exceptional talent, Lin Ye was determined to optimize his mastery of Dragon Slayer magic and conducted a personal assessment of his attributes. Upon discovering that he possessed not only the 5 elemental chakras of earth, water, wind, fire, and lightning, but also the 2 yin-yang attributes, Lin Ye refrained from hastily selecting one element to commence his training in dragon-slaying magic. Instead, after profound contemplation, he deliberately chose to cultivate the techniques of lightning-based dragon-slaying magic. The Hidden Mist Village posed a significant threat to the Uzumaki clan, and the lightning attribute would not only aid Lin Ye in refining his physique, but also counter the water techniques employed by the ninjas of the mist. Furthermore, with the entire Uzumaki being an island nation surrounded by water, Lin Ye could emulate Uchiha Sasuke's strategy against Itachi Uchiha, utilizing powerful fire techniques to evaporate the surrounding moisture, thereby creating cumulonimbus clouds to summon natural lightning, thus enhancing his offensive capabilities in battle. Sister, prepare yourself. Lightning Dragon's crushing fist. In the training ground, Lin Ye's right fist crackled with purple lightning as he swiftly launched an attack toward his sister, Uzumaki Chime. Observing the swirling lightning around Lin Ye's fist, Chime did not dare to engage directly, opting instead to evade his iron fist with a body flicker technique. Fire style, majestic fireball. After dodging Lin Ye's strike, Uzumaki Chime immediately retaliated with a barrage of fireballs aimed at him. Lin Ye, witnessing the 5 fireballs hurtling toward him, smiled faintly before taking a deep breath. Lightning Dragon's roar. The formidable roar of the dragon, though not directed at his sister, targeted her fire ninjutsu. Nevertheless, the impact of the Lightning Dragon's roar generated a powerful shockwave that sent Uzumaki Chime flying. Xiao Yi, the lightning-based ninjutsu you developed, is truly formidable. When will you teach your sister? Chime, covered in dust, rose from the ground and expressed her frustration to Lin Ye. Sister, don't worry. After I train a bit longer, I'll teach you. However, I am still uncertain about my own shortcomings, Lin Ye replied, shaking his head in resignation as he spoke to his elder sister. Despite having diligently practiced dragon-slaying magic for a month, Lin Ye felt the dragon's power within him remained exceedingly scarce. Upon activating the dragon-slaying mode, he found himself incapable of wielding the enhanced dragon-slaying magic. Currently, the magic Lin Ye utilized was merely the lightning chakra within him, converted through the dragon-slaying technique. To cultivate a dragon seed to embed in his sister's heart, Lin Ye knew he had to continue his rigorous training. By the way, sister, I have recently felt a warmth in my heart. What could that mean? After stowing away their ninja tools, Lin Ye suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired of Uzumaki Chime. What? Your heart has begun to warm up? That's a good sign. Xiao Yi, Chime exclaimed with delight upon hearing Lin Ye's question. Oh, sister, what does that signify? Lin Ye asked, blinking in curiosity at his sister's joyful expression. Are you aware of the unique abilities possessed by the sage body of our Uzumaki clan? Chime inquired, noticing Lin Ye's puzzled expression. Yes, I know. They include the sealing ability to counter chakra, the vast chakra sensing ability, and the healing ability, Lin Ye responded after a moment's thought. Exactly. These 3 abilities. Typically, when members of the Uzumaki clan awaken these powers, it occurs during a period of heart warmth. With continuous training and enhancement of chakra, one may later awaken the other 2 abilities, though this subsequent awakening is quite challenging. Generally, such innate awakenings have a hereditary component, but some may awaken different abilities. For instance, I awakened the Kagaya Hard Eye, while grandfather awakened the Adamantine Ceiling. The healing ability is the least commonly awakened within our clan. However, prior to awakening, all clan members experience a warming sensation in their hearts. Your current warmth suggests that you may soon awaken the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan's sage body, Chime explained, beaming at Lin Ye. Is that true? That is wonderful. Lin Ye's eyes lit up upon hearing his sister's words. While he was indifferent to the healing ability, he highly valued the Kagaya Heart Eye and the Adamantine Ceiling. With these 2 powers, Lin Ye could effectively counter the tailed beasts from various ninja villages on the battlefield. However, historically, members of the clan typically awakened their innate abilities at the age of 12, with very few achieving this before that age. Lin Ye's situation was a first of its kind. Sister Chime, she remarked, her tone shifting with curiosity. It's quite astonishing that you are beginning to awaken your innate abilities at just over 6 years old. Lin Ye, contemplating his sister's astonishment, silently mused that his early awakening of the sage body's powers was likely influenced by his training in dragon-slaying magic. After all, dragon-slaying magic transforms the human body toward that of a dragon. The Uzumaki clan's sage body, under the influence of the natural energy absorbed through dragon-slaying magic, could indeed awaken prematurely. Yet, it was also possible that the unique physique inherited from the Otsutsuki clan, when influenced by dragon-slaying magic, began to resist its effects, leading to an early awakening. To expedite the awakening of the Uzumaki clan's sage body's unique abilities, Lin Ye began to experiment with absorbing natural energy while reserving a portion to nourish his own body, thus hastening the awakening of his clan's distinctive powers. Remarkably, Lin Ye's endeavors resulted in the premature awakening of his sage body abilities. Chapter 6. Convincing grandfather Lin Ye's sage body powers not only awakened in one instance, but simultaneously manifested all three abilities. Whether it was the adamantine sealing, the extensive chakra sensing of the Kagaya Hard Eye, or even the rare healing ability found within the Uzumaki clan, Lin Ye awakened them all at once. Although he had acquired these three formidable abilities, Lin Ye chose not to disclose this information to others, fully aware that the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had already passed, and the first Great Ninja War was still ongoing. While the Great Ninja War is seldom mentioned in the narratives of Hokages, the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War and the reanimation of fallen shinobi provide insight into the timeline. It is likely that the second Hokage perished around the time of the First Great Ninja War, particularly the reanimated second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage, as depicted in the original story, would soon meet their fates, mirroring their respective endings. Given that the Land of Whirlpools lies between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, and has maintained an alliance with Konoha, it is probable that they would assist Konoha in resisting the Mist Village's aggression against them. This elucidates why, following the First Great Ninja War, the Mist Village disregarded Konoha's existence and proceeded to annihilate the Uzumaki clan. Xiaoyi, I heard from your sister that your heart is warming. How is it? Have your special abilities awakened? One day, while they were dining, grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu suddenly inquired of Lin Ye. Yes, they have awakened. As Lin Ye dined, he spoke nonchalantly to his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. Has the awakening truly occurred so soon? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Grandpa Vortex Qinglu looked at him in astonishment and replied, Indeed, it has awakened. Lin Ye did not wish to conceal from his grandfather the fact that he had awakened the innate abilities of the sage body. Responding in a calm manner, What abilities have you awakened? Vortex Qinglu set down his utensils and gazed seriously at Lin Ye, inquiring further. The abilities I have awakened? They are the Diamond Lock and the Kagura Hard Eye, Lin Ye stated, meeting his grandfather's intense gaze. He chose not to disclose his healing capabilities, fearing that if his grandfather learned of them, he might compel Lin Ye to use them to heal their clan members in a crucial moment. Lin Ye certainly did not wish to end up like Vortex Xiangling, covered in bite marks from others. One alone would be enough to repulse him. Haha, two abilities. Little Ye, your talent is indeed remarkable. In the future, you will undoubtedly strengthen our Vortex clan and aid Konoha against Kirigakure, Grandpa Vortex Qinglu exclaimed excitedly. However, Lin Ye's expression darkened upon hearing his grandfather's words. He was taken aback to realize that even his grandfather, a respected elder of the Vortex clan, held such a favorable view of Konoha. Grandfather, I advise you not to be overly optimistic about them, Lin Ye said, setting down his bowl and looking seriously at Vortex Qinglu. Is there something wrong with that? Vortex Qinglu was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lin Ye in confusion. Grandfather, it is the Senju clan that has a close relationship with us, not the entirety of Konoha, Lin Ye said earnestly, maintaining his serious demeanor. Isn't Konoha founded by Senju Hashirama? Your aunt, Vortex Mizuho, is even the wife of Senju Hashirama. Our relationship with Konoha is solid, you need not worry. Vortex Qinglu comforted Lin Ye with a smile. Grandfather, the next Hokage is not a member of the Senju clan. Once he becomes Hokage, the Senju clan's influence in Konoha will be excessively high. If he does not curb their power, his position as Hokage will lack authority in the village. What do you think? Lin Ye asked gravely, fixing his gaze on Vortex Qinglu. As far as I know, the next Hokage seems to be a disciple of Senju Tobarama. He should not do anything harmful towards the Senju clan, right? Vortex Qinglu responded uncertainly. Grandfather, think for yourself. A person who is not of the Senju clan, merely a disciple, becomes Hokage. Will he prioritize his own family, or will he continuously push the Senju clan to undertake perilous missions in the name of Konohagakure's development? In such a scenario, as distant relatives of the Senju clan, how much will the Hokage care about us? Lin Ye's intense gaze bore into his grandfather, speaking coldly. Upon hearing Lin Ye's retort, Vortex Qinglu felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, Lin Ye did not afford his grandfather a moment to respond, continuing. If we assist Konohagakure in fending off Kirigakure, once the war concludes, should Kirigakure retaliate against our Vortex village, we could easily be annihilated if the Hokage delays sending ninjas to our aid. Lin Ye's calm tone belied a profound chill, delivering a final blow that left Vortex Qinglu utterly slumped in his chair. I see. So our Vortex country is in danger? This is not good. Vortex Qinglu murmured to himself, sitting back in his chair. Little Yi, you've said so much. What solutions do you propose? Speak up. Look at how frightened your grandfather is. Vortex Chime, his sister, interjected, having initially found Lin Ye's reasoning sound, but rising to scold him at seeing their grandfather so unnerved. Indeed, little Yi. Since you've considered these possibilities, have you thought about how to address them? Vortex Qinglu responded, realizing that his grandson, capable of such thoughts, could not simply remain idle without solutions. Even if Lin Ye's ideas were incomplete, they could at least serve as a reference. Grandfather, you are overly fearful of Kirigakure. In truth, there is no need to worry about an all-out assault on our Vortex village, Lin Ye confidently assured Vortex Qinglu. Chapter 7. Visitors from Konohagakure. Lin Ye smiled at his grandfather, knowing he had frightened him with his words. After all, no matter how one viewed Kirigakure, a village formed by numerous powerful clans was far stronger than the Vortex village, which was solely established by the Vortex clan. Grandfather, even if Kirigakure wishes to target us, they cannot possibly mobilize all their ninjas for a confrontation with the Vortex village. After all, there are 4 other formidable ninja villages in the shinobi world. Should Kirigakure engage in a desperate struggle against us, they risk being obliterated by Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure, who harbor their own grievances, Lin Ye elaborated with a smile. Oh, indeed, that is quite true. Vortex Qinglu's previously despondent expression softened into a faint smile upon hearing Lin Ye's words. You rascal, you only know how to frighten your grandfather, he thought, feeling a flush of embarrassment at his earlier despair, realizing he had nearly succumbed to panic over a few words from his grandson. Enough, grandfather. Do not blame little Yi. You jumped to despair before he could finish speaking. Who can you blame for that? His sister, Vortex Chime, interjected, believing their grandfather was scolding Lin Ye. You just protect him, Vortex Qinglu huffed, quickly resuming his meal. Vortex Chime exchanged a glance with Lin Ye, both sharing a slight smile as they returned to their meals in silence. Elder Qinglu, visitors from Konohagakure have arrived. The clan leader has instructed me to invite you to receive them. A member of the Vortex clan rushed in, addressing Vortex Qinglu loudly. After finishing his meal, Lin Ye returned to his room to commence his training. Meanwhile, Vortex Qinglu, having been busy for several days, leisurely sat on the sofa sipping tea. A clan member hurriedly entered, exclaiming loudly, People from Konohagakure are here. Very well, I understand. I will go at once, Vortex Qinglu responded promptly, rising to his feet after hearing the report. Grandfather, have visitors from Konohagakure arrived? Lin Ye, who had been practicing his Dragon Slayer magic in his room, hurried out upon hearing the commotion, inquiring of his grandfather. Yes, indeed. There should be no issues as per the clan leader's notification. Vortex Qinglu smiled as he put on his shoes. Grandfather, regardless of what the people of the Hidden Leaf Village say, do not agree to confront the Mist Ninja Village alone. At the same time, demand the techniques of Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God from them. Lin Ye, upon hearing his grandfather Vortex Qinglu's response, immediately suggested earnestly, the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique. What abilities do these 2 ninjutsu possess? Vortex Qinglu, curious after hearing Lin Ye's words, inquired. The Shadow Clone technique allows one to create numerous physical clones. The more chakra one possesses, the greater the number of clones produced. The Flying Thunder God technique, on the other hand, is a space-time ninjutsu that enables instantaneous movement by leaving behind a spatial coordinate. Lin Ye promptly explained to his grandfather Vortex Qinglu upon his inquiry. These 2 techniques must be of a high level, right? The people of the Hidden Leaf Village would not easily part with them. Vortex Qinglu stated seriously in response to Lin Ye. Grandfather, if the envoy from the Hidden Leaf Village is unwilling to relinquish these 2 techniques, you must directly warn them. Without these techniques, we will not assist them in fending off the attack from the Mist Ninja Village. Lin Ye coldly declared after hearing his grandfather's words. Very well, very well. I shall proceed as you suggest. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu, seeing his grandson Lin Ye's serious demeanor, quickly waved his hand, resignedly replying. His grandson, despite his youth, possessed such strong opinions and an unbearable temper. Nevertheless, this proposal would benefit the Vortex clan, even if that powerful space-time ninjutsu cannot be obtained. The ability to create multiple shadow clones according to one's chakra still felt feasible to Vortex Qinglu. All right, I shall take my leave now. Await my news. Vortex Qinglu donned his shoes and clothing, striding confidently out the door. Lin Ye, watching his grandfather Vortex Qinglu depart with such vigor, smiled and returned to his room to continue cultivating his dragon power. The Dragon Slayer magic is immensely powerful. For the sake of his safety and that of his loved ones, he must hasten his own growth. Only when his dragon power is formidable can he hope to impart the Dragon Slayer magic to his sister Vortex Qime and his grandfather Vortex Qinglu, thereby strengthening their capabilities as well. Vortex Qinglu arrived in the Vortex Ninja Village's Vortex Shadow Hall, where the clan leader Vortex Looming awaited him. Apologies for my tardiness. Clan leader. As soon as Vortex Qinglu entered the hall, he expressed his regrets to the clan leader Vortex Looming. No need for concern, Qinglu. This is Elder Senju Jujin from the Senju clan, who has come with a request for us. Vortex Looming interrupted Vortex Qinglu's apologies, smiling as he gestured toward the Leaf Village ninja seated beside him. Oh, Elder Jujin, greetings. May I inquire about your request? Vortex Qinglu said as he took a seat on the leftmost side, smiling at Elder Senju Jujin. Elder Qinglu, you are too kind. This is due to the passing of clan leader Tobarama, which has thrown the Leaf Village into disarray. They may temporarily be unable to provide support, and thus are considering your village to fend off the Mist Ninja Village alone. I have come to discuss this matter and see what your village thinks. As a long-standing ally of the Vortex Ninja Village, Elder Senju Jujin spoke directly to Vortex Qinglu. What? You want us, the Vortex clan, to confront the Mist Ninja Village alone? Absolutely not. Upon hearing Elder Senju Jujin's words, Vortex Qinglu's eyes widened in astonishment as he vehemently rejected the idea. Are you suggesting that our Vortex clan should face the combined forces of multiple ninja clans from the Mist Ninja Village? Is this a path to our annihilation? Vortex Qinglu glared at Elder Senju Jujin, slamming his hand on the table in a cold reprimand. Elder Senju Jujin was momentarily taken aback by Vortex Qinglu's intense reaction, unsure of how to respond. However, this is a request from Lady Mizuho. Surely, you must consider her wishes. After an uncertain silence, Elder Senju Jujin finally managed to utter a statement, struggling to find the right words. Haha, as expected of the wife of Hashirama Senju. So quickly forgetting that she is also of the Vortex clan. Vortex Qinglu sneered upon hearing Elder Senju Jujin's words, directly addressing him. What? Now that she has married the god of ninjas, does she intend to sacrifice the entire Vortex clan to fill the void left by her husband? The more Vortex Qinglu pondered, the angrier he became, vehemently responding to Elder Senju Jujin. Enough, Qinglu. Do not speak so harshly. Vortex Looming, upon hearing Vortex Qinglu's remarks, cast a displeased glance at Elder Senju Jujin. However, as the sister of Vortex Mizuho, the bond between them had once been strong before her marriage. To preserve some semblance of dignity for Vortex Mizuho, Vortex Looming spoke calmly to halt Vortex Qinglu's tirade. Yes, clan leader. Vortex Qinglu, hearing Vortex Looming's interruption, fell silent, refraining from further disparaging remarks about Vortex Mizuho. It is absolutely impossible for me, as the leader of the Vortex clan, to agree to let our village face the Mist Ninja Village alone. Inform Lady Mizuho that the Vortex Village has no obligation to bear the brunt of the Leaf Village's burdens, should they choose not to support us. We shall permit the Mist Ninja forces to traverse the land of water and wage war against the land of fire. Vortex Looming spoke plainly to Elder Senju Jujin. Indeed, that is correct. We have defended the Leaf Village against numerous assaults from the Mist Ninja Village. Your village must also bear the consequences. I do not seek anything beyond these two techniques, which your Senju clan possesses. I demand the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique developed by Tobarama Senju. Convey to Lady Mizuho that the Vortex clan is still her family. Vortex Qinglu, upon hearing the clan leader Vortex Looming's request, allowed a smile to grace his face. However, He interrupted vortex looming, voicing the demands put forth by his precious grandson Lin Ye. Qinglu, do not speak unnecessarily. Vortex looming. Discontent with Vortex Qinglu's continued defamation of Vortex Mizuho, frowned at him. Vortex Qinglu, upon hearing Vortex Looming's remarks, chose to remain silent, obediently closing his mouth. Elder Senju Jujian, noticing Vortex Looming's defense of Vortex Mizuho, assumed there remained some affection between them, and a faint smile graced his face as he cautiously addressed Vortex Looming. Clan leader. Lady Mizuho wishes for you to select a girl from the Vortex clan who has awakened the diamond sealing technique to take to the Leaf Village, intending to cultivate her as the next host of the Nine Tails. What are your thoughts on this? Elder Senju Jujian carefully proposed to Vortex Looming. He dared not make demands like Vortex Qinglu, fearing that a similar rebuke would befall him. Upon hearing Elder Senju Jujian's words, Vortex Looming's expression darkened. His sister, in her communications with the village, had not offered assistance against their enemies nor considered the interests of the Vortex clan. Enough. Do not propose such requests again, or I shall sever all ties with her. Originally, Vortex Looming had been quite protective of Vortex Mizuho. However, today, the words spoken by the elder of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Qinglu, struck directly at the vital points of Uzumaki Luo. As the esteemed leader of the Uzumaki clan, he had sent a mere elder from the Senju clan to pay him a visit, and had the audacity to present such unreasonable demands. Was this a command directed at him? You should return to your Konoha village at once, said Uzumaki Luo, his expression cold as he rose from his seat and strode out of the Uzukage hall. Go back and inquire if Uzumaki Shuehu still considers herself a member of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Qinglu remarked with a sneer as he observed the departure of clan leader Uzumaki Luo, leisurely making his way out while speaking indifferently to Senju Lujian, who followed behind. With that, he exited the Uzukage hall. Inside the hall, Senju Lujian's expression darkened as he watched both Uzumaki Luo and Uzumaki Qinglu leave. Ultimately, he could only leave the Uzukage hall with a heavy heart, making his way back to Konoha village. Uzumaki Qinglu returned home in a leisurely manner. Chime, hurry and pour me a cup of tea. I've spoken for so long without a sip of water. I'm about to perish from thirst. He called out as he entered the house, changing his shoes and removing his outer garments. All right, Grandpa, I'll get it right away, Uzumaki Chime responded promptly. Rising to prepare the tea. Grandpa, did the people from Konoha come for something? Lin Ye, hearing his grandfather's voice, emerged from his bedroom, curious about the visit. It's your great-aunt Uzumaki Shuehu. Not only did she expect us to assist Konoha in fending off the Mist Ninja Village-'s attack, but she also wishes to select a girl from the Uzumaki clan to serve as the Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. What was she thinking? It's utterly impossible, said Uzumaki Qinglu disdainfully, taking a sip of tea. Haha, they probably haven't even processed the news of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's passing. How could such conditions even be suggested? Setting down his teacup, Uzumaki Qinglu smiled at Lin Ye. Grandpa, you can't just say that. Did you request the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique from the people of Konoha? Lin Ye asked, rolling his eyes at his grandfather. Rest assured. How could Grandpa forget? I've already mentioned it to the elder of the Senju clan. He'll inform Uzumaki Shuehu once he returns. Uzumaki Qinglu assured him with a smile upon hearing Lin Ye's dissatisfaction. That is sufficient. As long as you requested it, we must at least acquire the Shadow Clone technique. This way, our Uzumaki clan will have a significant advantage in battles against other ninjas, Lin Ye exclaimed, his eyes brightening at his grandfather's words. Is this Shadow Clone technique truly that remarkable, Xiaoya? Uzumaki Qinglu inquired with curiosity after hearing his grandson's enthusiasm. Absolutely, Grandpa. The Shadow Clone technique allows the user to create multiple clones, which can be utilized for reconnaissance and also aids in mastering other difficult jutsu more rapidly. With the Shadow Clone technique, the strength of every member of our Uzumaki clan in Uzukage village will undoubtedly increase significantly, Lin Ye replied confidently. All right, you can rest assured. Grandpa will certainly find a way to acquire the Shadow Clone technique for you, Uzumaki Qinglu promised with a smile as he patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. Receiving his grandfather's assurance, Lin Ye smiled and returned to his room to begin practicing his dragon-slaying magic. Chapter 9. Uzumaki Shuehu's Heartache in Konoha Village. Uzumaki Shuehu had been feeling unsettled ever since she dispatched Senju Lujian to the land of whirlpools. Though she understood the grave danger of allowing Uzumaki village to face the Mist Ninja village alone, in order to preserve the village founded by her husband, Senju Hashirama, she felt compelled to push the Uzumaki clan forward. Lady Shuehu, Elder Lujin has returned. Lord Sarutobi is waiting outside, a member of the Senju clan softly informed her. Bowing his head, quickly, let Lujin and Hizashi in, Uzumaki Shuhu instructed, her excitement palpable at the news of Lujin's return. Yes, Lady Shuehu. The Senju clan member nodded and departed. Before long, Senju Lujin entered Uzumaki Shuehu's residence alongside Sarutobi Hizashi. Hizashi, your timing is perfect. Lujin has just returned from Uzumaki village. Let us see what good news he has brought us, Uzumaki Shuhu said with a smile, gesturing for Hizashi to take a seat at her left. Lujin, was your journey to Uzumaki village smooth? Uzumaki Shuehu inquired with a warm smile. Senju Lujin, upon hearing her question, blinked and found himself at a loss for words. Lujin, what troubles you? Did you encounter another ninja village on the way and fail to reach Uzumaki village? Uzumaki Shuhu asked, noticing his unusual demeanor and frowning slightly. That is not it, Lady Shuehu. I did arrive at Uzumaki village, Senju Lujin replied, gritting his teeth and speaking earnestly after her reprimand. Then what did my brother Uzumaki Luho and elder Uzumaki Qinglu say? Uzumaki Shuehu asked, her face brightening with curiosity. Clan leader Luho did not agree to let Uzumaki village face the Mist Ninja village alone. Elder Qinglu remarked that since you became Lord Hashirama's wife, you seem to have forgotten your roots in the Uzumaki clan, forgetting your surname, Senju Lujin reported, clenching his teeth as he relayed the words of Uzumaki Luho and Uzumaki Qinglu. Uzumaki Shuehu stood frozen, disbelief washing over her as she absorbed Senju Lujin's words. What did you say? That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the princess of the Uzumaki clan. How could they say such things to me? You must be lying. Senju Lujin, you didn't truly go to Uzumaki village, did you? You must have been forced to turn back midway. And now you're saying these things to deceive me, right? She accused, her anger flaring after a brief moment of shock. Lady Shuehu, how could I possibly lie about such an important matter concerning Konoha village? Clan leader Luho and elder Qinglu indeed said exactly what I just reported, Senju Lujin defended himself, standing firm against her accusations. Though he too wished for the unwavering support of Uzumaki village, he would never dare to deceive her about such significant matters concerning the Uzumaki clan. No, how could this be? How could they abandon me? Uzumaki Shuehu cried out in despair upon realizing that Senju Lujin was not lying. Lady Shuehu, please try not to cry just yet. The village still needs you. If you collapse, Konoha village will be doomed, Sarutobi Hizashi interjected, swiftly moving to support Uzumaki Shuehu, as he earnestly urged her to regain her composure. Hizashi, you don't understand, you don't understand. As the Whirlpool Water Lord listened to Sarutobi Hizashi's counsel, she merely shook her head in sorrow, repeatedly insisting, you do not comprehend, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi perplexed. Yet, he dared not release the Whirlpool Water Lord from his grasp. Despite being appointed as the third Hokage of Konoha by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, he currently possessed no authority, relying entirely on the support of the Whirlpool Water Lord. This backing was crucial for him and his peers to achieve merits on the battlefield and gain renown. Without the Whirlpool Water Lord's assistance, Konoha would swiftly appoint a new Hokage. After all, Konoha was the mightiest among all ninja villages, and selecting a successor to the Hokage was a simple matter. After weeping for a while, the Whirlpool Water Lord staggered back to her seat and turned to Senju Kakashi. Speak, what further demands does the Whirlpool village have? Let us hear them all, she addressed Senju Kakashi solemnly. The clan leader of the Ahu household stated that in order to combat the Mist Village, our Konoha must also contribute. Otherwise, they would liberate the land of whirlpools, allowing the ninjas from the Mist Village to invade the land of fire. Elder Ahu insisted that we must compensate for the Whirlpool Nation's previous solitary resistance against the Mist Village, demanding the forbidden techniques of the Shadow Clone Technique and the Flying Thunder God Technique. Senju Kakashi regarded the Whirlpool Water Lord with a grave expression, stating, "Is that so? Brother Ahu and cousin Ahu have made their intentions clear." Upon hearing Senju Kakashi's words, the Whirlpool Water Lord felt a wave of emotion wash over her, only to fall back into contemplation. She understood that neither her brother, Whirlpool Ahu, nor her cousin, Whirlpool Ahu, had made unreasonable requests. However, the moment they articulated their demands. It signified their rejection of her as their sister, bringing an end to the bond between her and the Whirlpool clan. Kakashi, you may rest now. I shall find a way to resolve this matter, and you need not concern yourself further, she said, casting a glance at Senju Kakashi. Yes, Lady Waterlord. Please take care of yourself, he replied, standing to bow slightly before turning to exit the room. What shall we do now, Lady Waterlord? If the Whirlpool village does not assist us, the pressure on our village will be overwhelming, Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed eagerly as soon as Senju Kakashi departed. Hizashi, I can no longer provide you with assistance from the Whirlpool village. You must select someone to lead a team to aid the Whirlpool village. Since clan leader Ahu has spoken, it is clear that there are no conditions left for negotiation. When you go, deliver the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique into Elder Ahu's hands. Otherwise, your endeavors in the Whirlpool village will be exceedingly difficult. The Whirlpool Water Lord stated gravely, fixing her gaze upon Sarutobi Hizashi. With that, she turned and walked back into the room. Feeling utterly fatigued in her effort to help Sarutobi Hizashi ascend to the position of third Hokage. Chapter 10. The Gathering of Dragon Souls in Konoha. The Whirlpool Water Lord felt drained, while in the Whirlpool village, Lin Ye found himself ensnared in a training impasse. It was uncertain whether it was due to his tender age, but Lin Ye's Dragon Slayer magic and dragon power ceased to grow once they reached a certain threshold. Any trace of dragon power he generated was immediately absorbed by his body. Yet, without even a trace of dragon power, Lin Ye could not condense the dragon seed to impart the Dragon Slayer magic to his sister, Whirlpool Chime. This predicament plunged Lin Ye into distress. And after 3 days of perseverance, he opted to pursue new abilities, ceasing the relentless cultivation of Dragon Slayer magic. Regarding ninjutsu within the ninja world, Lin Ye did not intend to delve deeply into study, save for the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan. Thus, he opened his storage space panel once more, focusing his gaze upon the incomplete dragon transformation technique. Beep, would you like to learn? Upon directing his attention to the incomplete dragon transformation technique, a line of text appeared, prompting Lin Ye. He clicked yes with familiarity and began absorbing the contents of the technique. Goodness, when they say incomplete, they truly mean it. Lin Ye exclaimed after absorbing the information contained within the incomplete dragon transformation technique. Within this flawed technique, there was not a single method for cultivation. It only contained 2 abilities of great significance to the dragon clan: the condensation of dragon souls and the gathering of dragon orbs. It could be said that only through the complete condensation of both dragon souls and dragon orbs could a being with dragon lineage genuinely embark on the path of transformation. Legends of koi leaping over dragon gates and serpents transforming into true dragons are not authentic dragons. Even if they achieve cultivation, they shall not be welcomed by the dragon clan. Only those dragons who condense dragon souls and gather dragon orbs may be deemed true dragons. The dragon soul aids the practitioner in strengthening their spiritual and soul power, while the dragon orb refines the practitioner's essence. Most importantly, the dragon orb is the dragon clan's life treasure. The mightier the dragon orb, the greater the dragon's strength. However, while a powerful dragon orb signifies strength, the energy required to condense a dragon orb is far greater. After careful consideration, Lin Ye ultimately decided to first condense the dragon soul. Though the cultivation of the dragon soul is relatively straightforward, its advantages are significant and precisely what Lin Ye requires. Once he condenses the dragon soul, his resistance to Jinjutsu will dramatically increase. Not even divine-level illusions will be able to affect him. If he is to alter the fate of the Whirlpool clan, it is possible that Uchiha Madara may come to the Whirlpool clan in search of a suitable vessel for his Rinnegan. With his exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly attract Uchiha Madara's attention, so it is prudent to prepare in advance. After repeatedly reviewing the methods of condensing the dragon soul within the dragon transformation technique, Lin Ye began earnestly envisioning the existence of a dragon in his mind's eye. The entry-level method for condensing the dragon soul is remarkably simple, commencing with the visualization of the divine dragon. Even beings lacking dragon bloodline can practice, though achieving mastery is unlikely. As a transmigrant, Lin Ye not only possesses the lineage of the dragon inheritor, but also possesses immense spiritual power. Thus, the first step of the dragon soul condensation method, the divine dragon visualization, was effortless for him. In no time, he visualized the outline of a divine dragon within his mind's eye. Although it was not yet fully formed, it already bore some resemblance to a dragon. The moment this dragon-like image took shape, it began to emulate the divine dragon, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy within Lin Ye's consciousness, filling him with joy and motivating him to devote even more effort to his cultivation. Furthermore, Lin Ye discovered that as his divine dragon visualization progressed, it actually aided in his dragon slayer magic as well. Each stroke he depicted within his consciousness added a trace of dragon power to his dragon slayer magic during cultivation. Though the additional dragon power would ultimately be absorbed by Lin Ye's body, each increment meant that his progress in dragon slayer magic would accelerate. Thus, Lin Ye was even more fervent in his practice of the divine dragon visualization. One day, while immersed in his training, Lin Ye suddenly heard his grandfather, Whirlpool Chihu, laughing heartily as he joyfully entered from outside. Influenced by his grandfather Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye reluctantly halted his cultivation and stepped out of his bedroom. "Grandfather, what brings you such joy? I could hear your laughter even before entering the house," Lin Ye inquired, frowning at Vortex Qinglu. "Ah, my dear Ye, we have received news from Konoha village. Led by Uchiha Kagami, they will send 300 ninjas to assist us, so we shall not face the Mist Ninja village alone." Vortex Qinglu replied with a smile upon hearing Lin Ye's question. "Grandfather, it is only natural for Konoha to intervene against the Mist Ninja village. Have there been any updates regarding the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique that I asked you to inquire about?" Lin Ye interjected, a slight furrow in his brow. Fret not about this matter," Vortex Qinglu chuckled, stepping closer to pat Lin Ye's shoulder. "I have made it clear. If Vortex Mizuho does not deliver the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God techniques, she must be concerned about me sabotaging their ninjas from Konoha. Will the techniques indeed arrive?" "That would be splendid," Lin Ye responded, a faint smile gracing his face at his grandfather's words. With the Shadow Clone technique, the Vortex clan could ensure that during an assault from other ninja villages, they could execute suicide attacks using explosive tags without endangering their own kin. Additionally, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would allow him to escape swiftly from adversaries, regroup, and counterattack when the time was right. Lin Ye was resolute. Such strategies would guarantee his dominance in the ninja world. "When can I expect the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God techniques to arrive, grandfather?" Lin Ye asked, his voice laced with eagerness. "It won't be long, just 3 or 4 days. Are you already unable to wait?" Vortex Qinglu mused, a smile playing on his lips. "Grandfather, I merely worry that if they arrive late, our clansmen might not have enough time to practice." Lin Ye deflected, avoiding admitting his impatience. "Rest assured, when Uchiha Kagami arrives in Vortex Village, I shall promptly deliver the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God techniques into your hands," Vortex Qinglu assured, recognizing his grandson's earnestness towards the two jutsu. "Then I shall return to my training," Lin Ye said, feeling a bit embarrassed at his grandfather's perceptiveness as he turned to head back to his room. Once back in his chamber, Lin Ye steadied his emotions and resumed his practice of the divine dragon visualization. After several days of relentless training, the image of the dragon in his mind had become increasingly vivid, nearing the completion of its initial form. Once he fully depicted the dragon's shape, its subsequent growth would hinge entirely on Lin Ye's understanding, a feat challenging for many who lacked the dragon's bloodline. In his mental realm, Lin Ye meticulously sketched the dragon's form with his spiritual energy. As his spiritual force infused the image, the dragon became clearer and more lifelike. Finally, after filling in the dragon's eyes, the previously hollow image surged to life. Roar! The newly animated dragon let out a fierce roar directed at Lin Ye. In that instant, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming connection with the dragon. The power he possessed seemed to merge with the dragon's essence. However, as the dragon's gaze fell upon Lin Ye's heart, a flicker of human-like disdain emerged in its eyes. The dragon, which should have remained dormant in Lin Ye's mental realm, grew animated after fusing with his soul, soaring out from the mental domain and diving into Lin Ye's heart. In an instant, the dragon seed within his heart was devoured by the dragon spirit, which, after a moment of chewing, regurgitated a new dragon seed. This new seed was markedly different from the original. While the former radiated a bluish-golden hue, this newly formed seed shone with a brilliant golden light. The dragon nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the new dragon seed, then swam back out from Lin Ye's heart, taking a tour of his body before returning to Lin Ye's mental realm. At this moment, Lin Ye finally broke free from the dragon spirit's influence. The once fierce dragon spirit now coiled in the center of Lin Ye's mental realm, succumbing to slumber. Lin Ye gazed at the dragon spirit in astonishment. Traditionally, once the dragon spirit's eyes were opened, it would fall into a deep sleep known as the dragon slumber. During this period, it would continuously consume the practitioner's spiritual energy to strengthen itself. To awaken the dragon's spirit fully, one must infuse it with spiritual intent. Only a completely awakened dragon spirit signifies mastery over the technique. Yet, Lin Ye had merely completed the awakening process, and the dragon spirit had eagerly flown into his heart to transform his dragon seed, leaving him astounded. After a careful examination of his dragon spirit, confirming no issues, Lin Ye gradually exited the visualization state and opened his eyes. He needed to test the changes brought about by the dragon spirit's transformation of the dragon seed. He could not allow his magic to falter. Lin Ye made his way to the training ground, attempting to cast the dragon destruction spell he had previously mastered. He found that both the dragon's roar and other attack skills were readily at his command, revealing no noticeable changes. Just as he contemplated returning, a thought struck him regarding the dragon destruction spell. Although it did not summon a magic circle like in the fairy tale world, he could still create one if desired. Curious, Lin Ye summoned a magic circle. The moment it appeared, he was astonished to find that the central figure was no longer the head of a Western dragon, but an image of a Yinglong, adorned with a circle representing the 8 trigrams. It seemed the dragon spirit had reconfigured his dragon destruction spell. Perhaps his future form would indeed resemble that of the Yinglong. Lin Ye gazed at the magic circle in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Never mind, let us not dwell on that for now. I shall focus on practicing the dragon destruction spell and observe if the training method has changed. After studying the magic circle for a moment, Lin Ye shook his head and settled into a meditative position, absorbing the natural energy surrounding him. As he drew in this energy, the dragon seed within him began to rapidly assimilate the natural power of the world. Through the dragon seed, the energy was swiftly transformed into dragon power. Lin Ye discovered that the quantity of dragon power he generated remained constant. For every bit that emerged, it was immediately absorbed by his body, leaving no trace behind. However, Lin Ye also realized that in order to impart his existing dragon-slaying magic to his sister, Uzumaki, he might need additional power from dragons to condense a new dragon seed. Considering the immense strength of the Yinglong, Lin Ye felt this was only fitting. Ultimately, he intended to pass the dragon-slaying magic solely to his sister and grandfather. As for other clan members wishing to learn, they could seek the dragon seeds from his sister and grandfather. He had no intention of sharing the power of the Yinglong with anyone else. After experimenting with his dragon-slaying magic, Lin Ye rose and made his way home. Upon returning, he found the house empty. His sister, Uzumaki, who would typically be at home, was nowhere to be seen. Recalling his grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu's earlier words, Lin Ye surmised that today might be the time when the ninjas from Konoha arrived. Thus, he set about preparing lunch for his sister and grandfather. Hey Xiaoyi, I didn't expect you could cook. Just as Lin Ye was busy in the kitchen, his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, peeked in and remarked with a smile. Grandfather, you're back. But where's my sister? Lin Ye inquired, looking at Uzumaki Qinglu with a smile. Oh, your sister went to buy groceries. She mentioned she would return to cook. Uzumaki Qinglu replied, observing Lin Ye's cooking. But judging by your culinary skills, it seems she need not toil any longer. Chapter 12. Request for the Shadow Clone Technique. Lin Ye did not showcase any elaborate Chinese dishes, but instead prepared some simple meals based on what his sister had cooked over the past few months. Placing them on the dining table. Grandfather, since the ninjas from Konoha have arrived, does that mean you have acquired the Shadow Clone Technique and the Flying Thunder God Technique? Lin Ye asked his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, as they dined together. Haha, are you in such a hurry? Here you go, Uzumaki Qinglu chuckled, pulling a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and handing it to Lin Ye. If you wish to learn, take it. Really? This is the scroll for the Shadow Clone and the Flying Thunder God techniques? How wonderful! Lin Ye exclaimed, excitedly accepting the scroll from his grandfather. After receiving the scroll, Lin Ye swiftly unrolled it to examine its contents. Xiao Yi, don't be so impatient. Wait until we finish our meal, Uzumaki Qinglu said. Noticing Lin Ye's eagerness to open the scroll, upon hearing his grandfather's words, Lin Ye obediently set the scroll aside and quickly devoured the food before him. As soon as he finished eating, he rose and took the scroll to his room, ready to begin his studies of the shadow clone and flying thunder god techniques. Back in his room, Lin Ye eagerly opened the scroll and examined its contents. It was clear that Uzumaki Mizuhito had not tampered with the instructions for the shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique. Not only did it outline the taboos associated with both techniques, but it also included a special note on the usage of the flying thunder god technique, detailing the flying thunder god / as explained by Senju Tobarama in the original text. Having finished reading the instructions, Lin Ye set the scroll down. Shadow clone technique. Lin Ye called out, channeling chakra within him, and instantly 5 shadow clones appeared in the room. Do you each understand your tasks? Lin Ye asked his 5 shadow clones with a serious expression. Rest assured, we understand, the clones replied, exchanging glances before responding cheerfully. Good, then let us commence. With the confirmation that the clones were prepared, Lin Ye commanded them to begin their tasks. 3 of the clones took the scroll containing the flying thunder god and shadow clone techniques to quickly transcribe the instructions, while the remaining 2 joined Lin Ye in practicing the flying thunder god technique. The crux of the flying thunder god technique lay in perceiving the spatial power and condensing spatial coordinates. The principal difficulty in mastering the technique was the inability to sense the spatial power and establish the coordinates. Once one could condense the coordinates of spatial power, they could utilize the flying thunder god technique to swiftly move between various points. In the room, Lin Ye diligently practiced the flying thunder god technique while transcribing the shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, outside, his sister Uzumaki Chime had just returned home. Grandfather, where is Xiao Yi? Uzumaki Chime asked upon discovering her brother was not present. Seeing her grandfather leisurely eating at the table, she inquired curiously. Xiao Yi just took the ninja scroll and is immersed in his studies. Uzumaki Qinglu replied with a smile after taking a bite of his meal. Has he eaten? Shouldn't you be keeping an eye on him? Uzumaki Chime frowned, looking at her grandfather. Don't worry, he made this meal himself and is well fed before retreating to his room. Uzumaki Qinglu reassured her, feeling a bit wronged by his granddaughter's scolding. Ah, he has eaten? Well, that's good, Uzumaki Chime responded, her expression softening upon hearing her grandfather's words. Chime, you should refrain from participating in the upcoming conflict. I will handle it. Stay home and take care of your brother Lin Ye. He is the future hope of our Uzumaki clan, and we cannot afford to let him meet an untimely end, Uzumaki Qinglu said seriously after finishing his meal. Looking intently at Uzumaki Chime. Grandfather, I wish to partake in this battle as well. Xiao Yi is capable of cooking for himself. He can manage just fine. As long as the Land of Waves remains, Xiao Yi will be safe, so you need not worry about me, Uzumaki Chime responded resolutely, her gaze unwavering. No. You must stay home and take care of Lin Ye. You are not to go anywhere, Uzumaki Qinglu insisted sternly, anger flashing in his eyes. I must go? Even if you remain, I will not stay behind, Uzumaki Chime retorted, her frustration matching her grandfather's tone. The two stood across the dining table, their gazes locked in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. Grandfather, sister, what are you arguing about? Lin Ye, who had been absorbed in the flying thunder god technique, heard the commotion and emerged from his room, curious about their quarrel. Xiao Yi, your sister is being unfilial. She dares to raise her voice at this old man. Uzumaki Qinglu exclaimed dramatically upon seeing Lin Ye, seizing the opportunity to complain. Grandfather, what could possibly cause you and sister to argue? Lin Ye asked, shaking his head at his grandfather's theatrics. It's about that new Uchiha from Konoha, Uchiha Kagami. With the intention of leading a ninja assault into the Land of Water, we must confront the ninjas of the Mist Village within its borders, in order to prevent the battlefield from extending into our own Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Fire. However, this necessitates that several individuals accompany us to the Land of Water. I insisted that I alone could represent our family, yet my sister was adamant about joining. She is but a young girl. Must I truly send a gray-haired person to escort a black-haired one? With a heavy heart, Uzumaki Aoi grasped Lin Ye's hand and lamented. Sister, must you insist on going? Upon hearing Aoi's words, Lin Ye turned to his sister, Uzumaki Chime, with a serious expression, gravely inquiring. Is it absolutely necessary for you to accompany us? Yes, I must go, Chime replied. Initially, she had expected Lin Ye to dissuade her from participating. Yet she was taken aback when he directly posed a question. After a brief moment of surprise, she replied with a grave demeanor, very well. Here is the technique for the shadow clone jutsu. You must learn it first. Grandfather, when do you plan to depart? Lin Ye handed the written version of the shadow clone jutsu to his sister, then turned to their grandfather, Uzumaki Aoi, with a solemn expression and asked, "In 1 week, what of it?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Aoi appeared momentarily confused. "In a week, you say? I understand." Lin Ye nodded in response. Turning to return to the house. After gathering a few items, he swiftly exited. Chapter 13. Developing the spiraling sphere within the Uzumaki village. Lin Ye procured a large bag of balloons and over 20 rubber balls. He then proceeded to the training grounds he shared with his sister, Uzumaki Chime. Chime possessed the most formidable sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan, known as the Heart of Kagura. No matter how cunning the enemy, she could detect them before they launched an attack. However, the Mist Village wielded the bloodline limit of the Red Eye, which, despite its singular nature, effectively countered sensory ninjas like his sister. Yet, once Chime mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the illusions created by the Red Eye would be powerless against the genuine perspective of the Shadow Clones. Nevertheless, ordinary ninjutsu requires hand seals, and the more powerful the technique, the longer the sealing time. Chime lacked the talent to simplify or eliminate the seals. Thus, Lin Ye resolved to recreate the spiraling sphere originally developed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to teach it to his sister. With the Shadow Clone Jutsu at his disposal, he was confident he could swiftly learn this technique and pass it on to her. Although Chime did not have the formidable chakra of the Nine Tails, her chakra as a member of the Uzumaki clan was still considerable. Furthermore, Lin Ye had previously stored chakra in his dantian, akin to an optimized Yin seal. On the battlefield, he planned for his sister to emulate Naruto Uzumaki's combat style, while keeping her true self concealed, allowing the shadow clones to undertake all offensive and reconnaissance tasks, thereby significantly enhancing her safety as a mere assistant to the ninjas of Konoha. "Lin Ye, are you all right?" Just as Lin Ye arrived at the training ground with his bundle of supplies, his sister, Uzumaki Chime, quietly followed him and cautiously inquired, "Sister, I am fine. Do not worry. I will ensure your safety before you depart." Lin Ye reassured her, noticing her anxious gaze. He gently patted her hand resting on his arm and smiled. "No, you must clarify everything. Otherwise, I cannot allow you to remain here alone in the training ground," Chime insisted, her concern evident. "Oh, sister, do not fret. The reason I rushed to the training ground is to develop a formless ninjutsu. Although this technique consumes considerable chakra, mastering it would prove immensely advantageous on the battlefield." Lin Ye, noticing his sister clinging to his arm, helplessly remarked, "Haha, are you serious about formless ninjutsu, Xiaoyi?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Chime's previously tense demeanor relaxed, and she released her grip, smiling at him. "If you wish to develop ninjutsu, then for the next few days, I shall bring you lunch. Take care of yourself." "There's no need for that, sister. If you have spare time, please organize all the clan members heading to the Land of Water. They must learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. If you cannot manage this alone, consult grandfather for assistance. It is imperative that every ninja of the Uzumaki clan masters this technique." Lin Ye called out as he saw his sister preparing to leave. "All right, I understand. I will relay this to grandfather. So rest assured," Chime replied, waving her hand as she departed without looking back. Once Chime was gone, Lin Ye refocused his attention on mastering the spiraling sphere. In the original narrative, Jiraiya had elaborated on the principles of the spiraling sphere to Naruto Uzumaki and detailed the training processes of several individuals. Lin Ye first inflated 6 water balloons, grasping them in his hands, and began channeling his chakra to create a small spiral in his palm. Under his guidance, the chakra rapidly caused the water within the balloons to swirl. However, whether due to Lin Ye's inadequate chakra control or insufficient chakra output, the water balloons remained intact despite his efforts. Thinking of his sister soon to be on the battlefield with their grandfather filled Lin Ye with anxiety. In a moment of desperation, he squeezed one of the water balloons until it burst. "Haha, Xiaoyi, have you failed so soon?" After breaking 3 water balloons in succession, Lin Ye despondently sank to the ground, contemplating where he had gone wrong. At that moment, grandfather Uzumaki Aoi appeared beside him. "Grandson, what brings you to this state?" Lin Ye looked up at Aoi, his expression one of disappointment. "What? Ready to give up after just 3 failures? That is not in line with our family's little genius." Aoi approached Lin Ye, observing his drenched sleeves with a smile. "I cannot comprehend it. My concept should be sound, yet I cannot achieve my desired outcome," Lin Ye lamented, looking despondently at his grandfather. "That is because your chakra control is lacking. always stated with a serious tone. Impossible. Storing chakra in my dantian should greatly enhance my control. How could my chakra control be weak? Lin Ye retorted, challenging his grandfather's assertion. Controlling chakra does not equate to complete mastery. You still have much to improve in your chakra control, Alway replied, unperturbed by Lin Ye's rebuttal, smiling gently. Upon hearing Alway's words, Lin Ye experienced a moment of epiphany. In the original tale, at the outset, the one who excelled in chakra control was none other than Sakura. However, as events unfolded, Naruto Uzumaki astonishingly demonstrated the ability to transfer the chakra of the Nine Tails to anyone through his own power. This remarkable feat raises the question, has his chakra control surpassed that of Sakura Haruno? Contemplating this, Lin Ye chose to disregard his grandfather's presence and instead approached a grand tree, meticulously focusing his chakra as he ascended its trunk. Uzumaki Qinglu observed Lin Ye's actions with a faint smile before quietly departing. Chapter 14. The teaching of the Rasengan. With utmost caution, Lin Ye adhered chakra to his feet, taking careful steps up the tree. Though he successfully reached the treetop, he realized that his prior chakra control had been somewhat lax. Some of his chakra inadvertently dispersed into the surroundings during use. Hence, while storing chakra in the dantian could enhance control to a degree, it did not allow for complete mastery over his own chakra. With this understanding, Lin Ye quickly made his way to the seaside after descending the tree, eager to attempt walking on water. However, as he took his first step, he plunged directly into the water. No, the change in chakra had been too slow to generate sufficient buoyancy. Resolute, Lin Ye returned to the shore, shaking the water from his feet, reflecting on his earlier failure before steeling himself to try again. Despite this being his inaugural attempt at walking on water, Lin Ye's chakra storage in the dantian allowed him to progress at a much swifter pace than others. After merely 5 or 6 attempts, he was able to stand successfully on the water's surface. As Lin Ye's time standing on the ocean grew longer, his chakra control improved exponentially. Eventually, he felt capable of running, jumping, and even rolling across the water without fear of sinking, which prompted his satisfied return to land. Upon his return, he hastily made his way back to the training grounds and seized a water balloon, grasping it in his hand. Surely this time he would succeed? Gazing intently at the water balloon, chakra surged through him, rapidly filling the balloon and causing the water within to swirl vigorously. A sudden pop echoed as the balloon burst spectacularly. Success! Lin Ye exclaimed in excitement. However, he soon realized that his chakra had been excessively drained, leaving him feeling as though he had not slept for 3 days. Not only was his chakra nearly depleted, but he had also long surpassed mealtime. At that moment, his sister, Uzumaki Chime, noticing Lin Ye had completed his training, approached him with a food box, ready to present him with a sumptuous meal. Xiao Yi, you must be tired. Here are the meals I prepared for you. Eat up, she said as she unveiled the food. Thank you, sister, your timing is impeccable. Lin Ye replied, finding a wooden stump to sit upon as he devoured the meal ravenously. Chime watched him with a smile, retrieving a clean towel to wipe the dirt from his face. I've finished eating, sister. You may head back now, Lin Ye said, having consumed all the food Chime brought. All right, just remember to rest. Don't overexert yourself, she cautioned, smiling as she helped him wipe his mouth before gathering the dishes and departing from the training grounds. After completing his chakra control training, Lin Ye made rapid advancements in developing the Rasengan. Within a single afternoon, he swiftly mastered the steps of using rotating chakra to inflate a balloon and began practicing how to maintain the Rasengan in his palm without it dispersing. Just as Lin Ye was determined to perfect the Rasengan that night, his sister, Uzumaki Chime, angrily tugged on his ear, dragging him home and insisting he must rest and not neglect his well-being for the sake of a new jutsu. The next day, upon returning to the training grounds, Lin Ye dedicated the morning to honing his skills with the shadow clone technique, amassing experience until he successfully developed the unmarked Jutsu Rasengan. Sister, have you learned the shadow clone technique? Lin Ye eagerly inquired upon returning home, his excitement palpable. I've already mastered the shadow clone technique. What of it? Am I not a genius as well? Chime responded, smiling as she approached him. Sister, I've successfully created the unmarked jutsu. Come and learn it with me. Lin Ye exclaimed, taking his sister's hand and heading toward the door. Where do you think you're rushing off to? Chime retorted, annoyed as she grasped Lin Ye's ear firmly, her tone stern. Ah, sister, that hurts. What are you doing? Lin Ye whimpered, caught off guard by her grip. Look at the time. What do you think you're doing running off? Do you seek a scolding? She chided, her voice icy. Realizing the clock read noon, Lin Ye quickly pleaded, Sister, I'm sorry. I'll stay home and eat. After that, we can go together. Xiaoyi, I understand you mean well. But you must take care of yourself. Your well-being is of utmost importance, Qi Mei said softly, releasing her grip on him. Okay, sister, I understand. Please go prepare the meal. Lin Ye responded with a twinkle in his eye, smiling at her. After their meal, Lin Ye brought his sister to the training grounds. All right, Lin Ye. Where's your unmarked jutsu? Show it to me, Qi Mei urged cheerfully. Sure, sister. Watch closely, Lin Ye replied, extending his right hand. In an instant, a small chakra sphere materialized, rapidly expanding to the size of an apple. Sister, this is the unmarked jutsu I created. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Ye declared proudly. Truly. No hand seals. Lin Ye, you are remarkable. Qi Mei exclaimed in astonishment at the Rasengan in her brother's hand. Of course. Now, let me teach you, Lin Ye said, grinning at his sister. Chapter 15. The foolish clan members, come on. Tell me how you executed this unmarked jutsu. Qi Mei urged, her excitement palpable at her brother's achievement of creating this unique jutsu all on his own. For many years in the ninja world, only my younger brother Lin Ye, at the tender age of 6, has managed to create the formless ninjutsu. All right, sister, he said, this is a water balloon. First, you need to make your chakra swirl within it, and then you can burst the balloon. Lin Ye swiftly gathered several water balloons and placed them before his sister, Uzumaki Qi Mei. To his surprise, despite her efforts, Uzumaki Qi Mei struggled significantly and failed to break the balloon with her chakra. Instead, she accidentally punctured it with her fingernail. Is this really achievable? I feel like my chakra is swirling, yet I cannot burst this balloon. After failing once more and looking at her wet hands, she spoke to Lin Ye with a tone of disappointment. Sister, have you practiced chakra control? Lin Ye inquired curiously. Of course. After I started extracting chakra for a year, Grandpa took me to practice. What does this have to do with mastering this ninjutsu? Uzumaki Qi Mei responded, intrigued by Lin Ye's question. This ninjutsu represents the pinnacle of chakra transformation. It requires exceptional chakra control to master successfully. Since you have prior experience with chakra control, this ninjutsu should not pose much difficulty for you. What you lack is merely experience. Lin Ye smiled at his sister, offering encouragement. Experience is necessary. But will I be able to learn this ninjutsu before we depart? Uzumaki Qi Mei's voice reflected a hint of disappointment as she gazed at Lin Ye. Hee, sister. This is the perfect moment to utilize the ninjutsu you have previously learned, Lin Ye replied with a grin. You mean the multi-shadow clone technique? Uzumaki Qi Mei exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Precisely, the multi-shadow clone technique, Lin Ye confirmed with a smile. All right, I shall give it a try. Uzumaki Qi Mei said, immediately forming hand seals. With a series of popping sounds, 10 shadow clones appeared beside her. All right, everyone, let's get started. Uzumaki Qi Mei exclaimed with enthusiasm. The 10 shadow clones, along with her true self, each took a water balloon and began to practice fervently. Oh, I succeeded. After exhausting over 70 water balloons, one shadow clone joyfully called out to Lin Ye and the original Uzumaki Qi Mei. Sister, quickly dismiss that shadow clone and see if your true self can achieve it. Lin Ye encouraged with a smile. Uzumaki Qi Mei promptly recalled all her shadow clones. Despite the overwhelming fatigue that washed over her, she did not experience any adverse effects. After absorbing all the memories of her clones, Uzumaki Qi Mei picked up a water balloon. With a loud pop, the balloon shattered under the swirling chakra she generated in less than 2 seconds. Lin Ye, I did it. I succeeded. Look, but what should I do next? Overjoyed at her success, Uzumaki Qi Mei turned to Lin Ye, eagerly awaiting her next instruction. Lin Ye immediately produced a pile of rubber balls and placed them before her. Sister, continue as before. You must burst this rubber ball to achieve true success. He smiled at her as he set the ball in front of her. Regrettably, despite dedicating an entire afternoon, Uzumaki Qi Mei exhausted all her chakra without managing to burst the rubber ball, and the sun was beginning to set. Sister, it's time to stop practicing. We should head home. We can continue the remaining steps tomorrow. Lin Ye suggested as he observed the shadow clones Uzumaki Qi Mei had sent out dissipating due to their depleted chakra. Uzumaki Qi Mei, still clutching the rubber ball, persisted in her practice. Xiaoyi, you go home first. I just want to try one more time, she insisted, not lifting her head. Lin Ye, seeing his sister's determination, forcefully knocked the rubber ball from her hands and firmly led her out of the training ground. As they walked home, Lin Ye and Uzumaki Chime unexpectedly encountered a clan member who, holding a scroll, was complaining to a friend. That elder Qinglu is too meddlesome. He wants us to learn another ninjutsu before heading into battle. Exactly. I heard this ninjutsu was demanded by Elder Qinglu to coerce the talents of the Water Village, which could ruin our relationship with them. It's utterly unacceptable. The two disgruntled individuals passed by Lin Ye and Uzumaki Chime. Hearing their words, Uzumaki Chime was filled with rage and considered confronting them. However, Lin Ye firmly grasped her arm to restrain her. Lin Ye, are you just going to stand by and let them slander Grandpa? Uzumaki Chime coldly asked. Sister, I do not care what they say. But now is not the time to confront them, Lin Ye replied, his gaze fixed on the retreating figures of the two clan members. When is the right time to deal with them? I want to rush over and knock them both down with one punch. Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, glaring at the departing individuals. Sister, let it go. If you confront them, it will only bring distress to Grandpa. Moreover, the law does not hold the masses accountable, even if you escalate the matter. You will be the one to face the consequences, Lin Ye calmly advised. Once we reach the battlefield, and they are attacked by the ninjas of the Mist Village, only then will they realize who their true kin are. No amount of words will change their minds at this point, Lin Ye stated coldly, watching the members of the Uzumaki clan growing distant. Fine, I will trust you this time and head home, Uzumaki Chime conceded, casting a glance at Lin Ye before turning towards their house. Chapter 16. Departure. Upon returning home, Uzumaki Chime quietly entered the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. Lin Ye, noticing his sister's somber expression, said nothing and followed her into the kitchen to assist with the meal. Why are you two so late for dinner? Their grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, cheerfully inquired as he entered the house, observing Lin Ye and his granddaughter Uzumaki Chime cooking. Grandpa, did those people complain to you while you were teaching them the multi-shadow clone technique? Uzumaki Chime asked, stepping forward to inquire. Those rascals brought their trouble to you? Uzumaki Qinglu responded with widened eyes, his voice cold. No, Grandpa. We just happened to encounter two clan members on our way home and learned about it from them. Uzumaki Chime quickly clarified, her eyes flashing with intensity at her grandfather's stern words. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Rest assured, these individuals are short-sighted. They cannot inflict any harm on me. Let them speak as they wish. What matters is saving their lives. Vortex Qinglu gazed affectionately at his granddaughter, Vortex Chime, and chuckled as he addressed her. My dear, you are far too indulgent with them. Such individuals deserve a proper reprimand. They truly lack understanding. Hearing her grandfather's words, Vortex Chime took a seat beside him, serving him rice while expressing her discontent. Haha, those people are merely short-sighted. Do not take their opinions to heart. Focus on mastering the formless ninjutsu created by Shia. Leave the rest to your grandfather. Vortex Qinglu smiled at his granddaughter's defense, gently stroking her hair as he spoke softly to her. Grandfather, perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, they do not comprehend. And we will not force them to learn, Vortex Chime replied sadly. Chime, how can you be so short-sighted? This knowledge benefits our Vortex clan. Just concentrate on your studies. Leave everything else to me, Vortex Qinglu interrupted, preventing her from continuing. Vortex Chime pouted in response, her dissatisfaction evident as she regarded her grandfather. After their meal, Vortex Chime retired without exchanging further words with her grandfather. Following dinner, Lin Ye tidied the dishes before taking his rest. The next morning, Vortex Chime rose early, prepared breakfast, and roused Lin Ye from his slumber. Together, they shared their meal before heading to the training grounds. When they departed, their grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, had yet to rise. Perhaps feeling pent-up frustration, Vortex Chime immediately created multiple shadow clones upon arriving at the training field. Grabbing a rubber ball, she commenced her training with fervor. By 10 o'clock, one of her clones had successfully burst the ball. In her joy, Vortex Chime retracted the clone, only to be overwhelmed by fatigue from the numerous creations. Nearly fainting on the spot, Lin Ye rushed to catch her as she stumbled backward. Sister, are you all right? He inquired with concern. I'm fine. It's just that I created too many clones, and now I'm feeling a bit dizzy, Vortex Chime replied, shaking her head to regain some clarity and smiling at Lin Ye. All right, how should we proceed with our training? Please teach me, brother. Struggling to stand, she beamed at him. Sister, you cannot continue training. You nearly fainted. Besides, it is nearly time for us to return home and prepare lunch, Lin Ye insisted with a smile. Isn't it too early to head back? Vortex Chime glanced at the not-so-high sun and shook her head. Sister, you cannot push yourself like this. If you fall ill before heading to the battlefield, you will be unable to go, Lin Ye urged, noting her determination to persist. Very well. Let us return then. Vortex Chime conceded after contemplating her brother's words. Upon arriving home, she immediately began cooking with Lin Ye. Their grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, was organizing the clan's preparations for their journey to the Land of Water, so he would not be home for lunch. Together, Lin Ye and Vortex Chime efficiently prepared a meal for themselves. Afterward, Vortex Chime devoted the afternoon to mastering the spiraling sphere technique, successfully achieving its rotation and maintaining its 3 phases, thus mastering the formless ninjutsu. Observing her accomplishment, Lin Ye began to instruct her on the subsequent advanced techniques, including the large jade spiraling sphere and various combinations of the spiraling sphere techniques, encouraging her to practice them in her spare time. Aside from incorporating wind attributes into the spiraling shuriken, all others could be attempted. He also advised her to send out shadow clones to gather intelligence on enemies before engaging them in battle. Thank you, Lin Ye, Vortex Chime said, her eyes brimming with tears upon hearing her brother's thoughtful guidance. His efforts to ensure her safety in the face of danger filled her with gratitude. As time passed, the day for Vortex Chime and Vortex Qinglu to depart for the battlefield in the Land of Water arrived. Xia, return home swiftly. Sister and grandfather will come back safe. Vortex Chime called out to Lin Ye, who stood on the shore, waving his hand in response without uttering a word. Chapter 17. The Art of Creating Celestial Realms. After his sister and grandfather left for the Land of Water, Lin Ye returned home alone. The silence of the empty house, which he had expected to adapt to, enveloped him in profound loneliness. In a bid to occupy himself, Lin Ye resolved to learn the final technique of the storage space panel, the art of creating celestial realms, to discover what conditions were necessary for such an endeavor. Beep. Do you wish to learn? As Lin Ye focused his consciousness on the celestial realm creation technique, a line of text appeared on the storage space panel. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind. Indeed, it is worthy of its golden quality, he thought, struggling to maintain his consciousness amidst the deluge of knowledge. After a grueling effort, he managed to rise from the floor, shaking his head to clear the fog that clouded his mind. The vast knowledge had nearly overwhelmed him, but thanks to the dragon spirit's assistance, he had withstood the onslaught. Lin Ye took a moment to rest, regaining some strength before cautiously sorting through the information regarding the art of creating celestial realms now residing in his mind. To establish a celestial realm, one must first possess a vessel capable of containing it, which must exist in a tangible form and possess a degree of sentience. A lifeless object would hinder the realm's growth. Once a vessel is secured, the next step is the method of creation. There are 2 approaches: the explosive method, which is volatile and involves condensing one's collected power into a single point before detonating it, and the constructive method, which is more stable. This method involves absorbing spatial energy to construct a small space and gradually expanding it. The explosive method yields a larger space but poses a risk of internal collapse, while the constructive method results in a smaller, yet far more stable space. With the method of creation established, the next step is to cultivate the Tree of Heaven. The Tree of Heaven does not imply planting a grand tree within the realms of the cave, but rather selecting foundational elemental laws that allow the energies within the cave to circulate, transforming stagnant waters into vibrant streams. The most common cycles are those of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements. There are also the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams to consider, and more obscure options like life and death, or the sun and moon. In the initial stages, the cycle does not require an abundance of power. A mere seed suffices for establishment. Once the cycle is in place, the cave world can replicate the various laws of its primary realm, continuously extending from its inherent Tree of Heaven to amplify the cave world. The stronger the Tree of Heaven, the more expansive the cave world becomes. Lin Ye found himself astonished by the vast knowledge swirling in his mind. Yet, what astonished him further was the realization that to create a 30 cubic meter cave realm, his own power must reach the golden core stage. In terms of the ninja world, this equates to attaining a level of chakra akin to that of a fully realized sage, reaching the caliber of the legendary Senju Hashirama. If Lin Ye aspired to establish a cave realm, he had 2 paths. One was to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, harnessing the chakra of the Nine Tails to forge this world. The other was to utilize the dragon veins that exist within the ancient kingdom of Lulan to achieve the same. Perhaps the Grial Stone, which appeared in the theatrical version, could also assist Lin Ye in this endeavor. However, both the dragon veins and the Grial Stone could potentially possess deficiencies in power. He must first gather sufficient strength before he could manifest a truly existent cave world. To accomplish this, coalescing the Dragon Pearl of the Dragon race is undoubtedly Lin Ye's most prudent choice. The Dragon Pearl not only serves as a vessel for the cave world, but also as a reservoir of power. Yet, to condense the Dragon Pearl, one must possess ample dragon power. Lin Ye pondered whether he should journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, employing dragon-slaying magic to absorb the energy of the dragon veins, refining that power into dragon energy, and subsequently forming the Dragon Pearl. Ultimately, he aimed to absorb the entirety of Lulan's dragon veins, hoping that the strength derived from them would suffice to open a cave world after the Dragon Pearl's condensation. Knock, knock. Lin Ye, are you home? A soft voice interrupted Lin Ye's contemplation as it rapped on his door. I'm coming. Lin Ye called out, hurriedly rising to open the door. Chime, what brings you here? He inquired curiously upon seeing Uzumaki Chime standing at the threshold. Old man Qinglu and sister Chime specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you, so you don't forget to eat while you're training. I noticed there was no smoke rising from your kitchen, so I came to check on you. Uzumaki Chime explained with a warm smile as she entered Lin Ye's home. Oh, I just finished training and was about to cook, Lin Ye replied nervously, chuckling. All right then, go ahead and prepare your meal. I'll wait here and keep an eye on you. Once you've eaten, I'll head back, she assured him. When old man Qinglu and sister Chime departed, Lin Ye had promised to look after him, ensuring he wouldn't wander off. Recognizing Lin Ye's likely obsession with training, Uzumaki Chime decided to remain and supervise him until he had eaten. Lin Ye, seeing that she had no intention of leaving, chose not to urge her away. Instead, he stepped into the kitchen, skillfully preparing rice and vegetables, quickly cooking them in a pan. Before long, a simple dish of stir-fried vegetables and rice was ready. Sister Chime, would you like to eat? Lin Ye politely offered as he placed the meal on the table. No, I've already eaten. You should enjoy your meal, she replied with a smile, shaking her head. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye ceased his insistence and began to eat heartily, finishing the meal in no time. Well, since you've finished eating, I'll take my leave, but I'll come back for dinner. Remember to cook and eat on time. Don't trouble me, she said, pleased with Lin Ye's meal consumption as she stood to depart. Okay, sister, I understand, Lin Ye replied with a smile as he saw her off at the door. With Uzumaki Chime watching over him, it seemed that his desire to leave the village would only be realized once he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, at his tender age of 6, he would likely be apprehended by the Uzumaki clan the moment he attempted to escape. After all, the sensory abilities of Kagura's heart were formidable. Chapter 18. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. After Uzumaki Chime left, Lin Ye hurried back to his room, seeking out the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique. After thoroughly reviewing the essential principles of the technique, he began to attempt inscribing the Flying Thunder God seal. Previously, Lin Ye had endeavored to practice this technique, but had failed to successfully inscribe the necessary seal. Although he possessed a vast amount of chakra, far exceeding that of his peers, he was perplexed as to why he could not perceive spatial fluctuations, hindering his progress in mastering the technique. Without the Flying Thunder God seal, he could not employ the technique. Lin Ye repeatedly attempted to use the chakra within him to carve the seal. Yet each attempt failed due to his inability to sense the spatial waves. Nevertheless, he did not yield to despair. Instead, he became even more resolute in perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique, understanding that its successful mastery would significantly enhance his capabilities. As time slipped by, nearing dinner time, Lin Ye glanced at the clock and reluctantly set aside the scroll to begin cooking. Lin Ye, I'm back. Uzumaki Chime's voice rang out again from outside the door. This time, she did not wait for Lin Ye to open the door, but easily pushed it open, smiling at him as he cooked. Under her watchful gaze, Lin Ye prepared and consumed his meal. The scrutiny from Uzumaki Chime was indeed a bit overwhelming for him. I can't let this continue. I must attempt to activate the Dragon Slayer mode and see if I can sense spatial fluctuations under its enhancement, Lin Ye resolved inwardly after she left. If he remained under Uzumaki Chime's watchful eye, he would not be able to endure it much longer. He needed to master the Flying Thunder God technique swiftly. He could not tolerate this distrust for even a moment longer. With determination, Lin Ye settled into a meditative pose in his room, focusing his mental energy as he activated the Dragon Slayer mode. The moment the Dragon Destruction mode was activated, Lin Ye infused it with the Kagura Hard Eye, desperately sensing the fluctuations of time and space. However, the combination of the Dragon Destruction mode and the Kagura Hard Eye drained Lin Ye's dragon energy within the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, he did perceive a spatial fluctuation, yet regrettably, he failed to seize it as it slipped away before his eyes. Nonetheless, Lin Ye felt no discouragement. He had indeed sensed the ephemeral spatial ripple. With continued effort, he was certain he could capture this elusive wave and etch his own flying thunder god mark. With this moment of awareness, Lin Ye swiftly began to restore the dragon energy he had just expended through the chakra within him. After 5 days of relentlessly activating the Dragon Destruction mode and enhancing his perception with the Kagura Hard Eye, he successfully inscribed his first flying thunder god mark. Excitedly, Lin Ye remarked, "Now, as long as I remember the sense time-space, I can perfectly master the flying thunder god technique." Lin Ye's flying thunder god mark was not elongated like those of Senju Tobarama or Minato Namikaze. Instead, it was a circular emblem, etched with a simple dragon shape. With the completion of this first mark, he began to attempt the creation of additional flying thunder god marks. Initially, his success rate was dismally low, on average. Out of 10 attempts, he might succeed in inscribing just one. However, Lin Ye remained undeterred, employing the shadow clone technique to continuously etch the marks on his desk. Each time a clone succeeded, he would recall them, relishing the experience of success before dispatching the clones again to continue the engraving. Through this relentless cycle of practice, Lin Ye's success rate for the flying thunder god marks rapidly improved. During this time, his cousin, Uzumaki Jime, frequently interrupted him, reminding him to eat. While he understood her intentions were for his welfare, the lack of trust frustrated Lin Ye, further solidifying his resolve to master the flying thunder god technique. Eventually, after numerous repetitions, Lin Ye's success rate for the flying thunder god marks surpassed 90%. The occasional failures were merely due to lapses in his chakra concentration. With perfected marks in hand, Lin Ye began to seek vulnerabilities within the village to facilitate his escape to the ancient country of Lulan. However, before embarking on his journey, he planned to prepare some kunai on which he could inscribe the flying thunder god marks. It was impractical to carve numerous marks in the heat of battle, as it would waste precious time and risk severe injury. After much contemplation, Lin Ye settled on a design inspired by the trident kunai created by Minato Namikaze as his model for carrying the flying thunder god marks. Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan had few blacksmiths, and those in the village were occupied crafting shuriken and kunai for the battlefield. If he approached them, they would likely disregard his requests for expedited craftsmanship, which could lead to undesirable delays. "Xiaoya, your sister is here again," Uzumaki Jime's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Ye's ear, prompting him to consider her potential assistance. As the granddaughter of the clan leader, if she were to request that the blacksmiths forge 20 of these special trident kunai on his behalf, they would likely comply. "Jime, you've come," Lin Ye exclaimed, rushing to her side with enthusiasm. "Oh, you're quite cheerful. Is there something you wish to ask of your sister?" Jime playfully placed her hand on Lin Ye's forehead, grinning at him. "Sister, please help me," Lin Ye pleaded, presenting her with the design he had drawn. "Did you design this kunai?" Jime inquired, examining the trident kunai sketch with a smile. "Yes, sister, I drew it. I need it urgently. Could you request the clan's blacksmiths to expedite the forging?" Lin Ye looked at her earnestly, hoping for her assistance. "Considering how well-behaved you've been lately, I'll help you," Jime said, chuckling as she patted her chest reassuringly. With Jime's support, the crafting of Lin Ye's trident kunai proceeded swiftly. To his surprise, he initially aimed for just 20, but Jime added 10 more to the order. Upon receiving 30 trident kunai, Lin Ye was elated. "Thank you so much, Jime," he said, beaming at her as she handed him the kunai. "Ah, Xiaoya, you're too polite," Jime replied, waving her hand dismissively. "Then I'll go practice. Goodbye," Lin Ye exclaimed, clutching his beloved trident kunai and sprinting back home. During this time, he had been seeking opportunities to escape from the hidden Whirlpool village, having mapped out all the comings and goings within the village. To ensure a smooth escape, he devised 3 plans to account for any unforeseen circumstances that might hinder his departure. Upon returning home, Lin Ye immediately inscribed his flying thunder god mark on all 30 kunai. In his excitement, he made a mistake while marking one of the kunai, but fortunately, He quickly regained his composure and successfully completed the mark. In the late afternoon, after Jime once again ensured he finished his meal, Lin Ye locked his door, extinguished all the lights, and arranged pillows to simulate himself sleeping, quietly waiting for the right moment. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. After changing his clothes, he stealthily slipped out of his house, tiptoeing to avoid detection by the Uzumaki clan members patrolling the area, ultimately reaching the village barrier. With no clan members watching, Lin Ye activated the Flying Thunder God technique, crossing the village's detection barrier and appearing on the sea outside the village. Floating on the water was a white foam board, on which the Flying Thunder God mark was prominently displayed. Haha, I've successfully escaped. Now I can head to the ancient country of Lulan. Lin Ye whispered in delight, realizing that no one in the village had noticed his departure. He had previously worried that if he left the village without permission, the ninja responsible for the village's defenses might discover his absence and rush to apprehend him. Unexpectedly, the defenses of the Uzumaki clan's barrier were designed solely to prevent outsiders from entering the village, rather than to guard against anyone leaving. This revelation brought Lin Ye a sense of relief. Casting a glance toward the village, he noticed no one was around. He promptly turned and hastily departed in the direction of the Land of Fire. Early the following morning, Uzumaki Jime, adhering to her usual schedule, made her way from her home to Lin Ye's residence. "Xiao Yi, I'm here. Are you still in bed?" She cheerfully called out as she stepped into Chun An's home. However, to her surprise, her voice echoed in an eerie silence, causing a flicker of anxiety to stir within her. Yet, she quickly dismissed her worry, reasoning that Lin Ye must have stayed up late the previous night. Approaching Lin Ye's room, she pushed open the door to find the blanket suspiciously bulging. "Lin Ye, the sun is high. Why are you still asleep?" she exclaimed, eagerly pulling at the corner of his blanket. To her astonishment, upon lifting the covers, she discovered only 2 pillows beneath, with no sign of Lin Ye. Shocked, she gasped and rushed out of his house, returning home to seek her grandfather, Uzumaki Lu Hu. "Grandpa, something's wrong. Little Lin Ye from Qing Lu's family has disappeared. We must send someone to find him." "What? Xiao Yi is missing? Is that true?" Uzumaki Lu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his granddaughter. "It is true, Grandpa. I was following Sister Chi Mei's instructions to keep an eye on him during mealtime, but when I arrived, he was nowhere to be found. The bed was only layered with pillows for disguise. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself." Irritated, Uzumaki Jime tugged at her grandfather's hand, leading him swiftly back to Lin Ye's home. Upon entering Lin Ye's room, she anxiously implored, "Grandpa, look, that boy has vanished without a trace. Please help me find him." Calm down. Let's see what this little rascal left behind in his notes before we make any plans," Uzumaki Lu Hu replied, unfazed, as he picked up a clearly sealed letter from Lin Ye's desk. "Dear Jime, if you are reading this letter, I may have already left the village. I have an important matter to attend to. But do not worry. I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, along with the Shadow Clone technique. Even if I cannot defeat others in the ninja world, escaping should pose no problem. Please do not inform Grandpa and Sister on the front line. I will return swiftly once my task is complete. Sincerely, Uzumaki Lin Ye." Uzumaki Lu Hu chuckled, glancing at the contents of the scroll. "Here, take a look. This is a message specifically for you from Xiao Yi. Ah, that little rascal. Those tools he had me forge must be for creating the Flying Thunder God seals." Jime exclaimed in indignation, crumpling the letter in her hands. "Indeed, I suspect that is the case," Uzumaki Lu Hu replied with a smile. "Then, Grandpa, are we not going to search for Lin Ye?" Jime asked, following her grandfather out of Lin Ye's house, her frustration palpable. As she glanced back at Lin Ye's home, her thoughts drifted to Elder Qing Lu and Uzumaki Jime. "But, Grandpa, what if? We cannot do anything about it now. That boy has already left the village." Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, tracking his whereabouts will likely prove quite challenging, Uzumaki Lu Hu remarked with a grin. Chapter 20. The Target, Lulan. Meanwhile, having departed from the Land of Water, Lin Ye skillfully propelled himself toward the mainland, relying on his ability to tread water. He needed to reach solid ground before his chakra was depleted, otherwise he would sink beneath the surface. At the tender age of 6, prolonged exposure to the ocean could lead to serious illness. Fortunately, the distance from the Land of Water to the Land of Fire was not great. After a night's journey, he finally reached the shore just before dawn. Dissipating the chakra that had adhered to his feet, Lin Ye did not immediately rest. Instead, he employed the transformation technique to alter his appearance, changing his fiery red hair before cautiously entering a nearby village. With the money he carried, he purchased some food before retreating into the dense woods. In the forest, Lin Ye quickly consumed his provisions, rested briefly, and discovered a cave where he decided to sleep. Before drifting off, he utilized earth release to create a hollow within the cave, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Anyone entering would be oblivious to the hidden chamber within unless they employed powerful jutsu. After a restful 8-hour slumber, Lin Ye awoke, his earlier meal fully digested. I have successfully escaped the village. Now I must devise a way to reach the ancient kingdom of Lulan. However, I need to procure a map first, otherwise I may struggle to find my way, he mused, stretching and sitting up. As he folded the blanket that had covered him, he muttered to himself. Once fully folded, he stored it in his dimensional space. This storage space allowed him to hold up to 64 identical items in each compartment without any sense of burden, proving to be the most effective means of storage. After leaving a flying thunder god mark within the cave, Lin Ye swiftly utilized the technique to transport himself to the mark he had placed in the woods. It seems no one has noticed me, he thought, carefully surveying his surroundings. Noticing that he remained undetected, he activated the transformation technique, morphing into an 18-year-old man, and began walking toward the nearest town. The bustling cities of the Land of Fire are truly vibrant, far more so than our entire Uzumaki village, Lin Ye remarked as he stepped into the nearest town, observing the throngs of people around him. The village of the Uzumaki clan, while claiming to be a nation, was merely a ninja village on an island, hardly comparable to the 5 great countries. After a thorough exploration of the town, he finally discovered a shop specializing in maps and eagerly entered. Good day, sir. Are you in search of a map? Where do you intend to go? Our collection includes maps to every country, so please, have a look. As Lin Ye stepped into the map store, the owner, upon spotting him, approached with palpable excitement. Is that so? Sir, are you familiar with a place called the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Lin Ye, standing beside the counter with a smile, responded to the owner. The ancient kingdom of Lulan? My, what a remote location you wish to explore. However, I happen to have a map that marks the position of that very kingdom. Allow me to fetch it for you. The owner, momentarily astonished by Lin Ye's inquiry, quickly turned and retrieved a map from the depths of the cabinet, placing it before Lin Ye. Sir, this is the most recent map of the ancient kingdom of Lulan we possess. I ordered it out of impulse, never expecting to sell it in this lifetime. And yet here you are. What a stroke of fate. Lin Ye, intrigued, asked, might I take a look at this map? If it proves accurate, I can pay you 30,000 taels right away. The owner, blinking in surprise at Lin Ye's offer, pleaded, oh no, sir. I acquired this map for 40,000 taels. How could I possibly sell it for 30,000? Lin Ye chuckled softly, realizing that he had initially intended to purchase a map of the Land of Wind. Although that region lacked numerous cities, he believed he could procure a map to the ancient kingdom of Lulan once he reached a city. Yet, discovering this map in a random shop made him reluctant to haggle further. 30,000 taels is simply unacceptable, sir. I paid 40,000 for this map, the owner insisted, his eyes glimmering with greed. I genuinely wish to buy this map from you. If you remain adamant about the 40,000 taels, I shall take my leave. The ancient kingdom of Lulan lies within the borders of the Land of Wind. If I purchase it there, it will be significantly cheaper. After all, I cannot possibly be confused about the direction of the Land of Wind. Shaking his head at the owner's avaricious gaze, Lin Ye prepared to exit the shop. All right. 30,000 taels it is. Please don't leave. The owner called out, realizing Lin Ye was not an unprepared buyer. Lin Ye turned upon hearing the owner's plea, smiling as he responded, 30,000 taels, I'll sell it to you. Please, do not walk away. The owner, eagerly extending his hand, implored Lin Ye to stay. Here are 30,000 taels. Take it and give me the map, Lin Ye said, summoning his storage panel to retrieve 3 coins of 10,000 taels each, placing them before the owner, and taking the map in return as he cheerfully exited the store. Once outside, Lin Ye unfolded the map of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at its details. Here I am, and my destination lies here. Perfect, I have my bearings, he exclaimed joyfully, folding the map with a grin. Chapter 21. Encounter with the rogue ninjas. However, after taking only a few steps, Lin Ye felt a sudden wave of fatigue wash over him. recalling that he had slept for 8 hours without having eaten. Reluctantly, he turned back to find a noodle shop, where he ordered a bowl of noodles and devoured it hungrily. Unbeknownst to him, during his meal, a group of rogue ninjas had silently set their sights on him. This band of rogues, numbering around 30, was led by 3 mid-level ninjas. Although their strength was not on par with that of the ninjas cultivated in the hidden villages, their years of wandering had imbued them with a ferocity absent in those from larger villages. Among them was the only mid-level ninja who had acquired a semblance of sensory ninjutsu. Initially, this rogue ninja would not have detected Lin Ye, but Lin Ye had been using a voice-modulating technique for his safety. When the rogue accidentally brushed against him inside the noodle shop, he sensed the chakra emanating from Lin Ye. Despite Lin Ye's attempts at concealment, the rogue perceived a faint chakra, prompting thoughts of robbing Lin Ye in hopes of acquiring new jutsu or resources related to ninjas. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Ye confirmed his direction and swiftly departed the town, heading towards the ancient kingdom of Lulan in the Land of Wind. Being his first solo venture in the ninja world, he was filled with excitement and neglected to use his divine eyes to check for any potential followers. As he finally considered activating his divine vision to inspect his surroundings, he was startled to find himself encircled by numerous ninjas who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Though their chakra levels were inferior to his, their sheer numbers were daunting. Have I offended someone? Where do these individuals come from? Lin Ye mused, feeling frustrated as he scratched his head. However, having identified the threat, he resolved not to remain passive. As he passed 2 trees, he created a shadow clone to advance, while he himself stealthily transformed into a small rock, hiding beneath the trees. Damn it! That ninja ahead must belong to some major hidden village. He hasn't slowed down at all after all this time, one of the rogue leaders remarked, attempting to sense Lin Ye's shadow clone. Perhaps he is from a major hidden village. If we can obtain the chakra extraction technique or jutsu from him, it could elevate our prowess to that of upper-level ninjas, another rogue chimed in, grinning at the prospect. Be cautious. Even if he is a lower-ranked ninja from a major village, they could still pose a lethal threat. Do not underestimate him, the first rogue leader warned sternly. Understood, boss. The 2 subordinates replied in unison, exchanging glances. Brothers, stay close. We cannot let that kid escape. If we capture him, I guarantee every one of you will learn the chakra extraction technique. Those who excel will have the opportunity to learn my rock fist technique, the sensory technique of the second, and the wind technique of the third. Let us put our all into this and catch him. The rogue leader declared loudly to the throng of comrades. Yes, boss. The nearby rogues ignited with fervor, their excitement palpable as they rallied behind their leader. Seeing the fervent determination in their eyes, the rogue leader chuckled and led his band in pursuit of Lin Ye. How could I have attracted the attention of a band of rogue ninjas? Lin Ye thought, bewildered by the turn of events. According to my chakra concealment abilities, they should not have detected me. After the rogue ninjas rushed ahead, Lin Ye, transformed into stone beneath the great tree, released his transformation technique and quietly addressed the pursuing rogue ninjas. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. After all, they are merely a band of rogue ninjas. The strongest among them no more than average. With my spiraling sphere as a foundation and the flying thunder god technique to escape, I can practice my combat skills on these individuals. It would be prudent to prepare before encountering the sand ninjas of the wind country, lest I be caught off guard. Lin Ye calmly observed the rogue ninjas in the distance and spoke. Meanwhile, his shadow clone cautiously left several flying thunder god kanai along his path. Possessing half of Lin Ye's chakra, though not abundant, it would suffice for a straightforward battle. Kid, you are surrounded, a voice called out. Not far into his retreat, Lin Ye slowed down, encircled by over 30 rogue ninjas. The leader stepped forward, sneering as he addressed Lin Ye. I believe my chakra concealment was sufficient. How did you detect me? Lin Ye gazed at the group of rogue ninjas with calmness, smiling at the leader. Your chakra control is indeed remarkable, but I sensed even the slightest trace of chakra upon touching you. You must be a long ungraduated ninja apprentice. I advise you to surrender your chakra extraction technique and any jutsu you possess. Perhaps we can grant you a swift demise. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the second rogue ninja puffed out his chest, grinning as he stepped forward. So, you sense my chakra upon contact. That means you owe your discovery to me. As Lin Ye observed the proud demeanor of the second rogue ninja, he quickly deduced that this was the one who had located him. Their ability to track him closely stemmed not from sensory ninjutsu, but rather from sheer numbers that gradually surrounded him. Indeed, I am a rare sensory-type ninja. You cannot escape us. Surrender quickly." The second rogue ninja laughed heartily. "Dream on if you think I will surrender. I am eager to see how you intend to capture me," Lin Ye replied, maintaining a serene gaze at the 30 rogue ninjas before him. Chapter 22. Confrontation. Lin Ye scoffed, flipping his right hand downward as a spiraling sphere instantly formed. In the next moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Flashing into the midst of the rogue ninjas and delivering a swift spiraling sphere to those caught off guard. The spiraling sphere erupted, and the surrounding ninjas were propelled away by the powerful gust it created. "You dare!" The leader, the strongest among them, reacted quickly, bellowing as he formed hand seals, executing the Earth Fist technique towards Lin Ye's location. Lin Ye was astonished to see the rogue leader employing Earth Release ninjutsu and hurriedly dodged. Who would have thought that a wandering ninja would possess Earth Release? Quite a peculiar occurrence indeed. Lin Ye evaded the leader's attack with ease, smiling as he responded. "Humph, you have yet to see much more. I will thoroughly defeat you to avenge my brothers." The rogue leader glared at Lin Ye, speaking through gritted teeth. "Very well. Let us see who falls first," Lin Ye replied, observing the fierce expression of the rogue leader with a light chuckle. The rogue leader, utilizing his Earth Fist technique, charged at Lin Ye, who effortlessly evaded the assault with his agile movements. It must be said that the abilities of these rogue ninjas were rather unimpressive. His sister had previously taught him how to evade taijutsu attacks and discern the intent behind hidden strikes. However, Lin Ye noted that these rogue ninjas displayed no subtlety in their attack intentions. They were glaringly obvious, easily dodged with attentive observation. Wind Release, Gale Palm. Just after Lin Ye smoothly sidestepped the rogue leader's attack, the third rogue ninja unleashed a wind technique aimed at Lin Ye, who lacked defensive ninjutsu. He swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the assault. Wind Release ninjutsu. You rogue ninjas possess quite a few resources, Lin Ye remarked from behind a large tree, peering at the recently attacked rogue ninja with a smile. "Everyone, launch your attacks." The second rogue ninja shouted with delight, rallying the ordinary rogue ninjas around him. Upon hearing his command, the ordinary rogue ninjas swiftly produced a multitude of kunai and shuriken, hurling them towards Lin Ye's position. Although the kunai and shuriken appeared worn and many were dulled at the tips, the sheer volume of projectiles posed a potential threat if they struck him. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly employed the body flicker technique to evade the barrage of kunai and shuriken. The rogue leader, witnessing the ineffectiveness of their projectiles against Lin Ye, attempted to close the distance for close combat. However, he soon approached a spot marked by one of Lin Ye's Flying Thunder God kunai. Lin Ye, having lured the rogue leader for quite some time, was pleased to see him near a kunai mark. His eyes brightened as he swiftly condensed another spiraling sphere and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to approach the rogue leader. Spiraling sphere, Lin Ye shouted inwardly, propelling the spiraling sphere towards the rogue leader in an attempt to eliminate him on the spot. Whether it was the surge of survival instinct or sheer desperation, the rogue leader raised his right fist, infused with the Earth Fist technique, and struck towards Lin Ye. Instinctively, Lin Ye sought to block the rogue leader's attack, thrusting his spiraling sphere towards the rogue leader's fist. Boom! The rogue leader, leveraging the collision of the Earth Fist and the spiraling sphere, swiftly retreated. "Curse it! I am but a shadow clone. Why did I not directly strike him?" Lin Ye berated himself, realizing that had he targeted the rogue leader directly, he might have been slain. Moreover, he could have detonated the spiraling sphere early, potentially ensuring the rogue leader's demise while avoiding the Earth Fist attack altogether. Lin Ye, witnessing the rogue leader escape using his own attack, scolded himself for being overly cautious. "Kid, you are a ninja from the hidden village of the great ninja, aren't you? The instant teleportation technique you just used and that spherical jutsu are both advanced techniques, correct?" The rogue leader steadied himself, eyeing Lin Ye warily. Indeed. I am a ninja from the heavenly ninja village. Why do you not surrender?" Lin Ye grinned at the rogue leader, playfully mocking him. "Everyone, this individual is likely a ninja from one of the 5 great ninja villages. If we allow him to escape today, we will undoubtedly face a bounty from the 5 great ninja villages. Therefore, for our survival, we must capture him. I will take the lead in the assault. Old Third, provide assistance. Old Second, keep a close watch on him and ensure he doesn't escape. The rest of you, support me with shurikens and kunai." The leader of the wave ninjas glared fiercely at Lin Ye, solemnly addressing his comrades. Although the other ninjas did not respond verbally, The resolute and ruthless expressions in their eyes revealed their determination to fight to the death. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige, Lin Ye thought, his initial experimental mindset now darkening. He was utterly unprepared for the brutal reality of the ninja world. Previously, he had no intention of pursuing these individuals should they choose to flee, but the leader's words solidified their choice, compelling Lin Ye to abandon his naive sense of mercy and resolve to eliminate them one by one. With fists clenched, Lin Ye's lightning chakra surged rapidly, flowing within him along the trajectory of the Dragon Slayer technique. Lightning Dragon's Crushing Fist. The ordinary Lightning Dragon's Crushing Fist collided with the leader's Rock Fist technique. The earth nature of the rock technique was countered by the lightning, and within a mere second, it was shattered. Instantly, the leader's right arm was broken, sending him sprawling to the side. Lin Ye intended to press the advantage and eliminate the leader on the spot. But several astute wave ninjas hurled a barrage of kunai and shurikens at him, forcing Lin Ye to evade the incoming attacks and slip aside. Chapter 23. Outmatched, the surrounding wave ninjas stared in fear as Lin Ye repelled their leader. Kid, you are from Cloud Ninja Village. You possess their taijutsu, the leader grimaced, clutching his injured arm, his gaze menacing as he addressed Lin Ye. Realizing my identity now, I suppose it's too late, Lin Ye replied, smiling at the leader's pale countenance before charging forward in a fury. The leader, faced with Lin Ye's onslaught, could only dodge, unable to retaliate. Lightning Dragon's Crushing Fist. Lin Ye's eyes glinted with ferocity as he aimed a devastating strike at the leader's head. The leader found himself unable to defend against Lin Ye's attack and had to roll away to escape the strike's range. Wind Release. Gale Technique. Nearby, the third ninja rushed in, attempting to push Lin Ye back with Wind Ninjutsu after witnessing their leader's injury. In that moment, the second ninja and the others closed in, surrounding Lin Ye. Initially, Lin Ye dispatched each attacker with a single punch, and when he struck vital points, it resulted in immediate fatalities. However, as the number of assailants grew, the chakra within Lin Ye's shadow clone began to deplete rapidly. With so many of you attacking me, don't blame me for being ruthless, he declared coldly, feeling the dwindling chakra within him. Summoning all his strength, he unleashed a lightning dragon's roar. In an instant, the three closest wave ninjas were pierced through by the roar, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ah, my chakra is spent. Lin Ye's use of the lightning dragon's roar stunned all the ninjas surrounding him, causing them to retreat in fear, warily observing Lin Ye. Lin Ye merely smiled faintly before vanishing in a puff of smoke as his shadow clone dissipated. What just happened? Where did that guy go? The third ninja exclaimed in astonishment, turning to the second ninja for answers. Enough questioning. Third, the injured leader coldly interjected, rising with a grim expression. That fellow just used the body double technique, a skill exclusive to elite ninja villages. Anyone capable of performing such a technique must possess at least the strength of a chunin, if not a special jonin. The leader adjusted his arm, dark clouds gathering on his face as he spoke to the third ninja. Damn it, old second, how did your sensing technique fail? Clearly, he must be at least a chunin, yet you claimed he had the chakra level of a genin? The third ninja, incensed by the leader's words, turned angrily to the breathless second ninja. I have no idea. How could anyone know the secret techniques of those elite ninja villages? My sensing did indeed indicate he had the chakra of a genin. The leader's words struck fear into the second ninja, who anxiously defended himself. I don't know. I sensed his chakra as that of a genin. Enough. I won't dwell on this further. Once we return, I will make my sensing techniques public. All brothers capable of learning should do so. I have some savings from these years. I'll distribute part to the surviving brothers, and double compensation for those who fell. The second ninja stated, but as he noticed the furious gazes of his comrades, he fell silent, reluctantly adding, Fine, given that you are taking responsibility. I won't pursue your mistake. Let us return. The leader nodded calmly to the second ninja, acknowledging his understanding with a knowing glance, and addressed the remaining ninjas in a low voice. However, the second ninja, upon catching the leader's eye, felt a sense of injustice brewing within. During the battle with Lin Ye, although he had not exerted much effort as a sensing ninja, he had actively engaged. Yet, when it came to compensation, he bore the brunt alone. The decision to target Lin Ye had not been his alone. It was a collective agreement among all the wave ninjas. Yet he was left to shoulder the blame alone. From the 30-plus wave ninjas who had set out, only 20 remained on their return. Unlike their earlier pursuit of Lin Ye, this time they huddled together, slowly making their way back to town. Little did they know, Lin Ye had prepared traps along their return route, eagerly awaiting their arrival. After the disappearance of his shadow clone, Lin Ye, having absorbed its memories, gained insight into the wave ninjas. He retrieved several explosive tags and 2 flying thunder god kunai, setting traps along the path they would inevitably traverse. In Lin Ye's estimation, only 3 of the wave ninjas posed a direct threat to him. However, with the leader's arm injured, he could not utilize earth ninjutsu. The third ninja's wind techniques were evidently clumsy, suggesting he lacked proper chakra control training, as he required extended rest after each use of wind ninjutsu. As for the second ninja, who could use sensing techniques, he had likely enjoyed considerable advantages within the team over the years, possessing only slightly superior taijutsu compared to an average genin. As the wave ninjas made their way back, they soon fell into the trap Lin Ye had set. Concealed behind a large tree, Lin Ye smiled as he formed a hand seal. The explosive tags detonated with a thunderous roar, toppling over a dozen of the 20-odd wave ninjas in an instant. Quick! There's an ambush. Everyone flee. Originally, I thought that the rogue ninja would have to pay a hefty price, but just a second before sensing the explosion, he hurriedly issued a warning. Unfortunately, his reaction was too late. Before he could finish his words, the explosion had already occurred. The roar of the thunder dragon resonated. Lin Ye swiftly utilized the flying thunder god technique with both his main body and shadow clone, arriving at the scene to unleash the thunder dragon's roar upon the group of rogue ninjas, who were still reeling from the explosion and caught off guard. Gather around, everyone. Don't scatter. Be cautious not to be taken down one by one. The rogue ninja leader shouted anxiously to his comrades upon hearing the thunderous sound. The nearby rogue ninjas, upon hearing their leader's words, hastily converged towards his location. In the midst of the smoke, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled upon hearing the rogue ninja leader's command. Initially uncertain of the leader's whereabouts and contemplating a retreat using the flying thunder god technique before launching an attack, Lin Ye decided to dispel his shadow clone technique and fully mobilize the chakra within him. He resolved not to reserve too much chakra for himself, leaving just enough for a single short-distance application of the flying thunder god technique, intending to eliminate all the rogue ninjas before him in one fell swoop. With the thunder dragon's roar charged to its full potential, Lin Ye directed it towards the location from which the rogue ninja leader's voice had emanated. Simultaneously, using his Kagaya's divine eye, he detected the presence of several chakra signatures congregating at that spot. Scatter! The second rogue ninja shouted in alarm upon hearing the roar of thunder. However, his voice was drowned out by the thunder and the dragon's roar, reaching only the ears of the 2 rogue ninjas beside him. The others were oblivious. By the time he prepared to react, the thunder dragon's roar had already struck the group of rogue ninjas. The leading rogue ninja and the third rogue ninja were instantly hit by the force of the thunder dragon's roar, collapsing slowly to the ground. The others were also caught in the massive shockwave, sent flying in all directions. Lin Ye felt a rush of relief as he witnessed the ninjas before him fall to the ground in mere moments, a smile breaking across his previously tense expression. Cough, cough. The second rogue ninja struggled to rise from the ground, but his injuries were far too severe. His limbs lacked strength, leaving him helplessly prostrated on the ground, writhing in pain. Need any assistance, my friend? Lin Ye approached the struggling rogue ninja, holding a kunai and speaking in a low voice. Cough, cough. The severely injured rogue ninja could only emit faint sounds, glaring fiercely at Lin Ye without the strength to retaliate. Observing his state, Lin Ye swiftly ended his life with the kunai in his hand. Yet, Lin Ye remained unsettled and proceeded to deliver a finishing blow to any rogue ninjas around him that showed no significant injuries to their torsos or heads. He quickly retrieved the kunai he had discarded earlier and made haste towards his predetermined direction. After advancing to the limit of his flying thunder god movement range, Lin Ye would pause to scout for a concealed spot, promptly establishing a hidden stone cave where he inscribed his flying thunder god seal. However, as he ventured further into the land of rivers, the presence of Leaf Village ninjas increased significantly. To better conceal himself, Lin Ye refrained from using his ninja abilities, opting instead to disguise himself as a wandering orphan, cautiously progressing towards the land of rivers while stopping intermittently. Fortunately, within the borders of the land of fire, Lin Ye could silently forage for edible wild fruits from the forest or discreetly retrieve a small amount of food from his storage space when no one was watching. Initially, he had hoped that upon entering the land of rivers, Free from the constraints imposed by the numerous Leaf Village ninjas, he could advance rapidly. Yet, the current state of the Land of Rivers was akin to a hell on earth, hardly better than the Land of Fire. As soon as Lin Ye stepped into the Land of Rivers, he stumbled upon a fierce battle between Leaf Village ninjas and Sand Village ninjas. Had he not activated the Kagaya's Divine Eye beforehand, he would have likely been caught in the crossfire. When will I ever be able to escape from this Land of Rivers? Lin Ye lamented, feeling a headache as he returned to his previously established stronghold using the Flying Thunder God technique due to the clash between the Leaf and Sand ninjas. Just moments ago, Lin Ye had been steadily advancing through a forest in the Land of Rivers towards the borders of the Wind Country. However, 2 squads of Leaf ninjas and 2 squads of Sand ninjas launched simultaneous assaults from both his front and rear. If not for Lin Ye's continuous activation of the Kagaya's Divine Eye, he might not have even noticed their approach. The most concerning aspect was that one group targeted the forest while the other unleashed flames upon it. In a matter of seconds, a raging fire engulfed the forest. Recognizing the peril, Lin Ye hurriedly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the hidden base he had established underground, narrowly evading the attacks from both Leaf and Sand ninjas. Never mind, I'll rest for a bit, eat something, and then see if I can leave this place. Lin Ye resolved as he retrieved his sleeping mat and some food from his storage space. After satisfying his hunger, he carefully set up a barrier to conceal his presence before drifting into slumber. After 3 hours of cautious rest, Lin Ye gingerly emerged from his underground base. Indeed, it has grown dark, he murmured while munching on his food. Next, let us see if those folks have cleared out. Once he finished his meal, Lin Ye clapped his hands together, satisfied, and cautiously made his way under the moonlight to the site where the Sand and Leaf ninjas had fought. The woods that once stood were now nothing more than a patch of scorched earth. To Lin Ye's astonishment, he discovered that the rogue ninjas from the Sand and Leaf villages had perished in mutual destruction, 12 figures lying scattered across the blackened ground. Help me. At that moment, a faint voice reached Lin Ye's ears. He focused his gaze and realized it was a member of the Uchiha clan. Upon noticing Lin Ye's attention, the gravely wounded Uchiha ninja swiftly activated his Sharingan, attempting to use its power to compel Lin Ye into providing aid. However, as the Uchiha member attempted to cast his Jinjutsu on Lin Ye, the dragon spirit within Lin Ye awakened, letting out a furious roar. The backlash of mental energy overwhelmed the already weakened Uchiha ninja, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. Shaking his head, Lin Ye drew a kunai and swiftly approached the Uchiha clan member, driven by fury as he plunged the weapon into the ninja's heart. Curse you! How dare you attempt to attack me? Lin Ye gazed at the fallen member of the Uchiha clan, addressing him with a fierce resentment. Simultaneously, his attention shifted to the Sharingan glimmering within the Uchiha's eyes. Contemplating the ever-evolving powers of the Sharingan, Lin Ye meticulously utilized his chakra to delineate the boundaries between the eye socket and the eye itself. With utmost caution, he inserted his finger into the Uchiha's eye socket, successfully extracting the Sharingan intact. Is this the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Truly a precious gem, he mused, admiring the perfectly retrieved eye before stowing it away in his storage space with a satisfied smile. He then scoured the bodies of the Leaf Village and Sand Village ninjas around him, uncovering 3 pairs of double Tomo Sharingan and 2 pairs of single Tomo Sharingan. These eyes belonged to the 2 previous squads of Leaf ninjas. In addition to the Sharingan, Lin Ye discovered a plethora of ninja tools and scattered riches among the fallen. All right, I must press onward without delay, he declared after thoroughly rummaging through a Sand ninja's belongings. Having swiftly departed from the battlefield between the Sand and Leaf ninjas, Lin Ye reached the maximum distance for his Flying Thunder God technique. He then employed Earth Release to carve out a cave, where he began crafting his disguise. The chaos in the Land of Rivers was overwhelming. He traversed the Land of Fire in just over a week, but it took him half a month to barely reach the borders of the Land of Wind. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight of Sand ninjas patrolling the border, a headache beginning to form. Using transformation techniques could easily alert the hidden sensory ninjas nearby. Yet without them, his striking red hair would certainly attract attention. Observing the relentless patrols of the Sand ninjas, Lin Ye steeled himself and ignited a small flame atop his head. He dared not let the fire blaze too fiercely. Instead, he allowed the flames to curl his hair, using the ash from the singed strands to mask its vivid hue, turning it into a dark red. After all, It was well known that the Uzumaki clan had bright red hair, and a darker shade could provide him with a plausible excuse to deceive the sand ninjas and distance himself from his true identity. Moreover, Lin Ye smeared himself with copious amounts of black mud, waiting for it to dry before cautiously approaching the border of the Land of Wind. Who are you? Lin Ye, blending into the crowd, felt a surge of anxiety as he faced the scrutinizing sand ninja. I am a resident of the Land of Water. I recently visited my sister in the Land of Rivers and am now on my way home. A trembling commoner explained to the sand ninja with trepidation. You seem fine. You may pass, the sand ninja replied after exchanging glances with his comrades, confirming the villager was not a ninja from another village, and nodded in approval, allowing him to proceed. As one person after another swiftly passed through the sand ninja's checkpoint, it soon came to Lin Ye's turn. Kid, where are you from? The sand ninja inquired sternly, scrutinizing Lin Ye's dirty appearance. I am from the Land of Rivers, traveling to the ancient country of Lulan to find my aunt. Lin Ye concealed all his chakra deep within his dantian, feigning a quivering demeanor as he spoke to the sand ninja. You appear to have come from a great distance. Why are you heading to the ancient country of Lulan? What about your parents? The sand ninja raised his gaze, glancing at the sensory ninja beside him, confirming Lin Ye was merely an ordinary child before continuing his inquiry. My parents were burned to death. Before they died, they told me to find my aunt, saying it would ensure my safety. Lin Ye lowered his head, feigning deep sorrow as he recounted his tragic tale to the sand ninja. All right, you may pass. The sand ninja, hearing Lin Ye's woeful account, waved his hand in resignation, coldly allowing him to continue. During this time, a surge of orphaned children had flooded the borders of the Land of Wind, primarily due to the conflict between the Sand and Leaf villages. Thus, the Sand Ninja instinctively assumed Lin Ye was one of them and let him go. Lin Ye nodded slightly in response to the Sand Ninja's words, hastening yet cautiously stepping into the Land of Wind. After all, he was but a homeless child, lacking the strength to run. Any attempt to do so could expose him. He proceeded carefully into the Land of Wind, vigilant against the watchful eyes of the Sand Ninjas. Fortunately, he managed to evade detection and entered the confines of the Land of Wind without incident. Once inside, Lin Ye found an oasis to take a brief respite. Using the Kagaya clan's eye, he scanned the surroundings for any ninjas before swiftly establishing a flying thunder god transfer point within the oasis. Although entering the Land of Wind should facilitate his journey, Lin Ye remained acutely aware of the need for vigilance. Any lapse in attention could lead to detection by the Sand Ninjas, especially given his possession of the unique flying thunder god technique of the Leaf Village. Should the Sand Ninjas discover this, it could spell disaster, as they were well aware of this technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Therefore, Lin Ye concealed the imprint of his flying thunder god technique deeply, striving to maintain the utmost secrecy as he sought to traverse the Land of Wind and reach the ancient country of Lulan. However, he dared not act recklessly within the Land of Wind, given the numerous patrolling figures during wartime. He yearned to find someone heading to Lulan to accompany them on the journey. Chapter 26. The Minister of Lulan. After departing from the borders of the Land of Wind, Lin Ye did not immediately make his way to the ancient country of Lulan. Instead, he navigated toward the most prominent village marked on his map. This town was one of the few large settlements within the Land of Wind, often chosen as a resting point by many merchant caravans. By heading to this town, he hoped to find a caravan bound for Lulan. With great caution, Lin Ye approached the town, refraining from entering it outright. Instead, he stationed himself at the western gate, observing the merchant caravans exiting the town, hoping to select one that would lead him to Lulan. Minister, shall we not hire ninjas for protection on our return? A servant anxiously inquired, trailing behind the Minister of Lulan. Alan, the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are currently at war. At this stage, the Leaf Village ninjas will not venture this far into the Land of Wind. There is no need for concern, the minister replied confidently. Moreover, we carry nothing with us. We merely need to remain here with utmost honesty. Upon hearing his servant Alan's words, the Minister of Lulan shook his head in resignation and spoke to Alan in a low voice. The annual financial revenue of our nation is quite limited. Every little bit we can save counts. The minister gently patted Alan's shoulder and calmly reassured him. Alas, so be it. After all, we are but a small nation. Alan sighed in response to the minister's words and replied, Very well, it is our fate to be a small country. The minister, gazing at Alan, replied with a smile. Alan, please prepare the carriage. Remember to bring along 2 camels. Let us set off early and return to the land of Lulan as soon as possible. Alan nodded respectfully at the minister and promptly went to the backyard to retrieve the carriage and camels they had used before. Once Alan brought the carriage and camels, they loaded the minister and set off towards the outskirts of the town. Meanwhile, outside the city, Lin Ye sat cross-legged at the roadside, feigning the appearance of a beggar, meticulously observing each passing carriage. Suddenly, a seemingly high-class yet somewhat dilapidated carriage appeared before him. Upon sensing the 2 individuals within the carriage lacked the abundant chakra characteristic of ninjas, Lin Ye's curiosity drew his gaze towards them. Sir, have mercy on me. Lin Ye rushed over, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he implored Alan, who was driving the carriage. The boy, take this flatbread. We are merely a humble small nation and cannot spare much. Alan pulled a flatbread from a nearby bundle and placed it into Lin Ye's broken bowl, gazing at him with pity. Thank you, sir. May I ask where you hail from? I shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Lin Ye exclaimed excitedly, taking a bite of the flatbread. We are from the ancient nation of Lulan. We do not require your repayment. Kindly step aside. We must continue our journey. The minister inside the carriage spoke calmly upon hearing Lin Ye's words. He understood that even if he were to show kindness to the child today, there was a grave concern that the child might not survive to adulthood. The wars among ninjas are merciless. Thank you very much. Lin Ye replied joyfully after hearing the minister's words, placing his hand on the edge of the carriage to leave his flying thunder god mark before swiftly stepping back. After witnessing Lin Ye retreat, Alan lightly flicked the reins, urging the carriage to move quickly forward. As Lin Ye watched the carriage gradually distance itself, a smile of happiness spread across his face. He had finally found a carriage that could take him to the ancient nation of Lulan. Lin Ye cautiously followed behind the carriage, munching on the flatbread as he trailed slowly. With these 2 individuals heading to Lulan, his journey would be significantly easier. After traveling 5 kilometers away from the town, Lin Ye finished the flatbread in his hand, wiped his mouth, and activated his Kagaya Eye. Discovering that there were no ninja from Sunagakure nearby, he promptly initiated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared before the carriage. Who are you? What do you want? Alan, startled by Lin Ye's sudden appearance, exclaimed in alarm. Lin Ye remained silent, swiftly executing the diamond lock technique, binding both the Lulan minister and Alan with chains, rendering them unable to struggle or escape. Gentlemen, I harbor no ill intentions nor seek wealth. I merely wish to travel to the ancient nation of Lulan and accompany you for a while. I hope that when you encounter other ninjas, you will simply state that I am a child from your household, accompanying you. What do you think? Lin Ye pulled Alan and the minister closer and smiled at them. No, that won't do. Those ninjas can detect chakra. You cannot evade their scrutiny by following us. Alan immediately rejected Lin Ye's proposal upon hearing his words. Sir, I believe you are aware of the existence of sensory ninjutsu. It is best for you to act alone. Accompanying us will only lead to your discovery by the ninjas of Sunagakure. The Lulan minister calmly addressed Lin Ye. Rest assured, since I intend to accompany you, I have the means to suppress my chakra completely, ensuring I remain undetected by sensory ninjas. You need only verify my identity. They will not sense my chakra. Lin Ye confidently assured the Lulan minister and Alan, smiling at them. Very well, if this gentleman can guarantee his concealment, I may agree to ensure your identity remains undiscovered by the ninjas of Sunagakure. However, if they do uncover your identity, I will no longer vouch for you. The Lulan minister replied sternly after contemplating the golden chains binding him. You need not worry about that. You have just witnessed my diamond lock technique. You should understand where I come from. Achieving this is well within the capabilities of my family's heritage, Lin Ye assured the Lulan minister with a confident smile. Chapter 27. Arrival at Lulan now. Alan, let us depart, the Lulan minister gently urged his servant. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction at the minister's tact and promptly released the diamond lock, sweeping away any remnants of his presence. He cheerfully settled beside the Lulan minister in the carriage, and together they set forth towards the ancient nation of Lulan. Minister, there's trouble ahead. Ninjas from Sunagakure are conducting inspections. After a peaceful morning, Alan, who had been driving the carriage, suddenly peered anxiously into the carriage around 2 p.m., urgently informing the Lulan minister and Lin Ye. Do not worry, Alan. Drive boldly onward. Everything will be fine. Lin Ye reassured him with a confident smile, resting his head on the Lulan minister's lap for comfort. Halt! Who are you? Where do you intend to go? The ninjas from Sunagakure approached, alarmed by Alan's nervous demeanor, and sternly demanded answers. My lord, we are subjects of Lulan. Inside are our minister and his grandson. I am merely a servant. Please feel free to inspect. But do not harm us. Alan trembled as he addressed the approaching ninjas. Very well, lift the curtain. We shall conduct our inspection, one of the Sunagakure ninjas commanded, glancing at the sensory ninja beside him, who was diligently sensing. After receiving a signal that there were no ninjas within the carriage, he turned back to Alan with a serious expression. Trembling, Alan cautiously lifted the curtain of the carriage, anxiously watching the two Sunagakure ninjas as he awaited their judgment. The ninjas observed the Lulan minister and Lin Ye seated together, appearing cautious yet without any evident abnormalities. The ninja from the sand-hidden village nodded in satisfaction and swiftly made his way to the back of the carriage. You may leave. Do not linger here. He sternly instructed the driver, Alan. Yes, thank you, Lord Sand Ninja, Alan replied, nodding eagerly and hastily urging the camels to move forward. How about that? I told you I wasn't deceiving you. We have successfully passed. Lin Ye smiled as he sensed the absence of the sand-hidden village ninjas and turned to Alan, the carriage driver, and the still anxious Luolan minister. Indeed, my lord, you are truly impressive for someone of a prestigious family. We were overly cautious. I hope you do not take offense, the Luolan minister remarked, trembling slightly as he glanced at Lin Ye. Relax, there is no need for such tension. I have no intention of taking your lives, Lin Ye said with a chuckle, shaking his head at the minister's anxious demeanor, with the Luolan minister guiding him. Lin Ye only dismounted the carriage during breaks, leaving behind 1 or 2 flying thunder god marks to conceal himself, comfortably arriving at the ancient kingdom of Luolan. Is this the ancient kingdom of Luolan? Quite intriguing, thank you. I shall take my leave now. Upon reaching the ancient kingdom, Lin Ye jumped down from the carriage and nodded contentedly at the Luolan minister before swiftly darting into the depths of Luolan. Before the minister could discern Lin Ye's appearance, Lin Ye had already employed a transformation technique to seamlessly blend into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Minister, should we report our abduction to Her Majesty the Queen? Alan cautiously approached the Luolan minister, his demeanor serious as he inquired. Impudent. Who permitted you to disclose the Lord's secrets? Do you wish to perish? The minister glared sternly at Alan, warning him coldly. Are we not to inform Her Majesty? Shouldn't we summon the ninja to apprehend him? Alan was taken aback, looking at the minister in disbelief. If we report to Her Majesty, that ninja will know of our betrayal before the sand-hidden village ninja arrives. He could assassinate us and escape the ancient kingdom of Luolan without a trace of loss. However, if we keep this from Her Majesty, he will leave immediately after completing his task. No one will know we brought a ninja into Luolan. Do you understand? The minister explained tersely, smacking Alan on the head. I see now, minister. Your wisdom is truly remarkable, Alan exclaimed, eager to praise the minister. Of course. Otherwise, how could I be appointed as a minister? Now, let us go report our findings to Her Majesty. The minister nodded in satisfaction and quickly turned to lead Alan toward the Queen's palace. Meanwhile, after entering the ancient kingdom of Luolan, Lin Ye promptly utilized ninjutsu to alter his appearance and began to meander through the kingdom. He also expanded the range of his Kagura hard eyes to the fullest, cautiously searching for traces of the dragon vein. Concurrently, he sought a place to rest. Though he had amassed considerable wealth at home, it was prudent to spend sparingly, given his limited funds. For reasons unknown to the common folk of Luolan, or perhaps due to the royal family's concealment of information, Lin Ye inquired multiple times among ordinary residents, but found no leads regarding the dragon vein. Thus, he shifted his focus to the palace, hoping to uncover information about the dragon vein's location from the Luolan queen herself. Chapter 28. Infiltrating the dragon vein. After failing to find information about the dragon vein on the outskirts, Lin Ye decided to rest for a day. Under the cover of a moonless night, he quietly infiltrated the Luolan royal palace. As a small nation, the palace of Luolan was not vast. After evading numerous shadow guards, Lin Ye stealthily approached the chamber where the Luolan queen resided. Fortunately, despite being a kingdom, Luolan had a remarkably small number of ninjas, and the hired warriors were quite mediocre. After cautiously navigating for 2.5 hours, Lin Ye successfully entered the queen's chamber. At that moment, the Luolan queen was peacefully asleep. Lin Ye remained vigilant, repeatedly confirming that the ninjas hired by the royal family were in slumber before using a simple illusion technique on the queen to inquire about the dragon vein's location. "Hello, Your Majesty. There is trouble with the dragon vein. Quickly, tell me the route to its location," Lin Ye whispered softly as he leaned closer to the slumbering queen. "The dragon vein is underground in the Eastern District's small manor," the Luolan queen mumbled groggily in response. "Oh, you may continue your slumber." Lin Ye snapped his fingers, dispelling the illusion, and smiled at the queen. After receiving the hypnotic command, the queen sank back into a deep sleep, while Lin Ye carefully slipped out of her chamber. Lin Ye was surprised at how easily he had obtained the information. No wonder a single individual could control the entire ancient kingdom of Luolan. The queen's strength was indeed lacking, and there were no formidable figures in the kingdom. Upon reaching the small manor in the Eastern District, Lin Ye discovered that his Kagura hard eyes were still unable to perceive the dragon vein underground. This intrigued him, so he cautiously navigated through the manor, avoiding patrols until he found himself inside. Here it is, a new cavern. Frankly, this cavern did not resemble its depiction in the animations. Perhaps in the future, Baizu would discover the dragon vein and expand it using his puppet techniques and the fame of the Luolan kingdom. However, once Lin Ye descended underground, he could distinctly sense the immense power emanating from within, and it seemed there was no one guarding this treasure, filling him with excitement. The dragon vein's vast energy could undoubtedly allow him to condense a powerful dragon ball. If abundant, it might even enable him to create a world of his own. Yet, Lin Ye did not rush. Instead, he meticulously examined his surroundings before contentedly leaving the small manor. After departing, he also ensured to erase all traces of his presence. Once outside the small manor, Lin Ye found a modest dwelling in the Eastern District. After a brief, yet simple operation, he managed to control 2 individuals within the villager's home. Lin Ye intended to use the home of a villager as his stronghold to observe how frequently the Queen of Luolan would inspect the underground dragon vein. After all, such a formidable force as the Luolan dragon vein could not be monitored solely from the estate above. The queen herself would likely take the time to examine it as well. Indeed, the events unfolded as Lin Ye had anticipated. Early the next morning, the Queen of Luolan hurriedly arrived at the small estate accompanied by a multitude of soldiers. Her urgency stemmed from the fact that a long-serving ninja had detected signs of illusionary manipulation on the queen herself upon her awakening. Alarmed, the queen promptly summoned her soldiers and made her way to the small estate. Fortunately, Lin Ye had already erased all traces of his presence. After a thorough inspection, the queen, finding no discrepancies, returned to her palace with a sense of relief. In the following days, Lin Ye discreetly gathered information about the Queen of Luolan from several nearby households. This small estate in the Eastern District was a unique asset of the queen. Every weekend, she would visit this estate to take a day of respite. Even in weeks when she did not come, she would send members of the royal family to tidy up the estate. Upon hearing this from the residents, Lin Ye immediately understood that the queen made weekly visits to check on the dragon vein for any issues. Satisfied, he nodded and began to adopt various identities within the village to procure a significant quantity of instant food. Seizing a moment of solitude, he stealthily entered the small estate and descended into the underground. Once below, Lin Ye observed a rudimentary sealing technique on the dragon vein. This technique did not completely seal the dragon vein. Rather, it allowed for numerous small apertures through which the chakra of the dragon vein could flow, nourishing the land above and enabling the ancient kingdom of Luolan, even amidst the vast desert of the Wind Country, to cultivate sufficient flora for sustenance despite the scarcity of water. Dragon vein, let me witness the extent of your power, Lin Ye thought, cautiously approaching the flowing chakra. He began to absorb the chakra of the dragon vein bit by bit, directing it into his dantian. To enhance his absorption, Lin Ye activated the Dragon Slayer magic, as it possessed the ability to devour powers of a similar nature. Utilizing this ability proved to be significantly faster than the mere introduction of chakra into his body. Simultaneously, Lin Ye converted the absorbed chakra into dragon power for his training. Initially, each time Lin Ye employed the Dragon Slayer magic to consume a portion of the dragon vein chakra, his body would react with intense resistance. On occasion, the pain would be so severe that it left him feeling as though he were being pierced all over. However, driven by his desire for rapid enhancement, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his effort into converting the absorbed dragon vein chakra into dragon power. Though the transformed dragon power was swiftly absorbed by his body, It continuously fortified him until he became strong enough to disregard the pain from consuming the chakra. At that point, he would know he had fully succeeded in his training, and his speed of consumption would increase exponentially. Chapter 29. The Theft of Dragon Vein Chakra. Deep within the dragon vein, Lin Ye persistently devoured the chakra, transforming it into dragon power to augment his physique. Initially, after each consumption, he required at least half an hour of rest before attempting to absorb more. This was because the dragon vein chakra contained not only chakra, but also the essence of nature itself. Although the dragon power within him was now far more potent than what he had previously possessed, the scarcity of this power made the process of refining vast amounts of chakra exceedingly painful. Nevertheless, Lin Ye endured the agony and persevered. After 3 days of consuming the dragon vein chakra, Lin Ye realized that the Queen of Lulan would be visiting the estate the next day to check for any intrusions. Thus, he collected the remnants of his activities and discreetly concealed his flying thunder god mark before hastily exiting the dragon vein cavern. Perhaps due to Lin Ye's earlier use of illusionary hypnosis on the queen, the individual who came to inspect the dragon vein was not the queen herself, but rather a royal member sharing her bloodline. This member conducted a cursory examination of the dragon vein and, finding no signs of intrusion, quickly exited the cavern and reported back to the queen. Upon witnessing the inspector's departure, Lin Ye felt a surge of elation and promptly employed the flying thunder god technique to return to the dragon vein cavern, resuming his seated position at the dragon vein's opening to consume more chakra for his physical enhancement. Thus, in the relentless cycle of pain and fortification, Lin Ye's body gradually grew accustomed to the discomfort caused by the consumption of dragon vein chakra. After enduring for an entire month, Lin Ye discovered that he could absorb the chakra without experiencing any abdominal pain. He finally felt liberated, lying beside the opening of the dragon vein chakra, voraciously devouring it while swiftly converting it into dragon power for storage in his dantian. During this period, the enhancement from the dragon power significantly increased both Lin Ye's height and physique. If his sister, Vortex Chimei, and grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, were to see him, they would undoubtedly struggle to believe that this child, now resembling a 10-year-old, was actually 6-year-old Lin Ye. Roar. On one occasion, while Lin Ye was engrossed in consuming the dragon vein chakra, he failed to notice the accelerating flow of chakra within the pool. Suddenly, the dragon vein chakra surged violently toward the opening seal, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. Fortunately, Lin Ye's capacity for absorption through the Dragon Slayer magic had become quite formidable. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, he quickly consumed the rushing chakra while retreating hastily. Once he had absorbed all the chakra that surged forth, Lin Ye swiftly gathered the remnants of his makeshift living quarters and employed the flying thunder god technique to escape. The dragon vein's upheaval prompted the Queen of Lulan to swiftly arrive at the estate with several royal members, entering the cavern housing the dragon vein chakra. What is happening? Why is the dragon vein in turmoil? The queen inquired sternly, observing the tumultuous chakra in the pool. Your Majesty, we are uncertain of the cause. While the dragon vein chakra has previously exhibited fluctuations, we have never witnessed such continuous surges as today, an elderly royal member cautiously replied, stepping forward before the irate queen. Enough. I will descend to seal the dragon vein. You all immediately search the surroundings to ascertain if anyone has disturbed the dragon vein. Triggering this upheaval, the queen commanded. After hearing the royal member's words, she cast a disdainful glance at him and hurriedly descended, preparing to attempt a temporary sealing of the dragon vein. With the sealing abilities of her bloodline, the Queen of Lulan effortlessly subdued the dragon vein chakra. Yet the underlying currents of the dragon vein continued to surge with a fury that seemed intent on tearing everything asunder. Upon emerging from the dragon vein space, the queen dispatched a contingent of guards to vigilantly oversee the entire estate, determined to prevent anyone from accessing the power of the dragon vein. Concurrently, she instructed royal family members to conduct constant patrols, hoping to uncover the cause of the dragon vein's agitation. After a week of relentless searching, the royal family of Lulan still found no explanation for the disturbances within the dragon vein, and they were apprehensive about allowing the summoned ninjas to enter the dragon vein space, as its power rivaled that of any tailed beast. Ultimately, after a week, the Lulan royal family conceded defeat in their search, sealing the entrance of the dragon vein cave with even stricter surveillance. Upon sensing the royal family's abandonment of their watch over the Dragon Vein cave, Lin Ye eagerly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the cavern. Although the queen had sealed the Dragon Vein, Lin Ye discovered its weak points and unleashed a dragon-slaying spell, creating an opening through which he began to absorb the Dragon Vein chakra. Thanks to the queen's bloodline seal, the Dragon Vein chakra could no longer launch attacks against Lin Ye as it once had, allowing him to consume it at an accelerated pace. Observing the abundant dragon power coursing through his being, Lin Ye realized that, while his body continued to absorb and strengthen it, the residual power was sufficient for him to coalesce 4 or 5 new dragon seeds, which he intended to impart to his sister and grandfather. Lin Ye estimated that to form a single dragon pearl, he would require enough dragon power to condense 100 dragon seeds. Thinking of his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, who were engaged in battle with the ninjas of Mist Village, Lin Ye intensified his absorption of the Dragon Vein chakra. However, since the last disturbance, the queen had become even more vigilant, inspecting the Dragon Vein every 3 days. During this period, the Dragon Vein continued to roar. Had the queen understood its language, Lin Ye would likely have been discovered by now. Fortunately, Lin Ye possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, which, though it consumed chakra, was still manageable given the substantial gains he was achieving daily. Chapter 30. The initial formation of the Dragon Pearl under the protective seal of the Queen's bloodline. Lin Ye voraciously absorbed the Dragon Vein chakra. Even amidst the Queen's repeated inspections, he successfully amassed enough dragon power over the course of a month to begin the process of forming a Dragon Pearl. At last, he had gathered sufficient dragon energy to condense the pearl, rising from the pool of visible Dragon Vein chakra within the cave. Lin Ye felt the copious dragon power within his dantian and joyfully declared that he could now initiate the dragon-slaying mode, capable of fighting tirelessly for 10 days and nights. Beside the Dragon Vein cave, Lin Ye utilized earth escape techniques to carve out a hidden space, where he sat cross-legged. Having long since mastered the techniques for forming dragon pearls, he prudently reviewed the methods he had previously studied. Confirming the accuracy of his thoughts, he settled into a meditative posture and began to circulate the secret technique. As he did so, the dragon power from his dantian flowed forth, traversing through numerous meridians. Lin Ye began to form hand seals while softly murmuring incantations. With the synchronization of his seals and incantations, a series of runes coalesced from the dragon power and began to traverse toward his dantian. Simultaneously, as Lin Ye molded these runes, the dragon soul within his sea of consciousness began to awaken. He successfully formed 49 distinct runes, which adhered to the walls of his dantian, manipulating the dragon energy within to spin rapidly in a clockwise direction. Under the influence of these runes, the dragon energy within Lin Ye's body began compressing towards the interior of his dantian. With a resounding roar, the subterranean Dragon Vein emitted a long, resonating cry, causing all creatures in the ninja realm to kneel and bow their heads towards the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Even the summoned beasts of the 3 great sanctuaries respectfully bowed in homage. Particularly in the Dragon Cave, the mightiest of its inhabitants, the White Snake Sage, though compelled by a mysterious force to bow towards the kingdom of Lulan, shone with a frenzied light in his eyes. The dragon, a true dragon, had emerged. He must be found, must be found. The White Snake Sage lay prostrate, his gaze fixed on the direction of Lulan, muttering excitedly to himself. Meanwhile, deep beneath the kingdom of Lulan, Lin Ye poured all his mental strength into his dantian, relentlessly compressing the dragon power within. With a thunderous boom, a faint golden light illuminated Lin Ye's dantian, causing the runes affixed to its walls to detach and merge into the golden pearl. As the final rune melded into the pearl, it lost its brilliant glow, becoming unadorned and plain. However, to anyone who sensed it, the pearl emanated a magnificent and overwhelming power, though it had now been reined in. Finally, it was complete. Was this the dragon pearl? Lin Ye marveled at the slowly rotating pearl within his dantian, whispering softly. As the dragon pearl formed within Lin Ye's dantian, the relentless pressure receded from the ninja realm, retreating back into Lin Ye's being. Quick, everyone, mobilize immediately to find the true dragon. Do you understand? In the Dragon Cave, the White Snake Sage rose from the ground, summoning the 3 snake princesses and commanding them to search for the true dragon. Yes, ancestor, we shall set off at once. The three snake princesses bowed respectfully to the white snake sage and swiftly made their way to the cave's exit. If we can find this true dragon and draw a trace of its power, perhaps this old woman could transform into a true dragon as well. The white snake sage mused excitedly, watching their departure. Simultaneously, in Miyaboku Mountain, the sage Shinzaku and sage Shima, having risen, hurriedly raced towards the location of the Great Toad Sage. Great Toad Sage, what was that power we just felt? Why did everyone in Miyaboku Mountain have to kneel? Sage Shinzaku inquired, casting a troubled glance at the Great Toad Sage, who had also appeared to bow. That power was that of a magnificent being emanating from a dragon. The Great Toad Sage replied, gazing thoughtfully towards the source of the energy. Old man, have you lost your mind? How could those creatures in the dragon cave possess such power? Sage Shima retorted angrily. No, not the beings from the dragon cave, but a true dragon. Only a true dragon can emanate such an overwhelming aura, compelling all beasts to kneel in reverence. Upon hearing the words of the sage Shima, the Great Toad Sage merely shook his head in a subdued manner and softly addressed Shima. After speaking, the Great Toad Sage lowered his head once more and gradually succumbed to slumber, hoping to utilize his prophetic dreams to uncover clues regarding the true dragon. Hey, old man, wake up. How can you fall asleep again? Shima exclaimed, his irritation flaring as he contemplated striking the Great Toad Sage. However, upon witnessing the sage's deep slumber, he could only helplessly shout at him. All right, dear wife, let us console the other members instead of disturbing the Great Toad Sage. Sage Shinzaku, observing Shima's readiness to attack, hurriedly intervened, with a resigned expression as he addressed Shima. That old fellow. We have merely lived a few years less than him. How can he be unaware that the serpents of the dragon cave can transform into dragons? After being stopped by Shinzaku, Shima cast a disdainful glance at the seated Great Toad Sage, defiantly retorting, Oh, you still don't understand? That dragon is not a member of the dragon cave. It is a genuine dragon that exists. Shinzaku, hearing Shima's words, sighed in resignation as he attempted to explain. Chapter 31. Devouring the dragon vein. In the location where the ancient kingdom of Lulan's dragon vein resides, Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. A smile of delight gracing his face. After enduring the agonizing pain inflicted by the consumption of a certain power for such a long time, he finally saw results. Quickly, everyone, enter and check for enemies. Just as Lin Ye was still attuning himself to the continuous flow of strength provided by the dragon pearl within him, a commanding male voice echoed from above, descending from the entrance of the dragon vein cave. Startled, Lin Ye immediately utilized the flying thunder god technique to transport himself from the depths of the earth. Despite possessing formidable strength, he needed to remain in the dragon vein cave to extract its power. If members of the royal family of the ancient kingdom of Lulan were to discover him, the situation would become dire. Your Majesty, there is no one in the dragon vein cave. It seems the dragon vein chakra has significantly diminished recently. In the Lulan Palace, the royal uncle of Queen Lulan respectfully reported to her, his tone grave. No one. That cannot be. I have distinctly sensed the change in the dragon vein's power. What could be the cause? Upon hearing her uncle's words, Queen Lulan furrowed her brow, casting a discontented gaze at him. Uncle, immediately dispatch personnel to seal off the entire Eastern District and conduct a thorough search of every household to determine if any suspicious individuals have entered Lulan recently. And report back to me. Unable to comprehend the situation, Queen Lulan slammed her hand on the chair and stood up, addressing her uncle with utmost seriousness. Understood, Your Majesty. I will initiate the search at once. Let us hope this is not the work of ill-intentioned individuals. The royal uncle of the ancient kingdom of Lulan bowed slightly to Queen Lulan, his expression grave as he spoke. I too hope this matter is unfounded. But if it is true, we must swiftly eliminate such dangerous individuals. The entire ancient kingdom of Lulan relies on the dragon vein for its prosperity. Upon hearing her uncle's words, Queen Lulan frowned, her voice heavy with concern. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will proceed with the investigation and ensure matters are handled expeditiously. The royal uncle responded promptly, making his way outside the palace. In the Eastern District, under the command of Queen Lulan's royal uncle, the soldiers began conducting house-to-house searches, hoping to uncover any infiltrators among the numerous residents of Lulan. However, they found no trace of Lin Ye, who had already escaped the Eastern District using space-time ninjutsu. Regrettably, Some other outsiders were discovered during the search conducted by the soldiers of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Due to the previous anomalies, Queen Lulan had dispatched royal members to guard the Dragon Vein Cave for nearly a month. During this time, Lin Ye adapted to the enhancement of his power from the Dragon Pearl while quietly observing the royal members, waiting for the moment he could leave the Dragon Vein Cave. Finally, after a month of continuous searches confirmed no one had entered the Dragon Vein Cave, Queen Lulan lifted the alert in the Eastern District and gradually withdrew the royal members from the cave. However, to ensure the safety of the Dragon Vein, Queen Lulan mandated that royal members visit the cave every morning and afternoon to check for any intruders. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ye swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to infiltrate the Dragon Vein Cave after the royal members completed their inspection. With the Dragon Pearl already condensed, Lin Ye no longer needed to position himself at the ceiling gap, using the Dragon Annihilation magic to devour the Dragon Vein chakra. This time, Lin Ye could directly summon his Dragon Pearl to continuously absorb the chakra from the Dragon Vein. Nevertheless, he did not remain idle. He continued using the Dragon Annihilation magic, lying in a spot, absorbing the chakra alongside his Dragon Pearl. Initially, the royal members of Lulan diligently inspected the Dragon Vein Cave, searching for any signs of intrusion. However, after a week or two, they gradually ceased their thorough checks. Instead, they merely glanced into the cave before promptly closing its entrance. Observing this, Lin Ye felt a surge of joy. As long as he concealed himself during their inspections, he could uninterruptedly devour the Dragon Vein chakra. Meanwhile, at the borders of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, the minister who previously escorted Lin Ye into Lulan sat alone in a carriage, attended by a new servant, slowly departing the kingdom. It seems I may never return to this country again. Within the carriage, the Lulan minister gazed at the increasingly distant kingdom, lowering the curtains with a heavy heart as he sighed. In an effort to safeguard his secrets, the Lulan minister had poisoned his previous servant, Alan, shortly after returning to Lulan, ensuring that fewer individuals knew he had brought Lin Ye into the kingdom. After all, the fewer who knew, the safer he would be. However, as events unfolded in the ancient kingdom of Lulan, he realized he had inadvertently introduced a formidable enemy that might lead to the kingdom's ruin. To secure his future, the Lulan minister had no choice but to depart quietly, seeking refuge in another land. Should Queen Lulan and the citizens discover that he was the one who allowed the enemy to infiltrate, even if unintentional, their wrath would surely spell his doom. Little did the Lulan minister know, his timing was fortuitous. Had he lingered a moment longer, the queen and her people would have indeed torn him apart. On the third day after his departure, the Dragon Vein beneath suddenly began to unleash a frenzied assault on the seal established by Queen Lulan using her bloodline power. As the assault intensified, the originally calm Lin Ye, who was absorbing the power of the Dragon Vein, hastily employed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. The ancient kingdom of Lulan began to tremble intermittently due to the surging Dragon Vein beneath the earth. As the attacks from the subterranean Dragon Vein escalated, the sensation of earthquakes became increasingly pronounced, compelling the Queen of Lulan to refocus her attention on the Dragon Vein. Chapter 32. The earthquake in the Wind Nation. Lin Ye was acutely aware that the turmoil was a direct consequence of his rapid extraction of the Dragon Vein's power using the Dragon Pearl, provoking a counterattack from the Dragon Vein's spirit. Previously, when Lin Ye utilized the Dragon Annihilation magic to consume the Dragon Vein's energy, the Vein, while angered, exhibited no signs of resistance. This was primarily because the power of the subterranean Dragon Vein appeared capable of recovery after a period. However, Lin Ye's Dragon Pearl was an entirely different matter. It voraciously devoured the Dragon Vein's energy like a black hole, rendering the slight resistance from the Dragon Vein's spirit utterly futile against its insatiable hunger. Moreover, during this time, Lin Ye had learned to control the Dragon Pearl from a distance, allowing him to consume the Dragon Vein's power effortlessly. Realizing the Dragon Vein's capacity for self-restoration, Lin Ye resolved to forego the pursuit of rare ore and concentrate solely on extracting strength from the Dragon Vein until he could establish a small realm of his own. Uncle Wang, are you absolutely certain that the entire Eastern District has been thoroughly searched? Why does the turmoil of the Dragon Vein persist? The Queen of Lulan gazed sternly at her uncle, who stood before her. If the Dragon Vein does not settle down soon, the window for utilizing its power for our next planting season will pass. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Your Majesty, I have searched the Eastern District repeatedly. Currently, all the residents there are our Lulon subjects. Not a single outsider. Uncle Wong, a royal advisor, knelt in the palace, expressing his helplessness to the queen. This is unacceptable. We must devise a strategy to thoroughly cleanse the entire kingdom. If we cannot harness the dragon vein's power to nourish our lands during the next planting season, our grain yield will suffer tremendously. Without these resources, our relationship with the Wind Nation will deteriorate rapidly. Do you understand, Uncle Wong? The queen's expression was grave as she addressed her advisor. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. I will intensify the search efforts. I will not allow any schemers to disrupt Lulon, Uncle Wong firmly declared, emboldened by the queen's stern words. Without further ado, he rose and exited the palace. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District, Lin Ye had abandoned the use of dragon annihilation magic to consume the dragon vein's chakra. Given the recent reactions of the dragon vein, he realized that approaching it could potentially expose him to its powerful backlash. Thus, he continued to control the dragon pearl, which persistently absorbed the energy of the dragon vein. As time passed, the dragon vein's turbulence not only persisted but intensified, plunging the entire Lulon kingdom into a state of panic. If this upheaval continued, the very foundation of the kingdom was at risk of destruction. The royal family found themselves powerless in the face of such turmoil. Some residents began to quietly evacuate Lulon, while the royal family could do little but watch as the population dwindled. As Lin Ye continued to siphon energy from the dragon vein, its tremors grew fiercer. This disturbance, initially confined to Lulon, gradually began to extend towards the Wind Nation. Fortunately, as a ninja, Lin Ye was unscathed during the upheaval, but the residents of Lulon suffered greatly. With each violent surge of the dragon vein, homes collapsed, including significant portions of the queen's palace. Faced with the plight of the homeless, the Queen of Lulon found herself at a loss for solutions to provide aid and repairs. Any repairs made were swiftly undone by subsequent tremors. In light of the ongoing quakes, the royal family could only expedite their search for the cause of this calamity. During this tumultuous period, Lin Ye refrained from revealing himself to any Lulon residents, fearing that his unfamiliar face would prompt them to report him. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred in his quest to absorb the dragon vein's energy even more aggressively than before. He sensed that the dragon vein's recovery speed was accelerating under his relentless extraction. If he persisted for another week, he would amass sufficient energy to create a small realm. Finally, after a week of extracting the dragon vein's chakra, Lin Ye successfully gathered the requisite energy. Upon sensing that he had accumulated enough power, he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the dragon vein's cavern, summoning the dragon pearl back to him. At last, I have gathered enough of this vital energy. I can return to the land of whirlpools with peace of mind, Lin Ye exclaimed, feeling the immense power coursing through the dragon pearl. Suddenly, the subterranean dragon vein sensed the removal of the dragon pearl and let out a thunderous roar, far more powerful than its previous outbursts. The sound reverberated through the depths, echoing across the entire kingdom of Lulon. In the next moment, the once flowing dragon vein receded abruptly. Seeing this, Lin Ye panicked and quickly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from the cavern. Yet, the ground began to tremble violently. This tremor was far more severe than the previous ones, affecting not only Lulon but also creating deep fissures in the earth. Even the Wind Nation was not spared. While no major cracks appeared, towns near Lulon faced complete destruction of their buildings. This seismic event persisted for an extended duration, lasting a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Chapter 33. The Stunned Wind Shadow. After the initial earthquake, Lin Ye gazed at the ruins of the once vibrant Lulon kingdom, consumed by guilt. However, he felt no regret. Instead, he silently mourned for the devastated kingdom before hastily gathering his belongings and departing via the Flying Thunder God technique. Having previously entered the Wind Nation in the carriage of a Lulon minister, Lin Ye's marks for the Flying Thunder God were not as densely placed as those in the Fire Nation. Nonetheless, they existed. Utilizing these marks, Lin Ye swiftly traversed the territory of the Wind Nation. What? A major earthquake has struck the country. The ongoing conflict may soon become untenable for us. At the border of the Land of Rivers, the second Kazekage received shocking intelligence from a Sand Village ninja, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, Lord Kazekage, the ninja confirmed. A devastating earthquake has struck the ancient kingdom of Lulon. In a short span, We find ourselves incapable of waging war against other nations. We must prioritize rescue efforts." Upon hearing this, the second Kazekage lowered his head, expressing his dismay. "Alas, this is unfortunate." "I understand," he replied, despondently sinking into his chair. Initially, he had envisioned seizing a significant advantage from the Land of Fire, especially in the absence of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Under his leadership, however, plans falter in the face of unforeseen changes. After a brief period of discouragement, the second Kazekage rallied his spirit. He rose and commanded his subordinates to assemble, instructing all ninjas to retreat to the sand village while he would remain as a rear guard. "Mizukage, does it appear to you that the ninjas of the sand village are in retreat?" queried Samuji Koharu, observing the withdrawing sand ninjas from the Leaf Village encampment. "Koharu, we must remain vigilant. This could be a ruse. We cannot afford to let our guard down," replied Mito Kaden, scrutinizing the situation. Just then, a Leaf Village ninja named Aoki burst into their office with a note of intelligence, brimming with excitement. "Koharu, Mito, fresh news from the Land of Wind," he exclaimed. "We've just received word that a colossal earthquake has struck within its borders. The ninjas of the Sand Village may well withdraw from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, potentially exiting the Great Ninja War." "What? An earthquake in the Land of Wind? Is this true?" "This is splendid news," Mito responded incredulously, his tone infused with barely contained joy. Swiftly, the news of the earthquake spread through various ninja villages, conveyed by spies from the Land of Wind. The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the second Mizukage, Yagura, each cursed under their breath upon learning that the second Kazekage might withdraw from the battlefield due to this calamity. The earthquake in the Land of Wind could not have come at a worse time, they thought. While the three major villages were engaged against the Leaf Village, they simultaneously grappled with their own internal conflicts. If the Sand Village were to exit the fray, the remaining two villages would lose the capability to independently restrain a portion of the Leaf Village's forces, necessitating a full commitment to the battle. A lapse in focus from any nation could lead to their swift defeat by the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, the third Raikage, wore a smile upon receiving the news of the earthquake. Previously, the second Hokage had significantly diminished the strength of the Cloud Village, compelling his father to sign a peace accord to preserve their power. However, this very agreement led to the assassination of the second Raikage by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Though Ei had avenged his father, the specter of the second Raikage's death lingered uneasily within him. Despite the second Kazekage's ongoing standoff with the Leaf Village, Ei recognized him as a devoted protector of his village. Each encounter with the Leaf Ninjas was led by the second Kazekage himself. And though the Sand Village had expended considerable resources, its overall strength had not suffered as severely as that of the Cloud Village. Initially, Ei contemplated covertly exploiting the Sand Village's spies to eliminate the second Kazekage in the Land of Rivers, allowing the Sand Village to experience the loss of their leader. Yet, with the earthquake now complicating matters, such machinations seemed increasingly unlikely. Having departed from the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Lin Ye adeptly traversed the Land of Wind, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. During this tumultuous period, numerous civilians, their homes destroyed, fled from the towns bordering Lulan toward other cities in the Land of Wind. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ye blended into the crowd and effortlessly escaped into the Land of Rivers. Upon entering the Land of Rivers, Lin Ye quickened his pace, as he no longer needed to remain concealed. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he traversed the land and, within a day, crossed into the Land of Fire. Once within the Land of Fire, Lin Ye procured a bounty of provisions to indulge himself before continuing towards the Land of Whirlpools. Chapter 34. Return to the Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Fire. Having distanced himself significantly from the border of the Land of Rivers, Lin Ye utilized a transformation technique to alter his appearance, arriving at a town where he intended to satisfy his hunger. Upon entering the restaurant, he promptly ordered a lavish spread of dishes. For days, Lin Ye had subsisted on the vegetarian rations stored in his inventory while utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, and the sight of the bountiful meat dishes before him made his mouth water. "Sir, your meal has been served. Should you require anything else, please feel free to call for me," the server cheerfully announced as she placed the dishes before him. "No problem. I shall call if I need anything." "You may go," Lin Ye replied, feigning nonchalance. Once the server departed, Lin Ye eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the meal with fervor. "Ah, this is delightful." With the earthquake in the Land of Wind, The Sand Village is poised to withdraw from the battlefield, and the other nations may struggle to continue as well. As he relished his meal, a few Leaf Village ninjas entered the restaurant, laughing and chatting animatedly. Indeed, it is wonderful news. Just the other day, I heard that Lord Uchiha Kagami, who was battling in the Land of Water against the Mist Village, is set to return to the Leaf Village with our ninjas. My brother is over there. I can finally see him, one of the ninjas exclaimed. However, upon hearing their conversation, Lin Ye's hand froze mid-bite. This could pose a problem. If Uchiha Kagami were to return, it is highly conceivable that the concepts I previously instilled in grandfather Vortex Aoi would also bring his sister, Vortex Kimi, back to the Land of Whirlpools. Should they discover that I am not within the village, but rather have slipped away, my return would undoubtedly earn me a severe reprimand from both my sister and grandfather. Lin Ye, astonished, took another couple of bites of his meal. Glancing at the remnants on his plate, his heart brimming with anxiety. Waiter, please come here. Lin Ye rose, urgently calling out to the server who had attended to him earlier. Sir, what seems to be the matter? Is the food unsatisfactory? The waiter, responding to Lin Ye's anxious demeanor, hurried over, concern etched on his face. No, please, help me pack all this food. I have something of utmost importance to attend to. Lin Ye pointed at the dishes on his table, speaking sternly to the waiter. Of course, sir. I shall attend to it immediately, the waiter replied, promptly standing to assist Lin Ye in packaging the food. Simultaneously, Lin Ye retrieved the menu, ordering several more dishes to be prepared for him to take along. In order to expedite the service from the chef and waiter, Lin Ye generously offered an additional 50 in compensation. Upon hearing his request, the waiter and the restaurant's chef swiftly set about preparing the meals. However, Lin Ye's anxious behavior did not go unnoticed by the three Konoha ninjas seated nearby. To avoid raising any suspicions, the trio closely observed Lin Ye, attempting to glean any clues from his actions. After all, they had just exchanged information regarding the battlefield upon entering the establishment. This seemingly frantic individual could very well be a spy from another ninja village. Once Lin Ye received the prepared meals, he swiftly waved his hand, storing the numerous dishes into his dimensional space, then hastened out of the restaurant. The three Konoha ninjas, seeing Lin Ye exit, immediately sought to follow him. However, they were taken aback when Lin Ye, upon stepping outside, instantly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. The Konoha trio, unable to locate Lin Ye, scanned their surroundings, desperately searching for any trace of him. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, savoring the food he had just packed, swiftly navigated towards the Land of Whirlpools using the Flying Thunder God technique. He needed to act swiftly and return to the Land of Whirlpools, for if his grandfather and sister arrived before him, he would undoubtedly face their wrath. In the Land of Whirlpools, at the Whirlpool Village, the clan leader exclaimed, "What do you mean Lin Ye has left the village? We have no idea where he has gone." Vortex Aoi's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned clan leader Vortex Rudo. Impossible. He is merely a 6.5-year-old child. How could he vanish so easily? Vortex Aoi exclaimed, staring incredulously at clan leader Vortex Rudo. Aoi, you are well aware of your precious grandson's prodigious talent. Even Senju Hashirama cannot compare. He had planned this long ago, and I cannot ascertain where he has gone, clan leader Vortex Rudo replied, running a hand through his hair in exasperation. But there are so many people in the village. Surely someone must know which direction Lin Ye went. Vortex Aoi stood up in anger, leaning on the table as he confronted clan leader Vortex Rudo. I understand your concerns, but Lin Ye used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the village the previous evening. Our village's barrier only prevents entry, not exit. By the time Kimi noticed Lin Ye's absence in the morning, he had already vanished, clan leader Vortex Rudo explained, his tone subdued as he regarded Vortex Aoi. Hearing this, Vortex Aoi slumped back into his chair, falling silent, his thoughts unreadable. Do not worry, Aoi. Lin Ye has always been clever. He must have ventured into the Land of Fire, correct? While you were away, I discreetly dispatched someone to locate Lin Ye, clan leader Vortex Rudo reassured him, placing a comforting hand on Vortex Aoi's shoulder. Chapter 35. An upset sister and grandfather. I understand, clan leader. I shall take my leave now. Vortex Aoi, having heard clan leader Vortex Rudo's words, calmly shook his head before making his way outside. Grandfather, where has little Ye gone? Did you find out anything from the clan leader? In Lin Ye's home, his sister Vortex Kimi emerged from her room, her heart racing with hope as she inquired of her grandfather, Vortex Aoi. Kimmy, I am truly sorry. Grandfather did not learn where Lin Ye is gone. That boy left the village alone, Vortex Aoi replied, his head lowered in disappointment. What? Lin Ye left the village alone? How can that be? He is still just a 6-year-old child. How could he escape? Vortex Kimmy stood frozen in shock, looking at her grandfather in disbelief. It is true. I previously inquired with the clan leader, and he stated that Lin Ye quietly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the village at night. But do not worry. He has already sent someone to search for Lin Ye within the Land of Fire. There have been no reports regarding our clan members. So Lin, you should at least be safe for now. He is simply in hiding. Vortex Aoi reassured his granddaughter, noticing her distress. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Vortex Kimmy sank to the ground, cradling her head in her arms as tears streamed down her face. It's my fault, all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to the battlefield and left Lin Ye alone at home, he would not have run away. It's my mistake. Vortex Kimmy sobbed quietly, her tears falling to the ground like a broken faucet. Kimmy, do not worry. Grandfather will certainly find a way to bring Lin Ye back. Please, do not cry. Do not cry. Vortex Aoi comforted his granddaughter, embracing her tightly as she wept. Suddenly, a noise echoed from Lin Ye's room, but it went unnoticed by the pair lost in their sorrow. Inside the room, Lin Ye had just used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to his chamber. Seeing his grandfather and sister crying in the living room, he felt a surge of panic. He had hurried as fast as he could, yet he was still too late. His sister and grandfather had already returned home and seemed to know about his clandestine departure from the village. Excuse me, grandfather, sister, what are you crying about? Lin Ye mustered his courage and cautiously poked his head out from his room, softly inquiring of his sister Vortex Kimmy and grandfather Vortex Aoi. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Qinglu immediately stifled their cries, casting astonished glances towards Lin Ye's room. At the entrance stood a boy clearly 3 years older than Lin Ye. Inquiring of Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Qinglu, who are you? How did you come to be in my home? Uzumaki Qinglu, gazing at the somewhat familiar yet strange figure, promptly demanded, who are you? Grandfather, it's me, Lin Ye. Surely you recognize me? Lin Ye responded, his eyes widening in shock at his grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu's incredulous question. Impossible. My grandson is merely 6 years old. You, on the other hand, appear to be at least 10. How can you be my grandson? Uzumaki Qinglu retorted angrily, preparing to approach Lin Ye. Seeing his grandfather's fierce demeanor, Lin Ye hastily extended his right hand, showcasing his unique ninjutsu, the Rasengan. Grandfather, this ninjutsu is solely my own invention, taught to me by no one but my sister. Surely this will affirm my identity. Upon witnessing the Rasengan, Uzumaki Qinglu halted, regarding Lin Ye with a perplexed expression, still struggling to believe that this boy, evidently older than his grandson, could indeed be Lin Ye. Sister, you surely can't fail to recognize me? Lin Ye, sensing his grandfather's skepticism, turned to Uzumaki Chime with a hint of desperation. To convince me, you need only demonstrate the unique ninjutsu you once created. Although Uzumaki Chime felt an uncanny familiarity with the figure before her, the noticeable growth made her voice laced with doubt. Very well. Lin Ye, feeling a tinge of disappointment from his sister's words, complied and unleashed the Dragon Slayer magic, enveloping his right arm in a formidable surge of lightning, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder. Instantly captivated by the summoned lightning, Uzumaki Chime rushed towards Lin Ye. Little Ye, it truly is you. I'm so relieved to see you safe. As she leapt towards him, Lin Ye swiftly retracted the Dragon Slayer magic, embracing his sister. You audacious child, how dare you venture beyond the village, causing your grandfather and sister such worry. Come here so I can give you a sound reprimand. Uzumaki Qinglu, witnessing the reunion, felt tears of relief mixed with his anger as he scolded Lin Ye. Please don't blame him, grandfather. As long as Lin Ye is safe, that is what matters most. Uzumaki Chime interjected hurriedly, turning to her grandfather. Just protect him, Uzumaki Qinglu replied, wiping his tears, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Ye, tell us, what were you doing outside the village? Why didn't you stay here? Uzumaki Chime, wiping her tears, firmly led Lin Ye to a nearby sofa, where she sat down and earnestly interrogated him. Uzumaki Qinglu, sitting up straight, also regarded Lin Ye with a serious expression, eager to uncover the truth behind his departure at such a young age and the significant changes upon his return. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth from his sister and grandfather, Lin Ye decided to fabricate a story to ease their worries. Grandfather, the reason I left the village was to acquire a formidable power to safeguard the future of our Uzumaki clan. He cleared his throat and looked earnestly at Uzumaki Qinglu. As you are aware, due to the actions of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, our Uzumaki village may very well become a target of the major ninja villages after the war, owing to our unparalleled sealing techniques. Lin Ye stated gravely, locking eyes with his grandfather. I am aware of that, but what were you seeking outside? Can you share that with your grandfather? Uzumaki Qinglu asked, slightly furrowing his brow. I sought a place that could enable the Uzumaki clan to stand independently within the ninja world, Lin Ye replied, smiling confidently at Uzumaki Qinglu. Independently? Are you referring to the summoning sanctum? Uzumaki Qinglu exclaimed in surprise, looking at Lin Ye with intrigue. Indeed, grandfather, it is the summoning sanctum. More precisely, it is an uncharted space yet to be explored. Lin Ye responded with a grin. How did you come upon this undeveloped summoning sanctum? While Uzumaki Qinglu displayed excitement, Uzumaki Chime's expression grew increasingly concerned as she turned to Lin Ye, her voice lowering. Sister, rest assured. The space I discovered is entirely due to the sage arts I had cultivated earlier. Once I fully master this space, I will be able to impart this sage technique to you and grandfather, Lin Ye reassured his sister with a gentle smile. By the way, enough about me. Did anything untoward occur during your defense of the Mist Ninja Village in the Land of Water? Lin Ye quickly shifted the conversation, sensing his sister and grandfather's intense curiosity. Hee, little Ye, you wouldn't believe it. Those who previously criticized grandfather for seeking jutsu from Konoha have since expressed their gratitude. The shadow clone technique has proven immensely convenient. Many clan members, after mastering it, were able to engage in battle without approaching the enemy, keeping them safe and sound. As our Uzumaki clan may not have much, but we certainly possess an abundance of chakra, Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she spoke to Lin Ye. And you won't believe this. When our clan members were working alongside Konoha's shinobi, they were secretly scheming against us. At the onset of the war, some clan members, trusting the Konoha ninjas, fell into traps and sustained serious injuries. Thankfully, grandfather acted swiftly, gathering our clan members and advising those unhurt to keep their true selves at the camp, sending only shadow clones into the fray. This preserved many lives, Uzumaki Chime recounted, her tone gleeful as she relayed the events to Lin Ye. You should know, initially, many clan members were reluctant to follow grandfather's advice. But it wasn't long before some clan members confronted Uchiha Kagami, demanding to know why they would betray the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Chime continued, her excitement palpable. I always knew those Konoha folks were up to no good. I never expected they would actually plot against the Uzumaki clan. It seems I must hasten to organize the space and relocate all our clan members to the summoning sanctum. Lin Ye's expression grew cold as he spoke firmly to his sister. All right, little Ye, please continue your conversation with your sister. Grandfather still needs to visit the clan leader. After all, your previous sneaking out startled him. He has yet to inform the clan leader of your return. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu looked at his grandchildren discussing matters and smiled indulgently as he addressed Lin Ye and Vortex Chime. Grandfather, when you visit the clan leader, please convey my apologies to Jime. I cared deeply for Lin Ye, and my quarrel with her was not born of disdain. Hearing her grandfather's words, Sister Vortex Chime stood up and anxiously spoke to him. All right, I understand. I will take you to apologize to Ji. However, you must also apologize to Ji yourself later. Otherwise, she may choose to ignore you in the future. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu comfortingly patted Vortex Chime's back. Rest assured, sister, once I have organized the sage mode, I will include Ji Mei as a form of apology. I believe she will forgive you for the sake of this gift. Lin Ye, observing his sister's melancholy, cautiously approached her and said, It's all right, Xiao Yi. I will apologize to Ji Mei myself. You need not involve yourself in this. Upon hearing her brother's words, Vortex Chime felt her guilt dissipate and calmly replied to Lin Ye. Yet Lin Ye did not take his sister's words to heart. The fault lay with him for sneaking out, causing his sister to unjustly blame Ji Mei out of concern for him. He must take on the responsibility of mending the relationship between Chime and Ji Mei, ensuring that the two good friends do not become adversaries. Very well, Lin Ye. Since you are back, let us prepare a grand meal for sister. When grandfather returns, we should celebrate together. Seeing the determination in her brother's eyes, Vortex Chime acknowledged that her attempts to dissuade him had been in vain and gently ruffled Lin Ye's hair, speaking to him calmly. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu smiled and shook his head as he left the house. Following his sister, Lin Ye cheerfully assisted Vortex Chime in preparing a lavish feast, eagerly awaiting their grandfather's return for dinner. As they cooked, Sister Vortex Chime recounted her heroic deeds on the battlefield while praising Lin Ye for his cleverness in devising numerous uses for the shadow clone technique. Chapter 37. The astonished clan leader. After leaving his home, Grandfather Vortex Qinglu hastily arrived at the residence of clan leader Vortex Lu Hu. Qinglu, why have you come again? I thought I had already explained to you that Xiao Ye's outing does not reflect our disregard for him. The boy is simply too clever. Rest assured, I will send someone to search for him. Upon seeing Vortex Qinglu at his doorstep once more, Vortex Lu Hu felt a surge of irritation, wishing he could reprimand him if it were not for Qinglu being the only top-tier powerhouse in their clan. Clan leader, you misunderstand. Xiao Yi has returned, and I came to inform you that there is no need to send anyone out anymore, to avoid putting our clan members in danger. Vortex Qinglu sheepishly addressed the clan leader. What? Xiao Yi is back. That is good news. However, Qinglu, I must discipline that little rascal upon your return. How dare he escape the village alone? What if something untoward had happened? Vortex Lu Hu sighed in relief upon hearing Vortex Qinglu's words, but quickly shifted to an aggrieved tone. Do not worry, clan leader. I will certainly reprimand that boy. However, I have come to discuss some other matters related to Xiao Ye's outing. Vortex Qinglu rubbed his hands nervously and spoke seriously to clan leader Vortex Lu Hu. Other matters? What are they? Vortex Lu Hu blinked in confusion. Clan leader, Xiao Yi has discovered an abandoned summoning sacred ground, said to be a unique space. I had previously informed you that due to the impending rise of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha village plans to distance themselves from us. The timing of this newly discovered space is fortuitous. Once the space stabilizes, I believe we should consider relocating our clansmen to live within this sacred space. We can treat the land of whirlpools as a portal. What do you think? Vortex Qinglu looked earnestly at clan leader Vortex Lu Hu, his gaze resolute. The discovery of a summoning sacred ground is indeed fortuitous. Upon your return, have Xiao Yi explore this sacred ground to determine its size. If it is substantial enough, I will agree to relocate all our clansmen there. Vortex Lu Hu stood up, visibly excited. I was contemplating whether to gather all the clansmen to establish a formidable defensive barrier on the islands of the Land of Whirlpools to prevent the major shinobi villages from coveting our sealing techniques after the war. I never expected Xiao Yi to find a livable summoning sacred ground so quickly. This is truly wonderful. Vortex Lu Hu stood tall, pacing with excitement as he spoke to Vortex Qinglu. Haha, clan leader, you flatter me. How about this? Before I came, Chime was busy preparing a grand meal with Lin Ye. It seems you have not had dinner yet. Why not join Ji Mei and the Qingfeng couple at my home for a meal? It would be a good opportunity to inquire about Xiao Yi in person. Upon hearing Vortex Lu Hu's suggestion, Vortex Qinglu stood up with a smile and replied, Very well, I will notify the Qingfeng couple and Ji Mei. Let us see what their plans are. After a moment of thought, Vortex Lu Hu smiled back at Vortex Qinglu. All right then, clan leader. Go inform the Qingfeng couple and your granddaughter. I shall return home first and remind Chime and Lin Yi to prepare extra food, lest we find ourselves short. Vortex Qinglu rose, smiling at clan leader Vortex Lu Hu. With that, Vortex Qinglu hurriedly exited the clan leader's residence and returned home. Chime Xiao Yi, the clan leader will be bringing you both over soon, along with Uncle and Aunt Qingfeng for dinner. Will the food you prepared be sufficient? As soon as Vortex Qinglu entered the house and saw Vortex Chime and Lin Yi cooking, he called out loudly, Grandfather, do not worry. The dishes we prepared are more than enough. We just need to cook a bit more rice. Vortex Chime replied promptly after glancing at the food they had prepared. All right. Do you need grandfather's help? I can assist you. Vortex Qinglu said with a smile as he washed his hands and stepped into the kitchen. Grandfather, you should step outside. We have everything ready, just waiting to be cooked. Your presence is not needed and will only take up space. Please, go back out. Vortex Chime laughed as she gently stopped her grandfather, urging him to leave. Very well, grandfather will take his leave first. You two may continue your tasks at your own pace. As the elder, Vortex Qinglu, was pushed out by his granddaughter, Vortex Chime, who expressed her disdain, he chuckled, clapping his hands before settling onto a nearby sofa. Xiao Yi, the rice hasn't tea boiled yet. You should add a bit more, or there may not be enough to eat. After ushering her grandfather out, Vortex Chime assessed the rice prepared by Lin Ye and calmly addressed him. All right, sister. I will add some more. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye swiftly rinsed additional rice and placed it into the rice cooker, awaiting the grains to fully cook. Xiao Lin Ye, where did you sneak off to? Just as Lin Ye and her sister, Vortex Chime, were busily preparing the meal, a girl suddenly emerged from behind. Grasping Lin Ye and gently squeezing her neck, her voice laced with suppressed anger. Jime Jia, I'm sorry. Recognizing the voice of Vortex Jime behind her, Lin Ye froze in place, cautiously lifting her head and offering a nervous smile. All right, Jime. It was wrong of me to raise my voice at you earlier. Please let go of Xiao Yi. Vortex Chime, observing the situation, wiped her hands and intervened, rescuing Lin Ye from Vortex Jime's grasp. Holding Jime's hand with an expression of regret, Lin Ye, witnessing her sister and Jime standing together in the kitchen, hastily slipped out, leaving them to navigate their relationship without intruding. Chapter 38. The Creation of a Celestial Realm. Xiao Yi, just in time. Come share with your grandfather the nature of the spiritual realm you discovered. Vortex Qinglu beamed as he spotted Lin Ye emerging from the kitchen, gesturing her overexcitedly. Of course, grandfather, I'm coming. Lin Ye, responding to her grandfather's call, approached with a smile. Settling onto the sofa as she recounted her previous findings to the clan leader, Vortex Luhu. Xiao Yi, how long will it take to organize this alternate space? Vortex Luhu inquired, nodding thoughtfully after Lin Ye's explanation, a smile gracing his face. Clan leader, I'm uncertain of the exact duration, but I believe it will require at least a month, though I am now able to enter this alternate space. Constructing a spiritual contract that allows the clan leaders to enter will demand significant effort. Lin Ye estimated the time required for her to establish the celestial realm. Her voice steady as she addressed the leader. Very well, I understand. During this time, focus on your work so that we may move away from the Vortex Nation. This place may not remain safe for long. The clan leader nodded calmly, acknowledging Lin Ye's words with a reassuring smile. Understood, clan leader. I will strive diligently. Please do not worry. Lin Ye responded robustly, rising to affirm her commitment to the clan leader. All right. Sit down. There is no need for such formality. Just do your best. Even if it doesn't succeed in the end, the clan leader will not blame you. Vortex Luhu chuckled, gesturing for Lin Ye to take her seat again. Having discussed the alternate space, the clan leader began a casual conversation with her grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. Lin Ye, seated nearby, exhaled a sigh of relief, though she remained vigilant. The time ahead was crucial for her to establish the celestial realm. After the meal, the clan leader departed with his son, daughter-in-law, and Vortex Jime. Returning to their own home, Lin Ye informed her grandfather and sister of her intention to organize the alternate space, assuring them not to worry about her meals, before quietly retreating to her room to prepare for the upcoming task. For the sake of stability and safety, Lin Ye opted against the perilous explosive method for creating the celestial realm, instead choosing the foundational yin-yang construction technique. She began by condensing a yin and yang point within the dragon pearl, infusing them with yin-yang runes, which would serve as the world tree, evolving all within the celestial realm. As the 2 points absorbed the immense dragon vein power stored within the dragon pearl, they began to evolve. A colossal Taiji diagram emerged, forming a distinctly black and white tree of laws. As this law tree grew, the small space within the dragon pearl rapidly expanded outward. Before long, as the power of the law tree supported the entire world, it gradually faded from view. Lin Ye observed the vanished law tree, floating within this expansive space. Realizing that the celestial realm now encompassed an area equivalent to 14 islands of the Vortex Nation, a satisfied smile adorned her face. However, she refrained from excessive joy, as the birth of the space was merely the first step. The emergence of other forces was of paramount importance. Lin Ye extracted powers of earth, wind, fire, and water from within herself, infusing them into the celestial realm. As these 4 elemental forces entered, they sought to transform into yin-yang energy. Lin Ye, wielding the authority of the world's master, prevented the yin-yang powers from consuming the 4 elemental forces, instead allowing these forces to absorb the world's yin-yang energy, thereby strengthening earth, water, fire, and wind. Consequently, the earth was sculpted from the earth power, the sun from the fire power, oceans from the water power, and air from the wind power, while these four forces began to propel the circulation of energy within the realm. Following the influx of these elemental powers, the law tree swiftly progressed to its next phase. Under the influence of the yin-yang forces, the four symbols manifested within the celestial realm. With the enhancement of the four elemental powers, the celestial realm expanded once more, now reaching the area of 20 islands of the Vortex Nation. Lin Ye gazed contentedly at the expanse of her celestial realm, a joyous smile lighting her face. She surrounded the celestial realm with a vast ocean, shaping a landmass the size of 9 Vortex Nation islands, at the center of which lay a lake encompassing half the area of a Vortex Nation island. The ocean consisted entirely of saline water, while the lake contained fresh water. Lin Ye admired the continuously extending space within her celestial realm. At this moment, the evolution of the celestial realm showed no signs of halting. Its area continued to expand. However, Lin Ye did not linger on the realm's ongoing development. Finally, she infused her remaining lightning power into the celestial realm, observing the emergence of lightning energy with a satisfied smile. She named her creation the Dragon God Realm. Extracting a fragment of the realm's energy, she transformed it into a grand spiritual scroll, inscribing her name at the top before withdrawing her consciousness from the Dragon God Realm. Grandfather, how long have I been in the alternate space? Stepping out of her room, Lin Ye found her grandfather leisurely reading a newspaper on the sofa, and she inquired with a smile directed at Vortex Qinglu. "Haha, you little rascal, how dare you say that? It's been 45 days, and you only just returned." Grandfather Vortex Qinglu cast a disapproving glance at his grandson Lin Ye as he stepped out of the room, chuckling as he addressed him. "What do you mean it's been 45 days? It took you that long. Quite the undertaking, isn't it?" Lin Ye, taken aback by his grandfather's remark about the duration of his absence, gazed at him in surprise and asked, "How did it go? Have you completed it?" Grandfather Vortex Qinglu set down the newspaper in his hands and approached Lin Ye to inquire. Lin Ye remained silent, retrieving the summoning scroll and presenting it before his grandfather with a smile. Chapter 39. Bestowing the Dragon Slayer magic. Is this the summoning scroll you crafted in that alternate space? Wonderful, absolutely splendid. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu exclaimed, marveling at the immense scroll in Lin Ye's hands and sensing the spatial power it contained. Grandfather, the next steps involve planting crops and constructing buildings within that space, which I shall leave to you. What do you think? Lin Ye, observing his grandfather's excitement, placed the scroll into his hands and smiled. Certainly, you can rest assured. This task is now mine to handle. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu replied cheerfully as he accepted the large scroll. Very well, I shall go seek out my sister. You can manage the rest from here. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Lin Ye turned to find his sister, Vortex Qimei. Sister Qimei, what are the two of you up to? When Lin Ye found his sister Vortex Qimei, their cousin Vortex Qimei was also present. Lin Ye approached them, grinning as he inquired about their activities. Xiao Yi, have you finished dealing with matters in the summoning sanctuary? What brings you here to your sister? Vortex Qimei asked curiously upon seeing Lin Ye's arrival. I have completed my tasks in the summoning sanctuary. Next, I will teach you the unique sage mode of the sanctuary. What do you say, sister? Would you like to learn? Lin Ye straightened up, beaming at his sister Vortex Qimei as he spoke. What unique sage mode? Can I learn it now? Vortex Qimei leaned closer, excitement radiating from her as she addressed Lin Ye. Absolutely, as long as you are prepared. We can begin at any time. Lin Ye responded confidently, patting his chest. Xiao Yi, you can't just focus on your sister and ignore me. Can I learn too, Qimei? Vortex Qimei chimed in eagerly, approaching Lin Ye with a smile. Rest assured, Qimei, you can learn as well. Lin Ye reassured her, placing a comforting hand on Vortex Qimei's shoulder. Fantastic. Once I master Sage Mode, I might even rival the legendary Senju Tobarama. Vortex Qimei exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Why Tobarama and not Hashirama? Lin Ye chuckled as he replied. Alas, with your current strength, I fear you may never match Hashirama, but perhaps you could compare with Tobarama. Vortex Qimei sighed, smiling as she addressed Lin Ye. Haha, Qimei, do not worry. If you dedicate yourself to training, who knows, you may one day surpass even Hashirama. Lin Ye comforted Vortex Qimei, observing her self-awareness with amusement. All right, Xiao Yi, quickly tell me, how do I cultivate this sage mode? Vortex Qimei interrupted her brother's conversation with Vortex Qimei, eagerly looking at Lin Ye. Sister, prepare your right hand and simply grasp mine. Lin Ye smiled as he extended his hand, waiting for his sister to join him. Although Vortex Chimay was uncertain of Lin Ye's intentions, she complied, clasping her right hand with his. At that moment, Lin Ye, through their physical connection, transferred one of the 3 dragon seeds he had prepared directly into Vortex Chimay's heart. Done, sister. Lin Ye beamed at Vortex Chimay after planting the dragon seed within her heart. Ah, is that all? But I don't feel anything at all, Vortex Chimay remarked, puzzled, as she sensed a brief warmth within her body but noticed no other changes. Haha, I have planted the seed for cultivating sage mode in your heart. Now, simply follow the instructions on this scroll to train. Lin Ye grinned as he handed Vortex Chimay the modified content of the Dragon Slayer magic. Oh, you little rascal. You are quite mischievous. Hand it over. Vortex Chimay laughed as she took the scroll from Lin Ye's hands, examining it earnestly. Xiao Yi. Now it's time for your cousin Chimay, right? You can't just leave her out. Vortex Chimay urged, seeing that Vortex Chimay was engrossed in the training methods. All right. Chimay, do not fret. I shall teach you how to plant the seed in your heart. Lin Ye chuckled, shaking his head at Vortex Chimay's eagerness as he swiftly planted one of the remaining dragon seeds into Chimay's heart and then released her hand. The seed has been planted. Chimay, now you can train alongside my sister. Although mastering the sage mode of the summoning sanctuary requires diligent practice and considerable time, it is far superior in safety compared to the sage modes of the 3 great sanctuaries. You can train with peace of mind. After completing the planting of the dragon seed, Lin Ye smiled at his cousin Vortex Chimay. Wonderful. I shall begin my studies at once, Chimay exclaimed, nodding toward Lin Ye as she rushed to Vortex Chimay's side, gently tugging at the scroll to signal her to share the part she had seen. Vortex Chimay and Vortex Chimay huddled together, deeply engrossed in the training methods of the Dragon Slayer magic, utterly captivated by the content. Lin Ye, I never imagined the sage mode of the summoning sanctuary could be so powerful. Once we master it, we might truly transform into dragons and fight like them. Vortex Chimay remarked, filled with awe after reading the final passages of the Dragon Slayer magic. Chapter 40. Visitors from Konoha in the ensuing days. Sister Vortex Chimay and cousin Vortex Chimay hurriedly left home after meals, heading to the training grounds to commence their practice of the Dragon Slayer magic. By harnessing the natural forces of the world and the chakra within their beings, they sought to amplify the dragon power coursing through them, while simultaneously endeavoring to master various abilities of dragon-slaying magic. In the training grounds, Uzumaki Kimi, confident in her grasp of dragon-slaying magic, attempted to wield her chakra to unleash its power. Alas, despite her considerable chakra reserves, she could only produce a mere flicker of flame. Ha. Kimi-chan, is that your dragon's roar? It sounds more like a kitten's meow. Uzumaki Kibi laughed heartily at the sight of Kimi's tiny flame. Humph, you think you're so great. Why don't you show us? Kimi shot Kibi a disdainful glance, responding coolly. Oh, I will. Behold my wind dragon's roar. Kibi retorted, launching an attack toward a nearby wooden post. However, like Kibi's dragon-slaying magic merely conjured a gentle breeze that dissipated within 5 meters. Ha, you're just as ineffective. You barely blew anything. Kimi mocked Kibi upon witnessing her feeble attempt. Sisters, you are both too hasty. This is, after all, dragon-slaying magic, and you have yet to master its intricacies. Moreover, the essence of this sage technique lies in its ability to transform one's body, allowing it to manipulate various elemental forces akin to a dragon. It requires prolonged immersion in dragon power. You both need to practice further, Lin Ye interjected, observing the sisters' quarrel and urging them to focus on their training. Kibi, come here. The clan leader has summoned you, a somber member of the Uzumaki clan announced as he approached the training ground. Brother Hao-yu, what is the matter? You look troubled, Kibi inquired, stepping forward with concern. A group of young ninjas from Konoha has arrived at our Uzumaki village. Hao-yu replied with a calm gaze directed at Kibi and Kimi. What do they want in our village? Surely they aren't sending us to be cannon fodder again. I'll drive them away at once. Kimi's expression darkened at Hao-yu's words, her anger flaring as she spoke. Humph, if they merely sought our participation in battle, I wouldn't be so upset. They have sent 7 young male ninjas, claiming they wish to foster harmony between our villages through marriage, targeting our most exceptional female ninjas. Hao-yu's face grew grim as he informed Kibi and Kimi. Indeed, the people of Konoha are devious. This is not merely a marriage proposal, but an attempt to secure the next Jinchuriki for their village. Lin Ye interjected, sensing the underlying scheme behind Hao-yu's words. What? The clan leader intends for Kimi and Kibi to agree to their proposal? Lin Ye's anger surged, his dragon power swirling within him as his eyes transformed into fierce, slitted pupils. Noticing the sudden change in Lin Ye's demeanor, Hao Yu chuckled lightly. Calm down, Xiaoyi. There is no need to unleash your power on me. The clan leader has already firmly rejected their proposal. However, that elder from Konoha, Mito Monin, is persistently insisting that we allow our young women to meet their outstanding young ninjas, believing they can sway the hearts of our Uzumaki clan members. The clan leader, irritated yet unwilling to sever ties outright, has instructed me to delay them by sending someone to deliver a face-to-face rejection. As Hao Yu observed Lin Ye's angry countenance, he continued with a light-hearted tone. Well, that sounds reasonable. If the clan leader truly agrees to this and endangers Kibi and Kimi, I shall not hesitate to banish him from the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye replied, satisfied with Hao Yu's words. Very well, Xiao Lin Ye. I shall not detain you any longer. I will take Kibi and Kimi with me now. Enjoy yourself, Hao Yu said, patting Lin Ye on the shoulder before leading Kimi and Kibi towards the guest hall of Uzumaki village. As Lin Ye watched them depart, his eyes once again transformed into slitted pupils, pondering the implications of the Konoha elder's visit. At this time, Mito's physical condition should still be quite robust, and there was no pressing need to replace the Jinchuriki. What, then, was the true intention behind Mito Monin's arrival with Konoha's elite ninjas? Lin Ye felt a sense of foreboding, certain that there lay a sinister plot within. To safeguard his sisters, he would not allow Konoha's schemes to succeed. Clan leader, I have gathered all the young female ninjas of our generation from Uzumaki village, Hao Yu announced as he entered the guest hall with 7 young women from the Uzumaki clan. Respectfully addressing the seated clan leader, Uzumaki Lu. Elder Mito, the participants have arrived. Would you like your Konoha ninjas to showcase their abilities? Lu inquired, placing his teacup down and gesturing towards Mito Monin. Haha, you flatter me, Lu. Let us have our Konoha ninjas demonstrate their skills. I hope the esteemed ladies will observe attentively and consider our formidable ninjas, Mito Monin replied, surveying the 7 Uzumaki women, noting their substantial chakra levels despite not sensing the entirety of their potential. All right, Konoha ninjas, it's time to showcase your talents, Mito Monin declared. However, the 7 Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, hesitating. Elder Mito, there are only the 7 of us. If we showcase our abilities, one of us will be left out. Perhaps we could invite a member from Uzumaki village to join us? One Konoha ninja suggested with a smile. Lu, we came in haste and did not anticipate that Uzumaki village, known for its long-standing ties with the Senju clan, would be unwilling to continue the alliance. Therefore, we brought an insufficient number of participants. Would you please select a jonin under 15 years of age to spar with our Konoha ninjas? Mito Monin responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he regarded Mito Monin. A jonin under 15 years of age? While the Uzumaki clan possesses great chakra reserves, we do not have many jonin. Given the recent wars, it is impossible to find such a candidate, Lu stated, his tone heavy with discontent. I shall take on the role of the combatant, one of the Uzumaki young women volunteered. Lin Ye, who had been lingering on the periphery, observed the chief. Uzumaki Lu who, with a somber expression, he stepped forward and addressed the chief loudly. Xiaoyi, what brings you here? Uzumaki Lu who, initially troubled and contemplating whether to summon a jonin to use transformation techniques to deceive, was taken aback by Lin Ye's voice. Chief, among those capable of battle within the clan, and under the age of 15, I am the only one, Lin Ye replied with a smile, looking at Uzumaki Lu who. Is that acceptable? Uzumaki Lu who hesitated for a moment upon hearing Lin Ye's words and inquired in a deep voice, Are you sure? Rest assured, I have mastered space ninjutsu, Lin Ye whispered cautiously into Uzumaki Lu who's ear. Very well, Elder Shui Hu, we shall send Xiao Yi as our representative to battle. Uzumaki Lu who nodded, smiling at Shui Hu Min Yin, and remarked, The Uzumaki clan is indeed a great clan. Let us proceed to the training ground, as it is not appropriate to engage in combat within the reception hall. Shui Hu Min Yin cast a deep glance at Lin Ye and responded with a smile to Uzumaki Lu Hu. The primary purpose of bringing 7 Leaf Village ninjas to the Uzumaki village was not merely for a marriage alliance, but to showcase their strength and undermine the morale of the Uzumaki clan. If the Uzumaki clan were to be defeated by the Leaf Village ninjas, it would expose their vulnerabilities, enticing other ninja villages to attack the Uzumaki. forcing them to seek refuge with the Leaf Village. At that point, selecting a host for the Ninetales would be a simple matter for the Leaf Village. The group swiftly arrived at the training ground of the Land of Whirlpools. Upon entering, Lin Ye surveyed the young talents chosen by the Leaf Village, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You all come at me together," he coldly challenged the 7 ninjas from the Leaf Village. Huh. The Leaf Village ninjas were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, unsure of how to respond. What does the chief of the Lu Hu clan mean by that? Shui Hu Minyan, shocked, turned to Uzumaki Lu Hu with a grim expression. "Oh, nothing much. Didn't you say you wanted to battle our ninjas?" Uzumaki Lu Hu, though filled with trepidation, maintained a facade of seriousness and coldly retorted at Shui Hu Minyan. The ninjas from the Leaf Village turned to Shui Hu Minyan, awaiting his decision. Seeing their expectant gazes, Shui Hu Minyan gritted his teeth and calmly nodded in acknowledgement. The ninjas from the Leaf Village, receiving his signal, fixed their gazes on Lin Ye, ready to strike at any moment. "You little brat, your arrogance will lead to your demise." One Leaf Village ninja sneered as he charged towards Lin Ye. In response to the attack, Lin Ye entered Dragon Slayer mode. Dragon horns sprouted from his head, and small scales appeared across his body. Lightning Dragon's crushing fist. Lightning Dragon's tail swipe. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Dragon Slayer magic, penetrating the ranks of the Leaf Village ninjas and effortlessly incapacitating 3 of them with mere 2 strikes. Lightning Dragon's roar. Lin Ye inhaled deeply, unleashing a massive storm of lightning upon the ninjas. Fortunately, the remaining 4 ninjas were not to be underestimated. Earth release, earth barrier. Water release, water barrier. 2 ninjas swiftly erected barriers. Although Lin Ye's lightning was formidable, the combination of their techniques successfully blocked the Lightning Dragon's roar. Senjutsu. Uzumaki clan, indeed a great clan. Akin to the Senju clan, Shui Hu Minyan exclaimed, astonished at the power Lin Ye wielded, turning wide-eyed to Uzumaki Lu Hu. "Haha, Elder Shui Hu, you flatter me." Uzumaki Lu Hu replied, genuinely pleased yet surprised by Lin Ye's display of power. He had heard that Lin Ye discovered the vast otherworldly space, the summoning sanctuary, due to an unknown Senjutsu inheritance, and with his granddaughter recently learning Senjutsu alongside Uzumaki Chi-mei. He had not anticipated the strength of this mode in Lin Ye's hands. It was clear he needed to expedite the relocation of all clan members to the summoning sanctuary to discern its unique Senjutsu. In the training ground, Lin Ye was not surprised that the ninjas from the Leaf Village managed to withstand his roar. Instead, he took a moment to breathe deeply and further amplify his Senjutsu. He activated lightning-based enhancement to boost his reflexes and speed, charging toward the ninjas from the Leaf Village. Multiple shadow clone technique. In a single night, he summoned 7 clones, swiftly advancing in pairs toward the ninjas. The ninjas from the Leaf Village, caught off guard and unable to utilize jutsu in time, hastily drew their kunai to engage Lin Ye in taijutsu. Observing their frantic attempt, Lin Ye smiled slightly, gathering chakra into his right palm to form a Rasengan, which he then struck heavily against the kunai of a Leaf Village ninja, shattering it and surging toward the ninjas. Chapter 42. The Retreat of Shui Hu Minyan. Struck by the Rasengan, for ninjas from the Leaf Village were sent spiraling into the air, transformed into a miniature whirlwind before crashing heavily to the ground. The chief's expectations were not in vain, Lin Ye remarked, approaching Uzumaki Lu Hu with a smile. "Xiao Yi. Well done." Uzumaki Lu Hu exclaimed excitedly, patting Lin Ye's shoulder. "Elder Lu Hu, how old is this Xiao Yi?" Shui Hu Minyan inquired, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he feigned curiosity to Uzumaki Lu Hu. No, our Xiao Yi has just turned 7, Uzumaki Lu Hu replied earnestly, pride radiating from his demeanor. 7? Haha, Chief Lu Hu, are you jesting? Shui Hu Minyan chuckled lightly, incredulous at Uzumaki Lu Hu's declaration. "No, I am not lying. Xiao Yi is indeed only 7, Uzumaki Lu Hu asserted, gazing seriously at Shui Hu Minyan. Shui Hu Minyan, upon hearing Uzumaki Lu Hu repeat himself, scrutinized the chief's expression, searching for any signs of deception. However, he found only sincerity in Uzumaki Lu Hu's eyes, and the surrounding audience displayed no signs of dishonesty either. Could it truly be that he is merely 7? Shui Hu Minyan's throat felt parched at that moment. If this Xiao Yi was indeed just a 7-year-old child, then the earlier plans to diminish the Uzumaki clan's power and indirectly weaken the Senju clan would surely face significant complications. Elder Mito, your visit to our Hidden Leaf Village is not merely for the purpose of an arranged marriage, is it? Lin Ye calmly regarded the somber-faced Mito Minyan, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Mito Minyan, who had been momentarily distracted, quickly refocused his gaze on Lin Ye. What do you mean? We are a ninja village founded by the Senju clan and naturally maintain a cordial relationship with the Uzumaki clan. Our intention for a union stems from this amicable association. Mito Minyan had initially contemplated how to deal with the Uzumaki ninja named Xiaoya. But upon hearing Lin Ye's remark and seeing the penetrating gaze he cast, he shivered slightly and forced a laugh in response. Is that so? It is best if that is the case. After listening to Mito Minyan's words, Lin Ye gave him a meaningful glance. He exchanged greetings with clan leader Uzumaki Lu Hu and then turned to leave the training ground. Lin Ye had observed the fluctuations in Mito Minyan's expression and demeanor, one moment filled with regret, the next with hostility. He had tentatively inquired about Mito Minyan's intentions, but the outcome did not align with Lin Ye's expectations. Judging by Mito Minyan's earlier reaction, they were indeed not there for an alliance, but likely for some other purpose. Though the specifics eluded Lin Ye for the moment. Clan leader Lu Hu, it seems that the talents of our village are indeed unworthy of your esteemed ninjas. I shall take my leave and return to the Hidden Leaf Village with these clansmen. After Mito Minyan retrieved some healing ointments to treat the external injuries of the 7 Leaf Village ninjas who had been rendered unconscious by Lin Ye, ensuring they were fit for their subsequent endeavors, he promptly approached Uzumaki Lu Hu to bid farewell. Haha, Elder Mito, if you wish to depart, you may do so at your discretion. There is no need to seek my permission. Upon hearing Mito Minyan's words, Uzumaki Lu Hu chuckled, displaying a profound understanding of the situation. Mito Minyan, upon hearing Uzumaki Lu Hu's response, hastily led the Leaf Village ninjas away from the Whirlpool Ninja Village. Elder Mito, why are we in such a hurry to leave? Are we to fear such a small village as the Whirlpool Ninja Village, given the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village? On their way back, one Leaf Village ninja, observing the wounded yet resolute Mito Minyan trudging along, noticed the 7 young talents from their village enduring their injuries. A flicker of disdain crossed the ninja's eyes as he swiftly approached Mito Minyan and inquired in a low voice. What do you understand? We had previously masked our intentions under the guise of marriage to scheme against the Whirlpool Village. Although initially, Uzumaki Lu Hu did not grasp the implications. I am certain that upon my revelation, he comprehended it fully. Yet, his subsequent actions indicated a tolerance of our machinations against the Whirlpool Village, suggesting he possesses a trump card and would not allow me to proceed unchecked. If we do not hasten our retreat now, shall we linger and risk being discovered by more Whirlpool ninjas who may seek to eliminate us? Mito Minyan regarded the Leaf Village Jonin captain beside him and reprimanded him with irritation. Elder Mito, could that trump card of the Whirlpool Village be the one called Xiaoya? I have heard he is known as Uzumaki Lin Ye, the grandson of Elder Qing Lu from the Uzumaki clan. The Jonin captain's surprise was palpable upon hearing Mito Minyan's words, and he cautiously posed the question. That should not be the case, as it is not the most likely scenario. While there may be a connection to that Uzumaki Lin Ye, it does not directly implicate the ninja named Xiaoya. Mito Minyan's eyes flickered at the Jonin captain's words, and he calmly replied. In Mito Minyan's perspective, although Lin Ye had bested 7 Leaf Village ninjas, he was not yet capable of safeguarding the entirety of the Whirlpool Nation. It was Lin Ye's sage mode that held paramount importance. Enough talk. We must swiftly return and report this intelligence to the 3rd Hokage, who will make the necessary decisions. Mito Minyan glanced at the Jonin captain, intending to speak further, but was interrupted by Chun Sheng, who interjected. The Jonin captain of the Leaf Village, observing Mito Minyan's gesture, obediently fell silent. They quickened their pace, hastening towards the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf Village with all their might. Lin Ye reflected on Mito Minyan's actions and the fate of the Uzumaki clan as depicted in the original narrative, and suddenly an epiphany struck him. This time, due to Lin Ye's influence, the losses sustained in the Land of Water were minimal, thus concealing the Uzumaki clan's deficiencies in strength. Mito Minyan's proposition for a contest likely stemmed from insights gained through the Senju clan regarding the Uzumaki clan's capabilities. His intention was to demonstrate to the other 4 great ninja villages that the Uzumaki clan was not formidable, and that they were indeed at a disadvantage when facing the 5 major ninja villages, which could incite the other 4 villages to take action against the Whirlpool Nation. Having comprehended this, Lin Ye promptly rose and made his way to the office of his grandfather, Uzumaki Lu Hu, and clan leader Uzumaki Qing Lu. Chapter 43. The Transformed Dragon God Realm. Grandfather. There is grave news, Lin Ye shouted as he burst into the office of his grandfather, Uzumaki Qing Lu, and clan leader Uzumaki Lu Hu, his voice laced with urgency. Xiaoya, what troubles you? No need to rush. Take your time and explain what is amiss. Uzumaki Qing Lu gently halted Lin Ye, smiling as he spoke. Grandfather, the visitors from the Leaf Village are here to assert their power. On one hand, they seek to impress upon us the might of their ninjas, while on the other, they aim to showcase to the other 4 great ninja villages that our Whirlpool Village is not particularly strong. This would compel those coveting our position to act, forcing us to seek assistance from the Leaf Village and owe them a favor, thereby easing their future selection of the Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. Lin Ye grasped his grandfather's garments, anxiously conveying his concerns. Ha, Xiaoya, you are indeed astute, but fret not. These matters are not of immediate consequence to our Whirlpool Village. After hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Qing Lu exchanged a glance with Uzumaki Lu Hu and smiled reassuringly at Lin Ye. Grandfather, this is indeed a critical matter. Why are you so unconcerned? Lin Ye furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with Uzumaki Qing Lu's demeanor. Xiaoya, have you forgotten that behind us lies the sacred realm of summoning, which you refer to as the Dragon God Realm? Uzumaki Qing Lu ruffled Lin Ye's hair affectionately and said with a smile, You should go see how the Dragon God Realm has evolved. How long will it take for us to reside there? Observing Lin Ye's bewildered expression, Uzumaki Qing Lu patted Lin Ye's shoulder and encouraged him. Has the Dragon God Realm undergone significant changes? I shall go and investigate at once. Lin Ye, upon hearing his grandfather's words, cast a puzzled glance at him and softly replied, Indeed, go and see. You will surely be astonished. Uzumaki Qing Lu released Lin Ye, gesturing for him to gather information and return afterward. Lin Ye, heeding his grandfather's advice, swiftly departed from the office and returned home. Once in his room, Lin Ye sat cross-legged on his bed and projected his consciousness into the Dragon God Realm, beginning to observe the transformations that had taken place. Upon entering the Dragon God Realm, Lin Ye was immediately taken aback by the changes he beheld. The oceans within the Dragon God Realm were now teeming with a variety of algae and fish. The transformations upon the land have been even more profound, with dense forests, orderly houses, and meticulously cultivated fields. Most significantly, Lin Ye discovered that within the Dragon God Realm, the growth rate of flora and crops far surpassed that of the outside world. Upon contacting the core of the cave, Lin Ye learned that this remarkable change was due to the recent establishment of the Dragon God Realm, where the forces of natural elements were exceedingly abundant. The evolution of various laws led to a continuous elevation of the world, resulting in such flourishing development. It is no wonder that both his grandfather and the clan leader remained so composed. It appeared that within a month's time, the entire clan could relocate to the Dragon God Realm. Observing the rapid efforts of his kin as they utilized ninjutsu to construct the Dragon God Realm, Lin Ye's face lit up with joy. In just a month, his people would enter this world, free from the perils of life. What do you think, Xiaoyi? Have you explored the Dragon City realm yet? His grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, inquired upon returning home and seeing Lin Ye at the dining table. Grandfather, I had no idea the development of the Dragon God Realm was progressing so swiftly. It seems that in merely a month, we will be able to move to the Dragon God Realm. This is truly wonderful. Lin Ye responded, lifting his gaze to his grandfather with a smile, overflowing with excitement. Xiaoyi, we owe much of this to you. If you hadn't discovered the Dragon God Realm, your clan leader and I would still be in a state of distress. Vortex Qinglu chuckled, expressing his gratitude. Grandfather, I believe that several important structures have already been erected in the Dragon God Realm. We can transfer the heritage of the Vortex clan there, ensuring that these precious assets do not fall into the hands of other ninja villages, Lin Ye suggested, noting his grandfather's delighted expression. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Let us do this. Tomorrow, I will instruct the clan members to move the Namiantang and the family's library to the Dragon God Realm to preserve our clan's legacy. Vortex Qinglu contemplated, acknowledging the importance of Lin Ye's suggestion. With the recent departure of the ninjas from Konoha, who could ascertain whether these unscrupulous individuals might conspire against the Vortex clan? Thus, he acquiesced to Lin Ye's request. Sitting beside him, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled at his grandfather's words. How could he have forgotten the Vortex clan's most powerful trump card? In the original narrative, the Vortex clan's sealing technique, the Corpse Demon Sealing, was a terrifying ability with a one-for-one exchange. Even the formidable Ninetales was bisected by the Shinigami summoned through the Corpse Demon Sealing. However, in the later stages, Orochimaru managed to outwit the Shinigami with the Corpse Resurrection ability, momentarily diminishing the once insurmountable prowess of the Shinigami. If Lin Ye could decipher the true nature of this Shinigami, it might elevate the Vortex clan's strength to new heights. After all, in the world of Naruto, there was only one deity, the Shinigami, alongside the evil god. Other divine beings seemed entirely absent from this realm of extraordinary power. Grandfather, leave the transfer of the Namian Tang to me tomorrow. I will ensure it is relocated to the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye declared, his heart brimming with excitement, yet tinged with anxiety as he looked at his grandfather. Very well. Tomorrow, let your sister accompany you for the transfer. Otherwise, the sheer volume of items may overwhelm you, Vortex Qinglu replied, waving his hand to indicate that Lin Ye should proceed. Understood, I will go with my sister, Lin Ye assured, suppressing his excitement and smiling at his grandfather. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Ye and his sister, Vortex Chime, arrived at the Namian Tang. Is this the Namian Tang? Sister, there are so many masks. Can each one be utilized? Lin Ye inquired curiously, gazing at the multitude of masks adorning the walls. Of course, each mask can be used for the Corpse Demon Sealing, but you must first drip your blood upon them, Vortex Chime replied, reverently retrieving the masks from the wall and placing them into a small box, smiling at her brother. What happens if one of the masks is missing? Lin Ye asked, mimicking his sister as he carefully lifted one from the wall. One less won't matter. We can always have the clan leader or grandfather craft another. However, creating each Shinigami mask is quite challenging, she explained as she continued to gather the masks. Upon hearing his sister, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with delight. After cautiously removing another mask, he chose not to store it in the box, but instead directly transferred it to the Dragon God realm, entrusting it to the cave's core, hoping it would absorb the mask's power. Upon receiving Lin Ye's command, the core of the cave utilized the world's spiritual energy to envelop the mask and began to absorb its strength. However, it soon discovered that the mask contained only an incomplete Taoist rune and the belief power accumulated over the years from the Vortex clan's offerings. After collecting all the masks, Lin Ye and his sister, Vortex Chime, entered the Dragon God realm using the reverse summoning technique. Once the masks were safely placed in the new Namian Tang, Lin Ye received information transmitted from the world core. All right, Lin Ye, let us return, Vortex Chime said, observing the neatly arranged masks on the wall, none missing. Sister, you may go ahead. I would like to stay here a bit longer, Lin Ye replied, smiling and gesturing for her to leave first. Feel free to look, but remember not to recklessly use the power of the Shinigami masks. The Corpse Demon Sealing requires a soul as a sacrifice. Do not engage in foolish actions, she cautioned, her tone serious as she noticed Lin Ye's intense fixation on the masks. Understood, sister. I promise I will not act recklessly, Lin Ye assured her confidently. Good. That's more like it. I shall return now. Make haste, and do not linger too long, Vortex Chime said, ruffling Lin Ye's hair before departing the Dragon God realm. After his sister left, Lin Ye commanded the world core to absorb all the Shinigami masks. Soon, he had comprehended the essence of each mask. All the Shinigami masks were crafted from an incomplete Taoist rune combined with belief power. Lin Ye also discovered the souls of several ancestors from the Vortex clan and others sealed by them. Through the memories possessed by these souls, Lin Ye gleaned some insights. The Corpse Demon Sealing was a sealing technique devised by a prodigy of the Vortex clan, originating from runes discovered in an ancient temple. In truth, the creation of the Shiki Fujin technique dates back over a century. It is precisely due to the deterrent power of this sealing technique that the Uzumaki clan was deemed the most formidable adversary by many ninja clans during the Warring States period. After all, the essence of the Shiki Fujin does not take into account an individual's chakra. Even a very young genin, upon invoking this sealing technique, could take down an elite shinobi alongside them. The only flaw lies in the necessity of capturing the enemy first. As Lin Ye perused the memories of the elders, he sensed an unsettling inconsistency, but could not articulate it. After regaining all the powers associated with the Shiki Fujin, he departed from the Dragon God realm and returned to the outside world. Upon his arrival, his sister Uzumaki Chime and grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu had already finished their dinner and were engaged in casual conversation on the sofa. "Xiaoyi, you're back. There's some food left for you in the kitchen. Remember to eat it." His sister Uzumaki Chime smiled as she turned to him. "Grandfather, are there any records from hundreds of years ago in the clan?" Lin Ye inquired, having unexpectedly thought of the question after hearing his sister's words. He emerged from the kitchen with the meal his sister had prepared for him. There should indeed be some records from a century ago, though not many. Today, Qingfeng went to transport the books to the Dragon God realm. "So if you wish to learn anything, you can take a look," Uzumaki Qinglu replied, startled by Lin Ye's sudden question, yet smiling at him. "Really? There are records from a century ago? I'll finish my meal and go check it out," Lin Ye exclaimed, surprised that his casual inquiry had yielded such a significant discovery. He hastily consumed his food, pondering the inconsistencies in the memory of the ancestor he had encountered. He recalled that the Shiki Fujin was mentioned, and subsequently, no other clan dared to provoke the Uzumaki clan, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his confusion. However, with the records available, he felt certain he would uncover the truth. After finishing his meal, Lin Ye bid farewell to his grandfather and sister before re-entering the Dragon God realm. Within this realm, utilizing his mastery, he quickly located various books that the clan leader's son, Uzumaki Qingfeng, had moved into the spatial area. Fortunately, these books had yet to be arranged in the library. Lin Ye opened the first box. Beginning to search for the information he sought while assisting the clan leader's son in organizing the books on the shelves, thus contributing to his clan. The next morning, Uzumaki Qingfeng arrived in the Dragon God realm and observed that Lin Ye had already arranged 2 boxes of books on the shelves. "Xiaoyi, what are you doing?" Qingfeng asked, curiosity evident in his tone. "Uncle Qingfeng, you're here. Just leave these books here. I plan to review all the clan's texts to see if I can find ways to bolster our clan's strength. Don't worry, I won't damage them," Lin Ye replied with a smile. "All right, not many people typically read these books anyway. Just be careful not to damage them," Qingfeng nodded, permitting Lin Ye to manage the collection on his own. "Thank you, Uncle Qingfeng. You can go about your business. I'll handle things here," Lin Ye beamed, turning to pick up the book he had not yet finished reading, engrossed in its contents. Qingfeng shook his head at Lin Ye's enthusiasm before departing the library to attend to other matters. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan, much like the Senju and Uchiha clans, was a millennium-old family. The library contained a plethora of books, each documenting a variety of topics. Before long, Lin Ye uncovered the information he had been seeking. The reason for the amicable relationship between the Senju and Uzumaki clans was that whenever a particularly gifted member of the Uchiha clan emerged, either the Uzumaki or Senju clan would inevitably produce a counterpart capable of challenging them. However, this occurrence appeared to follow a cyclical pattern. As long as these 2 formidable individuals were alive, neither the Uchiha nor the Uzumaki and Senju clans could manifest such powerful shinobi. However, since the Uzumaki clan developed the Shiki Fujin, the Senju clan had witnessed the emergence of such powerful individuals on 3 consecutive occasions. Before the establishment of Konoha Gakure, the Uzumaki clan's decision to marry their most talented female ninja, Uzumaki Mido, to Senju Hashirama stemmed from the realization that the Uzumaki clan had ceased to produce similarly strong shinobi. The once equitable relationship between the Senju and Uzumaki clans had begun to exhibit disparities in status. While the exceptional individuals from both clans harbored noble intentions, the potential for other members of the Senju clan to harbor ambitions of subsuming the Uzumaki clan could not be overlooked. "Ah, I see," Lin Ye murmured, placing down the book in his hands as he mentally organized the information he had gathered. The formidable ninjas emerging from the Senju and Uzumaki clans must be the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura. Yet, why did Ashura cease to reincarnate within the Uzumaki clan following the invention of the Shiki Fujin? He pondered, rubbing his forehead as he spoke to himself. It appeared that the Senju and Uzumaki clans had no discernible differences regarding the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura. Thus, the sole individual capable of influencing Ashura's reincarnation could only be Otsutsuki Kagaya. Aside from her, the only other possibility was her brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. It seemed that the Uzumaki clan, despite mastering such a powerful sealing technique as the Shiki Fujin in the original narrative, ultimately faced extinction. This calamity was likely not solely orchestrated by the four great ninja villages, but perhaps also involved the machinations of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Lin Ye stood up in shock, alarmed by his own deductions. If the extermination of the Uzumaki clan was indeed a plot devised by Otsutsuki Kagaya, then it might be profoundly connected to the realm of death. Furthermore, the Pure Land was not merely a natural resting place for souls. It could very well be a unique space established by Kagaya for the storage of souls. After all, in the original narrative, Kagaya summoned the past 5 Kage from the Pure Land, utilizing only the existence of chakra. She had brought Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hatake Kakashi, and Haruno Sakura back from the realm of the heavens with a mere wave of her hand, lifting the Edo Tensei technique from them. This indicated that Kagaya wielded immense power over the Pure Land. I must act swiftly, Lin Ye resolved, determined to retrieve the souls of his loved ones from the Pure Land. Simultaneously, he needed to ensure that future members of the Uzumaki clan would not have their souls drawn into the Pure Land upon death. With a newfound purpose, Lin Ye seized a nearby book and continued his examination. Although he had developed a celestial realm, which should allow him to intercept the souls of his clan members, preventing them from entering the Pure Land, the urgency of the situation compelled him to press on. However, the pressing matter at hand is how to properly manage these souls, ensuring that the spirits of our kin are not discarded as mere refuse within the core of the cave realm, transformed into mere power. This is the next step that Lin Ye must undertake. Lin Ye intends to trace the origins of the runes related to the death god mask he possesses. He seeks to uncover any additional records that might reveal other clues. After rummaging through every book in his possession, he finally discovered comprehensive information regarding the creation of the death god mask within one particular tome. The author of this book meticulously recounts how an ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, during his travels, stumbled upon a temple and discovered a manuscript concerning the worship of deities. The deity being revered was none other than the legendary death god. However, upon thorough investigation, this Uzumaki clan member realized that the death god had lost its life and had completely dissipated. After numerous experiments, he extracted a small rune from the manuscript and, utilizing the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, crafted the death god mask. Through the contract established by this mask, one could summon a manifestation of the death god, coalesced from the power of faith. When beings confront this summoned entity, it exudes an overwhelming pressure akin to the weight of the world, rendering them unable to evade the death god's seal. Nonetheless, the latter part of the book mentioned that one could use the power of faith to forge a path to the underworld. Unfortunately, the information was incomplete, and the ancestor, upon reviewing it, found himself incapable of harnessing the power of faith. Without the ability to manipulate such power, he could not possibly consider the establishment of this underworld. Shin'en gazed at the densely packed knowledge contained within the book, elated. Since he could manipulate the power of faith, he could indeed carve out the underworld. Lin Ye hurriedly transcribed the contents and, along with the death god runes, infused them into the core of the cave realm. The incompleteness of the information posed no issue, as the world core would continuously evolve. All he needed was to segregate a portion of space, ensuring that the souls of his kin would not be devoured by the cave realm. In the future, he could certainly seize the Rinnegan from Uchiha Madara, utilizing it to refine the underworld. Chapter 46. Dividing the Dragon God Realm. Without further ado, Lin Ye harnessed the power of the Yang attribute as the core, supplemented by the other 5 elemental powers, to conjure a small space in the skies above. This space was modest in size, akin to that of a single room. Once he stabilized the celestial space, Lin Ye employed the power of the Yin attribute as the core, along with the other 5 attributes, to create a realm of the underworld at the Earth's lowest strata. Moreover, Lin Ye inscribed the fragmented heavenly Tao runes extracted from the death god mask upon the walls of this newly formed space. Upon the successful formation of both realms, Lin Ye established a perpetual equivalence in size between the celestial and underworld spaces within the core of the world. He named the previously created cave realm the human realm, adjusting the proportional dimensions such that the human realm would be 9 times larger than both the celestial and underworld realms, maintaining a ratio of 110. Once Lin Ye successfully established the 3 realms, he intended to transfer all souls acquired from the death god mask into the underworld space. allowing them to rest peacefully as if in a pure land. After acquiring the Rinnegan, he planned to attempt using it to create a miniature 6 paths of reincarnation, facilitating the rebirth of souls within the Dragon God realm. Xiaoya, where have you been? I have been unable to find you for the past few days. After completing the spatial division within the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye returned home, where his sister Uzumaki Chime approached him urgently, her expression grave as she inquired. Sister, I have been in the Dragon God realm this entire time. What happened? Lin Ye responded with a smile, observing his sister's anxious demeanor. How can you even ask? You have been missing for a full 7 days. Do you have any idea how worried grandfather and I have been? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime slapped him playfully, her tone stern. 7 days? I was only gone for 2. Lin Ye exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he addressed his sister. You are simply being ridiculous. Now, hurry and pack your belongings. We will be moving to the Dragon God realm very soon, Uzumaki Chime said, poking Lin Ye's forehead with her finger, a hint of irritation in her tone. My apologies, sister. I will pack right away, Lin Ye replied, his expression apologetic as he followed his sister's instructions and turned to gather his belongings. Upon entering his room, Lin Ye found that his sister had already packed the bedding and furniture, leaving only his locked desk drawers untouched. He retrieved his keys from the storage panel, opened the drawers, and stored their contents within the storage space before exiting the room. Sister, I have packed everything. Let me assist you, Lin Ye exclaimed as he emerged from his room, noticing his sister Uzumaki Chime was busy packing kitchenware. All right, since you are willing to help, come over here. We must be swift, or else those outside the village will breach our defenses, Uzumaki Chime replied, glancing at Lin Ye before nodding for him to join her. Without delay, Lin Ye rushed over to assist his sister in her packing endeavors. Sister, you mentioned that there are enemies outside the village watching us. Is that true? Who are they? Lin Ye inquired as he helped his sister with the dishes. 5 days ago, a clan member returned from the underground trading post, claiming that information concerning our Uzumaki clan's strength had surfaced there. Subsequently, various ninja from other villages have come to verify the authenticity of that information. The majority of these inquirers belong to the Mist Village, followed closely by those from the Cloud Village. However, the clan leader has identified several spies among them from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Given their demeanor, they might strike against our Uzumaki village at any moment. Uzumaki Chime stated calmly as she finished packing a box. Sister, did the clan leader manage to acquire that information? Lin Ye asked, observing the kitchen, now devoid of its contents, as he turned to his sister. Yes, he did. What is it that you wish to know? Uzumaki Chime replied, giving Lin Ye a disapproving glance. Sister, does that information contain details about me? Lin Ye smiled, looking at his sister with anticipation. Since it pertains to our Uzumaki clan, it naturally includes your information. Is there any doubt about that? Uzumaki Chime responded, playfully smacking Lin Ye's head. Sister, I will pay a visit to the clan leader. You continue to pack the rest of the items, Lin Ye said, immediately rising and hurrying towards where their grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Luhu, were working. Watching Lin Ye rush off, his sister Uzumaki Chime shook her head helplessly and resumed her task of packing various household items. Grandfather, where is that information regarding our clan? Please show it to me. Lin Yefeng rushed into the office of his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Luhu. Breathless, he approached the desk of Uzumaki Luhu, urgently speaking to him. Haha, little Yi, why the rush? Here, this is the intelligence report. Take a look for yourself. That accursed Konoha has actually leaked your information. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Luhu chuckled and retrieved a thick stack of documents from the drawer of his desk, handing it to Lin Ye with a smile. Lin Ye took the report from Uzumaki Luhu's hands and began to scrutinize it carefully. Within the thick stack of materials, the first thing he saw was the intelligence on Uzumaki Luhu and his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. Both reports appeared quite clear but lacked any remarkable details. They were rather conventional. However, when Lin Ye's name appeared as the third individual, he was taken aback by the report. Initially, it outlined his ninjutsu data, but the final line did not mention his publicly disclosed sage mode. Chapter 47. Urgent Relocation. Grandfather, something is amiss. Quickly notify all clan members to relocate to the Dragon God realm at once. Otherwise, we may face a grave crisis. Lin Ye urgently declared to Uzumaki Luhu and his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, as he dropped the report. Lin Ye, wait. What do you mean? What is going on? Uzumaki Luhu, observing Lin Ye's anxious demeanor and tone, hurriedly stopped him from running out, inquiring with concern. "It's too late, clan leader," Lin Ye exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration as he swiftly connected his consciousness with the core of the cave, summoning the spirit-binding scroll he had previously created. A massive reverse summoning formation unfolded within the Dragon God realm. Simultaneously, a colossal summoning array appeared within the territory of the Uzumaki village. All clan members within the Uzumaki territory were momentarily taken aback by the imposing summoning array beneath their feet. Yet, in the next moment, every member of the Uzumaki clan was transported into the Dragon God realm. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Uzumaki nation, the Mist Village, allied with the Everlasting Village, cautiously advanced towards the islands of the Uzumaki nation, accompanied by a cohort of elite ninjas. Something feels off. Why is the Uzumaki nation so eerily quiet today? Not a sound to be heard, remarked one of the elite jonin as he exchanged puzzled glances with his companion. Could it be that our movements have been detected by the Uzumaki? Another ninja from the Mist Village suggested, astonished by his partner's inquiry. That's unlikely. Let us investigate further. The two Mist Village ninjas shared a glance and swiftly slipped into one of the residences. Upon entering, they were stunned to find the house packed with luggage, yet devoid of any inhabitants. This is bad. The Uzumaki clan has fled. Quick, search the area. A ninja from the Mist Village dashed into the yard, launching a signal flare into the sky. Following the release of the signal, ninjas from the Mist Village and the Cloud Village converged on the Uzumaki nation from every direction, intent on locating the members of the Uzumaki clan. Damn it! There must be a spy among us from the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, how could our meticulously planned operation be discovered? A jonin from the Mist Village fumed, surveying the empty Uzumaki village. Enough of this bickering. We must search the entire Uzumaki nation for any traces of their sealing techniques. If we find nothing, we shall send word to Konoha, demanding compensation from the third Hokage, interjected a ninja from the Cloud Village, his voice cold. Humph, devious Cloud ninjas. I concur with your suggestion. The Mist Village ninja retorted with a disdainful scoff. Within the Dragon God realm, Uzumaki Luhu confronted Lin Ye. What have you done? Why the frantic summoning of everyone to the Dragon God realm? Release us. There are matters to attend to in the village. Realizing that all the villagers had been transported, Uzumaki Luhu anxiously grasped Lin Ye's arm, speaking sternly. Clan leader, we cannot return. The village is surrounded by ninjas from the 4, possibly even 5 great ninja villages. If we go back, our lives could be at stake at any moment, Lin Ye replied earnestly, locking eyes with Uzumaki Luhu. What? How do you know someone intends to strike against us? Uzumaki Luhu asked in surprise, bewildered by Lin Ye's assertion. Clan leader, do you recall the intelligence report I reviewed earlier? You mentioned that it was leaked by someone from Konoha, but I suspect it wasn't them at all. The ability I practiced, resembling Sage Mode, is fundamentally distinct from it. The ninjas of Konoha would not recognize it. While they are familiar with Sage Mode, they possess limited information about our Uzumaki clan. Even after I defeated 7 of their elite jonin, they would not rank me alongside Uncle Ching Feng. After all, I am still just a child. They would categorize me as a first-generation youth, not as the third in the entire clan. To place such significance on me, believing my power to be second only to that of my grandfather and the clan leader, indicates that the individual behind this possesses extraordinary reconnaissance abilities. Lin Ye asserted solemnly. Is that so? Very well, I shall trust you this once. I will go reassure the clan members, Uzumaki Luhu conceded, observing the determination in Lin Ye's eyes. He reluctantly shook his head and exchanged a glance with Lin Ye's grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, before turning to comfort the clan members. As Lin Ye watched his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Luhu, soothing the clan, he cautiously utilized a transformation technique to assume the guise of a Mist Village ninja, preparing to stealthily exit the Dragon God realm and return to the clan's territory for reconnaissance. If his suspicions were correct, there would be a significant presence of ninjas from the 5 great villages within the village. Should such a multitude of outsiders exist, it would imply that the potential extermination of the Uzumaki clan was not merely a matter of the 5 ninja villages' apprehension, but rather the machinations of Otsutsuki Kagaya lurking in the shadows. It would become evident that she was no benevolent figure. Henceforth, as Lin Ye traversed the ninja world, he must remain vigilant against Otsutsuki Kagaya's schemes. Perhaps he would need to ensure Uchiha Madara's demise sooner rather than later, or prolong his life, thereby influencing the reincarnation of the next generation, Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra. Lin Ye silently appeared on the islands of the Uzumaki nation, activating his Kagaya's eye, and discovered a multitude of elite Jonin and Chunin congregated within the Uzumaki clan's library, seeking to unearth the clan's legacy. Meanwhile, another group infiltrated the Namiya Hall. Witnessing the considerable gathering of ninjas within the village, Lin Ye promptly retreated back to the Dragon God realm. The extermination of the Uzumaki clan was evidently not a simple matter of ninja warfare. It was intricately tied to the dark hand of Otsutsuki Kagaya, likely linked to the vanishing deities of the ninja world. If one seeks to understand the underlying reasons, it appears that one must venture to explore the other three sacred lands or confront the malevolent spirits, ancient entities that have persisted through the ages. Chapter 48. The startled Vortex Ninja Xiaoyi. You just went out, didn't you? What did you find? Are there any enemies in the village? Vortex Chime inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye, who had unexpectedly appeared. Sister, the village is teeming with ninjas from Yunin and Wonin. I utilized the Kagura Heart Eye to observe them. It seems they have infiltrated the clan's library and the Nami Hall. This is undoubtedly premeditated. Moreover, it appears the alliance consists of more than just Yunin and Wonin. Likely all the major villages are involved. Lin Ye took a moment to steady his breath, his expression grave as he addressed his sister, Vortex Chime. Impossible. How could our Vortex clan provoke an assault from the 5 great ninja villages? Vortex Chime exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Sister, please gather the clan leader, grandfather, and all the senior ninjas. I have crucial information to share with everyone. Lin Ye, contemplating the potential dissatisfaction of clan members should they feel excluded from his decisions regarding their relocation to the Dragon God realm, resolved to disclose his suspicions about the Death God mask to the clan's elite. Understood. I will summon grandfather and notify them immediately. Vortex Chime nodded and swiftly made her way to find their grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. Lin Ye then proceeded to the meeting room within the Dragon God realm for training. Xiaoyi, you summoned us in haste. Do you have a discovery to share? The clan leader, Vortex Luhu, entered the meeting room briskly, eyeing Lin Ye with a serious demeanor. Please, clan leader, refrain from rushing. Once all clan members have arrived, I will disclose what I know. Lin Ye regarded Vortex Luhu earnestly, his tone steady. Very well. I shall notify everyone to gather. Although slightly disappointed that Lin Ye would not reveal his insights prematurely, Vortex Luhu turned to summon the clan members. Before long, the meeting room was filled with the elite ninjas of the Vortex clan, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye, anticipating an explanation. Now that everyone is present, I shall begin. I ask that you refrain from interrupting until I have finished. Lin Ye cleared his throat and addressed the assembly with utmost seriousness. Lin Ye, speak freely. Should anyone dare to interrupt, Uncle Qingfeng will ensure they are promptly removed. The clan leader's son, Vortex Qingfeng, stood, delivering his words with gravity. As you all know, our Vortex clan possesses a powerful sealing technique known as the Corpse Demon Sealing. To execute this seal, a special artifact called the Death God Mask must be created. Upon reviewing our clan's records, I found that prior to the creation of the Corpse Demon Sealing, a remarkable ninja akin to Senju Hashirama would emerge in our clan every generation. However, since the advent of the Corpse Demon Sealing, our clan has not seen such a formidable ninja again. Instead, the Senju clan continues to produce one every generation. In contrast, the Uchiha clan also sees a prodigious ninja arise every other generation. In the records I obtained during my time in the Dragon God realm, it is noted that Otsutsuki Kagaya had 2 sons, Otsutsuki Indra, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, and Otsutsuki Ashura, our ancestor from the Senju and Vortex clans. The Pure Land was established by Otsutsuki Kagaya. If you are unfamiliar with her name, perhaps the Sage of 6 Paths is a figure you all recognize. Thus, I pondered, could it be that by establishing the Corpse Demon Sealing, we harnessed the power of the Death God to usurp the abilities of the Sage of 6 Paths? Consequently, under the Sage's influence, the chakra of our ancestor Otsutsuki Ashura no longer reincarnates within our Vortex clan. Furthermore, as we continue to employ the Corpse Demon Sealing, the Sage of 6 Paths is covertly devising a means to eliminate our rebellious clan. Lin Ye regarded the assembly of clan members with a cold stare, his voice resonating with solemnity. The members below reacted with widened eyes, incredulous at Lin Ye's revelation. Xiaoyi, Tell me truthfully, are you serious about this? Vortex Qinglu, taken aback, looked at Lin Ye in astonishment. Grandfather, this insight arose from my thorough examination of our ancestral records. I only grasped these revelations after utilizing the power of this summoning sacred land to analyze the principles of the Death God Mask. Furthermore, the ancestral records explicitly state that the runes for creating the Death God Mask were discovered in a place known as the Death God Temple. Lin Ye calmly addressed his grandfather, shattering any remnants of disbelief in Vortex Qinglu. Lin Ye, with everything you've said, does this mean our Vortex clan will no longer have a place in the ninja world? Vortex Luhu questioned Lin Ye, his expression grave. Clan leader, the Sage of Six Paths, as the progenitor of chakra, possesses the ability to monitor every being within the ninja realm through chakra. I even suspect he can influence all who possess chakra. However, the unique sage mode of the dragon god realm cultivates a power known as Dragon's Might, which bears a striking resemblance to chakra, yet remains undetectable by the Sage of Six Paths. I believe we should promote this power within our clan. Lin Ye regarded the clan leader earnestly, affirming his position. Is it truly necessary to cultivate Dragon's Might to venture forth? Vortex Luhu queried Lin Ye, his tone serious. Rest assured, clan leader, I would never jeopardize the safety of my sister or grandfather. I understand that today's revelations are profoundly shocking for everyone. For now, I suggest we all return to rest. After a night's reflection, we can make informed decisions. What say you, clan leader? Lin Ye smiled gently at Vortex Luhu, offering him reassurance. How can anyone return to rest after what you've shared? Nevertheless, you are correct. We must all take a moment to calm ourselves before making decisions. Vortex Luhu shot Lin Ye an exasperated glance before rising to announce that everyone should retire for the night, postponing any decisions until morning. Chapter 49. The frustrated Raikage. While the Vortex clan remained in shock from Lin Ye's declarations, the ninjas from Yunnan and Wonan infiltrating the Vortex clan began relaying intelligence about the clan's disappearance through their summoning beasts. This revelation left the other three major ninja villages astounded. It was unfathomable that such a formidable clan could vanish from the ninja realm without a trace. This situation is highly suspicious, remarked the third Raikage, Yue, as he scrutinized the reports filtering in from the ninjas in his village, his brow furrowing in concern. Despite the comprehensive intelligence on the Vortex clan, not a single member has been captured. This must be the work of Konoha Gakure. The third Raikage must issue a diplomatic order, demanding the surrender of the sealing techniques we require. Otherwise, the Cloud Village will promptly declare war on Konoha. The third Raikage stood, addressing the gathered ninjas of the Cloud Village with a cold tone. However, Lord Raikage, our village's strength has yet to be fully restored. If we recklessly initiate war, we may find our logistics utterly unmanageable. An elder of the Cloud Village, witnessing the third Raikage's furious demeanor, mustered the courage to voice his concerns. If we dare not wage war, does Konoha have the audacity to do so? The third Raikage, Yagura, smirked with derision. Previously, due to the earthquake in the Land of Wind, they withdrew from the Ninja World War, but their strength remains intact. As long as we can furnish the other three great ninja villages with a reason to engage in battle, I am confident they will join us in striking against Konoha. Saloi, gather 1,000 ninjas from our village and prepare for an imminent offensive against Konoha, the third Raikage ordered, noting the absence of dissent. Saloi, his trusted subordinate, nodded in compliance. Understood, Lord Raikage. I shall attend to it at once. Saloi promptly exited the Cloud Village's conference room to rally the village's most formidable ninjas. What? The Uzumaki clan has vanished? How is that possible? Within Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaped to his feet, incredulous at the intelligence delivered by Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, this information was painstakingly acquired by my root ninjas. There is absolutely no error, Danzo replied, his gaze piercing. Could it be that Lord Mito has discovered our actions? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the ninjas we employed in our communications with the Cloud and Mist villages were members of Root. I did not even mobilize the Umbu. Are you suggesting a lapse on your part? Hiruzen retorted, brow furrowed with suspicion. Are you implying that I am to blame? Danzo's anger flared as he glared at Hiruzen. Consider carefully, Danzo. To whom have you disclosed this matter? Have you indulged in alcohol during this period? Hiruzen pressed, his tone steely. I maintain that I did not leak this information. Perhaps you should scrutinize your own actions more closely, Danzo shot back coldly. With that, He turned and exited the Hokage's office, dismissing Hiruzen entirely. This should not be. The matter was shrouded in secrecy. How could the Uzumaki clan possibly escape? Hiruzen pondered, perplexed as he sat in his chair, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Hokage-sama, urgent news. The Cloud Village has dispatched a significant number of ninjas to the borders of the Land of Fire, seemingly preparing for war against our Konoha. Just as Hiruzen was mulling over who might have leaked the intelligence regarding the Uzumaki clan, a member of the Umbu burst into his office, breathless with urgency. What? That damned Cloud Village. Summon Danzo, Mito, and the elder Tsunade immediately. We have pressing matters to discuss. Hiruzen commanded, rising to his feet with grave seriousness. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja swiftly departed to relay Hiruzen's orders to the elders. Damn it. I must uncover the identity of the traitor behind this. They shall not escape my wrath. Hiruzen's frustration mounted, and he slammed his pen upon the desk, momentarily forgetting the paperwork before him. Simultaneously, as the third Raikage sent forth more ninjas towards Konoha's borders. The second Mizukage and Tsuchikage deliberated on reigniting hostilities against Konoha and the Land of Fire. Even the Sand Village, having addressed the aftermath of the recent earthquake, was poised to recover. The second Kazekage, upon hearing of the maneuvers from the other three ninja villages, discreetly mobilized a contingent of ninjas towards the Land of Rivers. Intent on seizing the opportunity to strike, while Konoha was preoccupied, aiming to reclaim their lost territory due to the earthquake's devastation. Shinoya, let us proceed. The clan leader has summoned everyone to make a decision. In the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye's grandfather, Uzumaki Aoi, entered the house and observed Lin Ye engrossed in his sketches. Have you prepared so swiftly? I see. Grandfather, let us go and see, Lin Ye replied, looking up at his grandfather's worried expression with a gentle smile. Ah, you seem carefree, leaving all the difficult matters to us. Aoi remarked with a wry smile as he ruffled Lin Ye's hair, guiding him towards the meeting room. Do not worry, grandfather. We cannot simply allow the Sage of Six Paths to take our lives without a fight, Lin Ye reassured him, lightly patting his grandfather's hand. Chapter 50, Abandoning Chakra Aoi. Shinoya, you have arrived. Lin Ye and his grandfather entered the meeting room, where many esteemed jonin of the Uzumaki clan and the clan leader, Uzumaki Ruho, awaited them. Clan leader, I have brought Shinoya with me. Is everyone else present? Aoi inquired, nodding at Ruho. Aoi, everyone is here. We are only awaiting you, Ruho confirmed, gesturing for Aoi and Lin Ye to take their seats. Let us commence the meeting and revisit the matters Lin Ye previously mentioned. Does anyone have differing opinions? Ruho addressed the assembly, silencing the surrounding jonin. Clan leader, we have examined the texts in the library regarding Lin Ye's assertions and find no alternative viewpoints. A jonin named Uzumaki Seiju stated with a resigned smile. Then let us consider what measures can aid our Uzumaki clan. After all, while the Sage of Six Paths may not directly target us, we cannot remain in the Dragon God realm indefinitely, Ruho remarked, his tone tinged with exasperation as he surveyed the gathered ninjas. Clan leader, as Lin Ye previously stated, the Sage's animosity towards us stems from the need to create the Death God mask for the Reaper sealing technique. If we were to destroy all the Death God masks and nullify the Reaper sealing technique, the Sage would cease his pursuit of us. A ninja from the Uzumaki clan boldly proposed. Clan leader, I do not concur. Now, the Sage of Six Paths has turned his attention towards us, and our clan is also under the scrutiny of the 5 great ninja villages. If we were to abandon the Shinigami sealing technique, we would be utterly defenseless against these villages. Moreover, how can you be so certain that destroying the Death God's mask would cease the Sage's pursuit of us? While the Shadow Clone technique can enhance our capabilities, the Uzumaki clan, without the Shinigami sealing technique, would stand no chance against the 4 major ninja villages, let alone a coalition of 5. An elder from the Uzumaki clan immediately rose to vehemently counter this notion. It seems you wish for the demise of our clan at the hands of the Sage of Six Paths. Humph. You would rather perish at the hands of other ninja villages, wouldn't you? The 2 elder members of the Uzumaki clan began to quarrel furiously, each incensed by the other's statements. Enough. Silence. Uzumaki Ahu, observing the discord among his kin, slammed his hand down on the table, producing a resounding noise that quelled the argument. He glared at the 2 and shouted, Calm yourselves. Let us not jeopardize the unity of our Uzumaki clan over such matters. Ko, did you not mention you had a solution when you arrived earlier? Pray, share your insights. Elder Uzumaki always glanced at the now quiet assembly and, seeing no one else willing to speak, furrowed his brow and leaned towards Lin Ye, whispering, "Very well, my dear, since no one else has suggestions, please share your method." "All right, Grandpa, since everyone is at a loss, I shall present my approach." Lin Ye stepped forward, smiling as he addressed his clansmen. The reason the ninja world's practitioners are monitored and have their souls taken by the realm created by the Sage of Six Paths is closely linked to the chakra we currently cultivate. Thus, to escape the sage's surveillance and the intelligence he gathers on our Uzumaki clan, we must abolish chakra altogether. Lin Ye, standing before the assembly, spoke earnestly to his kin. "What? Abolish chakra? Absolutely not. Without chakra, we Uzumaki would lose all ability to confront other ninjas. This is utterly unacceptable." Uzumaki Qingfeng stood up, agitated, and protested vehemently. "Uncle Qingfeng, please hold your horses until I finish my explanation." Lin Ye smiled at the excited elder. "I possess a unique cultivation method that I previously taught to my sister, Uzumaki Chime, and my cousin, Uzumaki Jime. This is an immensely powerful force originating from our dragon god realm, which I have named Dragon Power. It can entirely consume the chakra within us, transforming it into dragon power, making it the optimal cultivation method after we abandon chakra. Dragon Power not only devours chakra, but can also absorb natural energy for cultivation. Unlike chakra, which merely amplifies one's strength, cultivating dragon power can fortify the body and significantly delay aging, granting one a longer lifespan. Lin Ye gazed at the gathered clan members, smiling as he continued. "Moreover, the dragon power can also be used to perform ninjutsu, although there may be certain limitations regarding elemental techniques. For instance, if you cultivate in the fire dragon mode, you'll only be able to employ fire release techniques, while other elemental ninjutsu would incur significantly greater costs. However, when utilizing sealing techniques, dragon power imposes no such restrictions and will not hinder our Uzumaki clan from employing them." "What? Is that true? Such astonishing abilities exist?" "Impossible." The Uzumaki clan members, hearing Lin Ye's words, rose in excitement. Incredulity etched on their faces as they questioned him. "It is indeed true. I previously taught my sister, Uzumaki Chime, with the intention of using it merely as a sage mode. However, she transformed over half of her chakra into dragon power. After enhancing her body, she successfully utilized dragon power for sealing techniques." Lin Ye beamed at the animated clan members. "Haha, splendid, Ko. You truly are a great blessing to our Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Ahu exclaimed joyfully, turning to Lin Ye with a wide grin. "Chief, I have yet to finish. After cultivating dragon power, ninjutsu of the same attribute will no longer harm clan members. Instead, it can absorb the power used by enemies to restore our strength. This means that if you cultivate in fire dragon mode, fire release techniques will no longer inflict damage upon you. You can absorb the enemy's fire release to restore dragon power within." Lin Ye smiled at his delighted grandfather, Uzumaki Aoi, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Ahu. "Is that so? Such capabilities exist? How wonderful. With this, we can not only evade the Sage of Six Paths scrutiny, but also enhance our clan's strength, allowing the Uzumaki to vastly surpass other ninjas in battle." "Ko, you are truly remarkable." The clan leader, Uzumaki Ahu, exclaimed with fervor, gazing at Lin Ye. The reason the clan members were so anxious about abolishing the Shinigami sealing technique was due to the fear that failing to do so might attract the Sage of Six Paths' attention. Although they dared to believe he would not directly target us, they could not dismiss the possibility of the sage betraying the Uzumaki clan by utilizing other ninja villages to obliterate us. Considering the sage's mastery over chakra, he could indeed achieve this. But now, with chakra abolished and the entire Uzumaki clan cultivating dragon power, we will no longer be subjected to the sage's surveillance. Now, Ko, please elaborate on how this dragon power is cultivated." Grandfather Uzumaki Aoi, with a proud expression, coughed twice to signal the elder members of the Uzumaki clan to quiet down, then smiled at Lin Ye. "Grandpa, I have compiled a method for the clan to cultivate dragon power independently, which you can transcribe for everyone." Lin Ye produced a scroll and placed it before Grandfather Uzumaki Aoi, smiling as he spoke. "So this is what you've been working on at home. No wonder you've been so quiet lately." Grandfather Uzumaki Aoi, recognizing the scroll as the same one he had seen Lin Ye writing earlier, accepted it with a smile. "Elder Aoi, given your age, why not let us handle the scroll? We can certainly transcribe it faster than you." A young elder from the Uzumaki clan eagerly suggested to grandfather Uzumaki Aoi upon seeing the scroll. Humph, be silent, you insolent brat. I am not so feeble-minded yet. Moreover, I am most familiar with Ko's handwriting. I can transcribe it more swiftly than you. Grandfather Uzumaki Aoi shot a glare at the young elder, retorting coldly. Having concluded his words, Grandpa Vortex Qinglu anxiously stowed away the scroll entrusted to him by Lin Ye into his ninja tool pouch, casting vigilant glances at the surrounding elite members of the Vortex clan. Hee, Elder Qinglu, do hasten, for we are all eagerly awaiting the cultivation of the dragon's power, remarked the clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, with a smile as he observed Grandpa Qinglu's childlike antics of hiding things. Humph, fret not, within a week. I shall ensure that every clan member cultivates the dragon's power. Without your reminders, Grandpa Qinglu retorted with a snort upon hearing the leader's words. Well then, the matter is settled. Everyone may return home peacefully. Once Elder Qinglu completes the transcription of the cultivation method, he will dispatch someone to distribute it to each family. So there's no need to rush. The clan leader, Vortex Lu Hu, stood with a joyful demeanor, addressing the elite members of the Vortex clan. With that, he took the lead and exited the meeting room, with Lin Ye following closely behind his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu. The scroll in Grandpa Qinglu's possession was an enhancement Lin Ye had devised based on the Dragon Slayer technique. Utilizing the Dragon Pearl, Lin Ye transformed the natural energy of the Dragon God realm into a composition of 30 dragon power and 70 natural energy. While practicing the Dragon Slayer technique, the clan members would absorb the dragon power present in the Dragon God realm, which would naturally form a dragon seed within their hearts. Although this method was not as rapid as Lin Ye's deliberate cultivation of the dragon seed implanted in the hearts of practitioners, it possessed the significant advantage of devouring all the chakra within the Vortex clan members, converting it into dragon power and evading the scrutiny of the Sage of the Six Paths. Upon returning home, Grandpa Vortex Qinglu did not rest. Only Lin Ye and his sister, Vortex Qimei, were present at the dining table. I wonder if those assailants have left the village. Once they do, we can finally procure some essentials. Qimei complained while eating. They should have departed, right? With our entire clan vanished, the other 5 great ninja villages will undoubtedly begin to suspect one another. After all, without us, the other 4 villages cannot obtain the formidable sealing techniques, and their Jinchuriki plans will be hindered, Lin Ye remarked uncertainly, setting down his dish. Is that so? Little Yi, should we venture out to take a look? What do you think? Qimei exclaimed excitedly, putting down her bowl upon hearing Lin Ye's words. All right, let's attempt to see if those who attacked our Vortex village are still around, Lin Ye replied with a smile, glancing at his sister. With that, he transformed his appearance into that of a mist village ninja, and once Qimei had altered her appearance as well, the two stealthily departed the Dragon God realm. Lin Ye and his sister, Vortex Qimei, found themselves within the Vortex village. As it was nighttime, the village lay in serene silence. They cautiously roamed about, discovering that there seemed to be no outsiders present, only the belongings previously organized by their clan members. Now scattered about by the ninjas of the Mist Village and Cloud Village, broken bowls and shattered chopsticks lay strewn everywhere. Sister, it appears the ninjas from the Mist and Cloud Villages have already left. Shall we return to the Dragon God realm to gather more clan members? We need to search for any usable items left in the village, Lin Ye suggested excitedly after surveying the desolate village. Fantastic. Now we can finally prepare a grand feast. As we only had 1 bowl and 1 plate, dining has been quite the challenge, Qimei replied joyfully. Without lingering, they used their summoning technique to return to the Dragon God realm. Chapter 52. The Surprise of Feather Garment Leader. Good news. The invaders have departed from the village. We can now attempt to send a group to procure essential supplies, Lin Ye and Qimei announced excitedly as they entered the Dragon God realm. Rushing to the home of clan leader Vortex Lu Hu. What? Little Yi, are you and Qimei speaking the truth? I shall inform the others at once. Clan leader Vortex Lu Hu exclaimed, rising with excitement upon hearing their news. He quickly left the room. Qingfeng, mobilize a group of clan members. Those who plotted to ambush us have retreated. Have them return to the village to gather the undamaged supplies. And send someone to assess what we still lack so we can prepare funds to acquire what we need, the clan leader commanded his son, Vortex Qingfeng, with urgency. Father. Understood. I shall dispatch people to handle this immediately. You rest for now. Do not worry, Qingfeng responded quickly, standing up and rushing out the door. Little Ye, Chi-mei, thank you both. However, you two are quite audacious to leave the Dragon God realm and return to the village. Do refrain from such actions in the future. Clan leader Vortex Lu, who chuckled, watching his son rush out to gather the clan members. Turning back, he smiled at Lin Ye and Chi-mei. Rest assured, we transformed into Mist Village ninjas to venture out. If any danger arises, we can swiftly return to the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye explained with a grin. Enough. You two should head home now. If you find some spare time, assist your grandfather Vortex Qinglu in copying more of the dragon power cultivation methods so they can be distributed sooner. The clan leader gently ruffled Lin Ye's hair and said amiably, All right, leader, we shall return now, Chi-mei replied, bowing slightly before taking Lin Ye's hand and exiting the clan leader's home. Sister, why the haste? It seemed the leader was not angry at all, Lin Ye inquired, observing his sister's anxious demeanor as they left the clan leader's residence. You, really now? If the clan leader learns of our outing, won't he inform Grandpa? Once Grandpa finds out, he will surely scold us, Chi-mei retorted disapprovingly. Oh, sister, do you truly think Grandpa would reprimand us? He would merely lecture us a bit. Lin Ye laughed, trying to ease her worries. Humph, you little rascal, Grandpa may not scold you, but he will certainly lecture me. Let us hurry home. Once Uncle Qingfeng returns, we must ask for more bowls and chopsticks to prepare a sumptuous feast for Grandpa, Chi-mei said with a hint of annoyance. In the Pure Land space, the chakra of the Vortex clan has re-emerged. What is happening? Did they not vanish? After the collective disappearance of the Uzumaki clan's chakra, the Sage of Six Paths surmised that the clan members had resorted to the Reaper Death Seal, dragging their entire lineage along with their enemies into oblivion, resulting in the souls failing to reach the Pure Land. However, he was suddenly taken aback to discover that the Uzumaki clan's chakra had re-emerged. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, This is perplexing. I must investigate where the members of the Uzumaki clan have vanished to. Sensing an increasing presence of Uzumaki clan members, the sage hastily established a connection through chakra, locating them within the Whirlpool Ninja Village, where they were scavenging for supplies. The members of the Uzumaki clan present in the village were all youthful and robust. They swiftly burst into various rooms, searching for anything of utility, stowing their findings into self-made sealing scrolls before hastily moving on to the next location. Before long, the Uzumaki clan members had thoroughly pillaged the entire village. Qingfeng, we have gathered everything. Can we return to the Dragon God realm? An Uzumaki clan member cheerfully inquired after finishing his search. Wait for the others. Let us return together to organize our supplies, replied Uzumaki Qingfeng with a smile. Soon, all the clan members gathered before him. After accounting for everyone, Qingfeng swiftly performed the summoning technique, and in an instant, he and all the clan members vanished from sight. Dragon God realm? When did a new summoning space emerge in the ninja world? I must contact Gamamaru for clarification, mused Otsutsuki Yui, who, through his chakra perception, quickly acquired information about the whereabouts of the Uzumaki clan members. Watching them disappear, he furrowed his brow and coldly spoke, This is troubling. With that, Otsutsuki Yui retracted his perceptive abilities and returned to the Pure Land. He began to use his chakra to connect with the great toad sage Gamamaru, who had been peacefully dreaming and observing the future in Mayaboka Mountain. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Yui, what brings you to seek me so suddenly? Gamamaru inquired with a smile directed at the empty space before him. It has been a while, Gamamaru. I wonder how much you know about the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world? Yui asked, a spectral image of himself composed of chakra appearing before Gamamaru. The Uzumaki clan. Isn't that a branch of Ashura's descendants? You should know more about them than I do, Gamamaru replied, puzzled by Yui's inquiry. I once had extensive knowledge of the Uzumaki clan, but recently, they managed to harness the power of the deceased, creating a unique sealing technique utilizing that power. I had decided to eradicate them, yet they inexplicably vanished before I could act, Yui responded solemnly. Vanished? How could there be a presence even you cannot perceive in the ninja world? Gamamaru exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. I cannot fathom the reason. But I learned from the Uzumaki clan members that the space they inhabit seems to be referred to as the Dragon God realm. Do you have any knowledge regarding this alternate space? Yui earnestly inquired. The Dragon God realm? I have never heard of such a name. However, a peculiar pressure has emerged in the ninja world recently, although I have never encountered it. My very genes tell me that this pressure originates from the legendary beast known as the dragon. I wonder if the disappearance of the Uzumaki clan is somehow related to that power, Gamamaru replied, furrowing his brow with seriousness. A dragon? How is that possible? I destroyed so many deities. If the dragon is indeed a divine beast, it should have appeared to thwart me, Yui retorted, his eyes wide with incredulity. Even after sealing his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and sealing the god tree within himself, Yui still felt his body deteriorating day by day, lacking the immortality his mother possessed. Furthermore, Kagaya did not impart the unique chakra of the Otsutsuki clan to him. To prevent his soul from vanishing like others upon death, Yui eliminated the Reaper, who was already weakened by the chaos of natural energy and a lack of human faith. He seized the Reaper's divine realm, merging it with his Rinnegan, binding it to his own soul in hopes of achieving immortality through the absorption of countless souls from powerful ninjas. He even absorbed the souls of his two sons, Indra and Ashura, and manipulated the soul of his brother, Hamura. Controlling the chakra of his sons, he reincarnated them through their descendants, nurturing stronger souls through their conflicts. Initially, after Indra's reincarnation in the form of Uchiha Madara acquired some of Ashura's chakra, Yui intended to attempt releasing their mother, seeking a method for everlasting life from Kagaya. Little did he know that before he could commence, the Uzumaki clan, whom he regarded as rebellious, would cause such a significant upheaval. I understand, Gamamaru. I will keep a close watch on the ninja world. Please also have the toads of Miyaboka Mountain assist me in gathering information regarding the Dragon God Realm. I would be most grateful, Yui said, his expression grim as he addressed Gamamaru. With that, he vanished from sight. After Yui's departure, Gamamaru promptly summoned a group of elite toads from Miyaboka Mountain. After inquiring about recent intelligence concerning the ninja world, he ordered them to assist the Sage of Six Paths in uncovering information about the Dragon God Realm. In Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slammed his hand on the desk in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! These rogues are the ones who let the Uzumaki clan escape and now come to demand sealing techniques from us. It's outrageous. Hiruzen, this is not the time for such talk. We must devise a plan. Otherwise, the four great ninja villages may launch a simultaneous attack against us," Tsunade sternly remarked, her icy gaze fixed on Hiruzen. "What is there to discuss? The disappearance of the Uzumaki clan has nothing to do with us. If they want to fight, let them. I am not afraid of them," Danzo retorted, slamming his hand on the desk in response. "That is not an option. Our current strength is insufficient to confront all four great ninja villages at once. Even if Kumogakure sends only 1,000 men. A simultaneous conflict could lead to the annihilation of Konoha. Mito Gate Inju interjected coolly, shaking his head at Danzo's obstinate remarks. In truth, it is not merely the possibility of the destruction of Konoha village that looms, but rather the potential heavy losses that the four clans might endure in the face of such warfare, which is precisely why Mito Menyen vehemently opposed it. Reluctantly, I find it necessary to seek out Lord Mito. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in contemplation, felt the anger within him gradually dissipate as he lowered his head and spoke in a subdued tone. "Sarutobi, I fear this approach may prove ineffective," Shimizu Danzo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Indeed, Sarutobi, our machinations against the Uzumaki clan have led to their disappearance from the shinobi world. If Lord Mito becomes aware, your position as Hokage may well be jeopardized." Mito Menyen echoed, his expression equally incredulous as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "We are left with no choice. We must find a way to inform Lord Mito and ascertain the esteem in which the first Hokage is held in his eyes." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stated, rising to face his three old comrades with a calm demeanor. "Sarutobi, coincidentally, Tsunade is about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Previously, both the first and second Hokage mentioned having their granddaughter apprentice under you. Perhaps you could leverage this to persuade Lord Mito," Shimizu Danzo suggested, blinking thoughtfully. "That is indeed a viable condition, but do you possess any alternative thoughts?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, casting a tranquil gaze upon Danzo before swiftly turning to the other two individuals. Mito Menyen and Toka Kasumi exchanged glances, yet could conjure no further conditions to sway Uzumaki Mito, ultimately shaking their heads in resigned silence. "Alas, it appears we can only use the first Hokage and Tsunade as bargaining chips. We must engage in dialogue with Lord Uzumaki, for otherwise, Konoha village may truly face annihilation at our hands," Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, observing the headshakes of Mito Menyen and Toka Kasumi before making his way towards the Hokage's office. After all, they had conspired against Uzumaki Mito's maternal lineage, without providing an explanation. They could not hope to secure the sealing techniques necessary to dissuade the other 4 great ninja villages from commencing hostilities. Chapter 54. The Wrath of Uzumaki Mito. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, approached the residence of Uzumaki Mito with measured steps. "Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Have you come to visit Lord Mito? Please come in." The servant at the entrance of Uzumaki Mito's home greeted him with a warm smile upon recognizing the third Hokage. "Is Lord Mito at home? I have urgent matters to discuss," Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, mustering a bittersweet smile in response to the servant's enthusiastic welcome. "Yes, Lord Mito is at home," the servant replied, regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen with a puzzled glance. Since the passing of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, she has seldom ventured outside. The third Hokage understood the reason well. Mito harbored the 9 tails, the most formidable of the tailed beasts, and was ever wary of the potential harm it could inflict upon the village if she were unable to maintain control. Under the servant's hospitable guidance, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped into the abode of Uzumaki Mito. "Little monkey, you've come. How goes the war? Is the village faring well?" Mito greeted him with a smile, her eyes sparkling with concern. "Lord Mito, there has been an issue in the village. I have come to seek your assistance," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, swallowing hard as he steadied his emotions before speaking earnestly. "What? More trouble in the village? What has occurred? Speak," Mito exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "The other 4 great nations have united against us, demanding we surrender our powerful sealing techniques. Should we refuse, they threaten to invade the entire land of fire." Sarutobi Hiruzen stammered, his words heavy with foreboding. "What? Those wretched opportunists seek to create formidable Jinchuriki?" Mito's fury ignited at the revelation. "Wait, Sarutobi. You must tell me truthfully. Why would the 4 great shinobi villages conspire against us for sealing techniques? Is it not the Uzumaki clan that possesses the strongest sealing techniques?" Suddenly aware of the inconsistencies, Mito's expression hardened as she fixed her cold gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Explain. What has transpired? Why would they threaten war to extort sealing techniques from Konoha?" As Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there, struggling to articulate a response under her intense scrutiny, he found himself at a loss for words. "Speak," Mito demanded, her voice laced with fury. The chakra within her surged, radiating the ominous crimson energy of the 9 tails. "Lord Mito, please, remain calm. I will explain," Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, alarmed by the manifestation of the 9 tails chakra. "Previously, the Uzumaki clan defeated 7 of our village's young jonin. Following their return, Danzo, feeling aggrieved, covertly contacted other great ninja villages, using the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques as bait to target the Uzumaki village," Sarutobi Hiruzen began, his voice trembling as he recounted the events. However, the entire Uzumaki clan mysteriously vanished, leaving behind an empty village devoid of their sealing techniques. The attacking villages, having failed to acquire what they sought, assumed we in Konoha had leaked information, allowing the Uzumaki to escape. Thus, they now demand our powerful sealing techniques, he explained cautiously, lowering his gaze. "Little monkey, I fear this matter involves more than just Danzo," Mito remarked, her expression a complex mixture of emotions as she regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. "Lord Mito, please trust me. I truly had no knowledge of this. You know that Danzo acted unilaterally through his root division," Sarutobi Hiruzen pleaded, feeling a shiver run down his spine under Mito's penetrating gaze. He could not bear the weight of this blame. If Mito were to use this incident to strip him of his Hokage title, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. "Get out. Leave my presence this instant." Mito's fury remained unabated by his explanations, her chakra exploding forth as she forcefully hurled Sarutobi Hiruzen out of her home. "Ha ha ha, Hashirama. Look at what you have built in Konoha. Look at the apprentice you and Tobarama chose," Mito lamented, sorrowfully collapsing into her chair as she mourned the state of affairs. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unceremoniously cast out, scrambled away from Uzumaki Mito's residence, hastily making his way back to the Hokage's office. The current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is profoundly worried, fearing that the enraged Kushina Uzumaki might, in a fit of rage, come forth and slay him on the spot. After all, The immense chakra that had just erupted from her surpassed his own strength significantly. Initially, Hiruzen believed Kushina's prowess stemmed solely from her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet it has become evident that her formidable abilities are not solely attributable to the Nine-Tails. Upon returning to the Hokage office, Hiruzen summoned Danzo Shimura, Minato Namikaze, and Koharu Udatane, remaining within the confines of the Hokage building, hesitant to venture outside. He hoped that Kushina would take the Hokage's dignity into account and refrain from storming into the Hokage building to assassinate him. Upon learning from Hiruzen that he had shifted all blame for the machinations against the Uzumaki clan onto Danzo, the latter glared at Hiruzen with a furious countenance. Internally, he resolved to usurp Hiruzen's position as Hokage, believing that he would not pass the burden of his own mistakes onto others. Chapter 55. The wise Kushina Uzumaki in the Dragon God Realm. Kushina's son, Kiyoshi Uzumaki, returned with his clan members after gathering the remaining supplies left in the Uzumaki village. Seeking his father, Luho Uzumaki. Father, here is the complete list of supplies we have collected from our clan. Kiyoshi presented the inventory before his father, Luho. Alas, these brigands have wrought considerable destruction upon our village. We are still lacking many essentials for our clan. Luho sighed as he examined the list. Addressing his son with a calm demeanor. Father, the deficiencies are far too many, and they are severely impacting the living conditions of our clan. Perhaps I should lead a group to procure supplies from other nations? Kiyoshi suggested, noting the troubled expression on his father's face. Let us abandon the land of the Uzumaki village entirely. It is no longer ours. You shall take a few clan members to the Land of Fire. Locate a minor noble, and establish a small trading association to aid our clan in sourcing materials from the ninja world. Luho contemplated, looking intently at Kiyoshi. Very well, father. I shall set forth immediately. Rest assured, I will gather sufficient supplies for our clan. Kiyoshi responded enthusiastically to his father's words. No, it would be prudent to wait a while. Once your uncle Aolu has transcribed the cultivation method of the dragon power, you may begin your training before venturing out to establish the trading association. In the meantime, let our clan members endure a little longer, Luho advised sternly. Understood, father. Fortunately, the crops in the Dragon God realm grow quickly due to the natural energies. Otherwise, we would have to venture out specifically to purchase food, Kiyoshi replied with a smile. Indeed, while the Dragon God realm is isolated, the growth rate of crops is commendable. As long as our Uzumaki clan maintains control over this world, we may encounter great fortune, Luho remarked, smiling at Kiyoshi. By the way, father, since Shia has managed to create a method for cultivating dragon power, should I not seek out Shio to see if she can provide us with an early understanding of the cultivation techniques? Remember, Chime and Jime learned the method under Shia's guidance in just one day. Kiyoshi stood up excitedly, proposing to his father. That is indeed a possibility. But I advise against it, Luho replied, smiling but with a serious tone. Why not, father? With Shia's assistance, our clan members could learn the dragon power more swiftly. Surely, Shia would not refuse such a request? Kiyoshi asked incredulously. If you approach Shia on behalf of the clan, she may indeed oblige out of respect for me. However, this could lead to her feeling pushed away, resulting in significant issues for our clan's legacy, Luho warned, his expression grave. While I am uncertain how Chime and Jime learned to transform their dragon power under Lin Ye's tutelage, it is clear that Shia contributed to their success. Chime is her biological sister, and Jime received assistance from Shia out of guilt for disrupting the bond between the two sisters. If you demand aid on behalf of the family, I do not doubt that Shia has countermeasures, Luho stated firmly. Is that so, father? Very well, I understand, Kiyoshi replied, blinking his eyes and calming himself. All right, Kiyoshi, no matter how formidable Shia's abilities may be, as long as you remain grounded and focused on the welfare of our clan, I believe Shia is not a person who seeks power for herself. With her assistance, the Uzumaki clan will undoubtedly flourish under your leadership. Focus solely on the well-being of all clan members, Luho encouraged Kiyoshi, who appeared dejected. Grandfather, are you at home? My grandfather sent me to deliver the cultivation methods for dragon power. Just as Luho was comforting Kiyoshi, Lin Ye arrived at the doorstep of the clan leader's residence, calling out loudly. Oh, Shia, have you already transcribed the cultivation methods for our clan members? You truly are remarkable, Luho said, smiling as he opened the door to greet Lin Ye. Haha, clan leader, my grandfather enlisted many villagers to assist. As soon as one volume is transcribed, another is immediately started, thus ensuring a rapid pace of work. Lin Ye responded cheerfully, handing over a volume of the Dragon Power Cultivation method to Luo. Clan leader, if there is nothing else, I shall proceed to the next household to deliver the Dragon Power Cultivation methods. Farewell, Lin Ye remarked, preparing to leave. Wait, Xia, hold on a moment. There is indeed a matter here that requires your assistance, Luo interjected, stepping forward with a smile to halt Lin Ye. Ah, clan leader. What could be so important that it surpasses the delivery of the Dragon Power Cultivation methods? Lin Ye asked, turning back to Luo with a puzzled expression. Indeed, this matter is of great significance. Please, just a moment. Hyuga Yuzuho, upon hearing Lin Ye's inquiry, nodded earnestly and solemnly addressed him. Observing the serious demeanor of the clan leader, Lin Ye returned the nod and stepped into Hyuga Yuzuho's home. Chapter 56. Establishing a Merchant Guild. Uncle Qingfeng, you are home. Have you gathered all the supplies from the village? Lin Ye entered the room and greeted Yuzuo Qingfeng with a smile. Ah, it's you, Xiaoya. The supplies from the village have been completely gathered, and all the clansmen have returned to the Dragon God realm. Yuzuo Qingfeng replied with a smile, acknowledging Lin Ye's presence. All right, Xiaoya, please take a seat. What we are about to discuss is of utmost importance. Your grandfather does not wish to pressure you, but I hope you can assist our clan, Hyuga Yuzuho said as he took a seat at the head of the table, looking at Lin Ye with a hopeful expression. Of course, grandfather clan leader. Please feel free to express your needs. I will do my utmost to assist. Lin Ye responded warmly to Hyuga Yuzuho. This is indeed a significant matter. Uncle Qingfeng, you returned to the village to collect supplies, did you not? However, even after scouring the entire village, the provisions we brought back are insufficient for our clansmen. Thus, Uncle Qingfeng is considering purchasing some from the ninja world. For the sake of long-term benefits, I propose that Qingfeng establish a merchant guild in the Land of Fire under the guise of the nobility. However, as you know, our Yuzuo clan is still under the watchful gaze of the Sage of Six Paths. Without completely depleting our chakra, we cannot venture into the ninja world for long. Therefore, I was hoping you could assist Uncle Qingfeng in enabling them to cultivate the dragon power sooner and then venture into the ninja world, Hyuga Yuzuho explained, organizing his thoughts and looking at Lin Ye with anticipation. Regarding this matter, clan leader, I can indeed offer some help. However, I fear I cannot assist them in mastering the dragon power directly, as with Ji Mei and Ji Mei. I hope you can understand, Lin Ye replied, quickly grasping the essence of Hyuga Yuzuho's words. While he understood he could not help them condense the dragon seed, he could lead them to the celestial realm, where the concentration of dragon power was equivalent to that of natural energy. This would significantly accelerate their cultivation of dragon power. Excellent. Please let me know what you need, and I will ensure the necessary resources are prepared, Hyuga Yuzuho exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Grandfather clan leader, it is no trouble. I merely intend to take Uncle Qingfeng and the others to the core of the Dragon God realm, where they can cultivate dragon power, greatly shortening their time to grasp it. However, this will require a complete conversion of their chakra into dragon power for a short time, which may reduce their strength. What do you think? Lin Ye inquired. That is of no concern, as long as we can expedite their departure from the Sage of Six Paths perception. With Qingfeng's elite Jonin strength, they may only drop to Jonin level, which would be more than sufficient to establish a merchant guild among the minor nobility in the ninja world, Hyuga Yuzuho responded nonchalantly. All right, Uncle Qingfeng. Please assemble a group of no more than 12 individuals to accompany you to the ninja world for the merchant guild. I will lead you to the core of the dragon god realm, Lin Ye declared, rising to his feet and addressing the equally excited Yuzuo Qingfeng. Very well, Xiaoya. Rest assured, should you ever need assistance, Uncle will always be here to help you with everything, Yuzuo Qingfeng promised fervently. Ah, Uncle Qingfeng, you said it. If I ever find myself in trouble, I shall seek you out first. You must keep my grandfather and sister Ji Mei at bay, Lin Ye teased. Well, regarding Uncle Qingfeng, perhaps it's best to avoid that. However, when it comes to your sister, I might be able to attempt to keep her at bay. Yuzuo Qingfeng responded awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Uncle Qingfeng, do you truly find my grandfather so fearsome? Can he really reprimand you, the future clan leader? Lin Ye laughed, observing Yuzuo Qingfeng's awkward stance. With that, Lin Ye exited the clan leader's residence, heading towards the next household to deliver the methods for cultivating dragon power. The following day, Yuzuo Qingfeng arrived at Lin Ye's home accompanied by 11 elite Jonin from the Yuzuo clan. Uncle Qingfeng, it seems you are all prepared. Follow me, Lin Ye said, nodding at the familiar 12 individuals. He performed a couple of hand seals theatrically and led them into the celestial realm. Is this truly the core of the dragon god realm? It appears quite expansive, Yuzhuo Qingfeng remarked, gazing at the celestial space with a smile. All right, Uncle Qingfeng. You have all reviewed the methods for cultivating dragon power yesterday, correct? The concentration of dragon power here is significantly higher than that of our previous residents. Please make haste and devote yourselves to cultivation, so we can expedite our journey into the ninja world, Lin Ye instructed the 12 individuals with a serious tone. Rest assured, Xiaoya, we will convert all our chakra into dragon power in the shortest time possible, Yuzhuo Qingfeng assured Lin Ye with a nod. Turning to the other 11, he led them to sit quickly on the ground, commencing their cultivation of dragon power according to Lin Ye's instructions. Though the dragon power in the celestial realm was merely 20% more abundant than that of the human realm, the speed of cultivation was enhanced by 40%. Given that Yuzhuo Qingfeng and his companions possessed elite Jonin capabilities and exceptional talent, they quickly began to harness the dragon power within them, gathering it towards their hearts to condense the dragon seed. After a month, the 12 individuals under Yuzhuo Qingfeng successfully condensed the dragon seed within their hearts and converted all their chakra into dragon power, storing it in their dantian. Following the successful transformation, Yuzhuo Qingfeng reported to clan leader Hyuga Yuzuho and then led the 12 elite Jonin into the ninja world, intending to select a minor noble in the Land of Fire to establish a merchant guild. This would enable the Yuzhuo clan to gather essential living and cultivation resources while acquiring species not found in the dragon god realm, thus contributing to its continued growth. Chapter 57. Hyuga Mizuho delivers the sealing technique. While matters progressed smoothly for the Yuzhuo clan, Konoha village found itself in dire straits. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others hesitated to approach Hyuga Mizuho's residence to resolve the issue. Meanwhile, the other ninja villages, having issued diplomatic notices to Konoha without receiving a response, grew furious. The 4 great ninja villages perceived Konoha's silence as a blatant disregard for their existence and began formal attempts to initiate warfare against Konoha and the Land of Fire. Faced with this situation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had no choice but to muster his courage and, accompanied by Mizuho Minyin and Tsumuji Koharu, prepare to negotiate once more at Hyuga Mizuho's residence, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. After all, if war were to break out, the resulting losses would be monumental, and they could not afford to plunge into conflict at this critical juncture. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Tono Kamaru and Mido Menka, arrived at the residence of Uzumaki Mido. After exchanging cautious glances, the trio ascended the staircase leading to Mido's abode. Initially, Hiruzen had intended to bring Shimura Danzo along. However, Danzo harbored considerable resentment after Hiruzen had attributed the blame for the schemes against the Uzumaki clan solely to him, thus refusing to assist in this matter. Ah, the third Hokage, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit to this lonely old woman's dwelling? Mido's sardonic voice echoed from within as Hiruzen stepped onto her doorstep. Lady Mido, the 4 great ninja villages have officially resolved to wage war against our Hidden Leaf village. In light of the founding of our village by the first Hokage, might you consider providing us with advanced sealing techniques to dissuade the 4 great villages from launching an assault? Hiruzen implored earnestly. Why should I help you? Weren't you all quite capable? You made your decisions without a thought for this old woman, and now that trouble has arisen, you come seeking my assistance. Dream on. Mido scoffed dismissively at Hiruzen's plea. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Mido's response, Hiruzen glanced at Tono Kamaru and Mido Menka, silently urging them to speak. Both Kamaru and Menka, while hesitant, understood that retreating at this moment would likely lead to more complicated issues later. Ultimately, Kamaru steeled herself and stepped forward. Lady Mido, our village is truly in dire straits. Even if you wish to reprimand Hiruzen, please help us navigate this calamity. Otherwise, the Senju clan will also face repercussions. Rest assured, once we overcome this crisis, we will ensure that Hiruzen takes Tsunade as his apprentice, and in the future, we will consult you on all significant matters. What do you think? Kamaru respectfully counseled. Go back for now. Let me ponder this, Mido replied, her tone slightly softened. Hiruzen, Kamaru, and Menka felt a surge of hope at her response. Lady Mido, we understand. We shall return shortly. However, your time is limited. You likely have only a week to deliberate, So we hope you can reach a decision swiftly, Kamaru excitedly stated before they hurriedly departed, returning to the Hokage office. Thank you both immensely for your efforts, Hiruzen expressed gratefully as he sat at the helm of the Hokage office, addressing Kamaru and Minka. There's no need for such formalities. Hiruzen, we are comrades who understand each other well. Moving forward, you should frequently visit Lady Mito and speak kindly to her. If necessary, take Tsunade along as well. Kamaru suggested with a smile, waving off Hiruzen's gratitude. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with this matter. I will go, for the sake of resolving our village's predicament. I will do whatever it takes, as it is all for the good of the Hidden Leaf, Hiruzen assured Kamaru with a smile. The three shared a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. In the following days, the third Hokage made frequent visits to Mito's residence. Anxiously lamenting the vast perils facing the Hidden Leaf village and the ferocity of the other four great villages, incessantly imploring her for the sealing techniques to save their village. Initially, Mito would vociferously berate Hiruzen during these encounters. However, when Hiruzen began to bring Tsunade along, he would allow her to enter Mito's room first, with Hiruzen following closely behind. With Tsunade's presence, although Mito remained stern, she could no longer afford to be as dismissive as before, questioning Hiruzen's intentions and demanding he leave her home. Recognizing the effectiveness of this approach, Hiruzen promptly designated Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru as his disciples. Upon learning that Hiruzen had taken Tsunade as his apprentice, Mito sighed in resignation. She selected 4 sealing techniques from her repertoire that could be utilized to seal tailed beasts and entrusted them to Tsunade for delivery to Hiruzen, aiming to conclude the prior alliance with the 4 great ninja villages. Upon receiving the sealing techniques, Hiruzen was elated and swiftly dispatched the 4 sealing methods to the 4 great villages, demanding they sign a peace treaty and pledge not to instigate war for the next decade. To express his gratitude toward Kamaru and Minka, Hiruzen appointed Minka as the financial administrator of the Hidden Leaf village, coordinating with the Land of Fire's daimyo to secure annual subsidies. Kamaru was appointed as the head of the medical department, responsible for procuring medicinal supplies and training medical ninja. Chapter 58. The wrath of the Uzumaki clan. With the sealing techniques secured, the alliance among the 4 great ninja villages was once again dissolved. Among them, the Cloud village rejoiced, while the Mist and Rock villages seethed with fury. In an effort to vent their anger, the Mist and Rock villages conspired to disseminate the news that the Hidden Leaf village had surrendered the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Despite the Uzumaki clan's disappearance, they were acutely aware that the clan had not perished. Should the Uzumaki clan learn that the Hidden Leaf village had bartered their sealing techniques for peace, it could undoubtedly sow discord between the clan and the village, potentially turning the Uzumaki into a dagger poised to strike at the heart of the Hidden Leaf. Father, Uncle Aoi, something grave has transpired. Uzumaki Kaiofumi hurriedly returned to the Dragon God realm, seeking out his father and elder Aoi, who were preoccupied with affairs. He regarded them both with a serious demeanor. Kaiofumi, you're back. No need to fret. What has incensed you so? Elder Aoi inquired, looking up at the agitated Kaiofumi. Aunt Mito has surrendered our clan's sealing techniques as compensation to the other 4 great ninja villages, thereby ending the conflict with the Hidden Leaf. Kaiofumi seethed, his voice low and intense. What? Mito has betrayed our clan's sealing techniques? Elder Aoi exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table as he stood abruptly, demanding clarification from Kaiofumi. Indeed, Father, Kaiofumi affirmed with a heavy heart, nodding gravely. Call a clan meeting. Elder Aoi commanded, visibly shaken by the revelation. Yes, Father, I will do so immediately. Kaiofumi turned on his heel and dashed out to summon the clan. Moments later, within the sacred hall of the Dragon God realm, over 30 members of the Whirlpool clan sat solemnly. I trust you are all aware of the news, spoke Vortex Lu Hu, the clan leader. His head bowed and eyes partially closed. Leader, we are well informed. What are your plans? Asked an elder, slowly opening his eyes and addressing Vortex Lu Hu with calm authority. To betray the interests of our clan, to expel those who have wronged us, and to place a bounty on their heads. We shall pursue them relentlessly. Vortex Lu Hu declared, lifting his gaze to the assembled clan members. Very well, we shall proceed as you have suggested. Leader, the members exchanged glances, nodding in agreement with Vortex Lu Hu's resolution. While there had been some dissent regarding Vortex Shui Hu's alliance with the Leaf Village, the clan had still recognized her status as a member. After all, She was the strongest among them, effectively serving as the clan's overseer in the Leaf Village. However, since Lin Ye had voiced his opinions, the clan members gradually came to see Vortex Shue's true nature and chose not to follow her blindly into darkness. Her betrayal of the clan's interests further fueled their disdain. Now that we have addressed Vortex Shue's matter, I, Vortex Lu Hu, must acknowledge my failure in recognizing the true character of those around me, which has led to this harm to our clan. Though it is not entirely my fault, I shall step down as leader. Henceforth, my son, Vortex Qingfeng, will assume the leadership. Do any of you oppose this decision? After resolving the issue concerning Vortex Shuehu, Vortex Lu Hu shifted his tone, addressing the clan members below him. Leader, if a change is to be made, it can proceed without hesitation. You should not bear such burdens. You are our leader, Vortex Qing Lu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Vortex Lu Hu. Ah, you rascal. Very well. My strength wanes. After extensive training with the Dragon Force, I have yet to make progress, and I fear my time is drawing near. I have decided to pass the mantle to the younger generation. What say you? Vortex Qing Lu's jest broke the previously somber atmosphere. Vortex Lu Hu smiled, shifting his tone once more. In truth, Vortex Lu Hu knew that Vortex Shuei, who was his own sister, despite the clan's awareness of his innocence in this matter, they would still voice their grievances. By stepping down under these pretenses, he hoped to provide closure, ensuring that the members would not oppose the new leader. Very well, but do ensure a smooth transition, so that Qingfeng does not bear the weight of the clan alone. The surrounding members exchanged glances and accepted Vortex Lu Hu's resignation with calm acceptance, allowing Vortex Qingfeng to take on the role of clan leader. Now that matters are settled, Qingfeng, you shall lead the Whirlpool clan. For the time being, I will assist you with clan affairs. Please go to the underground marketplace and place a bounty of 100 million on Vortex Shue's head, clearly indicating that it is issued by our clan. Vortex Lu Hu instructed his son, Vortex Qingfeng, with a serious tone. Understood, father. I will take care of it, Vortex Qingfeng replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Is there anything else anyone wishes to discuss? Vortex Lu Hu surveyed the members surrounding him. Leader, we have no further issues. The crowd exchanged glances, and one member cheerfully responded to Vortex Lu Hu. Ah, from now on, do not refer to me as leader. That title belongs to Qingfeng. You may either call me elder leader or simply by my name according to your generation. Vortex Lu Hu waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Very well. Since there are no further matters, you may all disperse. Qingfeng, attend to your responsibilities. Vortex Lu Hu rose, straightening his appearance, and addressed the members of the Whirlpool clan before leading them out of the sacred hall. Chapter 59. The Essence of Dragon Destruction Within the Dragon God Realm. The roars of the Thunder Dragon, Wind Dragon, and Fire Dragon reverberated through a vast training ground. Lin Ye stood alone, facing his sister, Vortex Qi Mei, and his cousin, Vortex Ji Mei, as all three unleashed the dragon destruction magic that Lin Ye had taught them. The formidable forces collided, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Ye, do you have no further techniques within your dragon destruction magic? Vortex Qi Mei inquired, curiosity piqued as the three paused after battling for an extended period. Sister, these are merely the basic attacks derived from the dragon power legacy. There exist far more potent techniques within the higher echelons, specifically the essence of dragon destruction, designed for battling dragons. Do you have any questions? Lin Ye replied, smiling at his sister. What? There's more? Quickly share it with us. Vortex Qi Mei exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. The essence of dragon destruction can be uniquely crafted by individuals based on their interpretation of the dragon destruction magic. You can certainly develop your own understanding, Lin Ye explained with encouragement. What? You expect me to create my own? That's impossible. Tell me, have you already developed one? Vortex Qi Mei challenged, her eyes widening in astonishment. Of course, your brother is a genius. How else could I resonate with the Dragon God realm? Lin Ye boasted, grinning. What? You've actually created one? Show me. Vortex Qi Mei urged, her excitement palpable. Not yet. I just finished battling with you. My stamina hasn't fully recovered. Demonstrating the essence of dragon destruction consumes far more energy than the ordinary dragon destruction magic, Lin Ye replied with mild exasperation. Oh, I see. Then take your time to rest. Once you're ready, showcase it for me, Vortex Qi Mei said, her tone softening as she regarded her brother seriously. All right, sister. I promise to display it shortly, Lin Ye assured her, satisfaction evident in his voice. 20 minutes later, Lin Ye rose, determination in his eyes. Sister, prepare to witness something spectacular. He signaled to his sister as he rapidly concentrated the dragon power within him. Essence of dragon destruction, Thunder Dragon's sky-shattering strike. With a surge of energy, Lin Ye manifested a long spear with a diamond-shaped tip, which he drove forcefully into the ground, unleashing a tremendous thunderous force that created a 5-meter-deep crater. Lin Ye, can all the essences of dragon destruction achieve such power? Sister Uzumaki Chime and cousin Uzumaki Jime peered into the deep pit created by Lin Ye's explosive power, their eyes wide with astonishment as they turned to inquire about the spectacle. Humph, a mere ordinary attack could never achieve such magnitude. Only someone like me, who has honed the power of the dragon to its utmost, can wield such force. With diligent training, you too may attain it, Lin Ye replied, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed his sister Uzumaki Chime. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. I shall strive to improve, Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Lin Ye. Little Ye, what are you up to? That sound was extraordinarily loud. Just as Lin Ye reveled in his sister's praise, a voice called from nearby, revealing none other than the retired clan leader, Uzumaki Lu Hu. Grandfather Lu Hu, you have arrived. I was just demonstrating the advanced version of the dragon annihilation magic, the dragon annihilation principle. Is there something you need here? Lin Ye turned to Lu Hu, greeting him with a warm smile. Haha, this is a matter for your grandfather and your uncle Qing Feng to handle. I had some free time and decided to wander about the clan. Upon hearing that tremendous noise, I naturally came to investigate. Lu Hu chuckled in response. Well, you youngsters possess formidable strength to have created such a deep pit. It appears that this dragon annihilation principle is significantly more powerful than the dragon annihilation magic, he observed with a grin. Indeed, grandfather, the dragon annihilation principle is an upgrade of the dragon annihilation magic, and it surpasses it in strength, Uzumaki Jime chimed in, supporting her grandfather with a gentle touch on his arm. Oh, is that so? Little Ye, this is where you err, with such immense power. You should not keep it hidden. It must be shared with those of our clan who have already mastered the power of the dragon, Lu Hu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he looked at Lin Ye. Grandfather Lu Hu, you misunderstand. I merely possess some upgraded concepts regarding the dragon annihilation principle. You are welcome to examine them. However, according to my vision, each person's principle must be unique, tailored to their individual combat style, Lin Ye explained with a smile. Oh, forget the details. As long as it empowers our kin, it is a valuable ability. Share your insights with them. After all, you have already taught them the methods of harnessing the power of the dragon. Adding another principle will not be burdensome, Lu Hu encouraged. Very well. I shall place my writings in the clan's library once completed. Those who have mastered the dragon annihilation magic may study it and see if they can develop their own unique principles. Does that satisfy you, Grandfather Lu Hu? Lin Ye replied, observing Lu Hu's eager grip on his hand. In Lin Ye's view, the dragon annihilation principle was about condensing the dragon power within into a tangible form, transforming it from an additional attribute into a concentrated ranged attack. Since the clan members had already learned abilities like Iron Fist and Sword Horn, integrating these concepts was not a daunting task. Haha, splendid. I, too, have just begun to grasp the power of the dragon. In a few days, I shall also endeavor to test the strength of this dragon annihilation principle, Lu Hu exclaimed, slapping Lin Ye's shoulder enthusiastically. Little Ye, with this dragon annihilation principle, our dragon god realm will truly be regarded as the foremost sanctum, Uzumaki Chime added joyfully. Chapter 60. The Calculations of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha Village. It became evident that the Uzumaki clan had relocated to another place, explaining why they could not be found in the ninja world. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed darkly at the bounty notice concerning Uzumaki Sueho, addressing his companions, Uchiha Sho and Sueho Minyan. Hiruzen, we must find a way to bolster our strength, otherwise, the impending retaliation from the Uzumaki clan could prove perilous, Minyan stated, lifting the bounty notice with a grim expression. Yet, the immediate priority is to ensure the information regarding the bounty remains concealed to prevent Lord Sueho from learning of it, Sho remarked, her eyes cold as she scrutinized the hefty reward listed. No, I believe we can inadvertently disclose this bounty to Lord Sueho, Hiruzen said, his gaze fixed on the words identifying the Uzumaki clan on the notice, calmly addressing Sho and Minyan. Are you out of your mind, Hiruzen? Lord Sueho is the host of the Nine Tails. Should she go berserk, it would spell disaster. Lin Ye exclaimed incredulously, his eyes widening at Hiruzen's suggestion. Not at all. I do not believe we can easily contain a Nine Tails host, detached from Lord Sueho's influence. You see, when I was previously forced out of Lord Sueho's room, I gained a clear understanding of her capabilities. Thus, we could attempt to inform her of this news, severing any possibility of reconciliation with the Uzumaki clan. Only then can we secure her unwavering support, while also eliminating the Senju clan stronghold. Though divergent from our initial plans, the outcome remains favorable, Hiruzen articulated, maintaining his calm demeanor. Will this truly work? What method shall we employ to achieve this inadvertent disclosure? Sho inquired, puzzled by Hiruzen's proposal. Upon hearing her question, Hiruzen's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as he uttered two words, Tsunade. Very well, Hiruzen, your suggestion is worth a try. But we must mobilize a group of elite ninjas skilled in sealing techniques, ready to mitigate any potential damage should Lord Sueho lose control of the Nine Tails, Lin Ye conceded, nodding in agreement with Hiruzen's plan. Excellent. Since you are on board, let us proceed with this endeavor, Hiruzen replied with a smile. All right. Since you all have made your decision, I shall not oppose, Sho sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she observed Lin Ye and Hiruzen share a knowing glance, both breaking into laughter. Under the machinations of Hiruzen and Lin Ye, Tsunade soon infiltrated Hiruzen's office alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. See, I told you I could lead you into the Hokage's office. Impressive, isn't it? Tsunade declared proudly to her companions as they stepped inside. Humph, it's merely the teacher's office. I could enter without your help, Jiraiya retorted with a scoff, his pride unyielding. That infuriating Jiraiya. You asked for a beating, Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes flashing as she raised her fist, ready to strike. Tsunade, having finally entered the Hokage's office, you two should refrain from causing a ruckus here. Orochimaru, observing the impending scuffle between Tsunade and Jiraiya, hastily intervened. Humph, I shall not hold this against you today. Let us see what treasures lie within the teacher's office. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade abruptly ceased her antics and coldly snorted at Jiraiya. Having already felt the brunt of Tsunade's formidable punches, Jiraiya could only mumble quietly to himself, fearful of provoking her further. What is this? Tsunade's gaze fell upon a bounty notice resting on the desk of her teacher, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, and her eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be. I must seek out my grandmother. Without a second thought, Tsunade snatched the bounty notice and, disregarding Orochimaru and Jiraiya, swiftly exited the Hokage's office, racing toward the residence of Uzumaki Mido. Exchanging glances, Orochimaru and Jiraiya quickly followed in pursuit. Grandmother, look at this. What is this? How could there be a bounty on your head? Tsunade burst into Uzumaki Mido's room, brandishing the bounty notice and shouting loudly. Tsunade, what bounty? Why are you in such a hurry? Uzumaki Mido emerged from the inner chambers, smiling at Tsunade. Grandmother, I just saw your bounty notice in the teacher's office. Who dares to place a bounty on you? Tsunade exclaimed, holding the notice aloft. Oh, a bounty? Ha. Who would dare to place a bounty on me? Mido laughed, taking the notice from Tsunade's hands. As the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, she had never faced such a threat, as no one had ever dared to issue a bounty on her due to the fear of Hashirama's power. However, as she read the notice, her expression shifted to one of shock, for it stated that the Uzumaki clan had exiled her and issued a bounty. Grandmother, are you all right? Please do not frighten me. Tsunade anxiously approached Mido, who stood frozen in disbelief upon reading the notice. Urging her grandmother, Tsunade grasped Mido's clothing and implored her to respond. Enough. Tsunade, you may go play. Leave your grandmother here alone. It was only after Tsunade's persistent calls that Mido regained her composure, addressing her granddaughter in a detached tone as she gently pushed Tsunade out of the room. Chapter 61. The Discovery of Myaboku Mountain Sage. We have discovered traces of the Uzumaki clan. A frog hurriedly approached Shinsaku in Myaboku Mountain, exclaiming loudly, What news of the Uzumaki clan? Shinsaku inquired with urgency. A bounty notice was received from a member of the Uzumaki clan, targeting the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido. The reason being, Mido had utilized the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques to assist Konoha in escaping the threats posed by the other four great ninja villages. Upon hearing this, Frage responded respectfully to Shinsaku. The underground bounty office. Where is this underground office located? Shinsaku asked excitedly. In response, Frog explained. It is within the land of fire, relatively close to the sea. Well done, Frog. I shall report this to Great Sage Toad. If we can locate the Uzumaki clan's whereabouts, I am certain that Great Sage Toad will reward you handsomely. Shinsaku nodded in satisfaction after hearing Frog's report, then promptly turned to hurry toward the residence of Toad Maru. Great Sage Toad, I have new intelligence regarding the Uzumaki clan. Upon entering the secluded chamber of Toad Maru, Shinsaku addressed him with respect. Oh, Shinsaku, so soon with news? Speak, then. Toad Maru opened his eyes and regarded Shinsaku calmly. Our clan received a bounty concerning a member of the Uzumaki clan, specifically targeting Uzumaki Mido, in the Land of Fire, Shinsaku reported. In the Land of Fire, you say? Understood. Continue to gather intelligence to ascertain if any members of the Uzumaki clan remain in the ninja world. Toad Maru instructed Shinsaku with a composed demeanor. Yes. Great Sage Toad, I will ensure that my subordinates continue their search, Shinsaku replied, sensing Toad Maru's dissatisfaction with the information provided. Finally, there is a glimmer of a lead. It seems I can notify Yuhi. Only she can locate the currently hidden Uzumaki clan. After Shinsaku departed, Toad Maru opened his eyes, gazing in the direction Shinsaku had gone, and spoke calmly. With that, Toad Maru began to invoke the summoning contract established with Otsutsuki Kagaya, calling upon her. As Toad Maru's persistent summons reached her, Otsutsuki Kagaya sensed the call and swiftly transmitted her chakra from the Pure Land to Mayaboka Mountain. Toad Maru, you called for me? Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared, calmly addressing Toad Maru. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan is hidden too deeply. My kin have only managed to ascertain that they may have reappeared within the Land of Fire. As to whether we can find them, that depends on your capabilities, Kagaya, Toad Maru said, his tone slightly obsequious. In the Land of Fire, you say? Understood. Toad Maru, allow your clan to continue assisting me in the search, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, casting a discerning glance at Toad Maru, causing him to feel an invisible weight of fear pressing upon him. Rest assured, I will have my clan persist in the search, and our summoner is on their way. I will have them leverage the strength of Konoha Gakure to assist you, Toad Maru hastily assured her, unnerved by Otsutsuki Kagaya's icy demeanor. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, nodding in satisfaction before vanishing from Mayaboka Mountain. The aura of Kagaya's chakra has grown increasingly ominous. It appears I must wholeheartedly assist her, or Mayaboka Mountain may face dire consequences. Toad Maru thought, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief. Once, he aided Otsutsuki Kagaya in defeating Kagaya Otsutsuki and sealing the Ten Tails, a creature capable of consuming the world's natural energy, earning accolades from all summoning beasts and the remaining deities. Yet who could have imagined that, as time passed, the savior of the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya, would undergo a drastic transformation when faced with life and death, choosing instead to establish a ninja sect and disperse her chakra for the sake of longevity? Using his two sons as pawns, he orchestrated an eternal plan that has been passed down through the ages, all in pursuit of the ability to attain immortality. Shinsaku, send another group of the villagers from Mayaboka Mountain. Focus on gathering intelligence about the Uzumaki clan within the borders of the Land of Fire, Frog Maru instructed. Not leaving his dwelling, but instead utilizing his sage chakra to communicate with Shinsaku, who was currently empowering frog armor. Understood, Great Sage Frog, Shinsaku replied obediently, accepting the command without dissent. While Otsutsuki Kagaya and the inhabitants of Mayaboka Mountain had yet to locate any members of the Uzumaki clan, those from the Dragon Cave had already found some Uzumaki clan members engaged in commerce within the Land of Fire. Human, surrender the power you possess, or do not blame me for my rudeness, declared Tenshin Shinki, clad in white, flicking her serpentine tongue at Uzumaki Saryu. Who did I think you were? Just a dead snake. If you wish to take my power, then come and try, Uzumaki Saryu retorted, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. Tenshin Shinki swiftly levitated and charged towards Uzumaki Saryu. However, he remained calm, taking a deep breath and instantly activating his Dragon Slayer mode. With a furious roar, he unleashed his power. Although the Dragon Slayer magic had been accelerated by Lin Ye, the dragon power within him was still remarkably pure. The roar instantly imposed a suppression that made Tianxin Shinki feel a terrifying force from her very bloodline, causing her to plummet from the air and transform into a large snake, coiling on the ground, too frightened to move an inch. I will not let you go. We from the Dragon Cave will surely seize this powerful force from you. Just wait, Tianxin Shinki hissed in terror as she shrank in place, casting a threatening remark before vanishing. Chapter 62. The Greed of Otsutsuki Kagaya TCH. That cunning serpent managed to escape just like that. If I catch you, I will not be so courteous. Uzumaki Saryu growled as he observed Tianxin Shinki dissipate into smoke, returning to the Dragon Cave. Saryu, the large snake, just said we should surrender our power to her. It seems our dragon power holds a strong allure for serpents. Should we return to the Dragon God Realm to inform the clan leaders? Uzumaki Saikawa, who had been watching from the sidelines, approached Saryu with a grave expression. Saikawa, did you not notice that when we used our dragon power to fight, Tianxin Shinki from the Dragon Cave did not even dare to attack? Paralyzed by the aura of our dragon power, there is no need to inform the clan leaders. They are no match for us, Saryu responded confidently. Fool, are you daft? The Dragon Cave is one of the 3 sacred places, with many members, and their serpents are treacherous and vicious. If we could subdue them, it would undoubtedly be a significant strength for our Uzumaki clan. Perhaps they would even be grateful if we granted them some dragon power, Saikawa admonished, kicking Saryu in frustration. Ah, is that so? Then you go report back while I stay here to watch the trade, Saryu said, hurriedly stepping aside. Fine, you keep an eye here. I will notify the clan leaders about possibly subjugating the Dragon Cave, Saikawa sighed, shaking his head at Saryu before casting a reverse summoning technique to return to the Dragon God Realm. At last, the Uzumaki clan has appeared, Otsutsuki Kagaya mused, monitoring the powerful presences within the Land of Fire. She sensed the chakra of the fleeing Tianxin Shinki and immediately transmitted her own chakra to the site of their confrontation. Observing the transformed Uzumaki clan, she smirked with amusement. The power of the divine dragon. It seems this newly discovered Dragon God Realm is far more powerful than before. Kagaya intently sensed the unique power within Uzumaki Saryu, which did not align with the chakra he inherited, seemingly possessing some ability to extend life. A glimmer of greed appeared in her eyes. I wonder if consuming this divine dragon's power will grant me immortality like my mother, Kagaya, she yearned, rushing towards Saryu. Alas, the power he possessed was not chakra, but dragon power. Before Kagaya's chakra could reach Saryu, it was shattered by the overwhelming dragon force emanating from him. What was that? It feels like something just attacked me, Saryu remarked, sensing the disturbance as he scanned his surroundings, finding no one to threaten him, leaving him bewildered. Ha ha, what a powerful force. Well done, Uzumaki clan. The strength you discovered shall become mine. Kagaya laughed triumphantly, excitedly announcing her intentions. Since simple chakra cannot defeat you, do not blame me for guiding others from the ninja world to attack you. She chuckled ominously, fully channeling her chakra towards the ninja realm, intending to incite Uchiha Madara, who was currently digesting Hashirama's cells, to assault the members of the Uzumaki clan in hopes that he could absorb their dragon power. Once Madara perished and his soul entered the Pure Land, she would seize the dragon power from him. Clan leader, Uzumaki Saikawa has urgent news to report. In the Dragon God Realm, Uzumaki Saikes and Uzumaki Saru were at their place of business when Saikawa rushed in, addressing them loudly. What is it, Saikawa? Were you not engaged in trade? Why the haste? Saikes inquired, looking up at Saikawa with a serious expression. Clan leader, we encountered Tianxin Shinki from the Dragon Cave during our trading journey. She attempted to seize our dragon power, but as soon as we released it, she was instantly suppressed and could not move. Should we consider recruiting them into our fold? Saikawa asked earnestly, looking at Saikes. The Dragon Cave, you say? That is indeed a formidable force. If we can bring them into our ranks, it would be advantageous. However, I must convene a clan meeting to gather everyone's opinions on this matter. You may return for now, Saikes concluded after some consideration. Understood, clan leader. I shall take my leave. After hearing the words of the clan leader, Uzumaki Chingha nodded in understanding of the leader's considerations and swiftly departed. Uncle Qinglu, consolidating the Dragon Cave is indeed a highly beneficial endeavor. I have decided to give my consent. However, our Dragon God Realm has always been under the dominion of Lin Ye. When you return, could you kindly inform Lin Ye and persuade him not to oppose this matter? Would that be agreeable? Once Uzumaki Chingha left, Clan leader Uzumaki Qingfeng set his pen down and turned to Uzumaki Qinglu, smiling as he inquired, "Rest assured, leader. I shall convey this matter to Xiaoya upon my return. He is quite concerned about our clan's development and would never oppose such an initiative." Upon hearing the leader's request, Uzumaki Qinglu nodded with a smile and replied, "Thank you very much, Uncle Qinglu." Delighted by Uzumaki Qinglu's response, Uzumaki Qingfeng expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm. Chapter 63. The Daring Sister. That evening, Uzumaki Qinglu returned home and approached Lin Ye and Uzumaki Chime, who were dining, with a smile. "Xiaoya, tomorrow there will be a clan meeting, and there is something I wish to inform you of in advance." After serving himself a bowl of rice, Uzumaki Qinglu moved to the dining table, looking at Lin Ye with a smile. "Grandfather, what is it that seems so serious? Just speak plainly," Lin Ye said, observing the solemn expression on Uzumaki Qinglu's face. "Earlier, some of our clan members encountered the spirit beasts of the Dragon Cave, who expressed their desire to seize the dragon power from us. Uncle Qingfeng mused that since our dragon power can attract the spirit beasts of the Dragon Cave, perhaps we could use it as leverage to subdue them and strengthen our Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Qinglu stated directly, addressing Lin Ye. "The Dragon Cave, you say? That sounds promising. Such matters that could enhance our clan's strength should be readily accepted by you, grandfather," Lin Ye responded thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips. "Haha, my grandson is indeed progressive. Very well, I shall present your words at the meeting tomorrow," Uzumaki Qinglu said, his spirit lifted by Lin Ye's approval. "Grandfather, you should not solely focus on aiding the clan. Xiaoya has already made significant contributions by openly sharing the dragon power for the clan members' training. Not to mention the previous endeavor regarding the extermination of dragons. Even if Xiaoya does not mind, it is only fair to provide some form of compensation," Uzumaki Chime interjected, her brow furrowing in discontent at Uzumaki Qinglu's remarks. All right, I understand. I will advocate for Xiaoya. However, he does not currently require anything," Uzumaki Qinglu replied. Although he pondered what Lin Ye might need, wearing a troubled expression as he glanced at Uzumaki Chime. "In my view, Xiaoya is the most intelligent member of our Uzumaki clan. At the very least, he should be granted a nomination for the elder title. Otherwise, what significance does his contribution hold?" Uzumaki Chime asserted firmly, looking at Uzumaki Qinglu with dissatisfaction. "But when grandfather passes, the elder position will naturally be bestowed upon Xiaoya. Is that not sufficient?" Uzumaki Qinglu responded, shaking his head as he smiled at Uzumaki Chime's sense of justice. "That cannot be. The elder position held by grandfather was earned through the efforts of our ancestors. It is only right that it be passed to Xiaoya. But the current elder position is a reflection of Xiaoya's contributions, and these two matters cannot be conflated," Uzumaki Qinglu countered with seriousness. Uzumaki Chime shook her head in a grave manner, calmly addressing Uzumaki Qinglu. "Chime, by your demeanor, do you also desire grandfather's elder position?" Uzumaki Qinglu inquired, his tone turning serious as he scrutinized Uzumaki Chime. "Indeed, I wish to inherit grandfather's elder position. I assure you, I will wholeheartedly assist my younger brother Xiaoya in the future. Please pass the elder title to me," Uzumaki Chime boldly declared, emboldened by her resolve. "Very well, I understand. I shall consider this carefully, Chime. But have you truly thought this through?" Uzumaki Qinglu asked, regarding her with seriousness. "Yes, grandfather, I have made my decision," Uzumaki Chime replied, her excitement palpable. "All right, grandfather acknowledges your determination and will act accordingly," Uzumaki Qinglu said, nodding calmly at Uzumaki Chime, who wore a stubborn expression. The three of them finished their meal in silence and returned to their respective rooms. "Sister, are you certain you will never marry? Might this not be unwise?" Shortly after dinner, Lin Ye gently knocked on Uzumaki Chime's door and entered, gazing at her seriously. "Xiaoya, I have chosen this path and do not wish for marriage or children. My only desire is to protect you, so do not worry," Uzumaki Chime replied. Having been awoken from her slumber, she smiled as she ruffled Lin Ye's hair, her heart warmed by his concern. "Dear sister, this is a decision for your entire life. I do not wish for you to rush into it. Take your time to contemplate. We have plenty of time ahead of us," Lin Ye responded, observing the determination in his sister's eyes and shaking his head in resignation. Enough. I understand your concerns, but I will not waver. You should retire for the night," Uzumaki Chime insisted, shaking her head and ushering Lin Ye out of her room. The following day, Uzumaki Qingfeng arrived early to seek out Uzumaki Qinglu. His excitement evident as he inquired, "Uncle Qinglu, how did it go?" Xiaoya did not oppose it, did he? He would not disagree, would he? Rest assured, Qingfeng. Xiaoya has already given his consent, so we can proceed boldly without concern for opposition from him. Uzumaki Qinglu reassured him with a smile. During the clan meeting, with Uzumaki Qinglu's endorsement, the resolution to subdue the spirit beasts of the Dragon Cave was swiftly passed. Uzumaki Qingfeng, accompanied by 2 clan members who had successfully harnessed dragon power, hastened to the shinobi world, intending to utilize the dragon power's dominion over serpentine creatures to fully conquer the Dragon Cave. Ha ha ha! I have finally attained eyes akin to those of the Sage of 6 Paths. In a low cavern situated on the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Dragons, Uchiha Madara reveled in his purple Rinnegan, erupting into jubilant laughter. Alas, my body cannot endure for much longer. I fear I will not have the opportunity to gather all the tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara lamented. Observing his sagging skin and aged visage, his voice raspy. However, there is no rush. Let me devise a plan to see if I can achieve resurrection, he mused, contemplating the eye techniques within the Rinnegan that pertained to revival. A chilling smile creeping across his lips as he envisioned the scenario of casting infinite Tsukuyami to bring peace to the entire shinobi world. Chapter 64. The Death of Uzumaki Qingfeng's Spirit Summoning Technique. Outer Path Golem. Uchiha Madara pressed one hand against the ground, and in an instant, the towering Outer Path Golem was summoned from the moon into the ninja world. Is this the shell of the 10 tails? Grant me your power. My plans have yet to commence, and I cannot perish just yet. Uchiha Madara gazed at the Outer Path Golem behind him and extended a tube to connect with it, extracting a surge of life force that momentarily restored some of his strength. Ah, White Zetsu, capable of utilizing the Earth Release technique and adept at remaining undetected. It seems you will serve as an excellent asset for gathering intelligence. As Uchiha Madara established a connection with the Outer Path Golem, a stream of information flooded into his mind. With delight, he summoned White Zetsu from the Golem. Go, monitor the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Investigate whether there are any sufficiently talented members among these 2 families. Uchiha Madara commanded, summoning over 50 White Zetsu, who responded coldly. Yes, Lord Madara. Hearing Madara's orders, White Zetsu chuckled and replied. Following that, the White Zetsu submerged into the ground and dispersed in various directions. In the Pure Land space, Otsutsuki Kinshiki observed Uchiha Madara summoning White Zetsu and instructing them to search for the Senju and Uzumaki clans, a peculiar smile appearing on his withered face, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Uzumaki clan, you cannot escape my grasp. Even your newfound strength shall belong to me. Otsutsuki Kinshiki proclaimed excitedly towards the ninja world. Days later, a group of White Zetsu returned from the Land of Fire's hidden leaf village to the cave where Uchiha Madara resided. They smiled at him and reported, "It seems none of the Senju clan members meet the requirements, and under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, their lineage appears to have dwindled." After a brief pause, Uchiha Madara responded with a cold smirk. "It seems we must now await developments from the Uzumaki clan." Suddenly, a White Zetsu burst in. Urgency etched on its features as it addressed Uchiha Madara. "Lord Madara, trouble arises. The Uzumaki clan appears to have collectively relocated to the spirit world. We cannot locate their whereabouts, only finding the new clan leader, Uzumaki Kyofu. They seem intent on subduing the great serpents of the Dragon Cave. What shall we do? My Rinnegan requires a vessel. The Senju clan is confirmed to be incapable, so I must seek the Uzumaki clan, known for their longevity. Come, let us capture their leader. I refuse to believe that such a vast lineage cannot yield a single host for the Rinnegan." Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed with anger upon hearing the White Zetsu's words. "Very well, Lord Madara, I shall lead the way," the White Zetsu said, a smile gracing its face as it walked ahead to guide Uchiha Madara. Soon, under the White Zetsu's guidance, Uchiha Madara intercepted Uzumaki Kyofu, who was searching for the entrance to the Dragon Cave within the borders of the Land of Rice. "Who are you? Why do you block my path?" Uzumaki Kyofu asked, not immediately recognizing the aged Uchiha Madara, though astonished by the Rinnegan that bore a resemblance to Otsutsuki Kinshiki's. Your inquiries regarding my identity are unwarranted. Come here obediently, universal pull." Uchiha Madara attempted to draw Uzumaki Kyofu closer with a slight lift of his hand. Inferno Dragon's Iron Fist. In response to Uchiha Madara's attack, Uzumaki Kyofu activated his Dragon Slayer mode, delivering a powerful punch towards Madara. Oh, Sage mode. I did not anticipate that the Uzumaki clan harbored abilities akin to Hashirama's. It seems I must exert a bit more effort, Uchiha Madara remarked, intrigued by the intricate dragon scales that adorned Uzumaki Kyofu's neck and surroundings. Humph. What I wield is not some so-called sage mode, but the power of the dragon. You shall perish here, you fiend. Uzumaki Kyofu retorted, his eyes reflecting the dragon's gaze as he calmly declared, ha ha ha, does a mere Uzumaki think to dance with me? Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, mocking Uzumaki Kyofu. Inferno Dragon's Roar. Without responding to Madara's taunts, Uzumaki Kyofu inhaled deeply, channeling his dragon power to unleash the mightiest roar against Uchiha Madara. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Madara remained unmoved in the face of Uzumaki Kyofu's assault, merely widening his rinnegan slightly, unleashing a tremendous force that surged toward Kyofu. However, Uzumaki Kyofu's roar, utilizing 15 parts of his dragon power, astonishingly clashed with Madara's Shinra Tensei, holding its ground for 5 seconds before being dispelled. I did not expect your sage mode to be so formidable. However, you remain no match for me. Prepare to meet your end. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed in irritation as he observed Uzumaki Kyofu's fire techniques matched his own. In a swift motion, Uchiha Madara teleported behind Kyofu, conjuring a chakra black rod and lunging it toward Kyofu's back. Uchiha Madara's full force strike pierced directly through Kyofu's heart, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Damn it. Stop. Roar of the Water Dragon. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. From a distance, 2 members of the Uzumaki clan, witnessing their leader's effortless demise at the hands of an unknown assailant, were consumed by rage and unleashed their most potent roars against Uchiha Madara. Upon observing the unleashed roars, Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered with surprise, but instead of mounting a forceful defense, he deftly evaded to the side. I did not expect your humble Uzumaki clan to possess such formidable abilities. Might I inquire as to the origin of your sage mode? Uchiha Madara inquired curiously, studying the 2 Uzumaki clan members before him. You shall never uncover the source of our power. The Uzumaki clan will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. The Uzumaki clan member glared at Uchiha Madara with hatred, leaving behind a chilling proclamation as they swiftly retreated with Kyofu's lifeless body to the Dragon God realm. Chapter 65. The turbulent Uzumaki clan. Alas, alas. The clan leader has perished. Within the Dragon God realm, Uzumaki Aoyoshi, who was spending time with his grandchildren, suddenly heard the frantic cries of the clan members outside. Frowning, he quickly rose and stepped outside. Halt! What has transpired? Why do you appear so agitated? Uzumaki Aoyoshi intercepted a member of the Uzumaki clan, inquiring coldly. Elder Aoyoshi, it's grave. A calamity has occurred. The clan leader was attacked by an unknown ninja, pierced through the heart, and has since passed. The elder clan leader has also fainted upon receiving this news. You must hurry to the clan leader's residence, where chaos reigns. The Uzumaki clan member urgently relayed the message to Uzumaki Aoyoshi. What? I shall go at once. As Vortex, Qinglu heard the words spoken by the members of the Vortex clan. He released the clan member he was holding and hurriedly made his way towards the home of Vortex Luo. Inside the room, Lin Ye and Vortex Qimei exchanged a glance before following their grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, towards Luo's residence. Father, wake up. What has happened to you? Please wake up. Before they even stepped into Luo's home, the sound of Vortex Qimei's weeping echoed through the house. Lin Ye and his sister, Vortex Qimei, exchanged worried glances and swiftly entered the room. Inside, Vortex Qimei was collapsed on the body of the clan leader, Vortex Qingfeng, weeping uncontrollably, her voice hoarse from sorrow. Meanwhile, Vortex Qinglu was inquiring about the appearance of the enemy from the 2 clan members who had accompanied Vortex Qingfeng. The 2 members were describing the visage of the assailant to the Vortex clan's ninja. How familiar. Who was this individual? Shortly thereafter, one of the Vortex clan members sketched the likeness of the attacker. Vortex Qinglu stroked his chin in contemplation and spoke with confusion. What is this? Grandfather, may I see the portrait? Lin Ye approached Vortex Qinglu, looking earnestly at him. Here, take a look, Vortex Qinglu replied calmly, handing the sketch to Lin Ye. Grandfather, this person is Uchiha Madara. Lin Ye's eyes widened as he recognized the figure on the portrait, and he spoke evenly to his grandfather. What? Uchiha Madara? That cannot be. Vortex Qinglu's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't Uchiha Madara already dead at the hands of Senju Hashirama? Even if he were alive, he wouldn't appear so aged. Lin Ye responded. How can it be impossible? Did you not see him activate the Rinnegan? I suspect there was some scheme during his battle with Senju Hashirama. His objective must have been to seize Hashirama's power to merge Yin and Yang release, thereby awakening the Rinnegan, a power exclusive to the Sage of Six Paths. Furthermore, I suspect Uchiha Madara sought out Uncle Qingfeng due to the Sage's manipulation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to awaken the Rinnegan so swiftly merely by transplanting Hashirama's cells. As Lin Ye held the portrait of Uchiha Madara, he spoke calmly to his grandfather. Xiaoyi, can you guarantee the truth of your words? At that moment, a hoarse voice emerged from behind Lin Ye. Vortex Luho approached him unsteadily, softly inquiring, Luho grandfather, how could I deceive you in such a matter? There is a high probability that the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, has intervened in this situation. Lin Ye turned to face Vortex Luho, speaking earnestly. Damn it, Otsutsuki Kagaya, my poor son. Vortex Luho collapsed to the ground, overcome with sorrow. Xiaoyi, I beg you, avenge Uncle Qingfeng. Will you? Vortex Luho knelt, gripping Lin Ye's clothing tightly, imploring him. Rest assured, Luho grandfather. I will do everything in my power to avenge Uncle Qingfeng. Please get up. Lin Ye, witnessing Vortex Luho's anguish, hurriedly assisted him in rising. That's good, that's good. After hearing Lin Ye's response, Vortex Luho turned to gaze blankly at his son and granddaughter before collapsing again. Not good. The old clan leader has fainted. The Vortex clan member who had been supporting Vortex Luho exclaimed in panic. At the same time, Vortex Jime, who had been weeping over Vortex Qingfeng's body, looked up upon hearing the commotion and saw her grandfather Vortex Luho unconscious on the floor. Overcome with emotion, she attempted to rush over, but as soon as she stood, the world spun around her, and she too fainted. The chaos among the clan members intensified as they witnessed both Vortex Luho and Vortex Jime collapse. In this tumultuous moment, Vortex Qinglu stepped forward, commanding the frantic clan members to assist in moving Vortex Luho and Vortex Jime to a bed in the inner room, where the clan's medical ninja could tend to them, ensuring they did not suffer further harm from their grief. Simultaneously, arrangements were made for Vortex Qingfeng's funeral. For safety's sake, Vortex Qinglu summoned all Vortex clan members engaged in commerce outside the clan, advising them to exercise caution and to retreat promptly in the event of encountering enemies before allowing them to return to their trading activities. Despite her deep sorrow over the passing of her father, Vortex Jime, being young, managed to awaken after 6 hours of rest. Following her sister, Vortex Jime, she assisted in organizing the funeral for Uncle Qingfeng, with the help of their clan members. Uncle Qingfeng was soon laid to rest in the new cemetery established within the Dragon God realm, marking the first burial since its construction. Meanwhile, Vortex Luho remained unconscious for 7 days before regaining a semblance of awareness. The moment he awoke, he summoned all the elders of the clan and insisted that Lin Ye must be present at the meeting, as there was a matter of utmost importance to discuss. Chapter 66. The succession of the Vortex clan within the home of Vortex Luho. Elders of the Vortex clan and Lin Ye gathered together. Qinglu, thank you for managing Qingfeng's funeral, Vortex Luho said, lightly coughing as he addressed Vortex Qinglu. Luho, we have been comrades for many years. Such matters require no special thanks. Vortex Qinglu replied, shaking his head gently. Now, please tell us why you have summoned so many. I have abdicated, and with the loss of Qingfeng as our leader, the clan cannot function without a leader for even a day. Therefore, I must announce the selection of the new clan leader, Vortex Luho stated, looking around at the assembled elders with a hoarse voice. Old clan leader, is it not too soon to declare a new leader so soon after Qingfeng's passing? One elder interjected, furrowing his brow at Vortex Luho's urgency. No, this matter must be arranged swiftly. This incident has devastated my health, and I can feel my vitality waning. Though the power of the dragon has fortified my body, it cannot halt the passage of life within me. We cannot delay any longer, Vortex Luho replied, shaking his head solemnly. Very well, old clan leader. May I inquire who you propose as the new leader? The elders, after a murmured discussion, ultimately accepted Vortex Luho's suggestion without reaching a conclusion. At this stage, the greatest contributor to our clan is not one of us old fellows, but rather our young friend, Lin Ye. Thus, I propose that Lin Ye assume the position of clan leader. What say you? As the whirlpool of Lu who gazed at Lin Ye beside him, He softly addressed the elders of the Uzumaki clan. What? Lin Ye is merely 8 years old. Can he truly assume the role of our clan leader? One elder of the Uzumaki clan, upon hearing Lu Hu's words, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed towards him, "You are all too presumptuous. In the past, you held the family's legacy, wielding the vast array of sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. However, times have changed. Our clan's inheritance has transformed into the cultivation methods of the dragon's power. While your sealing arts may still hold some efficacy, they no longer constitute the essence of the Uzumaki clan." Lu Hu calmly surveyed the elders of the Uzumaki clan and solemnly addressed the clan members. "But Lin Ye's age is indeed quite small. Can he truly carry the banner of our clan?" A member of the Uzumaki clan, looking at Lin Ye, spoke with evident doubt. "At least from my perspective, Lin Ye's abilities far surpass those of us ancient relics of the Uzumaki clan. If we wish to thrive in the ninja world while evading the persecution of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, we must appoint Lin Ye as the clan leader, otherwise it would be impossible for anyone else to achieve this." Uzumaki Qing Lu, with a stern demeanor, gazed at all the clan members and spoke in a low voice. "But, elder leader, Lin Ye is indeed too young. Why not select a provisional leader for the time being? We can revisit this matter in a few years." An elder of the Uzumaki clan, furrowing his brow, cautiously suggested to Lu Hu, "No, Lin Ye shall be the next leader of the Uzumaki clan. As for the family's affairs, they will temporarily be managed by Elder Qing Lu, who will assist Lin Ye in handling clan matters." Lu Hu stood firm, gazing intently at the elders of the Uzumaki clan, speaking gravely to all the clan members. "What? You all are practicing the cultivation methods created by my grandson, and now you intend to be ungrateful?" Uzumaki Qing Lu observed the other elders of the Uzumaki clan exchanging glances, none willing to speak up, and thus reprimanded them with a fierce countenance. Although it was understood that following the death of Uzumaki Qing Feng, the clan required a new leader, it was utterly unexpected that the position would fall upon his grandson, Lin Ye. Suppressing his inner excitement, Uzumaki Qing Lu coldly admonished the oblivious elders of the Uzumaki clan. "Very well, since both the elder leader and Elder Qing Lu have already made their determination regarding Lin Ye, let us give it a try." The elders of the Uzumaki clan, acknowledging the two most powerful and esteemed figures, spoke in unison. These elder inheritors had no way to refute and could only reluctantly concede to Lu Hu's proposal, gritting their teeth in agreement for Lin Ye to assume the role of the new clan leader. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, sitting nonchalantly, paid little heed to the elders' words. Upon hearing the elders' declaration, he slowly rose to his feet. "Since everyone has recognized me as the new clan leader, I shall strive to help our clan members grow stronger, establishing the Uzumaki clan as the foremost family in the ninja world. Should any elder have questions regarding my orders, they are welcome to approach me directly. However, I implore you not to engage in treachery behind my back." Lin Ye calmly surveyed the elders of the Uzumaki clan as he spoke. "Yes, esteemed leader," the elders reverently responded, bowing to Lin Ye. "Now let us disperse. Allow the elder leader to recuperate in peace. We are still far too weak to contend with the formidable Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The Uzumaki clan must continue to develop." Lin Ye observed the elders of the Uzumaki clan, who, despite their reluctance regarding his leadership, still showed respect and bowed politely, smiling lightly as he addressed the clan members. "Yes, leader." The elders of the Uzumaki clan quickly departed from Lu Hu's residence, even his grandfather, Uzumaki Qing Lu, following suit. "Grandfather, why did you push me into this leadership position?" After everyone had left, Lin Ye turned to the ailing Uzumaki Lu Hu and calmly inquired. Upon hearing Lin Ye's question, Lu Hu fixed his gaze intently on him and softly uttered two words, "Instinct." "Grandfather Lu Hu, you have been the clan leader for many years. How can you determine I would be a good leader based solely on instinct?" Lin Ye exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. "I did not initially possess such feelings. However, after cultivating the dragon's power, I began to find you increasingly endearing and approachable, which filled me with wonder and ultimately solidified my decision," Lu Hu replied, a gentle smile gracing his face as he observed Lin Ye. "Grandfather, are you not concerned about what I might do to the clan?" Lin Ye asked, blinking his eyes as he looked at Lu Hu. "Ha, little Ye, the moment you posed that question, I knew you would not act inappropriately," Lu Hu chuckled heartily, teasingly regarding Lin Ye. "Very well, although I am still quite young, I am confident in my ability to strengthen our Uzumaki clan. Rest assured, Grandfather Lu Hu. I shall strive to excel. Lin Ye lightly shook his head and smiled as he exited Lu Hu's residence. Left behind, Uzumaki Lu Hu peacefully returned to his bed, resting quietly. Grandfather, I have arrived. Could you summon all the upper ninjas who have mastered the attributes of Wind and Thunder Dragon among our clan members? I have a crucial announcement to make. Lin Ye entered the place where his grandfather, Uzumaki Qing Lu, was managing clan affairs and spoke earnestly. Are you in such a hurry, Lin Ye? If you are not pressed, could you wait until I finish these matters? Uzumaki Qing Lu raised his head and glanced at Lin Ye, inquiring. Grandfather, my matter is quite urgent. Please gather the clan members swiftly, Lin Ye replied, blinking at his grandfather. All right, I understand. I will do so immediately. Rest assured, I will gather everyone you need in the shortest time possible. Uzumaki Qing Lu assured Lin Ye with sincerity before swiftly departing. Quickly notify all those who have cultivated the dragon's power and replaced their chakra. Gather the individuals practicing the Thunder Dragon and Wind Dragon annihilation techniques. Little Ye, these are the individuals summoned by Grandfather. Please proceed with what you need to discuss. A member of the Uzumaki clan stated solemnly to Lin Ye. The former clan leader, Uzumaki Qing Feng, fell at the hands of Uchiha Madara. This vendetta cannot go unavenged. As you all are aware, Uchiha Madara has awakened the Rinnegan, and presently, we may not be able to defeat him. However, rest assured, my intention in gathering you is not to send you as cannon fodder. All of you shall venture into the ninja world, specifically to the land of fire and the land of earth, to seek out Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. Exercise great caution. At all times, one must maintain the hand seal of the reverse spirit communication. Upon sighting Uchiha Madara, immediately return to the Dragon God realm to relay the message. Do not approach him alone. The life of each clan member is invaluable. You are forbidden from making any mistakes in such matters. Lin Ye gazed solemnly at the clan members below and addressed them with a serious expression. Young clan leader, we are all elites within the family. If we do not participate, are we to leave you to face him alone? That would be unwise, protested a senior ninja from the Uzumaki clan, his eyes widening in indignation as he stepped forward to challenge Lin Ye. Lin Ye observed the gathered members of the Uzumaki clan and chose not to argue further. Instead, he harnessed the dragon power present in the Dragon God realm to swiftly execute the dragon annihilation technique. In an instant, a colossal golden dragon materialized before them, its immense eyes fixed intently upon the members of the Uzumaki clan. I am the first to cultivate the dragon annihilation technique. My strength far surpasses yours. If I am unable to defeat Uchiha Madara at this stage, do you truly believe you stand a chance? Lin Ye stated, his gaze unwavering as he fixed the dragon's head upon the clan members, his voice steady and commanding. Yes, long live the clan leader. Long live the clan leader. Under the intense gaze of Lin Ye's magnificent dragon, the clan members, initially taken aback, soon erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Satisfied with their response, Lin Ye nodded approvingly, then dispersed his dragon form, gradually transforming back into a youthful figure standing before them. Enough said. Everyone, prepare to depart, Lin Ye commanded, his expression serious as he addressed the surrounding clan members. Yes, the Uzumaki clan members bowed deeply to Lin Ye before swiftly exiting the Dragon God realm, heading into the ninja world in search of Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. With Lin Ye having marked Madara's position, they departed promptly in the designated direction. Xiao Yi, your dragon annihilation technique is truly formidable, capable of transforming into a giant dragon. You are remarkable, exclaimed Elder Uzumaki Qinglu, astonished as he gazed at Lin Ye after the clan members had left. Elder, these are mere trifles. Rest assured, it won't be long before you two can transform into a dragon, albeit with some changes in form. The effect will remain the same. Lin Ye replied with a warm smile directed at his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. Haha, let us hope so. At my age, it will likely take a considerable time to reach your level of cultivation, chuckled Uzumaki Qinglu as he turned to attend to his administrative duties. Lin Ye chose not to interfere with the clan's affairs, but instead headed home. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara awakened his Rinnegan only when he was on the brink of death. Yet, this time, he activated it with such ease, undoubtedly connected to Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Uzumaki clan cannot remain confined to the Dragon God realm indefinitely. To ensure a better life for their people, they require greater strength. It is imperative that Lin Ye devises new cultivation methods to enhance the training speed of dragon power. Otherwise, facing the formidable Kagaya Otsutsuki, who wields the full power of the Pure Land. The Uzumaki clan may find themselves facing inevitable demise, with no one but Lin Ye capable of escape. Upon returning home, Lin Ye connected his consciousness with that of the Dragon God realm, beginning to recall all the mystical knowledge from his previous life. Attempting to piece together fragments of information to merge with his current cultivation of dragon power, thereby creating a more potent training method. After all, possessing the dragon soul, dragon pearl, and a cave world makes his task considerably easier than that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 68. The ever-changing dragon technique. Lin Ye connected with the core of the Dragon God realm, initiating the development of further cultivation methods for the Uzumaki clan, centered around the dragon seed. Although he had encountered numerous cultivation systems in his past life, the author had not elaborated extensively on these systems, rendering the task of devising a viable method quite challenging. The greatest advantage of dragon power lies in its ability to continuously refine a person's physique, facilitating the transformation from human form to dragon form, thus enabling the absorption of similarly attributed energies. Currently, the Uzumaki clan's sole advantage is that dragon power strengthens the body more effectively than chakra. However, this does not imply that dragon power is devoid of impurities. The act of consuming other powers inherently risks contaminating the purity of dragon power. Indeed, even Lin Ye's own dragon power is a blend of various influences. To attain pure dragon power, it is essential to continuously refine the dragon power cultivated within the bodies of the Uzumaki clan members, allowing pure dragon energy to enhance their physiques. Lin Ye conceived a singular method for this refinement, to continually compress the dragon power stored in the dantian using mental energy, rendering it more refined. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual energy transitions from gaseous to liquid form before solidifying into the golden core stage, ultimately merging with the soul, leading to the formation of a higher-level primordial spirit. Although Lin Ye was unaware of the exact method for merging the golden core with the soul, he successfully deduced a cultivation method with the aid of the Dragon God realm's consciousness, which revolves around the principles of yin and yang. He developed a technique that creates a small vortex within the dantian of Uzumaki clan members, causing the dragon energy within their bodies to rotate and collide, compressing towards the center, thereby refining their dragon power and allowing them to attain a more purified form for bodily enhancement. Moreover, this refining process entirely depends on the individual cultivation of each clan member. With the support of the core of the world consciousness, Lin Ye successfully created a new cultivation method. Although it was merely a simple vortex technique for the continuous refinement of dragon power, it represented a significant advancement over chakra extraction techniques. Lin Ye swiftly recorded this newly devised method, naming it the ever-changing dragon technique. Unfortunately, he himself could not practice it, as his dantian housed the dragon pearl that contained the essence of the entire dragon god realm. Furthermore, the consciousness within the Dragon God realm continuously assisted Lin Ye in absorbing the elemental forces from the chaotic void, converting them into the strength he required, which accounted for the rapidity of his transformation into his dragon form. Within the ever-changing dragon technique, if an individual manages to condense their internal dragon power into a dragon core, they too can switch freely between human and dragon forms, akin to Lin Ye. The inspiration for Lin Ye's ever-changing dragon technique stemmed from the dragon pearl within his dantian. Although the dragon core's amplification of the dragon annihilation technique may not rival Lin Ye's dragon pearl, it suffices for the Uzumaki clan's cultivation. Sister, I have developed a new cultivation method, freshly devised. Would you like to assist me in testing it? Lin Ye approached his sister, Uzumaki Chime, with a smile, eager to share his newly conceived, ever-changing dragon technique. Oh, Xiaoyi, you have a new cultivation method. What is it? Does it include the dragon annihilation technique? Is it powerful? Inquired Uzumaki Chime. Her curiosity piqued as she opened her eyes from her practice of the dragon annihilation technique and turned her attention to Lin Ye. Sister, my new cultivation method is intricately linked to the power of dragons, and it has the potential to enhance that power significantly. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and enticingly remarked, what? It can make the dragon power even stronger? Show me at once. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Chime's eyes widened with urgency as she urged him to reveal more. Calm down, sister. Here, take a look at this cultivation method. Can you identify any flaws within it? Lin Ye handed the 10,000 transformations dragon scripture to Uzumaki Chime, smiling as he spoke. Humph, what is so remarkable about it? Let me see. I find it hard to believe that you could develop a powerful cultivation method in such a short time. Uzumaki Chime received the scripture from Lin Ye, casting him a skeptical glance before flipping through its pages with a light chuckle. At first, she dismissed it with indifference, but as she continued to peruse the text, her expression grew increasingly excited. Xiaoyi, did you truly create this cultivation method yourself? It's not a relic from the dragon god realm. The way it aligns with the dragon power is simply extraordinary. Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, setting down the scripture and gazing at Lin Ye with fervor. Haha, sister. This is not an inherited legacy of the dragon god realm. I derived it myself. Isn't it impressive? Lin Ye replied, grinning at his sister. Of course. Xiao Yi is the most remarkable. I believed in your prowess since you devised the voidless ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere. I have always known my brother Lin Ye is exceptional. Uzumaki Chime declared, her admiration evident. Quickly, I have a few questions regarding this method. I must earnestly practice it now. She eagerly pushed the scripture back towards Lin Ye, her excitement palpable. Lin Ye approached his sister, leaning in to address her inquiries, explaining each detail meticulously. He wished for Uzumaki Chime to master the 10,000 transformations dragon scripture so that if she encountered any issues during her practice, he could intervene promptly, rectifying any problems within the scripture to allow their kin to cultivate more effectively and grow stronger. Before long, Uzumaki Chime fully grasped the 10,000 transformations dragon scripture and closed her eyes, cautiously constructing a small vortex within her dantian, following the prescribed methods. At the moment the vortex took shape, a tremendous gravitational pull emanated from her, swiftly drawing in the dragon power and natural energy from the dragon god realm. This astonished Lin Ye, who hurriedly rushed to stop his sister. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? I was in the midst of crucial cultivation. Uzumaki Chime opened her eyes, looking at Lin Ye with displeasure. Elder sister, I didn't intend to disrupt you, but the vortex you established within you is drawing far too much energy. If you continue this way, the dragon power within the dragon god realm will be completely consumed by you alone, leaving our kin unable to cultivate it in the future. Lin Ye said sternly, casting a disapproving glance at his sister. What should I do? I felt so comfortable while cultivating just now. Does this mean I can never cultivate again? Uzumaki Chime's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Ye's warning. I'm afraid this method cannot allow our kin to cultivate freely within the dragon god realm. We must devise a plan to seize the dragon cave, enabling our kin to train in the outside world. While converting natural energy into dragon power may be troublesome, it is certainly preferable to the destruction of our home. The dragon god realm, Lin Ye stated with resolve. Alas, it seems we have no other choice, Uzumaki Chime replied. Recognizing the necessity of leaving the dragon god realm to practice the 10,000 transformations dragon scripture in the ninja world, Lin Ye sighed in relief at his sister's acceptance. Just moments ago, when she was absorbing the dragon power, it felt as if she were a pump extracting water from a bottle, and had he not intervened in time, she might have jeopardized the core of the dragon god realm. Thankfully, his prompt action allowed the dragon pearl in his dantian to absorb sufficient spiritual energy to convert into dragon power, offsetting the damage caused by Uzumaki Chime. At the border between the land of dragons and the land of grass, Uchiha Madara grumbled, "Damn it. The members of the Uzumaki clan are fleeing too swiftly. We've only slain their leader, and yet they have vanished without a trace." Inside the cave, he communicated with the outer path golem through a tube, pondering the situation while stroking his chin. Lord Madara, we have just detected that numerous members of the Uzumaki clan are searching for something between the land of waterfalls and the land of grass. Would you like to capture them? Just as Uchiha Madara was feeling frustrated, a white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground. What? Members of the Uzumaki clan are present within the land of waterfalls and the land of grass. This is splendid news. Take me there at once. Uchiha Madara exclaimed, excitement surging within him. Yes, Lord Madara. Please follow me, White Zetsu replied, smiling as he led the way. Within the land of waterfalls, Uzumaki Qingmiao, master of the Uzumaki clan's most formidable sensory ability, the Kagura Mind's Eye, was cultivating in the Wind Dragon mode. He activated his Kagura Mind's Eye to its fullest extent, meticulously scanning every inch of land in search of Uchiha Madara, despite his doubts about the accuracy of Lin Ye's intel. Nevertheless, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he diligently executed Lin Ye's orders. Little brat, where exactly are you hiding, Uzumaki clan? Just as Uzumaki Qingmiao was searching every corner, Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Seeing only one Uzumaki Qingmiao present, Uchiha Madara attempted to use Genjutsu to hypnotize him, hoping to extract information. However, before Uchiha Madara could elicit any answers, Uzumaki Qingmiao suddenly vanished from sight. Lord Madara. It appears he was maintaining a reverse summoning technique. The moment you tried to hypnotize him, he released it and was instantly summoned away. Should we retreat? White Zetsu softly inquired, observing the now empty space where Uzumaki Qingmiao had stood and the darkened expression on Uchiha Madara's face. Retreat? Why would we retreat? I refuse to believe the Uzumaki clan dares to seek me out. Regardless of who they send, they could never defeat me, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing the words of White Zetsu, was filled with fury and coldly addressed him. Very well. Yes, Lord Madara, we shall wait here for a while, White Zetsu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, let us wait. Given their previous demeanor, someone from the Uzumaki clan must be aware of my presence within the land of waterfall or the land of grass. If they wish to seek me out, let them come. Madara chuckled softly, glancing at the spot where Uzumaki Kiyomi had vanished, exuding confidence. In the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye had just returned home with his sister, Uzumaki Kimi. Suddenly, a member of the Uzumaki clan hastened to Lin Ye's side. Chief, I have located Uchiha Madara, but his power is formidable. With just his 3-tomo Sharingan, he was able to ensnare me in an illusion. Had I not prepared the reverse summoning seal in advance, I would have been captured by him. Uzumaki Kiyomi approached Lin Ye, panting and visibly agitated. What? You found Uchiha Madara? Excellent. I understand. Give me a moment. I'll accompany you, Lin Ye exclaimed, his eyes widening in excitement. However, Chief, Uchiha Madara possesses the Rinnegan. Are you certain you can confront him alone? Uzumaki Kiyomi hesitated, cautiously inquiring. Why fret? Against Uchiha Madara, my current strength is more than sufficient. You need not worry, Lin Ye replied, turning to Kiyomi with a confident smile. Before long, Lin Ye was fully prepared. Let us go, Kiyomi. Together, we shall witness the prowess of Uchiha Madara, the so-called Shura of the ninja world, and see what abilities his master, the Sage of Six Paths, possesses. Lin Ye approached Uzumaki Kiyomi and smiled at her. Chapter 70. Confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Following Uzumaki Kiyomi's description, Lin Ye swiftly located the nearest member of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world who had recently utilized the reverse summoning technique. Using the contract with this clan member, he summoned himself to their location. Come, Kiyomi, do not speak too much. Once we reach Uchiha Madara, you may return home. Lin Ye instructed as they flew rapidly towards Madara's position, smiling at Kiyomi. Chief, do you truly not need our assistance? He is Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. Can you truly defeat him alone? Kiyomi expressed her concern while gazing at Lin Ye. Oh, what is there to fear? You must have faith in the chief's strength. When I engage him, the one to fall will undoubtedly be Uchiha Madara, Lin Ye declared, waving his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. Ah, young one, I did not expect you to return so swiftly. But why have you brought such a small child? Uchiha Madara remarked, observing Lin Ye and Kiyomi as they descended from the sky. The Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, I never anticipated your survival. Truly a miracle, Lin Ye interjected, raising his hand to silence Kiyomi's retort, lightly chuckling at Madara. Ah, young one, it seems you hold considerable esteem among the Uzumaki clan, Madara noted, slightly surprised as he halted Kiyomi's advance with a mere wave of his hand. Indeed, I am the chief of the Uzumaki clan, and all members must heed my commands. Lin Ye replied with a confident smile. Is that so? Then prepare to be subjected to my control, Madara declared, standing proudly, his 3-tomo Sharingan whirling rapidly in an attempt to seize Lin Ye's consciousness. As the power of the Sharingan sought to invade Lin Ye's mind, the dragon spirit within him unleashed a thunderous roar, its immense spiritual force repelling Madara's mental assault effortlessly. Oh, Madara cried out in pain, clutching his eyes. You illusionists are truly amusing. Your abilities are insufficient to control me, Lin Ye remarked with a light chuckle, observing Madara's struggle. Damn it, how is this possible? Your mental strength should not be so formidable. Madara managed to rise, looking at Lin Ye with disbelief. Oh haha, what is impossible? You old relic should simply resign yourself to death, Lin Ye retorted, raising an eyebrow in mockery. Damn brat, prepare to meet your end. Madara's Sharingan rapidly transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Summoning the Susanoo, its skeletal arm lunging towards Lin Ye with ferocity. Facing Madara's onslaught, Lin Ye did not falter. His right arm transformed into the arm of a dragon as he entered a semi-draconic state, crashing into Madara's Susanoo with tremendous force. The powerful dragon fist pulverized the Susanoo that Madara had summoned. Impossible! How can your power surpass that of Susanoo? Madara exclaimed, astonished by Lin Ye's might. Heh! The Yangtze River's waves pushed the previous waves aside, and you, Uchiha Madara, are merely the former waves washed ashore. Do you understand? Lin Ye taunted, relishing the look of disbelief on Madara's face. While Madara was unfamiliar with the Yangtze River, he grasped the relationship between the former and latter waves. Infuriated, he summoned his Susanoo once more, its colossal form materializing on the battlefield. Humph, do you think only you can grow larger? Dragon's body, Lin Ye declared, channeling his power through the Dragon Pearl to activate the Dragon Destruction magic, transforming into a massive golden dragon nearly 100 meters long, glaring menacingly at Uchiha Madara. Ha ha. Splendid. I once believed that after Hashirama's demise, no one in the ninja world could contend with me. Yet here you are, an anomaly. Let us see what you can do, Madara exclaimed, invigorated by the sight of Lin Ye's dragon form. As Madara spoke, he wielded his sword and charged at Lin Ye. Unfazed, Lin Ye prepared himself. Though his dragon limbs were relatively short, their strength was not to be underestimated. With a swift motion, he struck Madara's sword with tremendous might, shattering it in two. However, the chakra-infused sword was of little concern to Madara. With a slight infusion of his eye power and chakra, it would swiftly regenerate. Dragon's Tail. After shattering Uchiha Madara's long sword 3 times in rapid succession, Lin Ye gathered all his strength and forcefully struck with his tail, crashing into Madara's Susanoo. Although Madara hastily defended himself with the 4 long swords that accompanied his Susanoo, he was still sent flying a considerable distance by Lin Ye's powerful blow. Confronted with this predicament, Madara did not lose heart. Instead, he summoned the Rinnegan, enhancing his Susanoo's height with its ocular power. He then charged towards Lin Ye once more. However, Lin Ye remained composed in the face of the Susanoo, taking a deep breath. With a roar reminiscent of a divine dragon, a massive surge of energy rapidly coalesced into a powerful blast, striking Madara's Susanoo and sending him hurtling backward. Upon facing Lin Ye's attack, Madara was taken aback and quickly unleashed the Shinra Tensei, attempting to repel Lin Ye's roar using the power of the Rinnegan. Otherwise, Lin Ye's roar would surely obliterate his Susanoo. Chapter 71. The intervention of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Unfortunately for Madara, the Shinra Tensei proved ineffective against the already airborne Uchiha, and under its repulsive force, he was propelled even faster away. Within the Pure Land, Otsutsuki Kagaya observed Madara being forced backward, her brow furrowing in concern. This cannot continue. If I wait any longer, Madara will be defeated by this rebellious member of the Uzumaki clan, and my plans will be utterly thwarted. Rising anxiously, Kagaya rapidly drew chakra from the souls of the ninjas within the Pure Land, swiftly creating a willful avatar that soared toward the battlefield. As Kagaya approached Madara, he crashed heavily to the ground. The violent impact left Madara, already weakened, in a semi-conscious state. Observing his condition, Kagaya felt a surge of delight as she merged the chakra she had obtained from the Pure Land into Madara's body. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, transformed into a divine dragon, watched as Madara fell to the ground, the dust rising from the impact eliciting a faint smile from him as he retracted his dragon form and gracefully descended. Rebel. Lin Ye gazed at the distant dust, initially intending to wait for it to settle before advancing. To his surprise, Madara emerged slowly from the swirling dust. Upon seeing Lin Ye, he coldly uttered, "You are not Uchiha Madara. You are Otsutsuki Kagaya, are you not?" Upon hearing these words and sensing the lethal aura emanating from Madara, Lin Ye immediately became alert, responding gravely, "Ha, you are called Uzumaki Lin Ye, correct? Indeed. You are quite perceptive." Kagaya, possessing Madara's body, chuckled appreciatively. "Cunning rogue, a figure of mere reputation. Prepare to meet your end at my hands." Lin Ye, unfazed by Kagaya's praise, fixed a cold stare upon her and replied, "I am not in the mood to battle you now. Rest assured, although I do not know what power you have cultivated to render my chakra ineffective, I firmly believe that I, as the master of the Pure Land, shall ultimately defeat you. Just wait and see." Kaguya, hearing Lin Ye's words, appeared dispirited as she coldly responded. If it weren't for Madara's body being so weakened from the earlier impact, I would have surely dealt with you, brat. However, time is of the essence, and I must depart swiftly, lest you regain your composure and seal my fate. Without further ado, Kaguya vanished from the spot, leaving Lin Ye in disbelief. He had intended to confront Kaguya one-on-one, but was left disappointed by her sudden disappearance. Damn, this Otsutsuki Kaguya is truly insidious. I thought she possessed Madara's body to engage me in battle, but it seems she only sought to flee. Cursed fiend. Lin Ye stomped in frustration, glaring at the direction Kaguya had taken. Had it not been for her intervention, Madara's Rinnegan would have surely been within his grasp. Sighing, Lin Ye resigned himself, stating, well, I should return to inform my clan. The Uzumaki clan is likely to face significant troubles ahead. With a heavy heart, he utilized the reverse summoning technique to return to the Dragon God realm. Xiaoyi, how did your battle with Uchiha Madara go? Did you emerge victorious? Upon Lin Ye's return to the Dragon City, the elder clan leader, Uzumaki Ruhu, eagerly approached him, brimming with excitement. Grandpa Ruhu, I apologize. Although I defeated Uchiha Madara, that fellow seems to be a crucial piece in Otsutsuki Kaguya's plan, and he escaped under her sudden surge of chakra control, Lin Ye explained apologetically. What? You truly defeated Uchiha Madara? My, you are quite impressive. The elder initially felt a moment of disappointment, but, upon seeing Lin Ye's regretful expression, he smiled and patted Lin Ye's shoulder joyfully. Rest assured, Grandpa Ruhu, no matter where he flees, I will continue to strive forward. One day, I will bring a tribute to the grave of Qing Feng Shu. Rest assured, Lin Ye promised, observing the forced smile on Ruhu's face. Xiaoyi, this is not your fault. That you could defeat Uchiha Madara is beyond my expectations. As long as you have done your best, I shall not blame you. Do you understand? Ruhu gently lifted Lin Ye's chin, insisting he meet his gaze as he spoke earnestly. Yes, Grandpa Ruhu, I understand, Lin Ye replied solemnly. Good, good, good. I'm glad you understand. Now go rest. After such a prolonged battle with Uchiha Madara, you must be exhausted. I shall take my leave for now. With a satisfied smile, Ruhu patted Lin Ye's shoulder once more before turning to depart, assisted by his cousin Uzumaki Jume. Watching the elder walk further away, Lin Ye let out a deep breath and then turned toward the office of his grandfather, Uzumaki Qinglu. Xiaoyi, come here. It seems you did not capture Uchiha Madara after all, Qinglu remarked calmly as he entered his office, devoid of any expression of joy. Grandpa, I won my battle against Uchiha Madara, but I was unable to capture him. It appears our Uzumaki clan may soon face significant difficulties. I intend to continue the mission that Uncle Qing Feng left unfinished. What do you think? Lin Ye sat across from his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, gazing earnestly at him, and spoke solemnly. Have you made a decision, Grandpa? Are we truly going to continue our quest to conquer the Dragon Cave? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qinglu lifted his head and regarded him seriously, inquiring with great gravity. Yes, Grandpa, I have made up my mind. We must subdue the great serpents of the Dragon Cave. Lin Ye looked intently at his grandfather, affirming his resolve. Based on the transformations I observed during my sister's training in the dragon annihilation technique, combined with my own abilities, I have developed a method to more swiftly harness the power of dragons. However, this technique is exceedingly formidable. In a short span, my sister alone could deplete the vast reservoir of dragon energy surrounding her. The Dragon Cave is naturally abundant in energy, and if we reclaim it, it would significantly bolster the strength of our Vortex clan. Lin Ye spoke earnestly to his grandfather, emphasizing the importance of their mission. Very well, Xiaoyi. However, you cannot embark on this journey alone. You must take 2 clan members with you. Vortex Qinglu gathered the documents before him and poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it while he spoke. Understood, Grandpa. I will proceed as you advise. Lin Ye nodded solemnly and then exited his grandfather's office. The original narrative did not detail how one might access the Dragon Cave, the Wetbone Forest, or the mysterious Wood Mountain without employing spiritual summoning techniques. The only documented entrance to mysterious Wood Mountain was a well. Nevertheless, while the precise locations of these 3 sacred sites remained unknown, it was evident that the natural energy they possessed far surpassed that of other areas. Furthermore, the unique constitution of Tenkai Shiguro, one of Orochimaru's subordinates, which allowed him to autonomously attract sage energy, was a result of prolonged habitation in places rich with natural energy. Lin Ye, with his formidable perception abilities, could navigate toward areas teeming with natural energy, potentially discovering members of the Dragon Cave along the way. Once he captured them, he could leverage the power of dragons to compel them, thereby facilitating easy entry into the Dragon Cave to explore its sacred grounds. Xiaoyi, what did you discuss with Grandpa when you visited him? Vortex Chimei inquired curiously as Lin Ye returned home. Oh, sister. I went to consult Grandpa about continuing Uncle Qingfeng's plan to conquer the Dragon Cave. Is there a problem? Lin Ye replied with a smile to his sister, Vortex Chimei. Searching for the Dragon Cave? Little brother, you have already defeated Uchiha Madara. Does our clan's strength still rely on the Dragon Cave for support? Vortex Chimei said, eyeing Lin Ye inquisitively. My current quest for the Dragon Cave is entirely different from the previous search conducted by Uncle Qingfeng. Lin Ye explained while gathering a few garments into his storage panel, grinning at his sister. Is it truly necessary to seek out those slippery serpents to enhance our strength? Vortex Chimei shivered at the thought of snakes, expressing her discontent. Mysterious Wood Mountain, Wetbone Forest, and the Dragon Cave are all rich in natural energy. If we can subjugate the great serpents of the Dragon Cave, it could serve as our clan's second stronghold. The technique I previously taught you could be directly utilized for training in the Dragon Cave, Lin Ye assured his sister with a smile. What? To practice the ever-changing dragon technique. Really? Lin Ye, hurry. I want to join you. We must find that place as soon as possible. Vortex Chimei exclaimed, racing back to her room to pack her belongings into her ninja gear. Sister, are you really planning to accompany me? Lin Ye asked, somewhat helplessly. Of course. How could I not? Once we locate the Dragon Cave, you can handle those slippery serpents while I train within the cave. What do you say? Vortex Chimei smiled at Lin Ye. All right then. If you are coming along, you should also invite Chimei. We can all journey together, Lin Ye responded with a resigned smile. Xiaoyi, you are wonderful. Wait here, I will go fetch Chimei. Vortex Chimei exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on Lin Ye's cheek before dashing off to find Vortex Chimei. Among the Vortex clan, aside from Lin Ye, his sister Vortex Chimei and cousin Vortex Chimei possessed the strongest physiques, as the dragon seed within them was closest to Lin Ye's. Consequently, their dragon power was more potent, and the effects of refining their bodies were greatly enhanced. Once Vortex Chimei returned with Vortex Chimei in tow, they departed from the Dragon God realm into the ninja world. Lin Ye planned to commence their search from the land of rice, as one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, had established the Sound Ninja village within its borders. Given Orochimaru's character, it was implausible that he chose the land of rice solely due to its lack of onions. We are finally back in the ninja world. It feels so much more spacious here. Vortex Chimei exclaimed with enthusiasm as she and Lin Ye emerged from the Dragon God realm. Sister, we have now arrived in the ninja world. Would you like to attempt practicing the ever-changing dragon technique? Lin Ye suggested with a smile. Can I practice here? Let me give it a try. Vortex Chimei replied, surveying her surroundings before closing her eyes and quickly initiating the ever-changing dragon technique. As Vortex Chimei mobilized the dragon energy within her body, the surrounding natural energy was swiftly absorbed into her by the small vortex she created within herself. Xiaoyi, it seems that practicing the ever-changing dragon technique here is not as rapid as in the Dragon God realm. Vortex Chimei remarked, furrowing her brow after 10 minutes of training. Sister, what are you thinking? The natural energy in the Dragon God realm contains a significant portion of dragon power, which can be absorbed directly into your body without needing to refine it through your dragon seed. However, here, the natural energy must first be transformed by your dragon seed into dragon power before entering your Dantian, which is why you feel it is slower, Lin Ye explained, exasperatedly rolling his eyes at his sister. Oh, I see. It appears I need to work harder in my training from now on, Vortex Chimei acknowledged, enlightened by Lin Ye's words. Xiaoyi, have you developed yet another new training method? That is truly impressive, Vortex Chimei commented enviously, having overheard the conversation between Lin Ye and his sister. Don't worry, Chimei. We will follow Lin Ye closely from here on out. I will teach you the ever-changing dragon technique so that you can also enhance your strength. However, you must be cautious and refrain from cultivating within the Dragon God realm, for it would sever the retreat for our Vortex clan. Vortex Chimei gazed at Vortex Chimei with longing eyes, smiling as she took her hand, and continued, Sister Chimei, please smile and do not be so disheartened. If Uncle Qingfeng were to see you like this, he would surely be heartbroken. Rest assured, once my strength grows stronger, I will find a way to resurrect Uncle Qingfeng. Lin Ye observed Vortex Chime's sorrowful expression and frowned, offering words of comfort. What, little Yi? You can bring father back to life, is that true? Vortex Chime, astonished by Lin Ye's words, lifted her head in disbelief and inquired. Sister Chime, you need not worry. When have I ever spoken untruths? Lin Ye replied, noticing the surprise on the faces of both his sister Vortex Chime and cousin Vortex Chime, smiling at them. In truth, Lin Ye possessed the capability to resurrect Vortex Ching Feng, but the power required to do so at present was daunting. While observing the underworld of the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye had unexpectedly discovered that Vortex Qingfeng's soul had not been drawn to the pure land of the ninja world. Rather, it resided within the underworld space he had created. Lin Ye intended to seize Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan and insert it into the core of the world, allowing the core to analyze the Rinnegan's abilities to facilitate the resurrection of Vortex Qingfeng. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Cave, Tianqin Shunshi, have you three uncovered any information regarding the Divine Dragon after such a long time? The White Snake Sage addressed his three attendants in a calm, yet unwavering tone. Sage, we only found the long-abandoned Lulan ancient kingdom at the location where the Divine Dragon's power was previously emitted, but nothing further, Tianqin Shunshi replied, kneeling respectfully before the White Snake Sage. That cannot be. I received reports indicating that you encountered a rather unique individual whose power seems to counter yours. Why was this information not conveyed to me? The White Snake Sage slowly rose, his expression stern as he addressed Tianqin Shunshi. Sage, I am uncertain of the nature of that power, and they are members of the Vortex clan. While I believed it prudent to focus on locating the Divine Dragon's power, I did not consider it necessary to report to you. Please forgive me. Tianqin Shunshi trembled as she knelt before the White Snake Sage, pleading for mercy. Tianqin Shunshi, you are quite audacious. Such a power that counters us is of equal importance to that of the Divine Dragon. It could very well be the power of the Divine Dragon. The White Snake Sage's power fell heavily upon Tianqin Shunshi and the other two, as he bellowed at the three attendants. I care not for your ulterior motives. Both the power possessed by the Vortex clan and that of the Divine Dragon must be unearthed for me. I must have both powers firmly within my grasp. The White Snake Sage greedily gazed at the three attendants, commanding them loudly. Yes, my subordinates shall pursue this immediately. The three attendants bowed repeatedly, assuring the White Snake Sage of their commitment. Blood began to trickle from their foreheads, yet only then did the White Snake Sage appear satisfied, settling back onto his throne. Very well, you may search. Should there be another instance of withheld information, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The White Snake Sage casually glanced at his subordinates, speaking in a flat tone. My subordinates dare not. We shall investigate right away. Although the three attendants harbored resentment towards the one who had leaked information, they maintained a facade of respect, swiftly departing. Tianqin Shunshi, this is your fault. You encountered a power capable of countering us and did not report it to the sage. After leaving the White Snake Sage, Shichujima Shunshi glared angrily at Tianqin Shunshi. Speaking coldly, Shichujima Shunshi, my affairs are not your concern. You should focus on fulfilling the tasks assigned by the sage, Tianqin Shunshi retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Shichujima Shunshi before swiftly departing the Dragon Cave, leading her serpentine followers to seek out clues. All right, Shichujima Shunshi. Now is not the time to confront Tianqin Shunshi. It is far more important to accomplish the sage's tasks first, Tianqin Shunshi remarked coolly, approaching Shichujima Shunshi, her indifference evident. I understand, Shichujima Shunshi replied with a scoff, quickly leaving the Dragon Cave. In the ninja world, deep within a cavern. Damn, the Vortex clan possesses such formidable abilities, capable of effortlessly defeating one as powerful as me who wields the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara sat upon a stone seat, connected to the outer path golem, drawing life force from it to restore his body, speaking with fury. Lord Madara, it appears we should take the initiative to collect tailed beasts. Even capturing a single one-tail would elevate the power of the outer path golem. At that point, even an incomplete 10 tails could assist you in contending with Vortex Lin Ye. A white Zetsu, influenced by Otsutsuki Kagaya, hung upside down from the ceiling, carefully suggesting this to Uchiha Madara. The strongest in the ninja world is the 9 tails. Is it not better to capture the 9 tails directly? Uchiha Madara shot a glance at the white Zetsu hanging from the ceiling, defiantly proclaiming. As the esteemed Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara would naturally start with the strongest. Why settle for easier prey? Once he had gathered all 9-tailed beasts, He would ensure a proper confrontation with Vortex Lin. Chapter 74. Defeating the three goddesses Xiao Yi. We have been wandering in the land of rice for quite some time. When shall we find the dragon cave? Within the borders of the land of rice, Vortex Chimei followed closely behind Lin Ye, observing him pause occasionally to survey the surroundings. Furrowing her brow as she expressed her impatience. Sister, do not fret. Rest assured, we shall find them soon, Lin Ye replied, turning to his sister Vortex Chimei with a gentle smile. Ah, Xiao Yi, how about we find an end to rest? I can hardly endure any longer, Vortex Chimei lamented, slumping to the ground and gazing at Lin Ye with a pitiful expression. Wait a moment, sister. I believe I have made a discovery. Lin Ye disregarded his sister's plight, focusing intently as he utilized his Kagura hard eye, enhanced by the power of the dragon, to probe ahead in the direction he sensed. Sister, I found it. Quickly, come with me, Lin Ye exclaimed in excitement, taking the hands of his sister Vortex Chimei and cousin Vortex Chimei, soaring towards the location he had sensed. On the other side, Tianxin Shunshi emerged from the dragon cave in a huff, followed by countless serpents from the dragon cave, marching forward in anger. Not long after, a figure suddenly landed heavily before them, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tianxin Shunshi sensed the immense and complex power within the dust and immediately became alert. Her fierce gaze fixated on the center of the swirling dust, wary and unblinking. You are Tianxin Shunshi of the dragon cave, are you not? Lin Ye stepped forward, dispersing the surrounding dust with a wave, smiling as he addressed Tianxin Shunshi. Members of the Vortex clan, I was just seeking you. Submit your powers. The deity Tianxin glared at the youthful Lin Ye, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she shouted. Oh, is that so? Lin Ye regarded her advance, his gaze shifting as his golden dragon eyes radiated an overwhelming draconic force, forcefully pinning Tianxin to the ground. Cursed member of the Vortex clan, do you wish to oppose us of the dragon cave? Do you not fear the white serpent sage's wrath, which could obliterate your clan? Despite her terror, Tianxin defiantly threatened Lin Ye. Little snake, you are overly presumptuous. Best to lie down obediently, Lin Ye said, discontent evident as he exerted his draconic might upon her. Cease your actions, member of the Vortex clan. We are the celestial beings of the dragon cave. While you may possess the power to counter us, I doubt every member of your clan shares such abilities. The deity Shirchu Island emerged from the dragon cave, her anger palpable as she witnessed Tianxin, now subdued under Lin Ye's force, unable to maintain her transformed state, having previously relished the spectacle. Shirchu Island's demeanor shifted upon recognizing Lin Ye and the Vortex sisters Qi Mei and Ji Mei, rushing forward to confront Lin Ye. Ah, another of the three deities. Shirchu Island, why must you all be so obstinate? Lin Ye smirked at Shirchu Island's sudden appearance, raising a hand to envelop her in his draconic aura, pressing her firmly to the ground. What? The once proud Shirchu Island is now humbled? Xiao Yi, is the strength of the celestial beings from the dragon cave truly so feeble? Why have I not seen you act, and yet they are already subdued? Qi Mei observed Lin Ye's subtle shift in demeanor, the two intelligent spirit beasts lying prostrate before him, curiously inquiring. Sister, what are you contemplating? Serpents belong to the dragon lineage, dragons being one of the highest bloodlines among all beings. All scaled entities must submit to the dragon's authority. Though these serpents in the dragon cave are called celestial beings, they are merely powerful serpents, not true immortals. The draconic power the Vortex clan wields may not be pure dragon essence, but it is a direct inheritance of draconic strength. Thus, subduing these serpents is effortless. Lin Ye smiled at his sister Qi Mei, saying, Ah, so that is the case. I wondered why you did not simply defeat those peculiar serpents. Qi Mei nodded in understanding, her realization evident. You have heard our conversation, now take me to meet the white serpent sage. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ye released the pressure on Tianxin and Shirchu Island, smiling as he addressed them. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Please, follow me. Bowing respectfully, Tianxin and Shirchu Island led Lin Ye and the Vortex sisters towards the entrance of the dragon cave. As they approached, a figure emerged from the cave, Tuanjin. Curious about their return. Tianxin, Shirchu Island, what brings you back? Members of the Vortex clan, you have taken Tianxin and Shirchu Island hostage. Prepare to face your demise. Tuanjin, seeing Lin Ye and the Vortex sisters behind them, bared her fangs and charged at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, feeling the surge of draconic power within him, unleashed it upon the three deities. Enveloped in draconic might, Tuanjin and her companions quickly lost their ability to resist, crashing to the ground. Tianxin and Shichu Island lay confused, unable to harbor resentment towards Lin Ye, instead lamenting Tuanjin's arrogance that led to their downfall. Tuanjin, you must be the last of the three deities. Are your serpents from the Dragon Cave always so combative? With formidable draconic energy emanating from him, Lin Ye approached Tuanjin, a light laugh escaping his lips. Now, I shall reiterate my request. Take me to the White Serpent Sage. My patience is wearing thin. Under Lin Ye's immense pressure, Tuanjin's fierce demeanor began to wane in fear. Pleased with her reaction, Lin Ye stood tall, proclaiming, Chapter 75, The Surrender of the White Serpent Sage. Very well, my lord. Once Lin Ye withdrew his oppressive force, the three deities stood trembling, humbly leading Lin Ye and the Vortex sisters toward the abode of the White Serpent Sage. Who permitted you three to bring others into the Dragon Cave? Within her dwelling, the White Serpent Sage sensed the presence of humans and deities, assuming betrayal from the three deities and erupting in fury. However, the three deities remained silent, retreating behind Lin Ye, anxiously observing the confrontation. Humans, what power has your Vortex clan obtained to dare trespass into my Dragon Cave with mere children? The White Serpent Sage's gaze was icy as it fell upon Lin Ye and his sisters. Though baffled by the perceived betrayal of the three deities, the White Serpent Sage, knowing their nature, realized they were subjugated by Lin Ye's strength. Dragon, huh? I am here to claim dominion over the entire Dragon Cave. You would do well to surrender, lest I spare your life. Lin Ye regarded the White Serpent Sage with calm intensity, his draconic power morphing into an overwhelming force, pressing down upon her. You possess the strength of a dragon. Under Lin Ye's might, the White Serpent Sage, like the three deities, succumbed to the power of her lineage, collapsing to the ground, yet gazing at Lin Ye in astonishment. Indeed, I wonder if you still desire to surrender now that you face me. Lin Ye observed her with satisfaction, nodding. Are you willing to submit, White Serpent? I am willing, my lord. I am willing, the White Serpent Sage exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she addressed Lin Ye. Much better. Rest assured, should you genuinely pledge your loyalty, I shall grant you some draconic power, allowing the Dragon Cave to truly become a sanctuary for dragons. Lin Ye lifted the pressure he had exerted on her, smiling warmly at the White Serpent Sage. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The White Serpent Sage, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated before Lin Ye, bowing repeatedly. Rise. Lin Ye observed her fawning behavior, shaking his head in exasperation. Is there anything I can assist you with, my master? The White Serpent Sage cautiously approached Lin Ye, speaking softly. White Snake, I implore you, regarding the Dragon's Cave, the Forest of Corpses, and the marvelous Wood Mountain, is the abundant natural energy inherent, or has it been cultivated through your endeavors? Lin Ye, attuned to the far richer natural energy within the Dragon's Cave compared to the outside world, calmly inquired of the White Snake. In response to your query, the natural energy within the Dragon's Cave is not innate. Our three sacred lands have usurped the divine realms of three minor deities, from which we have derived our powers, replied the White Snake Immortal with eager anticipation after hearing Lin Ye's question. What? You assert that such dense natural energy is not a birthright, but rather sourced from the divine realms? Lin Ye gazed at the White Snake with astonishment, incredulously articulating his disbelief. Indeed, it is as you say. The White Snake Immortal smiled at Lin Ye's astonished expression. Very well, White Snake. Do you possess any legacies pertaining to the deities? Might I peruse these divine inheritances? Lin Ye, filled with excitement, addressed the White Snake. Ah, master, of course. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the items related to the deities from the Dragon's Cave. The White Snake, upon hearing Lin Ye's request, swiftly darted to the rear of her seat. Before long, the White Snake returned, clutching a circular plate, and cautiously placed it before Lin Ye. Master, this is an artifact belonging to the Earth God. A significant portion of the natural energy within the Dragon's Cave is attributable to this jade plate, which I now present to you, said the White Snake, flattering Lin Ye. Well done, White Snake. Once I have contemplated this plate, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivating the dragon's power. For now, you may withdraw, Lin Ye replied, accepting the jade plate and probing into its extraordinary essence with his mental energy, nodding in satisfaction and smiling at the White Snake. Very well, master. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me, the White Snake said joyfully, observing Lin Ye's smile. With that, The white snake swiftly departed her cave with the three divine maidens, venturing outside. Xiaoyi, is this jade plate truly so significant? You appear quite amiable towards the white snake. Vortex Chimay approached Lin Ye after the white snake's departure, curiously examining the jade plate in his hand. Sister, if this item can gather natural energy, then by deciphering the method it employs, I could potentially create countless sanctuaries akin to the dragon's cave. Do you understand? Lin Ye replied to his sister Vortex Chimay with a smile. Is that so? Lin Ye, can you truly replicate this jade plate? Vortex Chimay inquired incredulously, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Lin Ye. Rest assured, sister, replicating a jade plate is but a simple task. I am confident I can achieve it. Lin Ye chuckled lightly, moving to a clean space where he sat cross-legged and cast the jade plate into the core of the dragon god realm, initiating its refinement. Meanwhile, Lin Ye remained seated, silently absorbing the concentrated natural energy of the dragon's cave. Vortex Chimay and Vortex Chimay exchanged glances and also found a clean area to begin their practice of the transformative dragon technique. Due to the rich natural energy within the dragon's cave, Vortex Chimay and Vortex Chimay advanced in their training at a pace far superior to their previous efforts in the ninja world. Although it may not match the speed of training within the dragon god realm, their progress was nonetheless remarkable. With time, they would undoubtedly cultivate the form of the dragon and ascend to a new realm of dragon-slaying magic. Chapter 76. Obito's Invasion of Konoha Village. Konoha Village. Danzo, is what you say true? Has the Uchiha clan's unique ocular technique, Susanoo, appeared in the land of water? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at his old friend Shimura Danzo with astonishment, speaking gravely. Hiruzen, how could I deceive you regarding such a monumental matter? When the first Hokage confronted Uchiha Obito, although we were not close, we witnessed Obito's Susanoo from a distance. You should be familiar with this information, Danzo replied, furrowing his brow at Hiruzen's skepticism. That cannot be. For I possess records of every Uchiha ninja to date. It is impossible for a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan to emerge without my knowledge. Though Hiruzen wished to trust Danzo's words, he remained deeply perplexed. Hiruzen, regardless of your thoughts, we must remain vigilant. I strongly suspect that the one wielding Susanoo is none other than Uchiha Obito, Danzo stated with a serious demeanor, locking eyes with Hiruzen. Obito? That cannot be. Have you forgotten that Obito was indeed killed by the first Hokage? Moreover, his body was disposed of by the second Hokage himself, Hiruzen replied, shocked by Danzo's assertion. Hiruzen, do not evade the truth. To my knowledge, the Uchiha clan possesses a forbidden technique known as Izanagi, reputed to alter fate. By sacrificing a single Mangekyo Sharingan, one can activate Izanagi to negate adverse outcomes, Danzo explained solemnly, his agitation palpable. Danzo, where did you acquire this intelligence? Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he scrutinized Danzo, his tone cold. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, having inadvertently revealed such crucial information. He stammered in response. Danzo, have you infiltrated the Uchiha clan to steal their secrets? Hiruzen, angered by Danzo's demeanor, slammed his hand on the table and stood, addressing Danzo sternly. Indeed, I have dispatched root agents to infiltrate the Uchiha clan and acquire the forbidden technique Izanagi. But what of it? Hiruzen, you should be focusing on the imminent threat posed by Obito rather than questioning me here, Danzo retorted, his indignation rising. Enough, Danzo. You have gone too far. How could you so brazenly pry into the legacies of other clans? You ought to return to your roots and reflect on your actions, Hiruzen admonished, furious at Danzo's lack of remorse and audacity. Very well, Hiruzen. You will come to regret this, Danzo shouted defiantly, his anger boiling over. Danzo, remember, I am the Hokage of Konoha Village. After hearing Shimura Danzo's words, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, replied coldly. In response to Hiruzen's remark, Danzo turned abruptly and left, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen merely shook his head slightly as he watched Danzo depart. His anger was not directed at Danzo for stealing the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, but rather at the fact that Danzo failed to inform him of the existence of such a powerful jutsu. This breach of trust made Hiruzen, who was accustomed to being in control of everything in Konoha, feel threatened. It seemed to him that this was the pinnacle of the Outer Path's power. Uchiha Madara continued to absorb the power of the Outer Path statue, restoring his vitality. After several days of relentless effort, he sensed that his body had ceased to grow. slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Madara, shall we proceed to Konoha now? Asked White Zetsu, who was thrilled to see Madara had awakened. Indeed, Madara replied, standing up slowly with a smile. Oh, splendid. Once we capture the Nine Tails, you will surely defeat that brat from the Uzumaki clan, White Zetsu exclaimed, filled with excitement. Although Madara felt vexed by Lin Ye, he couldn't help but smirk slightly at White Zetsu's praise. Let's go, White Zetsu. Time to reclaim my pet. Madara summoned Susanoo, swiftly piercing the rock above him, creating a passage to the outside world. Utilizing the power of his Rinnegan, Madara elevated himself and rapidly flew outward. Is this Konoha? It appears that the village Hashirama anticipated is not so extraordinary after all, he mused, a mocking smile forming on his face as he hovered above the sparsely populated village below. Madara, do you need me to have other White Zetsu clones assist you in capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido? Inquired a small White Zetsu clone perched on Madara's shoulder. No need. Once I make my move, that woman will undoubtedly come to stop me, Madara replied, dismissing the suggestion. He quickly released the Rinnegan's repulsive force and descended rapidly towards Konoha. Alert! Something has breached the defensive barrier. Quickly notify the Hokage. Someone is launching an assault from above. Shouted a barrier ninja, who sensed a massive chakra passing through the barrier. Yes, I will inform the Hokage immediately. Keep a close watch on this chakra. Replied another barrier ninja, hastily rising to report to the Hokage's office. Chapter 77. The Terrified F. For upon exiting the barrier unit, the barrier ninja swiftly created a shadow clone. One clone raced to the Hokage's office to report to the third Hokage, while the other headed to the route to inform Danzo. Hokage-sama, there's trouble. Someone has breached the village's barrier from the sky. Their chakra is immense, surpassing even yours. You must come at once. The barrier ninja knelt before Hiruzen, urgency evident in his voice. What? Chakra more powerful than mine, descending from the heavens? Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment. Very well, I shall go. You. Head to the Senju clan's residence and notify Mido. Ensure she arrives promptly. Hiruzen, suspecting that this might be a retaliation from the Uzumaki clan due to the unauthorized release of their sealing techniques, ordered the barrier ninja to inform Mido, hoping her arrival would prevent any further escalation. Understood, Hokage-sama. I will notify Mido at once. The barrier ninja quickly departed the Hokage's office, racing towards the Senju clan's headquarters. Meanwhile, Hiruzen swiftly donned his battle attire and charged towards the location described by the barrier ninja. On the other side, Danzo, having received the information, promptly dispatched his root ninjas. However, he did not accompany them to confront the enemy, but instead ordered them to monitor the Uchiha clan. In Danzo's view, Konoha possessed a terrifying military strength capable of overpowering the other four great ninja villages simultaneously. Nonetheless, the greatest threat to Danzo's ambitions of becoming the next Hokage was the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan. Who are you, and why have you invaded our Konoha? Hiruzen asked sternly, gazing at the pale man with diminished vitality before him. Oh ho, the little monkey under Senju Tobarama has actually become Konoha's Hokage. Madara turned slowly, mocking Hiruzen with a sardonic grin. You are Uchiha Madara. I can't believe you are truly alive. Hiruzen gasped in disbelief as he confronted Madara. Hiruzen, who is the enemy? Danzo arrived hastily, casting a sharp glance at Hiruzen's vigilant demeanor. Haha, the shadowy little brat. I never expected you to wield the power of our Uchiha clan, Madara sneered, his Sharingan glinting as he locked eyes with Danzo. Recognizing the Sharingan's power within his right eye. You are Uchiha Madara. You truly live, Danzo stammered, stunned by the revelation that his earlier pretext for attacking the Uchiha had materialized into reality. Danzo wished fervently that he were dreaming, for the reality of Madara's existence was a nightmarish prospect. Having witnessed the terrifying clash between Madara and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he knew all too well the danger posed by the man before him. Danzo, you must immediately find Mido. I will buy us time here, Hiruzen instructed, gritting his teeth and speaking firmly to Danzo. However, Danzo, having just emerged from shock, was suddenly engulfed in anger at Hiruzen's command. Hiruzen, this time I will not retreat. I am not afraid of him. I refuse to hide behind you any longer. Danzo's thoughts raced back to the moment when the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had asked them to choose someone to hold the rear, and his momentary fear had cost him the Hokage position. Fueled by these memories, he vehemently countered, Hiruzen, Danzo, Who dares to invade our Konoha? Just as Hiruzen and Danzo were embroiled in their argument, Tanshin Koharu and Mito Uzumaki also received the urgent news. In haste, the Boundary Team Ninja rushed over and inquired of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. Mizuto, Koharu, quickly informed Lady Mito to arrive post-haste. Inform her that Uchiha Madara is attacking. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned sharply, shouting vehemently at Mizuto and Koharu. Upon hearing his words, the two were initially inclined to mock him, but upon catching sight of the elderly yet imposing figure in the distance, they froze in fear. They swiftly turned and hurried toward the residence of the Senju clan. Nearby, Uchiha Madara observed the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu, and the others with a sneer, displaying an air of indifference as he waited patiently. In Madara's estimation, only the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito, possessed the capability to withstand a few of his blows. Though she may not rival Senju Hashirama, her mastery of the sealing arts from the Uzumaki clan should enable her to exchange blows with him. Mito, it's bad. Uchiha Madara has returned. Koharu and Mizuto raced forward, calling out to Uzumaki Mito, who was advancing with the Boundary Team. What? Uchiha Madara is still alive? Quickly, take me to him. Mito, upon witnessing their panic, commanded them urgently. Yes, this way, Lady Mito. Koharu and Mizuto, upon hearing her words, promptly turned and led her toward Madara's location. They understood well that if even Uzumaki Mito could not match Madara, then they stood no chance against him. Chapter 78. Uzumaki Mito takes action under the guidance of Koharu and Mizuto. Uzumaki Mito swiftly arrived at the site where Uchiha Madara waited. Ah, Uzumaki Mito. You're still alive. Madara stepped forward slightly, smiling at her. However, upon witnessing Madara's advance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were thrown into a state of panic, retreating hastily, fearful that Madara would eliminate them in an instant. Madara, weren't you supposed to have perished at Hashirama's hands? How did you survive? Mito scrutinized the aged Madara, narrowing her eyes as she spoke. Haha, Mito, do you truly believe I brought the Nine Tails to fight Hashirama to seek death? Madara laughed heartily, dismissing her words with disdain. Enough. I have no time for games. Surrender the Nine Tails within you. His laughter subsided, and he fixed a cold gaze upon Mito. Impossible. The Nine Tails is the treasure of Konoha. Hashirama entrusted it to me, and I intend to pass it down to future generations. I shall never relinquish it to you. Mito retorted firmly, her tone icy, although she felt she had lived long enough and that life or death mattered little. The Nine Tails was integral to Hashirama's vision of maintaining balance in the ninja world. Should Konoha lose the Nine Tails, it could lead to an assault from other villages harboring tailed beasts, jeopardizing the peace Hashirama sought. Thus, she would never yield the Nine Tails to a warmonger like Madara. Then let me see if you, the princess of the Uzumaki clan, can measure up to that little brat of the Uzumaki clan, Madara scoffed, charging toward Mito with swift strides. Though Madara possessed the Rinnegan and the ability to unleash its powers against her, he had been harboring rage since his previous encounter. And Mito, being a member of the Uzumaki clan, became the perfect target for him to vent his frustrations. Madara reached Mito and unleashed a powerful punch toward her. Mito, realizing the imminent threat, hurriedly prepared to defend herself. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Koharu, and Mizuto watched in horror as Madara clashed with Mito and retreated quickly. Diamond Lock. After trading a couple of blows with Madara, Mito was swiftly overpowered, suffering 2 punches and a kick from him. In the face of such adversity, she summoned the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, Diamond Lock, and launched it at Madara. While Madara could have summoned the black rods of Yin-Yang release to counter her technique, he chose instead to perform a backflip, evading Mito's Diamond Lock. With hands forming seals, he initiated a potent ninjutsu. Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song. 3 dragon-shaped flames surged forth, rapidly twisting toward Mito. Diamond Lock, Guard. Mito, upon witnessing Madara's fire technique, summoned 4 more diamond chains from within her, forming a protective net to resist Madara's attack. Madara, I didn't expect you to remain so formidable despite your age. It seems we underestimated you, Mito remarked, slowly regaining her composure, her face pale as she addressed him. Haha, in the ninja world, aside from Hashirama, no one can match me. Mito, you should hand over the Nine Tails. For Hashirama's sake, I might spare your life, Madara laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. While I may not defeat you, I can ensure our mutual destruction. Remember, I am of the Uzumaki clan, and I possess the forbidden sealing technique, Reaper Death Seal. I trust you're aware of its implications? Mito's eyes remained cold as she regarded Madara, her resolve unwavering. Haha, Mito. Did you not just claim to protect the Nine Tails for Konoha? Why threaten me with your life now? Madara's gaze flickered momentarily, his tone derisive. Oh, is that so? Then let us see you try. Mito fixed her gaze on Madara, her voice icy. Madara, staring deeply into her eyes, detected the unwavering determination within them, as if she were ready to face death alongside him. Mito, you cannot deceive me so easily. Madara huffed defiantly, preparing to charge at her. However, before he could take another step, he saw Mito solemnly create numerous shadow clones, initiating the first seal of the Reaper Death Seal. Alarmed, Madara halted, fixing an intense glare upon her. Mito, you're quite cunning. Nevertheless, I will not relent. You should know me well enough by now. I refuse to believe that after your demise, no one else will be able to use the Reaper Death Seal to threaten me. Uchiha Madara left behind a stern remark, seething with anger as he addressed Uzumaki Mito. Following his words, Uchiha Madara swiftly floated upward and flew rapidly towards Konoha from the outskirts. Once Mito witnessed Madara's departure, she remained rooted to the spot, hesitant to move for a long while. Her earlier declaration of using the Reaper Death Seal to perish alongside Uchiha Madara was nothing but a ruse to deceive him. After all, no one was aware that, aside from directly wielding the Death Goddess mask, the only other method to employ the Reaper Death Seal was through a contractual agreement with the mask itself. Since Mito had seen the bounty notice for her clan, she had attempted to establish communication with the Death Goddess mask she had previously contracted. However, despite her relentless efforts, there was no response whatsoever. After dismissing Uchiha Madara, Mito turned solemnly to face the vigilant third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the distance, and shook her head in resignation. She then hurried towards the homeland of the Senju clan. Chapter 79. The Unsettled F. for Mito-sama. Mito-sama, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, watched as Uzumaki Mito cast him a fleeting glance before turning away, instantly realizing her complete disillusionment with them. Shocked, he called out urgently to Mito, who was making her way back to the Senju clan. Yet, Mito, upon hearing Hiruzen's voice, did not turn back, continuing her determined strides towards her home. Hiruzen, what are you doing? Shimura Danzo observed Hiruzen's anxious demeanor and approached him, unable to suppress his curiosity. Alas, how could you be so foolish? We must hasten to Mito-sama's residence. Otherwise, we are doomed, Hiruzen declared with a heavy heart as he pushed past Danzo. Without further ado, he raced after Mito. Seeing Hiruzen pursue her, Danzo hurriedly followed suit, trailing closely behind. Mito-sama, please do not be angry. It is Sarutobi's incompetence that cannot measure up to you esteemed seniors. Hiruzen reached Mito's doorstep, gently knocking on her door, and sincerely apologized to her within. Hiruzen, you all should leave. I am weary and in need of rest. Mito's voice was devoid of spirit as she languished in her room. Then, Mito-sama, please take your rest. Do not hesitate to voice any needs you may have. Hiruzen, hearing her response, expressed his helplessness before retreating from Mito's courtyard, glancing back at her room with concern. Hiruzen, is Mito-sama merely seeking a moment of repose? Why are you so anxious? Danzo questioned, observing Hiruzen's troubled state with a furrowed brow. What do you understand? In all of Konoha, the only one capable of contending with Uchiha Madara is Mito-sama. If she becomes utterly disenchanted, it would spell disaster for us, Hiruzen replied, glaring at Danzo with a tone of frustration. What does it matter? Had we not severed Mito-sama's ties with the Uzumaki clan? Now, aside from our village, what else would she hold dear? Danzo retorted with a smirk, pride evident in his voice. Are you truly that naive? Do you believe Mito-sama still cares for us after our previous actions? Hiruzen stood abruptly, his gaze icy as he addressed Danzo. Currently, our significance to the village pales in comparison to Mito-sama's. Under the threat posed by Uchiha Madara, Mito-sama's presence far outweighs ours. Should she choose, she possesses the power to unseat all four of us from our positions. The others in the village will not rise against her for our sake. Do you comprehend? Hiruzen glared at Danzo, his tone grave. What shall we do now, Hiruzen? You must devise a plan. We cannot allow Mito-sama to incapacitate us all. Danzo's expression was one of urgency as he implored Hiruzen. The situation has not yet deteriorated to that extent. We must proceed to address the injuries sustained by the populace during Mito-sama's confrontation with Uchiha Madara and refrain from causing further complications, Hiruzen asserted, walking steadily towards the Hokage office. Understood. I shall seek out Mon-in and Kamachi to inform them. We cannot afford any discrepancies this time. Rest assured, Danzo responded swiftly, departing to locate Tsunade and Uzumaki Mon-in. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Mon-in initially contemplated opposing Danzo's suggestions upon hearing his words. However, after he elucidated the entire situation, both were struck with apprehension, realizing the peril their prior schemes had left for the village, and thus refrained from any further objections. United in purpose, Hiruzen, Danzo, Mon-in, and Tsunade swiftly worked to eliminate any traces of the battle between Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Madara within the village, quietly awaiting Mito's emergence. Yet, weeks passed without her willingness to meet them. Even Tsunade, upon entering, would soon depart, unable to glean any further information from Mito. Hiruzen, we can no longer remain idle. Faced with such a formidable adversary as Uchiha Madara, I propose we consider employing the forbidden techniques devised by Tobirama-sensei, Danzo suggested gravely. His expression darkened as he faced Hiruzen in a hidden chamber. Mito-sama is already incensed by our previous actions, yet we cannot remain inactive against Uchiha Madara, Danzo urged earnestly. Hiruzen frowned at Danzo's suggestion, dismissing it as impractical without expressing his stance. Use it, Hiruzen. If we do not act, Konoha will be doomed by our hands. Let it be known that it was a decision made collectively by the four of us once Hashirama-sama returns. What say you? Tsunade proposed earnestly, casting a glance at Hiruzen. Indeed, Hiruzen, we concur. It is imperative that we proceed, and should Hashirama-sama seek to assign blame, we shall share the responsibility as a united front. Mon-in added with solemnity, his gaze fixed on Hiruzen. Very well, since you three advocate for its use, we shall proceed. Danzo, dispatch your root operatives to apprehend some rogue ninjas for us, Hiruzen commanded. In secret, an attempt was made to perform the reanimation technique, which was strictly forbidden. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, feigned reluctant consent to utilize this forbidden jutsu upon receiving recommendations from his three old friends. Chapter 80. The reanimation of the first Hokage. All right. I understand. I will have the members of Root carry it out, said Shimura Danzo, rolling his eyes at Hiruzen's words. It was evident that Danzo himself was eager to proceed, yet he sought numerous excuses to justify it. There were only the four of them present, and even the Umbu could not observe them. Their pretenses seemed unnecessary and absurd. Now, let us each fulfill our roles without allowing Lord Mito to discover anything, Hiruzen stated as he rose, lightly chuckling at the three others. In Hiruzen's view, as the Hokage of Konohagakure, he could not recklessly employ a malevolent technique like the reanimation, which manipulates the souls of the deceased. Such actions would tarnish the noble image he maintained as Hokage. However, once everyone else had agreed, he found himself reluctantly expressing his consent. Despite lacking formidable power, he remained a crucial pawn in maintaining his position as Hokage. The ruthlessness of Danzo's root was undeniable. Although the reanimation technique, devised by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, was notoriously difficult to master, the unlimited supply of sacrifices provided by Root enabled swift success in summoning even the simplest forms of the technique. Excellent work. Now, let us attempt to summon the first Hokage, Hiruzen remarked, observing a ninja from Root adeptly perform the reanimation technique. With ease, the ninja summoned a deceased individual, and Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, cautiously addressing the Root member. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will ensure an apology is delivered. The Root member, slightly bowing his head, responded calmly to Hiruzen's praise. Hiruzen noticed that, despite the extensive training by Danzo, the ninja remained steadfastly loyal to his words, and a faint smile graced Hiruzen's lips. Why must he maintain such a pristine image? Once an honorable persona is established, even if he were to commit unspeakable acts in the future, his past reputation would afford him various excuses from the ninjas under his command. The Root ninja soon procured the cellular tissue of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, alongside a high-ranking ninja from another village, initiating the summoning process. Under the coordination of the technique and hand seals, countless runes swiftly engulfed the unconscious shinobi. The summoned ninja emitted a wretched scream, tormented by the reanimation technique. Hey, monkey. Danzo, why have you summoned me back? Amidst the overwhelming reanimation, Hashirama Senju materialized in the underground chamber of Root, gazing at Hiruzen and Danzo with furrowed brows, his discontent evident. Forgive us, first Hokage, but we had compelling reasons for your summoning. Uchiha Madara is not dead. He still lives. Hiruzen stepped forward, his voice low as he addressed Hashirama. What? Madara is alive? Truly? Then I no longer need to feel guilty. Hashirama exclaimed with delight upon hearing Hiruzen's words. First Hokage, this is. Hiruzen and Danzo stood stunned, at a loss for words in response to Hashirama's exuberance. Oh right, you summoned me for a reason, didn't you? Speak quickly. I must find Madara and explain that I did not mean to. Hashirama, oblivious to Hiruzen and Danzo's awkwardness, inquired with a cheerful demeanor. First Hokage, Madara intends to collect the tailed beasts and extract the 9 tails from Lord Mito. Will you not intervene? Hiruzen urged gravely, fixing his serious gaze upon Hashirama. What? Madara seeks to seize the 9 tails? Could you bring him to me? Just have him wait a moment, will you? Hashirama, visibly distressed, shook his head in response to Hiruzen's statement. First Hokage, perhaps you should wait a moment? We will notify you once we locate Uchiha Madara, Danzo suggested nervously. Hiruzen exchanged glances with a nearby Root ninja, signaling for them to quietly restrain Hashirama and place him in a coffin. What should we do, Hiruzen? How can the first Hokage be so unreliable? Danzo asked, glancing at Hiruzen as Hashirama was confined. It is unthinkable to summon the first Hokage without a plan. We must devise a strategy. Perhaps we should call upon the second Hokage for assistance. Only he can mediate between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, Danzo suggested. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead, visibly troubled. Is that feasible? If the second Hokage discovers our actions, he would undoubtedly reprimand us, possibly even stripping us of our titles and authority. Danzo shook his head in disagreement. They had manipulated the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and Konoha. Should the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, learn of their schemes, his unforgiving nature would likely lead to dire consequences for them all. What then? Even if we face death at the hands of our teacher, at least our clans may endure. If we do not summon the second Hokage, should Lord Mito falter, it could grant Madara the opportunity to seize the 9 tails, leading to the downfall of the entire village. Hiruzen gazed intently at Danzo, his expression serious. Very well, let us summon the second Hokage. However, you must clarify the situation to Mito and the others, hoping to delay discovery from the 2 Hokages. Danzo clenched his teeth, resolutely addressing Hiruzen. Rest assured, I will inform Mito and the others to remain discreet. Now, you may return. I will instruct the members of Root to capture a rogue ninja as a sacrifice for Tobirama-sensei, Hiruzen commanded. Danzo wearily waved his hand, signaling for Hiruzen to depart. Understood. I will await your good news, Danzo, Hiruzen replied warmly before turning to exit. In the land of water, beneath the surface. Damn it. If the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the corpse demon sealing, were to fall into the hands of Uzumaki Mito, that individual indeed possesses the capability to restrain me for a while and seize my soul. Uchiha Madara slammed his fist heavily onto the armrest of a nearby chair and spoke with indignation. Lord Madara, to my knowledge, hasn't Uzumaki Mito already had a falling out with the Uzumaki clan? How could she possibly utilize their formidable corpse demon sealing? White Zetsu blinked cautiously and addressed Uchiha Madara. Humph, what do you understand? Uzumaki Mito is the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, the younger sister of Uzumaki Ashina. Even if the Uzumaki clan harbors deep resentment towards Mito, they would never sever her ability to wield the corpse demon sealing. Uchiha Madara cast a cold glance at White Zetsu, speaking sternly. Meanwhile, the consciousness of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had taken control of White Zetsu, could only curse inwardly. You are too self-assured. I have already investigated Uzumaki Mito, and know she cannot use the corpse demon sealing. If it weren't for the necessity of deceiving you two into cooperating against the Uzumaki clan, I would have already dealt with you. Kagaya Otsutsuki, helpless, controlled White Zetsu to feign fear, retreating back into the rocks, her mind filled with disdain. Lord Madara, as I understand, Takigakure possesses one of the 9-tailed beasts. The 7 tails. Since we cannot seize the 9 tails, surely we can at least capture the lesser 7 tails. Kagaya Otsutsuki, sensing that Uchiha Madara's strength had been restored, felt considerably uplifted and cautiously suggested to him. White Zetsu, Your suggestion is commendable. Let us proceed to capture the seven tails, and in the process, raise Takigakure to the ground. Uchiha Madara, realizing that the outer path golem no longer provided significant restorative effects, decisively severed his connection with it and spoke gravely to White Zetsu. Very well, Lord Madara. I shall lead the way. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly addressed him. While uncertain of the extent of the power the Uzumaki clan had acquired from the dragon, Kaguya Otsutsuki was well aware of her mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki's immortal image. Assisting Uchiha Madara in gathering the nine-tailed beasts would ultimately enable her to resurrect her mother, guiding Kaguya Otsutsuki to battle the members of the Uzumaki clan. Employing her formidable eye technique, the Yellow Spring of Bio, to infiltrate the hidden dragon god realm of the Uzumaki clan and obliterate it entirely. At that moment, she would appear, bestowing the yang release to the reincarnated Senju Hashirama, allowing her to seize her mother's power and become an immortal being like her mother. With the ability to sense all chakra, Kaguya Otsutsuki guided Uchiha Madara swiftly to Takigakure. Although Takigakure was a small ninja village, its strength, bolstered by the hero water and the seven tails, was unparalleled among small villages. The ninja of Takigakure quickly noticed the unguarded Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing him, they intended to threaten him into leaving. However, having previously been coerced by Uzumaki Mido using the corpse demon sealing, Uchiha Madara's fury surged even higher, and he charged into the crowd, effortlessly defeating a large number of Takigakure's ninjas with sheer taijutsu. White Zetsu, where's the seven tails? Let me there quickly. Uchiha Madara, having calmed his mood, expressed his desire to avoid further entanglement with these insignificant beings. Lord Madara, the tailed beast seal in Takigakure is quite rudimentary. So the Jinchuriki has been residing in the cave at the back. I will take you there. White Zetsu swiftly replied to Uchiha Madara. Inside the cave, the Jinchuriki struggled against the seven tails within, attempting to break free from its restraints. Just as it glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it was forcefully pushed back by the sealing ninjas outside, filling it with frustration. As the seven tails contemplated giving up, the pressure of the seal suddenly lessened. The chakra of the seven tails began to flow steadily outward from the Jinchuriki. Human, thank you so much, Uchiha Madara. The seven tails, initially planning to express gratitude to the individual who had aided in vanquishing the sealing ninjas, was astonished to discover that this person was none other than Uchiha Madara, the evil member of the Uchiha clan it had heard about from the Nine Tails. Wretched beast. Submit to my control. Uchiha Madara, seeing the seven tails emerging from the Jinchuriki, coldly snorted and swiftly activated his Sharingan to dominate it. The unfortunate seven tails, unable to react in time to retreat back into the Jinchuriki, fell under Uchiha Madara's command, losing its autonomy. Summoning the outer path golem, Uchiha Madara gazed at the now controlled seven tails with a satisfied smile, dripping a bit of blood onto the ground. In an instant, the colossal ten tails materialized behind him. Under Uchiha Madara's manipulation, the ten tails unleashed a chain of demonic power, binding the seven tails tightly before swiftly extracting it from the Jinchuriki and absorbing it into its form. Let us depart, White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara, observing the ten tails absorbing the seven tails, nodded in satisfaction and signaled for White Zetsu to climb onto the ten tails' body. They then returned to the cave they had previously occupied. Now, let me see if absorbing a mere tailed beast can bolster my physical prowess further. Uchiha Madara smiled contentedly at the ten tails, which had opened one eye, directly linking himself to it to utilize its powers and begin restoring his physical capabilities. After all, he would soon need to engage in combat with several opponents. Chapter 82. The Wrath of Senju Tobarama. While Uchiha Madara successfully captured the first-tailed beast, Shimura Danzo had also located a wandering ninja who had become a jonin solely through rigorous taijutsu training and two simple water ninjutsu. Under the adept manipulation of the root ninjas, this jonin was soon enveloped in the Edo Tensei, and Senju Tobarama gradually opened his eyes. Monkey, Danzo, Koharumido. What has transpired in the village? Why have you resorted to Edo Tensei? The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, slowly opened his eyes and sternly questioned his four disciples. Sensei, a grave incident has befallen the village. Uchiha Madara has returned to life. Danzo, upon hearing the second Hokage's inquiry, rushed to Tobarama's side, anxiously recounting the situation. What? Impossible. Take me to see Uchiha Madara's corpse at once. I must ascertain what has occurred. Senju Tobarama, upon hearing Danzo's words, widened his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, Sensei, Lord Mito has confirmed it. That is Uchiha Madara. Even if we might misidentify him, Lord Mito certainly cannot be mistaken. Mito, who had been at Senju Tobarama's side, urgently addressed her teacher. Edo Tensei, activate. Senju Tobarama, hearing the continuous accounts from his 4 disciples about Uchiha Madara's reappearance, prepared to take action. Suddenly halting, he swiftly formed hand seals, instantly breaking the control that the root ninja had over the Edo Tensei technique. You 4, refrain from speaking further. I shall ascertain what transpired myself. Your sole responsibility is to manage the village. Senju Tobarama slowly straightened his posture, despite the 2 fissures appearing on his face. His gaze remained sharp and fixed upon his 4 disciples. After speaking, Tobarama employed the Flying Thunder God technique, hastily racing towards the Senju clan's ancestral grounds. Although Shimura Danzo and the others were eager to explain the events, they harbored a deep-seated wariness towards their teacher, as if fearing discrepancies in the accounts they had heard from others. This instinctive caution from his well-acquainted disciples heightened Tobarama's vigilance. It seems that after resurrecting Hashirama, they did not persuade him to confront Uchiha Madara. Within the confines of the room, Uzumaki Mito suddenly sensed a foreign yet familiar chakra emanating from the Senju clan's territory. Unable to recall its origin, Mito opened the door and saw Tobarama rushing towards her, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Sister-in-law, I have completely liberated myself from the caster's control. Could you enlighten me on what transpired after my death? The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, observed Mito, and the self-mocking smile that had just adorned her face faded slightly as he lowered his head, softly responding, Do you wish to know the reasons behind these events? Very well, come in, and I shall recount them for you. Mito smiled serenely, calmly addressing Tobarama. Thank you, sister-in-law. Hearing Mito express her willingness to converse, Tobarama felt a twinge of guilt as he welcomed her inside. Soon, Tobarama learned from Mito of the occurrences in Konoha following his demise. Damn it, I shall go and eliminate them. Upon hearing that the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his 3 disciples, had forced the honest Akimichi Torafu into retreat, causing the death of Uchiha Kagami, and driving a wedge between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, Tobarama's fury ignited. The actions taken by the Senju clan in conducting experiments on Hashirama cells crossed all thresholds of his patience. Enough, Tobarama. You are deceased now. Do not involve yourself in the affairs of the living. Otherwise, should you depart one day, the village may face calamity, Mito stated calmly. A gentle smile on her lips directed towards Tobarama. But, sister-in-law, the Uzumaki clan. Tobarama lowered his head, filled with remorse as he addressed Mito. It is of no concern, Tobarama. The Uzumaki clan has irrevocably severed ties with Konoha, forsaking me as an outsider. From this point forward, Konoha and the Uzumaki clan shall have no further association. Mito spoke to Tobarama with tranquility, though an aura of despair emanated from her, as if she had lost all hope in the world. Sister-in-law, do not speak in such a manner. Find your strength. I shall call back my brother. I refuse to believe that with our combined powers, we cannot vanquish Uchiha Madara. Rest assured, we shall make amends to the Uzumaki clan and seek their acceptance once more. Standing resolutely, Tobarama addressed the despondent Mito with utmost seriousness. Having said this, Tobarama felt compelled to depart, unwilling to remain and hear Mito's subsequent plans, and swiftly left. Tobarama intended to confront the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his 3 disciples regarding their actions. Within the Dragon Cave, unexpectedly, the small jade plate revealed itself to be the divine artifact of the Earth God. No wonder it could gather such abundant natural energy. It seemed that the Wetbone Forest and Mayaboku Mountain might harbor similar relics, although the identities of the deities who left them behind remained a mystery. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, receiving information transmitted from the core of the Dragon God realm, and smiled as he spoke. Xiao Yi, you have finally awakened. How was your experience? Did you obtain anything of value? Uzumaki Chime leaned closer to Lin Ye, smiling as she inquired. Haha, sister, the harvest this time is substantial. Once I return and gather some materials, the natural energy within this dragon cave will flourish even more. Lin Ye replied with a grin at his sister, Uzumaki Chime. Really? Little brother? What is this? I heard you mention it was a divine artifact. Uzumaki Chime gazed curiously at the jade plate reappearing in Lin Ye's hands. Oh, sister. This jade plate is called the Earth Spirit Plate. It possesses no particularly extraordinary functions, only two. It can enrich the land and gather natural energy from the earth veins, creating a space abundant in spiritual power. Lin Ye explained to his sister, Uzumaki Chime, as he observed her keen interest. Chapter 83. Returning to the Dragon God Realm. What? Xiao Yi, is that true? Does this mean that with the Earth Spirit Plate, our Dragon God Realm can sustain even more inhabitants? Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement at Lin Ye's words. Indeed, sister, it is so. With this Earth Spirit Plate, the area of the Dragon God Realm will expand significantly, and the growth rate of crops will also increase with each harvest. Lin Ye nodded earnestly, smiling at Uzumaki Chime. Lin Ye Chime? Since the Earth Spirit Plate is so crucial, we should hasten our return to the Dragon God Realm to inform Grandpa Qinglu and the others, urging them to promote it swiftly. Uzumaki Chime, though still bearing a cold demeanor due to the passing of Uzumaki Qingfeng, spoke with a hint of excitement upon hearing Lin Ye's words. All right, let us hurry. Uzumaki Chime exclaimed, taking Lin Ye's hand, eager to return to the Dragon God Realm. Sister, wait a moment, do not rush. We still have matters to attend to. Lin Ye, seeing his sister's urgency, gently held her back, smiling as he spoke. Oh, is there still something left? But haven't we settled everything? Uzumaki Chime looked at Lin Ye, puzzled by his words. Sister, what are you thinking? The white snake has agreed to join us. We cannot simply abandon them. Please wait a moment. I will call the white snake in. Lin Ye shook his head in exasperation, smiling as he reassured his sister. White snake, come forth. Lin Ye utilized the powers of his Kagura mind's eye to sense the location of Sage White Snake and directly transmitted his voice to her. Upon hearing Lin Ye's summons, Sage White Snake swiftly coiled her body and appeared before him. Master, what is it that you require of me? Sage White Snake respectfully gazed at Lin Ye, flattering him. Come, accompany me to our Uzumaki clan's new territory, the Dragon God Realm. There, I shall impart to you the methods of dragon transformation. However, once within the Dragon God Realm, you must not harm any of our Uzumaki clan members. Lin Ye stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Sage White Snake. Yes, master. Rest assured, I shall obey your commands. Hearing Lin Ye's words, the White Snake Immortal was filled with joy and excitement, addressing Lin Ye with eagerness. Ignoring the White Snake Immortal's flattery, Lin Ye enveloped him with his power and, along with his sister Vortex Chime and cousin Vortex Chime, returned to the Dragon God Realm. Ah, the essence of the true dragon is so rich. No wonder my master was able to devise a method for cultivating into a dragon. Upon entering the Dragon God Realm, the White Snake Immortal took a deep breath, sensing the powerful dragon energy within himself, and exclaimed with delight. Let us proceed, White Snake. Come with me to meet my grandfather. Afterward, I shall assist you in devising a cultivation method suitable for your beast kin, utilizing the dragon energy. Lin Ye cast a calm glance at the White Snake Immortal and spoke to him. Very well, my master. I shall comply at once. Let us hasten. The White Snake Immortal quickly approached Lin Ye, speaking with enthusiasm. Xiao Yi, you have returned. How did it go? Were your objectives achieved? Lin Ye arrived at the place where his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, was attending to family matters. Vortex Qinglu set down his teacup, smiling as he inquired. Grandfather, this beside me is the White Snake Immortal from the Dragon's Cave. I assume you did not recognize him? Lin Ye pointed at the White Snake Immortal standing beside him. Addressing his grandfather. Oh, White Snake Immortal, I never imagined your human form would resemble you so closely. Truly remarkable. Vortex Qinglu stood up swiftly, smiling at the White Snake Immortal. There is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me Old Servant White Snake. The White Snake Immortal humbly addressed Vortex Qinglu. Enough, grandfather. The reason I brought the White Snake back is that I discovered a divine artifact in the Dragon's Cave, known as the Earth Spirit Plate. It belongs to the Earth Deity and has the power to enrich the land and gather natural energy. I hope you can assist me in collecting some spirit jade. I have fully analyzed the Earth Spirit Plate and can create more of them. However, to unleash their full potential, we must conduct a ritual akin to that for the Death God Mask. Lin Ye retrieved the already recognized Earth Spirit Plate from within him, smiling as he spoke to his grandfather. What divine artifact? And you can refine it? Excellent. Rest assured, I will dispatch someone to collect spirit jade. Such items are incredibly precious to a nation and its people. Vortex Qinglu's excitement was palpable as he gazed at the Earth Spirit Plate in Lin Ye's hand. Huh. There is no need for such excitement, grandfather. Once you have gathered the Spirit Jade, I will personally refine one for you. Lin Ye responded with a smile. Very well. You may take your rest. I shall handle the collection of Spirit Jade. Vortex Qinglu nodded happily in response. All right, grandfather. I shall take the white snake down now. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. Lin Ye acknowledged his grandfather's words with a smile and turned to leave the office with the white snake immortal. White snake, for the time being, you shall stay at my home. The cultivation method I previously devised is based on the human physique and may not suit your serpent kind. I will revise it, and once completed, I will impart it directly to you. Upon returning home, Lin Ye settled down and regarded the white snake immortal before him, speaking with a serious tone. Yes, my master. Please rest assured, I shall await patiently. The white snake immortal respectfully bowed to Lin Ye, smiling as he spoke. As a serpent that had lived for many years, the white snake immortal could distinctly sense the immense dragon energy emanating from Lin Ye, which was unlike that of any other member of the Vortex clan. The source of the entire Vortex clan's dragon energy lay within the man before him. Chapter 84. The Earth Dragon Cultivation Method. However, rest assured, although I may not be able to devise a perfectly flawless technique, I can certainly enable you to become dragons. Trust me. Lin Ye, observing the white snake immortal's earnest demeanor, nodded in satisfaction and smiled. With that, he rose and swiftly made his way to his room. The 10,000 transformation dragon technique was indeed unsuitable for the white snake immortal, not only because it was derived from Lin Ye's human form, but also due to its potential to transcend the constraints he might face in the future. Lin Ye was wary of imparting such formidable power to a cold-blooded creature like a serpent. Should Otsutsuki Kinshiki discover the white snake immortal, they might attempt to incite rebellion. While Lin Ye held great confidence in his dragon energy, knowing that even if Otsutsuki Kinshiki learned it, they could never surpass him as the dragon's heir. He nonetheless resolved to leave a subtle safeguard within the cultivation method for the white snake immortal and his kin, ensuring they would not exceed his control. Once in his room, Lin Ye began to integrate the insights gained from the Earth Spirit Plate with the previously established 10,000 transformation dragon technique, gradually implementing restrictions tailored for serpent cultivation of dragon energy. Through Lin Ye's continuous revisions, a cultivation method for serpents to transform into dragons soon began to take shape. However, as he examined the extensive contents of the method, he furrowed his brow and swiftly eliminated attributes such as wind, fire, water, thunder, light, and darkness, retaining only the earth and rock attributes. Satisfied with this refined method, Lin Ye nodded. This was the outcome he had desired. If too much were given, how would he reward the white snake for its contributions in the future? Lin Ye promptly named this new technique the Earth Dragon Cultivation Method. Serpents practicing this technique could not only transform into dragons, but also continuously gather the power of the earth veins like the Earth Spirit Plate, enriching the spiritual energy of their surroundings. After completing this cultivation method, Lin Ye did not rush to emerge, but instead merged his consciousness with the core of the Dragon God realm, beginning to upgrade the previously created 10,000 transformation dragon technique. The unexpected acquisition of the Earth Spirit Plate had brought Lin Ye immense joy, as the runes within it significantly expanded the Dragon God realm and enhanced the speed at which it absorbed natural energy from the void. Next, he needed to strive to gather even more energy to fortify his cultivation methods in preparation for Otsutsuki Kinshiki, preventing any desperate measures on their part. In Konoha village, monkeys, Danzo, and you four, Kakashi, Shikamaru, get out here. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, arrived before the Hokage Tower, coldly addressing the trembling third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Nara Shikamaru within the Hokage office. Ah, Lord Second Hokage, how have you returned? The elite Jonin of Konoha, initially startled by Senju Tobarama's voice, rushed in, ready to confront him. However, upon seeing Senju Tobarama, his eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke. Oh, Kunya, I am here to reprimand these wayward disciples. Step aside. Senju Tobarama gestured for the Jonin named Kunya to withdraw. Upon hearing the words of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Luya obediently stepped aside, quietly observing how the esteemed Hokage would proceed. Suddenly, an urgent commotion arose. Just as Tobarama grew impatient, preparing to storm into the Hokage office to confront the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, an Umbu ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, rushed in, breathless and shouting. "Stop! What is causing such alarm?" Liya demanded, stepping forward to block the frantic ninja's path. "Senior Liya, we have received an urgent communication from Takigakure. They report that their tailed beast, the Seven Tails, has been captured by a person possessing the Sharingan. Furthermore, a massive creature statue was summoned, which proceeded to devour the Nine Tails." The Umbu ninja, desperate and anxious, relayed the message to Tobarama. "What? Uchiha Madara is moving with such swiftness?" Tobarama exclaimed in astonishment, unable to conceal his disbelief. "Lord Tobarama, it is truly a blessing that you have returned," the Umbu exclaimed, his excitement palpable in response to Tobarama's revival. "Liya, please inform all clans and jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village to convene an emergency meeting. Tell them that I, Senju Tobarama, request their presence," Tobarama commanded, seemingly unfazed by the Umbu's enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Liya, who still stood in front of the Umbu. "Understood, Lord Tobarama. I shall notify all the jonin at once," Liya replied, promptly departing to relay the message. Once Liya left, Tobarama formed a series of hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that swiftly vanished to an unknown destination while his true self walked deliberately towards the Hokage office. Before long, the jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village gathered within the Hokage office, awaiting Tobarama's arrival. Upon receiving word from Liya that all the jonin had assembled, Tobarama entered the conference room. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he was followed closely by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate, and Nara Shikaku, who shuffled in, heads bowed and looking quite disheveled, their faces marred with bruises. The nefarious Uchiha Madara has captured the Seven Tails. However, there is no need to panic. I have returned through the power of my technique. I will also resurrect my elder brother, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Trust in me. We shall thwart Uchiha Madara's schemes and protect our village, our children, and the future of all clans, Tobarama proclaimed confidently, addressing the assembly of jonin without acknowledging his 4 disciples behind him. "Lord Tobarama, we are willing to place our faith in you. However, Uchiha Madara's strength is formidable. Even the god of shinobi, Hashirama, suffered grave injuries in their previous confrontation. Alone, I fear you may not prevail against him," the head of the Hyuga clan spoke calmly, standing resolutely. "Rest assured, Hyuga clan, I am aware of my limitations against Uchiha Madara. Yet, I possess the ability to resurrect my brother. What say you?" Tobarama responded, a confident smile gracing his features. "Is it true? You can truly bring back Lord Hashirama? That is wonderful. We believe in you, Lord Tobarama. Please resurrect Lord Hashirama as soon as possible," the head of the Hyuga clan exclaimed with great enthusiasm, observing the fervor in the Hyuga leader's eyes. Tobarama shook his head in resignation. In his view, he was far more astute than his elder brother, Hashirama. Yet it seemed that both allies and adversaries held a profound respect for Hashirama that overshadowed his own efforts. Nevertheless, Tobarama was not disheartened. He nodded with a smile. "Fear not. After this meeting concludes, I shall proceed to revive my brother, Hashirama. In the meantime, I entrust the affairs of the village to all of you. Let us ensure that no mistakes occur. I implore you," Tobarama declared, rising to address the assembly with gravitas before bowing slightly and exiting the conference room. Hiruzen, Danzo, Mito, and Shikaku hurriedly followed Tobarama as he made his way back to the Hokage's office, where he fixed a serious gaze upon the 4. "Enough of our grievances for now. Immediately bring forth my brother, Senju Hashirama. I have urgent matters to discuss with him," Tobarama stated coldly to Danzo. "Of course, master. I will attend to it right away," Danzo replied, promptly departing towards his roots. Shortly thereafter, Danzo returned with a root ninja who possessed the ability to perform the impure world reincarnation technique. "Summon Lord Hashirama at once," Tobarama commanded, maintaining his composure. The root ninja complied, swiftly forming hand signs and summoning a wooden coffin that encased Hashirama. As the coffin opened, Hashirama emerged, looking somewhat flustered. "Why did you lock me away? I still need to apologize to Madara," Hashirama lamented with a sigh. "Big brother," Tobarama exclaimed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation at his brother's obliviousness. "Oh, Tobarama, you've died too? What brings you to summon me from the Pure Land?" Hashirama responded, astonished yet cheerful. "Stop pretending, brother. Surely you understand why I have revived you," Tobarama retorted coldly. "Tobarama, your bias is quite severe," Madara is a good person. Please do not hold such prejudice against him, Hashirama insisted earnestly. Are you unaware that Big Sister has already battled Uchiha Madara and that he has stolen the 7 tails from Takigakure? Tobirama shouted in frustration. Well, I will try to reason with him, but you must not engage him. You cannot defeat him. Tobirama, Hashirama replied, blinking innocently. Let us go? Enough of this. Tobirama sighed in resignation, realizing Hashirama's expression and demeanor rendered him unable to scold him further, so he firmly took hold of his brother and led him outside. As Senju Hashirama contemplated his struggle, Senju Tobirama swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting himself to a dimly lit underground laboratory. Tobirama, why are you conducting these nefarious human experiments again? Did I not instruct you to dispose of all these things? Hashirama glared at the large biological experiment tanks within the lab, his anger directed at his younger brother, Tobirama. This is not a human experiment. It is a biological experiment. Each body here is cultivated from your cells and my cells, with no involvement of any human life. I assure you, Tobirama replied, his eyes wide, as he calmly faced his elder brother. Oh, a biological experiment. Then that is acceptable. Just ensure that no other lives are involved, Hashirama conceded. Nodding with a smile at Tobirama's vow, brother, come here and assist me in injecting some of your sage art would release chakra into this tank, Tobirama urged, pulling Hashirama toward a massive cultivation tank. Understood. I will inject my chakra right away, Hashirama responded, obediently approaching the large tank, where he saw a clone of Tobirama at just a few years of age. He extended his hand and infused his chakra into the clone. As Hashirama's chakra flowed into the experimental tank, the clone visibly began to grow larger. When the body reached the age of 18, Tobirama nodded with satisfaction. All right, brother. You can stop now. Tobirama interrupted Hashirama, who was still injecting chakra into the tank, smiling at him. What is this thing, Tobirama? It has absorbed so much of my chakra, Hashirama asked, retracting his hand and glancing at Tobirama with a grin. Ignoring Hashirama, Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals. In the next moment, his soul soared from his body and directly entered the body of the 18-year-old clone within the tank. Finally, I am restored. Still in physical form? This feels much more tangible, Tobirama remarked as he emerged from the tank, disregarding the astonished Hashirama and the fallen reanimated sacrifice. Chapter 86. The Reluctant Resurrection of Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, you have been resurrected, Hashirama exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld the youthful figure of Tobirama. How do you find it, brother? The technology one developed is quite remarkable, is it not? Tobirama proudly responded, beaming at Hashirama. This forbidden technique must be sealed within the forbidden scroll. You are absolutely forbidden from using it again, Tobirama, Hashirama declared in shock, pointing at his brother. Tobirama, hearing Hashirama's words, rolled his eyes in exasperation and pulled Hashirama toward another experimental tank. Brother, continue to inject your chakra into this tank. No, I will not agree. Preparing another body for resurrection is out of the question, Hashirama retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. Fool, this body is meant for you. Your current non-reincarnated form is far too fragile. If you were to encounter Uchiha Madara, you would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. I refuse to witness your defeat at his hands, Tobirama declared, angrily striking Hashirama on the head. Humph, that will not do. I refuse to utilize such technology. If I were to lose, I would simply apologize to Madara. He likely would not kill me, Hashirama scoffed, dismissing Tobirama's concerns. Fool, your actions will endanger Mito. Are you not aware that Uchiha Madara seeks to seize the 9 tails from her? Tobirama shot back, his voice cold as he struck Hashirama once more. No, I refuse. Hashirama seemed to ignore Tobirama's protests, turning his head away indifferently. Indeed, I know. You share a close relationship with Madara. But I hope you remember, Mito not only bore your children, but also severed ties with the entire Uzumaki clan to protect Konoha. She can never return to the Uzumaki clan's lineage. Are you willing to watch her perish at Madara's hands? Do you think Madara would spare you? Tobirama's gaze darkened as he addressed Hashirama. After Tobirama's earnest words, Hashirama remained silent, sitting quietly without uttering a sound. Finally, after a prolonged silence, he approached the cultivation tank with heavy steps and slowly began to inject his sage art would release chakra into it. Tobirama, please share that jutsu you just used with me, Hashirama said calmly, having successfully nurtured the clone to 18 years of age. All right, brother, I will give it to you. Tobirama replied, acknowledging Hashirama's request for the non-reincarnation technique. Hashirama listened attentively, quickly following Tobirama's instructions. In the next moment, Tobirama's soul transformed into a green halo and seamlessly entered the clone's body. In under 5 minutes, the clone gradually opened its eyes and emerged from the cultivation tank. Tobirama, after I defeat Madara, I will immediately sever this body's lifeline. I hope you refrain from using any techniques to save me then, Hashirama said, his mood heavy as he gazed at Tobirama. Understood, brother. I will remember, Tobirama replied, feeling a pang of sorrow as he feigned nonchalance in response to Hashirama. Come, let us go see Mido. It has been far too long since we last visited her. Upon hearing his brother Tobirama's agreement, Hashirama's expression softened into a smile as he swiftly made his way outside. In the land of waterfalls, Uchiha Madara sat beneath the outer path Gedo statue, absorbing the life force gained from the statue after successfully acquiring the 7 tails. I did not expect that absorbing the 7 tails would significantly enhance my vitality. Kaguya, hurry and assist me in locating the positions of the remaining tailed beasts, he commanded with satisfaction. Yes, Madara-sama, I shall promptly gather my companions for the search. Rest assured. White Zetsu responded, his face lighting up with joy as he swiftly melded into the earth, heading outward. After absorbing all the chakra from the 7 tails, the outer path Gedo statue released numerous white Zetsu clones. Though their power was limited, they were undetectable by ordinary individuals. With these clones, they could monitor anyone from the other 4 great shinobi villages without fear of being discovered. Consequently, the speed of collecting tailed beasts would significantly increase. Alas, these white Zetsu are rather foolish. It seems I must devise a means to create a more astute entity to assist me in managing them. Otherwise, relying solely on myself will surely exhaust me, given the multitude of imbeciles at my disposal. Uchiha Madara gazed at the white Zetsu, who had taken the liberty to run off, and shook his head in resignation, softly uttering, "You, come here." He directed his gaze towards a nearby white Zetsu, commanding the one that remained. Upon hearing Madara's command, the white Zetsu approached him slowly. Observing the white Zetsu before him, Madara placed his right hand on its shoulder and began to channel the yin-yang release he had comprehended. As he continuously unleashed this power, a dark aura gradually enveloped the white Zetsu, swiftly consuming half of its form. Quite good indeed. From now on, you shall be known as Black Zetsu, tasked with overseeing the entire white Zetsu Legion on my behalf. Shonen regarded the newly darkened figure, which bore a gaze far more astute than that of its counterparts, nodding in satisfaction as he smiled at Black Zetsu. Yes, Lord Madara, I shall diligently manage all white Zetsu and assist you in realizing your aspirations, Black Zetsu replied, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Excellent, excellent. Now lead all white Zetsu to gather information on all tailed beasts, Madara responded, pleased with Black Zetsu's initiative. Chapter 87. The captured tailed beast. Again, after taking control of the white Zetsu from Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu's face lit up with joy. Though he was merely a manifestation created in haste during the sealing of Kaguya Otsutsuki, lacking in formidable power, he was endowed with an endless vitality that far surpassed even that of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Throughout the millennia, aside from guiding the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, his greatest achievement lay in his observations of the 9-tailed beasts. Soon, Black Zetsu focused his energy and pinpointed the location of the Jinchuriki within Sunagakure. At this moment, the Jinchuriki, named Fu, was still quite young but had attained a certain level of enlightenment in Buddhist teachings, remaining unperturbed by the opinions of those around him, accepting his identity as the tailed beast's vessel with composure. Lord Madara, I have gathered all the white Zetsu and located the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. Should we depart immediately? The white Zetsu army, led by Black Zetsu, eagerly informed Uchiha Madara, having swiftly found the information they sought. Oh, have you found it already? Excellent, Black Zetsu, well done. Madara, who was meditating to conserve his energy and prolong his life, acknowledged the report. Thank you for your praise, Lord Madara. Shall we set off? Black Zetsu replied respectfully, exuding an air of sycophancy. Merely one tail. Let us proceed, Madara said with a slight nod, speaking plainly to Black Zetsu. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu swiftly merged with the white Zetsu, forming the duality of black and white Zetsu, and began to lead the way for Uchiha Madara. As the fearsome Uchiha, Madara exhibited no facade, following closely behind Black Zetsu and charging directly into Sunagakure. Stop! Who are you? The shinobi of Sunagakure confronted Madara and Black Zetsu without hesitation, stepping forward to block their path. Madara merely cast a fleeting glance at the Sunagakure shinobi, who recoiled in terror, retreating a few steps. Quickly, informed the Kazekage. The surrounding shinobi, witnessing Madara's overwhelming presence, momentarily faltered but rallied their courage, stubbornly attempting to obstruct him while dispatching a younger shinobi to notify the second Kazekage. Indeed, though you are but ants, your courage is commendable. I shall spare you for now, Madara remarked, observing the shinobi of Sunagakure, who, despite their fear of his might, resolutely stood their ground, which earned Madara a flicker of admiration. However, he was in no hurry. He had no intention of engaging with these weaklings. Uchiha Madara, after all, could not bring himself to attack those too timid to confront him. It is you, Uchiha Madara. I never imagined you were truly alive. Shortly thereafter, the second Kazekage arrived hurriedly, astonished as he beheld Madara facing off against the shinobi of Sunagakure. Oh, it is you. It seems Sunagakure has acquired a commendable Kazekage, Madara remarked, looking at the second Kazekage with indifference while recalling the information he had previously gathered about him, nodding with a smile. The second Kazekage, akin to the second Hokage of Konoha, was of a similar mold of shinobi, though lacking the formidable strength of Senju Tobarama. As the second of his village, his existence was far more significant than that of the future strongest Kazekage, the third. Everyone, retreat at once. You are not permitted to engage him. Should I fall? Do not pursue, the second Kazekage commanded, fixing his gaze firmly on Madara. Kazekage-sama, stand down. The surrounding shinobi of Sunagakure protested. Yet they were swiftly silenced by the Kazekage's stern demeanor. White's secret technique, puppetry of the Ten, the second Kazekage summoned his strongest puppet technique, hurling it towards Madara with haste. Madara merely regarded the display with mild amusement. Such childish antics should not be flaunted before me. With a slight smile, he summoned an arm from Susanoo, wielding a long sword, and with a sweeping motion, shattered the entire assembly of the Kazekage's puppets. Upon witnessing the futility of his assault, the second Kazekage swiftly formed hand seals. Sand control, sand bullets. Under his command, countless grains of sand rapidly coalesced into small projectiles, launching themselves at Madara with fervor. Yet, with the protection of Susanoo, not a single sand bullet struck Madara. You are simply too weak. It would be prudent to succumb now, Madara remarked, shaking his head in disinterest as he directed Susanoo to advance upon the second Kazekage. Faced with Madara's onslaught, the second Kazekage was powerless to resist, ultimately collapsing to the ground, bloodied and despairing as he watched Madara stride toward the residence of the Jinchuriki, Fu. In the interim, the shinobi of Sunagakure attempted to launch an attack against Madara. However, even elite jonin were no match for his prowess. With casual physical strikes, he dispatched them effortlessly. Kazekage-sama, how are you? Are you all right? Chiyo, a disciple of the second Kazekage, rushed to his side, gently aiding him up and inquiring with utmost care. Chiyo, the white secret technique is now yours to inherit. Yama will become the third Kazekage and send a plea for assistance to Konoha. The second Kazekage struggled to cough up blood, his voice hoarse as he addressed his disciple. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Chiyo will certainly follow your orders. Chiyo gazed down at the frail second Kazekage in her arms, her head bowed in despair as she wept softly to him. After the demise of the second Kazekage, Chiyo and the third Kazekage united their efforts to thwart the Sand Village ninjas who sought to attack Uchiha Madara, allowing Madara to capture the One-Tail, Shikaku, before departing. Although they incurred some losses, the strength of the Sand Village remained intact. Once order was swiftly restored by the third Kazekage, he promptly dispatched ninjas to the Land of Fire's Konoha village. Chapter 88. Tobarama initiates the 5 Kage Summit in Konoha village. Senju Hashirama returned with his brother Senju Tobarama to the Senju clan's territory, where they were greeted by his wife, Uzumaki Mido. The Konoha ninjas, who had been vigilantly observing the Senju clan's domain, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon the appearance of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The once anxious ninjas of Konoha could finally set their worries aside and attend to their various responsibilities. Tobarama, when shall we seek out Madara? Did you not say I should stop him? But how can we do so if we do not know his whereabouts? In the Hokage's office, Senju Hashirama sat idly, watching his brother Senju Tobarama manage various affairs, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction as he spoke. Brother, do not fret. Since Madara has already made a move against the 9 tails and 7 tails, he cannot ignore the other 7-tailed beasts. Once he captures 1 or 2 more, we shall convene the 5 Kage Summit, summoning the Kage from each village to bring forth their respective tailed beasts for you to personally safeguard. At that time, Uchiha Madara will undoubtedly come after us. Senju Tobarama slowly raised his head, looking at his elder brother with a smile. Oh, I see. Very well, I understand. You handle your documents. I shall take a stroll. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Hashirama nodded with delight and stood up, intending to head outside. Brother, stop right there. You shall not leave to gamble. Are you not aware of your own luck? Tobarama swiftly interjected, blocking Hashirama's path with a stern expression. But it is truly dull here. Why don't you send a shadow clone to keep me company? Hashirama, disheartened, sank back into his seat, casting a pitiful glance at Tobarama. Not a chance. Just sit still. Tobarama shot his brother a reproachful look before resuming his paperwork, coldly addressing Hashirama. Lord Hashirama. Lord Tobarama. The 3rd Kazekage has dispatched a ninja to inform us that their 2nd Kazekage has fallen at the hands of Uchiha Madara, and that one of their tailed beasts, Shikaku, has been seized. Just as Hashirama was feeling discontent, an Umbu member rushed into the Hokage's office, anxiously addressing the 2 brothers. What? Very well. I understand. You must bring that Sand Village ninja to me at once. Tobarama, upon hearing the Umbu's words, immediately stood up with anticipation and urged the ninja. Yes, Lord Tobarama, I shall do so right away. The Umbu member quickly complied, racing out of the office. Before long, a Sand Village ninja was escorted into the Hokage's office by the Umbu. Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, you must return at once with this invitation to your 3rd Kazekage, urging him to hasten to Konoha for a new 5 Kage Summit. Understood? Tobarama pulled out the prepared invitation for the 5 Kage Summit from his desk drawer and handed the portion intended for the Kazekage to the Sand Ninja, speaking with grave seriousness. Yes, Lord Tobarama, I will ensure this letter reaches the Kazekage promptly. Please, Lord Hashirama, assist us in reclaiming Shikaku. The Sand Ninja respectfully accepted the invitation and earnestly addressed Hashirama. Rest assured, I will retrieve your 1 tail from Madara's grasp. Hashirama responded with sincerity, nodding gravely at the Sand Ninja. Thank you, Lord Hashirama. The Sand Ninja was moved by the sincerity of the god of shinobi, deeply bowing before him before turning to follow the Umbu out of the office. Brother, I never expected that a mere sentence from you could touch the Sand Ninjas so deeply. Despite my lengthy discourse, he remained so stoic. I truly cannot comprehend it. Tobarama sighed in resignation, glancing at Hashirama. Tobarama, this is a talent of mine that you cannot hope to match. Hashirama replied, a confident smile gracing his face as he beamed with pride. Enough, come here. Tobarama interrupted his brother's self-satisfaction, calling out to the Umbu outside the office. Lord Tobarama, how may I assist you? An Umbu member entered the room, kneeling before Tobarama with respect. These are invitations for the 5 Kage Summit addressed to the Rock, Cloud, and Mist villages. Divide into 3 groups and swiftly deliver these invitations to the respective Kage, ensuring they arrive with their Jinchuriki for the upcoming summit. The invitation will be issued in the name of my brother, Senju Hashirama, the 1st Hokage. Is that understood? Tobarama placed the remaining 3 invitations on the desk, speaking firmly to the elite Umbu members before him. Rest assured, Lord Tobarama, we will deliver the invitations safely and on time to the Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage. The 3 Umbu exchanged glances, each taking an invitation from the desk and solemnly affirming their commitment to Tobarama. Very well, you may depart. Stay vigilant and ensure Uchiha Madara does not intercept you along the way. Tobarama nodded approvingly, bidding them farewell. Moreover, should you find yourselves unable to complete your mission, do not hesitate to retreat. Your lives are paramount. Hashirama interjected seriously, contributing to his brother's instructions. Chapter 89, Senju Hashirama vs. Uchiha Madara. The Umbu ninjas of Konoha expressed their gratitude to Hashirama with deep bows before hastily departing with the invitations in hand, heading towards the other 3 great ninja villages. Under the dedicated efforts of the elite ninjas, the 4 Kage nearly simultaneously received their invitations for the 5 Kage Summit. After thorough verification of the intelligence regarding Senju Tobarama, the Umbu ninjas followed the 4 Kage and the remaining 6 Jinchuriki, successfully arriving at Konoha. The second Tsuchikage, Inoki, and the second Mizukage, Meitarumi, were initially reluctant to believe the reports of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama's resurrection. However, at this moment, upon witnessing the living Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, they exchanged bewildered glances. But weren't they already deceased? How could they suddenly come back to life? If this continues, how will they seize the territories of the Land of Fire? Fortunately, it was not only Senju Tobarama who had been revived, but also Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, they would have suspected that Tobarama, the cunning and devious individual, had disseminated false information regarding his own death. Lord Madara, something has gone awry. Kurizetsu, controlling White Zetsu, appeared before Uchiha Madara, anxiously conveying the news. What has happened that has you so distressed? As Madara utilized the Outer Path's golem to further restore his power, he slowly opened his eyes to question Kurizetsu. Senju Tobarama from Konoha has resurrected your old rival Senju Hashirama and convened a Kage summit, gathering all remaining tailed beasts to bring them to Konoha. Kurizetsu, noticing Madara's icy gaze, cautiously informed him. What? You mean he has gradually resurrected? Very well, let's go. I shall show Hashirama just how formidable I am with the Rinnegan. Upon hearing Kurizetsu's words, Madara was not angered but rather exhilarated, laughing heartily as he spoke to Kurizetsu. Lord Madara, your life force consumed by the activation of the Rinnegan has yet to be restored. If you engage in battle with Senju Hashirama now, you may not be able to defeat him. Kurizetsu warned Madara, recalling Hashirama's immense would release. Silence. I possess the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Though Hashirama has been revived, I do not believe he can recover to his peak state in such a short time. Madara, irritated by Kurizetsu's caution, rebuked him. In the entire shinobi world, only Senju Hashirama can compare with me, Uchiha Madara, and now that I have awakened the Rinnegan and acquired Hashirama's would release, the gap between us is merely a sage mode. How could I possibly lose to Hashirama? Madara swiftly rose, concealed the Outer Path's golem, and hastily set off towards Konoha with Kurizetsu. Lord Hashirama, do you believe you can defeat Uchiha Madara in battle? Within Konoha, the second Tsuchikage, Inoki, cautiously inquired of Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, I cannot say for certain if I can win. However, rest assured, I will protect you all. Responding to Inoki's inquiry, Hashirama scratched his head and laughed heartily before confidently assuring him. That truly is a relief. I entrust this to you, Lord Hashirama. You must defeat Uchiha Madara. Inoki, accompanied by his disciple, the second Tsuchikage, Inoki, bowed excitedly towards Hashirama, smiling as he spoke. Hashirama, I know you are back. Come forth. Just as Hashirama and Tobarama were welcoming the other Kage, Uchiha Madara descended from the sky, sensing Hashirama's chakra, and called out to him. Ha 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 Madara, I never expected you to deceive me. You're still alive. Hashirama exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Madara's voice. He swiftly leaped into the air to confront Madara, who had descended. Hashirama, let's have a match. Madara declared as he disregarded Kurizetsu and charged at Hashirama, delivering a powerful punch that sent Hashirama reeling. Madara, you scoundrel. You dare to ambush me? Take this. Hashirama rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes after being knocked down, and angrily shouted at Madara. Haha, Hashirama. Your body seems quite uncoordinated. Even your recovery ability is not as formidable as it once was. Observing Hashirama rise, Madara, with his Sharingan, noted that Hashirama was still unaccustomed to his new body. Even the minor wounds he sustained did not heal as swiftly as before, prompting Madara to taunt him. Oh, you mean my current body? This is a clone created by Tobarama. It doesn't compare to my previous body, and its lifespan is quite short. Hashirama nodded at Madara's remarks, then smiled as he responded. Ha 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 ha, Hashirama, my power now surpasses what it was when we last battled. Look, I have awakened the Rinnegan, Madara boasted, transforming his Sharingan into the Rinnegan, thrilled to showcase it to Hashirama. What? The Rinnegan? Madara, how did you awaken the Rinnegan? Can the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolve directly into the Rinnegan? Hashirama, intrigued by Madara's words, leaned closer to verify the authenticity of the Rinnegan in Madara's eyes, and upon confirmation, eagerly inquired. Haha, Hashirama, do you remember what I once told you? A deity divides yin and yang into two extremes, and in pursuit of stability. When these extremes return to unity, all things can be achieved. These two powerful forces are the sage body of your Senju clan and the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan. When these two powers merge, the Rinnegan is awakened. Madara explained excitedly to Hashirama. Oh, and what of it? Why do you seek to seize the one tail from Tsunegakure and the seven tails from Takigakure? Hashirama asked, blinking in curiosity as he addressed Madara. Hashirama, do you not know? Beyond the existing tailed beasts from 1 to 9, there exists a more powerful tailed beast, the 10 tails. I intend to fuse all tailed beasts into a formidable entity. Then awaken the Rinne Sharingan. By employing the infinite Tsukuyomi, I will cast everyone in this world into a dream world, eradicating all wars henceforth, Madara proclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor as he spoke to Hashirama. What did you say? You wish to ensnare everyone in an illusion? I will not permit you to do so. Madara, Hashirama exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he confronted Madara with a serious tone. Oh, is that so? Hashirama, you will find you are no match for me. Shinra Tensei. Upon Hashirama's firm rejection, Madara understood he could not garner Hashirama's support. He swiftly raised his hand, channeling chakra into the Rinnegan, and launched an attack at Hashirama. Would release, Great Wall. Hashirama swiftly clapped his hands together, conjuring a massive wooden barrier to shield himself. However, faced with Madara's Rinnegan, Hashirama's defensive ninjutsu was easily shattered, leaving him powerless as he staggered backward. Ha ha ha, Hashirama, do you see? This is the power I possess now. You can never defeat me again. I am no longer within your reach. Uchiha Madara, upon witnessing Senju Hashirama being sent flying, could not contain his excitement and called out to him. Hashirama, no matter what. Even if it means facing death once more, Hashirama replied, his eyes resolute, momentarily activating his sage mode and glaring steadfastly at Madara. You remain as stubborn as ever. Madara observed, tilting his head as he regarded Hashirama's unwavering gaze, expressing a sense of resignation. Afterward, Madara swiftly charged towards Hashirama, intent on defeating him with a single blow. As Hashirama's longtime rival, Madara possessed a profound understanding of his opponent's fighting style. Despite his current power surpassing Hashirama's, he knew that prolonged engagement could lead to a drawn-out battle, wherein this man, endowed with sage body and would release, could still wear him down. Why rush when your strength is so formidable? Come, let us battle outside the village so as not to damage our hard-earned Konoha. Hashirama remarked slyly as he noticed Madara rushing towards him, quickly pulling him outside the village. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Madara, observing Hashirama's actions, formed a single-handed hand seal and unleashed several crimson dragons that relentlessly attacked Hashirama. In response, Hashirama deftly evaded the onslaught, but when evasion proved futile, he resorted to countering with his sheer physical strength. However, his current sage body was significantly weaker than that of his former self. Before long, the chakra consumed by his injuries began to slow Hashirama down, yet both combatants managed to escape Konoha and reach its outskirts. Hashirama, you should accept your fate. I will not spare you, Madara confidently stated as he observed Hashirama come to a halt. Huh, Madara, I have long since passed away. To live again is a stroke of divine fortune. Spare me your words, Hashirama responded with a confident smile, expressing delight. Oh, is that so? Then do not blame me for what is to come, Madara retorted with assurance. Shinra Tensei. Madara aimed at Hashirama, forcefully activating his most powerful technique against him. Sage Art, Birth of the World of Trees. Hashirama, without hesitation, utilized wood release to summon countless trees that surged towards Madara's attack. Yet, even with the augmentation of sage techniques, Hashirama's wood release was steadily overwhelmed by Madara's Shinra Tensei. In the Pure Land, Kaguya Otsutsuki observed the battle from afar through her chakra and nodded in satisfaction. The reincarnation of Indra had awakened the Rinnegan, surpassing the power of Ashura's reincarnation. It seemed that his quest to seize the other tailed beasts would become significantly easier. However, he must not be allowed to kill Ashura's reincarnation. Kaguya had previously implanted the knowledge of how to resurrect Hashirama into Tobirama's consciousness during his revival, and she was pleasantly surprised that Tobirama not only revived Hashirama, but also prepared a body for himself. Seeing Hashirama retreating under Madara's onslaught caused Kaguya to furrow her brow. While she hoped Madara would revive the 10 tails, she did not wish for Hashirama to perish at his hands. As she anticipated using Madara as a sacrifice to resurrect her mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and seize the gift of immortality from her. Thus, Kaguya subtly infused some chakra from the Pure Land, derived from the practitioners of Yang Release, into Hashirama's body as he battled Madara. Hashirama, your endurance remains terrifying. I never imagined that even with the Rinnegan activated, I still could not outlast you, Madara panted after 5 hours of fierce combat. Having tested every capability of his Rinnegan on Hashirama, each time Madara struck Hashirama down, the resilient man would rise again within mere moments to continue resisting, leaving Madara exasperated. Hashirama, I have told you, I cannot allow you to plunge the entire ninja world into an illusion. You should abandon all hope of that, Hashirama declared, his gaze unwavering. Hashirama, I have one final jutsu. I hope you can withstand it, Madara said with a slight smile, feeling he had played enough for today. He glanced at the distant hosts of Jinchuriki, who were smiling at Hashirama. Limbo Border Jail. Madara unleashed his Rinnegan technique, sending one shadow towards Hashirama while the remaining 3 swiftly incapacitated the Jinchuriki of the other 3 great ninja villages. It has been a pleasure fighting you today, Hashirama. Take care of your wife, Uzumaki Mido. I shall return, Madara declared as he swiftly departed with the 6 incapacitated Jinchuriki, heading towards the land of waterfalls. Hashirama, you scoundrel. Come back. Hashirama climbed to his feet, watching Madara disappear into the distance with the captured Jinchuriki. He attempted to pursue him, but Madara, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, accelerated away. Although Hashirama leapt and gained significant ground, he could not match Madara's aerial advantage. He could only watch helplessly as Madara vanished with the 6 Jinchuriki. Lord Hashirama, what has become of our village's Jinchuriki? The third Raikage, swiftly approached Hashirama, using lightning release chakra mode, and anxiously inquired. I apologize, I could not stop Madara. He has escaped with 6 Jinchuriki, Hashirama confessed, lowering his head in shame. What? How can this be? Lord First Hokage, you jest. Exclaimed incredulously, staring wide-eyed at Hashirama. I assure you, I am not lying. All 6 Jinchuriki were taken by Uchiha Madara, Hashirama solemnly affirmed. No, it cannot be. You are the god of ninjas. How could you be defeated by Uchiha Madara? Expressed disbelief, gazing at Hashirama in astonishment. I do not lie. It is indeed true. I am deeply sorry. Hashirama replied earnestly, lowering his head further. As the Kazekage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage arrived, witnessing A's incredulity, they began to question Hashirama. In the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye, after many days of secluded training, not only upgraded the dragon transformation technique, but also unexpectedly deduced a new formation, the Earth Element Gathering Array. The Earth Element Gathering Array serves as the core of the Dragon God realm, ingeniously absorbing the barrier techniques and sealing arts of the Vortex clan, along with the ability of the Earth Spirit Disc to harness natural energy. This remarkable formation does not require Lin Ye to cultivate the same kind of Earth discs that necessitate the absorption of faith from clan members. Once the Earth Element Gathering Array is established, it naturally draws in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Most astonishingly, if the array is centered around dragon power, it can directly transmute a portion of the absorbed natural energy into dragon power, much to Lin Ye's delight. Master, you have emerged from your seclusion, exclaimed the White Snake Sage, who eagerly approached Lin Ye as he stepped out from his chamber. Have you been waiting outside all this time? Lin Ye inquired, noticing the sky had darkened and reflecting that the time in the Dragon God realm was closely linked with the outside world, indicating it was nightfall beyond. Yes, Master. Little Snake has been here, anticipating your return, and has not dared to relax for a moment, the White Snake replied, bowing respectfully. Very well, since you are so devoted. I have just devised a method for serpents to cultivate the transformation into dragon technique. Allow me to impart it to you now, Lin Ye said, pleased with the White Snake's loyalty. With a wave of his hand, he transferred the completed technique into the White Snake's consciousness, enabling it to embark on the path of cultivation. The White Snake, upon reviewing the cultivation method in its mind, was overwhelmed with excitement and bowed 3 times to Lin Ye. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Lin Ye, amused, responded. There is no need for such formality. Hurry along and begin your training. I look forward to the day you transform into a true Earth Vein Divine Dragon, so you can face that cunning and treacherous Otsutsuki Yui alongside me. Yes, Master. Little Snake will commence training right away, the White Snake affirmed, nodding eagerly before hastening to the room assigned by Sister Vortex Chime to practice the Earth Dragon cultivation technique. Sighing, Lin Ye thought, I have not slept for several days. It seems Sister is either training or resting, I shall not disturb her. I will wait until dawn to seek her out. Approaching Sister Vortex Chime's door, he sensed she was in a state of slumber, and unsure if she was meditating or asleep. He shook his head resignedly and returned to his own room. Good morning, Sister. Lin Ye greeted cheerfully as he awoke the next day and found Sister Vortex Chime preparing breakfast. Ah, little Ye, have you finished your retreat? I cannot fathom why you always choose to seclude yourself during cultivation, she responded, quickly frying 2 eggs after retrieving them from the pantry and serving them at the table. Sister, you will witness this habit many times to come. After all, our method of cultivating dragon power is fundamentally different from the ninja training techniques, Lin Ye explained, taking a bite of the fried egg with a smile. So, what new abilities have you developed during this retreat? Might you share them with me? Sister Chime inquired with curiosity as she sat across from Lin Ye, enjoying her breakfast. Without elaborating, Lin Ye concentrated and formed a stream of divine consciousness to impart the newly devised 10,000 transformation dragon technique directly onto Sister Chime's forehead. Wow, little Ye. This new cultivation method seems to be significantly more powerful than before, Sister Chime remarked, showing no surprise at the transmission and smiling at Lin Ye after grasping the new technique. Sister, you and Sister Chime should gather all the upper ninjas of our clan. Once the White Snake Sage emerges, you are to head to the Dragon Earth Cave, where you may fully immerse yourselves in practicing the 10,000 transformation dragon technique. Lin Ye said, pleased after finishing all the fried eggs. Understood. I will find Chime and notify all the clan's upper ninjas, Sister Chime responded, having also finished her breakfast. Chapter 92. A grand upgrade in the Dragon Earth Cave. Very well, sister. I shall take my leave now, Lin Ye said, nodding to Sister Chime before departing the Dragon God Realm and heading to the Dragon Earth Cave, one of the 3 great sanctuaries. Lady Tianshin, Lady Ichikishimaheim, Lady Takitsuheim. Come to me at once, Lin Ye called out as he entered the Dragon Earth Cave, swiftly locating the 3 divine ladies through his Kagura hard eye. The 3 divine ladies, who had been resting within the cave, shivered at the sound of Lin Ye's voice and quickly made their way to his location. Sir, what brings you to summon Little Snake? Lady Tianshin asked cautiously, eyeing Lin Ye with trepidation. Gather all the formal members of the Dragon Earth Cave. I intend to transform the entire cave to accommodate all who cultivate dragon power. Do you understand? Lin Ye stated calmly, regarding the 3 divine ladies with a serious expression. Yes, sir. We shall do as you command, they replied, their excitement palpable at the prospect of such a significant transformation. The 3 divine ladies quickly gathered all the members of the Dragon Earth Cave, following Lin Ye's instructions to clear out the entire interior, leaving behind a vast and empty underground space. Pleased with the expansive area, Lin Ye nodded approvingly. Earth manipulation technique, he commanded, using his dragon pearl to swiftly conjure 72 robust stone pillars throughout the cave, each adorned with exquisite engravings that extended to the ceiling and floor. What are those from the Vortex clan doing? One of the serpents, one snake, questioned, perplexed by Lin Ye's actions despite their intimidation by the divine ladies. Be quiet. One snake. This esteemed individual cultivates a power known as dragon power. He aims to modify the entire Dragon Earth Cave to create an environment suitable for all who wish to cultivate it. Do you understand? Lady Tianshin replied sharply, casting a disapproving glance at one snake. What? Is transforming into a dragon part of cultivating dragon power? One snake exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. It is the transformation into a dragon. The White Snake Sage has confirmed this. There will be no issues, Lady Ichikishimaheim assured one snake softly. Haha. Once I transform into a dragon, I shall surely capture all 3 of you, one snake declared with enthusiasm, as one snake listened to the earnest words of Shiketsuheim. He was instantly filled with excitement, proudly addressing Tianshin Shinji, Shiketsuheim, and Tianjinheim. You must be dreaming. Do you think that just because you have cultivated the method of transforming into a dragon, we cannot? Upon hearing one snake's words, Tianjinheim let out a cold laugh and mocked him. Don't be so naive. I, one snake, am even closer to achieving the dragon form than you. Just look at the angular features upon my head, one snake declared, shaking his diamond-like crown with pride, grinning at Shiketsuheim as if to flaunt his superiority. Indeed, very impressive. We can now officially commence, Lin Ye remarked, having completed the arrangement of the earth element gathering array. After attempting to channel the dragon power within him along the pathways of the array, he nodded in satisfaction. Master, have you finished? Shiketsuheim, the lead operator, cautiously approached Lin Ye, inquiring about the progress. Not yet, but we are merely a step away, Lin Ye replied coldly, casting a glance at Shiketsuheim. Once he understood the situation, Lin Ye swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his palms onto the patterns on the ground, extracting the dragon power from within him to infuse it into the earth element gathering array. As Lin Ye's dragon power coursed through the array, the intricate designs began to illuminate rapidly along its pathways. When every segment of the array was aglow, it emitted a powerful attraction, drawing the natural energies from the surrounding world towards the dragon cavern. The three divine sisters, sensing the array's pull, were taken aback. Master, what is the purpose of this array? It feels as though it is siphoning the rare natural energy from within us, Kenshin Shinji exclaimed, struggling to maintain control over her body. Observing the distressed expressions of the three sisters, Lin Ye furrowed his brow and enveloped them in some dragon power. I am not entirely sure about the array's capacity to absorb natural energy. Since this is its first activation, it is drawing from all beings possessing natural energy, including you. However, do not worry. Once the energy is sufficiently gathered, it will cease to draw from you. Lin Ye maintained a calm demeanor as he explained to the three divine sisters. The earth element gathering array continued to absorb energy for nearly 40 minutes before its attraction gradually diminished. Excellent. This should sustain our kin's cultivation, Lin Ye remarked, content as he felt the abundance of natural energy within the dragon cavern. Master, you are truly remarkable. The current natural energy is the most abundant we have ever experienced since the establishment of the dragon cavern, Shiketsuheim exclaimed excitedly after attempting to absorb some of the energy. Suddenly, amidst swirling mist, Sister Uzumaki Chime, along with Uzumaki Jime and a multitude of the Uzumaki clan, appeared in the dragon cavern. Xiaoyi, where is this place? Sister Uzumaki Chime asked curiously, noticing the three divine sisters behind Lin Ye and realizing the surroundings did not resemble the dragon cavern she remembered. Sister, this is the dragon cavern, though I have made some minor modifications. What do you think? Isn't it vastly different? Lin Ye approached his sister Uzumaki Chime with a smile, arms wide open, proudly showcasing the transformed space. Is this truly the dragon cavern? Uzumaki Chime marveled at the vast and open expanse, adorned with golden patterns providing illumination, and noted the cleanliness that starkly contrasted with the previously grimy dragon cavern. Xiaoyi, you are incredible. To transform the entire dragon cavern so thoroughly in such a short time, Uzumaki Jime exclaimed, stepping forward to commend Lin Ye. Yes, Jime. In any unlit areas of the cavern, each of you may select a spot for cultivation. Please avoid obstructing the illuminated lines. They are the new array patterns I created. Disrupting them will affect the natural energy gathering in this space. Lin Ye informed Uzumaki Jime with a smile. Understood. I will be careful, Uzumaki Jime replied with a nod. Sister, in such a vast space, will your array truly generate sufficient natural energy? Uzumaki Chime finally recovered from her astonishment, wrapping her arms around Lin Ye's neck, inquiring earnestly. Sister, if you wish to cultivate, you must seize the moment. You will soon discover the power of my earth element gathering array, Lin Ye said, amused by his sister's bold action to hide her earlier surprise. All right, confident enough. I shall give it a try. Uzumaki Chime quickly found a spot to sit. Activating the myriad transformation dragon technique Lin Ye had imparted to her, drawing in the natural energy accumulating within the dragon cavern. Seeing Uzumaki Chime begin her cultivation, the surrounding clan members also settled down, choosing their spots to practice the myriad transformation dragon technique and the earth dragon cultivation method, absorbing the natural energy and dragon power present in the cavern. White Snake, how you convey the cultivation methods of dragon power to your kin is entirely up to you. I shall not interfere, Lin Ye said, observing White Snake, who had approached from the circle of serpents, standing behind him quietly, aware of the unfolding events. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, all serpents of the dragon cavern will heed your command. Should any dare to defy, I shall personally ensure they are dealt with, White Snake replied. Initially expecting Lin Ye to oversee the instruction of the dragon power cultivation methods, but was exhilarated to receive the authority instead. Very well, you may proceed. I, too, shall begin my cultivation, Lin Ye said, waving his hand slightly in acknowledgement of White Snake's gratitude. After bowing repeatedly, White Snake excitedly made his way toward the three divine sisters. Lin Ye, observing White Snake's actions, said nothing further and quickly took a seat in an empty spot in the center, swiftly activating the myriad transformation dragon technique to absorb the natural energy gathered by the earth element gathering array. As more and more individuals entered a state of cultivation, the golden light of the earth element gathering array grew increasingly brilliant, signifying the rapid operation of the array. The natural energy from the heavens and earth began to flow continuously into the dragon cavern. Initially, the natural energy gathered by the earth element gathering array could only convert 10% into dragon power. However, as the array continued to operate, a resonance began to form between it and each individual and serpent practicing the myriad transformation dragon technique and the earth dragon cultivation method. Not only did the natural energy accumulation speed of the earth element spirit gathering array increase by 15%, but it also enhanced the conversion of dragon power by the same margin. As the training progressed, my elder sister, Uzumaki Chime, who began cultivating dragon power earliest, began to manifest numerous dragon scales on her body and arms. Since her cultivation focused on the fire dragon annihilation magic, the scales that formed were a vibrant red. With her continuous training, the dragon forms on her body grew more prominent. Roar! Under the relentless absorption of energy, the dragon power within her solidified continuously. Within her dantian, a small dragon crystal gradually took shape, and before long, she transformed rapidly into a red divine dragon with 3-clawed paws. However, this dragon was more reminiscent of a Yinglong than a 5-clawed golden dragon like Lin Ye. Sister, congratulations on successfully nurturing your dragon form, Lin Ye said with a smile as he stopped his training upon hearing Chime's dragon roar, admiring her form that leaned towards the Yinglong. Xiaoya, why do my dragon claws only have 3 fingers? Chime inquired, feeling quite uncomfortable as she looked at her 3-fingered forepaws. Well, it seems that your cultivation is solely focused on the fire attribute, and the dragon power isn't sufficiently solidified, which is why you only have 3 claws. Lin Ye explained after observing his sister's dragon claws thoughtfully. What? Do I need to continue refining other attributes? But I haven't had much success with other dragon power cultivations, Chime expressed her surprise, recalling her previous failure in attempting to learn the wind dragon annihilation magic from Uzumaki Chime. Then, sister, focus on perfecting your fire dragon annihilation magic first. I will find a way later to see if I can create a special training method to enhance your fire dragon form, Lin Ye said, observing Chime's dragon form with a smile. Sigh fine, Xiaoya. Then I shall continue my training, Chime replied with a resigned sigh after hearing Lin Ye's words. Sister Chime, you shouldn't be so discontent. Many of us are still unable to achieve even partial dragon transformation, yet you have already birthed a complete dragon form. It's quite infuriating, Uzumaki Chime remarked, having watched the scene for some time. Chime, who could help it if I have an extraordinarily talented younger brother? There's no arguing with that, Chime responded proudly, retracting her dragon form. Chapter 94. The dejected Senju Hashirama Humph. Continue being arrogant, just wait until I cultivate my dragon form too. Then I shall teach you a lesson. Uzumaki Chime shot a glare at Chime before closing her eyes and swiftly entering a meditative state. Her acquisition of the 10,000 transformations dragon technique came only slightly later than Chime's. Among the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Chime had the best chance of catching up to Chime. Once she did, she would make sure to give Chime a proper lesson. In Konoha village. Brother, tell me honestly, did you go easy on Uchiha Madara? Senju Tobarama asked seriously as he looked at his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Tobarama, I assure you, I did not go easy on Madara. You know that this body of mine is a clone you created. It's already a miracle that I can withstand Madara, Hashirama explained helplessly to his younger brother. Sigh fine. Now we can only hope that the villagers can find Madara's whereabouts. Brother, please protect my sister-in-law during this time, Tobarama said with a resigned sigh after understanding that Hashirama had indeed not gone easy on Madara. Recently, the Mizukage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage had been pressing Hashirama for an explanation after their Jinchuriki were captured, which left Tobarama infuriated. Without his brother, those tailed beast Jinchuriki would have been taken by Uchiha Madara. However, to protect them, he had allowed the 3 Kages to bring the Jinchuriki to Konoha. In broad daylight, Madara had launched a surprise attack, abducting all 6 Jinchuriki, thus creating a dilemma. If the 6 Jinchuriki were not recovered, Konoha would enter a state of permanent enmity with the 3 major ninja villages. It was certain that these villages would retaliate against Konoha. If it weren't for considering his brother Hashirama, Tobarama would have wished to annihilate the three major villages immediately to prevent future threats to Konoha. Hashirama, you're back. How did your conversation with Tobarama go? Uzumaki Mito asked softly as she approached Hashirama, who returned home dejected. Mito, do you think I should not have come back? Perhaps I should not have been revived? Hashirama looked up, gazing despondently at Mito. Hashirama, how could you think that? You don't know how happy everyone was to see you revived, especially Tsunade. How could you think you shouldn't have come back? Mito comforted him gently, seeing him lost in despair. All right, Hashirama, don't dwell on this. Remember, Uchiha Madara stole your power, acquiring the Rinnegan that belongs to the Sage of Six Paths, and then took the six-tailed beast from you. He did not defeat you. If you can find him, you will reclaim the sixth Jinchuriki from Madara. You are the god of shinobi, and if Madara has been defeated by you so many times, you cannot lose to him again, Mito said, her eyes fixed on Hashirama with determination. Yes, Mito, you are right. I must find Madara and ensure he does not use the tailed beast for nefarious purposes, Hashirama said, invigorated by Mito's words. But how can we find him? The Hyuga clan, Inazuka clan, and Oil Girl clan. These powerful tracking ninja clans would likely be discovered and exterminated by Madara before they could even locate him. Just as Hashirama regained his spirit, thoughts of how to search for Madara plunged him back into despair. Our Uzumaki clan possesses a chakra sensing ability called the Kagura Hard Eye. This ability surpasses the Byakugan's range of the Hyuga clan by far in one direction. However, as you know, our relations with the Uzumaki clan have completely deteriorated due to village issues. I'm truly sorry, Hashirama. I cannot help you, Mito said apologetically. It's all right. It's all right, Mito. This cannot be blamed on you. It is entirely the fault of Tobarama and the little monkey. These matters do not concern you at all. Upon hearing Uzumaki Mito's apology, Senju Hashirama, flustered and anxious, carefully addressed Mito, saying, Mito, please take a rest. I will go look for Tobarama to see if he has any ideas. Moreover, it seems that Uchiha Obito fled towards the direction of the land of water and the land of earth. I will consult Tobarama to see if he has any means to track down Uchiha Obito. Not knowing how to comfort Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama quickly seized the excuse and hurriedly left the room, heading towards the Hokage's office. Brother, didn't I ask you to go home and accompany your wife? Why are you here again? Senju Tobarama, who was already troubled in the Hokage's office, frowned at his elder brother Senju Hashirama as he entered. Tobarama, how can you say that? I have come to discuss something very important, Hashirama replied, instantly dejected, lowering his head and speaking in a subdued tone. All right. Don't be like this. Just tell me what the matter is. I really am quite frightened of you, Tobarama said, observing his brother sulking on the ground and quickly stopping Hashirama from continuing his despondency. Tobarama, the elite Jonin scouts in the village are utterly incapable of locating Uchiha Obito before he discovers them. We should not send them out. Mito mentioned earlier that the Uzumaki clan possesses the unique ability of the Kagura Mind's Eye, which surpasses the detection range of the strongest Jonin of the Hyuga clan. What do you think about sending someone to search for traces of the Uzumaki clan? If we could gain the support of the Uzumaki, we might be able to find Uchiha Obito more swiftly, Hashirama earnestly proposed to Tobarama. Is the information you provided truly accurate? Tobarama asked, contemplating seriously as he fixed his gaze on his brother. Tobarama, how could I possibly deceive you regarding such matters? It is absolutely true, rest assured. Hashirama insisted with urgency upon hearing Tobarama's inquiry. All right, I understand. I will dispatch someone to search for the Uzumaki clan's whereabouts. But you must ensure Mito's safety in the meantime, understood? Tobarama stated solemnly, looking intently at Hashirama. Understood, Tobarama. Hashirama nodded earnestly in response. In the Pure Land, the reincarnation of Ashura seeks the Uzumaki clan. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Otsutsuki Kagaya had been closely observing the reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Obito, and the reincarnation of Ashura, Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing that Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito, mentioned the Uzumaki clan in the quest to find Uchiha Obito, it sparked a notion in Kagaya's mind, who was desperate for a solution. Although Kagaya could not monitor any Uzumaki clan members aside from Mito, she had previously engaged in a brief battle with Uchiha Obito and had gained insight into their mastery of the dragon's power, which requires the conversion of natural energy. During this time, the natural energy within the dragon's cave surged continuously, leaving Kagaya astonished. She speculated that the Uzumaki clan had likely subdued the white snake sage of the Dragon's Cave. If she could locate the Dragon's Cave, it was very probable that she could discover the existence of the Uzumaki clan there. Now, let's see how I can lure everyone to the Dragon's Cave, Kaguya thought. A smile of delight gracing her face as she began to influence the chakra of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito, with her own chakra. She urged Mito in her dreams, informing her that the entire Uzumaki clan was currently training in sage mode within the Dragon's Cave, prompting her to go in search of their whereabouts. Upon receiving this information, Mito instantly believed that everything occurring in her dream was indeed true. Excited, she hurriedly set off towards the land of rice, eager to find the Dragon's Cave, without even bidding farewell to Hashirama or Tobarama. By the time Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama realized what had transpired, Mito had already been gone for quite some time. Brother, hurry. You must find Mito quickly, and be cautious not to let Uchiha Obito discover her first, Tobarama urged, scrutinizing Hashirama, who stood frozen in place. I understand, Tobarama. I leave the village in your hands. I will return with Mito as swiftly as possible, Hashirama instructed his younger brother before turning and dashing towards the land of rice. Mito's physical prowess was no match for the formidable Senju Hashirama. In merely 50 minutes, Hashirama effortlessly caught up with Mito. Mito, what are you doing? Do you not realize how perilous your situation is? Hashirama exclaimed, anxiously halting Mito in her tracks. Hashirama, how did you catch up to me? Rest assured, Uchiha Obito does not dare to confront me for the time being, Mito replied, surprised at Hashirama's arrival, but then smiling as she explained. What do you mean Obito does not dare to confront you? Did you not witness my battle with him? He possesses the Rinnegan. You cannot afford to be careless in such a critical situation, Hashirama admonished, furrowing his brow in exasperation. Mito, have you forgotten? The special sealing technique of our Uzumaki clan, the Shiki Fujin, allows us to sacrifice our own soul to seal the opponent's soul, binding both souls within the Shinigami's realm eternally. No one can escape this sealing technique. Hashirama expressed his concern to Mito. She smiled faintly at Hashirama's worry, her expression brightening as she reassured him. But you must also understand that should the Shiki Fujin be used, you too will perish, will you not? Hashirama gazed at Mito coldly, stating seriously, Mito, you must be cautious. Uchiha Obito has more significant plans to execute and cannot afford to trade lives in a one-on-one confrontation. I believe I have already discerned the current whereabouts of the Uzumaki clan. Once I locate their members, they will assist me. Mito looked at Hashirama earnestly, softly comforting him. It will be fine, Hashirama. Obito has his own priorities. Enough of this. We must return immediately, Hashirama insisted, gesturing to lift Mito into his arms. Prepared to take her back to Konoha. Hashirama, I cannot return with you. I must find the Uzumaki clan, Mito declared resolutely. Chakra chains erupting from her body to bind Hashirama's arms. Mito, are you truly certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Hashirama's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed her. Indeed, Hashirama, I have made my decision. Please do not try to dissuade me, Mito affirmed with conviction. Very well, if you are determined, I shall accompany you, Hashirama conceded. Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Suiho and witnessing the unwavering determination in his eyes, Senju Hashirama recognized that his eloquence would not dissuade Suiho from his course of action. Thus, he resolved to accompany Suiho on his journey. Very well, Hashirama. Let us embark together, Suiho replied, observing the smile upon Hashirama's face, which alleviated some of his earlier apprehension. He feigned nonchalance as he addressed Hashirama. And so, the two swiftly made their way toward the Dragon Cave. Hashirama, do you think the members of the Uzumaki clan will be unwilling to forgive us upon our arrival? Suiho inquired, running alongside Hashirama as they approached the entrance to the Dragon Cave in the land of rice. Fear not, Suiho. Should the Uzumaki clan refuse to grant you forgiveness, I shall kneel before them until they acquiesce, Hashirama assured him earnestly, a smile gracing his features. Is that so, Hashirama? I truly appreciate your support. When the time comes, I shall kneel alongside you to seek the clan's forgiveness, Suiho responded, his heart warmed by Hashirama's words. That is out of the question, Suiho. Given your current condition, prolonged kneeling would undoubtedly harm your health. I cannot allow you to do so, Hashirama hastily interjected, concerned for Suiho's well-being. The precarious state of Suiho's health could lead to dire consequences if his emotions spiraled out of control, prompting Hashirama to firmly refuse. A smile of happiness spread across Sueho's face upon hearing Hashirama's words. Though Hashirama often appeared carefree, his straightforward demeanor consistently provided Sueho with a profound sense of security. As the two raced onward, they soon found themselves near a mountain plateau in the land of rice, where a massive cave entrance loomed before them. Such abundant natural energy in this place. It seems your assertion about the Uzumaki clan training here in Sage Mode may indeed hold merit. Hashirama remarked as he stepped to the cave's edge, sensing the continuous flow of natural energy converging within the dragon cave. Really, Hashirama? It appears I have not erred in my search. Let us proceed inside. Sueho exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Very well, let us discover what lies within. Hashirama nodded in agreement as they approached the cave. Stop! Who are you? Do you dare to trespass into our sacred dragon cave? Are you seeking death? Just as they reached the entrance, the formidable figures of Wan Shi and Shinya, engaged in their own training within the dragon cave, revealed themselves. Their imposing forms casting a shadow over Hashirama and Sueho. Greetings. You must be the kin of the White Snake Sage. I am Senju Hashirama, and this is my wife. Uzumaki Sueho. May I inquire if the members of the Uzumaki clan are training within the dragon cave? Hashirama addressed Wan Shi and Shinya, a warm smile adorning his face. We do not know who you are, but without the orders of our master, you cannot enter. If you attempt to do so, do not blame us for unleashing our wrath, Wan Shi warned, exchanging a glance with Shinya, who regarded Hashirama with cold indifference. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Otherwise, do not be surprised if the full might of Konoha descends upon you, Sueho interjected, her brows furrowing as she confronted the audacious Shinya and Wan Shi. Oh, my brother and I have recently acquired new powers and were eager to test them, Wan Shi replied, intrigued by Sueho's words as he activated the Earth Dragon mode according to the techniques of their training. Be cautious. Hashirama warned Sueho as he prepared to confront the two brothers. Sueho stepped back. Allow me to gauge the strength of these two, he instructed, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Wan Shi's transformation into Earth Dragon mode revealed a striking change. His previously dark purple scales now bore patterns of earthy hues, which, rather than rendering him more monstrous, imparted an aura of divine strength. Indeed, the opportunities previously bestowed upon the Uzumaki clan must be exceptionally potent, Sueho mused, recalling how the return of certain individuals from Konoha had been marked by the emergence of dragon-like features. Earth Dragon, tremble, Wan Shi proclaimed, his sharp horns morphing into two strikingly beautiful antlers as he prepared to unleash his newfound power. The ground convulsed as stones and earth surged upward, hurtling towards Hashirama. Wood release, wood wall, wood release, wood barrier. Hashirama, sensing the impending attack, swiftly employed two defensive techniques. However, the sheer force of Wan Shi's assault shattered his barriers, leaving Hashirama momentarily stunned. By the heavens! When did the serpents of the dragon cave acquire such power? This is terrifying, Hashirama exclaimed, staggering back in shock as he surveyed the destruction of his defenses. The power bestowed upon me by Lord Hashirama is indeed formidable. Even you, the god of ninjas, will soon find yourself surpassed, Wan Shi declared, exhilarated by his own strength. Of course, Wan Shi, if the power imparted by the sage were insufficient, the White Snake Sage would not have willingly pledged allegiance to him, Shinya remarked, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his cold gaze. Master, White Snake Sage, and subordinates. Hashirama and Sueho exchanged incredulous glances as they processed the implications of Shinya's words. It was astonishing to learn that someone had tamed the entire dragon cave and its summoned beasts. Pray tell, who currently holds dominion over the dragon cave? Hashirama inquired, standing tall as he activated his sage mode, his demeanor serious as he confronted Wan Shi and Shinya. Seek the answer only after you have bested us, Wan Shi retorted defiantly, sensing the intensity of Hashirama's presence. Meanwhile, Sueho sighed, covering her forehead in exasperation at Hashirama's brashness. What a perplexing man you are, Hashirama. What's going on here, Wan Shi, Shinya? What mischief are you two up to? As the tension mounted between the myriad serpents and Senju Hashirama, a sharp voice pierced the air, sternly reprimanding the two. Lady Tianxin Shinji. Upon hearing her words, both the myriad serpents and Shinya stood frozen, responding with utmost respect to Lady Tianxin Shinji. You must be Uzumaki Mido of the Uzumaki clan, she remarked, emerging from the dragon cave, and surveying the remnants of the battle between the myriad serpents and Senju Hashirama, her eyes narrowing slightly. Yes, I am Uzumaki Mido. May I inquire if members of the Uzumaki clan reside within the Dragon Cave? Stepping forward, Uzumaki Mido spoke with a serious tone. You wish to meet the members of the Uzumaki clan, do you not? Lady Tianxin Shinji observed Mido, a faint, cold smile gracing her lips as she calmly replied, Indeed, I seek the Uzumaki clan. I have been unable to locate them elsewhere and have come here in hopes of finding a member. Hearing her words, Mido, with a hint of sadness, replied, That is possible, but I cannot guarantee that the esteemed one will wish to meet you. I can only go in and relay your message. Lady Tianxin Shinji glanced at Senju Hashirama, her eyes blinking as she earnestly addressed Uzumaki Mido. Very well, I am grateful. Please convey my message swiftly, as I have matters of great importance to discuss. Mido, filled with excitement, looked at Lady Tianxin Shinji, eager to relay her words. All right, just wait here. A smile tugged at the corners of Lady Tianxin Shinji's mouth as she quickly turned and entered the Dragon Cave. My lord, someone seeks you outside. It is Uzumaki Mido, and she appears to be accompanied by someone resembling Senju Hashirama. Upon entering the Dragon Cave, Lady Tianxin Shinji swiftly approached Lin Ye, carefully leaning closer to him and whispering, Oh, Uzumaki Mido has found her way here, along with someone who resembles Senju Hashirama. Lin Ye, startled by her words, turned to look at her. Senju Hashirama died long ago, though the cause of his demise remains unknown. It is confirmed that he is indeed deceased. Yet now, to hear Lady Tianxin Shinji speak of someone resembling him is truly astonishing. Let us go see who this unexpected visitor is, and whether they truly are Senju Hashirama. Intrigued, Lin Ye rose, choosing not to disturb the clan members engaged in training, and together with Lady Tianxin Shinji, made his way towards the entrance of the Dragon Cave. Indeed, it is you, Senju Hashirama. I never anticipated you would return. Stepping out of the cave and spotting the stout man outside, Lin Ye exclaimed with a smile. I presume you are the grandson of my cousin Qinglu, Uzumaki Lin Ye. Uzumaki Mido, observing the young man emerging from the cave, noted his height and youthful visage. Despite his 15 years of age, after a moment of contemplation, she smiled and addressed Lin Ye. Haha, as expected of the former princess of the Uzumaki clan. You possess keen insight. Indeed, I am Uzumaki Lin Ye. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Lin Ye replied with a light chuckle, his gaze indifferent as he regarded both Uzumaki Mido and Senju Hashirama. In the very first second of Lin Ye's appearance, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had been secretly observing Senju Hashirama, suddenly brightened with excitement. Though she had previously suspected, seeing Uzumaki Lin Ye, the one who had instigated the upheaval within the Uzumaki clan, filled her with elation. Kagaya swiftly communicated through her connection with White Zetsu, discreetly relaying the information regarding Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido's approach to the Dragon Cave. Deep beneath the land of waterfalls, Uchiha Madara, having controlled the outer path golem, had absorbed all six-tailed beasts, with only the final 9 tails remaining. His power had significantly surged. Haha, my strength has finally returned. Uchiha Madara exclaimed with glee, feeling the vigorous pulse within his body and regaining his youthful appearance. Congratulations on your restored power, my lord. I have splendid news to share with you. One of the White Zetsu stepped forward, gazing earnestly at the elated Uchiha Madara. Oh, White Zetsu, do not hesitate to share your news. Uchiha Madara responded with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. My lord, we have just received word that Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido have ventured to the land of rice, just the two of them. Now that your power has reached its peak, should we not join in? A sycophantic smile adorned White Zetsu's face as he eagerly spoke to Uchiha Madara. What? You mean to say that Hashirama left Konoha with Uzumaki Mido and headed for the land of rice? Have Hashirama and Tobarama lost their minds? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in disbelief at White Zetsu's revelation. Initially, he had assumed that Hashirama, while lacking peak strength, would never dare to roam about with Uzumaki Mido amidst the threat he posed. Yet now, they had audaciously fled Konoha, prompting Uchiha Madara to question their sanity. My lord, this is indeed true. Many of our brethren sensed it. It is said that Uzumaki Mido seeks to find the Uzumaki clan members to aid Senju Hashirama in locating you. White Zetsu explained in haste upon hearing Uchiha Madara's inquiry. Ah, so that is the case. Haha, splendid. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, expressing his delight. Come, White Zetsu. Lead the way. Let me witness whether Uzumaki Mido can indeed rally the Uzumaki clan. Rising with excitement, Uchiha Madara earnestly instructed White Zetsu. Yes, my lord. White Zetsu, thrilled by Uchiha Madara's words, eagerly took the lead as they swiftly made their way towards the entrance of the Dragon Cave in the Land of Rice. Uchiha Madara followed closely behind, casting a disdainful glance at the foolish White Zetsu, swiftly using his Rinnegan's gravitational pull to lift White Zetsu and command him to guide him. Together, they sped towards the entrance of the Dragon Cave. Given that Uzumaki Mido had already located it, it was evident that the Uzumaki clan indeed resided within the borders of the Land of Rice. Previously, he and Lin Ye had clashed, resulting in his defeat. However, now that he had regained his peak power, Uchiha Madara longed for a rematch with Lin Ye. Chapter 98. Uzumaki Mido's request. Lin Ye, greetings. I am your grandaunt. Uzumaki Mido. We urgently require all elite jonin from the Uzumaki clan who can perform the Kagura Hard-Eye technique, and I hope you can assist us. At the entrance of the Dragon Cave, Uzumaki Mido gazed at Lin Ye with excitement, eagerly imploring him for help. Oh, you seek the assistance of our Uzumaki clan. Do you believe we would be inclined to help you? Lin Ye replied, his gaze steady and his tone indifferent as he addressed Uzumaki Mido. Lin Ye, I understand that my clan members harbor grievances against me, but might it be possible for me to meet my elder brother, the clan leader, Uzumaki Ruho? Uzumaki Mido observed Lin Ye's resolute expression and, recalling her cousin Uzumaki Qinglu's temperament, realized that persuading Lin Ye might be a formidable challenge. Thus, she sought information about her elder brother, Uzumaki Ruho. The former clan leader, Uzumaki Ruho, has long since stepped down from his position, Lin Ye stated calmly, maintaining his composed demeanor as he addressed Uzumaki Mido. And what of Qingfeng? Is he still around? As the Whirlpool Water household heard Lin Ye mention that his elder brother, Whirlpool Lu Hu, had stepped down from the position of the clan leader, he immediately inquired with great excitement about his nephew, Whirlpool Qingfeng. Unfortunately, Qingfeng had recently fallen at the hands of Uchiha Madara. Lin Ye cast a disapproving glance at Whirlpool Water household and solemnly replied, how can this be? Who now leads the Whirlpool clan? May I meet him? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Whirlpool Water household was taken aback. The two individuals who were most closely related to her bloodline within the Whirlpool clan were her brother, Whirlpool Lu Hu, and her nephew, Whirlpool Qingfeng. These two were the ones she had interacted with the most, since marrying into the Senju clan and becoming the wife of Senju Hashirama. She had lost contact with the other clan members. If she were to seek connections, these two were her most likely allies. However, now she could only hope that the new clan leader would be able to assist her. I am the current leader of the Whirlpool clan, Lin Ye stated, a hint of a cold smile playing at his lips as he regarded Whirlpool Water household with indifference. You, Lin Ye, are the leader of the Whirlpool clan? Whirlpool Water household stared in shock at the youthful boy before her, but recalling Lin Ye's age, she was utterly astonished and asked, is it truly you? Indeed. I am the clan leader of the Whirlpool clan. Do you have any guidance for me, Lady Water household? Lin Ye inquired with a mocking tone, observing the astonished expression on her face. Lin Ye, Uchiha Madara has captured 8 of the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Only the 9 tails within me remain. I implore the Whirlpool clan to dispatch elite ninja, especially those members skilled in the Kagura Heart technique, to help us track Madara's whereabouts. Whirlpool Water household earnestly beseeched Lin Ye. Lin Ye glanced at Senju Hashirama, who was observing him intently. Although I have not met you, Senju Hashirama, I have learned about you. It seems that this body is not your original one, is it? Lin Ye remarked with a smile directed at Hashirama. Oh, this body is a clone created by Tobarama using cloning techniques. Did you notice something amiss? Hashirama replied, momentarily surprised before smiling back at Lin Ye. Indeed. You need not search for Uchiha Madara. I believe he is currently on his way here. All you need to do is wait quietly, Lin Ye retorted coldly, gazing at Hashirama and Whirlpool Water household. How can this be? Will Madara truly come for us? Hashirama exclaimed, astonished by Lin Ye's words. Tian Xin Shinji, take Wan Shi and Xianya back to the Dragon Cave and awaken my sister. Let her return to the Dragon God realm for the time being. This place will soon become a battlefield. Remember to bring all members of your Dragon Cave with you, Lin Ye instructed, disregarding Hashirama. Understood, my lord. I shall inform the young lady immediately, Tian Xin Shinji responded excitedly, bowing to Lin Ye before swiftly taking Wan Shi and Xianya toward the Dragon Cave. Lin Ye raised a hand, summoning a stone platform upon which he sat quietly, awaiting developments. What? Did Lin Ye truly instruct us to return to the Dragon God realm immediately? Whirlpool Chi Mei, who had just been awakened in the Dragon Cave, exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Tian Xian Shinji's words. Yes, young lady, that is indeed the order from my lord. I would never dare to withhold anything. Tian Xian Shinji replied respectfully, bowing her head to Whirlpool Chi Mei. I understand, Chi Mei. You take our kin and all the great serpents of the Dragon Cave back to the Dragon God realm. I will seek out Lin Ye to understand the situation. Whirlpool Chi Mei instructed, turning to her sister, Whirlpool Ji Mei, who had just completed her transformation. All right, Chi Mei, you can rest assured. I will lead our kin back to the Dragon God realm. Whirlpool Ji Mei assured her sister with a solemn nod. Good, I entrust this to you. Ensure that all our kin return safely, Whirlpool Chi Mei said, patting her sister's shoulder before swiftly making her way to the exit of the Dragon Cave. Meanwhile, Whirlpool Ji Mei hurriedly roused their kin, leading the great serpents of the Dragon Cave toward the Dragon God realm. Lin Ye, I am sorry. It is all our fault that the Whirlpool clan has been implicated, Whirlpool Water Household said apologetically, bowing her head. It matters not, Whirlpool Water Household. The current Whirlpool clan no longer holds any expectations of you, and there is no need for your apology, Lin Ye replied. Slowly opening his eyes as he sat on the stone, his voice steady. Lin Ye, I apologize. This time it was our fault. Can you tell me how you are so certain that Uchiha Madara will pursue us? Hashirama asked, gently embracing Whirlpool Water Household and turning to Lin Ye. Regardless, when Madara arrives, I will have to explain myself anyway, so you might as well wait a moment to avoid me having to repeat myself, Lin Ye remarked, casting a glance at Hashirama with a cold expression. Chapter 99. Uchiha Madara approaches Hashirama. Have I made another mistake? Whirlpool Water Household whispered, trembling as she tugged at Hashirama's sleeve. Do not worry, Water Household. Let us wait. When Madara arrives, he will surely understand what has transpired, Hashirama reassured her, gently patting her back. Lin Ye observed Hashirama's earnest comfort toward Whirlpool Water Household with a hint of surprise. In Lin Ye's mind, Hashirama was simply a powerful yet foolish individual. He had not anticipated that he would be so tender toward his wife. It was no wonder that after his death, Whirlpool Water Household devoted herself entirely to guarding the village of Konoha, even at the expense of her own clan's interests. After all, the Whirlpool clan was her maternal family, with blood ties connecting her to them. Haha, Hashirama, were you waiting for me? Uchiha Madara descended rapidly from the sky, greeting Hashirama with a smile. Madara, you have indeed come, Hashirama said, having just finished comforting Whirlpool Water Household, as he released her and glared sternly at Madara. Oh, is this a trap you devised? Using your wife, Whirlpool Water Household, as bait to lure me? Madara questioned incredulously, his eyes wide as he regarded Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, it is not Hashirama who foretold your arrival, but rather, it is I, Lin Ye interjected, rising to address Madara. Having previously defeated Uchiha Madara, Lin Ye was taken aback that when he and Hashirama appeared together, the first person Madara sought was not him, but Hashirama. This realization left Lin Ye feeling quite displeased. You little brat of the Whirlpool clan, it seems you have grown stronger again, Madara remarked. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, calmly turned his attention and gazed earnestly at Lin Ye, solemnly stating, of course, to defeat you, one must grow stronger, especially with a devious individual involved. Lin Ye, slightly shrugging in response to Madara's statement, smiled and retorted, Humph, you dare to label me as devious? Is that so? Madara, infuriated by Lin Ye's words, felt a surge of anger. While he had resorted to some strategies, the term devious could hardly be applied to him, particularly in their confrontations. Do not flatter yourself. I was not referring to you at all, Lin Ye remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he addressed Madara. Senju Hashirama, observing Madara's fury, blinked and earnestly said to Lin Ye, I recall you mentioned that once Uchiha Madara arrived, you would reveal the reason for his visit. Now that he is here, can you please enlighten us? Lin Ye, with a hint of amusement, replied, Very well, since you wish to know, I shall divulge the information. As he looked at Madara, who was momentarily distracted by Hashirama's words, his previous anger dissipated. Lin Ye couldn't help but admire the strength of their friendship and smiled as he began to speak. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, both men grew serious, attentively awaiting his explanation. Uchiha Madara, It is said that you aspire to collect all the tailed beasts and become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, thereby bringing everlasting peace to the world, correct? Lin Ye observed Madara intently, speaking in a low tone. Indeed, by enveloping everyone in the illusionary world, any individual's desire can be fulfilled, leading to peace, Madara affirmed, nodding excitedly as he smiled at Lin Ye. How did you come to know of this? Lin Ye chuckled, bemused by Madara's inquiry. Need you ask? I discovered this from the ancient tablet passed down through our Uchiha clan, a relic left by the Sage of Six Paths, Madara replied, his excitement palpable. If the infinite Tsukuyomi can bring peace to the world, why did the Sage of Six Paths not enact it himself? Why wait for you to do so? Lin Ye's expression turned grave as he addressed Madara. Upon hearing this, Madara stood frozen in place. Although Lin Ye's words were not loud, they struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. Perhaps the sage lacked the ability to perform this technique by the time he created it. Madara stammered, though even he found this reasoning hard to believe. I see you grasp the crux of the issue. What if I told you that the infinite Tsukuyomi does not guarantee eternal peace? Instead, during its duration, all people would be transformed into a form of life you have encountered before. Can you guess what that is? Lin Ye smirked, looking intently at Madara. What kind of life? Madara queried, intrigued by Lin Ye's claim. The white Zetsu from the divine tree. Can you guess how they came into existence? Lin Ye's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he spoke. White Zetsu, aren't they created from Hashirama's cells? How could they possibly be transformed from humans? Madara responded, astonished, his words faltering. Haha, you are mistaken. They are humanoid weapons created by Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. You must understand that many years ago, the people of the ninja world did not possess chakra. Without chakra, even warriors would not be particularly strong. Consequently, the white Zetsu, being the result of transformation, are rather weak. The similarity among them stems from cellular origin, and fortunately, Hashirama's physique is highly compatible with the cells of the tailed beasts. Do you comprehend? Lin Ye smiled at Madara, amusement dancing in his eyes. No, that cannot be. The sage has been dead for so many years. Why would he leave such a thing behind? Could he still wish harm upon me? Madara vehemently denied, glaring coldly at Lin Ye. Oh, is that so? Shall we conduct an experiment to determine what role Kaguya Otsutsuki played in this? What do you intend to do? How can you prove the truth of your claims? Madara asked, seriousness etched across his face. Although still skeptical of Lin Ye's assertions, doubts about the infinite Tsukuyomi began to surface in his mind. Reflecting on Lin Ye's prior questions, he pondered whether the infinite Tsukuyomi truly could bring peace. If it were beneficial, why would Kaguya not utilize it? If it were detrimental, what was the true purpose behind the tablet left by the sage? There are two methods to test this. One is to remove your Rinnegan and utterly destroy it. Observing the sage's reaction, Lin Ye suggested, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Madara, anticipation evident in his tone. No, that is impossible. The Rinnegan is a hard-won ability that I will not so easily discard, Madara vehemently rejected, his eyes widening in disbelief. Having severed ties with his closest friend, Hashirama, to awaken the Rinnegan, he could not fathom giving it up lightly. Well, since you are unwilling to relinquish the Rinnegan, how about trying the cultivation method I obtained from ancient ruins? The power gained through it is not chakra, but rather the strength of dragons. Are you interested? Lin Ye cheerfully brandished the outdated dragon transformation technique scroll before Madara, grinning. Madara's eyes widened in astonishment. You would so easily part with it? Surely there must be some trickery involved, he queried, skepticism evident in his voice. What are you thinking? Though the cultivation of dragon power can yield a formidable dragon physique, it demands immense patience. Should you proceed, you will likely find no opportunity to battle me for some time, at least 2 to 3 years, Lin Ye jested, observing Madara's cautious demeanor with a smile. Humph, you are indeed cunning, yet I am willing to give it a try, Madara conceded with a cold snort, stepping forward to take the scroll from Lin Ye's hands. However, before he could take 2 steps, Madara's chakra suddenly surged violently within him. Madara, what is happening? Lin Ye, is this your doing? Hashirama glared at Lin Ye, anger flashing in his eyes as he accused. What nonsense! Kaguya Otsutsuki, will you not reveal yourself? Lin Ye coldly retorted, observing Hashirama's furious demeanor. The Whirlpool clan's little ghost, you are indeed formidable. A surreal figure emerged from the fusion of chakra between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. floating before Lin Ye with a grave expression, speaking in a deep voice. Heh, Otsutsuki Kagaya, it seems you have completely lost yourself in power. Lin Ye observed the comatose Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, coldly addressing Otsutsuki Kagaya. Humph, what do you mean by losing control of power? I have always been the master of power. This ninja world was once the nursery of my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. I do not strip them of their already fleeting lives. However, after their deaths, what is wrong with them contributing their strength to me? Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled at Lin Ye, unfazed by his mocking gaze. Moreover, the dragon power you are currently spreading is no different from the chakra I once disseminated. What is there for you to be proud of? Otsutsuki Kagaya sneered at Lin Ye's dragon power. Haha, I have gathered the strength of all the members of the Whirlpool clan. But I will not allow their souls to eternally slumber in the Pure Land until their demise like you. I will lead all my kin to become powerful dragons. Celestial dragons, divine dragons. Unlike you, who only wishes to remain in this ninja world and act recklessly. Lin Ye did not retort Otsutsuki Kagaya's derision, but merely smiled slightly, responding, very well. However, achieving immortality and divinity is not so easy. The ninja world is my nursery. I will not allow any outsiders to exist here. You should behave yourself and prepare to meet your end. Otsutsuki Kagaya was taken aback, anger turning to mockery at the audacity of a child not yet 10. You have no physical form now, do you? If I were to strike you forcefully, your control over Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama would likely be unable to withstand my current power. Upon hearing such threats from Otsutsuki Kagaya, Lin Ye frowned, coldly retorting, Humph. Your dragon power is indeed formidable, but in terms of technique, you cannot compare to me. Just wait, Lin Ye of the Whirlpool clan, I shall return. Otsutsuki Kagaya scoffed at Lin Ye's words. Afterward, she immediately controlled Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, taking them along with Uzumaki Mido and swiftly retreating toward Konoha village. Oh, the king of bluster remains true to form. Even as you depart, you dare to make threats. It seems you do not dare face me head-on. Lin Ye observed Otsutsuki Kagaya fleeing with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, not pursuing them. In his view, to truly eliminate Otsutsuki Kagaya, one must possess the ability to restrain souls. Otherwise, if she were to escape back to the Pure Land, the future of the Whirlpool clan would remain perilous. Given her prowess over chakra, the only ability Lin Ye possessed that could attack souls lay within the dragon's soul in his consciousness, which had yet to fully awaken. Once he comprehended the complete essence of the dragon's spirit, with the might of the dragon's soul, a mere sage of 6 paths, a soul that could not even be considered a primordial spirit, would merely serve as bait for the future dragon soul. By devouring Otsutsuki Kagaya's soul, his dragon soul would undoubtedly ascend to become a powerful primordial spirit, commanding the entire ninja world. Chapter 101. Uchiha Madara's Doubts. Humph, the accursed Whirlpool clan. From where did they acquire the method to cultivate dragon power? After fleeing a considerable distance, Otsutsuki Kagaya unceremoniously dropped Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Uzumaki Mido from the sky, expressing her confusion. The dragon power that Lin Ye wields is overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing the chakra I inherited from my mother, the progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The dragon power not only refines the body but also prolongs life, offering advantages that are starkly evident compared to the chakra within me. Sighing, Otsutsuki Kagaya decided to focus on altering the memories of these 3 individuals. As the progenitor of chakra, altering memories was a simple task for Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yet, for Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Uzumaki Mido, the challenge was considerable. Their wills were remarkably steadfast, and any casual alteration of their memories could lead them to perceive discrepancies and feel discomfort. Thus, Otsutsuki Kagaya opted not to modify their memories, but simply erased a day's worth of memories. Injecting her chakra into Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, she effortlessly deleted their memories. After erasing their memories, she turned her gaze toward Uzumaki Mido, who retained the presence of the 9 tails within her, leaving her for last. However, neither the 9 tails nor Uzumaki Mido could escape Otsutsuki Kagaya's influence, and soon, their memories were also cleansed. Following the memory alteration, Otsutsuki Kagaya teleported Uchiha Madara back to the caverns of the Land of Waterfall, while Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido were placed on the path leading to the Dragon Cavern after their memories were erased. My power is indeed formidable. I have finally regained all my strength. Within the dragon cavern, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, speaking confidently. White Setsu. Black Setsu. Uchiha Madara called out loudly, scanning the empty cavern, perplexed by the absence of any figures. Where have they all gone? I have collected 8-tailed beasts. They should not all be absent. Rising to his feet, Uchiha Madara meticulously inspected the cave, only to find that not a single white Zetsu was present, leaving him to ponder aloud in confusion. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, dropped along the path, felt a sense of familiarity as they approached the dragon cavern. Hashirama, the Whirlpool clan must be right here. Once we find the Whirlpool clan, we will also locate Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mido said excitedly, leading Senju Hashirama into the cavern. With the Whirlpool clan's assistance, we can surely defeat Uchiha Madara and return all the tailed beasts, Senju Hashirama replied earnestly, though surprised by Uzumaki Mido's enthusiasm. Is this the dragon cavern? Why is there not a trace of life here? As they entered the dragon cavern, both Uzumaki Mido and Senju Hashirama marveled at the expansive hall adorned with countless golden lines. Uzumaki Mido attempted to utilize the chakra from the 9 tails to sense both benevolence and malevolence, meticulously searching the entire dragon cavern, but found not a single source of consciousness, leaving her to express her disappointment. It's all right, Mido. Since there are no signs of the Whirlpool clan here, let us return for now. Perhaps we can gather information about the Whirlpool clan from other sources before we continue our search. Senju Hashirama gazed down at Uzumaki Mido, disappointment etched on his face. With a gentle smile, he took her hand and offered words of comfort. Mido, do you not see these golden lines within the dragon's cave? Might they not be an evolution of our Uzumaki clan sealing techniques? Have our kin perhaps foreseen my arrival and chosen to conceal themselves? Upon hearing Hashirama's reassurances, Mido felt no joy. Rather, sorrow enveloped her as she replied, How could this be? You must trust in your clan, Mido. They would never abandon you, Hashirama said, pulling Mido tightly into his embrace, earnestly attempting to console her. Leaning against Hashirama, Mido succumbed to tears. Though she had anticipated this outcome, her heart was heavy with grief, as if she had lost something intangible. Yet, Hashirama's comfort proved somewhat effective. After a time, Mido steeled herself once more. Let us depart, Hashirama. We must return. I will certainly find our kin. Mido turned and began walking towards the cave's exit, and Hashirama, witnessing her renewed spirit, smiled as he followed closely behind. Upon returning to Konoha, Mido headed straight home, while Hashirama proceeded to the Hokage's office. Tobarama, I have returned. Has all been well in the village these past few days? Hashirama entered the office and, noticing Tobarama's weary countenance, inquired with concern. Brother, you have finally returned. Please take charge for the next 2 days. I am in dire need of rest, Tobarama replied, though perplexed by Hashirama's insistence on a 2-day stint when he had been away for 3. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his temples and weakly addressed Hashirama. Very well, you rest. Leave the matters of the village to me, with you in charge. I am assured there will be no issues, Hashirama reassured, noticing the dark circles under Tobarama's eyes. All right, brother, I understand. I shall take my leave now. Without the nourishment of wood release, Tobarama's clone required meticulous care. After 3 days of relentless work without rest, he had reached his limits and desperately needed to recuperate. He accepted Hashirama's offer to take over, swiftly employing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his laboratory, where he began his recovery, hoping to regain his strength through the chakra left behind by his brother. Chapter 102. Uchiha Madara rebukes Kurizetsu in the realm of the Dragon God. Sister, did I not previously instruct you to return to the Dragon God realm with the others? Why did you go off on your own? Lin Ye glared at his sister. Uzumaki Kimiai, scolding her gravely. I merely wished to assist you. I wanted to see what enemy could render you so serious. Kimiai pouted defiantly, responding to Lin Ye. Hashirama and Madara are mere pawns of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Their chakra derives from our ancestors, Ashura and Indra Otsutsuki, and Kagaya can possess either of them at any moment. You have just awakened the dragon body. You are no match for Kagaya. Had I not acted swiftly to push you inside and teleport you back, you could have been taken hostage. Do you comprehend this? Lin Ye, observing Kimiai's defiance, spoke sternly. I shall ignore you. Kimiai huffed, feeling wronged, and stormed off towards their family's quarters. Kai Yi, your words were excessively harsh and may wound your sister. Kimiai's cousin, Uzumaki Jime, approached Lin Ye after Kimiai had left. Jime, I acknowledge that my words were perhaps too severe. However, for the sake of my sister's safety, I must speak thus, even if it strains our sibling bond. Lin Ye replied calmly, unperturbed by Jimei's concerns. Well then, if you have made up your mind, I shall not intervene. I will go comfort her, Jimei said, shaking her head in resignation as she hurried in pursuit of Kimiai. Lin Ye, however, paid her no mind and returned home. Lord Madara, did you summon me in such haste for some urgent matter? Kurizetsu cautiously entered the cave of the Land of Waterfalls, observing Uchiha Madara seated beneath the Geto statue. As far as I am aware, there are only 9-tailed beasts. Why have you brought so many white Zetsu with you? And what of the Dragon Cave? Madara questioned sternly, his gaze piercing. My lord, I do not know. I only brought 4 or 5 white Zetsu to monitor the situation in Konoha. The rest remain in the cave. Kurizetsu trembled in response to Madara's interrogation. He harbored intense resentment towards the white Zetsu that had acted on their own accord, a testament to their creator's inferior craftsmanship. Oh, is that so? Then tell me, where is Uzumaki Mido now? Madara asked, scrutinizing Kurizetsu with suspicion. My lord, aside from searching for traces of the Uzumaki clan, she has not done anything else. Rest assured, I have kept white Zetsu trailing them, Kurizetsu replied hastily. Humph. Mido has departed Konoha. Why did you not inform me? Why merely let white Zetsu follow? Are you plotting something? Madara's voice turned cold, chakra swirling ominously around him, emanating an overwhelming pressure directed at Kurizetsu. Please, my lord, spare me. I did not wish to withhold information, but you were occupied absorbing the Ten Tails' power, and I feared this news might disturb you. I beg for your mercy. Kurizetsu whimpered, sensing Madara's rising fury. Yet, Madara maintained his menacing presence, his eyes fixated on Kurizetsu as if ready to obliterate him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kurizetsu continued to plead desperately. Enough, rise. Should there be a next time, I will annihilate you completely. Madara's gaze bore into Kurizetsu, who had been kneeling for 5 minutes, before finally retracting his oppressive aura. Thank you, my lord. I shall never defy you again. Kurizetsu exclaimed in relief, though internally he seethed with contempt towards Madara. Curse the descendants of Indra. Once I am revived, I shall extract your soul and seal it within stone, subjecting you to eternal solitude. Madara's actions provoked a deep-seated aversion within Kurizetsu. As the vortex of Uzumaki was situated within the village of Konoha, my strength has been restored to its zenith. Let us confront this Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and you shall execute our final scheme. Uchiha Madara cast a fleeting glance at Black Zetsu, swiftly rising to depart from the cavern of Ryuchi Cave. Ensnared by resentment, Black Zetsu did not dispute Madara's words, quietly trailing in his wake, following the path beyond. Why, then, can I not locate the Uzumaki clan? It should not be. The dream I had was too vivid to be mere fantasy. Within the territory of the Senju clan in Konoha, Uzumaki Mido sat pensively in her chair, her heart heavy with doubt. Previously, she had sensed the presence of the Uzumaki clan within Ryuchi Cave, not through any jutsu, but through a bond of bloodline. Yet, upon entering the cave, the absence of her kin left her perplexed. Mido, it's time for a meal. Are you still pondering the Uzumaki clan? Senju Hashirama, having substituted for 8 hours, finally restored Senju Tobarama, who returned home with excitement, eager to check on Mido's condition. However, finding her in silent contemplation caused him great concern, prompting a cautious inquiry. Hashirama, you have returned? I was reflecting on our previous venture into Ryuchi Cave. The Uzumaki clan was absent. Yet why were the summoning beasts not present either? Mido gazed earnestly at Hashirama, her tone serious as she posed her question. As the sacred realm of Ryuchi Cave, even in the clan's absence, the serpentine summoning beasts ought to be there. How could they have vanished as well? Chapter 103. The Manipulated Uchiha Madara Trouble Brews. Uchiha Madara approaches. Mido, who was deep in discussion with Hashirama about locating the Uzumaki clan, suddenly sensed a formidable malice sweeping towards them from the sky. In an instant, she grasped the gravity of the situation and, in shock, conveyed her realization to her husband. Upon hearing her words, Hashirama sprang to his feet and swiftly exited the house, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Ultimately, he spotted his old rival, Uchiha Madara, looming in the sky. Madara, what brings you back to the village? Hashirama fixed his gaze on Madara, his voice grave. Haha, Hashirama. I have gathered the other 8-tailed beasts. Only the 9 tails remains. I captured it once. Now, return it to me. Madara floated down from the heavens, calmly meeting Hashirama's gaze as he spoke. Madara, do not harbor such thoughts. I would never surrender my wife. Uzumaki Mito, to you unless you tread over my fallen body. Hashirama's fury ignited at Madara's words, his eyes glaring fiercely. Oh, Hashirama, why persist in this? You must comprehend that with 8-tailed beasts at my command, my power has far surpassed yours. Should we clash within Konoha, countless villagers would perish. Wouldn't you agree? Madara regarded Hashirama indifferently, his tone icy. Brother, you need not worry about the villagers. I shall handle them. Just as Hashirama wrestled with his predicament upon hearing Madara's words, Tobirama swiftly arrived with a cadre of elite jonin, approaching Hashirama with a smile. Tobirama, your presence is a blessing. Hashirama beamed at his brother, earnestly expressing his gratitude. Madara, let us engage in a fair battle. Hashirama fixed his gaze on Madara, activating Sage Mode as he spoke. Very well, let us see what you can do. Madara opened his Rinnegan and swiftly summoned Susanoo, charging towards Hashirama. In response, Hashirama conjured a colossal wooden figure, entwined with a wooden dragon, and directed it toward Madara's Susanoo. Though Madara's Susanoo, empowered by the Rinnegan, soared to unprecedented heights, Hashirama's wooden figure withstood Madara's colossal sword, continually siphoning chakra from Susanoo. Shinra Tensei. Within Susanoo, Madara, witnessing his creation fail to vanquish Hashirama's wooden defenses, felt no dismay. Instead, he rapidly unleashed Rinnegan techniques against Hashirama, standing atop the wooden figure. Hashirama was abruptly propelled away by Madara's Shinra Tensei. Without Hashirama's command, the wooden figure and dragon were swiftly obliterated by Madara's remaining 2 swords. Meanwhile, the village of Konoha crumbled into ruins beneath the clash of Hashirama and Madara. Hashirama, I wish not to prolong this engagement. It is time for you to resign yourself to death. After dismantling the wooden constructs, Madara approached Hashirama, his voice grave. I shall not succumb to you. Struggling to rise from the ground, Hashirama, though battered, fixed a determined glare at Madara. As he spoke, Hashirama absorbed natural energy, his once black hair gradually shifting to a vibrant hue. Boom. In the next moment, Madara unleashed the Rinnegan's power, sending Hashirama crashing back to the earth. Hashirama, relinquish your strength to me. I will forge a peaceful world. Madara stepped before Hashirama, placing his hand upon him, utilizing the power of the Preta Path to draw the Sage Chakra from Hashirama's body. Is this power truly so ordinary? After absorbing Hashirama's Sage Chakra, Hashirama fell weakly to the ground. Madara, sensing the surplus chakra within himself, reflected on Hashirama's past transgressions and contemplated revenge. At that moment, in the Pure Land, Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned upon witnessing Madara's actions. She discreetly intervened, manipulating Madara to thrust the black rods of Yin-Yang release into Hashirama's hands and legs, immobilizing him. Very well. Hashirama, this time, I shall refrain from avenging the last betrayal. Remain here and witness as I fulfill my plan. Madara walked toward Mito, addressing her with calm indifference. Mito, will you surrender the 9 tails willingly, or shall I extract it myself? Uzumaki Mito, gripped by fear yet resolute, retorted, Madara, I am well versed in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Should you wish to eliminate me, then come and try. Ha ha, Uzumaki Mito, this time. You shall find it impossible to deceive me. Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Madara smiled and gazed at her, saying, I am quite familiar with you. Uzumaki Mito, if you were truly capable of employing the Reaper Death Seal at this moment, you would undoubtedly execute this sealing technique without hesitation. Alas, it seems you have been disavowed by the Uzumaki clan, rendering you incapable of wielding such a formidable sealing art. With a mocking tone, Uchiha Madara continued to taunt Mito. What? Sister-in-law? Is what Uchiha Madara said true? Senju Tobirama, who initially intended to stand by Uzumaki Mito's side and assist her in capturing Uchiha Madara to utilize the Reaper Death Seal, was taken aback by the unexpected revelation from Madara. You are not mistaken, Uchiha Madara. However, might you grant me a moment? After I converse with Hashirama and Haiden, you may take the 9 tails, Uzumaki Mito replied calmly, lifting her head in indifference. Very well, in consideration of Hashirama, I shall concede to your request. However, I hope you will not delay, Madara responded with a serene demeanor. Tobirama, what I am about to share with you is of utmost importance. You must listen intently. Mito insisted, pulling Tobirama aside and regarding him earnestly. Sister-in-law, I promise I will fulfill your dying wish, Tobarama replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. Previously, I indeed visited the dragon cave with your brother, Senju Hashirama. Yet, the cave was devoid of life, barren and empty. Although the patterns inscribed within the cave struck me as oddly familiar, I could not ascertain their true nature. However, after much contemplation, I have come to realize that those designs are the very symbols of our Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Soon, you must rescue your brother, Senju Hashirama, and swiftly proceed to the Dragon Cave to beseech the Uzumaki clan for aid in saving this world. Only by obtaining that unknown legacy capable of harnessing natural energy can the Uzumaki clan rescue this ninja realm. Do you understand? Uzumaki Mito fixed her gaze upon her brother-in-law, speaking earnestly to Senju Tobarama. Yes, sister-in-law, I shall do as you say, Tobarama affirmed with a serious nod. Very well, I entrust this to you. You must go, Mito urged, noting the flicker of uncertainty in Tobarama's previously resolute expression. In truth, Uzumaki Mito could not be certain. However, the memory of the golden patterns within the dragon cave haunted her thoughts, leaving her restless. She could only cling to her speculations as a final lifeline, hoping that her brother-in-law, Senju Tobarama, could save this world. All right, Uchiha Madara, I am coming, Mito declared as she approached Madara, her demeanor resolute. You are indeed remarkable. Uzumaki Mito, I shall ensure your body remains intact, Madara replied, nodding in respect as he observed Mito's readiness to face her fate. Without granting Mito a chance to respond, Madara invoked the summoning technique, conjuring the outer path golem. As the golem emerged, its 9 eyes fixated upon Uzumaki Mito, filled with insatiable yearning. Madara commanded the 10 tails to produce 3 chains, which plunged directly into Mito's being, instantly binding the 9 tails within her. He swiftly extracted the beast from her, wrenching it from her body. Mito cried out in agony as the violent extraction took place. Moments later, the 9 tails was forcibly removed from her and absorbed into the 10 tails. Devoid of the 9 tails, Uzumaki Mito collapsed to the ground. Yet her Uzumaki lineage granted her an unwavering gaze directed at Senju Tobarama, silently urging him to hasten to Senju Hashirama's side and lead him to the Dragon Cave in search of a final opportunity to turn the tide. Understanding the silent plea in Mito's eyes, Tobarama nodded gravely and swiftly performed the Flying Thunder God technique, propelling himself toward the distance. Uchiha Madara observed Mito's actions without interference, perceiving Senju Tobarama as inconsequential, unworthy of concern. Lord Madara, congratulations. You have finally defeated this foe, Kagaya Black excitedly approached Madara, gazing at the now assembled outer path golem, exclaiming in exhilaration. Haha, I shall become the next sage of 6 paths, ruling over the entire ninja realm. Madara declared joyously upon hearing Black's words. Indeed, I will become the new sage of 6 paths, ushering everlasting peace to this world, he proclaimed, filled with fervor. Yet, the inhabitants of Konoha had long since fled. For even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could not vanquish Uchiha Madara. Remaining would likely result in their demise at Madara's hands. Nevertheless, Madara remained unfazed, initiating the resurrection ritual with a single hand sign, quietly contemplating the transformations within his very essence. Meanwhile, after evading Madara's attention, Senju Tobarama reached his brother, Senju Hashirama. Brother, I will free you now, he declared, rushing forward to liberate Hashirama from the 3 binding black rods that constrained him. Tobarama, do not touch those rods with your hands. They will disrupt your chakra, causing you to collapse, Hashirama warned with a serious expression as he observed Tobarama's arrival. Understood, brother. Please bear with me for a moment as I take you away, Tobarama responded with determination, nodding resolutely. Following Hashirama's counsel, Tobarama carefully used the sleeve of his clothing to attempt to extract the 3 black rods. Tobarama, have you hidden Mito? Hashirama, once freed and struggling to rise, fixed his gaze intently upon Tobarama, speaking earnestly. Brother, sister-in-law has likely perished after losing the 9 tails, Tobarama replied, lowering his head in sorrow as he faced Hashirama. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Hashirama stood frozen, unable to process the devastating news. It is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. This is all my doing. Hashirama comforted his brother softly. In that moment, Hashirama was engulfed in regret, lamenting the decision to seal the 9 tails within his wife, Uzumaki Mito. Alas, There exists no remedy for regret in this world. Brother, this is not the time for despair. We must hasten to the Dragon Cave. It is there that we may find a chance to alter the course of fate, Tobirama urged. Senju Tobirama gazed earnestly at Senju Hashirama and spoke solemnly. Very well. Let us proceed. I hope the Uzumaki clan can bring about change in the wake of all that has transpired. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama nodded seriously. With that, the two swiftly made their way toward the Dragon's Cave. It was not the time for them to linger, as the entire shinobi world was on the brink of a monumental upheaval. I never anticipated that I would become the new sage of six paths, Uchiha Madara mused, still harboring a sense of audacity. Let me see whom he intends to confront me with. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Madara's power had ascended to an astonishing level. Observing Hashirama and Tobirama rushing into the distance, he refrained from intervening, instead smiling as he spoke. Lord Madara, shall we unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi? Black Zetsu inquired cautiously, casting a glance at Madara. No, I do not wish to employ the infinite Tsukuyomi just yet. I wish to observe whom Senju Hashirama will seek out, Madara replied, casting a disdainful glance at Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, you are already the strongest in the shinobi world. No one can stand against you. We must seize the moment and secure everlasting peace for the shinobi realm, Black Zetsu urged, a hint of urgency in his tone. Enough. Black Zetsu, you are merely a fragment of my will. It is not your place to make decisions on my behalf, Madara retorted angrily. Understood, Lord Madara, Black Zetsu replied, observing the floating figure of Madara in the sky, unable to approach him, and thus spoke respectfully. That wretched Uchiha Madara, even at this juncture, still places such importance on Senju Hashirama. Let us hope nothing goes awry, Black Zetsu thought silently as he lowered his head in prayer. Dragon's Cave. At last, we have returned. Everyone, resume your training. Uzumaki Kimiai and Uzumaki Kimiko, having informed Lin Ye, returned to the Dragon's Cave with a dozen clan members, once again entering a rigorous training regimen alongside the cave's summoned beasts. Sister Kimiai, why hasn't Lin Ye come this time? Kimiko asked, observing all the clan members entering their training state, turning to Kimiai with a smile. I am uncertain. Everything was fine before, but suddenly, Lin Ye declared he would enter seclusion, and we must respect his decision. Kimiai replied with a hint of helplessness, although Lin Ye had reprimanded him last time. Kimiai bore no ill will. The day before, Lin Ye had conducted a reconnaissance of the Dragon's Cave and found it empty, prompting him to instruct Kimiai to return with the clan members for their training. After all, practicing the transformation dragon technique recklessly in the dragon god realm would rapidly deplete its essence, leading to its collapse. Only the Dragon's Cave, equipped with a foundational gathering formation, could accommodate the clan's long-term training needs. Miss, trouble is brewing. Intruders have breached the perimeter. Not long after, the now diminutive Manda rushed in, urgency evident in his voice as he addressed Kimiai. What? Intruders? How dare they trespass upon the Uzumaki clan's territory? Take me to them, Kimiai exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. But the intruder is Senju Hashirama. Can you contend with him? Manda cautioned, eyeing Kimiai's exuberance. Oof, what of Senju Hashirama? Leave him to me, Kimiai declared confidently, raising an eyebrow at Manda's timidity. Previously, Kimiai believed herself inferior to Hashirama, whereas her brother Lin Ye was adamant that one day he would surpass Hashirama. Now, with the Fire Dragon's form, Kimiai felt empowered to defeat him and emerge as a stronger individual. Stop right there. Who are you to invade the Uzumaki clan's domain? Kimiai called out as she exited the Dragon's Cave, confronting the weary Senju Hashirama at the entrance. Young lady, are you the one in charge of this place? The Uzumaki clan? Tobirama inquired, astonished by Kimiai's youthful appearance. Humph, do you look down upon me? Do you seek a beating? Kimiai retorted angrily, glaring at Tobirama. Please, young lady, do not be upset. We have urgent matters to discuss with the clan leader and elders. Kindly assist us in conveying our message, Hashirama said with a smile. Addressing Kimiai. To see the clan leader and elders? Very well, then you shall first attempt to defeat me, Kimiai challenged, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke resolutely to Hashirama. Young lady, we have pressing matters at hand. Could we postpone the duel until after we conclude our business? Hashirama replied, his expression serious as he faced the eager Kimiai. Not a chance. Unless you can defeat me, I shall not relay your message, Kimiai declared defiantly, igniting her dragon fire magic and charging toward Hashirama. Previously, she had merely been a silent observer, only to be chastised by her brother Lin Ye. Aware that Lin Ye had her best interests at heart, Kimiai channeled her pent-up frustration toward Hashirama. After all, she was not one to suffer in silence. Those who displeased her would surely face her wrath. As Hashirama observed Kimiai's approach, he sighed in exasperation and swiftly summoned Wood Release to defend himself. However, he was unprepared for the ferocity of Kimiai's flames, which reduced his wooden defenses to ashes in mere moments. Chapter 106. Kimiai vs. Hashirama. This is impossible. Tobirama exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed his brother's Wood Release succumb to Kimiai's dragon fire in less than a second. Hashirama, equally astonished, was taken aback. While his Wood Release was merely a thin layer, it was certainly not something that could be easily incinerated by a simple fire release. Kimiai's flames were indeed formidable, their power striking terror in his heart. "Young lady, how did you cultivate such remarkable fire release?" Hashirama inquired curiously, eyeing Kimiai with newfound respect. "Humph. So you wish to pry into my secrets? Not a chance. First, you must admit defeat, and then I might consider sharing," Kimiai replied. Notwithstanding her inability to harbor animosity toward Hashirama due to his words, yet, unable to quell her inner turmoil, Kimiai was determined to not let Hashirama off easily. Hashirama exchanged glances with Tobirama, both uncertain of how to persuade Kimiai to relinquish her hostility, forcing them to brace for battle against her. At the outset, Senju Hashirama did not exert much force. He merely summoned Wood Release to launch an assault on Uzumaki Kimiai. However, facing the already cultivated dragon form of Uzumaki Kimiai, his dragon flames proved to be a bane to Hashirama's Wood Release. With each breath, Hashirama's techniques were reduced to mere ashes. "Hey, Senju Hashirama, is this all the power you possess as the god of ninjas?" Uzumaki Kimiai taunted as she observed Hashirama retreating repeatedly. Hashirama noticed that his technique, the birth of the tree world, did not ensnare the enemy as it usually did to absorb chakra. Instead, it was effortlessly incinerated by a wave of Kimiai's hand, prompting him to grow serious. "Little girl, I underestimated you. But be cautious from here on," Hashirama said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Uzumaki Kimiai. With that, he immediately entered sage mode, his expression grave as he focused intently on Kimiai. Wood Release, Wood Dragon technique. He conjured a blue wooden dragon that charged directly at her. "Haha, now this is interesting. Watch my Fire Dragon's Iron Fist." Uzumaki Kimiai exclaimed with delight as she gathered the dragon power within her right hand and forcefully swung it at the massive wooden dragon. With the augmentation of natural energy, Hashirama's Wood Release held its ground longer than before, yet it could not evade Kimiai's onslaught, disintegrating into a pile of ash within seconds. Wood Release, Wood Human technique. Hashirama watched in astonishment as his wooden dragon was again reduced to ashes beneath Uzumaki Kimiai's might, yet he remained steadfast in his confidence. The sheer power Kimiai wielded was enough to easily obliterate his Wood Release. This indicated that those within the Uzumaki clan who had mastered this ability must be even more formidable. If only he could inform the Uzumaki clan of the deeds committed by Uchiha Madara, they would surely rise against him, restoring peace to the ninja world. The roar of the fire dragon. Uzumaki Kimiai inhaled deeply as she observed the massive wooden figure summoned by Hashirama, her cheeks subtly adorned with crimson dragon scales. Then, unleashing a torrent of powerful dragon flames, she directed it towards the wooden figure. Hashirama recognized the gravity of the situation. The flames possessed the capability to easily incinerate his wooden construct. Wood Release, Wood Dragon technique. Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals, and 6 wooden dragons erupted from behind the wooden figure to assist in fending off Kimiai's roaring assault. This Kimiai's sister, I truly do not know how to describe her. Alas, White Snake Sage, please hold on here for a while. I must inform cousin Lin Ye about Uzumaki Kimiai. Uzumaki Jime said earnestly to the White Snake Sage, observing Kimiai's spirited battle with Hashirama. "Miss Jime, you worry too much. Please go and notify your master. I will handle things here," the White Snake Sage replied with a gentle smile upon hearing Jime's words. One was the master's elder sister, and the other was his cousin. The White Snake dared not defy their reasonable commands, lest he be cast aside by his esteemed master. Upon receiving the White Snake Sage's encouragement, Uzumaki Jime quickly formed hand seals and returned to the Dragon God realm. "Lin Ye, Lin Ye, hurry. Hashirama has come to the dragon cave again. Kimiai's sister is battling him. Uzumaki Jime rushed into Lin Ye's abode, where he was meditating, and spoke earnestly to him. What? Lin Ye exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Jime's words. Jime's sister, quickly, let us go see. Lin Ye sprang to his feet, his tone serious as he addressed Uzumaki Jime. Sage art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. Dragon destruction technique. Divine dragon breaking cannon. When Lin Ye and Uzumaki Jime arrived outside the dragon cave, they were astonished to find Uzumaki Kimiai and Senju Hashirama engaged in a fiery confrontation. Enraged, Hashirama began to absorb the surrounding rich natural energy, unleashing his most potent sage technique, would release, to assault Uzumaki Kimiai. Under the pressure of Hashirama's true Thousand Hands, Uzumaki Kimiai drew upon all her inner dragon power, concentrating it into a spiraling sphere to enhance her dragon roar. Having attained the dragon's physique, the energy she gathered manifested not as pure red but a dark crimson hue. As the spherical attack collided with Hashirama's would release, the two forces remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch as they gradually depleted each other's strength. Lin Ye, witnessing the cataclysmic clash, rushed towards the explosive confrontation. Disperse. Utilizing his diverse attributes, Lin Ye enveloped the forces wielded by Hashirama and Uzumaki Kimiai, bellowing as their powers were instantaneously obliterated. With the threat dissipated, Lin Ye, who had been tense moments before, finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning solemnly to Uzumaki Kimiai and approaching her step by step. Chapter 107. Confrontation with Six Paths. Madara, sister, you've caused quite a ruckus again, Lin Ye stated calmly as he stood before his elder sister, Uzumaki Kimiai, regarding her with a serious expression. Xiao Yi, did you see that? I can already defeat Hashirama. Uzumaki Kimiai replied, a hint of embarrassment in her smile, her excitement palpable. Growing up with tales of Hashirama's legendary prowess, she never imagined she would one day battle him, almost triumphing. You merely succeeded because Hashirama is unfamiliar with Dragon Slayer magic. Had he known it, you would have lost just now, Lin Ye remarked, casting a glance back at Hashirama in the distance, a faint smile curling his lips as he spoke to his sister. What? Lose? Impossible, Uzumaki Kimiai exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief at Lin Ye's assertion. Indeed, you may not be aware, but our esteemed first Hokage discreetly created a shadow clone, Lin Ye revealed with a grin aimed at Uzumaki Kimiai. How can that be? How could he be so cunning? Uzumaki Kimiai gasped, astonished by Lin Ye's words. Sister, you must understand that regardless of how great Hashirama's reputation as the god of ninjas may be, he is still a ninja. Shadow clones and assassination are tactics of ninjas. You should not be surprised by this, Lin Ye replied, maintaining a steady gaze on his sister. Young friend, may I inquire how to address you? Hashirama, accompanied by Tobarama Senju, approached Lin Ye with a smile. Did we not just meet? Lin Ye turned to face Hashirama, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Ah, have we? Why do I not recall? Hashirama stood momentarily dumbfounded, awkwardly responding to Lin Ye. Oh, is that so? Let us consider it as though we have never met. Lin Ye gazed intently at Senju Hashirama, observing him closely for a while, and discerned that he bore no deceit in his expression. With a smile, he addressed Senju Hashirama. My young friend, I previously remarked upon the formidable power of your Uzumaki clan. I now find myself in urgent need of your assistance. Could you kindly summon your clan leader? Senju Tobarama, standing nearby, regarded Lin Ye with a serious expression and spoke in a deep tone. There is no need for alarm. Second Hokage, I am already aware of your intentions. Lin Ye, observing the grave demeanor of Senju Tobarama, replied calmly, Young one, what I wish to discuss is of utmost importance. I must see your clan leader immediately. Senju Tobarama perceived Lin Ye as a mere reflection of his elder brother, Hashirama. Despite possessing great strength, he was still but a child, and Tobarama was reluctant to engage in further conversation. No, has not the person you need to confront already arrived? Lin Ye smiled at Tobarama, sensing the distant chakra of Uchiha Madara, and remarked, How unfortunate. How did Uchiha Madara manage to catch up so quickly? Tobarama, witnessing Madara approaching from the sky, expressed his irritation. Damn it, Madara. I cannot believe your strength has diminished to such a degree that you cannot even defeat a mere girl. Uchiha Madara descended from the heavens, casting Black Zetsu aside, and smiled at Hashirama, taunting him. Madara, Your reckless behavior will yield dire consequences. I advise you to abandon your plans at once. Hashirama stepped forward with a grave expression. Youngster, our last battle did not showcase my full potential. Shall we engage once more? Madara, casting a scornful glance at Hashirama, turned his attention to Lin Ye, deriding him. Very well, I am eager to see if a sage-level individual can contend with me. Lin Ye regarded Madara with a faint smile, nodding slightly as he responded. I am indeed curious to see how this confrontation will unfold. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Madara's eyes narrowed as he swiftly hurled a truth-seeking ball towards him. Lin Ye, with a slight smile, activated his dragon mode, extending his hand towards the incoming truth-seeking ball. Madara scoffed at Lin Ye's audacity to attempt to catch the truth-seeking ball, seemingly anticipating Lin Ye's hand to be pierced. However, much to his surprise, Lin Ye easily grasped the truth-seeking ball in his palm once it reached him. Is this the truth-seeking ball? It seems rather unremarkable, Lin Ye mused, lifting it to his mouth and biting down hard. As he chewed, a substantial piece of the truth-seeking ball was consumed, and he swallowed it with satisfaction. Delightful indeed. It has a delightful crunch, he declared, eliciting astonished expressions from those around him. You actually ate the truth-seeking ball, Madara exclaimed in disbelief, stammering as he confronted Lin Ye. What is so extraordinary about it? It's round and edible, Lin Ye retorted, mocking Madara. No, it cannot be. You must have employed some genjutsu. Madara shook his head vigorously, bewildered by Lin Ye's actions. If you choose not to believe, then so be it. Why slander me? When has the Uzumaki clan ever resorted to genjutsu? Lin Ye taunted with a smile. Sage art. Release thunder technique. Madara, infuriated, unleashed a potent ninjutsu against Lin Ye. Yet, Lin Ye merely smiled at the approaching attack and met it head-on, utilizing his dragon power to bind Madara's release thunder technique tightly, and then devouring it into himself. Quite pleasant indeed. This sensation is even more delightful than my previous endeavors, Lin Ye chuckled, addressing Madara after consuming his power. No, this is impossible. No one's strength can surpass that of the Sage of Six Paths. This must be an illusion, Madara protested, fear evident in his eyes. Chapter 108. The Resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Enough. You place too much faith in certain things. It seems the opponent that old man prepared for me is not you, Lin Ye remarked, observing the terror on Madara's face with a furrowed brow. Initially, Lin Ye believed that after Madara became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Kaguya Otsutsuki would assist him in mastering the powerful sage-level bloodline, enabling him to contend with Lin Ye. However, it now appeared futile, leading Lin Ye to glance helplessly at Black Zetsu. Upon catching Lin Ye's gaze, Black Zetsu trembled slightly and hastily moved towards Madara. Although he was uncertain why Lin Ye was looking at him, his primary concern was to resurrect his mother. Otherwise, he would struggle to face Lin Ye. Little brat, you should cease your arrogance, Madara shouted furiously at Lin Ye. Following this, Madara, filled with wrath, attempted to summon the shadow of the Limbo Border Jail to launch an attack against Lin Ye. Roar of the Divine Dragon. Lin Ye inhaled deeply as he observed the approaching shadow, unleashing a powerful roar that struck the shadows with tremendous force. Before the shadows could react, the omnipotent roar of the Divine Dragon obliterated them, simultaneously directing its attack towards Madara. You scoundrel! I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat you. Madara, infuriated by Lin Ye's effortless dismantling of his ocular technique, released the Ten Tails from within him, preparing to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Lin Ye, witnessing Madara's actions, did not intervene. During this time, Kaguya Otsutsuki had employed every underhanded tactic against the Uzumaki clan. Yet, she had never once appeared before Lin Ye, making it impossible for him to find a way to destroy her. Uncertain of whether his strength could eliminate Kaguya, Lin Ye resolved to at least attempt to probe her trump cards, hoping to facilitate his future confrontations with her. Madara, noticing Lin Ye's inaction as he proceeded with his plan, briefly felt a sense of calm. However, realizing Lin Ye was merely observing his actions without interference, he became enraged once more. Infinite Tsukuyomi. With Lin Ye's tacit approval, Madara successfully fused with the Ten Tails, activating his Rinnegan and releasing the infinite Tsukuyomi into the sky. Become a captive under the infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara exclaimed joyfully, directing his excitement towards Lin Ye. In response to Madara's invocation of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Lin Ye merely waved his hand nonchalantly. The dragon power within him manifested as a barrier, enveloping Uzumaki Chikame, Uzumaki Jime, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and the entire space of the dragon cave, blocking the illumination of the infinite Tsukuyami from penetrating. No, it cannot be. How can you remain conscious beneath the infinite Tsukuyami? Uchiha Madara approached the location of Lin Ye, eager to witness Lin Ye losing his sanity while suspended from the divine tree. To his astonishment, he discovered a golden barrier before Lin Ye, within which Lin Ye and his companions were inexplicably free from the hypnosis of the infinite Tsukuyami. Madara exclaimed in surprise, "You must consider, I possess the ability to devour the god tree's fruit. How could your 6 paths level infinite Tsukuyami possibly withstand it?" Lin Ye withdrew the barrier before him, chuckling as he regarded Uchiha Madara, and solemnly declared, "Indeed, I am now connected to all the beings of this world. Endowed with nearly limitless chakra, I am confident that under my relentless assault, you will not endure." Madara glared at Lin Ye with resentment and sternly replied, "No. The one who shall battle me is not you. You are merely a pawn." Lin Ye gazed at Madara and the approaching Kaguya, responding gravely, "Pawn? How could I possibly be a mere pawn?" Madara, infuriated by Lin Ye's conviction, retorted, "Ah?" But before he could finish his sentence, Kaguya's arm pierced through Madara's body, leaving him in a state of shock. "Madara, he is not lying. You are indeed a pawn," Kaguya mocked, addressing him with a cold tone. "No, this cannot be," Madara gasped weakly, staring in disbelief at Kaguya. "I am not merely your will. The will I embody is that of the chakra progenitor, Kaguya Otsutsuki," Kaguya stated, as she diligently worked to liberate her consciousness from the moon. "Black Zetsu, you will regret this," Madara warned. Meanwhile, following Kaguya's attack, the memories that had been erased by Kaguya Otsutsuki astonishingly resurfaced in Madara's mind. He regarded Kaguya with a serious expression, asserting, "No, I will not regret it. I have awaited this day for a millennium, for the sake of my mother." Kaguya, calm and unwavering, responded, "I will not regret it either. For my mother, I have awaited this day for a millennium." As she spoke, chakra from across the ninja world surged into Madara's body. In the next moment, Madara's form exploded, revealing a woman with long white hair in the space where he once stood. "Who are you? Why are you in my garden?" Kaguya Otsutsuki regained consciousness, gazing coldly at Lin Ye. "Who I am is of no concern to you," Lin Ye replied with an icy smile as he transported Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, his sister, and all members of the Dragon Cave into the Dragon God realm, fixing a serious gaze upon Kaguya. "This world is my garden. You do not belong here. Depart at once." Sensing the immense power within Lin Ye, Kaguya's demeanor remained composed, though she acknowledged its astonishing nature. "Your garden? Perhaps you should first defeat your dutiful son," Lin Ye taunted Kaguya. Kaguya, incensed by Lin Ye's words, retorted, "My affairs are none of your concern. Leave my garden immediately." Her anger flared as she activated her Byakugan, locking her gaze onto Lin Ye, her expression threatening. "Mother, be cautious. This individual is exceedingly peculiar." Black Zetsu, concealed within Kaguya's sleeve, cautiously revealed a glimpse of his dark visage, warning her earnestly. "Understood. Withdraw," Kaguya commanded, casting a cold glance at Black Zetsu. She recognized the formidable energy emanating from Lin Ye and resolved to proceed with caution. 10,000 God's blessing. Kaguya, feeling an overwhelming fear from Lin Ye's composed demeanor, invoked her technique, instantly transporting both herself and Lin Ye into a molten space. "Ah, so this is the realm within the 10,000 God's blessing," Lin Ye mused, observing the surroundings with intrigue. He was curious whether the space existed within Kaguya Otsutsuki or was a creation from the outside world. Consequently, Lin Ye swiftly activated his dragon eye, attempting to survey the entire molten space. "You lack chakra, yet you float effortlessly?" Kaguya stared in astonishment as Lin Ye hovered in the air with ease, her expression darkening. 80 God's airstrike. Realizing her usual techniques would be ineffective against Lin Ye, she grit her teeth and launched her attack. Divine Dragon Destruction Fist. Lin Ye retaliated as Kaguya initiated her assault, shifting into Dragon Annihilation mode to counter her. Kaguya's 80 shadowy fists were obliterated in an instant beneath Lin Ye's destructive blow. This will not suffice. The airstrike cannot harm him, Kaguya thought, summoning a gray bone from her hand. Simultaneously, she activated the Underworld's path, preparing to ambush Lin Ye. Is this the gray bone of mutual slaughter? Such potent decay. Lin Ye exclaimed, recognizing the foul aura emanating from Kagaya's palm. Divine Dragon Rebirth Orb. Lin Ye, refusing to grant Kagaya any opportunity to react, swiftly launched his offensive, aiming to annihilate her. However, Kagaya, anticipating his movement, quickly fired the gray bone while dodging to the side. Nevertheless, Lin Ye denied her any chance to regroup. Harnessing the power of the dragon within, he rapidly pursued Kagaya. Noticing Lin Ye gaining on her, Kagaya hastily evaded, summoning another gray bone from her palm to launch at him. However, with the perceptive abilities granted by the Kagura's heart, Lin Ye effortlessly evaded Kagaya's attacks. Inching closer to her, I cannot afford to wait any longer. I must change the space. Kagaya panicked as Lin Ye closed the distance, invoking the 10,000 gods' blessing to transport them into the ice space. Once inside the ice space, Kagaya rapidly executed natural fusion, merging with the solid ice to evade Lin Ye's pursuit. Kagaya, you cannot escape. It is best for you to surrender, Lin Ye declared, halting as he taunted Kagaya encased in ice. However, Kagaya ignored Lin Ye's provocation, remaining still as she recuperated her strength. Observing her silence, Lin Ye furrowed his brow and inhaled deeply. Roar of the Flame Dragon King. Lin Ye unleashed the roar, intent on driving Kagaya from her icy refuge. Faced with Lin Ye's onslaught, Kagaya Otsutsuki initially intended to mock him. However, she was astonished to see the solid ice within the frozen realm gradually melting under the heat of Lin Ye's flames, drawing dangerously close to her. Terrified, Kagaya had no choice but to flee deeper into the icy depths. To her utter disbelief, the dragon fire wielded by Lin Ye was far more potent than that of the Uzumaki clan, effortlessly melting a 50-meter radius of ice and creating a small puddle. Who on earth is this person? Is there a clan more formidable than the Otsutsuki? Kagaya gazed in shock at the area Lin Ye had scorched, exclaiming in astonishment, Mother, this individual is a native of the shinobi world. He is a descendant of Ashura, not of any other clan. The black entity hidden within Kagaya's sleeve, Kagaya's black Zetsu, also regarded the unfolding scene with surprise, gravely informing Kagaya. Then how is he capable of unleashing such a formidable attack? Even among the Otsutsuki, only the legendary Otsutsuki god could achieve such feats. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words and observing the traces of Lin Ye's assault, Kagaya trembled as she spoke to Black Zetsu. Mother, I do not know. Black Zetsu, shaken by Kagaya's inquiry, responded with a quivering voice. However, Mother, should we attempt to return to the origin sphere and employ the most potent expanding truth-seeking orb against him? After contemplating, Black Zetsu cautiously suggested to Kagaya. It seems we have no other recourse. I can only hope this method proves effective against him. Kagaya mused inwardly, having already attempted to confront Lin Ye without success, placing her last hope in the expanding truth-seeking orb. Otherwise, she truly had no means to mount an offense against Lin Ye. In the realm of the heavens, as Kagaya observed Lin Ye charging towards her once again, she hurriedly activated the heavenly realm, transporting both herself and Lin Ye back to the origin sphere. Utilizing the spatial transfer capabilities of the heavenly realm, Kagaya created distance between herself and Lin Ye, gazing at him with a serious demeanor. You must vacate my domain at once. Perhaps then I might spare you. Upon entering the origin sphere, Kagaya felt an incessant surge of chakra gathering within her. Solemnly addressing Lin Ye, I have no need for your mercy. You should simply accept your defeat. Lin Ye regarded the origin sphere with a mocking tone directed at Kagaya. Chapter 110. Devouring Kagaya Otsutsuki. Damn it. The expanding, truth-seeking orb. Kagaya's fury ignited upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Swiftly, she unleashed her most formidable attack, the expanding, truth-seeking orb, aiming to vanquish Lin Ye in one fell swoop. Lin Ye, however, merely observed Kagaya with indifference, showing no inclination to retaliate. In fact, he felt a sense of anticipation, as Kagaya's actions seemed to be a boon to him. What could Black Zetsu be thinking from the shadows? Yet, Lin Ye's inaction led Kagaya to misinterpret his composure as a sign of helplessness. Bold mortal, how dare you lay hands on me? Kagaya exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Lin Ye with a triumphant smile. Is this your final assault, Kagaya? Lin Ye responded calmly, fixing his gaze on her. Mortal, do you wish to surrender? Kagaya taunted Lin Ye. No, I merely wish to inquire if this is indeed your ultimate attack. Lin Ye smiled at Kagaya, speaking with a steady voice. What is that gesture? Do you truly believe you can consume these expanding truth-seeking orbs? Kagaya observed Lin Ye as he licked his lips in anticipation of her attack, frowning as she spoke loudly. Mother, retract the expanding truth-seeking orb immediately. It is perilous. Black Zetsu, realizing the gravity of the situation, urgently warned Kagaya. However, his warning came too late. Lin Ye utilized his dragon power to envelop the colossal expanding truth-seeking orb entirely, employing his devouring ability to voraciously consume the chakra contained within it. What is this ability? You can devour Yin-Yang release. This is impossible, Kagaya exclaimed, witnessing Lin Ye's actions and Black Zetsu's alarm. She hastily attempted to retrieve the expanding truth-seeking orb, only to be stunned to find that she had lost her connection to it, helplessly watching as Lin Ye continued to consume it without any sign of relinquishing his hold. Panic-stricken, she stared at Lin Ye. Yet, Lin Ye did not afford Kagaya a moment to react. Empowered by the dragon orb, he swallowed a 10-meter diameter expanding truth-seeking orb whole. It is worth noting that the expanding truth-seeking orb possesses the innate ability to absorb natural energy and chakra, thereby expanding. Typically, it devours other entities, yet this time, it was Lin Ye who consumed it. Mother, flee. That creature is pursuing. Black Zetsu shouted in alarm as Lin Ye devoured the expanding truth-seeking orb. Meanwhile, Kagaya remained entranced by her earlier terror, failing to react until Black Zetsu urged her to escape. Ha ha ha, Kagaya Otsutsuki, where do you think you're going? Lin Ye seized Kagaya with his dragon power, swiftly pressing a hand against her, voraciously absorbing the chakra she possessed. He treated Kagaya as an energy source, continuously drawing from her. Release me. Let me go. Die. Die. Kagaya felt her power draining away, horrified as she witnessed Lin Ye unleash a torrent of destructive energy, intent on attacking him. However, Lin Ye utilized the dragon orb to ensnare Kagaya, relentlessly siphoning her chakra, aiming to drain her completely. As Lin Ye continued this process, Kagaya's resistance waned, becoming increasingly feeble. In the external realm, all the humans suspended by the divine tree within the shinobi world found their chakra being drawn towards the origin sphere. As Lin Ye absorbed Kagaya's chakra, initially, these individuals were left weak and drained. Kagaya's daughter, Kagaya Yui, observed these humans with unwavering attention, confident that her mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, would prevail. Even if unable to defeat Lin Ye, her mother's immortal constitution could outlast him. After all, Lin Ye was merely a mortal, a trivial opponent compared to her godlike mother. However, as time passed, Kagaya Yui began to sense something amiss. The divine tree was absorbing chakra from the shinobi world at an alarming rate. Some weaker individuals had completely lost their chakra. This is troubling. Something is amiss. Kagaya Yui gasped at the unfolding changes and swiftly appeared in the shinobi world. Drawing upon her identity as the progenitor of chakra, she sought to summon the past Hokage in hopes of entering the heavenly realm to ascertain the situation between her mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Lin Ye. However, at the moment when Otsutsuki Kagaya was summoning, she was astonished to discover that, no matter how hard she tried, she could not bring forth Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. In desperation, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had no choice but to summon Hashirama's father, Utsuma Senju, and Uchiha Madara's father, Taijima Uchiha, to take their places. She set up her formidable summoning technique and entered the realm of the divine. Upon entering this realm, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was taken aback to find her own mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, bound by Lin Ye, continuously devouring Kagaya's chakra, leaving her powerless to resist, as if resigned to her fate. This scene caused Otsutsuki Kinshiki to break into a cold sweat, rushing towards her mother, as she had hoped to acquire her mother's immortal abilities. If Lin Ye continued to drain her mother's power, Kagaya's strength could very well be consumed entirely. Stop! Immediately cease this. Otsutsuki Kinshiki charged towards Lin Ye, her eyes swiftly flashing with the Rinnegan, preparing to launch an attack. However, Lin Ye paid her no heed and increased his absorption speed. Ultimately, just before Otsutsuki Kinshiki reached her mother, Lin Ye had absorbed the majority of Kagaya's power. The most evident sign was the gradual closing of the Rinne Sharingan on Kagaya's forehead. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, you finally appeared, Lin Ye said slowly, lifting his head as he drew Kagaya into his Dragon Pearl Dragon God realm, casting a disdainful glance at Kinshiki. Chapter 111. Otsutsuki Kinshiki takes action. Damn remnants of the Uzumaki clan, perish. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, enraged by Lin Ye's words, glared fiercely at him, speaking in a low voice. Ha ha ha, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. You are hardly in a better position, Lin Ye mocked with a smirk. Kinshiki, infuriated by Lin Ye's taunt, charged directly at him. However, Lin Ye remained unfazed, smiling as he engaged in battle with her effortlessly. Kinshiki clearly had mastered the toad techniques of Miyaboka Mountain, each move accompanied by powerful shockwaves. Nevertheless, her attacks paled in comparison to the dragon power that Lin Ye wielded. Shinra Tensei, realizing that her martial prowess held no chance against Lin Ye, Otsutsuki Kinshiki seized an opportunity to unleash Shinra Tensei, pushing Lin Ye back. Lin Ye felt the force of her technique and gently pressed his own power against her Shinra Tensei, swiftly retreating. Ha ha ha, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. You don't seem so formidable after all, Lin Ye said with a smile. You rebellious one. Your powers are definitely not those of this world's deities. Like my mother. You are an outsider. Otsutsuki Kinshiki stared intently at Lin Ye, speaking gravely. Oh really? How do you know that this dragon power is not meant to exist in this world? Lin Ye responded with a smile, mocking her. In truth, Lin Ye was well aware that the dragon power he cultivated was not exclusive to this world. He merely sought to provoke Otsutsuki Kinshiki. He understood that his strength surpassed chakra, which could never reach the level of evolution. You, an outsider, shall perish. Kinshiki was instantly enraged by Lin Ye's words, rushing towards him as if driven by a deep-seated grudge. Hand over Hashirama Senju, and I will forego this battle, allowing you to rule the ninja world for a time. After a grueling exchange of hundreds of rounds, Kinshiki, gasping for breath, spoke to Lin Ye. Ha, are you still half asleep, Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Lin Ye, having anticipated Kinshiki's revival of Hashirama Senju, was well aware that she intended to prepare for the strongest sealing technique, the 6 paths, planetary devastation. Thus, she sought to either destroy Hashirama and Tobirama or recruit them into her ranks. Otherwise, with Tobirama's flying thunder god technique combined with Kinshiki and Hashirama, she could turn the tides against him. Therefore, after securing Hashirama and Tobirama in the dragon god realm, he promptly had his sister, Uzumaki Kiyomi, impart the training methods for dragon power to them, eradicating the chakra within them, particularly Azura's chakra, in Hashirama. Without these two, Otsutsuki Kinshiki would struggle to find a suitable successor to wield the yang power alongside her in executing the 6 paths, planetary devastation. She could only watch as Lin Ye continuously launched attacks against her. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, it seems you have exhausted your repertoire, lacking any new techniques? Lin Ye taunted after once again sending Kinshiki flying back. Do not be arrogant, Uzumaki Lin Ye. Just wait, I will surely defeat you. Kinshiki, panting, raised her head to glare at Lin Ye. With your current strength, it is utterly impossible for you to defeat me, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Lin Ye said flatly. Humph. That remains to be seen. While I may not be able to vanquish you, you shall not triumph over me either, Kinshiki retorted dismissively. Oh, is that so? Then do keep your eyes peeled, Lin Ye responded with a slight smile, simultaneously amplifying his dragon slayer magic. In an instant, he transformed from human form into that of a dragon. Dragon slayer art, Crimson Lotus Phoenix Blade. Mimicking the movements of Natsu, the dragon slayer of fire, Lin Ye unleashed a powerful flame blade towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Seeing the incoming assault, Kinshiki promptly manifested 3 truth-seeking balls, forming a shield to defend against Lin Ye's attack, barely withstanding the force. Ha ha ha, that won't do at all, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Lin Ye laughed, observing the soot-stained visage of Kinshiki. You shall pay for this, Uzumaki Lin Ye. 6 paths, heavenly severance. Kinshiki summoned 3 truth-seeking balls, transforming them into a long sword that she swung fiercely at Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye, already prepared, disregarded the massive blade and charged directly at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Kinshiki initially believed Lin Ye would attempt to block the colossal sword, but to her shock, he surged towards her, forcing her to hastily retreat. Yet, the massive sword, now devoid of Kinshiki's control, continued its slow descent towards the ground. Lin Ye gazed upon the colossal sword, a smile of delight gracing his features as he swiftly approached the formidable blade, sinking his teeth into its 40-meter length. In less than 15 seconds, Lin Ye voraciously devoured the massive sword until only a 2-meter divine blade remained. Damn you! Is the Rinnegan truly inferior to the power you have cultivated? Otsutsuki Kagaya stared in astonishment at Lin Ye, who was charging towards them with wild ferocity. "Farewell, mother. I will find a way to rescue you," she murmured in Lin Ye's direction before hastily utilizing her connection with the Pure Land to escape the initial realm. Preparing to regroup and rise again after a period of recuperation, Lin Ye, having circled around, realized that Otsutsuki Kagaya had indeed vanished. Chapter 112. Reclaiming Otsutsuki Kagaya. Humph. That old rascal is indeed cunning. Having swiftly arranged his retreat and disappeared, Lin Ye scoffed after searching repeatedly and confirming Kagaya's absence. With a resigned sigh, he returned to the Dragon God Realm. Ha ha ha. Tobarama, behold the roar of my wood dragon. In the Dragon God Realm, Hashirama Senju fixated on his brother Tobarama Senju, unleashing the wood dragon destruction technique he had just mastered in an attack directed at Tobarama. Vortex Lin Ye, how are things? Did you manage to confront Madara? Tobarama Senju gasped in surprise as Lin Ye appeared suddenly, quickly rushing to his side and inquiring earnestly. Hee, not only did I defeat Uchiha Madara, but I also vanquished Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Yui. Lin Ye chuckled, addressing both Hashirama and Tobarama with a grin. What? You triumphed over the Sage of Six Paths? How did you come to battle him? Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Ye's revelation. Humph, what's so remarkable about that? He is merely Kagaya's son, with abilities that pale in comparison to those of his son, Otsutsuki Indra. Lin Ye retorted with a mocking smile directed at Hashirama. Hashirama, taken aback by Lin Ye's words, gazed at him in curiosity, unsure of how to respond. Though I may not fully grasp your words, I sincerely hope you do not act too rashly, Hashirama advised gravely. Enough already, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Follow me, Lin Ye replied, shaking his head in resignation and swiftly moving to the side. Within the Dragon God Realm's celestial domain, Lin Ye approached Otsutsuki Kagaya, who sat regally, and spoke softly and sincerely. You may do as you wish. I will not resist. When did I ever say I intended to kill you? Please, do not overthink it, Lin Ye countered, observing Kagaya's frosty demeanor, a wicked amusement surfacing within him. However, Kagaya remained unmoved, silently awaiting Lin Ye's next move. Very well. I possess a dragon seed intended for my grandfather, though sadly, he can no longer utilize it. I will entrust it to you, Lin Ye said, seeing Kagaya's lack of resistance. He swiftly approached her, placing his hand upon her, and implanted the dragon seed he had left behind within her. Wait, your body still belongs to Uchiha Madara, Lin Ye remarked, lifting his gaze to Kagaya. Indeed, this body is not mine. It was merely the one chosen by Black Zetsu, Kagaya replied. Lin Ye, please spare my mother. Black Zetsu unexpectedly emerged from Kagaya, kneeling before Lin Ye and pleading earnestly. All right, rise. I shall spare you, Lin Ye said, withdrawing his hand from Kagaya and regarding her with a serious expression. Thank you so much, Black Zetsu exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Kagaya felt the dragon seed within her, consuming her chakra and transforming it into dragon power. Gazing at Lin Ye in shock and disbelief. Who exactly are you? No member of the Otsutsuki clan possesses such formidable power. Kagaya scrutinized Lin Ye intently. As for me, I am a descendant of dragons, a scion of Yin and Huang, Lin Ye replied with a slight smile. Although Kagaya did not fully comprehend his words, she nodded gently. Replying earnestly, Lin Ye observed her response with a resigned shake of his head before rising to exit. Come along, he beckoned, opening the gate to the celestial realm and leading Kagaya, along with Hashirama and Tobarama, back to the dwelling of the Vortex clan. After informing his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, of the arrangements for hosting Hashirama, Tobarama, and Kagaya, Lin Ye returned to his home. In the Dragon God Realm, every life and every stone lay under the watchful gaze of the world's core. Utilizing the core of the Dragon God Realm, Lin Ye meticulously analyzed Kagaya's body, searching for any trace of the Rinnegan's laws, which he then integrated into the underworld. He also replicated Kagaya's abilities, the Heavenly Sovereign and the Path of Hades. The space opened by Kagaya's Heavenly Sovereign did not reside within her body, but was a unique realm within the ninja world, connected to her Rinnegan. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Lin Ye assigned simple tasks to his sister, Vortex Chime, and cousin, Vortex Jume, instructing them to lead the clan members in groups to the Dragon Cave for training while monitoring changes in the ninja world. He allowed Hashirama and Tobarama to depart from the Fire Cloud Cave to live in the human realm, as Hashirama, fully transformed by dragon power, could no longer recover his chakra from Otsutsuki Ashura. Otsutsuki Yui would find it challenging to select a new companion for the Six Paths Earth Explosion technique in the short term. Mayaboku Mountain. Frogmaru, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. After escaping from the Heavenly Sovereign, Otsutsuki Yui, having basked in tranquility for a while, anxiously approached Mayaboku Mountain. Speaking in a low tone to Frogmaru. Yui, tell me what you need. I shall assist you to the best of my ability, Frogmaru replied, slowly opening his eyes to meet the somber expression of Yui. Excellent. Frogmaru, I knew you would help me. May I borrow the artifact of fate you possess in Mayaboku Mountain? Yui eagerly asked. Chapter 113. The Artifact of Fate. The Artifact of Fate, Yui. You should understand that it is the most vital possession of Mayaboku Mountain. It surpasses even my own life, Frogmaru cautioned. Upon hearing the words of Otsutsuki Yui, the expression of Gamamaru instantly turned serious. He gazed intently at her and solemnly declared, it is important to note that the god of fate was once the most powerful among all deities. Although he may not have been markedly different from the others, the beings yearning for a better future hold the god of fate in profound reverence, bestowing upon him a vast amount of faith. This has rendered him a remarkable entity among the pantheon of gods. Rest assured, Gamamaru, grant me a little time. As long as I can identify the flaws in Uzumaki Lin Ye using the Tome of Fate, I will surely return it to you. You need not worry. Moreover, you are aware that my ultimate goal lies in acquiring the immortal power of my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The artifacts possessed by our homeland necessitate the continuous fulfillment of divine duties to empower the faithful, which is not what I seek. Otsutsuki Yui assured Gamamaru with unwavering determination. Very well. With your assurance, I can entrust you with the Tome of Fate, Gamamaru replied, nodding earnestly after contemplating her words. Even when utilizing the Tome of Fate, he had to enter a dream state, cautiously examining it, as a single misstep could lead to dire repercussions. While his life might not be lost, the price would still be considerable. After uttering these words, Gamamaru opened his mouth, from which emerged a mirror intricately woven from bronze, silver, and gold, flying forth. Thank you. Gamamaru, Otsutsuki Yui said, her face lighting up with joy as she grasped the Tome of Fate, smiling at him before swiftly returning to the Pure Land. Alas, I hope this decision is not misguided. After all, the Tome of Fate has yet to reveal any indication of my error, Gamamaru mused, shaking his head slightly as he closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Years of habit cultivated by his use of the Tome of Fate enabled him to slip into dreams effortlessly, absorbing natural energy during his sleep. In the Pure Land, Otsutsuki Yui cautiously connected her soul with the Tome of Fate, searching through countless possible futures for a chance to defeat Lin Ye. No, still nothing, she muttered in frustration, repeatedly attempting to locate Lin Ye's future, yet failing each time. Damn it, what is going on? Why can't I find any information about Lin Ye across these parallel timelines? Slowly opening her eyes, she reflected on the visions she had just witnessed, none of which pertained to Lin Ye. Instead, they depicted the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, with all plans unfolding according to his design in parallel realities. I cannot afford to give up. If I do not intensify my efforts, that accursed individual will inevitably pursue me again, she resolved, gritting her teeth and summoning ancient souls, consuming them despite their resistance. With the infusion of powerful souls from the ninja world, she replenished her energy expended from prolonged use of the Tome of Fate, reigniting her search for a means to counter Lin Ye. Damn it, why is there not a single clue about this Lin Ye? Otsutsuki Yui lamented, repeatedly utilizing the Tome of Fate to trace Lin Ye's fate, yet finding nothing. In many timelines, the Uzumaki clan did not even recognize Lin Ye's existence. This predicament plunged her into deep distress. Since I cannot find anyone or any opportunity to contend with Uzumaki Lin Ye, I shall create one myself, she contemplated, recalling information about members of the Otsutsuki clan. Resolutely, she declared, with Ashura no longer reincarnating, I can attempt to have Lin Ye eliminate these members of the Otsutsuki clan, thereby securing dominion over the entire ninja world. A chilling smile crept across her face as she reflected on the Otsutsuki clan's lineage, muttering to herself, in the realm of Dragon God, truly, Otsutsuki Kagaya possesses formidable power. Lin Ye gradually opened his eyes, sensing the changes occurring throughout the Dragon God realm. A smile gracing his lips. After a month of thorough analysis, he had fully comprehended Otsutsuki Kagaya's abilities and integrated her dimension, the Tenjin S space, into the Dragon God realm. Although not entirely fused with the Dragon God realm from the Dragon Ball universe, several spaces within the Tenjin now served as subordinates to the Dragon God realm. Now, Lin Ye could effortlessly access the powers of the Tenjin without relying on Otsutsuki Kagaya, allowing him to transport anyone into those spaces at will. Furthermore, with the addition of the Tenjin spaces, the Dragon God realm expanded significantly, its area now rivaling that of the Ninja World's continent. Focusing initially on the power of Kagaya's Rinnegan, Lin Ye adeptly uncovered the technique of resurrection inherent to the Rinnegan. However, what astonished him most was the 10 tails within Kagaya, which served as a conduit for harvesting life energy and unique biological weaponry from living planets. Within the core of the Dragon God realm, this analysis birthed a trace of the grand principle of the cosmic tree, though it was merely of a lower tier. Its incorporation into the core of the Dragon God realm fortified its structure, transforming its originally cylindrical core into a magnificent tree resembling the mythic cosmic tree. This tree could absorb spiritual energy, perpetually evolving and accelerating the growth of the Dragon God realm. With such remarkable gains, Lin Ye excitedly concluded his retreat and set out to find his cousin, Uzumaki Jime. Chapter 114. The Resurrection of Uzumaki Chingfeng, leaving his home. Lin Ye sensed that Uzumaki Jime was not present in the Dragon God realm and promptly made his way to Uzumaki Luho's residence. Grandpa Luho, are you training? Lin Ye entered the home, finding Uzumaki Luho practicing his dragon power, and greeted him with a smile. Ah, indeed. Little Yi, your dragon power is formidable. Ever since I began training in it, my body has felt considerably lighter. Uzumaki Luho chuckled in response. By the way, Grandpa Luho, did Jime go to the Dragon Cavern? Lin Ye inquired as he settled beside Uzumaki Luho. Yes, they brought many people this time. Uzumaki Luho confirmed with a nod and a smile. I see. Then please wait by Uncle Chingfeng's grave. I will fetch Jime, Lin Ye replied cheerfully. Little Yi, can you tell Grandpa what you plan to do? Uzumaki Luho asked, suddenly pausing in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously pressed Lin Ye for details. Rest assured, Grandpa Luho, it is something good, Lin Ye assured him. Lin Ye observed the cautious demeanor of Uzumaki Luho and smiled as he spoke to him. Oh, is that so? Very well, I understand. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Uzumaki Luho nodded serenely and replied, All right then, I will go find Sister Jime. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory account. Lin Ye regarded Uzumaki Luho and softly said, Take care. With that, he made no further delay and swiftly departed from the Dragon God realm. Within the Dragon Cave, as Lin Ye arrived, he beheld numerous clan members diligently practicing their cultivation. Master, you have arrived. The White Snake Immortal, sensing Lin Ye's presence, was the first to approach, cautiously inquiring. White Snake, your progress in cultivation is quite impressive, Lin Ye remarked, surprised by the White Snake Immortal's rapid advancement. It is all thanks to you, Master. Without your guidance, I would still be merely a snake, the White Snake replied, grinning as he noted the prominent dragon horn atop Lin Ye's head. Very well. You should continue your cultivation. I have matters to attend to within the clan, Lin Ye said, nodding to the White Snake before making his way to Uzumaki Jime. At that moment, Uzumaki Jime had fully manifested her dragon form and was diligently honing her strength. Lin Ye gently stirred the surrounding natural energy, extricating Uzumaki Jime from her meditative state. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? My sister was unable to cultivate just now. Are you meddling? Uzumaki Jime opened her eyes and, noticing Lin Ye beside her, expressed her displeasure. Sister Jime, come along. I have a surprise for you. Lin Ye replied with a slight smile. Xiao Yi, you have emerged from seclusion. What surprise do you have for your cousin that you do not have for your sister? Uzumaki Jime, puzzled by the conversation, quickly opened her eyes and eagerly inquired. Sister, you are mistaken. This surprise is for our entire Uzumaki clan. If you wish to see it, you may join us. Lin Ye responded with a chuckle, shaking his head gently. Then let us go. I am curious to see what this surprise entails. Uzumaki Jime retorted playfully. Lin Ye, glancing at his sister Uzumaki Jime and cousin Uzumaki Jime, formed a hand seal and instantly transported the three of them back to the Dragon God realm. Xiao Yi, what do you intend to do by summoning Grandpa Luho to this cemetery? Uzumaki Lu approached Lin Ye, a serious expression on his face. Grandpa, do not worry. It is a good thing. How could your grandson ever do something wrong? Lin Ye smiled reassuringly at his grandfather. Xiaoyi, you have arrived. The elder Uzumaki Lu Hu greeted Lin Ye with delight. Grandpa Lu Hu, you weren't waiting long, were you? Lin Ye waved at Uzumaki Lu Hu with a grin. Not at all. Please proceed with whatever you need to do, Uzumaki Lu Hu replied lightly. All right, then you all must pay close attention. Lin Ye said with a subtle smile, raising his hand to lift the coffin of Uzumaki Ching Feng, which had been buried underground, clearing away the dirt atop it. Rebirth technique. Lin Ye formed a single-handed seal, and a beam of light shot forth from the void, entering the coffin. A profound aura of life emanated from within. Bang! Who was so cruel as to confine me? Uzumaki Ching Feng, having just regained consciousness, found himself in a dark and enclosed space. He angrily kicked the coffin lid off and shouted loudly. Father! Uzumaki Ji-mei exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Uzumaki Ching Feng, calling out to him. Alas, Ji-mei, have I truly died once already? Uzumaki Ching Feng stood up, surveying his surroundings and the tearful countenance of his daughter. You rascal! I can't believe it. The resurrection of Uzumaki Ching Feng brought forth tears of joy from both Uzumaki Lu Hu and Uzumaki Ji-mei, their sorrow seemingly deeper than when they had first learned of his passing. Xiaoyi, have you now mastered the ability to resurrect others? Uzumaki Ji-mei, astonished by the sight of Uzumaki Ching Feng revived by Lin Ye, tugged at Lin Ye's clothing, cautiously inquiring. Indeed, sister, what do you think? Am I not impressive? Lin Ye responded with a smile. Haha. Yes, indeed, very impressive. Uzumaki Ji-mei exclaimed, her voice low yet filled with awe. Since comprehending the essence of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Lin Ye had been able to manifest the abilities of both Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. Furthermore, with the Dragon Balls at his disposal, Lin Ye experienced no adverse effects whatsoever. Let us return for now. Allow them some time to reminisce, suggested Grandpa Uzumaki Ching Lu, observing the tearful reunion with a smile. Understood, Grandpa, Lin Ye replied. Lin Ye exchanged a glance with his sister Uzumaki Ji-mei, following their grandfather Uzumaki Ching Lu home. Chapter 115. Searching for the Pure Land Space. Xiaoyi, tell Grandpa, did the ability you used to resurrect Ching Feng harm you in any way? Once home, Grandpa Uzumaki Ching Lu looked intently at Lin Ye, earnestly inquiring. Grandpa, you need not worry. I utilized the entire power of the Dragon God realm for that special resurrection technique. While it does consume considerable energy, that amount is substantial for an individual but negligible for the entirety of the Dragon God realm. Lin Ye reassured his grandfather and sister, both of whom wore concerned expressions. Good, good, good. As long as it did not harm you. Uzumaki Ching Lu nodded earnestly, satisfied with Lin Ye's response. Grandpa, I have completed my tasks. Now, I must seek the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Yui. You can handle the cultivation matters for the clan. If any danger arises, attempt to summon me using the reverse spiritualism technique. I will return immediately upon sensing your call, Lin Ye solemnly stated to his grandfather and sister. Is that feasible? Could there be any danger? Uzumaki Ji-mei asked, her concern evident as she gazed intently at Lin Ye. Sister, do not fret, it will be fine, Lin Ye reassured her, extending his hand to activate the yellow springs of Biryosaka, opening a spatial gate with a smile as he demonstrated to his sister. Sister, this is one of the most formidable abilities possessed by the progenitor Otsutsuki Kagaya. It allows for the effortless opening of spatial gates and traversing between different realms. Uzumaki Ji-mei, captivated by the two dark portals Lin Ye conjured, eagerly reached out and asked, Xiaoyi, is this ability so powerful? Can I cultivate it? The moment is not yet ripe. This ability belongs to the legendary Otsutsuki Kagaya, manifested through the Rinne Sharingan upon her brow. Our Uzumaki clan's legacy does not encompass such powers. However, grant me a little time to delve into research. Perhaps I may uncover a method to wield it. Lin Ye gazed at his sister, Uzumaki Ji-mei, contemplated for a moment, and with a smile, addressed her. Well then, I hope to possess this ability sooner rather than later. Uzumaki Ji-mei looked at Lin Ye with envy. If only he could harness such power, he would be able to stand protectively behind his younger brother, Lin Ye. After all, since Uzumaki Ji-mei returned from the war, her initial intent to safeguard Lin Ye had transformed into a situation where she became the one requiring protection from him. A notion that filled her heart with unspoken resentment. Very well, sister. I shall take my leave now. Lin Ye observed his sister, Uzumaki Chime, and sensed the depths of her dissatisfaction reflected in her gaze. He chose not to elaborate further and activated the yellow spring Biosaka, traversing into the shinobi world. Left behind, Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Chingsu found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Chingsu, Chime, where are Xiaoya and the others? We came specifically to express our gratitude to her. As Uzumaki Chime and Uzumaki Chingsu lamented Lin Ye's departure, Uzumaki Luhua arrived at Lin Ye's abode with his son, Uzumaki Qingfeng, and granddaughter, Uzumaki Chime. Excitedly, he turned to his grandfather, Uzumaki Chingsu, and said, "Brother Luhua, Xiaoya has just departed to pursue the trail of Otsutsuki Kagaya." Hearing this, Uzumaki Chingsu smiled at Uzumaki Luhua, expressing pride in his voice. "Ah, he has already left. We haven't had the chance to thank him yet. How swiftly he has gone." Uzumaki Luhua, taken aback by Uzumaki Chingsu's words, replied with disappointment, "Well, we are all family. There is no need for such formalities. Rest assured, when Xiaoya returns, you may express your gratitude then. There is no rush." Uzumaki Chingsu smiled faintly at Uzumaki Luhua, remarking, "I never anticipated the shinobi world would recover so swiftly. It seems that peace has returned in no time." Lin Ye observed the bustling scene of the shinobi world, a smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Previously, after I transformed all of Kagaya's chakra into dragon power, I did not intervene in the movements of Kagaya and the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama. Hashirama was deeply concerned for the safety of his kin. Upon returning to the shinobi world, he was alarmed to find countless individuals suspended from trees, prompting a hurried return to the dragon god realm, where he sought out Kagaya and brought her to the human realm to undo the infinite Tsukuyami. Hand in hand, they returned, with Lin Ye earnestly pleading for Kagaya to revive Uzumaki Mizuhito. Recently, under the leadership of the Senju brothers, Konoha village has begun promoting the cultivation of dragon power. The progenitor of chakra in the shinobi world, Otsutsuki Kagaya, owing to the dragon seed specifically planted by Lin Ye, remarkably manifested a unique body of the white dragon through her immense chakra. Within this dragon form, the white dragon was aligned with the element of metal. Initially, Lin Ye believed that, housing the 10 tails, his own dragon form would embody wood, with the color being green, yet to his surprise, it manifested as gold. However, upon reflection, it was logical. The 10 tails, being able to counter wood, would naturally align with metal in elemental terms. After all, the skin of the Otsutsuki clan often takes on a pallid hue. Lin Ye surveyed his surroundings, finding little to linger upon, and promptly activated the yellow spring Biosaka, seeking out the myriad small worlds within the vast void. Within the shinobi world, numerous small spaces, remnants of the divine realms left behind by perished deities, awaited exploration. As he searched, he consumed these spiritual fruits, converting their essence into his own strength. Yet, the energies within these shattered divine realms were diminutive and lacked substantial protection. Unbeknownst to him, with each obliterated pocket of existence, the natural energy of the shinobi world surged. These divine realms acted as parasites, incessantly siphoning power from the outside. Lin Ye's endeavor was akin to eradicating these pests. Although he too was a parasite within the shinobi world, at this moment, he was aiding in the restoration of its vitality. Meanwhile, on another front, Otsutsuki Yui, leveraging the power of Fate's insight, located Otsutsuki Ishiki, a member of the Otsutsuki clan hiding within the shinobi world. Haha, so, you are the bastard son of Kagaya Otsutsuki? Ishiki derided, casting a disdainful gaze upon Otsutsuki Yui. You must be aware of the skirmish that transpired a few days ago. Otsutsuki Yui, with a serious demeanor, affirmed this to Ishiki. Humph, that little rascal, Lin Ye. I've monitored him far longer than you can imagine. Ishiki, with a scoff, remarked, since you are aware of him, let us join forces, otherwise, if he continues to grow unchecked, we may all find ourselves perishing at his hands. Otsutsuki Yui, with a solemn expression, addressed Ishiki, an alliance with you? Huh. You betrayed your own mother. I find myself quite concerned about your loyalty to me. Ishiki, unfazed, retorted, rest assured, I do not intend for us to strike simultaneously. Rather, we shall collaborate and share pertinent intelligence. How does that sound? Otsutsuki Yui regarded Ishiki seriously, stating, while I may not fully trust you, we must remain vigilant against a third party. Ishiki, calm and composed, nodded in agreement and said, very well, Here is the information regarding Lin Ye. Take it. Otsutsuki Yui produced documents containing intelligence about Lin Ye and laid them before Ishiki, earnestly stating, these details pertain to Lin Ye. Ishiki swiftly seized the documents, scrutinizing them with great interest. The most significant revelation regarding the dragon power was its potential to serve as a substitute for chakra. I never imagined your descendant would possess such talent, creating such formidable power. Truly impressive. After reviewing all the information on Lin Ye, Ishiki, maintaining his composure, gazed at Otsutsuki Yui and solemnly remarked, "Humph, merely a rebellious child, hardly noteworthy." Otsutsuki Yui, unfazed by Ishiki's dismissal, responded with tranquility, "Very well. I have provided you the information. I shall take my leave now. Should you acquire any further intelligence regarding Lin Ye, do remember to share it with me." Ishiki, with a calm demeanor, replied, "I understand. There is no need for you to concern yourself. I will probe that fellow on my own." As Otsutsuki Yui turned to depart, she cast a final glance at Ishiki before exiting. "Humph, this sinister fellow. It is utterly impossible for me to confront Uzumaki Lin Ye." After witnessing Otsutsuki Ishiki's departure, he promptly obliterated all intelligence pertaining to Uzumaki Lin Ye, sneering as he spoke. However, the dragon power cultivated by this Uzumaki Lin Ye far surpasses the chakra of our Otsutsuki clan. What manner of power could it be? Otsutsuki Ishiki pondered over the dragon power mentioned in Lin Ye's intelligence, expressing his bewilderment. One must recognize that the Otsutsuki clan, as a cosmic race, has the capability to traverse different planets to cultivate various trees. Yet, the existence of dragon power, such a unique force, had never been heard of before. Most notably, they are capable of devouring powers of the same attribute. Even from the perspective of the Otsutsuki clan, the elemental powers of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water are rather simplistic. Nonetheless, no one has ever managed to consume such elemental powers to enhance themselves. Observing the Uzumaki clan's demeanor, if they were granted a place abundant with such elemental power, their dragon forms would likely grow tremendously. This dragon power must belong to a cosmic race akin to our Otsutsuki clan. Yet, why has such power fallen into the hands of the Uzumaki clan? Otsutsuki Ishiki could not fathom it. In the Pure Land, he scoffed, "Cowardly Otsutsuki Ishiki, you wish to oppose me? I refuse to believe that this dragon power cannot stir the greed within your heart. As long as you harbor curiosity towards such power, there will inevitably come a time when you will take action against the Uzumaki clan. Once you do, Uzumaki Lin Ye's temperament will ensure that you shall not be spared." Otsutsuki Yui, observing the previous position of Otsutsuki Ishiki, chuckled softly. Were it not for the concern that cultivating the dragon power might lead to control by Uzumaki Lin Ye, Otsutsuki Yui would likely have already joined Lin Ye's ranks to cultivate this power known as dragon power. Based on Otsutsuki Yui's observations, his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, had already begun to cultivate the dragon power with Lin Ye's assistance. Whether or not there are side effects remains uncertain. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya still maintains her usual indifferent demeanor, Otsutsuki Yui can discern that she is no longer the fearful individual solely focused on creating war machines. Moreover, during his previous covert attempts to observe his mother, he merely revealed a fraction, transmitting some chakra, only to be detected by Otsutsuki Kagaya, who promptly shattered the chakra he had sent. Had Otsutsuki Yui not reacted swiftly, and had he not been unaccompanied by his original source, he would have likely been eradicated by his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who essentially controls that source chakra. After all, regarding Otsutsuki Kagaya, the source chakra he possesses fundamentally belongs to her. However, due to his formidable soul, this chakra temporarily serves him, free from her control. Never mind. I shall continue seeking Uzumaki Lin Ye's vulnerabilities and rally other members of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Yui dismissed the allure of Lin Ye's dragon power from his mind, resolutely determined to utilize the Oracle of Fate to locate those capable of contending with Uzumaki Lin Ye. Chapter 117. Refining the Ten Tails. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, after an exhaustive search through numerous small spaces, finally discovered a vast expanse. Yet, this space remained desolate. After an extensive search, he stumbled upon a particularly unique location. Oh, is this not the place where Otsutsuki Ishiki concealed the Ten Tails in the Naruto saga? Lin Ye gazed at the wall, observing the pairs of intricate patterns. Curiously, he reached out to touch another, revealing a virtual image of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Upon seeing this projection, Lin Ye swiftly darted to the side, and upon squeezing through a gap, he discovered a 10 tails trapped within. Indeed, this is the space. It seems that I am poised for significant gains. Lin Ye beamed with delight at the sight of the 10 tails, which was baring its fangs at him. Capture. Lin Ye summoned the dragon orb from within himself, using it to immobilize the 10 tails, swiftly securing it within the orb, confining it to the divine realm, and began refining the 10 tails of Otsutsuki Ishiki using the core of the dragon god realm. Although he had previously replicated all the powers within Otsutsuki Kagaya, he had not obtained a complete 10 tails. Many abilities remained beyond his reach. However, this newly acquired 10 tails would serve as his most beneficial source of power. Since your 10 tails possesses a fragment of the cosmic principles akin to the world tree, I can fully utilize it to transform this divine tree into the true world tree. Bit by bit, after absorbing the 10 tails, Lin Ye quickly returned to the dragon god realm, where he continuously refined the 10 tails. Upon sensing the world's core summoned by Lin Ye, the 10 tails emitted a mournful cry, retreating in panic and attempting to resist Lin Ye. Despite its feeble sentience, it remained a singular life form. Faced with the world fire that threatened to obliterate its intellect, the 10 tails flailed in desperation, even attempting to split apart to evade the refining process. However, with the entirety of the dragon god realm's power bearing down upon it, the 10 tails could hardly move. Only its Rinne Sharingan fixated intently on Lin Ye, its eyes filled with reluctance. Yet Lin Ye harbored no sympathy for the 10 tails. Instead, he felt an exhilaration surging within him, pouring forth even greater power from his dragon god realm into the 10 tails. Boom, boom. As the world core refined the 10 tails, it discovered that within it lay a force of law not possessed by Otsutsuki Kagaya's 10 tails. The world core refined these powers of law and returned them to the 10 tails, engaging in a continual exchange to expedite the refining process. Oh no, the 10 tails is in distress. In the ninja realm, Otsutsuki Ishiki was crafting a vessel for rebirth when he suddenly sensed the weakening connection with the 10 tails. Sensing the panic and struggle emanating from the 10 tails, Otsutsuki Ishiki sprang into action, opening the yellow springs and hurrying toward the space where he had concealed the 10 tails. However, upon arriving at the space, he was astounded to find that the 10 tails he had left behind had vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants or signs of chakra within the space. This left Otsutsuki Ishiki utterly incredulous. He immediately reached out to Otsutsuki Yui in the Pure Land. Kagaya's little brat, has my 10 tails been stolen by you? Upon establishing a mental link with Otsutsuki Yui, Otsutsuki Ishiki coldly addressed him. The 10 tails? Isn't it within my mother? Otsutsuki Yui, startled by Ishiki's accusation, responded. I possess no 10 tails. Do not feign innocence. Each member of the Otsutsuki possesses a 10 tails. Just moments ago, mine vanished without a trace, and the connection has been severed. Could it not be your doing? Otsutsuki Ishiki retorted, his anger flaring at Otsutsuki Yui's words. No, this should not be my doing. I am utterly unaware that each member of the Otsutsuki clan possesses a 10 tails. By the way, I wish to inquire whether your clan's immortality is indeed attributable to the 10 tails. How can I establish contact with the city council? Otsutsuki Yui initially responded calmly, but suddenly recalled Otsutsuki Ishiki's words about each member of the Otsutsuki clan having a 10 tails and excitedly questioned Otsutsuki Ishiki. Such matters are beyond my purview. You should honestly confess whether you have taken my 10 tails. Upon hearing Yuhi's words, Otsutsuki Ishiki realized that it was not Yuhi who had stolen his 10 tails, and calmly addressed her. With that, he abruptly severed the mental connection between them. If it was not Yuhi, then it could only be the Uzumaki clan or Otsutsuki Kagaya. Reflecting on previous events, Ishiki pondered the possibility that his 10 tails had been orchestrated by Yuhi. If it were not Yuhi, then only Uzumaki Lin Ye could achieve such a feat. With this in mind, Otsutsuki Ishiki began to search throughout the concealed space of the 10 tails, seeking any trace of evidence. At long last, after a thorough search, he discovered a pair of footprints on the ground. It appeared as though someone had descended from above after observing the complete projection, landing in this spot and leaving behind these footprints. Directly in front of this location was the entrance to the space where he imprisoned the 10 tails. Uzumaki Lin Ye, I did not expect you to find me here before I could search for you. Observing the clearly youthful male footprints, Otsutsuki Ishiki spoke through gritted teeth. No wonder there is no trace of chakra here. The power that fellow cultivates, the dragon's force, would naturally lack any chakra presence. Moreover, he used spatial ninjutsu to vanish from this very spot. Finding him next will be quite a challenge. Otsutsuki Ishiki frowned as he located the place where Lin Ye had disappeared and spoke in a deep voice. Have you discovered who took your 10 tails? Yui's chakra suddenly appeared before Otsutsuki Ishiki, smiling as she addressed him. I have found the culprit. It is indeed Uzumaki Lin Ye. Will you assist me? Ishiki, observing Yui's gleeful expression, calmly replied, Haha, that will not be necessary. I fear I may not be his match, and you might strike first against me. Upon hearing Ishiki's words, Yui smiled faintly, and her chakra projection vanished in an instant. Chapter 118. The fusion of the divine tree and the core of the world within the core of the dragon god realm. The resistance of the 10 tails grew increasingly feeble. Finally, through Lin Ye's relentless efforts, it gradually ceased to respond, allowing Lin Ye's previously tense mood to relax. What a treasure! With this artifact, the development speed of my dragon god realm will accelerate significantly. Lin Ye gazed at the divine tree, now standing at a height of over 20 meters. A joyful smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that the divine tree, after being refined by the world, could completely absorb the world's laws and carry the heavenly runes. It is worth noting that only spiritual materials can achieve such feats. Typically, these spiritual materials are either used for alchemy or artifact refinement, with the latter being more common. Lin Ye, observing the 20-meter-tall divine tree before him, resolved to merge it with the core of his dragon god realm. Although the divine tree had lost its sentience, it was still a living being. Upon reaching a certain level, it could instinctively amalgamate similar heavenly runes and laws, drawing upon its inherent vitality to absorb power and grow. Without hesitation, Lin Ye swiftly excavated a spatial interlayer within the human realm where the Uzumaki clan resided, positioning it vertically at the center of the dragon god realm. Subsequently, he planted the divine tree within this space, gradually integrating the core of the dragon god realm into it. The dragon god realm, after all, was not merely a small world. It was a rather diminutive realm. Its laws were fundamentally incomplete, which is why the Uzumaki clan could thrive within it, as it relied on the strength of the Naruto world. However, now, as the core of the dragon god realm fused with the divine tree, it granted the realm the ability to grow autonomously. Particularly, the roots of the divine tree swiftly extended into the earth after anchoring down, beginning to cover the entire foundational barrier of the world. Upon contact with the world barrier, these roots rapidly formed runes resembling the earth vein gathering spirit formation. Once the runes were completed, the dragon pearl began to autonomously absorb the natural energy from the outside world. At that moment, the divine tree began to grow at an alarming rate, its canopy breaking through the boundaries between the heavenly realm and the human realm, reaching into the heavenly realm. After breaching into the heavenly realm, the world tree directly pressed against the upper layer of the dragon pearl, causing the entire space of the dragon god realm to expand rapidly. My word, this growth rate is astonishingly swift. It is set to surpass the entirety of the Naruto world. Lin Ye, watching the core of the dragon god realm integrate into the divine tree while observing its rapid expansion, exclaimed in astonishment. The current dragon god realm, with just the area of one human realm, already exceeds the landmass of the ninja continent in the Naruto world. Furthermore, the heavenly realm above and the underworld below have also become remarkably expansive. Just then, the divine tree began to bear fruit. Unlike the 10 tails divine tree, the one refined by Chunin bore 3 fruits simultaneously. One fruit possessed the power of yang and fire attributes, and as it continued to grow, Lin Ye noticed a 3-legged golden crow symbol representing the sun upon it. The second fruit held yin and water attributes, adorned with a rabbit symbol. The third fruit, although smaller than the first 2, exhibited a power remarkably similar to that of the Shinigami's mask. However, it bore no symbol, leading Lin Ye to conjecture that it was birthed from the combined powers of the Shinigami's mask and the Rinnegan. Nonetheless, this fruit would require considerable effort to mature. As the sun and moon fruits grew larger, the sun fruit began to emit a warm radiance akin to that of the sun in the ninja world. Only upon connecting to the world core did Lin Ye realize that these 2 fruits were autonomously nurtured by the world tree, representing the sun and moon. They would emit light for 12 hours daily, alternating between them. Until both fruits fully matured, they would transform into the sun and moon. However, to hasten their maturation, The entire Dragon God realm would need to evolve into a small 1,000 worlds. Moreover, once the fruits matured on the divine tree and detached, they would not cease to grow, continuously strengthening with the world's changes. Most importantly, Lin Ye could directly summon the matured sun and moon to battle against foes. As long as they did not suffer complete destruction, even if they were injured, he could recall them to the Dragon God realm for recuperation. The rapid expansion of the Dragon God realm startled the members of the Uzumaki clan. Grandfather Uzumaki Qinglu, upon noticing the changes within the Dragon God realm, hastily employed reverse summoning techniques in an attempt to summon Lin Ye. Sensing the faint call of his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, Lin Ye hurriedly utilized the core of the world to establish communication. Grandfather, there is no need for concern. This is merely a phenomenon associated with the upgrade of the Dragon God realm. In the future, our clan members will be able to cultivate the ever-changing dragon technique directly within the Dragon God realm, eliminating the need to venture into the ninja world, which is currently unsafe. After connecting with his grandfather, Lin Ye did not allow him a moment to speak, instead smiling as he addressed him. Xiao Yi, I understand. However, I hope this upgrade does not pose any danger to you, Vortex Qinglu replied, his initial anxiety dissipating upon hearing Lin Ye's words, replaced by a warm smile. Rest assured, Grandfather, there is no danger. This upgrade has brought me numerous benefits. I shall speak with you more upon my return. Lin Ye responded with a smile, then severed the mental link to continue observing the fusion of the Dragon God realm and the Ten Tails divine tree. With a thunderous roar, the core of the Dragon God realm and the divine tree fully merged, resonating throughout the celestial realm. A golden purple eye emerged in the sky, gazing indifferently upon all beings within the Dragon God realm, emanating a subtle pressure. The heavenly path. It has given birth to the heavenly path, Lin Ye exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the colossal eye, marveling at the revelation. This was no ordinary eye, but the eye of the heavenly path. Typically, only a vast world could nurture a complete heavenly path, and its eye. Lin Ye was awestruck that his small world, after merging with the divine tree, had manifested both. In that fleeting moment, the entire Dragon God realm felt as though it had come to life. If previously it was merely an inanimate entity, it now embodied a living essence. Master, the eye of the heavenly path, devoid of any emotion, coldly regarded Lin Ye, sending a mental wave into his mind. Softly calling out to him, the heavenly path? You must be the heavenly path, Lin Ye inquired gently, gazing into the immense eye. The heavenly path? No, I am the world consciousness. The eye responded calmly after a brief flicker. Not the heavenly path? Then what is your state? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, the eye flickered again, establishing a connection with Lin Ye, inundating him with a torrent of information. It revealed that the core of the Dragon God realm had previously been merely a tangle of simple laws, lacking any consciousness. However, with the integration of the Ten Tails as a vessel, the world consciousness had gained autonomous abilities. Despite the Dragon God realm being perfectly fused with Lin Ye's crafted Dragon Pearl, rendering it unable to resist him, the consciousness born from the core could independently propel the Dragon God realm forward, enhancing its power. I see. What abilities do you possess now? How do you plan to develop the Dragon God realm? Do you require my assistance? Lin Ye asked earnestly, nodding as he regarded the world consciousness. There is no need to develop the underworld, the world consciousness replied indifferently. Oh, very well. Since you possess such formidable capabilities, are you familiar with the ever-changing dragon technique? Please assist me in deriving the relevant cultivation methods for our clan members. Surely, this is within your capacity? Lin Ye suddenly recalled something, gazing intently at the world consciousness, excitement evident in his voice. It is indeed feasible, the world consciousness affirmed after a brief contemplation. Thank you for your help, world consciousness, Lin Ye expressed joyfully. With that, Lin Ye swiftly transitioned from the celestial realm back to the human realm. How goes it? Xiao Yi, have you found Otsutsuki Yui? Grandfather Vortex Qinglu inquired with concern upon Lin Ye's sudden appearance. Grandfather, what are you thinking? If Otsutsuki Yui were so easily found, she would not be the sage of six paths, Lin Ye replied, waving his hand in resignation. Well then, if you haven't found her, will you continue your search? Vortex Qinglu asked, his gaze flickering with concern. Indeed, Grandfather, I must persist. You should be aware that Otsutsuki Kagaya has kin. Should Otsutsuki Yui unite with them, it would pose a significant threat. We cannot predict when they might strike, Thus I must apprehend them before they act, Lin Ye stated solemnly. Ah, my dear Xiaoyi. It pains me to see you burdened with the legacies of our clan at such a young age. I feel deeply remorseful, Vortex Qinglu said, gazing at Lin Ye with a heavy heart. Grandfather, please do not dwell on it. I bear no resentment towards you. The troubles stem from that treacherous Otsutsuki Yui. Not you, Lin Ye reassured him. By the way, you mentioned that our realm can now cultivate the ever-changing dragon technique directly. Is that true? Vortex Qinglu asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, grandfather. The dragon god realm has become significantly more powerful. It can autonomously absorb natural energy, providing it abundantly for all. Unlike before when it required substantial power to sustain itself. Now, there will be no such issues when clan members cultivate together, Lin Ye explained with a smile. Understood. Vortex Qinglu replied, smiling back. Grandfather, I have something of great importance to discuss. After Uncle Qingfeng's demise, I temporarily assumed the role of clan leader to ensure stability. However, with his revival, I will pass all clan matters, including the review of family affairs, back to him. Lin Ye calmly conveyed to his grandfather. Lin Ye, are you certain about this? This is the Vortex clan, now regarded as the foremost clan in the ninja world. Are you truly willing to relinquish your position? Vortex Qinglu asked earnestly. This dragon god realm contains 2 vast spaces and 2 formidable divine positions. As the realm's master, I intend for you, grandfather, to ascend as the supreme deity of the underworld, while my sister will become the highest deity of the celestial realm. In the future, when our clan members pass away, they shall join you in the underworld, while those who achieve ascendance will serve under my sister, Vortex Chime, Lin Ye declared. Grandfather, I shall not linger on this matter. I must continue my pursuit of Otsutsuki Yui, Lin Ye said, standing up and smiling at his grandfather before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Well, very well. If you are unconcerned, then I, as an elder, shall refrain from intervening. As the calm and composed Vortex Qinglu stood up in response to Lin Ye's words. He spoke softly. In truth, Lin Ye's hasty abandonment stemmed from the realization that his grandfather had fallen significantly behind in the cultivation of dragon power. Not only was he inferior to the old clan leader Vortex Luhu, but even to an ordinary child. Lin Ye was deeply concerned that if his grandfather continued down this path, he might exhaust his life force and succumb to death. With the rightful Vortex Qingfeng now leading the Vortex clan, Lin Ye's grandfather could devote himself to mastering the dragon annihilation magic and dragon power, thereby extending his life. Although even in the afterlife, his grandfather could ascend to the highest divinity, Lin Ye wished to avoid witnessing Vortex Qinglu's demise. If he could serve while alive, why wait until death to fulfill that role? Thief, it is you. Hand over my 10 tails. Otsutsuki Ishiki bellowed furiously at the suddenly appearing Lin Ye. Chapter 120. Devouring Otsutsuki Ishiki. So it is you, Ishiki. I did not expect you to discover me so swiftly, Lin Ye remarked. Having just departed from the dragon god realm. Following the sound, he observed the alert Otsutsuki Ishiki and taunted him. You know me, little brat of the Vortex clan. Otsutsuki Ishiki widened his eyes in disbelief and retorted, you are not exactly a shadowy figure. How could I not recognize you? Looking at Otsutsuki Ishiki, Lin Ye smiled, responding. Impossible. I concealed myself exceptionally well. How could you, a base and inferior being, possibly be aware of my existence? Frowning, Otsutsuki Ishiki coldly replied, think what you will. Lin Ye, amused by Ishiki's incredulous demeanor, smiled faintly and said, Curse be you. Hand over my 10 tails. Realizing the implication of Lin Ye's words, Otsutsuki Ishiki focused intently on him, gravely asserting, what 10 tails? I have not seen any. I do not cultivate your Otsutsuki clan's chakra. What use would I have for the 10 tails? Lin Ye mockingly regarded Otsutsuki Ishiki and replied softly, do not attempt to feign ignorance. In the ninja world, only a select few can directly seize the 10 tails. If it is not you, then who else could it be? Angered by Lin Ye's accusation, Otsutsuki Ishiki shouted, oh, since you claim there are others who can accomplish this, why then must it be me? Lin Ye smiled at Otsutsuki Ishiki, saying, ah, you wretched creature, perish. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Otsutsuki Ishiki realized he had been ensnared in Lin Ye's words and, in a fit of rage, launched an attack. Ishiki summoned several massive cubes that charged toward Lin Ye. Observing the approaching black cubes with a slight smile, Lin Ye effortlessly placed his hand on them. easily absorbing them into the dragon god realm within him. Is that spatial ability, perhaps a portable space? Otsutsuki Ishiki observed, his voice low as he addressed Lin Ye. Indeed. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Lin Ye replied excitedly, smiling at Ishiki. Your ability seems not to be a bloodline trait of the Vortex clan. Has dragon power undergone such a transformation? Otsutsuki Ishiki remarked with a complex expression. I advise you to leave the ninja world quickly, for the future of this realm lies in my hands. Lin Ye activated Dragon Annihilation mode, enhancing his physical capabilities, and sternly warned Ishiki. You expect me to yield? That is impossible. You might as well resign yourself to death, Lin Ye declared. Otsutsuki Ishiki did not respond, but instead lunged at Lin Ye, attempting to use his formidable physique to launch an assault. However, Lin Ye denied him any chance to retaliate. Enveloped in dragon power, Lin Ye transformed his hand into a sharp sword that pierced directly toward Ishiki. Caught off guard by Lin Ye's sudden and forceful attack, Otsutsuki Ishiki initially intended to dodge, but was astonished to find Lin Ye's speed exceeded his own. Before he could fully react, Lin Ye's hand sliced through, creating a long gash across Ishiki's chest. Ah, you despicable creature! Otsutsuki Ishiki roared in anger, glaring at the wound on his chest. As he shouted, a tremendous transformation began to manifest on his body, manifesting as a pair of ram-like horns atop his head. You wretched being! I will use your body as my vessel for reincarnation. Lin Ye scoffed. Humph, try using my body for reincarnation if you can. Ishiki, infuriated by Lin Ye's demeanor, closed the distance rapidly, aiming to implant a wedge into Lin Ye's being before his current flesh perished. Aware of Ishiki's intentions, Lin Ye remained calm, directing his dragon power toward every strike against Ishiki's form. Finally, Lin Ye, utilizing his sensory abilities, detected a flaw in Ishiki's defenses. The dragon power struck forcefully against Ishiki, creating a gaping hole in his chest. Had it not been for the ribcage, Lin Ye's punch would have cleaved Ishiki in two. Haha. Your powerful body has proven advantageous to me, Otsutsuki Ishiki exclaimed, grasping Lin Ye's arms while mockingly taunting him. Oh, is that so? Lin Ye replied with a smile, derisively addressing Ishiki. Vortex Lin Ye, your body shall serve me well. Live on, for I shall use it to annihilate all members of your Vortex clan, Ishiki announced, his gaze fixed on the multitude of black runes rapidly converging on Lin Ye's right arm, coalescing into his palm. Lin Ye, mocking Ishiki, contained the dragon's soul within himself, patiently awaiting the moment Ishiki would pour his soul and power into him. Finally, as the last vestige of Ishiki's strength flowed into Lin Ye, he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Lin Ye, you shall be my puppet from now on. Oh, is that so? Then let us see how you wield this power, Lin Ye remarked as he felt Ishiki's spiritual force traversing from his right hand into his consciousness, gently releasing the restless dragon soul within his spirit. It lunged toward Otsutsuki Ishiki. No, what manner of monster is this? How do you possess such power within you? The soul of Otsutsuki Ishiki had not fully entered the sea of consciousness when it was devoured by the dragon soul, which lunged at Ishiki's essence with ferocity. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki Ishiki emitted a terrified roar, urgently calling out to Lin Ye. Chapter 121. Transformation into a dragon after the dragon soul consumed Otsutsuki Ishiki's spirit. An extraordinary radiance swiftly flickered within the dragon's essence. In an instant, Lin Ye felt as if he had lost control of his own body, as the dragon soul rapidly fused with his draconic form, transforming into a divine dragon that soared through the miniature world. Suddenly, the dragon soul fixed its gaze upon Lin Ye. He sensed his own soul uncontrollably merging with the dragon essence. Once fully integrated, it seemed as though the entirety of heaven and earth lay within Lin Ye's dominion. Countless strands of spiritual energy from the void were drawn towards him, melding into his being. An abundance of golden runes coalesced into the dragon's soul, one by one sinking into its depths. At that moment, Lin Ye felt as though he had been elevated to a higher plane. All the mysteries of the ninja realm unfolded before him. He glimpsed the panicked Otsutsuki Kagaya in the Pure Land, and the terrified Sage of Slugs, as well as Gamamaru in the spirit world. Simultaneously, the White Snake Sage, who had also practiced Lin Ye's dragon-slaying magic, looked on with excitement. Boom, boom. Countless energies gathered in the void, forming a tempestuous cloud of tribulation that enveloped Lin Ye. At this juncture, he sensed that this tribulation was aimed squarely at him, leaving no room for complacency. with a tremendous surge of power accumulated over time. The tribulation cloud unleashed a bolt of calamity lightning directed at Lin Ye. He did not evade, nor could he. Instead, he unleashed a fierce roar and charged directly into the path of the lightning. The bolt struck him, and Lin Ye attempted to absorb its power. However, the force released was overwhelmingly formidable, and he could only assimilate a fraction of it. The remainder crashed into him, inflicting grievous harm upon his form. This brutal strike caused Lin Ye's draconic body and soul to lose at least 1/5 of their mass, with the draconic body suffering greater damage than the soul. In haste, Lin Ye expended his strength to restore both his draconic body and soul, acutely aware that this was likely not the last of the tribulation. After all, the ominous storm cloud above had yet to dissipate. Boom! Another bolt of calamity lightning descended, this time armed with the experience from the first strike. Lin Ye quickly gathered his power, channeling it into a dragon god's roar, primarily of wind and earth attributes, to counter the lightning. Yet, his attack merely delayed the lightning by half a second, allowing it to strike him nonetheless. As the lightning struck, it rapidly eroded Lin Ye's flesh and dragon soul. Nevertheless, he did not yield. As the lightning coursed through him, he activated his absorption ability, striving to reclaim his strength. Thanks to his prior experience, he managed to reduce his power loss to 1/7. Swiftly regaining his composure, Lin Ye awaited the next strike from the storm above. The ominous cloud did not disappoint his expectations, unleashing another bolt. Fortunately, contrary to traditional wisdom, this strike was not stronger than the last. It bore the same intensity as before. Having endured the previous 2 tribulations, Lin Ye's body had become remarkably resilient, successfully withstanding the onslaught of lightning. A smile crept onto his face, for this time he had only lost 1/10 of his dragon's soul and body, demonstrating his newfound fortitude. Subsequently, for more bolts of lightning descended from the storm, yet Lin Ye's body remained steadfast. These 4 strikes combined only consumed 1/10 of his strength. Once the storm clouds dispersed, a multitude of radiant hues enveloped Lin Ye. As a torrent of information flooded his mind, Lin Ye's face blossomed with joy. The bolts that had struck him were tribulations unique to the awakening of the divine beast lineage. Whether it be a scaled creature transforming into a dragon, a bird into a phoenix, or a terrestrial beast ascending to a qilin, all faced such trials. However, Lin Ye's journey in the Naruto world was an anomaly. He had no formidable cultivation, not even having achieved immortality. By a fortunate twist of fate, he had pieced together the dragon soul, dragon pearl, and draconic form, devouring the malignant Otsutsuki clan, thus becoming a true divine dragon. Gazing at the newly acquired bloodline technique, Dragon of the 9 Heavens, in his sea of consciousness, Lin Ye's face radiated with delight. Damn Otsutsuki Kagaya, meet your end. After reveling in his triumph, he turned to Otsutsuki Kagaya in the Pure Land. With a flick of his dragon claw, he penetrated countless dimensions and seized her, instantly obliterating her. Witnessing Kagaya's demise in his grasp, Lin Ye's expression morphed into one of elation. Now, he merely needed to systematically absorb the entirety of the Naruto world before embarking on his journey to the next realm. After all, the Naruto world was rather lowly in rank. For Lin Ye to cultivate to immortality in this realm would be excessively arduous. Nevertheless, the dragon realm nurtured within his dragon pearl was quite promising. He could effectively utilize the world-forging techniques from the Dragon of the 9 Heavens to encompass the entire Naruto world within his grasp. In the future, he could cultivate a cadre of subordinates to serve as expendable pawns, which would prove beneficial. Without hesitation, Lin Ye's draconic form swelled rapidly, transforming into a colossal entity. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, he began to meticulously search for the core of the Naruto world using his soul power. As a realm birthed from thought, the Naruto world was not extensive. The only tangible entities were the sun, moon, and the continent where the Naruto world resided. Soon, Lin Ye discovered the core of this world on the planet inhabited by humans. To his astonishment, the core of the Naruto world was concealed within the dragon vein. Realizing this, Lin Ye seized the world core and consumed it, using the power of his inner magic, the transformed strength of the dragon, to continuously refine the world core. Although the core of the Naruto world was of high caliber, Lin Ye had yet to attain immortality. However, with a complete draconic body and soul, his combat prowess was not inferior to that of a true immortal. Thus, after expending considerable effort, Lin Ye successfully refined the core of the Naruto world and seamlessly integrated it into his Dragon Pearl, merging it into his Dragon Realm. He combined the Pure Land and his underworld, establishing the Naruto world as a dual existence within the Dragon Realm. Furthermore, he integrated the physical entities of the sun and moon into the Divine Tree, allowing it to absorb the sun and moon of the Naruto world, hastening the birth of the sun and moon of the Dragon Realm. Chapter 122. The Shattered Void Pearl. Once Lin Ye had absorbed the entirety of the Naruto world, he reverted to his human form and entered the Dragon Realm. Due to the actions taken by Lin Ye, though only a span of 3 months had passed, significant changes had unfolded. His grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, repeatedly employed the reverse spirit communication technique in search of Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye remained unresponsive, which instilled a sense of dread in both his grandfather and sister, Vortex Qimei. Consequently, after accomplishing all his tasks, Lin Ye swiftly returned to the Dragon God realm. "Grandfather, I have returned," Lin Ye announced as he approached his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, whose eyes were now bloodshot. Cautiously, he addressed him. "You rascal, you actually thought to come back. Where have you been?" Vortex Qinglu exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to confirm Lin Ye's presence. Once he realized it was indeed Lin Ye, he rushed forward and slapped him heartily on the shoulder, speaking in a serious tone. "Hee, grandfather, the entire world now belongs to your grandson. I have gone to refine the entire realm," Lin Ye replied, a hint of sadness in his eyes as he watched his grandfather. "Stop spouting nonsense," Vortex Qinglu retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. "It's true, grandfather. If you don't believe me, come take a look," Lin Ye said, waving his hand and transporting Vortex Qinglu outside of the world to observe the shinobi world and the Dragon God realm below. "Grandfather, see that? That was the original shinobi world, and over here is the Dragon God realm where our Vortex clan now resides," Lin Ye explained with a smile. "Is this truly real?" "Wonderful. Little Ye, you are remarkable," Vortex Qinglu responded, astonished and momentarily at a loss for words. "It's no wonder you so easily relinquished the position of clan leader. It turns out we are all under your guidance," he added with a smile. "Grandfather, I intend for you to become the Lord of the Underworld, overseeing the cycle of life and death for all beings. Meanwhile, my sister can only serve as the Lord of the Celestial Realm. What do you think?" Lin Ye proposed, observing his grandfather's delighted expression. "Would that not be inappropriate?" Vortex Qinglu inquired, his eyes widening as he looked at Lin Ye earnestly. "Grandfather, what could possibly be wrong with that? Rest assured, the world below is entirely mine. As long as it is not destroyed, you may do as you please. Moreover, you could resurrect my father and mother. Although I have never met them, they could accompany you," Lin Ye suggested with a smile. "All right, I understand. Thank you, my grandson," Vortex Qinglu replied gratefully. "Now, I shall summon your sister. She must be quite worried." Upon hearing his grandfather's consent, Lin Ye smiled and waved his hand, pulling his sister Vortex Qimei from the shinobi world. "What? Who dares to seize me?" Vortex Qimei exclaimed in panic, having been caught off guard. Upon realizing it was Lin Ye, she shouted in anger. "Haha, sister, what are you doing?" "It's me." Lin Ye chuckled at her anxious demeanor. "Little Ye, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Vortex Qimei scolded him, noticing the amused expressions of both her brother and grandfather. "Enough of the complaints, sister. I have some wonderful news to share with you," Lin Ye said with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Vortex Qimei quieted down, gazing at him attentively. As Lin Ye explained that he had passed the position of Lord of the Celestial Realm to her, her excitement burst forth as she leapt into his arms, overflowing with joy. "Hurry, hurry, give me the position of the Celestial Realm Lord," she exclaimed, embracing Lin Ye with enthusiasm. In response to her eagerness, Lin Ye waved his hand and extracted the Celestial Realm Lord's talisman and the Underworld Lord's talisman from the now fully integrated world consciousness, imprinting them into the dragon crystal within his grandfather and sister. With a thunderous sound, as the two talismans made contact with the dragon crystal, Vortex Qimei and Vortex Qinglu were swiftly drawn into the realms of the Celestial and Underworld. The energies from both realms began to surge rapidly into their bodies, nurturing them. Once fully nurtured, they would be able to wield the powers of the Celestial and Underworld realms, becoming true Celestial and Underworld deities. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction at the sight of them before earnestly utilizing his inner dragon soul to extract a fragment of what appeared to be a third of a spherical piece from within him. To his surprise, he discovered that his traversal was caused by this already shattered innate spiritual treasure, which was indeed quite remarkable. Lin Ye smiled softly at the broken treasure, reflecting on its journey through countless primordial worlds, where many innate spiritual treasures had shattered during battles among mighty beings. Only a few rare innate treasures, after failing to gestate, could absorb the thoughts of humanity from later realms, evolving into systems that traversed the endless fabric of time and space for further evolution. However, among them were both successes and failures. The fragment in his possession was one that had traversed infinite time, yet had not achieved successful evolution, instead becoming fractured once more. Lin Ye probed into the shattered pearl with his consciousness, seeking to comprehend the information it contained. This broken pearl was known as the innate void pearl. Originally, it was intended to align with the paths of reincarnation and rebirth, but alas, it had failed to gestate. It later evolved into a system that traversed through minor worlds before entering the journey to the West Realm. Its host had audaciously attempted to flirt with the sister of Erlang Shun, Yang Jian, only to be caught by him. Yang Jian wielded his three-pointed, double-edged blade and swiftly reduced the transgressor to mere fragments. However, during that confrontation, the void pearl shattered, scattering into the currents of time and space. By chance, a piece of it bound itself to Lin Ye during the tumult of time, bringing him into the shinobi world. Chapter 123. Cleansing the shinobi world. Lin Ye gazed thoughtfully at the broken void pearl in his hand, nodding in understanding before incorporating it into his being. He ignited dragon fire within his dantian, gradually refining the void pearl and merging it with his dragon pearl. Though the void pearl was of exceptionally high grade, the dragon pearl was the foundation of all Lin Ye's cultivation. Should he succeed in fully integrating the void pearl into the dragon pearl, his cultivation would ascend to a new level. However, Lin Ye had evidently underestimated the power of the void pearl. Though it was already a significantly damaged innate treasure, he exerted considerable effort and could only manage to fit the void pearl and the dragon pearl together without complete integration. In practice, the capabilities of the dragon pearl remained distinct from those of the void pearl. This was only possible due to Lin Ye's current mastery of the formidable technique, the divine dragon of 9 heavens. Otherwise, he would have struggled to even refine the void pearl, let alone merge the two. The unique effect resulting from the fusion of the two entities is that the void-breaking pearl, as an innate spiritual treasure, possesses the capacity to absorb spiritual energy far exceeding that of Lin Ye's dragon pearl. As Lin Ye gazed upon the vast world contained within the dragon pearl, he sensed the escalating natural energy, which prompted malevolent beasts such as the Wraith and others to emerge and wreak havoc. His brow furrowed in concern. With a resounding boom, Lin Ye merged with the core of the world, a colossal purple-golden eye manifesting above the Wraith, unleashing a bolt of lightning directed at it. Was this divine retribution? Such formidable power. In the distance, the priestess of the ghost realm stared in awe at the magnificent purple-golden eye in the sky, her voice trembling as she spoke. "My lady, does the arrival of divine retribution signify the demise of the Wraith?" A guard beside her, invigorated by her words, cautiously inquired. "Indeed, the Wraith is doomed. It cannot survive this," the priestess confidently replied, sensing the dissipating power of the Wraith through their connection. Meanwhile, numerous purple-golden eyes manifested across the ninja world, delivering immense thunder strikes upon the monstrous beasts, reducing them to dust and dispersing their powers, ensuring they would never resurrect. "Ah, this is excellent. Now, I can encourage all within the ninja world to forsake chakra and instead cultivate dragon power, allowing them to assist me in the transformation," Lin Ye mused. Having separated from the world's core and observing the newfound tranquility of the ninja world, nodding with satisfaction. Although the dragon power cultivated by these individuals lacked purity, it still surpassed mere natural energy and strength. Lin Ye planned to establish a hidden ability at the realm of reincarnation, allowing every individual who cultivated dragon power to have their essence and part of their soul stripped away upon death, leading to their rebirth in either the ninja world or the dragon god realm. Given that the current cultivation of the 10,000 transformations dragon technique could not grant eternal life, it would extend their lives but not grant immortality. Upon their demise, Lin Ye could absorb the entirety of their cultivated power. This approach would serve to expand and strengthen the dragon pearl and the dragon god realm while ensuring the stable development of both realms, for in the grand scheme, Peaceful advancement is far more vital than warfare. Having dealt with the malevolent beasts, Lin Ye did not linger but utilized his authority as the master of the world to locate members of the Otsutsuki clan, including Otsutsuki Kinshir, Otsutsuki Taoshir, and others, obliterating them all while sparing Otsutsuki Kaguya, the progenitor of the ninja world. He instructed the world's core to closely monitor Kaguya, intending to draw her into the world's core should she exhibit any signs of disrupting the ninja world, ultimately refining her soul along with the 10 tails within her, using them as nourishment for the cosmic tree to achieve another breakthrough. However, as long as Kaguya refrained from causing chaos, he would allow her to traverse the ninja world freely. My lord, I have made new discoveries. The world's consciousness suddenly communicated with Lin Ye, who was still observing the ninja world. Cosmic, what is it? Speak. Lin Ye responded earnestly. I have uncovered the cultivation methods of those ancient deities within the core of the ninja world. Shall I integrate them into our cultivation techniques for further analysis? The world's consciousness stated. The methods of the deities? Create 2 versions, one including them and the other excluding them. I have other plans, Lin Ye contemplated before responding earnestly. The 10,000 transformations dragon technique was merely an enhancement. However, it was insufficient for his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and his sister, Vortex Qimei. One was a celestial deity, and the other a nether deity. Integrating the divine cultivation methods would provide a suitable resource for both of them, while also allowing for the creation of incomplete versions for subordinates to cultivate, thereby assisting his grandfather and sister in managing the celestial and nether realms. Understood, the world's consciousness replied solemnly, then immediately retreated into the cosmic tree. Observing this, Lin Ye refrained from further words and found a quiet place to sit cross-legged, diligently resuming his cultivation of the divine dragon of the 9 heavens. He summoned the dragon flame to continue refining the void-breaking pearl and the dragon pearl, hastening their fusion. Lin Ye was prepared. Once he completed the processing of the dragon pearl and the void-breaking pearl, he would harness the capabilities of the void-breaking pearl to seek the next world. Only an innate spiritual treasure could safeguard Lin Ye's conscious memories, preventing the world consciousness of other realms from sealing his awareness upon his entry into new worlds. Should he lose his current memories, even if he were to awaken them at a later time, they could potentially manifest differently, a fate many worlds would seek to impose, erasing an individual's memories and nurturing a new identity aligned with that realm, thereby plundering a formidable being's essence to bolster the world itself. Chapter 124. The Path of the Dragon God. My lord, I have completed the cultivation technique analysis. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Ye was suddenly contacted by the world's consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. Noticing that his grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and his sister, Vortex Qimei, remained in a gestational state, he proceeded to the core of the world's consciousness. Cosmic, transmit your analyzed techniques to me. I wish to review them myself. Lin Ye addressed the towering cosmic tree, speaking plainly to the world's core consciousness. Very well, my lord. Here you go, the world's consciousness replied, directly conveying the 2 cultivated techniques into Lin Ye's mind. The 2 techniques derived from the world's core appeared quite similar, both centered around the dragon crystal within. One was an upgraded version of the 10,000 transformations dragon technique, which focused on the dragon crystal, continually integrating various elements to enhance one's draconic form and extend lifespan. The other incorporated the cultivation methods of the deities, absorbing the power of faith to establish a miniature divine realm within the dragon crystal. This divine realm, combined with the heavenly runes inscribed upon the dragon crystal, could not only amplify an individual's longevity and strength, but also grant the practitioner a certain degree of dominion over the world, enabling them to harness the forces of the entire realm. However, the potential of this cultivation method was constrained by the limits of the world's power. Should the world in which the practitioner resided face destruction, the practitioner would suffer a collapse of their own power due to the rupture of the heavenly runes on the dragon crystal. Cosmic, you truly excel. Let us name this cultivation method that integrates the divine techniques as the path of the dragon god. Please directly implant it into the minds of my grandfather, Vortex Qinglu, and my sister, Vortex Qimei, Lin Ye instructed, gazing at the cosmic tree. Understood, my lord. I shall proceed with the transmission, the world's consciousness affirmed, and promptly instilled the path of the dragon god into the minds of Vortex Qimei and Vortex Qinglu. Vortex Qinglu and Vortex Qimei, upon receiving the martial arts techniques transmitted by Lin Ye, swiftly immersed themselves in their cultivation. The forces of nature continuously converged, seamlessly integrating into their beings, thereby accelerating their nurturing process. With the dragon god path at her disposal, Vortex Chime was the first to complete her cultivation. A colossal azure dragon roared in the heavenly realm, soaring gracefully through the skies. "I am the divine being, the sovereign of the celestial realm," Vortex Chime proclaimed, having fully mastered her form, announcing her newfound status to both the ninja world and the dragon god realm. "How do you feel, sister?" Lin Ye inquired, a smile gracing his face as he approached Vortex Chime, who had completed her cultivation. "I feel splendid, Xiaoya. Thank you," she replied, turning to see her brother behind her, retracting her dragon form with a smile. "Sister, you shall take charge of the entire celestial realm. Brother, I have other matters to attend to. The world's development now rests in your capable hands." Lin Yi smiled at his sister Vortex Chime. "Rest assured, Xiaoya, I will take excellent care of your world," she responded earnestly, patting her chest with resolve. "Very well, sister. I shall return to my cultivation. Once grandfather emerges, I will refrain from visiting him until I've completed my training." Lin Yi nodded at Vortex Chime before making his way to the location of the world's consciousness. Sitting cross-legged beneath the Qiankuan divine tree, he began to merge with it, activating the divine dragon nine heavens as he continued to refine the void-breaking pearl and dragon pearl within him, urging them to unite swiftly. Fortunately, Lin Ye's powers had indeed reached a level sufficient to refine the void-breaking pearl. Through his relentless efforts, the pearl was gradually assimilated, inching closer to merging with the dragon pearl. During this time, Sister Vortex Chime, following the records of the dragon god path, selected several kindred spirits from the Vortex clan to become deities of wind, rain, thunder, and clouds, thus controlling the climate within the realms of the dragon god and ninja world. The previously desolate land of thunder, land of rock, and land of wind transformed into a humid and temperate climate, more conducive to life. 3 years post-Vortex Chime's cultivation completion, grandfather Vortex Qinglu also achieved his own cultivation breakthrough. Upon his emergence from seclusion, he felt a profound disappointment upon realizing Lin Ye had not come to see him. However, buoyed by Vortex Chime's words, he regained his spirits. Following Lin Ye's wishes, grandfather Vortex Qinglu sought out Lin Ye's parents, Qinghuai and Yashuan, appointing one as the judge and the other as Meng Pu, while enlisting wandering souls to act as guides, thus initiating the operations of the underworld and facilitating the reincarnation of souls. As the underworld began to function, the draconic energy within Lin Ye surged dramatically, and the summoned dragon flame grew increasingly potent. Finally, after a decade of arduous effort, Lin Ye successfully refined the entire void-breaking pearl, integrating it into the dragon pearl. With the complete assimilation of the void-breaking pearl into the dragon pearl, both the dragon god realm and the ninja world experienced significant advancements. On the Qiankuan divine tree, the two fruits representing the sun and moon ripened successfully. They fell from the tree and ascended into the sky, orbiting the dragon god realm and ninja world according to the principles of east rising and west setting, and the waxing and waning of the moon. Lin Yi observed this scene with satisfaction, then extended his hand to summon Sister Vortex Chime and Grandfather Vortex Qinglu from the celestial and underworld realms. "Grandfather, sister, it has been a while." Lin Yi greeted them with a smile, addressing both Vortex Chime and Vortex Qinglu in a calm tone. "Xiaoya, have you finished your seclusion?" Vortex Qinglu, startled by the sudden change in scenery, felt a moment of panic, but upon seeing Lin Yi, his heart settled, and he smiled at him. "Yes, I have completed my seclusion. I am now a true immortal," Lin Yi replied, grinning at his grandfather. "Does this mean you will no longer need to cultivate, Xiaoya?" Sister Vortex Chime asked excitedly. "No, sister. Although I have attained immortality, I have yet to reach the pinnacle. My journey continues," Lin Yi responded with a smile. Chapter 125, The Great Qin, Xianyang City. "Master, have you risen?" The steward arrived early at Lin Ye's door, respectfully standing at the entrance, inquiring about Lin Ye's well-being. "Come in," Lin Ye replied, slowly opening his eyes while lying on the bed, his voice low. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, the steward swiftly entered with 2 maids. Seeing the steward and the maids enter, Lin Ye sat up in bed, stretched his arms, and, under the attentive care of the maids, changed into fresh attire and completed his grooming. After donning his clothes, Lin Ye waved his sleeve, signaling the steward and maids to withdraw. This wretched world possesses even less natural energy than the world of shinobi, and has sealed my dragon pearl. How infuriating. Once the steward departed, Lin Ye entered his study, sitting calmly in the chair, muttering darkly to himself. Initially, after the fusion of the void-breaking pearl and dragon pearl, Lin Ye had traversed through the chaotic currents of time and space using the dragon pearl. He avoided numerous formidable realms, but ultimately encountered the world in which he now resided. Though it appeared larger than the entire shinobi world, its energy level was disappointingly low. Lin Ye had intended to test the waters by communicating with the consciousness of this world. However, he was unexpectedly drawn into its depths. The world consciousness had aimed to reincarnate Lin Ye into the form of an infant, forcing his consciousness to grow anew. Yet, the dragon pearl, enhanced by the void-breaking pearl, possessed innate qualities. Under the protection of the innate dragon pearl, Lin Ye retained his memories, despite being compelled to reincarnate. However, during this process, both his draconic form and dragon pearl were thoroughly sealed. Only the divine consciousness of the dragon soul remained accessible for limited use. Upon his birth, Lin Ye had harbored hopes of practicing the divine dragon nine heavens, continuously training his new body to break the seals imposed by the world's consciousness. Yet, upon entering this new existence, he was astonished to find that no matter how hard he tried, the magical energy he could generate was minuscule, rendering him incapable of affecting the seals on the dragon pearl and his draconic form in the short term. This realization instilled a deep sense of dread within him. Though his current body far surpassed that of ordinary mortals, it was still fundamentally a mortal vessel. Should his physical form perish, he feared the consciousness of this world might devour his dragon pearl and draconic essence. Now, a decade had passed since the establishment of the Qin Empire by the first emperor, and in 2 years, he would meet his demise amidst the sands of time. Lin Ye hailed from a lineage that, in truth, was merely an ordinary farming family. His father, however, was fortunate enough to earn distinction during the war and was subsequently bestowed with a noble title. After Lin Ye's birth, in an effort to avoid the brutalities of the battlefield, he ingeniously devised the art of papermaking. He even took it upon himself to print a collection of Confucian classics, which he then sold prolifically, amassing considerable wealth. With his newfound riches, Lin Ye managed to evade the fate of conscription into the military. In due course, the proliferation of paper throughout the Qin state greatly facilitated the recruitment of scholars. Observing this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang awarded Lin Ye the title of Marquis of Literature in Xianyang and appropriated the secrets of papermaking for himself. Lin Ye, who considered himself a mere fortunate individual with no formal education, graciously declined the emperor's offer of official position and opted instead for a life of quietude in Xianyang. Over the years, Lin Ye constructed a small spiritual gathering array in the subterranean depths of his home. Though the natural energies of this world were scarce, he nonetheless managed to cultivate a measure of magical power. Utilizing this power, he developed a unique sealing technique, which he named the Loyalty Seal. Anyone upon whom Lin Ye cast this seal would find themselves incapable of betrayal. Following the passing of his parents, Lin Ye's once warm heart turned cold once more. He had initially intended to invent various innovations to alter the fate of the Qin dynasty, which had only endured for a mere 15 years. A brief existence for the first unified empire. This brevity evoked a sense of melancholy within him. Thus, Lin Ye resolved, much like many time travelers, to create advanced inventions that might help the Qin dynasty evade its premature demise and extend its legacy. However, after his parents' death, he entrusted the family business, spanning bookstores, printing, and papermaking, to several loyal servants marked by his loyalty seal. Subsequently, he retreated into his residence in Xianyang, dedicating himself to the rigorous practice of the divine dragon nine heavens technique. The citizens of Xianyang were well aware of the Marquis of Literature's invention of paper, and all literati held Lin Ye in high regard, ensuring that none sought to trouble him. Lin Ye's sole focus was on breaking through the seals of this world, aspiring to use his dragon eye and divine consciousness to comprehend the laws of nature, thereby siphoning the world's power into himself, enhancing his strength. He envisioned seizing the core of this world, refining it entirely, and integrating it into his own dragon pearl, ensuring that the world's consciousness would deeply regret its actions against him. With these thoughts, Lin Ye rose, activated a mechanism beside him, and descended the staircase into the underground chamber. There, he entered a meditative state, enveloped by the array he had meticulously arranged. Despite the world's scarcity of natural power, Lin Ye diligently channeled his internal magic, albeit at a painfully slow pace. This regimen had persisted for over a decade. Recently, Lin Ye sensed that with a few more months of perseverance, he could unlock the first seal on his dragon pearl. If he could achieve this, he would gain access to the power contained within the pearl, which held the essence of both worlds. Even a slight absorption of this energy could shatter the constraints imposed upon him by this realm. Lin Ye no longer considered himself an outsider in this world. The world's consciousness could no longer treat him as an alien force. After all, even beyond the celestial order, there existed the constraints of greater laws. Should the world's consciousness act recklessly against him, it would face retribution from these higher principles. As he continued to channel his magic, following the cultivation methods of the divine Dragon Nine Heavens, Lin Ye pondered the perplexing scarcity of natural energy in a world populated by so many. Yet, through his relentless efforts, he eventually amassed sufficient magical power. Employing introspection, he directed his consciousness into his lower dantian. Gazing upon the dragon pearl shackled by 7 golden chains, these chains were the seals set by the world's consciousness. Concentrating his magic, Lin Ye transformed it into a sharp, drilling force, striking at one of the 7 chains with resolute vigor. The golden chains, originally intended as instruments of his confinement, began to yield under the force of his concentrated energy. The first strike shattered the chain, creating a fissure. Undeterred, Lin Ye maintained his focus, controlling the drilling force to spin rapidly and repeatedly assault the chain. With a resounding crash, the chain fragmented under the relentless assault, disintegrating into countless shards that were subsequently consumed by the dragon pearl. As the first chain fell away, the spiritual energy within the pearl began to flow outward, akin to a gentle stream. Lin Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that at the current rate, it might take him another 5 or 6 years to break the second chain. Moreover, Lin Ye discovered that the world's sealing of the dragon pearl was remarkably robust. While he could not physically enter the pearl, his divine consciousness was able to probe within. To his astonishment, he found that everything within the realm of his dragon pearl had been frozen, including its own consciousness. Ensnared by the very world he inhabited, is this world truly so powerful? Lin Ye mused, gazing skyward, questioning the nature of this seemingly desolate historical realm. Nevertheless, the unsealing of the dragon pearl was indeed a fortuitous development, as it would allow Lin Ye to enhance his cultivation continuously. The arduous task of gathering natural energy in this world had proven to be a torment. At times, he even contemplated taking lives to extract their vital essence. With the dragon pearl now providing him energy, Lin Ye resolved to be patient, allowing time to pass. Emerging from the subterranean chamber, he stepped into his study, where his steward awaited. "Master, you have returned. Shall I prepare a meal for you?" The steward inquired, bowing respectfully. "Yes, please do. I shall dine in the hall." Lin Ye replied calmly, nodding slightly. "Very well, master. I shall see to it at once," the steward responded, a smile brightening his face as he hurried off to prepare Lin Ye's lunch. Once seated in the dining hall, Lin Ye awaited the steward's return, and soon enough, the steward entered, carrying the meal prepared for him. Lin Ye wasted no time, immediately lifting his bowl to eat. "Master, you have turned 18. When do you plan to marry and have children?" the steward asked, breaking the silence. The butler observed that Lin Ye seemed to be in good spirits today and promptly approached him, cautiously inquiring, "Ahem, let's discuss this matter later." Upon hearing the butler's words, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback, coughing twice. He lifted his gaze, regarding the butler with indifference, and spoke in a low voice. "Master, you cannot delay any longer. Many outside are beginning to suspect that you may be hiding an ailment. Furthermore, the late patriarch was most concerned about the issue of bloodline inheritance before his passing. You cannot let them down, can you?" Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the butler was immediately stirred, stepping forward and kneeling, earnestly addressing Lin Ye. "Alas, you know well that I seek a confidant, not someone to fill the house with frivolous distractions." Lin Ye sighed at the butler's demeanor and softly replied. In truth, Lin Ye was merely seeking a reason to defer the matter. After all, in this era, courtship before marriage was virtually unheard of. Reputable young women were expected to adhere to the dictates of parental choice and matchmaking. "Rest assured, master, as long as you are willing to proceed, leave the rest to this old servant." The butler's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing Lin Ye's words, and he excitedly addressed Lin Ye. With that, the butler hurriedly exited, leaving Lin Ye, who was prepared to continue his meal in a state of disbelief. He needed to focus on his cultivation to break the seals on the dragon pearl as soon as possible. He had no time to ponder such matters. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a woman with white wings and a strikingly beautiful visage flapped her wings and swiftly flew towards Earth. This individual was none other than Angel Chasing from the angelic civilization. Upon reaching the skies above Earth, she activated her inside eye, scanning for dark signals across the planet. Although Earth's current state exhibited no extraordinary changes, Angel Chasing diligently scanned the entirety of the globe. Has this planet already produced super warriors at such an early stage? They seem to have evolved naturally. While scanning Xian City, she detected Lin Ye, who possessed remarkable power. Although his energy was not derived from dark energy, its purity had endowed him with strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Though he had not yet reached the level of a first-tier super warrior, this evolution, untainted by dark energy, piqued Angel Chasing's interest. Queen Kesha, I have frequently encountered a unique human on Earth. He is currently undergoing a peculiar evolution, and I will transmit the relevant data. What should I do next? After recording all of Lin Ye's dark data, Angel Chasing contacted the Holy Queen Kesha, inquiring about the next steps. Cultivation? What a fascinating concept. Chasing, go meet him and see how he conceived this method. Upon receiving Angel Chasing's signal, the Holy Kesha observed intently, a faint smile gracing her lips as she addressed Angel Chasing. Chapter 127. First encounter with an angel. Upon hearing the Holy Kesha's words, Angel Chasing rapidly flapped her wings and flew towards Xian City. With the capabilities of the highly advanced angelic civilization, she entered Lin Ye's home without alerting anyone. Who are you? Before Angel Chasing could approach Lin Ye, the butler detected her presence and, gazing at her white wings with caution, confronted her earnestly. I am a warrior of the angelic civilization, but to you, I am a deity. Angel Chasing smiled slightly at the butler's wary demeanor and spoke softly. At that moment, Lin Ye gazed at Angel Chasing, his heart filled with astonishment. In the anime Hercules squad, the subordinates of Angel Yen, I never expected to encounter one here on Earth so soon. Oh, little one, it seems you recognize me? Angel Chasing anticipated that upon revealing her identity, Lin Ye would immediately kneel and worship her like other natives. To her surprise, Lin Ye remained seated, his expression tranquil. In my memory, no one can become my deity. Lin Ye calmly regarded Angel Chasing and spoke softly. Haha, little one, you truly are audacious. Angel Chasing smiled slightly upon hearing Lin Ye's words. In her eyes, the Holy Kesha was the deity of their angelic civilization. Oh, is that so? Lin Ye paid no heed to Angel Chasing's remarks, merely casting a mocking glance at her. He was well aware that the deity she referred to was likely the Holy Kesha, the architect of justice. Almost every individual from the angelic civilization seemed to be a product of indoctrination. Can you tell me what you mean by cultivation? Lin Ye disregarded Angel Chasing's comments and, with a serious expression, inquired earnestly. Then, dear angel, could you enlighten me about the wisdom repository of your Holy Kesha? What kind of being is she? Lin Ye understood the implications behind Angel Chasing's words, looking at her with a stern gaze. Impudent! How dare you pry into Lin Ye's affairs? At that moment, Chun Sheng summoned a blazing sword, glaring fiercely at Lin Ye. If you refuse to reveal the highest secrets of your angelic civilization, why should I teach you the methods of cultivation? I am not your subordinate. Lin Ye stood coldly, fixing his gaze on Angel Chasing. Boom. Angel Chasing was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Enough, Chasing. Since this little one is unwilling to share, do not trouble him further. Return for now. The Holy Kesha, who had been monitoring the situation, smiled faintly upon hearing their exchange and commanded Angel Chasing. Yes, Queen Kesha. I shall return immediately. After receiving the Holy Kesha's command, Angel Chasing quickly acknowledged and prepared to depart. Humph, little one, you have missed the most significant opportunity in your life. Prepare to regret it in the future. Angel Chasing remarked coldly as she turned to leave. Lin Ye, however, remained unfazed, watching as Angel Chasing exited. Master, do you think that Angel will seek revenge on us? After Angel Chasing departed, the butler, observing Lin Ye's calm demeanor, cautiously inquired. Do not worry, they will not. Lin Ye replied to the butler's anxious expression with a composed assurance. Very well, very well. That is a relief. The butler sighed with relief upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Lin Ye paid no further attention to the butler and turned to walk towards his study. No wonder the natural energy in this world is so scarce. The most notable feature of the Hercules Squad world is its extraordinary technology. Surely, the world's consciousness has transformed vast amounts of natural energy into dark energy, even void energy, limiting the production of natural energy. Otherwise, with the Dragon 9 heavens I am cultivating, I would have transcended long ago. Nonetheless, Lin Ye did not despair. Since this world has drawn me in, it must be willing to allow for its development and the pursuit of cultivation. I can leverage this opportunity to strive for the establishment of a powerful cultivation civilization in this realm, thereby gaining greater strength. Ultimately, within the original text, a simple projection of mental energy from the triangular entity generates suppressive waves that disrupt reality, capable of affecting many deities. This illustrates that while technological forms may forge formidable bodies, they remain significantly frail in terms of soul and spirit. The so-called Grim Reaper, Carl, is but a unique soul entity. That is the crux of it. You dare to let the divine strike them with utmost trepidation. Queen Kesha, why did you prevent me from taking action against that young man from Earthstar? Upon returning to the Melro Heavenly Court, an angel pursued Kesha through the angelic channel, inquiring, Azu, may I ask what constitutes angelic civilization? Such matters are not suitable for us to engage in. Do you comprehend? In the Melro Heavenly Court, Queen Kesha sat upon her throne. Through the wisdom of the divine Kesha, she safeguarded and observed every female angel within the realm, smiling as she elucidated to Azu. We are the architects and enforcers of justice and order. If we were to capriciously dismantle this justice, how could other civilizations continue to trust us? The divine Kesha lifted her gaze from the sacred treasury, observing the comings and goings of the female angels within the Melro Heavenly Court, and addressed Azu with a smile. Indeed, Queen Kesha, I shall adhere to your counsel and uphold the order of justice. Upon hearing Kesha's words, Azu's spirit soared, excitedly affirming to the queen. However, upon hearing Azu's response, the divine Kesha furrowed her brow, sensing an unsettling dissonance, yet unable to articulate it, thus concluding the conversation. She, do you believe our execution of justice is flawed? Queen Kesha communicated with the celestial king. With a hint of confusion, she remarked to the celestial king she, Kesha, have you also discerned this? The celestial king she, who had been engrossed in researching new technologies, paused upon receiving the divine Kesha's message, responding calmly. In fact, she had previously voiced objections when Kesha sought to extend justice and order throughout the cosmos. However, at that time, the entire female angelic civilization was enraptured by their triumph over the male angels, thus neglecting the concern. Chapter 128. Control of Thunder. Lin Ye returned to his study, reminiscing about the plot of the Heroic Legion and the introduction of super soldiers within it. In the Heroic Legion, the most prominent feature of super genes is their ability to harness dark energy to drive corresponding procedures, attaining powers far beyond that of ordinary humans. The most notable representative of this is Qi Lin, the divine river sniper, endowed with extraordinary visual acuity and spatial insight. These abilities enable Qi Lin to wield the god-slaying sniper rifle, launching divine-killing projectiles to strike hidden foes. From this perspective, the most convenient aspect for Lin Ye to manipulate lies within the Earth Source Disk, capable of harnessing the power of the Earth and the bloodline strength of the Vortex clan. Provided he can manipulate it using dark energy, it would undoubtedly bestow formidable power. However, the ability to wield dark energy to control the Earth's forces belongs to Chung Yaowen's Heart of Earth within the Heroic Legion. This capacity seems rather redundant for Lin Ye, who seeks to restore the Dragon Ball within himself. Lin Ye recalled the elemental attribute he had chosen during the casting of the Dragon Slayer magic, the Thunder attribute, or rather, the Thunder gene. If he could wield the power of thunder and utilize the Dragon Slayer magic to absorb energies of the same attribute, it could serve as a foundation for his strength, perhaps leading him to discover a method to transmute dark energy into natural energy. Steward. Enlightened, Lin Ye swiftly exited his study, only to find the steward absent. He called out loudly, Master, how may I serve you? A servant rushed in, bowing deeply to Lin Ye, cautiously inquiring, Where has the steward gone? Lin Ye asked the servant before him with curiosity. According to your command, the steward has gone to arrange your marriage. He instructed me to remain here, awaiting your directives. The servant replied coldly, trembling before Lin Ye. That old fellow is quite presumptuous. Never mind him. Quickly prepare the carriage. We shall head to the outskirts of Xianyang City and stay on the mountain for a while. Lin Ye waved his hand in resignation, speaking sternly to the servant. Yes, master, I shall make the arrangements immediately. The servant swiftly turned and hurried off to prepare the carriage. Before long, the servant led the horses to the doorstep of Lin Ye's residence. After assisting Lin Ye into the carriage, they gradually made their way out of Xianyang City towards its outskirts. Upon arriving outside the city, Lin Ye and his servant ascended the mountain leisurely to a small peak that Lin Ye had specifically purchased. This mountain entirely belonged to Lin Ye. When he settled there, to ensure his comfort, he had constructed a small courtyard halfway up the slope for his leisure. All right, beyond this point, you are not to proceed further. You may only move around this courtyard and must keep watch to prevent anyone from reaching the summit. Upon arriving at the courtyard on the mountain, Lin Ye sternly addressed his servants. Yes, master. The 4 servants who accompanied Lin Ye responded respectfully. For the few days I am here on the mountain, you are not to ascend. Should any of you disobey, do not blame me for being harsh. I will dismiss you immediately and sell you to another family. Lin Ye regarded the 4 servants, remembering the loyalty seal he had placed upon them. Should they become overly concerned about him and ascend the mountain, they could potentially uncover troubling issues. Thus he admonished them sternly. We will dutifully obey your command, master. The 4 servants trembled slightly at Lin Ye's words, responding with respect. Satisfied with their reactions, Lin Ye nodded and turned to ascend the peak. I hope my body can still perform the Dragon Slayer magic. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Ye gazed at the pavilion he had deliberately constructed, speaking calmly. With that, Lin Ye began to cautiously draw several cloud-gathering talismans using the laws present within him, casting them into the air above his head. Although this world lacks deities, the laws are universal. After casting 7 cloud-gathering talismans, a vast array of clouds began to converge above Lin Ye's head. Countless clouds accumulated, generating friction. Observing the once pristine white clouds now turning ominously dark, a smile flickered across Lin Ye's face. He leapt onto the top of the small pavilion and set up a faint web of lightning within a yard of his body, drawing down the thunder from the heavens. Crackle, crackle. The thunder reverberated within the dark clouds, as if poised to strike at any moment. Finally, after several muffled rumbles echoed in the sky, a bolt of lightning surged towards Lin Ye. Unperturbed by the descending lightning, Lin Ye opened his mouth wide, exerting all his effort to channel the Dragon Slayer magic. As the first bolt of lightning struck Lin Ye, his body swiftly emitted a faint aroma of grilled meat. Although it was impossible to fully absorb the entirety of the lightning's energy into Lin Ye's body, he was astonished to discover that he had managed to draw in at least 70% of the lightning from the sky. Furthermore, upon entering Lin Ye's body, this lightning was swiftly refined, transforming from electrical energy into magical power. While the increase was modest, it was indeed a tangible enhancement. Lin Ye did not dwell on this minor gain. Instead, he intensified the practice of the Divine Dragon's 9 Heavens cultivation method, continuously refining the lightning power that flowed into him. Haha, it truly is effective. This surge of lightning energy feels exhilarating. At last, Lin Ye consumed the final remnants of the lightning energy, converting it into his own magical power. He slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed with excitement. I never anticipated that the transformation of lightning energy into magical power would be so effortless. Now watch me. Gazing at the lightning energy enveloping his arm, reminiscent of his previous exploits in the Naruto world, a joyful smile spread across his face. With that, he lifted his right hand towards the dark clouds above, eagerly hoping they would gather more energy and strike him down with additional bolts, aiding him in becoming even stronger. Chapter 129, Editing Genes on the Mountaintop. Lin Ye continually endured the baptism of thunder, ultimately reaching the physical limit of his newly reincarnated body after absorbing over a dozen natural lightning strikes. It was evident that his reincarnated form was still too fragile. It was disappointing that he had reached his limit so quickly. Leaping down from the pavilion, he reflected on the power surging within him and frowned in dissatisfaction. Despite having absorbed numerous natural lightning strikes, the magical power generated through the dragon-slaying magic conversion had only increased by a meager amount, barely surpassing the natural energy he had previously gathered from the heavens and the earth. It was insufficient to swiftly aid him in breaking the second seal within his body. Well, something is better than nothing, he thought, and he began to walk slowly down the mountainside, eventually reaching the halfway point. Master, are you all right? The steward, eyes wide with concern, gazed at Lin Ye as he descended the mountain path. The once elegant and refined Lin Ye now appeared disheveled and covered in dirt, prompting the steward to nervously inquire about his well-being. "Ah, it's you. I'm fine, just engaged in some training for a while," Lin Ye replied calmly, his demeanor indifferent. "Enough of your questions, let us return." Noticing the steward's intent to inquire further, Lin Ye interjected, turning and stepping into the courtyard. Within the courtyard lay the prepared garments. And after freshening up and changing into new clothes, Lin Ye emerged once again. "Master, the residents below witnessed multiple lightning strikes from the mountaintop. Some practitioners have claimed that a celestial being has appeared on our mountain, so you should take caution." The steward approached Lin Ye as he stepped out, speaking respectfully. "Understood. If the authorities send someone to investigate, do not obstruct them. Allow them to come up," Lin Ye responded, comprehending the steward's message, and spoke to him in a serious tone. "Yes, master, I will make the necessary arrangements." "Please rest assured," the steward replied, relieved by Lin Ye's understanding, and smiled as he assured him. Disregarding the steward, Lin Ye retreated into his resting chamber within the courtyard and collapsed onto the bed, seeking rest. However, in reality, he immersed his consciousness into the dragon pearl, endeavoring to awaken the world consciousness contained within. Yet, despite repeated attempts, he was unable to rouse it. Furrowing his brow, Lin Ye began to merge his essence with the world's core, probing the information within the Dragon God realm and the Ninja realm. Although the laws governing the worlds of Naruto and the Super Soldier Alliance diverged significantly, the essence of laws remained a commonality between them. After considerable effort, Lin Ye finally developed a remarkably unique ability, autonomous gene evolution. He was not well versed in the superior genes of the second and third generations, as these abilities required mastery over dark energy to unlock the shadow dimension and construct a dark matter computer within it. Autonomous gene evolution indeed continuously absorbed superior genes, enhancing one's capabilities, allowing for the potential to develop extraordinary observational or reactionary abilities akin to those of the God River sniper, Chilin. However, this ability could only reach the level of a first-generation super soldier. Moreover, to cultivate autonomous gene evolution, one must possess the ability to manipulate energy, whether through magical power like Lin Ye or through a close affinity with dark energy. To facilitate this, Lin Ye intentionally integrated a gene ability allowing him to control lightning. This capability could be activated not only through magical power, but also by converting it into dark energy. However, Lin Ye lacked the means to absorb dark energy through superior genes, which could only be obtained from those within the Super Soldier Alliance on Earth or from other super soldiers. After utilizing the world's core within the Dragon Pearl to complete these deductions, 7 days had passed. Lin Ye emerged from his room to find the steward waiting at the door. "Has anything occurred in the past 2 days?" Lin Ye inquired calmly. "Master, nothing significant has happened. The court merely sent someone to investigate the events at the mountaintop, and they departed shortly thereafter," the steward replied earnestly. "Good. Go to Mount Tai and acquire a small hill for us. We shall relocate there in due time. Remember to transfer all our family assets to Mount Tai. We will no longer return to Xianyang City or any other places. If anyone is unwilling to follow, dissolve their contracts, provide them with some compensation, and send them on their way," Lin Ye stated coolly, fixing a stern gaze upon the steward. "Yes, master. I will attend to it immediately." The steward did not hesitate, promptly standing up and addressing Lin Ye with seriousness. "Very well. Be on your way." Lin Ye gestured for the steward to proceed with urgency. The steward, understanding Lin Ye's intent, quickly descended the mountain and made his way towards Xianyang City. Lin Ye was unconcerned about other superior genes. His primary objective was to find an individual capable of attracting dark energy, thereby acquiring the gene that would allow him to absorb dark energy. In doing so, Lin Ye could integrate this dark energy-absorbing gene into his own body, constructing the first-generation super soldier gene suited for this world. Once achieved, he would be able to absorb dark energy, convert it into electrical energy, and subsequently transform the lightning energy into magical power, thus expediting the unsealing of the Dragon Pearl. As the original text suggested, super soldiers emit radiation derived from dark energy. Consequently, it was imperative for Lin Ye to seek out those known as celestial sorrow stars, or individuals with physical attributes far exceeding the norm, for only they were most likely to possess the ability to absorb dark energy, affecting the lives of those around them. The steward was indeed worthy of his position, overseeing the entirety of the Lin Ye family's wealth. In just a few days, All the assets within the city of Xianyang, aside from the residence bestowed by the emperor, were meticulously relocated. Moreover, arrangements were made for the purchase of a small peak on Mount Tai, intended as the new residence for the Lin family. Chapter 130. The Zixiao Divine Sect Steward. This task is entrusted to you, Lin Ye commanded. Construct a grand stone tablet in the plaza at the foot of the mountain. Embed this disc within it. Inform all who wish to join our Zixiao sect that each must prick their finger and let a drop of blood fall upon this disc. Once it illuminates, they shall be admitted into our sect. Do you understand? On the peak of Mount Tai, Lin Ye emerged from the secret chamber and observed the steward diligently overseeing a multitude of servants as they erected one house after another. He spoke solemnly to the steward. Is that clear? Yes, master. I will attend to it immediately, the steward replied respectfully, bowing before Lin Ye. Oh, and henceforth, do not refer to me as master. Call me sect leader. You shall henceforth be the grand elder of our Zixiao sect. Do you comprehend? Lin Ye added, turning to leave but pausing when he recalled the steward's earlier address. Understood, sect leader, the steward acknowledged with a smile, accepting his new title. Content with the steward's demeanor, Lin Ye retreated to his chamber to continue his cultivation. The disc given to the steward was a special instrument, derived from Lin Ye's analysis of dark energy. Intertwined with the core of the Dragon Pearl's world, it could independently activate a person's genetic abilities, detecting any unique genes capable of absorbing dark energy within their original genetics. In the original narrative, the demon queen Morgana sought to unleash a nuclear bomb, using radioactive fallout to identify those attuned to dark energy among the populace, thereby spreading her demonic genes to transform them into demonic warriors. Lacking a nuclear weapon and not wishing to emulate Morgana's madness, Lin Ye resorted to various methods of substantial financial inducements to attract individuals with potent energy-absorbing genes from the descendants of the entire Huaxia nation. Upon receiving Lin Ye's directives, the steward quickly descended and convened an apprenticeship assembly under Lin Ye's name. Initially, the public displayed little interest. However, following the demise of the first emperor, chaos erupted throughout the Qin dynasty. Within the Zixiao sect, a formidable contingent of guards was established, augmented by ninja tools procured from the shinobi realm. Even though the inhabitants of this world possessed innate chakra, they stood no chance against the superior quality of these iron tools compared to their bronze counterparts. Sect leader, we have found someone who can illuminate the disc. The steward, now appointed as the Grand Elder, rushed to Lin Ye, excitement radiating from him. Oh, Grand Elder, what have you discovered? Lin Ye inquired, gradually opening his eyes and smiling at the Grand Elder. Sect leader, there is a young girl at the foot of the mountain. Her blood has caused the disc to shine. She is the one you seek, the Grand Elder exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Then do not delay. Bring the child here at once. What purpose does your presence serve if you stand idly by? Lin Ye replied, his tone cool as he regarded the Grand Elder. Yes, I shall go at once, the Grand Elder affirmed, nodding earnestly before hastening down the mountain. Before long, the Grand Elder returned, cradling a small girl of 4 or 5 years in his arms. The child appeared pitiful, her clothing tattered and worn. Sect leader, this is the girl. Quickly, pay your respects to the sect leader, the Grand Elder urged, gently placing the girl down and nudging her forward. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's instruction, the little girl knelt immediately, bowing her head to the ground. You pays respects to the sect leader, she said sincerely. Rise, little one, and come to the sect leader, Lin Ye beckoned, sensing the abundant dark energy within her and smiling with delight. Yes, sect leader, the girl responded, struggling to her feet and approaching Lin Ye with an air of timidity. Lin Ye, undeterred by her bashfulness, took her finger, which she had previously pricked, and collected a drop of her blood, which he placed into the Dragon Pearl. With the blood acquired, he immersed his consciousness into the Dragon Pearl, merging with the world's consciousness to begin analyzing the genes capable of absorbing dark energy within the girl's blood. With the assistance of the world's consciousness, Lin Ye swiftly identified and extracted the segment of genes that could absorb dark energy. Excellent. Now, it is time for my true plans to unfold, Lin Ye declared, his eyes opening as he integrated the girl's super gene that absorbed dark energy into his own being, feeling the dark energy continuously converge within him. A smile of joy spreading across his face. Sect leader, how goes it? Have you succeeded? The Grand Elder inquired cautiously, observing Lin Ye's elation. Success. Our Zixiao sect shall henceforth adopt a new name, the Zixiao Divine Sect. Lin Ye exclaimed, his laughter echoing jubilantly. Congratulations, sect leader. Congratulations. The Grand Elder rejoiced, bowing repeatedly in homage. Enough, Grand Elder. Rise. There are many tasks yet to attend to. This is not the time for celebration. Lin Ye gestured for him to stand. With a smile, the Grand Elder stood, eyes gleaming with excitement. Please, compile a list of our current disciples within the Zixiao sect and their respective responsibilities. Once organized, present it to me. It is time for the Zixiao Divine Sect to officially emerge, Lin Ye instructed with earnestness. Yes, sect leader. I shall begin immediately. The Grand Elder replied, nodding in determination before departing to tally the disciples. Little one, you shall be my foremost disciple from this day forth. Once I have compiled the necessary information, you shall be the first to receive my teachings, Lin Ye remarked, eyeing the bewildered little girl, Yu, with a gentle smile. Disciple pays respects to the sect leader. May I eat now? Yu, initially taken aback by Lin Ye's declaration, knelt before him and cautiously inquired. Chapter 131. The Super Gene Emperor. Haha, certainly. Someone prepare a bowl of kanji for Yu, cooked until well done. She appears to have gone quite some time without food. Lin Ye chuckled, summoning a member of the Zixiao sect. Yes, sect leader, the member replied, bowing respectfully before swiftly departing. Before long, a maid entered, carefully setting a bowl of clear kanji before Yu. She gazed at the bowl, cautiously looking up at Lin Ye. Eat, Yu has had her fill. Allow this maid to take you for a bath and provide you with fresh attire, Lin Ye gently said with a serene smile, observing the delicate Yu. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Yu hurriedly brought the bowl of kanji to her lips, carefully sipping it. The kanji, freshly prepared, was initially hot. However, after being transported from the kitchen, it had cooled to a palatable temperature due to the gentle breeze along the way. In no time, Yu consumed the entire bowl. You may take this little one to freshen up and let her rest. Bring her back tomorrow, Lin Ye calmly instructed the maid. Yes, master, the maid replied respectfully, bowing before promptly leading Yu away. Once they departed, Lin Ye affixed a sign on his door indicating he was in seclusion, uninterruptible. He swiftly merged his consciousness with the core of the world within the Dragon Pearl. Although human genetics comprises numerous nodes, it is fundamentally impossible to integrate all extraordinary abilities completely. Thus, Lin Ye utilized the super gene within Yu, adept at controlling and absorbing dark energy, and combined it with his own thunder control gene and the dragon lineage, merging all three to create the most potent thunder gene, while retaining his other genetic traits. Lin Ye forged a super gene that encompassed the dragon lineage, thunder gene, and dark energy control. He was confident that this first-generation gene would be the most formidable among all first-generation super genes. To distinguish it from ordinary super genes, he named his thunder gene Heavenly Emperor, signifying one who wields the judgment of thunder over all beings. Through this super gene, Lin Ye aimed to absorb dark energy, unlock his Dragon Pearl, and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, he preserved a certain vacancy within the Heavenly Emperor gene, allowing for future integration with the world core of his Dragon Pearl, thus enhancing his cosmic genetics. Eventually, he envisioned renaming his Heavenly Emperor gene as Supreme Path, for even the weakest core of a world surpasses the might of any celestial computer. After finalizing the evolution of the Heavenly Emperor gene, Lin Ye swiftly detached his consciousness from the world core of the Dragon Pearl, harnessing genetic self-evolution to begin transforming his own genes, integrating the Heavenly Emperor gene into his being. To his astonishment, the power of the Heavenly Emperor gene was far more formidable than anticipated, consuming an immense amount of his strength. Had it not been for the steady influx of dragon power from the Dragon Pearl, Lin Ye would have doubted his ability to complete this powerful first-generation super gene. Perhaps I should venture outside to absorb some lightning energy and expedite the completion of this super gene, Lin Ye resolved, rising swiftly and making his way to the mountaintop. After relocating, he had meticulously established a formation at the summit of Zixiao Peak, designed to autonomously gather and condense natural lightning. This served a dual purpose. Firstly, when lightning struck, it would converge into the ammonia fertilizers essential for plant growth. Secondly, it would facilitate his cultivation. Upon arriving at the peak, Lin Ye beheld the gathered lightning energy, stored within a blue-violet crystal orb. With a smile, he approached, directing his mouth toward the orb and commencing the absorption of the lightning energy contained within. The energy was overwhelming, rivaling that of a cultivator at the golden core stage. Lin Ye swiftly absorbed the lightning energy, converting it into his magical power. Soon, he felt a significant increase in his internal magical prowess. However, he refrained from further absorption, choosing instead to sit cross-legged beside the crystal orb and continue his genetic self-evolution. With the orb's assistance, he rapidly replenished his magical energy. In no time, Lin Ye successfully integrated the Heavenly Emperor gene into his body. With a resounding boom, an endless surge of dark energy flooded in from all directions, infusing Lin Ye's being. He activated his super gene, transforming the dark energy into lightning, which flowed within him following the trajectory of the dragon-slaying spell, ultimately becoming his magical power and accumulating in his dantian. Before long, Lin Ye experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. Indeed, dark energy is a remarkably potent force. Now, let me see how this world shall fall into my grasp. As he sensed the resounding power within him, a joyful smile graced his face. Finally, he could foresee the day of complete liberation. With that, Lin Ye rose and swiftly descended the mountain, empowered to create new super genes. He planned to collect the genetic information of all disciples from the Zixiao sect for further analysis. By optimizing their genes comprehensively, he aimed to create a super gene that would enable them to cultivate and control dark energy. Although this super gene might not confer any extraordinary abilities, it would undoubtedly extend their lifespans, allowing them to live for hundreds or even thousands of years, akin to the Qilin from the original tale. Moreover, Lin Ye intended to incorporate longevity genes to maximize their lifespan. As for Yu, who possessed the gene capable of absorbing dark energy, Lin Ye had other intentions. Chapter 132, Super Gene with Farsight Master, you have returned. Here, this is the information of all members of our Zixiao sect. Please take a look, the Grand Elder said, approaching Lin Ye as he descended from the mountain, handing over a sheet of paper with a serious demeanor. Oh, you have compiled it so quickly. Well done, Grand Elder. Let me see, Lin Ye responded with a smile, accepting the paper and examining it attentively. Very good indeed, he remarked. Take this jade disc and have every member of the sect prick their fingers, allowing their blood to drop upon it. Once every drop is collected, bring the disc back to me. Lin Ye produced a jade disc, handing it to the Grand Elder with a smile. This jade disc was a deliberate separation from the world core within the Dragon Pearl, serving as a subsidiary to the core itself. Once all genetic information was collected, it could be integrated into the world core for easier gene analysis. Understood, Master. I shall attend to it at once, the Grand Elder replied. Astonished by the jade disc Lin Ye presented, following Lin Ye's command, he promptly set off to carry out the task. Lin Ye, observing the Grand Elder's departure, said nothing further. He returned to his chamber, once again hung the sign indicating his seclusion, and settled into a meditative posture, plunging his consciousness into the Dragon Pearl to unify with the world core, commencing the analysis of super genes for his young disciple, Yu. Although Lin Ye possesses the powerful lineage of the dragon race, he has no intention of imparting this ability to his young disciple, Yu. Instead, he plans to devise a new super gene for Yu, akin to the skills of a divine river sniper. Lin Ye meticulously analyzes the far-sighted vision of the Byakugan and the phasing ability of the Moonlight clan, intending to merge these two powers with some ordinary enhancements for physical fortification and longevity, ultimately creating the super gene known as the 1,000-Mile Eye. This gene not only enables Yu to see further through dark energy, but also enhances physical capabilities, allowing the individual to automatically enter a camouflage state while observing distant objects, bending surrounding light, and cloaking their presence from dark energy. Lin Ye originally intended for Yu to hide in subspace while executing long-range sniping, but such a spatial ability is far beyond the capacity of a first-generation super gene. Thus, he shifted his approach, aiming to enable optical invisibility for Yu, with plans to assist her in upgrading to spatial capabilities in subsequent generations of super genes. Having completed the super gene, Lin Ye glanced outside, realizing he had spent the entire night in research and the sun had risen once more. Fortunately, while merging his consciousness with the core of the world, his body had entered a state of slumber. Though mentally fatigued, he felt invigorated physically. Lin Ye immediately rose and headed outside. Good morning, Master. Upon opening the door, he found Yu waiting eagerly at the entrance. Yu, what brings you here? Lin Ye inquired softly. Master, The great elder instructed me to wait for you. He said, as your disciple, I must honor my teacher. Or else you might not favor me, Yi replied cautiously, glancing up at Lin Ye. Very well, come inside, Lin Ye said, pulling Yi into his room. Today, I shall teach you a special ability, and you must learn diligently, understood? Yes, master, I will study earnestly, Yi assured him, her eyes filled with determination. All right, I shall impart this knowledge to you now. With that, Lin Ye extended his hand, merging the data on autonomous gene evolution and the 1,000-mile eye into Yi's mind. The overwhelming influx of information momentarily left her stunned, and it took a considerable time for her to regain her composure. Master, you are incredible. My mind is filled with so many strange and wonderful concepts. Yi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That knowledge forms the foundation for your future growth. You must diligently practice the techniques contained within. Do you understand? Lin Ye emphasized earnestly. Yes, master, I will strive to cultivate diligently. You can count on me. Yi stood tall, promising him resolutely. Very well, practice here, and I shall observe to ensure you are on the right path, Lin Ye instructed gently. After hearing this, Yi quickly sat down and began practicing the methods Lin Ye had taught her, initiating the process of autonomous gene evolution. Initially, Yi struggled to control the dark energy within her, causing the activation of autonomous gene evolution to be challenging. However, with persistent effort, a faint glow began to emanate from her. Lin Ye recognized this as a sign that she had successfully activated the gene evolution process, and the changes within her genes were commencing. When Lin Ye had developed the autonomous gene evolution, he had prioritized ensuring its safety during the transformation. As life-s genes are both resilient and fragile, a failed modification could lead to the emergence of a dangerous disease or even death. Fortunately, Yi did not disappoint Lin Ye's expectations and successfully began modifying her super gene through the autonomous evolution ability. Master, the energy within me has been completely depleted. I am truly sorry, Yi said, slowly opening her eyes and gazing at Lin Ye with a pitiful expression. Do not worry, you have done remarkably well. Once your energy is restored, you can practice again. There is no need to be disheartened, Lin Ye reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Chapter 133, The Astonished Angel Pursues. Come, Yi, let us go for a meal, Lin Ye said, rising and taking her hand as they made their way outside. Master, master. As they walked, everyone who encountered Lin Ye bowed respectfully, greeting him earnestly. Lin Ye did not speak, merely raised his hand slightly to signal them to rise before continuing on with Yi into the dining hall. Yi, from this day forth, this shall be your dining place. You must come here on your own, Lin Ye said with a smile as they entered. Okay, master, I understand, Yi replied, her face lighting up with joy, for she knew she would no longer go hungry in this place. Lin Ye smiled at her and led her inside, gesturing for the staff to prepare their meals. The attentive staff promptly served their dishes, placing them before Lin Ye and Yi. They exchanged glances and began to eat. Outside Earth, let me see how that little one is faring. After completing her patrol of Orion, Angel Chasing, who was originally set to return to the Merlot Celestial Court, found herself intrigued by Lin Ye, who had previously rejected her on Earth. With curiosity, she activated her inside eye, scanning the entire planet. Oh, this little one has wandered to Mount Tai instead of staying in Xianyang City. What? He has actually developed the first-generation super gene? Is that possible? Could he have obtained some relic of a civilization? Upon connecting to the dark signals on Earth, Angel Chasing quickly located Lin Ye, who had relocated to Mount Tai, and was astonished to discover he had reached the level of a first-generation super warrior, wielding the power of thunder. How is this possible? He has attained the status of a first-generation super gene warrior, sharing the same lineage as Yanjia. This is simply unbelievable. No, I must investigate further. Fearing that Lin Ye might have received the super gene from the demon Queen Morgana, Angel Chasing swiftly activated her temporal wings, heading towards the purple cloud peak of Mount Tai. Child, you seem quite leisurely now, she remarked as she arrived at Lin Ye's courtyard. Observing him reclined comfortably in a chair, leisurely absorbing dark energy. Angel Chasing, what brings you here? It seems I have no connection with your kind. Lin Ye, who was diligently cultivating, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Angel Chasing's words. He gazed coldly at her and spoke in a deep voice. Humph, how can this not concern me? Where did you acquire your super genes? Have you allied with any nefarious forces? Angel Chasing drew her flame sword and pointed it at Lin Ye, speaking icily. Lin Ye felt a surge of anger within him at Angel Chasing's demeanor. Maintaining a cold stare. Do you not believe in your omnipotent angel queen? Why not inquire with her about what has transpired? Lin Ye coldly retorted. Humph. I certainly intend to ask Queen Kesha about you, but you better not harbor any malicious intentions. If you have acted against justice, I, Angel Chasing, will ensure your demise. Angel Chasing lifted her chin slightly, addressing Lin Ye with a chilling tone. Very well, let us see how you plan to kill me. Lin Ye replied, his gaze still icy. Your Majesty. Angel Chasing turned swiftly and connected to the celestial blade system, sending a message request to Queen Kesha. A Chasing. What is it that you seek? The divine Kesha responded with a hint of boredom after receiving Angel Chasing's message. Queen Kesha. That young man on Earth has officially become the first-generation Super Gene warrior. Has he established contact with any unknown civilization? His actions gravely violate our order of justice. After connecting to the celestial blade system, Angel Chasing relayed Lin Ye's situation earnestly to divine Kesha. Oh, has he upgraded to a first-generation Super Gene so quickly? Quite impressive. A Chasing, why not test that young man? Divine Kesha, after reviewing the information about Lin Ye, expressed her surprise and uncertainty. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall see if I can uncover the source of this young man's super genes. Angel Chasing felt a rush of excitement at divine Kesha's words, responding earnestly. A Chasing. That young man is quite peculiar. Ensure your safety and avoid provoking him. Divine Kesha pondered before advising Angel Chasing. However, at that moment, Angel Chasing had already severed her connection with divine Kesha and turned her attention back to Lin Ye. Though your super genes appear quite refined, they still pale in comparison to our angelic lineage. Would you care to engage in a duel? Angel Chasing smiled at Lin Ye, her demeanor earnest. Oh, you wish to test your strength against mine? Very well, let us proceed. Lin Ye replied, his eyes shimmering with mockery. Hee, little one. Do not blame me if you lose. Angel Chasing smiled slightly, her excitement evident in her gaze. To her, Lin Ye was merely a young one who had unexpectedly gained immense power, still far from their angelic civilization's prowess. Thus, defeat was not an option for her. Yet, Lin Ye remained acutely aware of Angel Chasing's every move. While his super genes might not match hers, he possessed a Dragon Ball within him that was akin to a spiritual treasure. Leveraging its power and taking advantage of Angel Chasing's current arrogance, he could strike suddenly and capture her. At that moment, he could seize her super gene system, learning how to construct the second and third generations of super gene systems. Eventually, Earth would emerge as a new civilization of deities. Lin Ye eagerly anticipated whether the Grim Reaper, Karl, would dare to send his underlings from the Nether River civilization to attack Earth then. Let us proceed to the desert, away from ordinary people. Lin Ye stood up, observing Angel Chasing calmly, his voice gentle yet resolute. Chapter 134. Duel with Angel Chasing. Lin Ye and Angel Chasing, one soaring with the wings of time and space, the other transformed into lightning, rapidly headed toward the desert. Little one, your control over the Thunder Gene is quite impressive, keeping pace with me, a third-generation Super Gene warrior. You are indeed no ordinary individual. In the desert, Angel Chasing remarked, observing Lin Ye's speed, which, though slightly slower than hers, was not far behind. Humph. You should be more concerned about yourself. Do not let defeat catch you off guard. Lin Ye retorted, summoning a circular crystal ball beside him, filled with surging thunderous power, ready to erupt at any moment. Haha, little one. While the might of thunder is formidable, one must consider the opponent. I am an invincible body. Even a nuclear bomb cannot harm me. Your little crystal ball, despite containing vast thunder power, will fall short of injuring me. Angel Chasing laughed lightly, glancing at Lin Ye's crystal ball. Humph, whether it is effective or not, we shall see. Lin Ye responded coldly, fully aware that the thunder power within the crystal ball could not harm Angel Chasing. However, the crystal ball possessed more than one ability. Aside from absorbing thunder power, it could also siphon dark energy and transform it into thunder power. Lin Ye's true intention was to have the crystal ball merge directly with Angel Chasing, absorbing her dark energy and suppressing her temporarily, allowing him to seal her with a binding technique, preventing her from drawing any further dark energy and rendering her unable to fly. Only then could Lin Ye secure victory over her. Very well, since you are so eager, let us see if you regret this choice. Angel Chasing, shaking her head in resignation, addressed Lin Ye. Lin Ye ignored her, directly summoning the crystal ball and unleashing a torrent of lightning. With a thunderous roar, countless bolts of lightning surged toward Angel Chasing. Seeing this, Angel Chasing did not evade but swung her flame sword, countering Lin Ye's lightning strike. How intriguing. This new young one seems quite clever. In the divine Kesha's court, the celestial king He-She remarked, observing Lin Ye's battle with Angel Chasing. He has ideas, but that crystal ball seems suited only for mortals. It is far too weak to pose a threat to super warriors. It could never harm someone like Chasing, who possesses an invincible body. Even if he amplified the thunder's pressure tenfold, the damage would still be minimal. The celestial king He-She observed the battle, shaking his head in indifference, addressing divine Kesha. It appears that this thunder gene truly is a product of the young man's own development and not the work of Liangbing. Divine Kesha smiled slightly as she watched Lin Ye on the screen. Haha, with such phenomena appearing on Earth, I would rather believe it was Carl's doing than Liangbing's. Liangbing's endeavor should pertain to her demonic and spatial genes. It is unlikely that she would create something specifically tailored to the lightning attribute. The heavenly sovereign, He-She, observed Lin Ye's silhouette and calmly spoke. Indeed, it appears I must retrieve Aswi. The divine Kasha, watching the two combatants on the screen, chuckled. Look, Kasha. Aswi has provoked the little one. He is becoming agitated. As He-She watched, Lin Ye, in a fit of rage, hurled the crystal ball containing his stored lightning energy towards Angel Aswi, grinning as he addressed the divine Kasha. Watch out, Aswi dodged quickly. The divine Kasha, noticing Lin Ye's action, wore a sly grin on her previously furious face, sensing something amiss. She immediately transmitted a warning to Angel Aswi. What did you say, Queen Kasha? Angel Aswi, engaged in battle with Lin Ye, was taken aback by her words and inquired. Yet, this fortuitous moment allowed the crystal ball in Lin Ye's grasp to collide with Angel Aswi. In the next instant, the crystal ball penetrated her body, swiftly absorbing her dark energy, rendering her super gene system inoperative due to the absence of dark energy. With the loss of this vital energy, Angel Aswi's temporal wings vanished, and she plummeted helplessly towards the ground. Lin Ye, witnessing the angel's descent, swiftly pursued her, catching her before she struck the earth and gently lowering her down. You deceitful villain, release that crystal ball at once. Do not let it continue to siphon my dark energy. Angel Aswi glared at Lin Ye, her eyes aflame with fury as she stomped her feet and shouted. What are you yelling about, you defeated foe? Lin Ye sneered at Angel Aswi. Simultaneously, he swiftly merged with the core of his world, establishing a connection to the crystal ball within Angel Aswi, meticulously analyzing her super gene. You dare. The Queen Kasha will not let you get away with this. Angel Aswi retorted coldly. However, Lin Ye paid her no heed, accelerating his union with the world consciousness. Rapidly intercepting Angel Aswi's super genes, he meticulously analyzed all the technological powers within her, storing them in the world core to prepare for his forthcoming plans. After all, in Lin Ye's perspective, the angelic race, steadfast in their pursuit of justice, posed no true threat. The real danger lay in the grim Reaper Carl beyond the river of death, for only he could genuinely threaten him. A devotee of death, without any apparent weaknesses. The only vulnerability, Liangbing, could easily be deemed expendable in Carl's eyes, far inferior to his void plan. Such an individual, if not met with precaution, would surely bring about significant repercussions. Just like the angelic race, who persistently clung to notions of justice, ultimately fell victim to Grim Reaper Carl, who unraveled their angelic genes and even fashioned a creature capable of countering their innate water genes, leading to the sacrifice of all angels aboard Heaven Blade No. 7. Chapter 135, Constructing the Core Gene System. So this is the so-called Dark Dimension and Super Gene System? It indeed possesses some merit. Lin Ye observed the Super Gene System extracted from Angel Aswi's body through the crystal ball, nodding in understanding as he spoke softly. What are you saying? You despicable scoundrel. Release me at once. Angel Aswi charged at Lin Ye, attempting to inflict harm with her fists and feet. Lin Ye disregarded her, swiftly dodging aside to continue analyzing the angelic genes within her. You are now my defeated adversary and lack the standing to make demands. Understand, Miss Angel? Lin Ye smirked. Addressing Angel Aswi, you should patiently await your esteemed Angel Queen to discuss how to negotiate your retrieval. Lin Ye remarked with a light chuckle, feigning nonchalance while seeking to buy time for the development of his second and third generation super genes. After all, the angelic civilization had already attained fourth generation divine body technology. If he did not delay, It could provoke Divine Kasha into taking direct action, which would be unfavorable. Just wait. Queen Kasha will surely avenge me. Angel Asui, contemplating Lin Ye's words, coldly fixed her gaze upon him and asserted. However, Lin Ye remained indifferent, merely smiling at her. In this brief interlude, bolstered by the world core, Lin Ye had thoroughly analyzed the angelic genes and invincible body within Angel Asui, even creating a one-to-one replica within the Dragon Ball. As long as Lin Ye connected with this replica, he could wield the invincible body and angelic genes just like Angel Asui. Let us hasten back. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ye transformed the lightning in his grasp into electromagnetic force, collecting a multitude of metals to form a skateboard-like contraption. Grinning as he addressed Angel Asui, she cast a disdainful glance at him, then stepped onto the skateboard, regarding him with indifference. Haha, defeated one, hold on tight. We shall embark now. Lin Ye smiled at Angel Asui, injecting a surge of electricity into his feet, swiftly propelling them into the air. Lift off, Lin Ye exclaimed. Soaring towards the heavens with Angel Asui, speeding towards Mount Tai's purple cloud peak. In the mellow heavenly court, Hishi remarked, I did not anticipate that we underestimated the natives of this Earth star. Their true trump card lies in severing the operation of dark energy within a human body. Quite clever indeed. The Divine Kasha observed Lin Ye capturing Angel Asui on the screen and spoke to Heavenly Sovereign Hishi. Indeed, merely a stroke of cunning. Asui was somewhat careless, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to fall for. Hishi responded, rolling his eyes at the Divine Kasha, then, in a defiant tone, added, Enough of this chatter. We must send someone to Earth to retrieve Asui from that little rascal. The Divine Kasha, hearing Hishi's words, replied with resignation. Who shall we send? Have you decided? Hishi inquired. Let Yin go. After all, Asui was originally her subordinate. Since her subordinate has encountered an issue, it is only fitting that she handles it herself. The Divine Kasha suggested nonchalantly. Haha. I hope your disciple will exercise caution and not end up captured by that little rascal on Earth. Otherwise, you will be the one sent to retrieve her. Hishi laughed, addressing the Divine Kasha. That will not happen. If another issue arises, I will truly wash my hands of them. The Divine Kasha frowned at Hishi's words, expressing her dissatisfaction. As the most powerful God-making civilization in the universe, it was humiliating for the angelic civilization to be controlled by one who had just acquired a generation of super genes on a primitive planet. However, the thought of her disciple Angel Yin also failing would bring her immense shame. Yin, hasten to your teacher. After severing the connection with Tianji Wang, Hishi, the sacred Kesha immediately conveyed a message to the left-wing guardian Angel Yin. In no time, Angel Yin swiftly arrived at the location of the sacred Kesha and found her mentor. Queen Kesha, you summon me so urgently. Is there something amiss? Angel Yin respectfully bowed and inquired earnestly. Yin, Asui has been captured by a native child on Earth. You must devise a way to retrieve Asui from the clutches of that child. Exercise caution. That little one possesses the ability to directly confine dark energy within a human body. The sacred Kesha calmly gazed at her disciple, Angel Yin, and spoke softly. Yes, Queen Kesha, I shall proceed at once. Although Angel Yin was intensely curious about Asui's capture, she refrained from questioning her queen further. Instead, she respectfully bowed to the sacred Kesha and turned to leave. She was eager to discover who had ensnared Asui and, with curiosity piqued, directly accessed the Tianren system to review the records regarding Asui. Fortunately, the sacred Kesha had no intention of concealing this information. Angel Yin quickly found footage of Asui being captured by Lin Ye. Observing the scene where Asui was rendered powerless and fell from the sky after being deprived of the super gene system, left Angel Yin bewildered. Could the legendary Thunder Gene possess such formidable power? It was astounding that Asui had been so easily bested by this native. The spectacle perplexed Angel Yin as she contemplated the unexpected strength that could overcome someone of greater capability. She resolved to travel to Earth to understand how this child had devised such a method. With her thoughts racing, Angel Yin swiftly boarded a small airship bound for Earth. Meanwhile, Lin Ye returned with Asui to the Zixiao Divine Sect, handing Asui over to the sect's members while he began upgrading his super gene, the Heavenly Emperor. After all, possessing a superior super gene in this world was indeed advantageous. Chapter 136. The Wrath of Asui. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Ye quickly entered the Dragon Pearl, merging with the core of the world. Utilizing Asui's super gene system as a foundation, he fervently began to evolve. Lin Ye aimed not only to elevate his super gene Heavenly Emperor to the third generation, but also to integrate his super gene system with the world's core. Only then could he hope to defeat the Grim Reaper Karl, who wielded the celestial computer known as the Great Clock and the Sacred Kesha, who possessed the repository of Kesha's knowledge. After all, if he were to create a celestial computer from scratch, surpassing the Great Clock and Kesha's knowledge in a short time would be an impossible feat. Moreover, by merging with the world's core, he would be able to utilize all his previous abilities, with the world's core enhancing him. Lin Ye could undoubtedly locate the core of this world and bring the Legion of Heroes under his dominion. Although this world far surpassed the world of Naruto, he could leverage the information recorded in this world's dark energy to allow the Dragon God realm and the Ninja realm within him to grow unrestrainedly until they reached a level comparable to the Legion of Heroes. At that point, Lin Ye could simply consume this world, making it yet another foundation within his Dragon Pearl. At long last, through Lin Ye's relentless efforts, the world's core began to establish a closer connection with him, completely merging with his gene system. Were it not for the chains binding the Dragon Pearl, Lin Ye might have already been able to continuously absorb the energy possessed by the Legion of Heroes. Ah, splendid. The upgraded super system indeed accelerates the conversion of dark energy remarkably. Lin Ye completed the upgrade of his super gene system, and as he observed the rapid increase of magical energy within him, a smile of delight graced his face. Previously, Lin Ye had to merge his consciousness with the world's core to initiate its evolution. However, now that his super gene system was integrated with the world's core, the core could operate like a computer, autonomously evolving in the background. Although it was not as swift as Lin Ye's active guidance, it still continued to evolve, eliciting a smile of joy from Lin Ye. Hey, you rascal. Quickly extract that crystal ball from my body, or when I recover, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as Lin Ye was experimenting with his various abilities, Asui stormed in once more, expressing her discontent toward Lin Ye. Humph, don't even think about it. I will not let you off so easily. I still remember your arrogant demeanor from last time. You think I will forgive you? Not a chance. Lin Ye approached Asui, his expression cold as he locked eyes with her, speaking in a low, deliberate tone. Humph, you, a mere first-generation super warrior. Are you not afraid of others from the angel civilization coming to take you down? Asui regarded Lin Ye, recalling her previous attitude with a hint of embarrassment. Yet she remained earnest. Haha, Miss Angel, I am no longer an ordinary first-generation super warrior. Lin Ye chuckled lightly, mocking Asui in response to her words. Not a first-generation warrior? Your genes have been upgraded, I see. You must have made contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. Asui regarded Lin Ye with sudden realization, her voice cold as she addressed him. Indeed, I have indeed made contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. But what if I told you that it is you who has connections with them? Lin Ye smiled slightly, leaning in to whisper in Asui's ear. That crystal ball embedded within me not only severed my control over dark energy, but also analyzed my super gene. Asui listened to Lin Ye's words, initially puzzled, then fixed her gaze on him, stating solemnly, Yes, you figured it out quickly. It seems you are not as dim-witted as I thought. You despicable rogue. How could you do this? Asui glared at Lin Ye, her frustration rendering her speechless. What is the matter? A defeated foe, surprised are we? However, I did not directly upgrade using your angelic genes. Rather, after analyzing your super gene system, I comprehensively upgraded my Heavenly Emperor gene. Now, I am the more formidable super warrior. Lin Ye smiled at Asui, relishing his advantage. You vile scoundrel. Stop right there. Asui, infuriated by Lin Ye's words, charged toward him, attempting to strike. Yet, Lin Ye had set up a subtle repulsion net around himself. Each time Asui drew within 2 meters, she would be repelled by this barrier. Stumbling backward, undeterred, Asui repeatedly launched her attacks, only to be thwarted time and again. Lin Ye stepped outside, directly merging his Byakugan, Rinnegan, Sharingan, and the Angel's Eye of Insight to create a more potent Heavenly Emperor's Eye. He gazed into the cosmic expanse, swiftly gathering relevant dark data from the universe and infusing this information into the core of his world, allowing it to be analyzed and integrated into the core, thereby upgrading the Dragon God realm within him. This enhancement aimed to facilitate the rapid evolution of his Dragon God realm, transforming it into a more formidable existence, preparing for a future where he could consume the world of the Xiangbing Lian. Meanwhile, the divine Kaisha from the Meluo Heavenly Court had been closely monitoring Lin Ye's actions. Upon witnessing the abilities he wielded, she felt a throbbing headache. She had not anticipated that a mere minor civilization, tasked with observing the development of various civilizations, would lead to the emergence of such a powerful, God-making civilization. Although she contemplated taking action against this young individual, she acknowledged that he had already attained the qualifications to become the main deity of a civilization. Should he refrain from committing any further outrageous acts, any aggression on her part would establish a formidable enemy for the angel civilization. However, her observations indicated that, in the coming years, Earth's civilization would develop rapidly, possibly rivaling their own angel civilization. Chapter 137. Toying with the Angel Pursuer standing atop the Zixiao Peak. Lin Ye absorbed a myriad of information into the core of his world, meticulously cataloging every detail occurring within the Qiu Wu stellar system. Much of this data pertained to the significant planets within that system. Once the core received this information, it began to slowly integrate it into the trajectories of the Sun Star and the Moon Star. Despite multiple seals on the Dragon Pearl, the Dragon God realm within it began to evolve swiftly, expanding beyond the confines of the ninja realm. Observing Lin Ye's activities, the Angel Pursuer let out a cold snort, finding a clean rock to sit on in frustration. Despite numerous attempts to attack Lin Ye over the past few hours, she found that without her super genes, she was utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. Each assault left her hands aching, and after enduring for so long, she could no longer persist. Why have you stopped, Angel Miss? Lin Ye, having collected all the dark information from Earth and the Qiu Wu stellar system, closed his Heavenly Emperor's eye and turned to the Angel Pursuer, chuckling lightly. Do not become complacent. Wait and see. It won't be long before Queen Kaisha sends someone. At that time, I shall observe whether you can contend with our Angel Tribe's warriors, who certainly will not fall so easily as I did. The Angel Pursuer retorted coldly, her pride wounded. In her view, her defeat at Lin Ye's hands was merely due to carelessness, not a flaw in the technology of the Angel Tribe. She was certain that with heightened vigilance, she could triumph over him next time. Lin Ye merely smiled at the Angel Pursuer without further comment. Suddenly, his Heavenly Emperor's eye snapped open, fixating intently on her. What do you intend to do? I must warn you, should you dare to strike me, Queen Kaisha will not let you off easily, the Angel Pursuer exclaimed, her tension palpable as she gazed into his formidable dragon-like eyes. Haha, were you not confident? What is there to fear? Lin Ye replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am certainly unafraid. Should you dare to attack me, our angel civilization will undoubtedly retaliate, she asserted, swallowing hard as she spoke earnestly. Lin Ye, dismissing her words, turned away and walked off. The Angel Pursuer, observing his departure, felt her tension ease and lightly patted her chest, muttering a few curses under her breath before hastily following him. Hey child, I must ask, do you truly possess the third-generation super gene? She inquired, her curiosity piqued as she approached him earnestly. Of course, it is genuine. Did you think that a mere third-generation super gene could pose a challenge to me? Lin Ye, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and gazed at her with an air of resignation. It is unlikely that your Earth possesses such a significant amount of dark matter. And even if it did, a dark matter computer cannot be constructed in such a short time. How did you upgrade your dark dimension computer? The Angel Pursuer questioned seriously. Though I have advanced to the third-generation super gene, who told you that my upgrade occurred within the dark dimension? Lin Ye responded with a light laugh. What? Not in the dark dimension? Impossible. All super gene upgrades depend on the dark dimension. No one could create a third-generation super gene without traversing it. She insisted, her voice rising in disbelief. Angel Pursuer, this is not my issue but yours. I cannot simply divulge my newly developed technology to you. Besides, we have yet to determine whether we are allies or adversaries, Lin Ye remarked, still smiling at her. Just as the Angel Pursuer prepared to press him further, Lin Ye raised his hand, lightly waved, and utilized his spatial teleportation ability to send her out of his room. Humph, that insufferable fellow is truly irritating. She fumed as she found herself no longer in Lin Ye's chamber, but back in the room previously assigned to her by the Grand Elder of the Zixiao sect. Queen Kaisha, I wonder if you can hear my words? This child on Earth has discovered a realm entirely distinct from the dark dimension and has developed new super gene warriors. You must exercise caution and refrain from sending just anyone. The Angel Pursuer earnestly addressed the sky. She had realized that if Lin Ye's claims were indeed true, He could potentially create a substantial number of third-generation elite warriors in a short span. Confronted with a god-making civilization capable of rapidly producing soldiers. Even with their fourth-generation divine body technology, the angel civilization would suffer significant losses. Though the situation had arisen due to her actions, she did not wish to see her fellow angels sacrificed on her account. Thus, she could only pray that the divine Kaisha remained vigilant, preparing adequately in advance. Otherwise, should conflict arise, it would surely spiral out of control. Especially after the past few days of dialogue with Lin Ye. She understood that he was not one to be easily intimidated. If the incoming angels approached with the same attitude she had exhibited, it was all but certain they would be captured by Lin Ye. At that point, cohabitation between the angel civilization and Lin Ye would become unfeasible, inevitably leading to a great conflict to resolve this crisis. Yet, should such a confrontation occur, who could predict the extent of Lin Ye's capabilities? On the other hand, Lin Ye was not only continuously converting dark energy into his own magical power, but he was also utilizing the dark data collected from the Chiyu star system to strategize on how to transform the entire Chiyu star system into his dominion, establishing layers of defense. After all, aside from the impending invasion of the underworld civilization, the death god Karl had previously used Earth as his testing ground to create the crocodile deity, Sotan. Chapter 138. Opening the Dark Energy Space Master. May I come in? Just as Lin Ye was still engaged in devising a defense system for the entire Chiyu star system with the aid of the world's core, the Grand Elder of the Zixiao sect gently knocked on the door and cautiously inquired from within. Come in, Grand Elder. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, paused his work, and called out to the Grand Elder outside. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the Grand Elder carefully pushed open the door and entered the room, holding a jade plate. Master, the blood of every member of the sect has been collected in this jade plate. Is there anything else you require? The Grand Elder approached Lin Ye and carefully reported while placing the jade plate before him. Leave the jade plate to me, and go inform everyone in the sect to return. There will be no need for anyone to go out. I will impart the method to attain divinity to all members of the sect. Lin Ye smiled faintly at the Grand Elder and spoke earnestly. Yes, Master. I will relay the message immediately and ensure everyone returns as quickly as possible. The Grand Elder responded with great excitement. After delivering his message, the Grand Elder promptly left Lin Ye's room. Once the Grand Elder departed, Lin Ye looked at the jade plate in his hand and directly stored it within the Dragon Pearl, merging it with the world's core to swiftly absorb the genetic information contained within. After fully integrating the genetic information, Lin Ye set 2 projection targets within the world's core. One was the second-generation Heavenly Soldier Super Gene, and the other was the third-generation Heavenly General Super Gene. Both genes were standardized, characterized by their speed, strength, and formidable attack power, lacking any special abilities. However, Lin Ye added a stipulation for these super genes to have alternative paths for advancement, allowing for the projection of unique super genes for any sect member who achieved great merit in the future. Satisfied with the establishment of the 2 super genes, Lin Ye nodded and resumed his projections on other matters. Upon receiving Lin Ye's command, the Grand Elder swiftly began transmitting the message to all disciples of the Zixiao sect, instructing them to cease their activities and return immediately. Fortunately, the disciples had already returned once to provide their blood samples, so they were not far away. Coupled with the ongoing struggle between Chu and Han, all sect members returned promptly. After learning that all disciples had returned, Lin Ye rose and stepped outside. Method of opening the cave heaven. Lin Ye invoked the method, using the dark energy of this world as the core, instantly enveloping the entire Zixiao Peak. This time, Lin Ye did not intend to open a new world, but rather to create a special space, rich in dark energy, that would be affixed to the dark dimension. Although the dark dimension was merely a unique space where life could not truly enter, interaction was possible through dark energy. Nevertheless, Lin Ye, using the dark space as a foundation and combining it with his method, effortlessly created a small, accessible dark energy space atop Zixiao Peak. Upon the completion of this small space, Lin Ye directly opened a portal, establishing it on Zixiao Peak. Grand Elder here. This is the simplest method for self-evolving genes and the most basic super gene. Starting tomorrow, everyone must enter the space I have opened for training after they have finished their hygiene and meals. If anyone fails to exert themselves, they may very well perish within. You must convey this clearly to all sect disciples. Lin Ye placed the key to the dark energy space portal into the Grand Elder's hand and spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I will do my utmost to ensure all disciples train diligently and achieve their training goals as soon as possible. The Grand Elder replied earnestly as he accepted the 2 books and a key-like token from Lin Ye. Very well, you may leave now. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction at the Grand Elder. The 2 books given to the Grand Elder consisted of one on self-evolving genes and the other on the most fundamental dark energy absorption gene obtained from the elegant fish. As long as the sect members earnestly trained within the dark energy-rich space, they would soon be able to imprint this simple, naturally evolving dark energy absorption gene into their bodies. Once they completed the fusion of this dark energy absorption gene, their vitality and any existing injuries would rapidly recover. However, should anyone procrastinate and fail to complete the gene fusion promptly, they risked being harmed by the radiation of dark energy within that space, potentially leading to their demise due to genetic collapse. Moreover, if the disciples trained diligently, the initial destructive effects of dark energy on their genes would not serve as an impediment, but rather accelerate their successful mastery of self-evolution capabilities. Consequently, they would enhance the speed of fusing the dark energy absorption gene, as damaged genes would undergo modifications more swiftly. After fulfilling his commands, Lin Ye returned to his room to continue his projections regarding the 2nd-generation Heavenly Soldier Super Gene and the 3rd-generation Heavenly General Elite. Lin Ye planned to transform the dark energy space in the future, enabling all disciples of the Zixiao sect to enter it. He would refrain from excessively interfering with the external development of the Huaxia civilization. However, Lin Ye would occasionally integrate notable individuals from the human race into the Zixiao sect to help preserve a portion of Huaxia's heritage, among them the renowned warlord Xiangyu. Lin Ye intended to use his illusion abilities to alter the memories of those around Xiangyu at the time of his self-immolation, bringing him into the Zixiao sect. At that point, Lin Ye did not plan to intervene in the development of Huaxia civilization until the late Ming dynasty. Once Emperor Chongzhen met his demise, Lin Ye would emerge with the Zixiao sect, swiftly uniting the power of Huaxia to expand outward, ensuring that the Qingshi dynasty would not rise again and preventing future calamities for Huaxia. Chapter 139, 2nd-generation Heavenly Soldiers, 3rd-generation Heavenly Generals under the guidance of the Grand Elder. The Zixiao sect eagerly absorbed the knowledge of self-evolving genes and the foundational dark energy absorption gene before hastily entering the dark energy space. Each day, they diligently trained within the dark energy space, utilizing the self-evolving gene capabilities to alter their internal genes. Meanwhile, Lin Ye remained vigilant, monitoring the training of sect members while leveraging the world's core to devise universally applicable super genes for them. With the core of the world in place, it is not difficult to deduce a super gene. However, the challenge lies in ensuring that this super gene is suitable for everyone to cultivate, which poses considerable difficulty. After all, genes cannot be altered at will. A single change can have far-reaching consequences, and a slight misstep could lead to disaster. Particularly, the disciples of the Zixiao sect are few in number, and their educational background even falls short of that of some elementary school students in later generations. Among the current disciples of the Zixiao sect, there are those who can barely recognize a few characters. The genetic self-evolution and the basic dark energy absorption genes I previously provided are quite simple, yet even so, some have yet to grasp them. Fortunately, Lin Ye has entrusted this task to the Grand Elder. Were Lin Ye to take it upon himself, he would undoubtedly become exasperated, perhaps even casting those who cannot learn from the sect. Hey, Lin Ye, what mysterious activities is your sect engaged in lately? Why have I noticed so many people disappearing after breakfast, only to reappear during the afternoon break? You aren't using your disciples for experiments, are you? Tian Shizhu hurriedly approached Lin Ye as he exited his room, his tone serious. What are you thinking? They are my subordinates, disciples who have grown up alongside me. Even if I dislike them, I would never take their lives, let alone use them for experiments, Lin Ye retorted, casting a displeased glance at Tian Shizhu. Do not deceive me. To my knowledge, many within your sect have exhibited traces of dark energy. However, aside from that girl named Ye, the others should not possess the ability to absorb dark energy, Tian Shizhu stated earnestly. Think what you will. I will not explain these matters to you. They are my secrets, Lin Ye replied solemnly. Lin Ye, I advise you to reconsider. Your actions not only violate the principles of justice, but could also endanger the lives of those in your Zixiao sect. If you wish for others in your sect to gain dark energy and super genes, I can assist you in creating genetic potions, you know? Tian Shizhu stepped closer, his gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Mind your own business. I have my plans, Lin Ye responded, pushing past Tian Shizhu and heading toward his young disciple, Yayu. Yayu, splendid. You've managed to cultivate your super genes so quickly. Your master is quite optimistic about you, Lin Ye exclaimed, smiling at the young girl. Thank you, master. I will continue to work hard. Please believe in me, Yayu replied, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Very well, master will arrange many lessons for you. If you struggle to learn, you mustn't cry, Lin Ye said, ruffling Yayu's hair. Rest assured, master. I am strong and will not cry over difficulties. I am clever. And even if I cannot grasp something immediately, I will strive to learn all the knowledge, Yayu assured Lin Ye earnestly. Good, I believe in you, Yayu. And I trust you will successfully absorb all the knowledge, Lin Ye said, taking Yayu's hand as they walked together. Before long, Lin Ye led Yayu to a study established atop the Zhixiao Peak, where all the books collected by the Lin family were stored. Yayu, I have already imparted the ability to read to you. Your task now is to come to this study daily, select a book, and read through all the books here. Once you have done so, come to me, and I will teach you new knowledge, Lin Ye instructed, gesturing towards the towering shelves filled with books. Yes, master. I will study diligently and strive to meet your expectations, aiming to finish all the books as soon as possible, Yayu promised, clenching her small fist. All right. Master believes in you. Now, focus on your studies. I must take my leave, Lin Ye said with a smile before exiting the study. Lin Ye, have you even been listening to me? Are you truly unafraid of an attack from our angelic civilization? I am but an ordinary angel warrior, you know? Tian Shizhu called after Lin Ye, urgency in his voice. Enough. My affairs are none of your concern. Just focus on being a good captive, Lin Ye replied coldly, glancing back at Tian Shizhu before returning to his room to continue his deductions. Through tireless effort, Lin Ye finally completed the deductions for the second generation of the super gene, the celestial soldier, and the third generation, the celestial general. A smile of delight spread across his face as he observed the celestial soldier and celestial general super genes displayed within the core of the world. The celestial soldier gene can upgrade to the celestial general gene, which in turn can ascend to the celestial emperor gene, while also having the potential to upgrade to other super genes. Having accomplished this, Lin Ye now sought a way to obtain dark matter from the angelic civilization to construct a dark matter gene computer. With this computer, he could further enhance Yayu's super gene. Rising slowly, he exited his room, eager to check on the captive Tian Shizhu, as the forthcoming exchange of dark matter from the angelic civilization hinged on him. Chapter 140. The super gene of the vermilion bird. Ah, is that not our esteemed sect master? What brings you here? Tian Shizhu mocked as Lin Ye entered. Though Tian Shizhu had previously disapproved of Lin Ye, he had been earnest in his attempts to advise him. However, Lin Ye's dismissive response incensed Tian Shizhu, prompting a resolve to ignore him henceforth. Ironically, Lin Ye's visit sparked a sense of glee within Tian Shizhu, who planned to give Lin Ye a lesson. Humph, what are you thinking? I'm merely here to check on my bargaining chip, Lin Ye replied, discerning Tian Shizhu's intentions from his expression and chuckling lightly. Just you wait, when our angelic civilization arrives. You will see how I deal with you, Tian Shizhu retorted defiantly, eyes wide in disbelief. Oh, is that so? I look forward to witnessing that. I had planned to ease your confinement and grant you some autonomy, but that no longer seems necessary. You may remain here, subdued, Lin Ye said, casting a sidelong glance at Tian Shizhu before departing. Tian Shizhu, frustrated, stomped his foot in anger before retreating back to his room. After encountering Tian Shizhu, Lin Ye turned and headed toward the study once more. Although I have been monitoring my young disciple, Yayu, through covert data, I still decided to witness firsthand the extent of her progress. Upon arriving at the study, I found Yayu deeply engrossed in a book. The texts she perused were esoteric classics from the various schools of thought. The purpose of her reading was entirely to cultivate her ability for independent judgment. As I observed her switch to another book, I nodded with satisfaction and turned back towards my own chamber. Yayu's current performance was commendable. With her continued growth, she would undoubtedly be capable of handling certain matters on my behalf, alleviating my burdens in managing the entire Zhixiao sect. With the initial support from the Grand Elder, Yayu could swiftly take over the affairs of the Zhixiao sect, allowing me to enjoy some well-deserved respite. Reflecting on this, I returned to my room and promptly began assisting Yayu in devising her unique super gene. To be candid, I lacked innovative ideas regarding her shooting abilities. Suddenly, inspiration struck me, reminiscent of the character Bai Li Shouyu from the game Honor of Kings. Bai Li Shouyu possesses a skin called Zhukeji. However, I envisioned a completely different version by combining the angelic race's wings of time and space with the flame gene, along with the previously mentioned long-range insight ability. Integrating these capabilities swiftly, I began to formulate a new Zhukeji, which would grant Yayu the powers of flight, flame control, and extraordinary long-distance vision. With these abilities, Yayu would embody a fusion of Qi Lin, the rose of time and space, and the angelic blaze, a combination of three entities into one. The thought of Yayu being able to rival these three individuals filled me with delight. Meanwhile, the angel Yen, en route to Earth Star, received a message from the divine Kasha as she approached her destination. Queen Kasha, what are your orders? Angel Yen respectfully inquired upon establishing communication. Yen, upon your arrival, remember to avoid any conflict with that young one. Not only has he upgraded to the third generation of super genes, but he has also created an unprecedented gene modification technology. Although I have yet to fully grasp it, I am certain that he harbors significant secrets. Be vigilant, Kasha warned, her gaze stern as she addressed Angel Yen. Is it really necessary to exercise such caution? Can this native truly compare to our angelic race? Angel Yen asked, astonished by Kasha's gravity. Yes, it is absolutely necessary. This is a finding from the Celestial King Hishi's research. You must remain on high alert. It is imperative that no mistakes occur, Kasha replied earnestly, her seriousness evident. Understood, Queen Kasha. I will be mindful. Does that mean we must negotiate for his release of Asui? Angel Yen stated solemnly. Exactly. Do not hastily make an enemy of him. While his emergence has captured Angel Asui, it has also illuminated a new path for us. Do you understand, Yen? Kasha affirmed, her expression earnest. I understand, Queen Kasha. I will exercise caution in my judgments. Rest assured, Angel Yen responded with solemnity. That is good. I wish you a safe return, Yen, Kasha said, her tone serious, yet full of hope. Indeed, Your Majesty. Await my good news. Angel Yen nodded before disconnecting from Kasha. Hishi, are you certain? Does that young one possess the ability to alter the void? After concluding her communication with Angel Yen, Kasha turned to the Celestial King, Hishi beside her. Her voice low and contemplative. Kasha, you know my expertise in research surpasses all others in angelic civilization. What I say is the truth. A peculiar space has emerged on that earth, filled with dark energy. Had I not been monitoring it, discovering it would have taken even me considerable time. Hishi stated gravely. Very well. I hope our decision is not misguided. Kasha sighed, her voice tinged with weariness. Kasha, you should be grateful. This young one's appearance will transform the trajectory of our entire civilization. Perhaps we shall not vanish from this universe as previous civilizations did, Hishi remarked solemnly. Kasha remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of Earth Star. Chapter 141. The Arrival of Angel Yen. Are you well, Asui? On the peak of Zixiao, Angel Yen gently descended from the sky, observing Angel Asui basking leisurely in the sun within the courtyard. Yen, you have come. How wonderful, Asui exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement upon seeing Yen. Let me see just what ability that young one used to ensnare you, Yen said with a smile. It's futile, Yen. Though I hesitate to admit it, that fellow is indeed formidable. With our current abilities, we cannot dispel his control over me, Asui replied earnestly. Oh, is that so? I know, but I still wish to give it a try. You need not say more. Let your elder sister attempt, Yen insisted. All right, go ahead. But don't be disheartened if you fail, Asui conceded, seeing the determination in Yan's eyes. Ah, what do we have here? A new angelic lady. What is it that you wish to do? Lin Ye, perched upon the wall, observed Yan's attempts to free Asui with a light chuckle. Are you Lin Ye? Indeed. You are quite handsome, Yen responded, turning her head to face him with a playful smile. Hello, Angel Yen. Welcome to Earth Star, Lin Ye replied calmly, his voice steady. Please, this way, Miss Yen, Lin Ye said, elegantly leaping down from the wall, a smile gracing his features. The presence of Angel Yen would undoubtedly make her my most significant client, as I would acquire the first batch of resources for the development of the Zixiao sect through her. Very well, Mr. Lin Ye, lead the way, Yen said. Realizing that her chance to investigate the crystal ball restricting Asui was slipping away, she followed Lin Ye hastily. In no time, Lin Ye led Angel Yin and Azui to a conference room. Upon entering, he gestured for Yin and Azui to take a seat before earnestly turning his gaze towards Angel Yin. Since Miss Angel Yin has arrived, you should comprehend my request. This angel from your celestial lineage, angel chasing, has intruded into my abode twice, prying into the abilities I possess. The celestial civilization must provide restitution for this. Lin Ye gazed earnestly at Angel Yin, speaking plainly to her. Oh, Mr. Lin Ye, have you not already extracted information regarding the second and third generations of super genes from A chasing? If you have indeed done so, why then do you demand compensation from us? Angel Yin looked at Lin Ye, a light chuckle escaping her lips. What I have obtained from her is my rightful spoils. What you are obliged to pay now is the ransom to return her. Lin Ye maintained a tranquil demeanor, smiling as he addressed Angel Yin. Ransom, you say? I wonder what it would cost to reclaim A chasing. Angel Yin regarded Lin Ye with a smile. To bring her back. It depends on how much your celestial lineage values angel chasing, Lin Ye replied with a grin. To us, A chasing is indeed a treasure beyond measure. Yet are you not concerned about the repercussions from the celestial civilization? Angel Yin inquired, rising with curiosity and leaning closer to Lin Ye. Haha, I am certainly untroubled. Although I have yet to encounter the divine Kaisa, I do have some recommendations for Miss Angel Yin, Lin Ye replied, smiling at her. Very well. We can offer you resources for a third-generation super gene warrior. That should suffice to reclaim A chasing, right? Angel Yin looked at Lin Ye with a smile, speaking earnestly. No. To retrieve angel chasing, your celestial lineage must provide not one, but 3. Lin Ye regarded Angel Yin seriously, his voice low. 3. Impossible. No matter how vital A chasing is, we cannot afford such a price. Indeed, Yin Jia, perhaps you should return directly? After all, I am not in any danger here. I can continue to enjoy the comforts of life, and I find it rather delightful to exist in this world, A chasing exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Angel Yan's words. Is that so, Miss A chasing? I must remind you that while I have interrupted the super gene system within you, I have not deactivated it. Should I choose to deactivate it, your life could be extinguished at any moment. Do you understand? Lin Ye regarded A chasing with a cold gaze, speaking earnestly. Very well. You need not threaten me. 3 is unattainable, but I can offer 2. Angel Yin considered A chasing beside her, then turned to Lin Ye with determination. Agreed. Upon hearing Angel Yan's words, Lin Ye immediately responded, smiling earnestly at her. Angel Yin, realizing the situation, understood that he sought 2 rather than 3, thus falling into his clever trap. Sir, you are indeed astute, she remarked with a smile. Not at all, merely elementary negotiation tactics. Many merchants on our planet employ similar methods, Lin Ye said, noticing the displeasure on Angel Yan's face, smiling subtly. I wonder when the celestial civilization will deliver the resources? My young disciple and the grand elder of my sect are awaiting your provisions so I may upgrade their super genes, Lin Ye remarked, smiling at Angel Yin. Rest assured, this minor matter is not something our celestial civilization would renege on. Someone will deliver the items promptly, Angel Yin said, casting Lin Ye a look of annoyance. Very well. Please expedite the delivery of the resources, Lin Ye affirmed with a nod to Angel Yin. With that, Lin Ye rose. Come, ladies. The negotiations are concluded. I now invite you both to dine. He smiled at Angel Yin and A chasing, softly suggesting. Angel Yin and A chasing exchanged glances, standing and following Lin Ye outside. Mr. Lin Ye, could you please retrieve your crystal ball and unlock A chasing super gene? Angel Yin hastened to Lin Ye's side, earnestly addressing him. Chapter 142. Acquisition of resources. Upon hearing Angel Yan's request, Lin Ye blinked, observing the smiling Angel Yin with a serious gaze. Yin Jia, you need not seek his assistance. I am quite well as I am, A chasing interjected, frowning at Lin Ye's prolonged silence. Miss Angel Yin, what makes you think I would acquiesce to your proposal? Lin Ye regarded her earnestly, his voice deep. Of course, it is because I know Mr. Lin Ye to be a proud individual. Such trifles would hardly weigh on his mind, would they, Mr. Lin Ye? Angel Yin stated, fixing her gaze on him. Indeed, I wholeheartedly appreciate your flattery, Miss Angel Yin. I can grant A chasing an opportunity, Lin Ye acknowledged, nodding at her. With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the crystal ball controlling A chasing's super gene system. As the suppression was lifted, 2 angelic wings sprouted from A chasing's back. The moment her super gene was restored, she drew forth the flame sword, scrutinizing Lin Ye intently. Hey, Miss A chasing, do you intend to strike me? Yet, Have you forgotten that the crystal ball still resides within you? I can easily reactivate your super gene system at any time. Do you comprehend? Lin Ye smiled at her. Humph, scoundrel. A chasing, realizing her predicament, begrudgingly sheathed the flame's sword and huffed at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, unfazed by her reaction, led a chasing and Angel Yin into the grand hall of the Purple Sky Divine Sect, where a momentous banquet was to be held. In the days that followed, Lin Ye diligently practiced his magical powers, paying little heed to Angel Yin and a chasing. However, he continued to monitor a chasing's movements closely. As long as she remained within Earth's atmosphere, she was free to roam. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message from Angel Yin, Divine Kaisa swiftly procured 2 sets of third-generation supergene resources, delivering them to Angel Moi, who was dispatched to Earth. To expedite the transaction and to prevent Morgana from discovering Lin Ye's existence, Divine Kaisa utilized her knowledge repository to assist Angel Moi, enabling a long-distance teleportation that saved substantial travel time. With Divine Kaisa's aid, Angel Moi soon arrived on Earth. Yin Jia, I have arrived. Angel Moi exclaimed excitedly upon finding Angel Yin. Moi, it is you. I did not expect Queen Kaisa to send you. Angel Yin responded with a smile at her arrival. Indeed, there has been renewed conflict between Queen Kaisa and the Demon Queen. To swiftly facilitate your and a chasing's return, I was specially dispatched, Angel Moi explained. Upon hearing Angel Yin's words, Angel Moi gazed earnestly at Angel Yin and smiled, saying, All right, Moi, since you are here, let us not linger in conversation. We must swiftly deliver the resources to that individual so we can return to our Meluo Celestial Palace as soon as possible. Angel Yin, upon hearing Angel Moi's statement, instantly adopted a serious demeanor, looking intently at Angel Moi, and replied in a solemn tone. With that, Angel Yin rose and, accompanied by Angel Moi, hastened towards the dark signal of Lin Ye atop Zhixiao Peak. Oh, a new angelic lady. It seems she has brought the exchange supplies. Lin Ye remarked with a smile as he observed Angel Moi. Sir, here are the 2 sets of materials prepared by our angelic kin for the 3rd-generation supergene warriors. I now hand them over to you, Angel Moi declared, producing a large, square box and placing it before Lin Ye with a serious demeanor. Lin Ye examined the substantial box before him, activating the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to scan its contents, which confirmed that the resources were indeed sufficient to forge 2 formidable dark dimension computers, with even a slight surplus. Excellent. Very good, Lin Ye said, closing the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, and smiled at Angel Yin, remarking, Now, allow me, with a wave of his hand. A blue-purple crystal sphere floated out from Angel Joue's body and directly entered Lin Ye's own. All right, Angel Joue, you are free now. Remember, should you wish to be audacious in the future, feel free to seek me out. After all, you alone possess resources for merely 2 super warriors. Lin Ye said with a smile directed at Angel Joue. Humph, do not be too proud. One day, I shall defeat you, Angel Joue retorted, glaring at Lin Ye with a sense of indignation. Mr. Lin Ye, might I inquire if you would be inclined to establish a friendly relationship with our angelic civilization? We could appoint a female angel as your guardian. What do you think? Angel Yin proposed earnestly, smiling at Lin Ye. That will not be necessary. I harbor no favorable impressions of your angelic race. Perhaps you should seek other candidates, Lin Ye replied, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction at Angel Yin's suggestion. Alas, very well. We appreciate your hospitality during this time, Mr. Lin Ye. We shall take our leave now and hope for amicable exchanges upon our next meeting, Angel Yin sighed, regarding Lin Ye with a resigned expression. With that, Angel Yin, along with Angel Joue and Angel Moi, flapped their time-space wings and swiftly departed toward the outer realms of Earth. Angel Yin had clearly received the news conveyed by Angel Moi. The angelic race was once again at war with the demons. As a left-wing guardian, she was a crucial force within the entire angelic civilization and needed to return promptly to partake in the conflict and safeguard her kin. Without her, the angelic race would likely suffer great losses in their battle against the demons. After watching Angel Yin and the other 2 angels depart, Lin Ye reached out and absorbed the resources before him into the Dragon Pearl, beginning to utilize the World Core to forge the first supergene system. Once this supergene system was fully completed, it would herald the emergence of the 2nd super warrior on Blue Star. Lin Ye intended to dispatch the first super warrior into the cosmos to gather relevant materials, subsequently equipping others with the supergene system. Chapter 143. Bestowing the Elder Gene computer with the assistance of the World Core, Lin Ye swiftly completed the first Super Gene system. This Super Gene system was not the Zhuke will crafted for his disciple Yayu, but rather a universal third-generation Super Angel Gene system. Upon completion of the Super Gene system, Lin Ye promptly summoned the Grand Elder of Zhixiao Divine Sect. "Master, you summoned me." The Grand Elder responded respectfully upon receiving Lin Ye's command, bowing as he approached Lin Ye, who sat at the high seat. "Grand Elder, I possess a remarkably powerful piece of equipment to bestow upon you. Have you successfully cultivated the Dark Energy Absorption Gene?" Lin Ye asked with a serious expression directed at the Grand Elder. "Yes, Master. I have completed the cultivation of the Dark Energy Absorption Gene," the Grand Elder replied with utmost respect after hearing Lin Ye's inquiry. "Good, since you have achieved this. This item is rightfully yours," Lin Ye said, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he addressed the Grand Elder. Lin Ye activated his Heavenly Emperor's Super Gene, scanning the Grand Elder before seamlessly integrating the Super Gene computer into his body. "This is the third-generation Super Gene descent. You are to upgrade your genes according to the information contained within it. Once your Super Genes are fully integrated with the Super Gene system, I shall assign you a very important task, understood?" Lin Ye said earnestly as he embedded the Super Gene system within the Grand Elder. "Yes, Master, I understand." The Grand Elder replied sincerely, bowing deeply in respect. "Very well, you may leave," Lin Ye gestured, indicating that the Grand Elder could depart. After hearing Lin Ye's words, the Grand Elder bowed and exited the hall with measured steps. Once the Grand Elder had left, Lin Ye shifted his consciousness into the Dragon Pearl. Previously, aside from forging the third-generation Angel Gene, he had not utilized the remaining resources to create a Super Gene system. Instead, he had combined certain metals from the Dragon Pearl world to construct a spacecraft capable of gathering dark matter in the vast cosmos. Though dark matter could also be collected on Earth, initiating such a program would significantly harm the ecological environment and could lead to catastrophic consequences for global development. Lin Ye was unwilling to exhaust Earth's resources prematurely. Thus, he turned his attention to the stars. Meluo Celestial Palace. "Queen Kesha, we have returned," Angel Yian announced as she entered the Grand Hall with Angels Jue and Moi, bowing respectfully before the divine Kesha seated above. "Yian, you have returned. How did it go? Have you gathered the Super Gene of that little fellow?" Queen Kesha inquired earnestly, a slight smile illuminating her face. "Yes, Queen Kesha, we have successfully collected it," Angel Yian replied, a smile gracing her features as she addressed the Queen. "Excellent, truly commendable work as a left-wing guardian. You may transmit the relevant data to the Celestial King He-She," Queen Kesha instructed, her smile unwavering. In Queen Kesha's view, possessing Lin Ye's Super Gene would enable them to analyze and deduce all that he knew. In the future, even if a conflict were to arise between the angelic civilization and Earth, their civilization would remain impervious to defeat. "Yes, Queen Kesha. I will transmit Lin Ye's Super Gene to Celestial King He-She right away," Angel Yian assured the Queen with utmost respect. With that, Angel Yian proceeded to prepare the genetic information about Lin Ye stored within her, editing the content before sending it to Celestial King He-She. On the other side, the Celestial King He-She, upon receiving the genetic information transmitted by Angel Yin, was immediately intrigued. He swiftly initiated the Celestial Computational Group to meticulously analyze the genetic data sent by Angel Yin. However, as he examined the super genes of Lin Ye, which had evolved within the celestial system, he became increasingly perplexed. "Kesha, are you certain that this super gene brought back by your disciple belongs to that little fellow named Lin Ye? I find it quite unsettling as I delve deeper into the research." He expressed his doubts to the divine Kesha. "What? Is there a problem?" Kesha responded, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at He-She. "You see, this is the result I derived. It is entirely that of an ordinary individual possessing a super gene. All the data pertains to the first generation. I cannot extrapolate a second or third generation. Do you think that little fellow might be deceiving us?" He-She suggested, hinting at his suspicions. "That shouldn't be the case. I previously examined Angel Yin's memories and found no discrepancies. Are you sure you are not mistaken?" Kesha countered, her brow furrowing in confusion. "He-She, you may claim that my combat prowess is inferior to yours, but in matters of research, I am undoubtedly more formidable," He-She retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. All right. I misspoke. Please don't be upset," Kesha quickly responded, realizing her error as she looked at the irate He-She. Perhaps that little fellow has discovered our attempts to pilfer his super genes and deliberately provided a false one to Angel Yin. Consequently, what I am currently studying is not his super gene, but rather the first-generation super genes possessed by the ordinary individuals under his command, He-She speculated, his fury subsiding as he pondered Kesha's words. Indeed, that is a plausible scenario, Kesha nodded in agreement. That little fellow captured Asui effortlessly and acquired 2 resources from our dark dimension gene system. It is improbable that he would allow Yin to obtain his super gene so easily. This line of reasoning resonated deeply with Kesha, fitting the profile of Lin Ye, the one who independently initiated the civilization of God-making. Chapter 144. Unveiling the Second Seal. Haha. Angel Yin must have returned to the angel civilization by now. I wonder if they have thoroughly researched that super gene they obtained from me. I am quite curious to see their expressions when they realize it is not my super gene, Lin Ye mused, reclining leisurely on a lounge chair atop Zixiao Peak, sipping tea while reveling in the misfortune of others. Initially, Lin Ye had harbored concerns that capturing Angel Asui and restricting her freedom would incite anger from the angel civilization, particularly from Kesha and the other angels. However, he was taken aback when Angel Yin, with merely a few words, produced 2 resources of the 3rd-generation supergene system. This unexpected turn of events led Lin Ye to suspect ulterior motives. Consequently, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring Angel Yin, Angel Mo, and even Angel Asui to discern their true intentions. What perplexed Lin Ye further was that Angel Yin had stealthily infiltrated his room while he was preoccupied with examining the development of his sect and had found Lin Ye's own biological tissue. Utilizing the angel's inside eye, she replicated the genes contained within. Upon discovering Angel Yan's actions, Lin Ye could not help but scoff. How could my super gene be so easily acquired? Every piece of biological tissue that had exited Lin Ye's body had already been modified, resulting in Angel Yin obtaining not his super gene, but that of another individual. The irony amused Lin Ye as he observed Angel Yin mistakenly believing she had acquired something of value. After obtaining this genetic information, Angel Yin did not conduct any research but swiftly departed from Earthstar upon Angel Mo Yi's arrival with resources. Lin Ye found himself at a loss for words. Yet he realized that whatever they had acquired posed no threat to him, so he let them be. As time passed, Lin Ye observed the diligent training of everyone in his sect as they engaged with the super genes and operated dark energy. Although he had integrated the 3rd-generation super gene system into the Grand Elder, who would continue the gene cultivation, the sect's development was already well organized under the Grand Elder's guidance, requiring no further attention from Lin Ye. Sensing the accumulated magical power within himself, Lin Ye felt confident in his ability to break the second seal. Thus, he constructed a secret chamber atop Zixiao Peak and entered it, directing his focus towards the seal on the Dragon Pearl. The last time Lin Ye had successfully broken a seal on the Dragon Pearl, it had been due to the fact that the seal was established by the world's laws. The outermost layer of the heavenly laws typically belonged to those incomplete entities within the world. The super laws of the Legion world were largely unrelated to cultivation. Lin Ye's magical power was the key capable of unlocking this lock, allowing him to break through with relative ease. However, as he delved deeper, the efficacy of his spiritual energy diminished significantly. Observing the chains on the Dragon Pearl, Lin Ye concentrated his magical power, forming a small drill as before, and struck decisively at the chains. Yet, the spiritual energy drill, upon colliding with the chains, left no discernible marks, and Lin Ye's cultivated magical power quickly dwindled. After exhausting a third of his energy, he paused, gazing at the radiant chains before cautiously extending his consciousness toward them. In an instant, he felt as though his soul had entered a realm of electrifying thunder. Lightning power? Must I dismantle this chain using the power of thunder? Lin Ye mused aloud, contemplating the nature of the challenge before him. Very well, if you require the power of lightning, let us see if it can indeed break you, he resolved, gritting his teeth as he transformed his magical power into lightning, crafting a lightning blade that he unleashed upon the chains of the Dragon Pearl. The chains, which had remained still moments before, were now cleaved open by Lin Ye's lightning blade. Ecstatic at this development, he quickly summoned more lightning, repeatedly striking the chains with fervor. The once formidable chains shattered into countless fragments, which were then drawn into the Dragon Pearl. Upon absorbing these fragments, the core of the internal world within the Dragon Pearl swiftly devoured the remnants, for these chains have been created by the world consciousness of the Legion world, imbued with the power of its laws. After being consumed by the core of the world, Lin Ye experienced a significant enhancement in his understanding of the principles of lightning. If previously he had only grasped 1,000th of the path of thunder, now he had ascended to 100th. How remarkable! To think that these chains are not merely a calamity, but rather a fortuitous opportunity. Upon receiving the information transmitted from the world core, Lin Ye excitedly declared that should he devour the remaining 5 chains, it would signify his acquisition of 5 distinct paths of power, though uncertain of which powers he would obtain next. He was confident that studying these chains would yield valuable insights. If he could consume all 5 chains, it was conceivable that the dragon god realm within him could evolve to a status equivalent to that of the world of the heroic legion, enabling him to incorporate this realm into his dragon pearl and transform it into a subordinate world akin to the ninja realm. With fervor, Lin Ye attempted to project his consciousness toward the 5 remaining chains, only to discover that his spiritual energy could penetrate only the first chain. This chain led to a realm seemingly ablaze with flames, scorching enough to incinerate any living being. Would he need to employ fire-based attacks? It appeared he must diligently cultivate his abilities in flame manipulation. Otherwise, breaking this chain would prove exceedingly arduous. Reflecting on his recent sensations, Lin Ye murmured to himself. Chapter 145. The operation of the underworld. After unsealing the second seal on the dragon pearl, Lin Ye delved his consciousness into its depths. He observed that, aside from the underworld returning to its normal operations, both the ninja realm and the dragon god realm exhibited distinct advancements. Yet the life within remained in a state of suppression. Excellent, indeed. This bodes well for my forthcoming plans. As Lin Ye watched the underworld function within his dragon pearl, autonomously absorbing the lingering souls from the ninja realm, a smile of delight graced his face. Although the ethereal cycle of reincarnation within the underworld caused these souls to fall into a slumber after being drawn in, without any unusual occurrences, Lin Ye glimpsed his future development. Previously, he had brought the formidable Xiang Yu under the wing of the divine sovereign of Zixiao, utilizing force to compel the conqueror's allegiance. However, his aspirations to gather more individuals in the future would necessitate a more efficient approach. He could not personally subdue each one. Now, with the underworld at his disposal, he could harness its power to establish a concealed formation throughout the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Through the might of the Dragon Pearl, he could capture the souls of every illustrious hero of Huaxia, allowing them to rest within his Dragon Pearl. He had no desire for the souls of ordinary individuals. He only sought to preserve those of the remarkable, even if he were to traverse into other worlds in the future. Having these heroes serve as his subordinates would be a splendid eventuality. Without hesitation, Lin Ye swiftly merged with the world core, leveraging the computational prowess of the celestial computer to rapidly import a map of the 9 provinces alongside information about Earth, continuously strategizing how to arrange this formation. The formation Lin Ye envisioned combined the Earth Spirit Gathering Array with the Spirit Communication Array, enabling the world core to monitor the information of every powerful figure in Huaxia. By marking these individuals upon their demise, he could usher their souls into the underworld. Lin Ye quickly integrated the Earth Spirit Gathering Array with the Spirit Communication Array, accomplishing this monumental creation in no time. Splendid. It requires merely 6 focal points to establish this formation. The next step involves having the elders send individuals to set up these 6 focal points. Lin Ye extracted 6 orbs representing the 6 paths of reincarnation from the world core. Observing the power emanating from these orbs, he expressed his satisfaction. Although these 6 spirit orbs could not assist Lin Ye in gathering vast amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, they would sustain their own operation, ensuring that the formation could autonomously draw in souls even in Lin Ye's absence. Additionally, the natural energy they collected would continue to nourish the flora and fauna of the 9 provinces. Elder, come to me at once. I have important matters to discuss with you. Lin Ye contacted the elder, who, startled from his meditation, swiftly rose to reach Lin Ye's secluded chamber. Master, have you summoned me in such haste for something urgent? The elder inquired cautiously. This is the array I have newly devised, along with the locations where these core items must be delivered. Send the 6 strongest individuals from our sect to these 6 locations as indicated on this map. Upon arrival, they must dig a hole at least 5 meters deep and place the orbs inside. Do you understand? Lin Ye instructed the elder earnestly. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the elder carefully accepted the map and the 6 orbs. Yes, master, I shall arrange for this immediately, he replied, bowing respectfully before departing with the map and orbs. In short order, the elder dispatched 6 individuals to the designated locations, ensuring that they adhered to Lin Ye's instructions. The 6 members sent from the Zixiao sect were primarily first-generation super gene bearers. While they may not have matched the conventional first-generation super genes, their ability to absorb dark energy rendered them significantly more formidable in both strength and endurance than the average person. Within a mere month, these 6 individuals reached their respective destinations, and upon confirming their locations, they procured tools and utilized water flow to excavate holes of at least 10 meters in depth. They then carefully placed the orbs into these deep cavities. Have they been delivered? Excellent. While meditating, Lin Ye suddenly received a notification from the operational program of the World Core, indicating that all 6 orbs had been positioned. With a swift gesture, he linked the 6 orbs together. Upon their connection, they swiftly formed a colossal array, enveloping the entirety of the 9 provinces. Simultaneously, the 6 orbs established a connection with the projection of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the underworld, beginning to emit a subtle allure. This attraction was imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Even an ant could easily escape its grasp with a modicum of effort. However, upon death, souls that were meant to be consumed by the World Core were now ensnared by the 6 orbs, ensuring that upon their demise, they would directly transition into the underworld. Ah, splendid. It seems that in the future, I shall possess a cadre of renowned generals and ministers. Lin Ye observed the successful operation of the 6 reincarnation orbs, a gentle smile illuminating his countenance as he spoke with delight. In the Milky Way system, he pondered, why are super soldiers appearing on Earth? This shouldn't be the case. After death, God Karl studied the void. He found himself empty-handed, just as he was about to set up contingencies on Earth, which he had previously discovered at the Super God Academy. He was astonished to notice the emergence of signs of a god-making civilization on the planet. This revelation left him bewildered, for with the suppression of angels, it seemed implausible that such advanced supergene warriors could develop so rapidly within Earth's civilization. Even if they did, they would typically be quashed by angelic forces. However, Karl observed not only the presence of supergene warriors on Earth, but also a considerable number of them. Although still in their nascent stages, they appeared to possess significant potential. This led Karl to ponder, had this super civilization somehow escaped the judgment of the angels? Utilizing the dark dimension and the super celestial computer, Karl swiftly analyzed the recent events on Earth, seeking the roots of this god-making civilization's development. He was puzzled. He had not encountered any information about super civilizations, so how could such advancements suddenly materialize? Where was their foundation? Despite his extensive research, he remained at a loss. He gazed at the super celestial computer, which was consuming energy at an alarming rate, repeatedly attempting to trace the origins of Lin Ye's ability to create super genes through his life trajectory. Yet, no answer surfaced. He could only conclude that Lin Ye was a product of nature's evolution, endowed with a highly developed brain, but all other explanations eluded him. Could this phenomenon be attributed to the void? It seemed implausible that the void possessed such formidable power. Regardless of his efforts, Karl found himself unable to unravel the mystery. Enamored with the void, he reluctantly attributed everything to its influence. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who was observing the cycle of 6 paths, suddenly sensed a persistent scanning presence from the dark dimension. This annoyance prompted him to reflect. If it were the angels, they would not be so overt, nor would they need to scan so frequently. Lin Ye quickly merged his consciousness with the core of the Dragon Ball world. Soon, he discerned that the scanning force originated from the mighty celestial computer. Ah, it's you, Death God Karl. You've gone too far this time. Let us see how you respond now, Lin Ye thought to himself. Upon realizing the mastermind was indeed Karl, he furrowed his brow and swiftly connected the world core with the 6 paths reincarnation pearl. Once the practice was completed, an ethereal, invisible barrier enveloped the entirety of the 9 provinces. The moment the barrier formed, it was taken over by Lin Ye's world core, effectively shielding Earth from any external scanning. It appears my maneuver was successful, indeed obstructing Death God Karl. Now, let us see if you can still receive my information. Merging with the world core, Lin Ye felt the entire realm of the 9 provinces was now imprisoned. He erased all dark data from Earth, rendering it imperceptible to anyone beyond its boundaries. It seems that fellow is indeed connected to the void. No one else could achieve such a feat of shielding even the power of the celestial clock. Carl, initially employing the master clock for rapid scanning, suddenly found himself unable to glean any data from the 9 provinces of Earth. Astonished, he gazed at the planet, muttering to himself, she. I never expected Carl with the master clock would be defeated. That little one must have developed some extraordinary ability, completely locking down all dark data in his area, not allowing a single piece of information to escape. Divine Kesha looked at the celestial king, she beside her, smiling as she remarked, indeed, it's remarkable that he could single-handedly create a god-making civilization. That young one is indeed powerful. Celestial king she nodded in agreement, stating earnestly, Kesha, should we not consider sending a guardian angel to Lin Ye? If we can draw him into our ranks, it might pave a path for the future of angelic civilization. Divine Kesha regarded Celestial King she with a serious expression, responding, while that is a noble idea. All our angelic warriors are dispatched based on genetic matching. Without the young one's genetic data, we can only rely on our observations. Sending a guardian angel to him may prove quite challenging. Celestial King she opened his eyes wide, gazing intently at Divine Kesha, who remained silent, her eyes glinting with amusement. What are you looking at me for? You wouldn't propose to marry me off, would you? Celestial King she's calm demeanor faltered upon seeing Kesha's expression, and he incredulously exclaimed, Indeed, you are the only one suitable within the entire angelic civilization. Why not? Just go along with it. Divine Kesha exclaimed with excitement. What? Are we still sisters? Are you plotting against me? Who knows if that fellow will clash with angelic civilization in the future? If I go, do you think he won't just devour me? Celestial King she responded loudly to Divine Kesha. Oh, don't think so darkly. I believe that despite his seemingly cold exterior, he values equality tremendously. Just a few sweet words from you might lead our angelic civilization to new heights. Divine Kesha replied with a light laugh. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Though I developed the angelic matching system, I do not trust it. You can forget about marrying me off to him. Celestial King she resolutely countered. Furthermore, if a true union is desired, why not send yourself? With you there, our angelic civilization could merge seamlessly with Earth. With Lin Ye's unique technology, this would be a boon for us. Celestial King she remarked to Divine Kesha. Oh, I am the queen of the angelic civilization. If I am married off, it would mean marrying the entire angelic lineage. Are you not concerned about the potential loss for our civilization? Divine Kesha responded, smiling as she took Celestial King she's hand, speaking earnestly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the technology of the angelic civilization has been developed by me. I am far more valuable than you, a mere warrior king. Perhaps you should consider marrying yourself off instead. Celestial King she retorted loudly to Divine Kesha. Oh, I was merely suggesting that you could charm him, like that little one, to draw him into the angelic civilization. Wouldn't that be splendid? Divine Kesha smiled at Celestial King she, earnestly encouraging him. Chapter 147. The super gene of the 5 divine beasts on the other side. Lin Ye, having concealed all the dark dimensions on Earth, endeavored to cultivate his magical powers using the strength of the Dragon Balls. He discovered that although his Dragon Balls contained dragon veins capable of gathering energy, he could not use their power indiscriminately. After conducting some research, Lin Ye realized that excessive reliance on the dragon vein strength could lead to the depletion of the energy from the Dragon God realm within his Dragon Balls. Upon this realization, he decisively curtailed his dependency on the Dragon Balls for cultivation. After all, he could now utilize his super gene to transform dark energy into the lightning he required, which he could then convert into magical power. The spiritual energy that could be released from the Dragon Balls had long ceased to be his primary choice. Now that he possessed the Vermilion Bird Will, Lin Ye pondered whether he should devise a new super gene. Once the Grand Elder completed the mineral collection for the first dark matter computer, his groundbreaking achievement deserved a reward, which would incentivize those beneath him to work diligently. Otherwise, if they became complacent, the repercussions would be significant. Lost in thought, Lin Ye spoke aloud. Indeed, it is feasible. Moreover, I can also derive the other 4 divine beasts as displays. I can inform them that the next achiever will have the privilege to select from the remaining 3, thereby expediting the process. With excitement coursing through him, Lin Ye sat upright and exclaimed, "The Grand Elder is a steadfast individual, and my commands are invariably executed with utmost diligence. Among the four, Qilin, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Qinglong, the one most akin should be Xuanwu. I can aptly derive a super gene that mirrors Cheng Yaowen's heart of the earth and name it Xuanwu Will. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Ye swiftly commenced his actions, integrating himself with the world core. He not only infused his cultivated magical power into the world core, but also fully committed himself to describe some artificial settings for the Xuanwu Will. Even though the world core was equipped with a supercomputer's intelligence system, there remained many aspects beyond its autonomous control, necessitating human intervention. Before long, Lin Ye completed the foundational settings. Observing the rapid simulation of the Xuanwu Will within the world core, a gentle smile graced his face. Simultaneously, he began establishing new simulation projects, including Qinglong Will, Qilin Will, and White Tiger Will. Lin Ye aspired to create a super gene combination encompassing all 5 divine beasts to aid in suppressing the entire Earth in the future. What manner of being is he? His abilities are astonishingly complex, unlike any divine civilization that has arisen before. How peculiar, mused the Reaper Carl, as he scrutinized the information he had gathered about Lin Ye. Perplexed by the contents. Previously, Carl had intended to experiment with 2 beast body super genes on Earth, reserving one as his trump card and entrusting the other to Morgana. After all, Morgana had been relentlessly pursued by the angelic civilization for years, leaving her no time to develop new super gene warriors. If he planned to outmaneuver the divine Caesar, it was crucial for the demon queen Morgana to at least have the ability to stall the angelic civilization's advance. Otherwise, before Caesar could act, the angelic civilization might obliterate them. In such a scenario, he would find himself utterly humiliated. It seems that to study his super genes, I must observe him more closely. Comprehending him entirely in a short time is an impossible task, Carl muttered to himself as he set aside the information regarding Lin Ye. Since I cannot intervene on Earth, I must find another location for cultivation. However, this means these 2 super genes cannot be developed in the same place. Carl gazed at a beast body warrior derived from canine genes and another from crocodile genes, reflecting aloud, "Snow, come to me." The Reaper Carl quickly regained his composure and called out loudly to the outside. The grave digger Snow, hearing Carl's summons, swiftly approached, regarding him with utmost respect. "Lord Carl, is there something you require of me?" Snow inquired earnestly, bowing to the Reaper Carl. "These are 2 super genes. You will take them to the Seath Star system, locate the 2 planets indicated, and inject these super genes into their respective hosts to help them develop. If the angelic civilization discovers this, do not engage in battle. Simply seal the super genes. They will be needed for significant matters in the future." The Reaper Carl, with a serious demeanor, addressed Snow. "Understood, Lord Carl. I shall proceed immediately." Snow respectfully accepted the 2 genes from Carl and turned to exit. "I hope these 2 planets will facilitate the growth of these super genes. If not, I may have to intervene personally. At that point, the angelic civilization might detect my actions and preemptively target me, jeopardizing my plans. If such a situation arises, it could become quite troublesome." Watching Snow depart with the 2 super genes toward the star system, Carl murmured to himself. Snow traversed the cosmos, eventually reaching the designated planets, where he injected one super gene into an appropriate host before proceeding to the next planet with the other gene. Meanwhile, the angelic civilization mobilized a multitude of super warriors, relentlessly assailing the soldiers under the demon Queen Morgana. Despite Morgana having recruited many warriors from various civilizations to form the demon civilization, her army remained disorganized, significantly lagging behind the formal angelic forces. However, as the apocalypse king of the angelic civilization, Morgana had a profound understanding of their strategies and often managed to find unexpected victories, unearthing glimmers of hope amidst the impossible, thus repelling the onslaught of the angelic civilization. Chapter 148. Simulation of the 4th-generation divine body on Mount Zixiao. Lin Ye, through relentless effort, finally completed the settings for the Xuanwu, Qinglong, White Tiger, and Qilin super genes. Observing the world core continuously computing and simulating the abilities of the 4 super genes, a satisfied smile illuminated Lin Ye's face. "Master, I have successfully completed the new super gene you entrusted to me. It has perfectly integrated with my super gene system. What should I do next?" The Grand Elder, having fused his super genes, eagerly approached Lin Ye, earnestly seeking guidance. "Really? Grand Elder, you finished so quickly. Truly, you live up to your reputation as my subordinate. Lin Ye, using the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to inspect the Grand Elder's super gene fusion state, confirmed the successful integration and expressed his delight. It is all thanks to you, Master. Without your instruction, I would not have achieved this, the Grand Elder humbly replied. Now, please, instruct me further. The Grand Elder gazed at the jubilant Lin Ye before him, a smile of delight gracing his features. Bowing respectfully, he inquired of Lin Ye. Very well indeed. Grand Elder, please return for now and await my further instructions. Once my plans are finalized, you shall be ready to embark. Lin Ye replied with a smile as he regarded the Grand Elder. Moments ago, Lin Ye had assessed his internal situation, although he had the support of the World Core. The construction of the Star River battleship was not yet complete, though it was nearing fruition. Most of the ship's main structure had been assembled, with only the dark matter collection device still undergoing continuous shaping and construction. After all, Lin Ye did not wish for his Star River battleship to venture beyond Earth only to return with but a solitary dark matter genetic resource. He aspired to gather as much as possible, even if it were merely an additional unit. Such a gain would signify progress. With the aid of the Dragon Balls, Lin Ye believed that the process of shaping the Dark Dimension's genetic system would incur minimal loss. Yes, Sect Master, I shall proceed at once. I hope you can complete your work soon, the Grand Elder responded, acknowledging Lin Ye's words with a bow, his voice resonating with anticipation. All right, Grand Elder, you may depart. Lin Ye waved his hand with a smile. The Grand Elder turned, his face alight with joy as he left. Indeed, the battleship is nearing completion. Next, I must upgrade the supergenetic system. However, aside from lacking a formidable arsenal, I find myself wanting for a powerful divine body in my partnership with Divine Kaisa. After all, I do not possess the fourth-generation divine body that she wields. While I am uncertain whether the fourth-generation divine body can match the might of my dragon body, I have resolved to experiment with its derivation. Gaining an additional ability, even if I do not utilize it myself in the future, could be advantageous for the Grand Elder and my disciple, Ye. Both of them are legitimate progenitors of the Divine River civilization. And though they have integrated the laws of the Dragon God realm within them, their foundations remain rooted in this world of formidable warriors. Thus, if I wish for them to attain the combat prowess of fourth-generation deities in the future, the technology inherent in the fourth-generation divine body is indispensable. Very well. I have decided to forge a new divine body, using the sacred form of the angelic civilization as a conceptual framework. Let the World Core assist me in this gradual derivation. Lin Ye closed his eyes, swiftly injecting the capabilities of the fourth-generation body from the original text into the World Core, requesting its assistance in the derivation. However, to Lin Ye's astonishment, as soon as he infused the relevant information, the World Core began its rapid calculations. As the World Core operated, data regarding the fourth-generation divine body began to coalesce. And soon, the embryonic form of the fourth-generation divine body materialized within the World Core. It appeared that the fourth-generation divine body was not as formidable as anticipated. It seemed largely reliant on the celestial computer behind it. A typical fourth-generation divine body, even if data were inscribed onto its molecular structure to allow for autonomous aggregation, would likely falter against third-generation genetic warriors without the celestial computer's assistance. These third-generation super warriors could easily dismantle a fourth-generation divine body lacking the support of such technology, swiftly severing the two. Although the wounds caused by the fourth-generation divine body would not bleed, if separated sufficiently, they might never reunite. Unless the individual chose to completely abandon their brainless form and, relying on their own body, absorb the surrounding dark energy and matter to gradually undergo reconstruction. How peculiar that this group of angels has encircled me so swiftly, Queen Morgana of the demons remarked, observing the severely diminished demon clan before her, her dissatisfaction evident. Queen Morgana had long recognized that her sister, Divine Kaisa, surpassed her in power. Yet, she could not quench the fervor within her heart, resolutely choosing to rebel against the angelic civilization in search of a method to safeguard her kind beneath the looming threat of the void civilization. However, her sister had curtailed her research, driving Queen Morgana to extreme measures that starkly contrasted with those of her sibling. My queen, we have recently suffered heavy losses. What course of action can we take to turn the tide of battle? Demon Otto solemnly inquired, bowing before Queen Morgana. We shall retreat and seek a location yet to develop nuclear weaponry, where we can regroup and replenish my forces. Once they have recovered, I shall lead you in avenging our fallen, Queen Morgana declared, her gaze fixed on the battlefield where the angelic warrior, Yen, wreaked havoc. Otto, upon hearing Queen Morgana's words, nodded solemnly. My queen, allow me to remain here to buy you some time. Astonished at Otto's suggestion, Queen Morgana regarded him with seriousness. No, you all must retreat with me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my indifference. Queen Morgana quickly grasped Otto's intentions, casting a cold glance in his direction, her voice firm. Chapter 149. The Star River Battleship. With Queen Morgana's order to retreat, the conflict between the angelic and demonic civilizations came to an end. The angelic civilization refrained from pursuing the retreating demons aggressively, leaving only a handful of their warriors to cleanse the remnants of the lower civilizations ravaged by Queen Morgana, establishing relevant agreements before returning to the Molotian heaven. On the peak of Zixiao, Lin Ye was engaged in converting dark energy into lightning power through the supercomputer within him, refining it into his own magical essence. Although the process was somewhat cumbersome, the amount of magical power he gained during each session of cultivation was comparable to the rate at which he absorbed energy in the world of Naruto. Suddenly, a light screen illuminated before Lin Ye. The Star River battleship has been completed. Please collect it promptly, Celestial Emperor. The words appeared before him, igniting a wave of excitement within Lin Ye, who had been previously immersed in his training. Excellent. The Star River battleship is finished. Now, it is time for my Zixiao divine sect to unleash an onslaught of troops. Lin Ye exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the screen. Without delay, he swiftly entered the Dragon God realm. Is this the Star River battleship? Goodness, it must be larger than an entire residential complex. Lin Ye marveled at the colossal structure before him, speaking to himself. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. Welcome aboard the Star River battleship. Upon Lin Ye's entrance, the corridor lights within the battleship illuminated in sequence, calmly addressing him. Hello, Star River battleship. Please provide me with information about yourself, Lin Ye requested, his tone cordial. In response to the Celestial Emperor, I am the Star River battleship, created by the World Core program. The battleship replied respectfully, adhering to its programmed protocols. Very well. Star River battleship, please grant me first priority and designate the Grand Elder of the Zixiao Divine Sect as second priority. He shall serve as the captain, guiding you into the cosmos to collect the necessary dark matter. Please cooperate with him to the best of your ability. Finally, upon hearing a detailed introduction to the Star River battleship, Lin Ye smiled and addressed it, saying, All right, Heavenly Emperor, I shall heed your command and collaborate with the Grand Elder of the Zixiao Divine Sect to accomplish the task you have assigned. Rest assured, the battleship's intelligent program responded to Lin Ye's words in a calm manner. Lin Ye gazed upon the vast expanse of the battleship, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he departed from the Dragon God realm. Grand Elder, come to me swiftly, Lin Ye communicated as he returned to the world. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, the Grand Elder promptly rose and hurried towards Lin Ye's abode. May I inquire, Sectmaster, have you summoned me because the plan has been finalized? The Grand Elder asked with palpable excitement. Indeed, it is complete. Follow me, Lin Ye replied, nodding slightly at the Grand Elder before leading him into the Dragon God realm. The Grand Elder, upon seeing the Star River battleship, stared in astonishment, excitement shining in his eyes as he looked at Lin Ye. Sectmaster, what is this? Why is it so immense? After pondering for a moment, the Grand Elder cautiously inquired. This vessel is known as the Star River battleship. It is crucial for the future development of our sect. You will remain aboard this battleship, where the intelligent program, Star River, will instruct you on how to operate this colossal craft. In due time, you shall pilot this ship into the cosmos to gather dark matter, enabling me to create more supergene systems, granting each member of the Zixiao Divine Sect the power of divinity, Lin Ye stated earnestly, looking intently at the Grand Elder. Yes, Sectmaster. I will strive to learn and master this formidable machine as soon as possible, the Grand Elder replied, his gaze fixed on the massive fortress before him. Seriousness etched on his face. Very well, since you possess such determination, I shall entrust this to you for the time being. Within a year, I hope you will have mastered it, Lin Ye said sternly to the Grand Elder. Yes, rest assured, Sectmaster. I shall exert every effort in my studies, the Grand Elder affirmed, gazing earnestly at Lin Ye. Satisfied with the Grand Elder's response, Lin Ye nodded and departed the Dragon God realm with the Star River battleship. Every member of the Zhixiao Divine Sect now had the opportunity to ascend to the third generation of super genes. However, to fully unleash their potential, it was imperative to have a robust backing akin to the angelic civilization, complete with a supercomputer. The world core he was currently utilizing, while immensely powerful, was not suitable for granting access to everyone. Excessively connecting to the consciousness data of other beings could corrupt the world core and diminish Lin Ye's control over it. Contemplating this, Lin Ye decided to create 3 smaller derivative world cores based on the main world core, corresponding to the heavenly path, earthly path, and human path. The heavenly path computer would primarily monitor the Dragon God realm, the ninja world, and the external world of the Hero Legion, collecting information to aid the growth of the Dragon God realm. The earthly path computer would manage the registration of each disciple within the Zhixiao Divine Sect and assist the souls of the illustrious heroes of Huaxia in entering the underworld for slumber. The human path computer would assist each disciple in combat and learning, while also contributing to the development of new technological capabilities within the sect. Ultimately, Lin Ye intended to name the original world core the Grand Path computer, which would be responsible for establishing connections with the other 3 supercomputers, gathering their findings, and integrating them into the Grand Path computer to enhance the power of the Dragon God realm. As long as the Grand Path computer and the world core remained intact, Lin Ye would have the means to ensure the rebirth of the other 3, regardless of the number of times they might be destroyed, since all their data would be backed up within the Grand Path computer. Having devised this plan, Lin Ye quickly controlled the world core with both hands, splitting off 3 smaller cores that drifted towards the heavenly realm, Dragon God realm, and underworld. He tested the heavenly path, earthly path, and human path computers and discovered that, despite being separated from the world core, they retained the data left behind by the Grand Path computer, allowing them to function seamlessly. Chapter 150. Application of the 3 cosmic computers. After successfully splitting off the heavenly path, earthly path, and human path computers, Lin Ye hid the Grand Path computer world core. Heavenly path, earthly path, human path. You 3 must immediately integrate into the heavenly realm, underworld, and Dragon God realm, establishing your forms within these realms, guiding the respective individuals in learning and combat. Do you understand? Lin Ye addressed the floating computers with solemnity. Rest assured, Heavenly Emperor, we will diligently assist you. The heavenly path, earthly path, and human path computers replied calmly. Pleased with their responses, Lin Ye nodded. All right. I will now grant you the ability to connect with my super gene Heavenly Emperor and the Hero Legion world. Remember to remain concealed, avoiding detection by the knowledge repositories of the angelic civilization's cosmic computer, Kesha, and do not alert the cosmic computer of the Grim Reaper, Carl. Understood? Lin Ye reiterated his instructions to the 3 computers. Rest assured, Heavenly Emperor, we will safeguard our information from being discovered by other civilizations. The 3 computers replied respectfully, despite their still nascent strength. Lin Ye, satisfied with their assurances, nodded and smiled, saying, I trust in you 3. After expressing his confidence in the 3 cosmic computers, Lin Ye turned to the Grand Elder, who was diligently studying how to operate the Star River battleship with the aid of its intelligent program. You may connect with the Grand Elder now. The remaining tasks will be set up once I step outside. Lin Ye instructed the 3 cosmic computers with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Ye's command, the 3 computers swiftly initiated their connection with the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, engrossed in learning to maneuver the Star River battleship, suddenly found himself confronted by a new presence in his mind. What are you? He cautiously inquired. Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder. I am the human path computer, a derivative of the world core, sent by Heavenly Emperor Lin Ye to connect with you. From now on, I shall assist you in combat. I look forward to working closely with you. The human path computer responded respectfully. Under the orders of the Heavenly Emperor, very well. I shall cooperate with you to fulfill the Heavenly Emperor's commands as soon as possible, the Grand Elder replied. Filled with excitement upon realizing Lin Ye had sent the computer to assist him, the human path computer responded warmly to the Grand Elder's enthusiasm. Simultaneously, efforts commenced to assist the Grand Elder in acquiring knowledge pertinent to the navigation of warships. After all, the wisdom possessed within the warships was not lacking in the realm of humanity. Under the guidance of the Human Intelligence Program and the assistance of humanity, the Grand Elder swiftly grasped the capabilities required to pilot the Star River warships. Lin Ye, utilizing human support, detected no anomalies, nodded in satisfaction, and subsequently departed from the Dragon God realm, reappearing atop the Purple Cloud Peak. Upon reaching the Purple Cloud Peak, Lin Ye promptly activated the core computational systems of the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity. Harnessing the capabilities of these core systems, he rapidly established a connection among all consciousnesses within the Purple Cloud sect. Although the disciples were initially astonished by the intelligence program of the world's core computers, their anxiety dissipated upon realizing the connection to Lin Ye, and they readily accepted the emergence of these systems. After witnessing the successful acceptance of the connection by the members of the Purple Cloud sect, Lin Ye commanded the human angel computer to construct a real-time communication program. Another program was designated for learning, categorizing the knowledge within the angel computer into levels and establishing corresponding courses to impart to all disciples of the sect. The disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, endowed with the ability to absorb dark energy through their genes, had already undergone a certain degree of development in their minds and bodies during their self-evolution process. Lin Ye aspired for these individuals to broaden their horizons through the acquisition of knowledge, nurturing extraordinary talents to facilitate the advancement of the Purple Cloud sect. After all, he was but one person and could not shoulder all the responsibilities of the sect alone. Before long, the Grand Elder was set to pilot a warship into the cosmos to gather dark matter. Without the Grand Elder, Lin Ye could not personally manage the sect's affairs. Moreover, in Lin Ye's view, the entirety of the Purple Cloud sect could not compare to his own capabilities. This endeavor was merely a game devised by Lin Ye to conquer the world of the Heroic Legion, and he could not afford to immerse himself entirely, as such an undertaking would be excessively time-consuming. In the Meluo Celestial Court, the angel Yen, who had just returned from the battlefield and rested for a few days, was informed by Queen Kesha that the super gene he had previously brought back was counterfeit. The young one must have already realized it. We sent you to steal his super gene, hence he has concealed it. This time, I would like you to lead the team to unite with the Earth Star and Lin Ye of the Purple Cloud sect. What price must we pay for such an alliance? Queen Kesha coldly addressed Angel Yen. May I inquire, Queen Kesha, how can we unite with Lin Ye? Must we be so cautious? Angel Yen questioned, perceiving Kesha's serious demeanor and struggling to understand the significance placed upon Lin Ye. Yen, I am uncertain if you have noticed, but according to our previous surveillance via the celestial computer, we discovered a remarkably unique space atop the Purple Cloud Peak on Earth Star, filled with dark energy. The primary biological dimension's life forms can also enter this space. Do you grasp the importance of this? Queen Kesha earnestly conveyed, her gaze fixed on Angel Yen. To be candid, the primary reason for Kesha's heightened regard for Lin Ye lies in the dark energy space he has created. This revelation shatters the angelic civilization's comprehension of spatial concepts and knowledge of dark dimensions. It is worth noting that when Morgana was crafting temporal genes, although the Celestial King did not participate, he possessed some understanding of the matter. Chapter 151. The alarm of Queen Kesha. The mere thought of the dark energy space emerging atop the Purple Cloud Peak instilled a profound sense of dread in Queen Kesha. It is crucial to recognize that while they have discovered dark dimensions capable of constructing super gene systems through dark matter, they have never ventured into these realms. Even if consciousness could perceive the dark dimensions, it was solely due to the capabilities of the super gene system. However, Lin Ye has directly created a space within the dark dimension, allowing entry into it. Should this ability extend beyond mere creation to include the potential destruction of the dark dimension, the angelic civilization and every godly civilization across the universe would face catastrophic peril. There exists the possibility that during a confrontation with Lin Ye, they could be rendered powerless, their super genes obliterated, thereby nullifying all existing technology. Consequently, the Celestial King he has been tirelessly researching the development of a new gene system to reduce dependency on the dark dimension. The primary objective of dispatching Angel Yen to negotiate with Lin Ye is to mitigate any animosity Lin Ye may harbor towards the angelic civilization. After all, Lin Ye had yet to encounter extraterrestrial civilizations, with the angelic civilization being his first. However, Lin Ye's impression of the angelic civilization is far from favorable. Should Lin Ye ascend to the cosmic expanse and, in the process of choosing allies, exclude the angelic civilization due to prior conflicts, it would spell a nightmarish fate for the entirety of their civilization. Indeed, Queen Kesha, I shall promptly head to Earth Star. Angel Yen, upon absorbing Kesha's words, recalled having noticed that many individuals from the Purple Cloud sect had vanished after their morning meals. Being within the confines of the sect, she refrained from probing into their affairs with the angels, to avoid provoking Lin Ye. The multitude of secrets hidden within the Purple Cloud sect astonished her. Following Kesha's directive, Angel Yin quickly summoned Angels Jue and Moe, embarking on a small shuttle towards Earthstar. After their departure, Queen Kesha cast a glance at their trajectory before teleporting to the research facility of the Celestial King, Hishi. How is it, Hishi? Have you detected how that dark energy space is constructed? Queen Kesha inquired, her gaze filled with anticipation as she addressed the Celestial King. Apologies, Kesha. I may not be able to discern the method behind the formation of that dark energy space. Its construction is utterly flawless, resembling a natural emergence from the dark dimension and exhibiting no connection to any of our previous technologies. To unravel that capability, it appears we must enlist Liang Bing's assistance. Hishi replied, massaging his temples as he spoke gravely to Kesha. Must it be this way? Are there no other alternatives? Kesha's brow furrowed at Hishi's assertion. Kesha, I am not jesting. Although Lin Ye has made considerable efforts to conceal his capabilities, my celestial computation network inadvertently detected fluctuations on Earthstar. I suspect that this Lin Ye individual may possess one or more celestial computers, Hishi stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Kesha. What? Celestial computers? That is inconceivable. The technology of celestial computers was gradually developed by our angelic civilization only after encountering the Grand Clock. How could one possibly possess a celestial computer in such a brief span of time? The divine Kaisa gazed in horror at the celestial king Hishi, incredulously stating, You ask me, whom shall I inquire? The information regarding this matter is beyond my comprehension. I can only affirm that he possesses a celestial computer, but how he acquired it and the number of units he owns are unknown to me. Therefore, Kaisa, let us postpone your previous plan to withdraw. Until our angelic civilization discovers a means to reverse these circumstances, do not entertain thoughts of departing from our realm. The celestial king Hishi looked earnestly at the divine Kaisa and solemnly addressed her. Is that so? Has that little fellow become so perilous already? The divine Kaisa felt a surge of discontent as she regarded the celestial king Hishi. Hishi, you must continue your research. I shall handle other matters of the angelic civilization. She gazed intently at him, her voice resolute. The celestial king Hishi nodded in response to the divine Kaisa's words and turned to activate her celestial computation group, beginning the slow process of studying the dark energy space created by Lin Ye, utilizing data previously obtained from the peak of Zixiao. Observing that Hishi had entered a state of focused research, the divine Kaisa, unable to assist her, turned and departed from the research facility. Although uncertain of the developments surrounding the young man named Lin Ye on Earth and whether he might pose a threat to their civilization, both the celestial king Hishi and the divine Kaisa wished to avoid relinquishing their autonomy to Lin Ye. Liang Bing, it seems I can no longer indulge you. As the apocalypse king of our angelic civilization, the time has come for your return. The divine Kaisa sat in her throne for an entire day, reflecting on the words of the celestial king Hishi, her gaze lost in the vastness of the cosmic sky. Summon all members of the Blade Legion at once. We must scour the universe for the whereabouts of the demon Queen Morgana. In the shortest time possible, I shall take matters into my own hands. The divine Kaisa's command reverberated throughout the entire Blade system, reaching both the elder angels of the past and the new generation. Upon hearing her decree, the angelic civilization swiftly mobilized, bolstered by the vast knowledge of Kaisa's celestial computers. Chapter 152. The unfortunate Liang Bing, empowered by Kaisa's knowledge, the angelic civilization acted swiftly. Following the route previously taken by the demon Queen Morgana during her retreat, conducting a meticulous search across the cosmic expanse. Damn it, Kaisa, what madness has overtaken her? She has dispatched the Blade Legion and the entire new generation of angels. Surely, she does not intend to annihilate me? Morgana fumed as she observed the angelic warriors displayed on the Demon One screen. Your Majesty, although we have clashed with the angelic civilization before, they have never launched such a relentless assault. They usually withdraw after inflicting considerable damage, allowing us time to recuperate. But this time, it seems they intend to eradicate us completely. Beside her, Black Wind trembled as he addressed Morgana, his voice quaking with apprehension. Should we not consider relocating? Look, a group of angels is already approaching us. If we do not move, We may need to send out a contingent to confront them. Just as Morgana continued to curse the divine Kaisa, Demon Otto, observing the coordinates of the approaching angels on the Demon One, hurried to Morgana's side, urgently advising her. By the abyss, they are upon us so swiftly. Activate the wormhole technology immediately. Find a secluded location for us to hide. Upon hearing Otto's words, Morgana lifted her gaze and, noticing a squad of angelic warriors nearing their position, cursed and swiftly commanded the Demon One to initiate a retreat. The surrounding demons reacted quickly to Morgana's orders, swiftly maneuvering the Demon One to open a wormhole and escape. However, to Morgana's dismay, shortly after their departure, another group of angelic warriors converged upon their new coordinates before stability could be established. By the abyss, these flies. Are they intent on driving me to madness? Can't they simply go elsewhere? Morgana seethed, slamming her hands on the table as she glared at the approaching angelic warriors displayed on the Demon One screen. My queen, now is not the time for anger. We must depart swiftly and maintain a considerable distance to avoid being found by these angelic warriors. Sensing Morgana's mounting frustration, Otto cautiously swallowed and stepped forward, addressing her with a grave tone. Enough. I am aware of what must be done without your instruction. Morgana shot Otto a disdainful glance before directing her attention to Death God Carl, sending him a covert communication. Liang Bing, what brings you to seek me today? Death God Carl, engrossed in research on the void, eagerly connected the communication upon recognizing Morgana's call, smiling as he inquired. Carl, please investigate what recent events have transpired within the angelic civilization. Why are they seemingly fixated on me, relentlessly dispatching warriors to track my movements? I have scarcely had a moment to recuperate. Morgana's eyes blazed with indignation as she addressed him. Is that so? Liang Bing, please hold on for a moment while I attempt to uncover the reason. Carl, hearing her request, deftly activated the grand clock to search for information regarding the angelic civilization's pursuit of the demon Queen Morgana. With the formidable computational power of the grand clock, Carl swiftly unearthed information about the angelic civilization's active search for Morgana. Liang Bing, the order for the search was issued by your sister Kaisa. I cannot fathom her motives for such a command, but it seems the divine Kaisa has indeed resolved to eliminate you. For the time being, you must continue evading throughout the cosmos. Damn it, Kaisa, why is she relentlessly pursuing me? She has never behaved this way before. Morgana furrowed her brow, her dissatisfaction evident as she regarded Carl. Carl, the energy reserves aboard the Demon One are insufficient for multiple relocations. Could you utilize your grand clock to transport me to your River of Souls system to evade Kaisa's pursuit? Morgana proposed, contemplating her next move. I apologize, Liang Bing, but I fear I am unable to assist you. Your sister, the divine Kaisa, has deployed greater forces in my vicinity. In an effort to prevent your arrival, I sense that he is simultaneously on guard against me. In the short term, I fear I will be unable to assist you. Death God Carl lamented as he gazed at Liang Bing. What? Even your side is under surveillance by the angelic civilization? Is this Kaisa truly intent on eliminating me? Liang Bing exclaimed, her face contorting in disbelief at Carl's words. At this moment, while the demon Queen Morgana conversed with Death God Carl, her subordinate, Demon Otto, promptly commanded his fellow demon warriors to activate Demon Number 1, utilizing its wormhole traversal capability to relocate to a region yet untouched by the angelic civilization. Although aware that this place would soon be discovered by the angelic warriors, escaping was preferable to facing them in battle again. Who permitted your reckless retreat? Are you not aware that the energy reserves on Demon Number 1 are critically low? We require a new energy source to facilitate transportation. The Demon Queen scolded Otto, her displeasure evident as the map shifted, revealing their sudden arrival in a new star system. Liang Bing, do not be upset. While I am unable to bring you to the River Styx, I can assist in gathering resources through the Grand Clock. I hope you managed to evade the grasp of the divine Kaisa, Death God Carl remarked with a gentle smile directed at Morgana. Chapter 153. The starship embarks on Mount Zixiao. The Elder, with the aid of the humanitarian computer and the starship's intelligent program, swiftly mastered the art of piloting the starship. Having completed his training, the Elder contacted Lin Ye. Master, I have learned to operate the starship. Please grant me permission to embark on the mission to harvest dark matter. He stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Very well, Elder. You may depart at your convenience without further consultation, Lin Ye replied with a light chuckle. Understood, Master. I shall set off immediately. Await my good news. The elder bowed respectfully before Lin Ye, his demeanor serious. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Ye issued commands to the humanitarian and celestial computers, instructing them to collaborate and facilitate the starship's transition from the Dragon God realm to the outside world. He watched as the starship gradually departed Earth, swiftly soaring into the cosmos. The elder piloted the starship into the vastness of space, commencing the dark matter collection with the support of the two intelligent programs. Meanwhile, Lin Ye continued his research on new super genes and the fourth-generation divine body technology atop Mount Zixiao. Currently, the fourth-generation divine body technology possessed within the core of the world was incompatible with Lin Ye's physique. According to research, upgrading his physical form in this manner could potentially hinder his future utilization of the dragon body once the dragon pearl was fully unsealed. The dragon body would obliterate the upgraded fourth-generation divine body, rendering it non-existent, and in turn, annihilate the super gene of the heavenly emperor that Lin Ye had meticulously crafted. Although these abilities were not of paramount importance to Lin Ye, he was reluctant to see them so easily destroyed. Yen Jia observed, "It appears that an unknown civilization's warship has emerged beyond Earth, seemingly engaged in dark matter collection." At that moment, Angel Yan, accompanied by Angel Jue and Angel Mo Yi, arrived at Pluto and quickly spotted the starship collecting dark matter. The three angels halted abruptly, their expressions filled with astonishment. "I cannot believe that little fellow has developed a starship so swiftly, capable of harvesting dark matter. If he continues to advance at this rate, the entire Zixiao sect may soon rival our angelic civilization," Angel Yin remarked in disbelief, estimating the starship's voracious intake of dark matter. "Yin, we must promptly report this to Queen Kaisha. At this pace, any negotiations we attempt will likely incur significant costs," Angel Jue advised, his tone serious as he regarded Angel Yin. "Very well, I shall inform Queen Kaisha at once. Please bear with me," Angel Yin acknowledged, nodding in agreement before sending a covert signal to Queen Kaisha, awaiting her response. Meanwhile, the divine Kaisha was tirelessly directing the Blade Legion and the new angelic forces, scouring the cosmos for any trace of the demon Queen Morgana. Although Morgana was likely utilizing Death God Karl's assistance to perform spatial jumps, the vast repository of knowledge at Kaisha's disposal connected her with countless angels, rapidly calculating Morgana's potential locations. Confident in her efforts, Kaisha believed she had effectively restricted all possible escape routes for Morgana. With a bit more persistence, she was certain her sister would not evade her pursuit. If she could capture the Demon Queen, perhaps she could derive insights from the existing data on dark energy spaces, unraveling the mysteries behind the dark energy realm crafted by Lin Ye on Earth, and aid the angelic civilization in countering the attacks from the dark dimension. Just then, Angel Yan's communication reached the divine Kaisha. Having recently gained some leads on Morgana's whereabouts, Kaisha furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the incoming messages, reluctantly connecting to Yan's covert communication. "Yan, what is it? What news do you bring?" Kaisha inquired calmly, her gaze steady. "Your Majesty, we have discovered Lin Ye, the young lad from Earth. He has developed a warship for dark matter collection, currently operating within the Chiwu star system. The assumptions we previously held may not be sufficient to persuade him," Angel Yin reported with gravity. "What? This is inconceivable. How could he advance so rapidly in such a short span of time?" "Switch to your visual feed. I must see for myself," Kaisha urged, her urgency palpable. Previously, Lin Ye had secured all data concerning Earth, maintaining a stringent surveillance to prevent any deterioration of relations. Thus, Kaisha had refrained from forcefully breaching the information blockade surrounding Earth, failing to monitor its developments. However, she had not anticipated the emergence of a dark matter collection warship in such a brief period, which filled her with trepidation as she implored Angel Yan for a visual. Yet, even with Kaisha's scrutiny, the warship's origins in the Dragon God realm would likely elude her detection. The dark dimension surrounding Earth could only monitor the sudden appearance of the warship, unable to grasp its true significance. As the visuals transmitted, Kaisha gazed in astonishment at the colossal vessel, rendered speechless by its magnitude. "Yin, you must exercise caution. Although I discern the inherent goodness in that young lad, we cannot ascertain whether his intentions towards us, the angels, are benevolent or malevolent. After all, the civilizations that exist on Earth may suddenly turn against you. I can foresee this, so you must exercise caution, do you understand?" The sacred Kaisha, Upon witnessing the stellar battleship created by Lin Ye, cast a complex gaze at Angel Yin and solemnly addressed her. The journey to Earth would be fraught with challenges, and the sacred Kaisha felt uncertain. Thus, she deemed it necessary to prepare Angel Yin mentally in advance. Chapter 154. Capturing Angel Yin. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Angel Yin is willing to brave the flames for justice, Angel Yin declared earnestly after hearing the sacred Kaisha's words, her prior trepidation dissipating in that moment as she regarded the sacred Kaisha with a serious demeanor. Very well, Yin. You truly are my disciple. Proceed. And should you encounter peril, I will gather all the forces of the three kings to rescue you. The sacred Kaisha replied, her gaze fixed intently on Angel Yan's image. Based on the conduct of the Huaxia people on Earth, the sacred Kaisha surmised that if Angel Yin were to fall into Lin Ye's hands, her purity would undoubtedly be compromised. What the sacred Kaisha did not anticipate was that the individual before her was not only of the present, but also of the future. However, his roots lay in the future, rendering him incapable of committing the despicable acts she feared. With a heart as cold as the winds of the Zao River, Angel Yin prepared to embark on her journey to Earth, resolute and unwavering. She looked sternly at Angels Zhui and Moe. Zhui Moe, I can handle this mission alone. There is no need for you to accompany me. This task is mine alone. Yin, I cannot return. This predicament began with me, and I cannot allow you to face it alone. I shall accompany you. Angel Zhui insisted earnestly, her gaze fixed on Angel Yin. In Angel Zhui's eyes, the current situation was entirely her fault. Had her pride not provoked Lin Ye's disdain, her sister Angel Yin would not have been compelled to undertake such a perilous mission with a resolve of certain death. If the task was so treacherous, she could not abandon her sister to face it alone. Thus, Angel Zhui gazed steadfastly at Angel Yin, reiterating her intent. Zhui, one sacrifice is sufficient. I am the left-wing guardian. If I cannot inflict harm upon him, you certainly cannot either. Your presence would only lead to unnecessary casualties and losses. You must remain behind to eventually take my place. Help me, stand in for me. Safeguard the Angel Queen and our angelic civilization, Angel Yin declared, her tone resolute. No, I must accompany you, Angel Zhui insisted, her determination unwavering. Even if you are captured, I will share that fate with you. Hey, is it not improper for you to speak ill of others behind their backs? And when did I ever give you the impression of being a lecher? Lin Ye materialized at the edge of Earth's atmosphere, observing the quarrel between Angels Zhui and Yin with a furrowed brow, coldly addressing them. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Angels Zhui and Yin froze, cautiously turning to face him, their expressions tinged with wariness as they struggled to find words. Greetings, esteemed sir. Queen Kaisha has sent us to negotiate with you. Would you consider not capturing my sister Yin and Zhui? Angel Moe, positioned behind Angels Yin and Zhui, spoke carefully to Lin Ye. Ah, your angel queen has sent emissaries once more. What do you wish to discuss this time? Are you bringing me gifts? Lin Ye inquired with a smile, glancing at the trio. It may not be about resources, but I heard from Yin that Her Majesty is concerned about your emergence and fears you may launch an attack on our angelic civilization, Angel Moe replied, bewildered as she gazed at Lin Ye. Is this how your angelic civilization perceives others? Believing that you are virtuous while everyone else is malevolent? If that is the case, should I not comply with your expectations and attempt to assault your kind? Lin Ye remarked coldly, puzzled as he regarded Angels Zhui and Yin. Lin Ye could not comprehend why his presence incited such trepidation within the angelic civilization. He was merely a third-generation super soldier, although his development was rapid. Given the proud nature of the angelic civilization, they should be inclined to flaunt their superiority before him. He should be the one feeling oppressed. Yet they appeared to regard him as a formidable adversary, as if he could annihilate them at any moment. Looking intently at Angels Yin and Zhui, Lin Ye pondered his actions, trying to discern the origins of their apprehension. Yin, as the left-wing guardian of your angelic tribe, you must hold significant sway within your civilization. Can you enlighten me as to what precisely you fear from me? Have you not developed your civilization for millennia? Why then are you so timid? Upon hearing Lin Ye's query, Angel Yin quickly realized that he was yet unaware of the true nature of the threat he posed to the angelic civilization. However, if she divulged this information, he might recognize his own power and seek to capture the angelic civilization, thereby acquiring the resources necessary for its advancement and establishing himself as the most formidable civilization in the universe. Yet, If she withheld the information, Lin Ye would undoubtedly conduct a self-examination and inevitably uncover the source of his threat to their existence. Regardless of her actions, it was possible that Lin Ye would come to learn of relevant information, rendering her efforts futile. Angel Yin anxiously regarded Lin Ye, caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to speak or remain silent, standing in an awkward state of uncertainty. Very well. It seems you are aware of the nature of the threat I pose to your civilization. However, you are clearly troubled and fearful that I might learn of this information to use against you. Yet, you are also apprehensive that if you do not disclose it now, I might discover it later and take action against your civilization. Since you have come this far, there is no returning. You might as well resign yourselves to becoming my captives. In a few days, I shall take you three to meet your queen to negotiate for more resources before releasing you, Lin Ye stated with a slight smile. Summoning 3 crystal orbs that swiftly flew into the bodies of angels Yin, Zhui, and Moe, controlling them as they soared toward the purple sky peak. Chapter 155. The Arrival of the Celestial King. Please wait a moment. You should be able to hear my voice, Lin Ye. Just as Lin Ye intended to return to Earth, a voice from a covert communication swiftly entered his genetic system, addressing him directly. Upon receiving the message, Lin Ye smiled slightly and opened his genetic system to connect with the transmitted signal. Greetings, Queen Kaisha. This marks our first official dialogue. Lin Ye gazed at the divine Kaisha on the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed her. Indeed, this marks our inaugural encounter. The divine Kaisha, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, nodded calmly and earnestly replied, I understand that you are quite upset with what the angels Yinji and the others have said. However, might you consider sparing the 3 young ones for the sake of our angelic civilization? With a serious demeanor, the divine Kaisha fixed her gaze upon Lin Ye and continued. Young ones, I beg you, which of them is not older than I? You cannot truly expect me to let them go, can you, Queen Kaisha? Lin Ye maintained a calm expression as he derisively remarked towards Queen Kaisha. If you can grant them amnesty, our angelic civilization shall offer you a suitable reward. She stated with earnest conviction. Very well. Then I shall await the delivery of something that reflects the value of those 3 individuals. Let us see just how significant they are in your eyes. Lin Ye responded with a slight smile, casually addressing the divine Kaisha. With that, he abruptly severed the clandestine communication and turned to soar back towards Earth. In the Melu heavenly court, after Lin Ye had closed the communication, the divine Kaisha sat there, her expression one of bewilderment. From the earlier exchange between angels Yinji and Lin Ye, it became evident that the young man had yet to grasp the terrifying potential of the dark energy space he had created. Thus, should she wish to retrieve angels Yinji, Shui, and Moi, although a price would need to be paid, it would not be excessively burdensome in the short term. Moreover, during this time frame, the civilization on Earth posed no significant threat to the angelic civilization. However, due to the words spoken by Angel Yinji, Lin Ye would undoubtedly conduct a self-examination upon his return, seeking out any capabilities that could intimidate the angelic civilization. Henceforth, any efforts to retrieve angels Yinji and her companions from Lin Ye would require individuals of considerable caliber. Within the entirety of the angelic civilization, only she, the divine Kaisha, and the celestial king He-She met the necessary criteria. After a moment of contemplation, the divine Kaisha rose and made her way towards the research facility of celestial king He-She. Kaisha, what brings you here again? Have you come to retrieve Liangbing? Celestial king He-She looked up, a slight smile playing on his lips as he inquired excitedly. Forgive me, He-She, but I may require your assistance moving forward. The divine Kaisha said with a tinge of regret in her voice. Haha, Kaisha, that is not like you at all. Speak freely, He-She replied, gazing at her with earnest intent. I had intended to send angels Yinji and the others to Earth to establish a rapport with the Zhixiao divine sect, aiming to alleviate the animosity and discontent that Angel Chue had instilled in that young man as perception. However, to my astonishment, angels Yinji and Chue, along with Angel Moi, encountered the dark matter collection battleship that the young man had constructed outside Earth, realizing that he may have begun to engage with cosmic civilizations. I merely suggested that their entry to Earth might be met with hostility from Lin Ye, and yet the 3 young ones began to bicker amongst themselves, each vying to be the brave one to venture forth. Ultimately, they were discovered by Lin Ye, and as a result, the 3 of them were taken to Earth. She explained to He-She with a hint of exasperation. What? You mean that young man has created a dark matter collection battleship and is already gathering dark matter in the cosmos? Celestial King He stared at the divine Kaisha in disbelief. Yes, indeed. Though he is yet unaware of the threat the dark energy space poses to us. I implore you to journey to Earth and retrieve angels Lin Ye and her companions, she urged with a serious tone. What? You want me to go? Are you not concerned that this young man might confine me to Earth? She replied, astonished. Rest assured, based on my understanding of that young man, he is unlikely to act against you. The divine Kaisha reassured him earnestly. After all, during the dialogue between angels Lin Ye and Shui, he became aware of the vigilance our angelic civilization has towards him. Consequently, he will likely devote considerable time to introspection, identifying any potential threats he poses to us. At that juncture, he may very well exploit our civilization at will, she added, slightly awkward in her tone. Very well, you scheming woman. You intend for me to venture forth to retrieve your disciples and the two young ones, do you? Here I am, having dedicated so many years to the angelic civilization, and yet I lack even a junior. If I were to falter on Earth, wouldn't the entire angelic civilization fall under your dominion? Celestial King, she remarked, visibly displeased. No, she, please listen. That young man is likely preoccupied with identifying his threats to us. He is very unlikely to strike at us. If he does, I will immediately lead all of our warriors to rescue you from Earth. You must trust me, she, the divine Kaisha implored with sincerity. I do not believe it. Such a perilous place. I cannot dare venture there, she said, crossing his arms and reclining in his chair, gazing at the divine Kaisha with a teasing glint in his eyes. Here is a proposition, she. Upon your return, I shall utilize my celestial computing apparatus in conjunction with your celestial computation group to assist you in finding a suitable disciple under the banner of the angelic civilization. What do you say? The divine Kaisha suggested, her tone a mix of resignation and determination. That sounds more agreeable. I shall give it a try. Celestial King, she replied, a smile breaking across his face at the divine Kaisha's words. She, remember, if he requires resources, do not hesitate to comply. Our angelic civilization is not lacking in such resources. If these resources can help stabilize him, it is well worth the investment for us, the divine Kaisha advised seriously. All right, you may rest easy. I shall ensure your disciples return, Celestial King, she said, smiling earnestly at the divine Kaisha. With that, Celestial King, she activated a wormhole and swiftly sped towards Earth. So this is Earth? Truly, this planet is magnificent. No wonder it has nurtured such a formidable civilization. He mused while floating in the vastness of space, observing Earth below. With that thought, he quickly directed himself towards Earth, toward the location of Lin Ye. In the angelic civilization, Celestial King, she, what brings you to my Earth? Lin Ye stood at the peak of Zixiao Peak, calmly awaiting she's arrival after receiving a message from the core computational system of the heavenly Tao world. Upon seeing Celestial King, she, Lin Ye spoke in a solemn tone. Hey there, young man. With looks like yours, why would you choose to oppose our angelic civilization? If you are willing to release Angel Yin and the other two little ones, perhaps I could take charge and make those two little ones your guardian angels. The Celestial King, she gazed at Lin Ye, astonished by the aura cultivated through his practice, while smiling earnestly at Lin Ye. If you, Celestial King, she, are here to say such things, then I regret to inform you that I have no desire to continue this conversation. It would be best if you took your leave. Lin Ye cast a bland glance at Celestial King, she upon hearing his words, and turned to walk towards the interior of the Zixiao sect. Celestial King, she, seeing that he had barely spoken 2 sentences before the young one turned to leave, angrily pursued him. Wait, young one, do you not know my identity? I am the Celestial King of the angelic civilization, the second in command within the entire civilization. Even Kaisa must treat me with respect. Are you not concerned that I might lead the entire Celestial Legion to wage war against your Zixiao sect? Celestial King, she glared at Lin Ye, expressing his dissatisfaction. Wage war? You, Celestial King, she? If it were the holy Kaisa saying this, I might consider believing it. But as for you, I hardly feel intimidated. Lin Ye replied with a light chuckle, looking at Celestial King, she. If you continue to speak this way, do not blame me for being impolite. Celestial King, she said, glaring at Lin Ye, his tone serious. Oh, is that so? Just how do you intend to be impolite with me? As far as I know, if you were to lay a hand on me, your angelic civilization could very well face annihilation on Earth. Yet, I believe you have studied that dark energy space of mine for quite some time. Lin Ye replied calmly, maintaining his gaze on Celestial King He. Celestial King He stood there, momentarily taken aback by Lin Ye's words, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance, as if preparing to flee at any moment. It seems the reason your angelic civilization seeks to befriend me is precisely due to that dark energy space, Lin Ye observed, studying the expression on Celestial King He's face and speaking softly. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Celestial King He felt a pang of alarm. "You little rascal! You've plotted against me," he exclaimed, glaring at Lin Ye, visibly furious. "I cannot comprehend why, as the Celestial King of the angelic civilization, you do not exhibit greater depth when dealing with me. You seem a bit naive, don't you?" Lin Ye scrutinized Celestial King He, speaking in a grave tone. In the original narrative, Celestial King He demonstrated remarkable composure, calmness, and an air of mastery when testing Angel Yin, which was indeed impressive. However, Lin Ye realized that such a Celestial King He, when faced with him, revealed her every action and intention, easily decipherable under the gaze of his Empyrean eye. Had it not been for the Empyrean eye's exquisite perceptive abilities, he might still be lost in confusion. "Well then, I shall cease our conversation. It appears I must retrieve my techniques and explore how to utilize them to induce significant destruction, which has prompted such wariness from your angelic civilization," Lin Ye remarked with a resigned smirk, turning swiftly towards his secluded retreat. Little one, I hadn't anticipated my acting skills to be so proficient, allowing you to shed your hostility towards the angelic civilization so effortlessly. Perhaps I can retrieve Angel Yin and those 3 little ones back to the angelic civilization without expending a single resource. Celestial King He, watching Lin Ye depart with an air of nonchalance, no longer bore the anger from before, instead chuckling as she observed his retreating figure. "Well, I always said that Celestial King He is far from simple. I never imagined she would harbor such intentions." Within the confines of his secluded chamber, Lin Ye received feedback from the celestial computer regarding the space in which he discerned Celestial King He's words, muttering to himself. "You could never have anticipated that I would employ a powerful celestial computer to monitor my own dwelling. Just wait, once my seclusion concludes. It will be your fortune if I do not thoroughly rattle your cage." Lin Ye slowly closed his eyes and began to delve into his research through the Celestial World's core computer, as well as 2 others, meticulously examining where the errors lay that led the proud angelic civilization to harbor such extensive wariness, as if he were capable of obliterating them at any moment. "Angel chasing. Angel Yin, why do you wear such forlorn expressions?" Celestial King He found Angel Yin, Angel chasing, and Angel Moi abandoned by Lin Ye at the Zixiao sect, and inquired with a smile. "Celestial King, are you here to take us back?" Angel Moi hurriedly approached Celestial King He, cautiously asking. Angel Yin and Angel chasing, hearing Angel Moi's question, looked at Celestial King He with excitement, awaiting her response. "What are you thinking? I do not possess such benevolent intentions to rescue you. I am merely dispatched by Kaisa to negotiate with that little one of the Zixiao sect," Celestial King He said, observing the eager expressions of Angel Yin, Angel chasing, and Angel Moi with a slight smile, her tone mischievous. As her words settled, the glimmer of hope in the eyes of Angel Yin, Angel Moi, and Angel chasing dimmed significantly. "However, the purpose of this negotiation is to determine how to exchange you for a return," Celestial King He continued, her smile persisting. "Then, Celestial King, can we go back? Has the Queen blamed us?" Angel chasing, upon hearing Celestial King He's words, felt his spirits lift once more, eagerly inquiring. "Returning? What is there to contemplate? That little one possesses abilities that currently far exceed those of our angelic civilization. Although he commands few subordinates and lacks remarkable powers himself, do not harbor hopes of him allowing your return anytime soon." Celestial King He dismissed, looking disdainfully at Angel Yin, Angel chasing, and Angel Moi. Forget it. I shan't speak further with you. I shall venture outside for a stroll. I hope the Zixiao sect offers me a unique experience. Otherwise, this waiting is quite vexing," Celestial King He remarked, her laughter accompanying her as she moved towards the exit. Devoid of Lin Ye's orders, Celestial King He wandered about the Zixiao peak. The members of the Zixiao sect seemed completely indifferent to her presence, each engrossed in their own tasks. To think that so swiftly every member of the sect has acquired the dark energy absorption gene. This little fellow named Lin Ye possesses quite the skill, Celestial King He noted, observing that nearly every individual within the Zixiao sect bore the dark energy absorption gene. According to the theories previously developed by the angelic civilization and the Super God Academy, only in the aftermath of a nuclear war on a planet, under the conditions of countless nuclear radiations, would individuals endowed with the dark energy absorption gene stand out amongst the masses. Then, based on the extraction of dark energy genes, various super genes began to be developed, studying the dark matter gene system, ultimately leading to the emergence of a formidable civilization of deification. However, Lin Ye astonishingly established the Zixiao sect, this civilization of deification, even during the feudal era on Earth, which is undeniably a remarkable miracle. Yet, it remains a mystery how Lin Ye achieved this. The celestial king He was quite curious about it, and cautiously inquired with each member of the Zixiao sect about Lin Ye's methods. Unfortunately, ever since the core computer of the human world was established, Lin Ye had instructed everyone in the Zixiao sect to store all their literature and documents within this core computer. All previously written texts regarding self-evolution capabilities of genes and dark energy extraction genes were completely destroyed by Lin Ye. Furthermore, he empowered the world core, enhancing the computational power of the three major world core computers, erasing all dark data from Zixiao Peak. Hey, little one, don't you feel bored sitting here in this stone chamber? Would you like me to arrange a guardian angel for you? Having a gentle and beautiful angel to take care of you would surely be a delightful experience, the celestial king, he said. Having evaded the guards of the Zixiao sect on Zixiao Peak and sneakily entering Lin Ye's meditation chamber, playfully sitting across from him and enticingly speaking. What good does your angelic civilization offer? Once Earth develops, with my abilities, I can have as much as I desire, Lin Ye retorted, glancing at he who had appeared in his secluded chamber. Lin Ye, do not harbor such hostility towards our angelic civilization. Although as we was indeed a bit arrogant before, he did not cause you any harm, did he? You express such enmity towards our civilization. If a war were to break out, wouldn't that be unfortunate? She replied, rubbing her temples in exasperation. Hostility towards you? No, I do not harbor any hostility. Since I arrived in this world, I have known I am destined to be the sovereign of this universe, Lin Ye calmly stated, fixing his gaze on he. At his words, he stood frozen, incredulously staring at Lin Ye. She was stunned to discover that this young Lin Ye was even more formidable than her, a being who had lived for over 10,000 years. His ambition to conquer the entire universe was astonishing. Even the sacred Kaisha had to tread carefully to establish a righteous order merely to oversee the universe. Now, Lin Ye, who had yet to leave the earth, boldly proclaimed such audacious words, leaving he feeling bewildered and uneasy. By the way, he, would you care to join my Zixiao sect? I could offer you a position as a supreme elder. What do you think? Lin Ye calmly suggested, smiling at he. Lin Ye, are you trying to recruit me? He exclaimed, incredulously regarding Lin Ye. Indeed, I am seeking to recruit you. In the grand scheme of the universe, your research capabilities surpass all but the Grim Reaper Carl, Lin Ye earnestly responded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on he. Thank you, little one. I did not expect such recognition of my abilities from you. However, as the celestial king of the angelic civilization, I cannot abandon my people, he gently replied. Very well, since you are unwilling to join, I shall not press the matter. Please, try the tea I have prepared, Lin Ye stated, snapping his fingers. Illuminating the meditation chamber, he conjured a table and placed his tea and teacups upon it, inviting he with a smile. He approached, taking a seat across from Lin Ye as he poured her a cup of tea. Celestial King he, may I pose a question to you? Lin Ye asked, cheerfully pushing a cup of tea towards her. Oh, little one, are you curious about your older sister? Speak up, what would you like to know? I shall share whatever I can, he replied, savoring the aromatic tea Lin Ye had poured. All right, I shall not be polite then, Celestial King. I wish to know if your angelic civilization has developed the Void Engine, or as you call it, the secondary biological engine? Lin Ye inquired seriously. Oh, little one, do you have knowledge of our angelic civilization? Where did you learn this? He asked, surprised. I have my own means of acquiring information, not through direct scanning of your angelic artifacts, but through other channels. Although your civilization repeatedly denies the existence of the Void civilization, since it originated from the Grim Reaper Carl, I believe it truly exists. If it does exist, your civilization cannot possibly abandon it entirely. Research must be conducted clandestinely. And as long as it remains concealed, No one can accuse you, Lin Ye stated, sipping his tea while maintaining a serious demeanor. Indeed, you are correct. The angelic civilization does possess related technology, but it cannot be widely disseminated at this time. Moreover, we cannot publicly promote it within our civilization, she confessed, finishing her cup of tea with a smile. Oh, I see. I have heard that your civilization has been fervently searching for the demon Queen Morgana recently. Is it because you have developed the Void Engine and wish to bring your Apocalypse King Liangbing back to oversee the related research? Lin Ye asked, pouring more tea for she with a smile. No, the purpose of capturing Morgana is not to study the Void Engine, she replied, watching Lin Ye elegantly pour her tea. Oh, I understand now, Lin Ye nodded, a smile forming as he realized the implications of his conversation with she. Through their dialogue, Lin Ye comprehended that the angelic civilization's extensive search for the Apocalypse King Liangbing was likely connected to himself. After all, comparing the information regarding the angelic Yin, Azui, and Moe, it appeared that the sacred Kaisha had only decided to seek Liangbing after these three departed from the Meilu Heavenly Palace. If the goal was to oversee the Void Engine, then in the original narrative, the demon Queen Morgana would not have allied with the Grim Reaper Karl to eliminate the sacred Kaisha after countless years. Ha ha ha, little one, were you testing me just now? Rest assured, our angelic civilization is indeed a benevolent one. We would never act against you without cause. The celestial sovereign Wang Hushi regarded Lin Ye, who was lost in contemplation and suddenly felt a pang of alarm. He promptly shifted the subject, stating, indeed, the angelic civilization, which is solely female, may have developed in an exceedingly distorted manner, yet you are not malevolent beings. I find great pleasure in conversing with you, but I must retreat into seclusion now. Lin Ye, upon hearing Wang Hushi's words, nodded resignedly, acknowledging his sentiments. He then turned and unceremoniously ushered Wang Hushi out of his secluded chamber, gradually entering a state of cultivation. Outside, Wang Hushi observed Lin Ye's hasty departure. Mistakenly believing that their earlier dialogue had revealed Lin Ye's spatial abilities might pose a threat to the angelic civilization. He was eager to clarify matters with Lin Ye. Unfortunately, the domain surrounding Lin Ye's retreat was fortified by the core computers of the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, effectively sealing off all avenues of intrusion and creating an environment conducive to Lin Ye's focused practice. Associated with the demon Queen Morgana, beyond the demonic civilization, was the pivotal invention of the super gene, the temporal spatial rose. Morgana was willing to traverse perilous paths for the sake of temporal genes. In the original narrative, she relentlessly pursued the temporal spatial rose, even covertly enlisting the aid of the Black Wind to construct related dreams, gradually dismantling the inherent resistance within the temporal genes. Ultimately, Morgana plunged into a black hole to safeguard the temporal spatial rose. All of this pointed to a singular capability, time and space. The most significant aspect of the Zixiao sect, which Lin Ye established atop Zixiao Peak, was the concealed realm of dark energy. It seemed the apprehension of the angelic civilization stemmed from their fear of his technology in constructing dark energy spaces to launch an assault against them. Lin Ye meticulously reviewed his circumstances, contemplating the dark energy space he had created, and murmured to himself, alas, we are not at the juncture of severing ties with the angelic civilization just yet. I must remain in seclusion for a week. And when the Great Elder returns with sufficient dark matter, I shall engage in negotiations with Wang Hushi. He resolved to devise a means to extract a substantial amount from Wang Hushi. After all, Angel Yin was poised to succeed the angelic civilization following the departure of the Divine Kaiser, becoming the new monarch. Despite her somewhat infatuated nature, Angel Yin was immensely valuable. This endeavor to leverage the angelic civilization would yield returns far surpassing the worth of 10 angelic pursuers. At worst, he could offer Angel Moy as an ancillary gift, allowing him to extract even more dark matter from Angel Yin. Subsequently, Lin Ye would utilize the materials provided by the angelic civilization to forge formidable dark dimensional computers, thereby ensuring the Zixiao sect truly lived up to its illustrious name. As he contemplated these prospects, a satisfied smile graced Lin Ye's lips. After all, he had genuinely managed to negotiate with the angelic civilization, which would, in turn, earn him their authentic recognition, a feat even the Grim Reaper Karl could not accomplish. Chapter 159. The return of the stellar battleship. Within his secluded chamber, Lin Ye engaged in constant interaction with the core computers of the three realms, simulating the super genes of the five divine beasts. With the assistance of the heavenly, earthly, and human core computers, Lin Ye gathered the dark data of the heroic Legion world, integrating it with the laws of the Dragon God realm. Soon, the super genes of the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Qilin were meticulously perfected by Lin Ye. Ding! Received a message from the Great Elder of the Zixiao sect. Would you like to accept? Just as Lin Ye was investigating the fourth-generation divine body, the human core computer unexpectedly transmitted a covert communication to him. Without a glance, Lin Ye immediately accepted. Sectmaster, I have gathered all the relevant resources and am en route back to Earth. Do you have any further instructions? The Great Elder appeared on a faint screen before Lin Ye, earnestly inquiring. Have you reached the limit of your collection? Very well, hurry back. I shall await you at the sect, Lin Ye replied, a satisfied smile illuminating his face, though his tone remained composed. Yes, Sectmaster. I shall return at once. Please hold on. The Great Elder responded with utmost respect before promptly severing the communication. Skillfully maneuvering the stellar battleship towards Earth with the aid of the human core computer and the vessel's intelligent program. Although Lin Ye had not equipped the stellar battleship with excessive offensive technology, as much of the resources were allocated to expanding the storage capacity for dark matter and enhancing collection devices, the ship's speed remained impressive. Nearly 6 hours later, the optically cloaked stellar battleship gently descended upon the skies above the Zixiao sect. Who knew the battleship you developed would be quite formidable? Wang Hushi, standing atop Zixiao Peak, awaited Lin Ye's emergence from his secluded chamber, chuckling lightly. Not at all. Compared to your angelic civilization's Blade series, my stellar battleship is merely a toy. Lin Ye replied with a light-hearted smile. With that, Lin Ye utilized the heavenly core computer to calculate the entire stellar battleship, and, employing his spatial abilities, directly stored it within his Dragon Pearl. Wang Hushi gazed in astonishment at the suddenly vanished battleship. Your spatial technology is quite impressive, I assent it? Wang Hushi remarked gravely. There is no need for alarm, Your Excellency. I harbor no deep-seated animosity towards your angelic civilization. Perhaps we may yet become allies in the future. I must attend to my affairs now. Do take your time, Lin Ye said with a faint smile, turning swiftly to disappear from sight. Upon entering the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye reflected on Wang Hushi's astonished expression, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It had become apparent that the angelic civilization's concerns revolved around his spatial abilities. Whether it was the dark energy space he had developed or the Dragon God realm within his Dragon Pearl, these capabilities, which transcended technological civilization, were the reasons for the angelic civilization's vigilance. As long as he could harness these two abilities, he would flourish from the angelic civilization. Sectmaster, I have returned. I have gathered a wealth of resources sufficient to elevate our Zixiao sect. The Great Elder emerged from the stellar battleship, beaming with joy as he approached Lin Ye. Well done, Great Elder. This time, I shall entrust you with the Black Tortoise gene from the five divine beasts. I hope you shall not disappoint my expectations, understood? Lin Ye said with solemnity. Yes, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to contributing to the growth of our Zixiao sect. The Great Elder responded enthusiastically, eager to comply. Although he was uncertain of the Black Tortoise gene's potency, the sect master's approval indicated its superiority over the celestial general gene. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction at the Great Elder. You should take a rest first. After you have completed your rest, you can directly contact the human computer. It will communicate with the underground computer to arrange the upgrade of the super gene Xuanwu, Lin Ye said with a smile to the elder before him. Yes, sect master. I will rest first. Once I have finished, I will contact the human computer as you instructed to proceed with the gene upgrade with the underground computer. The elder replied seriously, bowing to Lin Ye before turning and walking away, leaving the Dragon God realm to contact the human computer. After the elder departed from the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye took out all the dark matter he had collected from the galaxy warship. After sorting it, Lin Ye swiftly began to construct dark matter gene computers, except for one made into a dark matter computer of the Zhuke model. All others were crafted into the second-generation dark matter computer of the Tianbing model. The Zhuke model was a reward for his disciple, Yu, while the others were distributed among every member of the Zixiao God sect. All members of the Zixiao God sect were classified as Tianbing, and additional warships were to be built to venture into the cosmic expanse to gather more dark matter. Once they accumulated sufficient merits, their supercomputers would be upgraded to Tianjiang. Ultimately, they would be rewarded with unique super genes. When everyone possessed their distinctive super genes, it would be the moment Lin Ye had long coveted to dominate the entire world of the Xiangbing Lian. Lin Ye mobilized the world's core and 3 computers to collaboratively and swiftly construct 6 dark matter computers from the dark matter brought back by the Galaxy warship. Although these 6 dark matter computers possessed varying capabilities, they were fundamentally the same, making subsequent upgrades considerably simpler. By merely inputting relevant data, these dark matter computers could enhance their abilities. Once all the dark matter computers were fully calibrated, Lin Ye emerged from the Dragon God realm, satisfied. Outside, Tianji Wang He had been anxiously waiting for Lin Ye, worried for quite some time. The vast dark energy space capable of storing the Galaxy warship indeed filled Tianji Wang He with awe. Chapter 160. Negotiation. Tianji Wang He smiled at Lin Ye, who appeared on Zixiao Peak. Ah, Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, you have finally emerged. Oh, Tianji Wang, I thought you had hurried back to your angelic civilization. I didn't expect you to still be here, Lin Ye replied with a smile. Haha, I came to redeem those 3 little angels. How could I leave before rescuing them? Tianji Wang He said with a faint smile, addressing Lin Ye. Oh, I see. Then, how about we go to that pavilion over there and have a good chat? Lin Ye suggested, noticing the tension in Tianji Wang He's eyes. All right, let us proceed. Tianji Wang He responded with a delighted smile. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Lin Ye waved his hand, setting down 2 ornate chairs, and leisurely took a seat in one while gesturing for Tianji Wang He to sit in the other. Tianji Wang, you must know why I captured those 3 angels, correct? They spoke ill of me outside the Earth Star, undermining my authority as the supreme god of Earth. Therefore, my demand is a compensation of resources equivalent to 5 super dark dimension gene systems. Once the resources are secured, I will release the 3 of them immediately. Lin Ye stated, looking intently at Tianji Wang He. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, it is indeed inappropriate for the angels to speak ill of you. However, to demand such extensive resources for mere words seems rather excessive. Tianji Wang He replied, somewhat displeased. Oh, then I wonder how much the angelic civilization intends to offer? Lin Ye asked, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. How about this, Your Majesty? The angelic civilization is willing to compensate you with resources for 3 super gene systems and select a gentle and beautiful angel as your guardian angel. What do you think? Tianji Wang He cautiously proposed, watching Lin Ye with vigilance. A guardian angel? Ha ha. Tianji Wang, you certainly have a sense of humor. Do you think that given my current strength, any angel from your civilization could adequately protect me? Surely, it would be they who need my protection? Lin Ye chuckled lightly. Or do you intend to send either yourself or your Queen Kaisha? Lin Ye teased, observing Tianji Wang He's reaction. Perhaps the celestial King Liang Bing would suffice? Tianji Wang He suggested, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Are you certain that you would send the celestial King Liang Bing and not the demon Queen Morgana? Besides, are you sure you want her to be my guardian angel rather than simply offloading trouble onto me? Lin Ye responded, staring incredulously at Tianji Wang He. Oh, you are aware. Tianji Wang He replied awkwardly, a resigned smile on his face. Tianji Wang, there is no need to be so cautious or to test me with such trivial matters. I do not intend to do anything against your angelic civilization. However, do not consider me a fool either, Lin Ye stated plainly. Very well, we are willing to offer resources equivalent to 5 super gene systems. Hoping that you will refrain from taking action against our angelic civilization in the future, Tianji Wang He conceded, realizing he could not deceive Lin Ye. With that, Tianji Wang He produced the resources for 5 dark dimension gene systems and placed them before Lin Ye, smiling. I did not expect the angelic civilization to be so affluent. You, Tianji Wang, carry such an abundance of resources with you. Had I known, I should have figured out a way to capture you directly. Perhaps I could have acquired even more resources from you, Lin Ye remarked, astonished at Tianji Wang He's ease in producing such resources. Haha, I trust you would not do such a thing, would you? Tianji Wang He chuckled lightly in response. All right. There is no need for flattery. Now that you have provided the resources, you may take your 3 little angels and leave. Lin Ye waved his hand, softly directing Tianji Wang He. With a gentle smile, Tianji Wang He stood and quickly made his way outside. Truly, The strongest angelic civilization in the universe readily offered such resources for 3 wayward members. It seemed he must continue to strive harder. Lin Ye collected the resources left by Tianji Wang, He into his dragon pearl, and turned to resume his research on his 4th-generation divine body technology. Simultaneously, Lin Ye did not forget to extract the crystal spheres binding the supergenetic systems of Angel Yen, Angel Jue, and Angel Moe. After all, having received their ransom, he had the obligation to return them. Meanwhile, the liberated Angel Yen, Angel Jue, and Angel Moe discovered their genetic systems had been restored. They immediately spread their temporal wings and took flight, quickly spotting the Celestial King, He approaching them. Without further ado, follow closely. We must hasten our departure. Celestial King, He instructed, interrupting their attempts to inquire about him. With a swift motion of his angelic wings, he led them away from the earth, racing towards the celestial civilization's Merlot heavenly court. Previously, Lin Ye had showcased his spatial technology before her multiple times, each aspect appearing immensely powerful. However, Celestial King, He found none of these technologies comprehensible to their angelic civilization. She suspected Lin Ye had acquired some ancient divine civilization's technological prowess, which might differ significantly from the divine civilizations they were familiar with. It remained uncertain how long Lin Ye would require to apply these spatial technologies for offensive operations against the dark dimensions. Chapter 161. He returns to Merlot heavenly court after Celestial King, He departed from Earth. Lin Ye summoned his disciple, Yu. This is the supergenetic vermilion bird, belonging to the 3rd generation of super genes. I shall entrust him to you. Make sure to utilize him well. Lin Ye earnestly instructed his disciple. Rest assured, Master, I will make the most of this super gene. In the future, once I grow stronger, I shall protect you. Yu replied, nodding solemnly as she accepted the super gene Lin Ye offered. Very well, I have faith in you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Lin Ye said, affirmatively nodding in response to Yu's words, smiling as he did so. He then directly injected the 3rd-generation supergenetic vermilion bird into Yu's body, watching as she successfully integrated it within herself. Subsequently, Lin Ye selected several exceptional members from the Purple Cloud sect and infused them with 2nd-generation celestial soldier genes, placing them under the command of the Grand Elder. Lin Ye intended for these individuals to accompany the Grand Elder aboard the Star River warship to learn how to collect dark matter. Once they were capable of withstanding a certain level, Lin Ye would construct new warships for dark matter collection, dispatching them into the cosmos to assist in gathering dark matter until the entire Purple Cloud Divine sect amassed sufficient reserves. Additionally, he aimed to stockpile a reserve of dark matter to resurrect the illustrious figures of Huaxia once the current era concluded, endowing them with diverse super genes to conquer the universe. You have returned. Splendid. How did it go? Did you uncover the essence of that little fellow? As Celestial King entered the grand hall of Merlot heavenly court, the divine Kesha eagerly inquired about her return. Do not even mention it. That little fellow is incredibly astute. He seems to have sensed our interest in spatial technology, continuously showcasing his capabilities in front of me. Moreover, I observe that when he employs his spatial abilities, he does not utilize wormholes. Instead, he employs a rather unique method that remains beyond my comprehension. Celestial King, she lamented as she settled upon a throne she had conjured beside divine Kesha. What? He has sensed it? Should we be on high alert? If this Lin Ye character takes action, he may pose a greater threat to our angelic civilization than the Grim Reaper Carl, who only targeted me. This little fellow appears intent on establishing a formidable civilization. Divine Kesha responded with a grave expression. You need not worry. From my conversations with him, it seems he has no immediate intentions to strike against our angelic civilization. Rather, he appears to be planning to incorporate us into his future designs. As long as you maintain your composure, I believe we can alter this little fellow's perspective. Celestial King, she replied thoughtfully, reflecting on Lin Ye's previous actions. Oh, how did you deduce that? Please elaborate on your reasoning. Divine Kesha expressed her surprise and curiosity. Did I not mention that I offered to send an angel to be his guardian? He replied that only you and I possessed the qualifications for such a role. I suggested Liang Bing, yet he was well aware of her identity as Morgana and taunted me for it. However, I sensed that had I boldly declared an angelic proclamation, he might have hesitated briefly before agreeing. Celestial King, she explained with a serious demeanor. Ah, I see. But why did you not accept the offer? Had you done so, You might have acquired spatial technology from Lin Ye. With that technology, defeating him would be a trivial matter, given our angelic civilization's foundation. Divine Kesha jested lightly. Enough of your banter. I shall not engage further. I need to study the data on the spatial technology obtained from Lin Ye and investigate how he created the dark energy space. Celestial King, He-She retorted with exasperation before departing the angelic hall. Once Celestial King, He-She left, Divine Kesha's expression turned serious as she directed her gaze toward Angel Yin, Angel Jue, and Angel Moe. Yin, Jue, Moe. You three must immediately execute the coordinates I provide to trace the whereabouts of the demon Queen Morgana. Once you locate her, notify me at once, and I will come to your aid. Divine Kesha commanded, her tone resolute. Upon hearing Divine Kesha's orders, Angel Yin and the others bowed respectfully before responding in unison, yes. Queen Kesha. They then departed from the Merlot Heavenly Court, promptly heading towards the coordinates provided by Divine Kesha to commence their search for the demon Queen Morgana. Without a hint of hesitation, Angel Yin, Angel Jue, and Angel Mo swiftly located the designated coordinates and began their pursuit of the demon Queen Morgana. Meanwhile, the demon Queen Morgana, supported by the Grim Reaper Carl, continued utilizing Demon Number 1 for wormhole traversals, evading the pursuit of the angelic civilization. Despite the resources provided by the Grim Reaper Carl, the speed of Demon Number 1's wormhole traversals was sufficient to easily evade the angelic civilization's search efforts. However, Demon No. 1, with the continuous application of wormhole technology, gradually began to lose its initial sensitivity due to frequent use. The demon Queen Morgana, aware of the deterioration and wear of some of its components after prolonged operation, realized that if this continued, the wormhole traversal capability of Demon No. 1 would soon become ineffective. Chapter 162. The Return of the Apocalypse. King Liangbing. Your Majesty, I have discovered the whereabouts of Demon Number 1. Requesting assistance. Angel Lingxi urgently relayed through a covert signal to Divine Kesha, leading a small team of angel warriors in search of the elusive Demon Number 1. Upon hearing Lingxi's words, Divine Kesha immediately rose and utilized the celestial computer Kesha's knowledge repository to enhance her ability to traverse wormholes, moving towards Lingxi's location. Before long, Divine Kesha arrived where Lingxi was stationed. Observing the distant floating figure of Demon Number 1, she swiftly employed Kesha's knowledge repository to scan the entire entity. Kesha discovered that the wormhole traversal capability within Demon Number 1 had reached the brink of collapse after countless days of continuous operation, rendering it completely inoperative. Liangbing, emerge. Divine Kesha directly connected to the covert communication of Demon Queen Morgana, forcefully breaching her genetic system to transmit her voice into Morgana's ears. Damn it, Kesha. Why must you relentlessly pursue me? Do you truly wish to see my demise? Morgana, engaged in repairing Demon Number 1, was startled by Kesha's voice and angrily cursed back through the dark communication. Liangbing, I have no desire to engage in an argument with you. I shall transmit some information now. Should you still wish to take action after reviewing it, do not blame me, Divine Kesha replied calmly. Sending relevant information regarding Lin Ye from her knowledge repository into Morgana's genetic computer. Although Morgana harbored skepticism regarding Kesha's words, she cautiously opened the information sent by Divine Kesha. Instantaneously, the data flooded her mind, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Dark energy space, spatial transfer technology. What monstrous abilities are these? To think they could be achieved without utilizing wormholes. Is that even possible? Morgana exclaimed in disbelief. Recalling the immense effort she had invested in creating the time-space rose during her time as Apocalypse King Liangbing. She had not anticipated that Divine Kesha would present them with something even more terrifying, which she found hard to accept. Kesha, from where did you acquire this data? Are you certain it is not fabricated? After perusing the information, Morgana departed from Demon Number 1 through wormhole technology, gazing at Divine Kesha in the cosmic expanse, urgently inquiring. Liangbing, you must understand that the technology concerning dark energy space, if reversed to dismantle the dark dimension, do you believe it could succeed? Divine Kesha regarded Morgana with a cold demeanor and spoke solemnly. It can be done. If someone could indeed create such a flawless dark energy space, then it should equally be capable of destroying the dark dimension. Are you concerned that this entity might pose a threat to the angels? Morgana replied, her gaze wary as she addressed Divine Kesha. Indeed, that is my concern. Furthermore, Hishi has been researching for a considerable time, yet remains perplexed by the underlying principles. Hence, I earnestly invite you to return to our angelic civilization and assist us in studying the related technology, preparing for potential attacks from the dark dimension. Regardless of our sisterly conflicts, we cannot allow the angelic civilization to fall into crisis, Divine Kesha stated with gravity. Impossible. You think I would return at your beck and call? Am I so devoid of dignity? I warned you before that the void is perilous. And only by concentrating resources on developing spatial technology can one escape its grasp. You treated me thus back then, and now you seek my aid in times of danger? Dream on, Morgana retorted, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind as she considered her demon civilization. Is that so? Liangbing, have you forgotten? You are merely a third generation. I, however, not only possess the support of the celestial computer Kesha's knowledge repository, but I am also endowed with the fourth generation divine body. Are you not afraid I might reduce you to pieces and return you to Meluo Celestial Court? Divine Kesha's eyes sharpened as she fixed her gaze on Morgana, her voice low and menacing. Damn it, Kesha, you insolent wretch. You are the one who seeks my favor. Yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Very well, I shall not return today. Let us see what you can do, Morgana seethed, her anger boiling over. At that moment, the massive judgment angels began to materialize behind Divine Kesha, their presence looming ominously. Enough, Kesha. This is not the time for sisterly squabbles. Just then, the celestial king Hishi arrived, observing Kesha's intent to confront Morgana and interjecting with a cold tone. Upon hearing Hishi's words, Divine Kesha cast a glance at Morgana and silently retracted the judgment angels. Liangbing, for the sake of the survival of the angelic civilization, I hope you can return to Meluo Celestial Court to assist us in researching spatial technology, just in case. Would that be acceptable? Celestial King, Hishi earnestly addressed Morgana. Considering your request, I shall acquiesce, for I was once the Apocalypse King of the angelic civilization, Morgana replied, gradually retracting her demonic guise to reveal her time-space wings, speaking earnestly to Hishi. Seeing the angel Liangbing unveil her time-space wings, a smile of joy spread across Hishi's face. Liangbing, welcome back. Hishi approached Liangbing, extending his hand with a warm smile. But what shall become of my demon subordinates? Liangbing inquired, glancing back at the members of her demon civilization with concern. They shall be sent back to Kunsa. Hishi responded, casting a glance at the demon civilization's members. Chapter 163. The unique fourth-generation divine body. Upon hearing Hishi's words, Liangbing nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, despite her willingness to return to Meluo Celestial Court to study relevant spatial technology, spurred by Hishi's request and the information previously provided by Divine Kesha, she found it difficult to abandon her demon civilization companions. However, now that Celestial King Hishi had agreed to the temporary withdrawal of the demons to Kunsa, a sense of relief washed over her. That place is the ancestral home of all demon civilizations, so the angel, Liangbing, readily agreed. With the combined efforts of the Celestial King, Hishi, and Angel Liangbing, Demon Number 1 was swiftly repaired and restored to its capability of traversing wormholes. Angel Liangbing commanded Demons Otto and Ate to return with their subordinates to Kunsa, while she accompanied Celestial King Hishi to the Meluo Celestial Court, his research institute. What a marvelous ability! It is truly perplexing how the civilization of this earthly star has discovered such an abundance of spatial capabilities. With Liangbing's assistance, Hishi and Liangbing quickly separated the spatial abilities utilized by Lin Ye. Observing the myriad spatial abilities before them, Liangbing expressed her sentiments to Hishi, stating, "Indeed, I too harbor doubts. If such powerful spatial capabilities led to the civilization's downfall beneath the void, then have all our efforts been in vain?" Hishi, contemplating Liangbing's words and the classified spatial technologies, solemnly replied, "Nevertheless, it appears our research has yielded some results. At the very least, we can now move without analyzing the fourth-generation divine body, as my sister does." He speculated that Death God Karl must have developed this ability as well. Liangbing smiled at Hishi and said, "However, even if Death God Karl possesses this technology, it still pales in comparison to that little fellow on Earth. Look at the capabilities he possesses. If we do not swiftly address the technologies at hand, he may soon expand his reach into our civilized domains once he develops certain foundational technologies. At that point, conflicts between us are inevitable." He regarded Liang Bing with earnestness and replied, "What is there to worry about? It would simply be a matter of you or Kaisha stepping in as that little fellow's guardian angel." Liang Bing, noticing Hishi's furrowed brow, smiled and countered, "Oh, Liang Bing, are you not afraid that we may unite to send you over to serve as that little one's guardian angel?" Hishi shot a pointed look at Liang Bing, smirking as he responded, "Well then, as long as you are not concerned about me turning against the angelic civilization in the future, you are welcome to attempt sending me there. I refuse to believe that I cannot charm that little fellow with my allure." Liang Bing smiled confidently at Hishi. "Very well, since you have expressed such a desire, I shall fulfill it." Upon hearing Liang Bing's words, Hishi chuckled, gazing at her with amusement. Wait. I was merely jesting," Liang Bing exclaimed, realizing Hishi had taken her words seriously. Just as Hishi was about to step out, he turned with a smile, clearly enjoying the banter. "Ha. We have finally completed it. 2 distinct 4th-generation divine bodies. Now, it is time to search for the world's core." Lin Ye beamed with joy as he observed the 2 divergent 4th-generation divine bodies deduced from the world's core. Previously, the 4th-generation divine body of the Xiong Bing Lian world could not merge with Lin Ye due to fundamental logical discrepancies. However, Lin Ye did not give up. He continued his research in 2 directions. One aimed at enhancing his subordinates and disciples in the Xiong Bing Lian world with upgraded 4th-generation divine bodies, integrating spatial elements. Even if someone were to destroy Lin Ye's subordinates' 4th-generation divine bodies through a supernova explosion, scattering countless atoms across the universe, the 4th-generation divine bodies infused with spatial technology could still locate and aggregate the atoms. When their distance exceeds 1 light-year, their atomic cells would absorb dark energy, activating spatial transport, coalescing around the area with the highest concentration of cells, even if these 4th-generation divine bodies were fragmented into countless atoms. Lin Ye was confident that the individual would return within a year. The other variation of the 4th-generation divine body was entirely developed by Lin Ye himself. Inspired by the supreme alchemical technique, the divine elephant suppression technique, Lin Ye transformed each of his cells, allowing them to function as complete dantians, autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting dark energy into lightning, and subsequently into magical power. This transformation enabled each of Lin Ye's cells to rapidly assist in absorbing the spiritual energy, enhancing his magical power and realm. Moreover, this ability could be self-propelled, resulting in different growth for Lin Ye's physical form. These cells, akin to the 4th-generation divine body, would also return after division, albeit with an additional step. They would gather from the original atoms into a single cell and traverse space to bring Lin Ye back. With this 4th-generation divine body, the accumulation of magical power within Lin Ye's body accelerated significantly. Previously, Lin Ye's magical power growth relied on his own cultivation. When at rest, the super-elite heavenly emperor within him could only convert dark energy into lightning energy. Only during the operation of his cultivation techniques could he convert this lightning energy into magical power. However, with the 4th-generation divine body, each cell could convert dark energy into magical power, albeit unable to concentrate it into the dantian, greatly enhancing Lin Ye's cultivation speed. Lin Ye was confident that it would not be long before he broke the 3rd chain restraining him at the Golden Core stage. Chapter 164. Searching for the World's Core. After completing the 4th-generation divine body, Lin Ye uploaded the relevant technology to the Dao computer and simultaneously published the conditions for technological upgrades in the human Dao computer. The current Zixiao divine sect, having numerous possessors of heavenly soldier super genes, was abuzz with excitement. These possessors did not acquire their super genes due to significant contributions, but rather because their learning pace had been the swiftest. Some possessors of heavenly soldier genes had begun conducting simple research, although Lin Ye strictly prohibited them from disseminating their scientific discoveries externally. He recorded their achievements for each new technology they developed. Once their contributions reached a certain threshold, they could exchange them for the 3rd-generation heavenly general gene or even the remaining 3 special super genes. Now, Lin Ye added a 4th-generation divine body technology to the exchange list, igniting an even more fervent desire for stronger super genes among the disciples of the Zixiao divine sect. After completing the deductions for the 4th-generation divine body, Lin Ye issued a new command to the World Core, instructing it to communicate with the 3 World Core computers to expand their surveillance beyond merely guarding Earth. They were to connect all their perceptive abilities to the dark dimension and commence a search throughout the universe for the world will and core pertaining to the Xiong Lian world. Ultimately, the Dragon Pearl bore 5 chains of seals set by the world will. Although the aura of these chains was incomplete, they still possessed the capability to search for the world will and connect with the core of the universe. After receiving Lin Ye's command, the paths of heaven, earth, and humanity swiftly aligned with the core of the universe, embarking on a comprehensive search throughout the cosmic expanse. Liang Bing, He. What progress have you made in your research? As Lin Ye commenced his exploration of the universe, Kaisa, utilizing her celestial computing knowledge, swiftly detected obscure data from 3 cosmic-level computers engaged in a probing endeavor. Anxiously, Kaisa approached King He and Angel Liang Bing, urgently inquiring about their findings. We have just developed a new spatial transfer capability. What has happened? King He responded, his gaze fixed on Kaisa with concern. He, while monitoring the dark dimension, my knowledge repository unexpectedly detected 3 celestial computers searching for something across the cosmos. I suspect it is the work of the Heavenly Emperor from Earth. He may be preparing to take action, posing a significant challenge to our angelic civilization, Kaisa articulated, her expression tense as she looked at both He and Liang Bing. What challenge? Stop creating unnecessary tension. While you are busy gathering information across the dark dimension, others have already created celestial computers. Why can't they conduct their searches? You are making a fuss over nothing, Liang Bing retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Kaisa. Liang Bing, do not speak so dismissively. Kaisa is genuinely worried about our angelic civilization. King He interjected, attempting to soothe the tension. Liang Bing, unimpressed, rolled her eyes at He and resumed her focus on her temporal research. During this time, she continuously examined Lin Ye's various abilities, reflecting on the temporal genes she had previously created. This introspection led to new ideas regarding the temporal genes. Given Lin Ye's spatial abilities, it became evident that the temporal roses he created were riddled with flaws. Aside from rapidly analyzing and transporting various substances, his creations did not fulfill her initial understanding of space. Kaisa, your sudden arrival suggests you have a plan. If so, feel free to share it with me. King He stated, turning his serious gaze towards Kaisa. I am uncertain about our next steps. Although the Zixiao divine sect on Earth has rapidly advanced in their divine civilization, it is merely leveraging the remnants of ancient civilizations without altering Earth's trajectory. While I am unsure of their intentions, our angelic civilization's current sense of justice does not afford us the capacity to intervene. However, inaction does not imply we cannot prepare. I propose dispatching some warriors from our angelic civilization to the Chiu Wu star system to establish a foothold and observe the actions of the Heavenly Emperor Lin Ye. Kaisa contemplated, her gaze earnest as she addressed He. He, I do not oppose your intention to send personnel. However, you must recognize the errors made by Azui and Yin previously. If the warriors you dispatch encounter issues, it would be a grave predicament for us, He cautioned, his expression vigilant. I understand. This time I will have Angel Yin lead the team. There will only be 7 of them, stationed at the Worm Bridge on Pluto. This way, I believe Lin Ye will not find a reason to strike against us, Kaisa stated, contemplating her options while observing King He. I hope your disciple has learned from past mistakes and remains vigilant. Currently, Angel Yin is indeed the only one capable of leading a team, He acknowledged, realizing that only Angel Yin could engage with Lin Ye respectfully within their civilization. While others might incite further conflict due to their pride in the angelic civilization's strength and order. Reluctantly, He acquiesced to Kaisa's proposal but felt compelled to remind her of the potential risks. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, as the 3 cosmic-level computers connected with the dark dimension, was filled with anticipation. The starship had already set sail, and Lin Ye was diligently constructing new vessels, hoping to create as many as possible before the Grand Elder of the Zixiao divine sect returned from the cosmos. The plan was to have multiple ships depart Earth simultaneously to gather more resources. Chapter 165, Angelic Deployment. After receiving King He's support, Kaisa swiftly summoned Angel Yin. Yin, I am assigning you and your team to the Chiu Wu star system for deployment. Remember, do not provoke the Heavenly Emperor Lin Ye on Earth. Your mission is merely to monitor the Zixiao divine sect and assist us in gathering their latest intelligence. Decisions regarding Earth's matters will be made by myself and other elders. Under no circumstances should you engage, Kaisa instructed, her gaze serious. Your Majesty, Since Lin Ye poses a threat, why not take action in advance? Angel Yin queried, perplexed by Kaisa's caution. In her view, knowing the threat posed by Lin Ye should have eliminated any hesitation, allowing for a direct preemptive strike to minimize potential losses to the angelic civilization. That is not how we should approach this situation. I have previously cautioned you that Lin Ye's dark energy space could potentially retaliate against the dark dimension, leading to a collapse of its genetic system. Furthermore, if he possesses the same spatial technology and chooses to flee, our current capabilities may not suffice to intercept him. Although we maintain our presence in the known universe, the unknown remains a realm where even beings like the Grim Reaper Carl with the Great Clock cannot strike. There exist phenomena beyond our current technological comprehension. Should we attack, Lin Ye would become our irrevocable enemy. Do you understand? Kaisa spoke gently to Angel Yin, her tone grave. Queen Kaisa, I understand. I will ensure that my sisters remain stationed in the Chiu Wu star system and refrain from engaging with Lin Ye. Angel Yin replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Yin, due to your previous actions, some elders within our civilization have expressed concerns regarding your position in the left wing. Upon your departure, you must be mindful of your conduct. Do not engage with the civilization on Earth without orders. Otherwise, I may have to strip you of your position as Kaisa's left-wing protector. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? Kaisa warned, her expression serious. Yes, Queen Kaisa, I will be vigilant, Angel Yin pledged earnestly. Upon hearing the solemn words of the divine Kesha, Angel Yin immediately became alert, gazing intently at her and responding with gravity. Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse. The rest is for you to discern. The divine Kesha, acknowledging Angel Yan's words with a serious nod, softened her tone and gently replied. In response, Angel Yin respectfully bowed to the divine Kesha before turning to leave. After receiving the divine Kesha's command, the angelic civilization decisively dispatched a contingent of exceptionally talented young angelic warriors, who swiftly made their way to the Crimson Wu star system. The angelic civilization has reappeared in the Crimson Wu star system? What are their intentions? On Earth, Lin Ye, who was engaged in research on super genes and the search for the world's core, was startled to receive a transmission from the core computer of the heavenly Tao world, revealing the presence of 15 angels from the angelic civilization stationed in the Crimson Wu star system. This prompted Lin Ye to become vigilant, observing these intruding angels through the dark dimension. However, these angels did not proceed to Earth, but instead activated the time-space wormhole bridge established by the Grim Reaper Carl on Pluto, taking residence there. Could it be that the angelic civilization intends to take action against Earth due to our previous failed negotiations? Lin Ye pondered as he scrutinized the images transmitted by the heavenly Tao computer. Noticing that the angels led by Angel Yin seemed intent on establishing a permanent presence in the Crimson Wu star system. This heightened his alertness as he focused intently on Angel Yin. Nevertheless, as the actions of Angel Yin and her companions unfolded, Lin Ye observed that the angelic civilization appeared to harbor no hostile intentions towards Earth, and none spoke ill of him. Even when encountering the Star River battleships, they demonstrated remarkable courtesy, indicating no threat whatsoever to Earth. It seemed that, for the time being, they would refrain from hostilities. However, vigilance remained paramount. Lin Ye, analyzing the movements of Angel Yin and her companions through the heavenly Tao world core computer, surmised that his extensive efforts in creating numerous second-generation super warriors and a single third-generation super warrior had prompted the angelic civilization as leaders to become wary, resulting in their deployment to Pluto in the Crimson Wu star system. Yet, Lin Ye remained unfazed and intensified his support for the heavenly Tao world core computer, embarking on a quest to scour the known universe of the Xiong Bing Lian world, hoping to discover the world's core sooner rather than later. To this end, Lin Ye crafted 2 new warships, one named the Starry Han and the other the Starry Sea. The Starry Han was an upgraded version of the Star River battleship, primarily tasked with gathering dark matter. Conversely, the Starry Sea was a unique invention by Lin Ye, specifically designed to locate the world's core. Its greatest capability lay in the spatial coordinate traversal ability he had meticulously engineered. Once the Starry Sea pinpointed the location of the world's core, Lin Ye could seamlessly traverse to it in an instant, proving to be exceedingly convenient. The angelic civilization's deployment of Angel Yin to the Crimson Wu star system immediately drew the attention of the Super God Academy, the Lively Sun civilization, and the River Styx civilization. While the other three civilizations were not overly concerned about the angelic civilization's presence in the Crimson Wu star system, it nonetheless raised their caution. Although they did not fully comprehend the reasons behind the angelic civilization stationing there, they speculated that it could be due to one of two motives. Either the angelic civilization intended to expand its territory or had discovered new technology they wished to experiment with. Alternatively, it could be that Earth's civilization posed a genuine threat that warranted the angelic civilization's vigilance, prompting them to monitor and potentially limit Earth's development. Regardless of the reason, these civilizations were not inclined to take the initiative, opting instead to observe for a while, hoping to find an opportunity to benefit from the situation. Chapter 166. Carl's scheme. Initially, the Grim Reaper Carl felt no unease regarding the angelic civilization's presence in the Crimson Wu star system. However, as time passed and the angels remained stationed there, he began to reflect. Cautiously, he directed the great clock towards the dark dimension of Earth, only to be astonished to discover that the previously overlooked Earth civilization had developed several super warriors, including two who were already third generation. While he could not fully discern Lin Ye's capabilities, he was convinced that if his subordinates had reached the third generation, then Lin Ye must be at least a formidable third-generation entity himself. Observing the burgeoning civilization on Earth, a realization struck Carl, filling him with excitement. As a nascent civilization, he believed that Lin Ye would not fear the angelic civilization. In fact, due to Lin Ye's rapid advancement, despite his outward humility, he would undoubtedly possess an inner arrogance. With just a slight provocation, it was highly probable that a war could erupt between the angelic civilization and Earth. At that moment, with the support of the Great Clock, Carl could seize the opportunity to draw the divine Kesha to the Crimson Wu star system. Once the war commenced, calculating against Kesha would become a trivial matter. Utilizing the Great Clock, the Grim Reaper Carl swiftly scanned the Crimson Wu star system, astonished to find three formidable supercomputers on Earth. Though he was uncertain of their capabilities, the signals suggested that even the weakest of these supercomputers could sufficiently delay the divine Kesha, granting him the opportunity to relocate her. After careful planning, Carl deemed this opportunity too precious to waste and hurriedly sought the dark signal of Angel Liangbing. To his surprise, he discovered that Angel Liangbing had appeared in the mellow heavenly court, specifically within the laboratory of the celestial king He. This revelation left Carl astounded. Initially inclined to abandon his pursuit, he reconsidered given Liang Bing's connection to him and her grievances against the divine Kesha, ultimately deciding to cautiously reach out to her. Liang Bing, how did you return to the mellow heavenly court? Did Kesha capture you? The Grim Reaper Carl decrypted Liang Bing's dark dimension communication system, feigning great concern as he addressed her. Ugh, call me Morgana, you elusive one. How dare you breach my dark dimension communication channel without my consent? The angel Liang Bing, engrossed in her research on time-space technology, nearly destroyed her experimental materials upon hearing Carl's voice. Regaining her composure, the demon Queen Morgana's tone returned, and she angrily retorted to the Grim Reaper Carl. Liang Bing, there is a newly emerging divine civilization on Earth that appears capable of waging war against the angelic civilization. Do you think we should incite a conflict between them? Hearing Liang Bing's words, a subtle smile graced Carl's face. It seemed that Liang Bing had not been swayed by the divine Kesha's alterations to her data, remaining the same free-spirited angel. This invigorated Carl, prompting him to excitedly respond to Liang Bing. Ah, what are you planning? Do you not realize that time-space technology is my greatest passion? Once war erupts, and that little rascal is vanquished by you, where shall I procure such formidable spatial technology? Upon hearing the words of the Grim Reaper, Carl, the angel Liang Bing became instantly alert, retorting coldly with curses directed at him. Rest assured, Liang Bing, I may not have paid attention before, but I am now acutely aware of him. He should possess 3 celestial computers. After we defeat Kaisha and her ilk, I can bestow those 3 celestial computers upon you. I am confident that within them lies the spatial technology he wields. In due course, you can harness that technology to enhance your temporal rose, rendering it even more powerful. Carl, upon hearing Liang Bing's words, did not express anger but instead smiled and replied to her. Absolutely not, I cannot agree to this. Such an action could likely provoke the little rascal's pursuit. You must comprehend what my temporal rose was like when I created it. The spatial technology in his possession surpasses my temporal rose's capabilities. Should he discover my involvement, not only would the angelic civilization suffer, but the demon civilization and I would also endure grievous losses. I will not permit you to proceed with this. Liang Bing, upon hearing Carl's insistence, shouted sternly at him. Fear not, Liang Bing. Although spatial technology is potent, it can never rival the void. In the future, only void technology shall dominate the entire known universe. Carl, undeterred by Liang Bing's refusal, chuckled lightly as he spoke to her. Fine, you are formidable, indeed. If you possess such skill, then go forth on your own. I will not assist you in provoking the angelic civilization. Upon hearing Carl's steadfastness, Liang Bing angrily cursed at him from across the room. She then abruptly closed her dark channel, locking it securely and severing all contact with anyone. Alas, Liang Bing, why can you not understand me? Carl murmured. Sensing the disconnection of their communication, his tone tinged with melancholy as he gazed towards the celestial realm of Meluo. However, Carl had no intention of relinquishing his ambitions. After all, in the current known universe, the technology he possessed was not inferior to that of the angelic civilization. It was merely the absence of a large-scale army, like that of the angels, which could coordinate effectively in battle that hampered him. Though the existence of phantoms rendered Carl largely unperturbed by the assaults of lower civilization warriors, the assembly of so many angels, coupled with the spiritual suppression from the divine Kaisha in her sacred domain, could potentially allow them to seize the grand clock from him. Even if they could not slay him, they could imprison his phantom using various techniques, such as dark dimensional data. Once trapped, Carl would find himself devoid of opportunities to conduct experiments. If confined to a singular location, he would rather meet his demise at the hands of the divine Kaisha. For one who ardently seeks truth, the most terrifying fate is the inability to pursue it. Faced with such circumstances, Carl would forsake his life, erasing himself from the known universe, surrendering to the embrace of death's void. Chapter 167. The ambushed Yayu. Though Carl was rebuffed by Liang Bing, he remained undeterred in leveraging the power of Earthstar to outmaneuver the divine Kaisha. As the overseer of the universe's most powerful celestial computer, the Grand Clock, Carl harnessed its immense computational power to record every individual within the divine realm of Zixiao, transmitting all calculations directly to Earthstar. This fellow named Lin Ye seems rather indifferent. Is he truly capable of caring for only this one individual within the entire civilization? Carl mused, furrowing his brow as he reviewed the gathered data. In the information collected by Carl, Lin Ye appeared to be inherently aloof, showing little concern for anyone. The sole person who garnered his attention was his disciple, Yayu. This realization posed a significant challenge for Carl, who wished to instigate a conflict between Earthstar and the angelic civilization. Well, having something is better than nothing. I suppose I shall attempt to take action. After thoroughly reviewing all the information about the individuals within the divine realm of Zixiao, Carl sighed as he noted the details regarding Lin Ye. On Earthstar, Lin Ye's disciple, Yayu, wielded the formidable god-slaying sniper rifle, Fengling, as she aimed at the peak of a distant mountain, her eyes narrowing in concentration. With certainty that she had locked onto her target, she fired instantly, sending a bullet soaring through the air, striking a bird that had been soaring above the mountain. Yes, success! Yayu exclaimed excitedly, leaping in joy after hitting the bird. I never imagined Master S. Fengling sniper rifle would be so powerful, allowing me to hit a small bird from a distance of 15 kilometers. Truly remarkable. Stowing away the sniper rifle, she gazed at the remnants of the bird, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, the human computer emitted a warning. Yayu, take cover. There is danger. A tense voice rang out in her mind, urgently advising her. Once brimming with excitement, Yayu swiftly dodged to the side, rolling away and utilizing spatial technology to conceal herself. An energy blade sliced through the stillness of space, transforming the spot she had occupied into a wasteland. As she prepared to give chase, the shadowy figure swiftly morphed into a streak of light, fleeing into the cosmic expanse with astonishing speed, leaving Yayu no time to react. The fleeting figure vanished into the starry skies, escaping through spatial technology. Yet, as a sniper with extraordinary long-range vision, Yayu clearly discerned the white wings fluttering behind the figure. Damn it, these angels are going too far. I shall seek my master and demand vengeance, Yayu declared angrily, watching as the figure receded further into the distance. Turning, she activated her spatial technology and instantly teleported to the location of the divine realm of Zixiao. Master, are you there? Yayu has something important to discuss. Upon returning to the divine realm, Yayu began searching fervently for Lin Ye, her demeanor radiating frustration as if she were carrying a vinegar jar on her head. Before long, she found Lin Ye leisurely resting in a pavilion he frequented. Eagerly, she approached him and bowed respectfully. "Master, your disciple has been wronged. You must seek vengeance for me." After completing her bow, Yayu rushed forward, grasping Lin Ye's arm, her dissatisfaction evident. "Oh, what has transpired? Speak, and I shall advocate on your behalf," Lin Ye replied. Having been roused from his boredom by Yayu's voice, he opened his eyes slowly, regarding her with a gentle smile. "Master, today while training with Fengling, I was ambushed by the angelic civilization. If it weren't for the timely warning of the human computer, I might have lost my life." Yayu clutched Lin Ye's hand tightly, her expression filled with sorrow as she recounted her ordeal. "Oh, someone has targeted you? Is that true?" Lin Ye paused in surprise, scrutinizing Yayu closely. Noting that she bore no severe injuries, he finally felt a sense of relief. "Yayu, you mentioned that you were attacked by an angel. How can you be certain that your assailant belongs to the angelic lineage?" Lin Ye inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Yayu. "Master, I deduce that he is indeed from the angelic civilization due to the unique space-time wings that are characteristic of their kind. Moreover, his speed was astonishing. Within less than a minute, he traversed from the atmosphere to beyond it, employing wormhole technology to escape. Even if other civilizations can mimic the appearance of the space-time wings, they would be incapable of matching that speed. After all, the angelic civilization wields formidable strength. If it were not for them, no one else could achieve such feats." Yayu explained fervently, his excitement palpable as he addressed Lin Ye. "Very well, I understand. You should rest now. I will take care of the remaining matters." Lin Ye replied solemnly, still gazing intently at Yayu. "Master, I shall take my leave, but you must remember to avenge me. Otherwise, my suffering would be in vain." Yayu responded, bowing respectfully before hastily exiting the pavilion. Though his master indulged him, Yayu typically adhered to Lin Ye's words without dissent. Since his master had spoken, Yayu placed his unwavering trust in him. As Yayu departed, Lin Ye's smile gradually faded. "This is unexpected. Was the angelic civilization not wary of me before? Why would they act against me so soon? There must be some deception at play." After Yayu's exit, Lin Ye activated the human computation engine and murmured, "I do not believe that the angelic civilization would act irrationally against Yayu. However, based on my understanding of sacred Kaisa, the celestial monarch Hishi, and even the demon Queen Morgana, these three would never provoke me by attacking my disciple. Thus, either someone is testing me, or a rogue angel has acted without authorization. This insubordination presents an opportunity for me to exploit the angelic civilization." Chapter 168. The angered Lin Ye with swift precision. Lin Ye directed the human computation engine to gather all dark data from the area where Yayu encountered trouble. Connect with the celestial and terrestrial computation engines. I seek to uncover more comprehensive information. Why does it feel as though the data from this location is incomplete? Lin Ye noted, scrutinizing the rough and incomplete footage captured by the human computation engine. His brow furrowed as he addressed the machine. What is the cause of this incompleteness? Upon receiving Lin Ye's command, the human computation engine linked with the celestial and terrestrial engines to compile relevant data for analysis. Yet, even with the enhancement provided by both celestial and terrestrial systems, the information remained woefully inadequate, deepening Lin Ye's frown. "Celestial, terrestrial, and human engines, report your findings." Lin Ye summoned the three core computational entities, his tone cold and commanding. "Master, the situation arises from a formidable celestial computation engine that has been interfering with our data recording from start to finish." The AI of the celestial computation engine reported weightily after extensive calculations. "Is this celestial engine the Grand Clock?" Lin Ye queried seriously, addressing the celestial, terrestrial, and human engines. Indeed, the interference affecting this dark data and signals originates from the Grand Clock. Its capabilities far exceed those of Kaisa's repository of knowledge. While we may not rival Kaisa's store of wisdom, we would certainly recognize it if it were to engage us. Even the celestial tower of the Radiant Sun civilization cannot contend with us, leaving only the Grand Clock capable of evading our surveillance without leaving traces. Although it has masked its presence, we can be certain it is responsible. The celestial computation engine responded coldly after synthesizing the data. "How audacious! I have yet to strike against him, and he dares to scheme against me. Truly, the Reaper Carl is impressive," Lin Ye remarked bitterly. a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Within the vast universe of the Legion, Lin Ye speculated that the most probable source of disturbance was the Grand Clock, the most powerful celestial computation engine. Only such an ancient entity, intertwined with the wisdom of the god-making civilization, could embody the world's consciousness. Otherwise, only the future protagonist, Galaxia's power, could potentially harness the core strength of the world. However, in the absence of Galaxia, the Grand Clock must serve as the vessel for the world's essence. Previously, Lin Ye had merely hypothesized, refraining from direct confrontation with Reaper Carl. After all, Carl was no sacred Kaisa. Any rift with him could spell disaster for Lin Ye's world core, plunging him into the void from which he might never emerge victorious. If the Grand Clock were not the world core, calamity would ensue. Yet now, Lin Ye resolved to abandon pretense. He would confront the entire river of Hades civilization and Reaper Carl. He swiftly merged his consciousness with the world core, empowering the three supercomputers, celestial, terrestrial, and human, and began to connect with all disciples of the Zixiao sect. He urged the resource team, led by the Grand Elder, to gather supplies, enabling more members of the Zixiao sect to attain divinity. Simultaneously, Lin Ye initiated the creation of unique and powerful supergenes for each individual, utilizing their experiences. Lin Ye intended to equip everyone with a dark dimensional gene system, allowing them to ascend to the battlefield as second-generation celestial soldiers, engaging in fierce combat against the river of Hades civilization. As they reached certain realms, he would assist them in upgrading to third-generation celestial genes and unique third-generation supergenes, even facilitating their ascent to fourth-generation divine forms. As long as they proved themselves, opportunities for promotion would follow. After all, war serves as the ultimate catalyst for supergene evolution. Otherwise, the future Super God Academy would not have allied with Reaper Carl, using a spacefaring civilization as adversaries to expedite their growth. Sister Yin Yin, I sense that the god-making civilization on Earth is preparing to initiate war. Angel Jue quickly reported to Angel Yin, alarmed by the changes within the Zixiao sect. What? Asui, you say they are about to wage war? We haven't done anything recently. Angel Yin responded, her anxiety palpable upon hearing Jue's words. Sister Yin Yin, I feel they do not intend to strike against us, Angel Jue cautiously stated, her eyes flickering with concern as she addressed Angel Yin. Quickly, tell me what you have discovered, Angel Yin urged, her focus sharpening as she pressed for details. It appears that the Earth's civilization has discovered individuals masquerading as angels who have attacked the disciple Yeyu of the Emperor Lin Ye. The celestial Emperor Lin Ye contemplated retaliating against the assailant. He inquired about our intentions, but did not disclose the identity of the individual who attacked his disciple, Yeyu. When I pressed him for answers, he merely suggested I investigate on my own. Angel Jue anxiously observed Angel Yin and addressed her with tension. Are you implying that this individual specifically reached out to you? Upon hearing Jue's words, Angel Yin gazed at her helplessly and quietly inquired, is that so, Yinjia? Jue cautiously confirmed, indeed, he did send me a message. Reassuringly, she added, do not fret, I will communicate with Queen Kesha. Her Majesty will be adequately prepared. Angel Yin nodded in acknowledgement and promptly conveyed the message to the Divine Kesha. After informing the Divine Kesha of the situation, both Angel Yin and Angel Jue found themselves gripped by anxiety. Upon receiving the news, the Divine Kesha did not immediately make a decision. Instead, she chose to consult with King He Shi and Angel Liang Bing before responding. They were already aware of the perpetrator's identity. Yet faced with Lin Ye and the Grim Reaper Carl, two individuals genuinely capable of inflicting harm upon the angelic civilization, their decisions necessitated utmost caution. Chapter 169. Contacting the Divine Kesha. Meanwhile, upon receiving Angel Yan's message, the Divine Kesha became instantly concerned and swiftly made her way to King He Shi's laboratory. He Shi, Liang Bing, we have a significant issue, the Divine Kesha exclaimed urgently. What now? Is it your disciple causing trouble again? Angel Liang Bing, engrossed in her research on spatial technology, frowned at the Divine Kesha's words, expressing her displeasure. We received word from Yin that an individual resembling one of our angelic kin attacked Lin Ye's disciple, Yeyu. Although Lin Ye affirmed it was not our civilization, I worry that this young one might mistakenly believe it was an act by our kind, potentially leading to an assault against us. The Divine Kesha, not angered by Liang Bing's remarks, furrowed her brow and solemnly addressed King He Shi beside her. Oh, so Angel Yin indicated that Lin Ye sensed something amiss with that individual, did he? King He set aside his work and regarded the divine Kesha with vigilance. Responding gravely, yes, Yin has accessed the knowledge repository and discovered numerous inconsistencies, indicating deception is at play. The divine Kesha nodded in agreement, affirming, then you need not worry. If you have discerned the anomaly, Lin Ye will undoubtedly notice it as well. He is not easily deceived. His intellect will lead him to contact us. King He calmly replied, oh, is that so, Kesha? Are you truly certain he will not seek our angelic civilization? This presents a prime opportunity for another civilization to usurp us as the strongest in the cosmos. The divine Kesha, uncertain, queried King He. After all, from her perspective, had any civilization intended to challenge the angelic realm, they would have initially sought to confront them before pursuing others. Indeed, that individual may only come to us for extortion of resources and then let it be. You need not worry. King He returned to his research station, swiftly delving into pertinent technologies, speaking to the divine Kesha with a calm demeanor. On the other side, Lin Ye organized his personnel efficiently and directed the celestial computer to search throughout time and space for traces of the divine Kesha. He aimed to locate the clandestine communication channels associated with her and commanded his celestial computer to decipher them. To expedite this process, Lin Ye augmented his world's core to enhance the celestial computer's capabilities in breaking the divine Kesha's encrypted channels. Greetings, divine Kesha, Lin Ye said with a smile after successfully breaching her secret communication line. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, the divine Kesha was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that her clandestine channels were fortified by Kesha's knowledge repository. And to hear Lin Ye's voice without any prior alerts from the repository spoke volumes about the formidable capabilities of Lin Ye's celestial computer. Hello, Celestial Emperor. I wonder what prompted your sudden communication. The divine Kesha, swallowing hard, asked Lin Ye seriously, glancing at King He beside her. Is your angelic civilization so careless? Someone impersonated you and attacked my disciple. This is tantamount to an assault on your reputation, divine Kesha. What do you intend to do? Although Lin Ye wore a smile, his tone was grave and devoid of warmth. Since you are already aware that it was not our angelic civilization, does that imply we need not intervene? The divine Kesha contemplated Lin Ye's words for a moment before cautiously probing. Oh, is that so? Does your angelic civilization not prioritize its reputation? Or are those behind this entirely colluding with you, testing me together, thus unwilling to act? Upon hearing the divine Kesha's words, Lin Ye instantly grasped her intentions. She sought to draw the angelic civilization into the fray, unwilling to expend any resources, leaving Lin Ye and the Grim Reaper Carl to contend with the situation. With an icy demeanor, Lin Ye replied, and the divine Kesha, upon hearing my words, turned to King He. Though she anticipated this outcome, she did not expect Lin Ye to be so forthright in his threat. Realizing that escaping unscathed was no longer an option. What demands does the Celestial Emperor have? Perhaps we could dispatch a small team of angels to assist the Earth civilization. The divine Kesha tentatively suggested. Enough of your involvement, angelic civilization. I require certain materials for constructing dark matter computers. Simply send me the necessary components, and I will handle the rest. Lin Ye stated calmly, as if the matter was trivial. How much of these dark matter computer construction materials does the Celestial Emperor require? We can negotiate. I reviewed your civilization's resources and believe you could supply materials equivalent to 22nd generation super warriors for constructing dark matter computers. What say you? Lin Ye eagerly proposed. What? 20? Impossible. Such a vast quantity of materials would severely deplete our angelic civilization. It would be wiser to send more angelic warriors to battle alongside your Earth civilization. The divine Kesha, upon hearing Lin Ye's suggestion, became agitated and responded angrily. Very well, how about 10 then? I already have my request. If you still refuse, I shall have no choice but to consider annihilating your angelic civilization as well. Lin Ye recognized that the divine Kesha was unlikely to agree, but was merely negotiating to secure better terms for herself. The 10 positions are certainly manageable. However, during our initial encounter, we can only send you 6. The remaining 4 will require some time. The divine Kaisa contemplated this, initially intending to refuse. However, the celestial king He, standing nearby, nodded in affirmation. His nod was heavy with significance, prompting divine Kaisa to grit her teeth and agree to Lin Ye's proposal. Chapter 170. Breaking the Third Seal. Excellent, splendid, truly befitting of the divine Kaisa. When the time comes for me to engage in battle with the Reaper Carl of the underworld civilization, I kindly request your angelic civilization to observe. By the way, please restrict communications for your angel, Liangbing. He has previously interacted with Reaper Carl, although I am unable to ascertain the details of their exchanges. I wish to avoid any leaks of my strategies during the confrontation. Lin Ye, with a grave demeanor, addressed Divine Kaisa, relying on the intelligence gathered by the heavenly computer when it had just enhanced the world core. Understood, no problem. I will impose limitations on Liang Bing's communication channels using the celestial computer to prevent any correspondence with Reaper Carl. Divine Kaisa calmly regarded Liang Bing and spoke earnestly. Very well. Do remember to send the dark matter resources over at your earliest convenience. Lin Ye nodded in response to Divine Kaisa's words and promptly terminated the covert communication between them. After severing the connection, Divine Kaisa regarded Liang Bing with a vigilant gaze. Liang Bing, can you explain to me why you have been in contact with Carl again? Divine Kaisa fixed her icy stare upon Liang Bing, her tone frigid. Kaisa, if you suspect me, just say so directly instead of feigning ignorance. I can assure you that Reaper Carl did approach me previously, seeking to ally with me to engineer the emergence of Earth civilization. His plan was to lure you to Earth and exploit the supernova explosion to hinder your progress for over 1 billion years, thereby allowing him to delve into void technology unimpeded. However, I declined due to my expertise in spatial technology. If you cannot trust me on this, then there is nothing more to discuss. Liang Bing replied to Divine Kaisa with pointed defiance. Divine Kaisa was about to reprimand Liang Bing when she was interrupted by Celestial King He Shi. Kaisa, Liang Bing's actions are not erroneous. She has merely returned to aid us in researching spatial technology, not to rejoin the angelic civilization as your subordinate. I implore you to recognize Liang Bing's contributions. Celestial King He Shi looked at Divine Kaisa with seriousness. Fine, I understand. I will be mindful. However, Liang Bing, during this research period, I urge you to sever ties with Reaper Carl temporarily. Otherwise, I fear that the young one on Earth may launch an offensive against our angelic civilization. From his tone, it seems he has discovered a method to obliterate the dark dimension. Should your connection with Reaper Carl endanger our sisters, I trust you would not hold it against me if I were compelled to act against you. Divine Kaisa fixed her gaze on Liang Bing, speaking with calm resolve. Very well, I shall comply. Liang Bing considered Divine Kaisa's request before responding earnestly. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, having concluded his covert communication with Divine Kaisa, observed the bustling activity within the Zixiao divine sect without reacting. Instead, he swiftly teleported to his secluded chamber, settling into a meditative posture and directing his consciousness inward. Although he had not upgraded his specially crafted 4th-generation divine body, his training had elevated his magical energy to the Yuaning stage. Lin Ye meticulously controlled his magical energy, continually transforming it into formidable flames. He focused intently on the chain within the Dragon Pearl, infused with fiery power, swiftly condensing a substantial amount of flame energy into a sphere, which he forcefully propelled towards the chain. Initially, the chain did not yield to Lin Ye's concentrated fireball, but after 5 successive impacts, it began to show a faint crack. Observing this development, Lin Ye's face broke into a smile as he funneled even more magical energy into the fireball, striking the chain with vigor. Whether the later sections of the chain were inherently more resilient or Lin Ye's fire-based attacks were insufficient, it was not until he had struck over 100 times that the cracks began to expand gradually, eventually covering the entire chain. When Lin Ye delivered his final blow, the chain shattered into countless fragments, which were swiftly consumed by the Dragon Pearl. With the loss of yet another chain, the Dragon Pearl glimmered brightly. As he beheld its radiant glow, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming surge of power. Harnessing the energy emanating from the Dragon Pearl, he seamlessly integrated with the World Core, instructing the heavenly computer and World Core to connect, facilitating a bond between his Dragon Pearl and the 4th-generation divine body he had created. This is my 4th-generation divine body, a true masterpiece. Now, I shall teach that Reaper Carl a lesson, making him aware of my true prowess. Lin Ye, having completed the fusion of the 4th-generation divine body and the Dragon Pearl, confidently proclaimed, "Is this truly the new world? I never anticipated the existence of a new era." At that moment, a voice resonated from within Lin Ye's heart, clearly addressing him. "Oh, has the world consciousness awakened?" Upon hearing the voice from his depths, Lin Ye vanished from his location, entering the Dragon God realm, arriving at the site of the world core, where he gazed at the subtly flickering core with excitement. My lord, it has been too long. I never expected to find myself in such a world. The world consciousness. Having absorbed the newly emerged information from the world core, regarded Lin Ye earnestly. It is truly wonderful that you have revived world consciousness. I now ask for your assistance. Please help me oversee the development of the Zhixiao divine sect and gather the souls from the mortal realm of Huaxia. We are on the brink of a great battle against Reaper Carl, and your support would be invaluable. Lin Ye addressed the grand eye of the world core with palpable enthusiasm. Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill your command. The world consciousness blinked, studying Lin Ye closely before responding with utmost seriousness. Chapter 171. The Kunpeng Warship. Very well, world consciousness. Let us join forces to construct a warship capable of assaulting the underworld star system. Lin Ye exclaimed with fervor, his excitement palpable. Indeed, my lord. I shall exert every effort to support you. The world consciousness, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, responded earnestly. After hearing the words of the world consciousness, Lin Ye smiled faintly, nodding earnestly in acknowledgement. He then commenced the construction of a celestial warship intended for warfare. At this stage, the only warship possessed by Earth was a singular type, while the remainder consisted solely of vessels designed for dark matter collection. Lin Ye aimed to create a ship capable of assisting the disciples of the Zhixiao sect in their battles across the cosmic expanse. It was imperative that this vessel not only possess formidable logistical support capabilities, but also boast powerful combat assistance functionalities. This task was a significant test of Lin Ye's ingenuity. He needed to establish a vast celestial computer without the aid of the world core, enabling all disciples of the Zhixiao sect to harness sufficient dark dimensional computational power when confronting the civilization of the underworld river. It was noteworthy that in the original narrative, the angelic civilization faced a massive disconnection when the divine Kaisha went offline. In that instant, what was once a dominating force over the demon civilization found itself overwhelmed due to the loss of Kaisha's repository of knowledge. Lin Ye swiftly collaborated with the world consciousness to strategize regarding the celestial bodies and combat vessels. He named the warship Kunpeng, integrating a powerful celestial computer into its design while equipping it with two forms of spatial traversal capabilities. One capability was the wormhole transit inherent to the world of the Heroic Legion, which would amalgamate numerous minute wormholes to facilitate the Kunpeng's travel. The second capability, harnessing Lin Ye's spatial abilities, allowed for the direct substitution of desired spatial locations, enabling the Kunpeng to leap across multiple star systems in a mere instant. Additionally, he equipped the ship with photon cannons and neutrino guns, alongside mechanisms for energy replenishment utilizing stellar sources. As Lin Ye gazed upon his meticulously designed Kunpeng warship, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Indeed, this design befitted his identity. Let us construct several more. This will enable us to launch assaults on the civilization of the underworld river, even if the disciples of the Zhixiao sect cannot overpower them. The Kunpeng should suffice to facilitate skirmishes. With the completed specifications for the Kunpeng in sight, Lin Ye turned to the world consciousness, expressing his thoughts. With this vessel, we can certainly contend with the Reaper, Carl, from our memories. However, I fear that dealing with Carl may not be as straightforward as anticipated. It would be prudent to remain vigilant. The world consciousness, acknowledging Lin Ye's words, responded with a serious tone, cautioning him. Rest assured, world consciousness. With our current creations, we are more than capable of engaging in battle with Carl. I harbor no fear of him, Lin Ye replied with a smile, his demeanor serious. The fourth-generation divine body he now possessed had transcended the overall framework of the Heroic Legion's world, integrating the principles of cultivation, making it an effortless task to confront Carl. The celestial computer possessed by Carl would be incapable of analyzing him. Moreover, Lin Ye held no remorse for any sacrifices among the disciples. The data of every disciple from the Zhixiao sect had long been preserved within the celestial computer. Coupled with the protection of their souls by the realm of the Dragon God, Lin Ye could, at any moment, eliminate and subsequently resurrect each disciple of the Zhixiao sect. Even without employing the techniques of reincarnation, Lin Ye possessed various methods to revive them. Maloshan sighed, are we not being excessively subservient? It seems our entire angelic civilization has become merely a conduit for that little fellow to gather resources. Each time a problem arises, he extracts a toll from us. If this continues, our civilization may suffer even greater losses. Holding 10 portions of dark dimensional genetic system resources before the celestial king, He-She, the divine Kaisha spoke solemnly to him. Who is to blame? It all began with your disciple. I've warned you that your notion of righteous order is flawed. Yet you chose not to believe. Angelic Liang Bing retorted sharply to the divine Kaisha. What? My righteous order is flawed. Regardless of any faults. It is far superior to your descent. Just look at the devastation your demon civilization has wreaked upon the known universe. The divine Kaisha, taken aback by Liang Bing's assertion, chastised her in anger. What do you mean by the destruction caused by our demon civilization? Was it not your relentless pursuit after us? Are we to remain passive while you angels conduct a massacre? Liang Bing glared defiantly at the divine Kaisha, voicing her indignation. Enough, enough. You two must cease this quarrel. Are you not aware that we are now lagging behind both Earth civilization and the Underworld River civilization? There are currently 3 entities in the universe surpassing us. If this continues, our angelic civilization will be irrevocably left behind. The celestial king He-She admonished both the divine Kaisha and Liang Bing with a cold stare. He-She, have you given any thought to the matters we discussed previously? Perhaps it is time to consider dispatching a guardian angel to accompany that little fellow, Lin Ye, on Earth and influence him. The divine Kaisha inquired, her tone becoming more serious as she regarded He-She carefully. What is Kaisha's decision? Please share. Perhaps I can offer some insights, Liang Bing interjected, her concern veiling her true intentions to scrutinize the divine Kaisha's decisions and seek out her flaws. For Liang Bing had long yearned to oppose her sister, the divine Kaisha. Chapter 172. He-She's Oath of Guardianship. We previously deliberated on whether to send a guardian angel to be Lin Ye's companion on Earth, thereby influencing him. However, during my last visit to Earth, Lin Ye remarked that our angelic civilization was only worthy of being his guardian angels if either Kaisha or you were to assume the role. Even you would need to be considered. How dare he? That scoundrel has no right to disdain me. Shouldn't he be eager to accept the name of the queen? Liang Bing stood there momentarily stunned, and as He-She completed his statement, she erupted in furious exclamations. The divine Kaisha, observing Liang Bing's reaction, couldn't help but smile. Casting a mocking glance in her direction, Liang Bing, now you see just how unappreciated your so-called freedom and dissent are. He-She, do not acquiesce to that man. If necessary, we shall confront him. In the past, even when we were at our weakest, we managed to defeat the heavenly scum. It stands to reason that now, having developed to such formidable heights, we should not be beholden to others. Angel Liang Bing earnestly gazed at Heavenly King He-She and spoke loudly to him. Upon hearing her words, Heavenly King He-She shook his head with a sense of resignation. Liang Bing, it is not as simple as you imagine. Everything we undertake is for the angelic civilization. I have resolved to go and attempt a dialogue with that young man. After a moment of contemplation, Heavenly King He-She looked at Angel Liang Bing with a faint smile and said to her helplessly, All right, Kesha, I shall take the supplies and set off. Rest assured, once I have fulfilled my mission, I will return to see you. Heavenly King He-She cast a gentle smile at the holy Kesha beside him and earnestly addressed her. Take care, He-She. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will send someone to assist you. Should you encounter any grievances, do not hesitate to inform us. The entire angelic civilization stands behind you. Holy Kesha regarded Heavenly King He-She thoughtfully and replied earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Heavenly King He-She nodded in satisfaction and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards Earth. Meanwhile, Angel Liang Bing, after watching Heavenly King He-She depart, shot an annoyed glance at Holy Kesha and quickly returned to Heavenly King He-She's laboratory to continue her research on spatial technology. They meticulously analyzed every frame of what Lin Ye had accomplished previously. Although they had developed the ability for spatial transfer, Lin Ye possessed many other capabilities, and they had yet to discover how to decipher or construct them. For Liang Bing, who was infatuated with temporal and spatial technology, this was the best research material. She had no desire to remain in the company of the hypocritical Holy Kesha. After exiting the mellow heavenly court, Heavenly King He-She, with the assistance of the Heavenly Calculating Group, continuously engaged in spatial transfer. While adeptly practicing the newly developed spatial transfer technology, he pondered how to persuade Lin Ye to allow him to serve as her guardian angel. With his constant use of spatial transfer, he soon arrived at Zixiao Peak. As he did not conceal his arrival, the 3 pathways, heavenly, earthly, and human, had long since detected his presence and reported it to Lin Ye. Currently immersed in the construction of combat celestial bodies, Lin Ye stepped out from the dragon god realm upon receiving the news of Heavenly King He Shi's arrival, quietly awaiting him at the summit of Zixiao Peak. "Greetings, Heavenly King He Shi. I did not expect your speed this time to be so remarkable." Lin Ye smiled as she looked at the arriving Heavenly King He Shi and spoke softly. "Your Excellency, the Heavenly Emperor, you flatter us. We are already well acquainted with you. We merely wished to save your time, ensuring an earlier completion of our transaction to prevent you from taking action against our angelic civilization." Heavenly King He Shi smiled at Lin Ye and, after a moment's thought, responded, "Haha, Your Excellency, the Heavenly Emperor, you jest. As a lover of peace, if it were not for someone acting against my dear disciple, I would still be engrossed in researching new technologies to strengthen my own abilities." Lin Ye chuckled lightly in response to Heavenly King He Shi's words. Upon hearing Lin Ye's remarks, Heavenly King He Shi said nothing further and readily produced 10 sets of construction resources for the Dark Dimensional Gene System, handing them to Lin Ye with a smile. "Your Excellency, the Heavenly Emperor, here are the resources provided by our angelic civilization. Would you like to verify them for any discrepancies?" Heavenly King He Shi placed the resources before Lin Ye, smiling as he spoke. "No need, Your Excellency, the Heavenly Emperor. I have faith in your angelic civilization. While gathering these resources may require some time, I trust it will not be long. They are not worth jeopardizing your civilization's reputation." Lin Ye replied, taking the resources into the Dragon God realm with a smile. "Your Excellency, the Heavenly Emperor, may we discuss the matter we spoke of last time? Would you be amenable to it?" Heavenly King He Shi observed Lin Ye's relaxed demeanor, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and then seriously addressed her. "Oh, what is it that you wish to discuss, Your Excellency? Feel free to speak your mind. I will not oppose." Lin Ye smiled as she looked at Heavenly King He Shi. "I refer to the matter of sending a guardian angel to you. Would you consent to our angelic civilization's angel becoming your guardian?" Heavenly King He Shi inquired solemnly. "Your Excellency, the Heavenly Emperor, I have indeed made it clear before that only the 3 kings of angels are eligible to become my guardian. As for the King of Revelation, Liang Bing, I must deliberate further," Lin Ye stated gravely as she regarded Heavenly King He Shi. However, the next moment, Heavenly King He Shi's actions left Lin Ye utterly astonished. "I am willing to become Lin Ye's guardian angel, to love what he loves, to think as he thinks, to bear his pain, to endure hardships. Whether in poverty or prosperity, whether lowly or noble, in times of chaos or abandonment by the divine, I shall draw my sword for him, unfurl my wings for him, unwavering and steadfast, until eternity." Heavenly King He Shi earnestly recited the guardian angel's vow to Lin Ye, who stared at him in disbelief. "Heavenly King He Shi, do you truly not regret this? As far as I know, your angelic civilization requires genetic matching, and it seems you have never obtained my genes. Are you not concerned about potential discrepancies in the future by so easily committing to a guardian's vow?" Lin Ye spoke with a complex expression, heavy-hearted. "Haha, young boy. From the moment you uttered those words, I knew I would have no regrets." Heavenly King He Shi replied with a light chuckle, looking at Lin Ye with utmost sincerity. "Very well, Heavenly King He Shi. Given your demeanor, it seems you will not experience any regrets. Rest assured, even if you were to regret it in the future, you cannot escape," Lin Ye remarked, casting a teasing glance at Heavenly King He Shi. Upon hearing her words, Heavenly King He Shi did not take offense. Instead, he gently approached Lin Ye and placed a soft kiss on her cheek, then teasingly observed her face, which flushed momentarily. However, Lin Ye did not shy away. She turned and mirrored Heavenly King He Shi's action, bestowing a kiss upon him as well. Heavenly King He Shi smiled at Lin Ye's defiance, but chose to remain silent. For as her guardian angel, being kissed by Lin Ye was indeed a source of happiness. Lin Ye, glancing at Heavenly King He Shi's smiling face, connected with the world consciousness. World consciousness, grant Heavenly King He Shi the authority of the heavenly, earthly, and human pathways, subordinate only to me. Furthermore, should he encounter a life-threatening crisis, he may independently decide whether to grant himself to Heavenly King He Shi. Lin Ye communicated with the world consciousness, solemnly addressing it. "Rest assured, I will take good care of your wife," the world consciousness replied in a light-hearted tone upon receiving Lin Ye's command. However, Lin Ye paid no heed to its words and abruptly severed the connection. "He Shi, since you are my guardian angel, you may also make use of my possessions. Lin Ye said gravely, gazing at the celestial king, he-she. Oh, little boy, what do you have to show me? Let me see. The celestial king, he-she exclaimed, his excitement evident as he eagerly inquired. In the next moment, the dark dimensions super gene system of the celestial king, he-she resonated with three distinct requests for connection. Heavenly computer requesting connection. Earthly computer requesting connection. Human computer requesting connection. The three connection requests flooded into the heart of the celestial king, he-she, leaving him astonished as he looked at Lin Ye. Observing he-she's shocked expression, Lin Ye simply nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Instinctively, he-she consented to the connection requests of the three computers. Upon receiving the approval, the three computers instantly integrated into the dark dimensions gene system of the celestial king he-she. The melding of the computers filled he-she with astonishment. Little boy, I never expected you to possess three such powerful cosmic computers. Have you inherited the legacy of an ancient civilization? He-she asked eagerly. Oh, why must it be that I inherited an ancient legacy, rather than having created a magnificent civilization myself? Lin Ye replied with a smile, looking at he-she. You little rascal, do you think you can fool me? With three such formidable cosmic computers, how could someone who hasn't even left Earth and the Chiwu star system possibly create them? He-she teased, playfully pinching Lin Ye's cheeks. He-she, the capabilities of these three cosmic computers that I have opened to you are not my ultimate trump cards. Only when I truly acknowledge you and we share a common vision for the future will you be worthy of knowing all my secrets. For now, you should first digest the abilities and databases of these three cosmic computers, Lin Ye said, mirroring he-she's earlier gesture by gently squeezing his cheeks, but without pulling them. He-she, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, remained skeptical. Yet, as he met Lin Ye's resolute gaze, an instinctive feeling arose within him that this little fellow was not lying and indeed possessed even greater hidden strengths. With that thought, he gradually released his grip on Lin Ye's face. Lin Ye, noticing this, also let go of he-she. By the way, he-she, you may share the data from the three computers with your angelic civilization. However, you must not disclose the design plans for the 5 divine beast supergenes. Understood? Lin Ye looked at the celestial king he-she, who had finally released him, and prepared to rise. Remembering something, he turned back to he-she with a smile. Rest assured, little boy, I know what to do. The celestial king he-she, observing Lin Ye's serious demeanor, contemplated for a moment before responding with a light chuckle. Lin Ye, undeterred by he-she's reaction, utilized spatial technology to distance himself from the celestial king. As he-she watched Lin Ye depart, he instinctively began to explore the databases of the three computers, as Lin Ye had instructed. Upon accessing the databases, he-she was left in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend what he saw. Although some data was shared, he-she discovered information concerning souls, elements, and various forms of ninjutsu. How could this be? Does such power truly exist? He-she marveled at the vast array of ninjutsu knowledge. The once simple manipulation of elemental forces had transformed into a terrifying capability within Lin Ye's supercomputer, causing he-she to question the veracity of Lin Ye's earlier claims. Chapter 174. Kaisha's confusion in the past few days. The celestial king, he-she felt as if he had never truly known this world. Whether it was the core computational systems of the three realms or Lin Ye's various speculations regarding the void, these were matters he-she had never contemplated before. He-she, can you hear my communication? Have you truly become that little fellow's guardian angel, as Kaisha said? Just then, the celestial king, he-she received a communication from Angel Liangbing. The urgency in Liangbing's voice jolted he-she's previously muddled thoughts into clarity. Yes, Liangbing. I agreed. What of it? He-she replied with a light chuckle, observing Liangbing's anxious demeanor. Come on, he-she. A queen is far too fortunate regarding that fellow. This concerns your love. How could you agree so easily? Liangbing exclaimed, furrowing her brow at the now-connected celestial king he-she. He-she chuckled, allowing Liangbing's exclamations to fade before responding. Liangbing, thank you. At the moment I made my vow, I did have some regrets. But now, I have no such feelings. It seems your little boy has indeed captivated you, Liangbing remarked, her expression shifting as she anticipated he-she's response. Indeed, I feel fortunate to have become this little boy's guardian angel ahead of you all. After all, I have gained access to 3 cosmic computers and some rather peculiar knowledge of civilizations, knowledge that neither I nor our angelic civilization had ever encountered before. He-she spoke earnestly, his gaze fixed on the three computers and their contents. What? You mean that little fellow directly entrusted you with 3 cosmic computers? Is that true? Liang Bing asked, astonished. Indeed, Liang Bing, you have heard correctly. I wouldn't lie about such matters, she said proudly, a smile gracing his face. But doesn't that little guy worry that you might be a spy? Would he trust you so easily? Liang Bing questioned, her eyes filled with confusion. Why not come and verify it for yourself? I can grant you access to decipher them, and you will undoubtedly see whether I possess 3 cosmic computers, she suggested. Frowning in dissatisfaction at Liang Bing's skepticism, his charming young deity handed over the celestial computer to her, yet her close friend surprisingly remained skeptical. This caused the celestial prince He to feel quite displeased, and he furrowed his brow as he addressed the angel Liang Bing. Meanwhile, the holy Kaisha, observing Liang Bing's exuberance, frowned and cautiously approached. Are you certain this action stems from your true intentions and not merely a response to grievances? She inquired delicately, casting a careful glance at the celestial prince. What are you looking at? Rest assured, I am thriving here. With the support of my charming deity, I shall swiftly develop even more formidable angelic technology. Fear not, for the knowledge I acquire will be generously bestowed upon the angelic civilization, she declared proudly, facing Kaisha. He had no intention of imparting the knowledge contained within the 3 computers to the angelic civilization. Although Lin Ye had mentioned that, barring the supergene information of the 5 divine beasts within the computers, she could make her own decisions. She was wary of leaving a poor impression on Lin Ye. After all, as the celestial prince of the angelic civilization, he had existed for countless ages. He understood that while Lin Ye had spoken so, any actions he took could potentially create a rift between Lin Ye and the angelic civilization, leading to regrets stemming from these technologies. On the other hand, the holy Kaisha regarded He with a furrowed brow, perplexed by the situation. Although they had previously considered dispatching guardian angels, it had mostly been in jest. After all, based on Lin Ye's past experiences, it was apparent that he was emotionally detached. How could he possibly afford such an opportunity to the celestial prince He? All right, Kaisha, I shan't engage further with you. I must dedicate my time to researching new technologies. There are numerous secrets surrounding my charming deity, and to comprehend him, I must exert myself further. Farewell. She smiled at Kaisha and Liang Bing, abruptly severing the dark communication and turning her attention to her studies. In truth, the holy Kaisha's simulation of Lin Ye's character was flawed and inaccurate. She was unaware that Lin Ye possessed knowledge of the world's unfolding narrative. Treating certain individuals as mere NPCs, regardless of their fates, he did not concern himself with them, perceiving them as mere ephemeral memories. As a person who had grown up normally in a previous life, the unexpected confession from the articulate and beautiful she stirred impulses within Lin Ye, who had been single for 3 lifetimes, prompting him to readily agree to her request. While he exhibited some caution, it was minimal. The urgency with which Lin Ye departed was fueled by his emotional turmoil, which he was reluctant to reveal to He. He relied on the world's consciousness to stabilize his emotions, successfully extricating himself from He's presence. Upon returning to his secluded chamber, Lin Ye severed his connection with the world's consciousness, and an overwhelming tide of emotions surged within him. Once disconnected, Lin Ye's face flushed. I never anticipated that upon traversing into this world, I would gain a beautiful, angelic wife. It seems that my experiences in this realm will be most intriguing. He mused to himself while reclining on his bed. Chapter 175, Daily Life with He. Have you been awake all night, engrossed in your studies? The following morning, Lin Ye emerged from his chamber, observing that He was still engaged with the celestial supercomputers, diligently working on relevant matters. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired softly, My dear child, in your haste yesterday, I neglected to ask where you acquired all of this? She rubbed her temples and looked up at Lin Ye with delight, eagerly asking, All of this knowledge is my own research. Although I did not create them from scratch, every piece of information is something I have gathered. Lin Ye smiled gently at He, pride evident in his tone as he replied, Oh really? Is that so? Moving closer, He peered intently into Lin Ye's eyes. Of course, I see no reason to deceive you regarding such matters, Lin Ye replied earnestly, though a hint of urgency colored his voice. Without the world's consciousness to steady his demeanor, Lin Ye momentarily faltered before He, causing her to chuckle at his reaction. Haha, dear child, I believe in you. There's no need for such haste, she said. stepping back and playfully observing him. I do not know how you managed to remain so composed during our conversation yesterday, but I suspect that this is your true self, she teased, sitting nearby with a mischievous glint in her eye. Lin Ye, however, did not take kindly to her remarks and rolled his eyes at she, taking a seat beside her in silence. Shortly after, his disciple Yu arrived with several disciples from the Zhixiao sect, carrying an array of breakfast options into Lin Ye's courtyard. Master, mistress, here is your breakfast. Please enjoy, Yu announced cheerfully after setting the food on the table. Glancing at Lin Ye and she, thank you, Yu. That will be sufficient. You may leave now, Lin Ye replied, nodding at her. Try it. These dishes were prepared by the disciples of the Zhixiao sect under my guidance. They may not be extraordinary, but they should satisfy your appetites, Lin Ye said with a gentle smile directed at she. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, she picked up her chopsticks and carefully selected a meat bun, delicately feeding it to herself. I never expected such a seemingly dull person to create such delightful food. It appears my understanding of you is still quite shallow, she remarked, savoring each bite with a smile. She, I am uncertain why you chose to heed the Holy Kaisha's commands and become my guardian angel. However, since you are now part of my life, I shall take responsibility for you, Lin Ye stated solemnly, lowering his chopsticks and fixing his gaze upon her. All right, I believe in you, she replied with a smile, nodding earnestly at Lin Ye. Lin Ye, upon hearing the words of Tianji Wang she, felt a subtle shift in his previously solemn expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. Observing this, Tianji Wang she could not help but chuckle softly, recognizing the youthful innocence that characterized Lin Ye's approach to love. Yet, from the earnestness of his earlier remarks, it was evident that Lin Ye's choice had been astute. Even if their differing personalities were to lead to a future separation, he could at least take solace in the fact that he had not misjudged the person he chose to believe in. What is your super gene? Does it possess any extraordinary abilities? Lin Ye pondered, contemplating the gifts he could offer Tianji Wang she, only to realize he had none. However, an idea sparked in his mind as he gazed at Tianji Wang she, and with a sense of urgency, he earnestly inquired. My super gene is rather straightforward. It doesn't harbor any special powers. Initially, it consisted of quite ordinary capabilities. When the more potent angelic genes were developed, I had already been augmented by the Tianji computational cluster. Although those genetic ethics are quite unique, their significance diminishes in the presence of the Tianji computational cluster. I have not pursued upgrades, merely optimizations. Why do you ask? Do you have any intentions? Tianji Wang she responded with a smile, observing Lin Ye's anxious demeanor. Is that so? I understand now. Rest assured and wait patiently. In due time, I shall present you with a surprise, Lin Ye asserted confidently. If it proves unfeasible, do not overreach. I have faith in you. However, crafting a super gene tailored to my needs, with corresponding abilities, is quite a daunting task. Tianji Wang she remarked earnestly. There is nothing particularly challenging about it. Have faith, Lin Ye replied, radiating confidence. Tianji Wang she, amused by Lin Ye's optimism, chose to say little more. After all, this young man had already created the super genes for the 5 sacred beasts. If he wished to create a super gene for himself, it was certainly within reach. This was a gift from the very idol he had chosen, and his earlier counsel was merely to alleviate the weight of expectation on Lin Ye. Yet, seeing the determination in Lin Ye's eyes, Tianji Wang she resolved to allow him to pursue his aspirations. Even if Lin Ye were to fail in his endeavor, the thoughtfulness behind his efforts would be what truly mattered, affirming that he had not erred in his choice of companion. Chapter 176. The six-winged angel gene. Lin Ye's heart swelled with joy upon noticing that Tianji Wang she did not discourage him. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, he swiftly entered his dragon god realm. My lord, you have arrived. The world consciousness boomed as Lin Ye manifested in the dragon god realm. World consciousness, with all our current data as the foundation, can we create a unique angel gene? Lin Ye inquired earnestly. Do you wish to upgrade Tianji Wang she's super gene system? The world consciousness blinked its vast eyes and responded gravely. Indeed. As she becomes my guardian angel, I intend to gift her something special. Considering the affluent resources of angelic civilization and her own research capabilities, I aim to craft a super gene system specifically for her, incorporating our cultivation methods as well. What do you think? Lin Ye gazed at the world consciousness, his anticipation palpable. After a moment of contemplation, the world consciousness replied, My lord, creating a super gene system is quite simple. However, integrating the methods of cultivation may prove exceedingly challenging. I suggest you consider using the angel gene as a foundation while incorporating mythological representations of angelic hierarchies through wings, which may yield unexpected results. 6-winged angels and 12-winged angels, you mean? I see. World consciousness, please assist me in constructing a template for the super gene system, using Hishi's genes as the basis to deduce the corresponding cultivation techniques. I believe you can create some relatively lower-level entities, Lin Ye stated nonchalantly. Rest assured, my lord. I will do my utmost to assist you. However, based on my estimates, we may only be able to develop a 6-winged angel's super gene. Anything beyond that is beyond my capabilities. Furthermore, even the 6-winged angel's super gene will require considerable time to realize. My lord, do not forsake your cultivation for beauty. There are still 4 chains awaiting your liberation, the world consciousness admonished Lin Ye solemnly. Do not worry. I know what to do, Lin Ye replied sheepishly, scratching his head. He recognized that his preoccupation with Hishi had caused him to neglect his own cultivation, and it was imperative he intensify his efforts to grow stronger, particularly in breaking the chains binding the dragon pearl. After departing the dragon god realm, Lin Ye sat cross-legged in his secluded chamber, directing his consciousness into his dantian to locate the dragon pearl floating within. He cautiously infused his awareness into one of the chains encircling the pearl. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming force of annihilation emanating from the chain, as if all super genes would be mercilessly severed by its might. Startled, Lin Ye quickly withdrew from the chain. To his astonishment, he realized that the chain possessed such formidable destructive power. This must be the essence of the god-slaying gene. Though its potent disintegration abilities did not directly affect him, the force of its laws had influenced his mental strength. Clearly, he needed to delve deeper into the study of this god-slaying power to discover how to incorporate it into his own attacks. Retrieving his consciousness from the dantian, Lin Ye reflected on the sensation he had encountered, speaking to himself. Hishi, why are you still studying? My data should be relatively straightforward to comprehend. Upon exiting his secluded chamber, Lin Ye initially intended to take Hishi on a journey to Earth, allowing time for the entire Zixiao divine sect to prepare for their wedding. However, upon emerging, he found Hishi still seated within their courtyard, meticulously analyzing the data projected from the 3 celestial computers. This sight prompted Lin Ye to furrow his brow in confusion, addressing Tianji Wang. Hishi, I understand, my little deity. However, while your explanations are quite clear, I still wish to experiment and verify the authenticity of these concepts. I want to experience these abilities firsthand and explore if there are alternative methods of manifestation. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Tianji Wang. Hishi smiled warmly at him, responding earnestly, the information you have recorded is simply fascinating. Although the results presented above are driven by dark energy, as a researcher, Hishimin keenly perceives that the true force propelling these abilities is not the so-called dark energy, but rather a uniquely special power. However, Lin Ye's modifications have proven to be so remarkably successful that it is impossible to uncover any clues within them. This realization not only frustrates the celestial king, Hishi, but also ignites her competitive spirit. She remains determined to find a flaw, eagerly anticipating the revelation of an issue within. Hishi, your experiments with these abilities indeed possess other potential applications. However, in this world, such endeavors are currently unattainable. If you are interested after some time, I will take you to a special place to learn about that extraordinary power. For now, I kindly ask you to set aside your research. Lin Ye gazed seriously at the celestial king, Hishi, emphasizing his words with gravity. All right. Please don't be upset, my little deity, Hishi replied, glancing at Lin Ye's stern expression, hurriedly shutting down the 3 computers of heaven, earth, and humanity. She then dashed to Lin Ye's side, wrapping her arm around his with a smile. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback by Hishi's sudden gesture. Though separated by fabric, the contact with Hishi's body stirred a sense of discomfort within him, leaving him momentarily stunned. After embracing Lin Ye's arm, Hishi noticed his lack of movement and assumed he was angry. Just as she was about to speak, she was surprised to see that Lin Ye's ears had turned crimson. Leaning slightly to peer into Lin Ye's dazed eyes, Hishi couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her hand. It appeared her little deity was quite intriguing. He was so indifferent towards others, yet remarkably sensitive to physical contact with the opposite sex, prompting her to playfully tease him. Chapter 177. Completion of the Kunpeng battleship. No. I'm not angry. Lin Ye exhaled softly upon hearing Hishi's words, turning to the enchanting celestial king and speaking gently. Seeing the warmth in Lin Ye's gaze, Hishi tenderly caressed his head. Lin Ye led Hishi away from Zixiao Peak, concealing their identities as they leisurely wandered throughout the 9 provinces. Despite the absence of resplendent civilizations during this phase of Earth's history, the natural landscapes were breathtaking and unmatched. It has been ages since I beheld such exquisite scenery. I had almost forgotten the tedious time spent in the Meluo celestial realm, Hishi remarked, as they perched on the edge of a cliff, gazing at the lush forests below. You are no longer the celestial king, Hishi. Once the super gene is complete, I will formally present you with your new title. You shall become my queen, Lin Ye said, smiling as he gently took Hishi's hand, speaking with utmost sincerity. All right, my little deity, Hishi replied, resting her head on Lin Ye's shoulder and whispering softly to him. Observing her actions, Lin Ye chose not to elaborate further but relaxed his tense muscles, allowing Hishi to lean against him comfortably. Ding. Master, the Kunpeng battleship has been constructed. Please return promptly. Just as Lin Ye and Hishi were savoring the moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao computer resonated seriously, addressing Lin Ye. Has it been completed so quickly? Time certainly flies. Lin Ye responded, glancing at Hishi beside him. What's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? Hishi inquired curiously. Our journey may be coming to an end. We need to return to Zixiao Peak. Lin Ye informed her solemnly. Is that so? Then let us return. There's no need for you to look at me like that. Hishi smiled back at him earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye quickly stood up and activated the spatial transfer, instantly transporting both of them back to Zixiao Peak. After ensuring Hishi was settled, he turned and walked outside. Simultaneously, the human Tao computer began notifying all disciples of the Zixiao sect, as well as those who had been specially transported back. Disciples of the Zixiao sect, we are about to embark on a divine battle. Our adversary is a cosmic-level civilization, and their main deity does not require your intervention. You are to engage the members of their civilization. I hope that in this war, each of you will gain valuable experience. Lin Ye declared loudly to the disciples below. Understood. We shall fight for the Zixiao sect. The disciples responded, bowing to Lin Ye and vocally affirming their commitment. Hearing their voices, Lin Ye smiled slightly and waved his hand, summoning the Kunpeng battleship from the Dragon God realm. All disciples selected by the human Tao computer immediately boarded the Kunpeng battleship, which would lead them to waged war against the Underworld River civilization. Once all disciples of the Zixiao sect had boarded the Kunpeng battleship, they initiated the spacecraft's launch under Lin Ye's command. With the assistance of the Kunpeng battleship and the 3 computers, they swiftly transitioned through space, heading towards the Underworld River to engage in battle. Underworld River system. Damn it. How could the main deity of this Earth possess such a powerful celestial computer? Even the Great Clock's interference could not prevent its detection. This is infuriating. Death God Karl cursed as he observed the Kunpeng battleship soaring from Earth. Through the calculations of the Great Clock celestial computer, he confirmed that the Kunpeng battleship was indeed en route to the Underworld River system, his anger boiling over. Since acquiring the Great Clock, Death God Karl had felt as though he held dominion over the entire known universe. Although occasional fluctuations occurred, they had remained manageable within his grasp. However, now, a mere Earth deity had not only uncovered his plans devised with the Great Clock, but was also preparing to launch an attack against him. To make matters worse, an angelic civilization lurked nearby, provoking a sense of despair within Karl. He realized that the world he once believed to be under his control was slipping away. Particularly, the void technology he was currently researching was insufficient to fully integrate the void into the known universe. If he acted rashly, he risked not only failing to summon the void civilization, but also subjecting the entire Underworld River civilization to severe repercussions. Especially if that individual named Lin Ye were to intervene personally, bolstered by the support of the 3 computers, he might very well wrest the Great Clock from his grasp. For now, all he could do was hope to minimize his losses in this impending war, waiting for Lin Ye's fury to subside before surrendering, thereby preserving both the Underworld River civilization and the Great Clock in his possession. Otherwise, if the entire civilization of Earth and the celestial beings simultaneously besiege him, even if his void technology is formidable, without a sufficient number of warriors, he is likely to face defeat. Snow. Inform the Underworld Civilization and the Great Wolf Civilization to prepare for defense. Mobilize all these beastly civilizations and ensure they do not fall victim to those little creatures from Earth. The Grim Reaper, Carl, contacted the recently returned grave digger, Snow, and spoke solemnly. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to this matter immediately. As the chief general under the Grim Reaper Carl, Snow bowed slightly after receiving the command and replied earnestly. Following this, Snow swiftly flew toward the Underworld Civilization and the Great Wolf Civilization within the Underworld star system, conveying both the Grim Reaper Carl's orders and the personnel data of the impending Earth invasion to the members of these civilizations, hoping they could endure a few more days in the forthcoming conflict. After all, their resilience would help quell Lin Ye's inner fury and facilitate negotiations between the Grim Reaper and Lin Ye. Chapter 178. Marching to the Underworld Earth Star. God, are you not going to follow? Tianji King He-Shi observed the Kunpeng battleship departing from Earthstar, assuming Lin Ye had already left. However, to his astonishment, he soon discovered that Lin Ye had returned to his residence. This revelation left Tianji King He-Shi quite surprised, as he regarded Lin Ye earnestly and cautiously inquired. Is it not a significant matter? This is a galactic war, unlike the conflicts on your Earth. Are you not concerned that all your subordinates might perish in the Underworld star system? Not at all. With the assistance of 3 celestial computers, if these disciples were to perish, they could be resurrected within the spiritual realms of their sections. Those who return will have their super genes upgraded according to their merits. Lin Ye reassured Tianji King He-Shi, confidently wrapping his arms around He-Shi's waist. Ah, resurrection? That requires a substantial amount of energy. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this for so many subordinates? Tianji King He-Shi gazed at Lin Ye in shock, incredulously questioning him. It is worth noting that the reason the Apocalypse King Liang Bing, also known as the Demon Queen Morgana, faced such dire poverty was largely due to the repeated resurrections of fallen demon warriors, which drained their resources. Rest assured, the dark energy consumed in the dark energy space will be replenished from the dark dimension. It is impossible for it to be entirely depleted at once. Lin Ye stated with unwavering confidence. With the rapid and repeated utilization of the spatial technology aboard the Kunpeng battleship, the disciples of the Zhixiao divine sect successfully arrived at the Underworld star system in just 1 month. However, rather than immediately attacking the Underworld civilization, the disciples swiftly established defensive fortifications using the 3 celestial computers and the genetic systems of each heavenly soldier, preventing members of the Underworld civilization from launching assaults against them. Meanwhile, other disciples, aided by the 3 celestial computers, continuously gathered data on the Underworld star system, launching simple probing attacks against the sentient beings within the Underworld civilization in search of weaknesses. Although the Grim Reaper Carl did not equip all the beastly warriors of the Underworld civilization with Dark Dimension genetic systems, the Great Clock consistently monitored all the beastly warriors to prevent any impulsive actions against the disciples of the Zhixiao divine sect. Initially, such defenses effectively prevented members of the Underworld civilization from exposing themselves to the disciples' scrutiny. However, as time passed, the computational capabilities of the Zhixiao divine sect's disciples, bolstered by the 3 celestial computers, far surpassed the operational speed of the celestial computers, especially with the assistance of the celestial computer clock and the research on void technology. The combined efforts of the 3 celestial computers soon tore a breach in the Underworld civilization. The disciples of the Zhixiao divine sect did not engage in large-scale military actions against the Underworld civilization. Instead, they formed small groups of 3 to venture into the Underworld star system, hunting the intelligent members of the Underworld civilization. Behind them, the Heavenly Tao computer recorded their military achievements. Lin Ye hoped that, as these individuals accumulated merits, they could exchange them for more powerful super genes from the Heavenly Tao computer, hoping that the allure of super genes would expedite their growth. As the Zhixiao divine sect's disciples mobilized, this small team slaughter compelled the Underworld civilization to raise their defensive nets. Unfortunately, despite the strength of this protective barrier, it proved ineffective against the members of the Zhixiao divine sect. Utilizing spatial technology, the disciples could effortlessly penetrate these functional barriers and directly enter the Underworld star system to carry out their assaults. Nevertheless, the members of the Underworld star system were not devoid of countermeasures. They requested a batch of god-slaying weapons from the Grim Reaper Carl, although merely rudimentary. These weapons posed a lethal threat to the Super Gene warriors. While the disciples of the Zixiao divine sect possessed various enhancements, they lacked experience in interstellar warfare. Therefore, aside from the continuous transportation of Zixiao divine sect disciples ready for battle aboard the Kunping battleship, all other activities were planned and researched independently by the disciples. Damn, these Earth civilization fellows are utterly despicable. Their deities cannot possibly be referred to as the Grim Reaper like ours. A captain of the underworld civilization shouted angrily, witnessing yet another severely injured disciple of the Zixiao divine sect self-destruct. These fellows must have some hidden cards. I've noticed that the number of their personnel has been steadily increasing, deviating entirely from their previous strategies, remarked a member of the Great Wolf civilization, exhaling slowly as he spoke to the underworld civilization members. Although the Great Wolf civilization, as a beastly civilization, shared close ties with the Grim Reaper Carl, their members were not inclined to transform themselves into mechanical forms for the sake of power, as the underworld civilization did. Immediately mobilize all resources within the underworld star system. Other than what is supplied to the Grim Reaper Carl, everything else should be utilized to retrofit the latest super mechanical warriors and drive these detestable intruders back, ordered a member of the underworld civilization, gritting his teeth as he looked at the scribe beside him. I will report your request to Lord Shirao. However, how Lord Shirao arranges it is beyond my knowledge, replied the scribe, quickly noting the member's words, then furrowing his brow as he calmly addressed the member. Afterward, the scribe turned and departed hastily, yet his steps were disordered, indicating his reluctance to involve himself in these thorny matters. Shortly after the departure of the clerk, the Zixiao sect launched another assault against them. The members of the Mingyi civilization and the clansmen of the Giant Wolf civilization exchanged glances, resignedly stepping forward once more to confront the enemy. Chapter 179. The stubborn Mingyi civilization. Though the Mingyi civilization had flourished under the support of the god of death, Karl, for a considerably longer period than the Zixiao sect, it was apparent that Karl had not devoted much effort to nurturing either the Mingyi or the Giant Wolf civilizations. He merely elevated these civilizations to an interstellar level before severing his support. In fact, to ensure that the Mingyi civilization could better assist him in gathering various materials required for research, Karl promoted mechanical enhancements within the Mingyi civilization, transforming some of its exceptional members into machines that would serve him indefinitely. While the disciples of the Zixiao sect possessed only second-generation super genes, these second-generation celestial soldiers had indeed been meticulously devised by Lin Ye. Crucially, Lin Ye had integrated the indomitable super gene acquired from the angelic pursuit into their design. Additionally, with 3 celestial computers commanding the disciples of the Zixiao sect, dealing with the members of the Mingyi civilization proved to be remarkably simple. Some audacious members of the Zixiao sect, when facing their Mingyi counterparts, would occasionally instantaneously traverse into the midst of their ranks, wreaking havoc before retreating to their own formation to recuperate for the next strike. However, it must be acknowledged that Karl's hypnotic abilities were formidable, rivaling even those of Orochimaru from the Naruto universe. The members of the Mingyi civilization, despite knowing they could not possibly stand against the disciples of the Zixiao sect, fought fiercely, oblivious to their own mortality. Yet, the disciples of the Zixiao sect showed no mercy in return. Before the Kunping warship was completed, Lin Ye had instructed the underground computing system to create a virtual mental space where all members of the Zixiao sect equipped with dark dimension computers could engage in simulated battles against the combat data collected from the Mingyi civilization members. These disciples were thoroughly prepared when they were dispatched to this campaign against the galactic civilization. Damn the Mingyi civilization, you thought you could outsmart me. The disciple, Yayu, armed with a god-slaying sniper rifle, concealed herself within the folds of space, swiftly utilizing her spatial abilities to scour the battlefield for the commanders of the Mingyi civilization, eliminating them with precision, one shot, one kill. She swiftly assassinated all the leaders of the Mingyi and Giant Wolf civilizations, leaving no one behind. Young master, take care. You're a sniper. Don't venture too deep into the battlefield. The second celestial general of the Zixiao sect, Xiang Yu, exclaimed as he observed Yayu advancing deeper into the ranks of the Mingyi civilization. Indeed, Miss Yayu, if you were to be injured, old Xiang and I would be in dire straits, chimed in Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, with a grin as he approached to dissuade Yayu from proceeding further. Uncle Xiang, Uncle Liu, I understand. I shall retreat a bit, Yayu responded, glancing around and realizing her position was indeed a bit too forward. Although her super gene, Zhuke, should afford her some safety, the potential for nuclear-level attacks from the Mingyi civilization posed a real threat. Thus, she obediently retreated. The Mingyi civilization was indeed intriguing, displaying such reckless bravery. Had I commanded an army of this caliber, you would never have defeated me. Xiangyu, watching Yayu withdraw, focused on the advancing Mingyi civilization and turned to Liu Bang. Haha, no matter how many of these warriors you possess, with your temperament, unifying all of Huaxia will remain beyond your grasp. Even in my absence, others will achieve similar heights, Liu Bang replied confidently, gazing at Xiangyu with pride. Lin Ye only trusts a handful of your subordinates. Between us, I was the first to become a celestial general. Were it not for your wife, Liu Ji, giving you advice, you would still be an ordinary man. Despite having learned the truth behind Liu Bang's words, Xiangyu still felt a sense of resentment towards the man who had bested him. Who could blame me for having a wonderful wife? Liu Bang retorted, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He recognized that while he was the founder of the Han dynasty, Liu Ji had played a significant role in its stabilization. Though their son, Liu Ying, was somewhat timid, Liu Bang acknowledged that his wife had enabled him to ascend to the status of a third-generation super gene celestial general, a feat that, while commonplace in the Zixiao sect, was still immensely powerful. I shall not entertain you further. I must seize the opportunity to achieve more military merit and exchange it with the sect master for an exclusive super gene. You can wait to bask in the glory of your wife's achievements. Xiangyu scoffed at Liu Bang's pride in living off his wife's success, grasping his spear firmly and charging into the ranks of the Mingyi civilization. As the former overlord of Chu, Xiangyu was a master of close combat. Despite the fleeting nature of mortal life, his spear techniques had reached a cosmic level within the brief span permitted by human existence. Yet, the members of the Mingyi civilization exhibited no fear in the face of Xiangyu. They rallied, shouting fervently for their master, Carl, as they charged at him. Before their attacks could reach him, Xiangyu swept his spear, piercing through the ranks of numerous Mingyi civilization members. Many were sent flying by the sheer force of the spear's pressure, while others were cleaved in half by the violent gusts generated by the spear's tip. Oh, this brute is impressive. Even after facing death, he remains so keen in battle. Liu Bang, observing Xiangyu's prowess as he plunged into the Mingyi ranks, could only shake his head in resignation, swiftly drawing his sword and propelling himself towards Xiangyu's location. Though Liu Bang's combat talent paled in comparison to Xiangyu's. With the assistance of the humanitarian computing system, each of Liu Bang's strikes swiftly felled a Mingyi death warrior while simultaneously defending against any who attempted to ambush Xiangyu. Chapter 180. The Brooding God of Death. Carl at the Zixiao Palace's garrison. Han Xian led a contingent of Zixiao sect members, closely monitoring the battlefield through 3 dedicated computers. Han Xian, it has been far too long, yet you have still not conquered the Mingyi civilization. Think of a strategy quickly. Otherwise, we risk annihilating the entire Mingyi civilization, which would deny the princess her satisfaction. Observed Fan Kuai, watching Han Xian intently fixated on the data panel. This is not your concern. Remain silent and stay to the side, Liu Ji coldly admonished, reprimanding Fan Kuai. While you did indeed scheme against this fellow initially, we are now considerably successful members. If that old fellow seeks to settle personal scores, the Lord will surely reprimand him. Fan Kuai glanced at Liu Ji and immediately voiced his grievances to her. Fan Kuai, if you wish to confront the enemy, then by all means, do so. Everything here is of no concern to you, Han Xian said, slowly raising his head and addressing the indignant Fan Kuai. Although both Liu Ji and Han Xian chastised him simultaneously, Fan Kuai merely fixed a displeased gaze upon Han Xian, which prompted Han Xian to feel a twinge of frustration. He could only patiently explain, the Lord does not intend for us to annihilate the entire Mingyi civilization at once. Rather, he hopes for us to engage in war with them, to observe how each individual equipped with the Dark Dimension gene system performs. The Lord will reward us with enhanced super genes and custom-tailored super genes based on our performance. If it were truly the case that we were to obliterate the Mingyi civilization, I believe the Lord alone could achieve that. Han Xian looked earnestly at Fan Kuai as he spoke. Oh, now I understand. The Lord is indeed overthinking things. Regardless, I cannot fathom it all. I shall accompany my brother to battle the enemy instead. Upon hearing Han Xian's explanation, Fan Kuai feigned enlightenment, Yet his bewildered expression revealed his lingering confusion over the matter, which he deemed too complex to comprehend. Thus, he abandoned his thoughts and turned to leave. This fellow seems unlikely to be considered for custom super genes anytime soon, Zhang Liang remarked with a shake of his head as he watched Fan Kuo rush out. All right, you all pick your positions and strive for military merit. I shall join you. May our performance earn the Lord's acknowledgement, Han Xian said to the members who fought alongside him to establish the Han dynasty. Zhang Liang smiled upon hearing Han Xian's words and then turned to ascend onto the battlefield. Although Zhang Liang, as a strategist, was not particularly formidable in combat, he had learned some swordsmanship as a Confucian disciple of this era. Empowered by the super gene of the celestial general, he was more than capable of dealing with the minions of the Mingyi civilization. In the realm of the Mingyi civilization, within the Academy of the Grim Reaper, damn. Why does this earthly civilization possess such a plethora of super genes? Grim Reaper Carl exclaimed, observing the frenzied disciples of the Zixiao sect pouring into the Mingyi civilization. It was evident that many of these disciples from the earthly realm had abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary warriors, reaching the level of war generals. 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to obtain, but a single general is hard to find. This truth held firm even at the cosmic level. The effort and cost required to nurture an exceptional war general were immense. However, Grim Reaper Carl saw that the warriors dispatched by the earthly civilization, though not particularly significant in strength compared to a deity like himself, were still fearsome for a civilization. His expression darkened as he watched the images transmitted by the grand clock, his face clouded with gloom, as if death itself loomed nearby. We must endure just a bit longer. The Mingyi civilization cannot sustain this war any longer. If it drags on, our entire civilization will collapse, and I will have to start nurturing anew. As he gazed at the exceptional war generals like Xiang Yu, Liu Bang, Fan Kuo, and Han Xian entering the battlefield, his expression shifted dramatically, and he muttered urgently to himself. During this time, Grim Reaper Carl made multiple attempts to contact Angel Liang Bing and the Solar Civilization, hoping these two civilizations could assist him in countering the Zixiao sect from the earthly realm. In response to Grim Reaper Carl's request, Angel Liang Bing directly stated that he was currently preoccupied with matters at the Angel Civilization Center and could not mobilize the demon civilization for war. The Solar Civilization, on the other hand, firmly informed Grim Reaper Carl that they valued peace and had already paid a heavy price for intervening in wars previously. Thus, they decided not to intervene against the newly emerged Zixiao sect from the earthly civilization. Sai Kesha, it seems our angel civilization will soon be entirely suppressed by the earthly civilization. Your righteous order may struggle to spread throughout the cosmos, within the melodic heavenly court. Divine Kesha and Angel Liang Bing exchanged glances as they observed the images transmitted from the celestial computer. Angel Liang Bing sighed and spoke to Divine Kesha. If it cannot be done, then so be it. Perhaps we, the angel civilization, can select partners from these outstanding male gods. Ultimately, this could profoundly alter our civilization's trajectory, which would be for the better. Divine Kesha, while gazing at the images from the celestial computer, replied nonchalantly to Angel Liang Bing. Lin Ye did not concern himself with the polygamous customs of the Huaxia civilization. However, upon resurrecting these ancestors, he directly integrated them into the Zixiao sect and promoted a monogamous system among them. This meant that once these individuals were resurrected alongside their wives, they would completely lose the opportunity to resurrect their concubines. Nevertheless, Lin Ye would also resurrect the mothers of certain illegitimate children after their revival. This led to a phenomenon within the Zixiao sect where the feminine aspect dominated over the masculine. To resolve this issue, Lin Ye consented to the resurrected concubines choosing a male disciple from the Zixiao sect to become their husbands or departing the sect to cultivate a spouse from the vast land of Huaxia. This measure effectively balanced the gender dynamics within the Zixiao sect. However, Lin Ye found it impossible to control the newborns from these unions, allowing them to develop naturally and allocate themselves as they grew. Divine Kesha focused her attention on these newly born male gods, as each member of the Zixiao sect had the potential to ascend to divinity. The angel civilization could certainly select a few to support and cultivate into husbands for the female angels of their civilization. Chapter 181. The Defeated Grim Reaper Carl on Earth. Lin Ye, your world is truly remarkable. I never expected these formerly mortal generals to perform so impressively after acquiring super genes. The Heavenly Sovereign, she marveled at the war scenes recorded by the celestial computer, addressing Lin Ye earnestly. Indeed, do not be deceived by the seemingly late development of Earth within the cosmic civilizations. Without me, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3,000 years, if not longer, for progress. However, this planet possesses extraordinary power. It will inevitably become the center of the universe. Lin Ye smiled at He, expressing his thoughts with confidence. Certainly, the individuals nurtured by Huaxia civilization will one day elevate your Zixiao sect to a position of supremacy over the entire universe. Even the angel civilization may find itself needing to align with you, He remarked, observing Lin Ye's proud demeanor with a light chuckle. Previously, Divine Kesha had specifically communicated with He, requesting his assistance in selecting a group of candidates from the Zixiao sect who could genetically match with members of the angel civilization. Kesha promised that should the matches succeed, all resources required for the Zixiao sect's disciples, whether from the Dark Dimension gene system or for upgrading to the third generation of super genes, would be provided by the angel civilization. This revelation astonished He, especially considering Divine Kesha's prior pride. The act of treating the entirety of the angelic race as an investment is something that the Divine Kesha is quite reluctant to undertake. However, she has now proposed such a suggestion, seemingly intent on further intertwining the angelic civilization with the Zixiao sect. Nevertheless, the Celestial King, He refrained from making any unilateral decisions. Following Kesha's communication, he promptly relayed the information to Lin Ye. Upon hearing Kesha's intentions, Lin Ye contemplated for a moment and chose not to refuse. Instead, he directly informed He that even though these juniors had undergone genetic pairing with the angelic civilization, the vow of guardianship could only be made with the consent of all parties involved, especially the individuals concerned. Otherwise, he, as the leader of the Zixiao sect, would not recognize the vow. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, He nodded in agreement and conveyed this message to Divine Kesha. Kesha, upon understanding Lin Ye's stipulations, nodded repeatedly and readily acquiesced. After all, Lin Ye's request was remarkably reasonable and entirely justifiable. Although the angelic civilization would provide resources, the creation of the Dark Dimension system and the installation of the Dark Dimension machinery would be handled by Lin Ye, thus making his demands entirely reasonable. Within the River Styx galaxy, after the Grim Reaper Carl led the entire River Styx civilization to engage in a fierce battle with the members of the Zixiao sect, the River Styx civilization suffered a complete defeat. However, due to Carl's intervention, the civilization retained the foundation for a potential resurgence. Utilizing the Grand Clock, Carl reached out to Lin Ye, who was situated far away on Earth, to extend an invitation for negotiations. Lin Ye, what is the matter? Why have you suddenly halted? The Celestial King He, who was engaged in scientific research with Lin Ye, inquired curiously upon noticing Lin Ye's abrupt pause. It's nothing. Merely an invitation for peaceful negotiations from that fellow, Grim Reaper Carl. Via the humanitarian computer, Lin Ye replied, smiling at the anxious expression of He beside him. Haha, it seems that Grim Reaper Carl can no longer hold out. Why not engage him in negotiations? He said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Clearly pleased with Lin Ye's insight. Very well, it appears that fellow has indeed reached his limit. Let us see what he has to say. But we must avoid pushing him into a corner. Lin Ye quickly calculated the number of disciples within the Zixiao sect capable of undergoing the third-generation super gene enhancement and smilingly communicated with He. Greetings, esteemed Emperor. My probing of your disciples has regrettably led to war. However, during this time, the River Styx civilization has paid its due price. If this conflict continues, it shall lead to our mutual destruction. I humbly request that you cease hostilities, and in exchange, I am willing to provide corresponding resources to secure peace between our two civilizations. Grim Reaper Carl, upon establishing a clandestine connection, respectfully addressed Lin Ye. Carl, I am aware of your motives. Your assassination attempts on my disciples were not merely tests of the Zixiao sect's resolve, but rather an attempt to provoke me into conflict with the angelic civilization. Lin Ye calmly replied, his gaze fixed on Carl as he spoke with a frosty tone. Your Majesty, please forgive my presumptuousness. As you are aware, due to the physical warfare, I am unable to implement my divine creation plan within the River Styx civilization. I merely hope to divert the angelic civilization's attention through your Zixiao sect. I sincerely hope you can overlook my prior audacity, and I am willing to make amends. Carl spoke humbly, his demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. While it may not be impossible for me to spare the River Styx civilization, I require the master clock of the cosmic computer in your possession for a period of study. How does that sound? Lin Ye gazed intently at Grim Reaper Carl, addressing him with a serious tone. Your Majesty, the master clock is the foundation of all my research. It is inconceivable for me to relinquish it entirely. I implore you to reconsider, Carl replied, his eyes narrowing in frustration as he regarded Lin Ye. Very well. It appears I shall not have the opportunity to study the Grand Clock. However, in light of this, I must insist on copying all the knowledge contained within the Grand Clock. If you do not acquiesce to this condition, then I believe the war shall continue. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, recognizing that acquiring the Grand Clock from Carl was implausible, and thus he shifted his stance. Agreed. I shall provide all the information stored within the Grand Clock, and I trust that you shall not renege on this agreement, Lin Ye stated. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Carl's expression turned serious as he reflected on Lin Ye's previous actions. He discerned that he could leverage the information within the Grand Clock to lead Lin Ye towards the path of researching the void, and thus he reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 182. Upgrading Hishi's Super Gene. Haha. This is splendid. I shall promptly inform all members of the Zixiao sect to temporarily cease hostilities. Rest assured, once you transmit all the data, our members will return immediately. You should have gathered ample information about our Earth civilization, particularly the essence of the Huaxia civilization, which values promises immensely. We shall not go back on our word, Lin Ye said, observing the solemn expression on Carl's face, yet still agreeing to his terms with a smile. Indeed, I hope you will not renege, Carl replied, a note of resignation in his voice. Lin Ye, having secured Carl's full agreement, immediately used the humanitarian computer to notify all disciples of the Zixiao sect to halt their actions, instructing them to stand by within their war fortresses. Once all members of the Zixiao sect had retreated, Carl quickly verified all the information through the master clock, nodding in satisfaction. Your Majesty indeed trusts me. I will now transmit all the information stored within the Grand Clock, and I hope you come to understand its contents soon, Carl expressed joyfully to Lin Ye. With that, Carl swiftly connected the Grand Clock to the humanitarian computer, and a torrent of information rapidly surged into the humanitarian computer. Meanwhile, the humanitarian computer, along with the terrestrial and celestial computers, linked together, while the consciousness of the world, led by the core of existence, diligently processed the vast store of information from the Grand Clock. The Grand Clock, a creation of the River Styx civilization, had amassed a wealth of information over the years. With the collaboration of the three computers, the world core, the consciousness of the world, and Lin Ye's full support, this information was successfully transferred into Lin Ye's possession. Observing the extensive data within the Grand Clock, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Now, I shall command everyone to return. I hope that in the future, Grim Reaper Carl shall refrain from such reckless actions against my Zixiao sect. Furthermore, the members of the River Styx civilization under your command, as well as Snow, are not to appear on the Asian continent. This area may very well become a territory of the Zixiao sect, and as for other regions, as long as you do not bring about the world's destruction, I trust one shall remain unconcerned. Lin Ye remarked lightly, gazing at Grim Reaper Carl with a smile. Upon concluding the conversation, Lin Ye promptly severed the covert communication with the Grim Reaper Carl and began to delve into the remarkable super genes contained within Carl's Grand Clock. To his astonishment, Carl possessed an abundance of information, suggesting that surpassing our angelic civilization was merely a matter of time. When the Celestial King Hishi contrasted the various studies concerning the Void civilization with those of the angelic civilization, a shiver ran down his spine. He earnestly addressed Lin Ye beside him. Hishi, you underestimate him greatly. The technology he wields has long surpassed that of your angelic civilization. However, he lacks absolute confidence, which is why he refrains from taking risks. Lin Ye, gazing intently at Hishi, affirmed his point. Oh, really? Did you discover something amiss? Hishi inquired, raising his gaze to Lin Ye with keen interest. Look here. This is Carl's research on your angelic civilization. If you and Kaisha remain indifferent to this, your civilization may face dire consequences. Lin Ye presented the angelic strike system, which Carl had developed, before Hishi, speaking with grave seriousness. Goodness. It seems Carl harbors ill intentions. With such extensive research aimed at the angelic civilization, if he seizes an opportunity, the entire angelic civilization may plunge into despair. Hishi remarked, deeply moved by the materials Lin Ye had laid out. The wealth of information within the grand clock ignited the curiosity of both Lin Ye and he she, prompting them to engage in serious research within the purple cloud peak. Ding. Host, the calculation of the super genes of the six-winged angel has been completed. Would you like to invite Celestial King, he she, for a gene upgrade? The electronic voice of the world consciousness echoed in Lin Ye's ears, startling him and filling him with joy. World consciousness. Please list the relevant abilities of the six-winged angel's super genes for my review, so that I may make an informed decision, Lin Ye instructed. Eagerly awaiting the revelation of the six-winged angel's super genes. Light, flame, and time-space form the foundation of this super gene, creating the six-winged angel. Upgrading he she with such powers should prove advantageous, Lin Ye mused, observing the foundational elements of light, flame, and time-space alongside the myriad abilities from the Naruto universe. A smile gracing his face. Host, this super gene not only possesses these abilities, but also plays a crucial role in brain domain development and mental prowess. Once he she undergoes the transformation, you can guide her in her cultivation. With each new element she cultivates, her angelic wings may evolve further, yielding even greater benefits. The world consciousness earnestly explained to Lin Ye. Excellent. Well done, world consciousness. Please create a portable super gene system for the six-winged angel, Lin Ye exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing Lin Ye's command, the world consciousness swiftly commenced action, utilizing the remaining dark matter within the dragon god realm to construct the corresponding super gene system. Once the system was completed, Lin Ye departed from the dragon god realm, leveraging its connection with the core of the world to instantaneously appear before he she. Divine One. What brings you here? He she inquired, puzzled by Lin Ye's sudden appearance. He she, this is the super gene system of the six-winged angel. As my guardian angel, you should consume it, Lin Ye gently stated, placing the super gene system on the table with a smile. Without hesitation, he she ingested the dark dimension gene system. Witnessing this, Lin Ye activated the three computational systems of heaven, earth, and humanity, aiding in the integration of the six-winged angel super gene into he she's being. With the combined efforts of the three systems, he she successfully assimilated the six-winged angel super gene into her body. Chapter 183. The envy of Liang Bing. Once the six-winged angel's super gene fused with he she, three pairs of wings radiating different glows unfurled slowly behind her. Although all three pairs were white, they emanated hues of white, red, and a faint silver light. What a miraculous sensation. I never imagined the six-winged angel super gene would surpass all previous super genes we possessed. Lin Ye, you truly are remarkable, he she exclaimed. Flapping her three pairs of wings and discovering their capabilities were entirely distinct from the earlier time-space wings of the angelic race. In addition to the original spatial flight enhancement, she now enjoyed augmentations of light and flame. Presently, he she could surpass even the holy Kaisha in speed, and even Liang Bing, who excelled in wormhole traversal, could not match her. Now that the six-winged angel's super gene is yours, be sure to experiment with its powers. We have significant matters to attend to, Lin Ye said softly, pulling he she closer and kissing her forehead with a smile. Indeed, I must show off to Kaisha and Liang Bing, letting them witness the formidable super gene I now possess, making them envious. He she agreed, nodding earnestly at Lin Ye. Upon hearing he she's words, Lin Ye reluctantly released her, his gaze filled with affection as he watched her contact the holy Kaisha and angel Liang Bing through the dark channel. He she, why the urgency in your message? Is something amiss? As soon as the communication connected, holy Kaisha and angel Liang Bing appeared on screen, their expressions tense. Ha ha ha, Kaisha. Liang Bing, do you see how I've changed? He she joyfully twirled around, showcasing her three pairs of wings to Kaisha and Liang Bing with a broad smile. How did you acquire three pairs of wings? Our angelic civilization only has one pair, right? Did that fellow Lin Ye create this for you? Liang Bing exclaimed, her eyes widening as she took in the magnificent sight of he she's wings, their white, silver, and red luminosity captivating her. Correct. This is the super gene of the six-winged angel that my divine one specially upgraded for me. According to his plan, this super gene can ultimately be enhanced to 12 wings. Isn't it incredible? He she excitedly replied, nodding vigorously at Liang Bing. Quickly, he she, send me your super gene data. I must see how your divine one's creation differs from what we know. Liang Bing urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a gentle smile, Hishi forwarded the relevant data regarding the six-winged angel, omitting the foundational details. On the other end, Liang Bing eagerly opened the data upon receiving it, her breath catching as she beheld the array of abilities contained within. Hishi, do you still need other guardian angels? I would like to join as well. Angel Liang Bing gazed at Hishi with envy and spoke earnestly. No, my idol belongs solely to me. Angel Wen Ming interjected, asserting that only she and Hishi shared an unbreakable bond. If you seek companionship, look elsewhere. Hishi, upon hearing Liang Bing's words, shook his head repeatedly and replied sincerely. Alas, Hishi, don't be so stingy. How about you transform the super genes of the six-winged angels? You could entrust me with the upgrade criteria, and I too wish to possess such magnificent 3 pairs of wings. Angel Liang Bing looked at Hishi earnestly, her envy palpable. That won't do. For the time being, the super genes of my 6-winged angels must remain concealed. Just wait. Once our Zixiao sect has fully developed, we will upgrade the super genes of the 6-winged angels for those who become disciples of the Zixiao sect and marry its members. Hishi smiled proudly at Angel Liang Bing and the divine Kesha. Hishi, you didn't initiate this communication just to show off, did you? The divine Kesha chuckled as she regarded Hishi, the celestial king, with a playful smile. Sister, isn't that obvious? Hishi is here solely to flaunt her idol. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the time to speak with us. Angel Liang Bing rolled her eyes at Kesha, exasperatedly remarking, No, Liang Bing, you are mistaken. All disciples of the Zixiao sect have begun their withdrawal from the underworld river system. During this time, you might want to pay attention. I will send you some information regarding the super genes of our disciples. You should carefully screen it and arrange for some of the outstanding members from our angel civilization to be dispatched. I will have Lin Ye set them up with suitable partners. Hishi spoke earnestly to Kesha. All right, Hishi, I understand. I will keep a close eye on things during this time. However, you must ensure the members of our angel civilization are well taken care of. Once they are married, they should not abandon our sisters. The divine Kesha smiled at Hishi. Though she knew Hishi was indeed here to boast, she chose to play along. After all, during the battles between the Zixiao sect and the underworld civilization, neither side emerged victorious. However, the disciples of the Zixiao sect were entirely in charge, while Lin Ye, the leader of the civilization, did not exert any effort. On the other hand, the underworld civilization's death god, Karl, merely observed the battlefield. And although their final assault appeared to fail, it severely wounded several of the less astute disciples from the Zixiao sect. Had Lin Ye commanded the battle personally, the outcome might have been different. Rest assured, Kesha, I will take good care of all the angel sisters. Moreover, I suspect that the Zixiao sect possesses an even more formidable celestial computer, which has been secretly managing the 3 supercomputers of heaven, earth, and humanity. Hishi looked at Kesha earnestly. Chapter 184. Kesha's arrival. What? That's impossible. If there exists another celestial computer, that would amount to 4 celestial computers. And if it surpasses the 3 supercomputers of heaven, earth, and humanity you are aware of, does that imply that this celestial computer is even more powerful than the Great Clock? Angel Liang Bing gazed at Hishi in astonishment, incredulity evident in her voice. Hishi, are you truly certain there is another celestial computer? Will our angel civilization really not be consumed by the Zixiao sect? The divine Kesha looked at Hishi with a grave expression, her tone heavy with concern. I am uncertain, but I have been monitoring the operational data of the 3 celestial computers while Lin Ye was crafting the Kunping battleship. Each of these computers can rival my celestial calculation cluster, if not exceed it. However, I did not find any data related to the construction of the Kunping battleship among them. It seems that the primary information is not within the 3 celestial computers, but is instead managed by another celestial computer responsible for the research of the Kunping battleship. Previously, I was unsure and thought the 3 computers might have shared some data. However, regarding my 6-winged angel super genes, I possess only complete data, lacking any related to development, leading me to suspect the existence of additional celestial computers. Hishi stated seriously to Kesha. All right, Hishi, I understand. Take care of yourself, and I shall personally visit Earth soon. The divine Kesha remained silent for a while before suddenly speaking to Hishi. Okay, Kesha, I look forward to your arrival and will ensure you are treated well. Hishi nodded in acknowledgement, softly responding. Well then, Hishi, since that is the case, I shall refrain from saying more. I will end this communication now. Farewell. The divine Kesha abruptly severed the link with Hishi, her gaze fixed intently on Liang Bing. Liang Bing, do you believe what she mentioned about the fourth celestial computer is true or false? The divine Kesha scrutinized Liang Bing seriously. I cannot ascertain the authenticity of Hishi's claim regarding the fourth celestial computer. However, I do know that as the celestial king of the angel civilization, Hishi would never betray us. In the continuity of our civilization, her decisions far outweigh ours. Liang Bing shot Kesha an irritated glance, earnestly responding, Kesha, you must never doubt Hishi. Although she is currently Lin Ye's guardian angel, essentially his wife on earth, you must trust in our long-standing bond with her. She would not cast aside our millennia of friendship for a mere boy like Lin Ye. Do you understand? Angel Liang Bing gazed at Kesha with seriousness. All right, I believe you. Let us prepare ourselves. I will accompany you to Earth. The divine Kesha looked at the resolute Angel Liang Bing and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Gently embracing her and speaking earnestly. Hey, Kesha, why such sudden sentimentality? Are you planning to declare war on the Zhixiao sect? Liang Bing, taken aback by Kesha's gesture, suddenly recalled something and warily questioned her. Haha, what are you thinking? How could I do such a thing? That would endanger Hishi. The divine Kesha laughed heartily, playfully chiding Liang Bing. Ah, that's a relief. I thought you were preparing for battle, perhaps to bid me farewell. Liang Bing gently patted her chest, teasingly responding to Kesha. The divine Kesha shot Liang Bing an exasperated glance before turning and departing. The sacred Kesha returned to the angelic hall, summoning all angels executing justice in the outer realms back to the Melrose celestial court. She entrusted her disciple, the angel Yan, to lead a cadre of ancient angels, some of whom had existed for millennia, to guard the Melrose celestial court. Meanwhile, the divine Kesha, accompanied by the angel Liang Bing and a selection of promising young angels, formed a swift angelic squad destined for Earth. Prior to her departure, she had made arrangements with the heavenly sovereign Hishi. Only after the sovereign learned of Kesha's impending journey did he lead his team towards Earth. Upon realizing that Kesha was en route, Hishi hastily sought out Lin Ye. He found Lin Ye engrossed in her writings and drawings in her study, and with a smile, Hishi approached her. Lin Ye, Kesha has departed from the Melrose celestial court. In 3 or 4 days, she should arrive at Earth. Hishi leaned against the corner of Lin Ye's desk, playfully addressing her. Ah, is your dear sister coming? Lin Ye looked up with a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. That is wonderful. She can join us for our momentous occasion. What occasion are you referring to? Hishi inquired with curiosity, glancing at the papers on Lin Ye's desk. The sketches before you are preparations for our wedding. Yours and mine, Lin Ye replied, setting her pen aside and taking Hishi's hand, gently kissing it. Although you solemnly recited your guardian oath according to the customs of your angelic civilization, I wish to reaffirm your status as my spouse in the manner of our earthly traditions. I want all disciples of the Zhixiao sect to know that you will accompany me in the journey ahead. Really? Lin Ye, thank you so much, Hishi exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, his emotions unmistakable as he gazed at Lin Ye. Of course it's true. On our wedding day, you must formally call me husband, especially in front of your 2 sisters. You'll need to assert your claim, Lin Ye said earnestly, looking deeply into Hishi's eyes. Rest assured, I will protect you and ensure that no one can take you from me, Hishi replied, nodding seriously, filled with fervor. Chapter 185. The acquisition of the Grand Clock. While Lin Ye and Hishi engaged in their heartfelt exchange, the divine Kesha, en route to Earth, found herself entangled with the Grim Reaper Karl. To her astonishment, the angelic civilization had acquired the ability of spatial transfer. It seems, Queen Kesha, you have not abandoned your research into the void, Karl observed, watching Kesha, who was utilizing the celestial computer and her knowledge repository to counter the analytical prowess of the Grand Clock. Humph, Karl, it appears you have planned everything in advance, Kesha remarked, intensifying her intervention against the Grand Clock's analytical capabilities while urgently sending a distress signal to Hishi through covert communication. Indeed, Karl's attack caught Kesha off guard. Had it not been for Lin Ye's emergence, the technological advancements of the angelic civilization, despite Hishi's genius, would have rendered any hope of change impossible. However, having encountered the dark energy space, Kesha, as the queen of the angelic civilization, keenly sensed that this newfound capability far surpassed the technological prowess of all known civilizations in the universe. Kesha felt a sense of relief for having brought back Liang Bing to study Lin Ye's spatial abilities, allowing Liang Bing and Hishi to collaborate on relevant technologies. Otherwise, Kesha would have found herself in dire straits. Previously, she might have contemplated withdrawing to reflect on the future trajectory of the angelic civilization. But now that it was on the brink of a new phase, she could not allow herself to be absent from its development. On the other side, upon receiving Kesha's covert communication, she easily connected with her. Kesha, you seem quite urgent. What is the matter? Kesha, I need your assistance. I am currently engaged in battle with the Grim Reaper Carl, who appears to be concocting some sinister plot using spatial transfer technology to relocate me to an unknown star domain. Could you authorize the celestial computer of the Zixiao sect for my use? Kesha implored, her urgency palpable. Oh, I understand. I will inform Lin Ye immediately, she responded, suddenly tense as he turned to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, having already deduced the situation from their conversation, snapped her fingers, and the three celestial computers connected to Kesha's location in an instant. Celestial computer of heaven, request connection. Celestial computer of earth, request connection. Celestial computer of humanity, request connection. As the mechanical voices echoed in Kesha's mind, she promptly consented. After all, this was a critical battle, and to defeat Carl, she needed the computational power of these three celestial computers. Once connected, an overwhelming surge of computational power took control of Kesha's battle. She soon realized that her body seemed to lose its capacity for control. Meanwhile, Lin Ye on Zixiao Peak bore a faint smile. For what he had connected to was not merely the three computers, but the core of the world, disguised as these three systems, fully taking command of Kesha. Not good. Not good. How can such a powerful celestial computer exist? This is impossible. Carl, within the Grim Reaper's Academy, was astonished to witness a sudden surge of computational power emanating from Kesha, overwhelming even his grand clock. The computational power divided into four forces, initiating calculations from multiple angles against the grand clock. Before Carl could react, half of the grand clock's computational power was compromised. Immediately sever the connection. Immediately sever the connection. Carl frantically signaled to the grand clock, but it was unable to accept his new commands under the onslaught of the four celestial computers' computational strength. Then, unexpectedly, a new surge of computational power flooded into the grand clock, reversing Carl's commands, severing the connection between him and the celestial computers. Upon receiving this command, the grand clock, empowered by this new computational force, instantaneously severed its link with Carl. In the next moment, the celestial computer grand clock, stored within Carl's dark dimension, was swiftly unraveled by the overwhelming computational force, vanishing from existence. No, damn it. Damn Earth and Lin Ye. You cannot take the grand clock from my grasp. Carl howled in despair, witnessing the disappearance of the grand clock from his dark realm. Although his phantom abilities and a series of other powers have become remarkably prominent, rivaling any supreme deity within the universe, the Grim Reaper, Carl, is acutely aware that his capacity to contend with the angelic civilization primarily hinges upon his possession of the most formidable celestial computer, the Great Clock. However, that very great clock has now been forcibly seized from him. Consequently, should he wish to engage with the angelic civilization again, he fears he may never have the opportunity. This realization plunges Carl into despair. After all, it is through the celestial computer that he can unlock the void and usher in the age of the void. Otherwise, the progression of the known universe will no longer bear any significance to him, the Grim Reaper. He can only watch helplessly as the celestial computer vanishes from his shadowy dimension, while on the other side, Lin Ye gazes upon the celestial computer now manifesting in his dragon god realm, a smile of delight gracing his face. Yet, Lin Ye does not immediately delve into the celestial computer. Instead, he cheerfully disconnects three computers, along with the links to the world core and the divine Kesha. I have saved Kesha. She must be quite shaken right now. How about you go to Pluto and greet her? Lin Ye smiles gently at the anxious she. Oh, you've already rescued her? Does your celestial computer have another one, even more powerful than the Great Clock? She inquires cautiously, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Well, I shall reveal that surprise on our wedding day. If I disclose it now, it would diminish the thrill, and even if I tried to explain, I could not convey the entirety of it. So, for now, please refrain from asking, Lin Ye responds mysteriously, playfully pinching Hishi's cheek. I understand. It seems this is indeed a grand secret. I shall go and see Kesha now. Hishi blinks in acknowledgement, approaches Lin Ye, and kisses him before turning to unfurl her angelic wings, transforming into a streak of light as she swiftly makes her way toward Pluto. While He is eager to uncover Lin Ye's secret, she realizes he will not reveal it in the immediate future. Since Lin Ye has decided to disclose everything on their wedding day, she feels no need to fret over the matter for now. Once He departs, Lin Ye swiftly enters the Dragon God realm. Master, I did not expect you to locate the world consciousness of the War Legion realm so quickly. It is right here. I will focus on devouring it. So please provide me with sufficient power and assist in suppressing the world core of the War Legion. The world consciousness states solemnly as it regards Lin Ye with intensity. Understood. You may proceed as you see fit, Lin Ye replies. A smile of anticipation illuminating his face as he observes the celestial computer, the great clock, ensnared by countless chains. Rest assured, Master. Once I fully refine it, the Dragon Pearl will automatically extract dark energy from the external realm, transforming it into power for you. In fact, you need not cultivate actively. You will still experience the exhilaration of continuous growth in your abilities, the world consciousness assures Lin Ye. As long as the world core of the War Legion is refined, the remaining 4 chains outside the Dragon Pearl need not trouble Lin Ye to accumulate strength to break them. By harnessing the corresponding powers of the laws, injecting them into the 4 chains will effortlessly unlock them. Release me at once, traitorous fiends, or the great Tao shall exact its punishment upon you. In the midst of Lin Ye's conversation with the world consciousness, the world core of the War Legion unexpectedly manifested a furious, skeletal visage, directing its wrath at both Lin Ye and the world consciousness. If I am not mistaken, the advanced civilizations that once flourished in the War Legion realm fell to your hand, did they not? Lin Ye regards the dark visage with a frown, responding coldly to the world consciousness of the War Legion. I am the Tao, the sovereign of all beings. It is their honor to serve as my sustenance. This world develops according to the collective will of existence. Its fate lies within my grasp, the world consciousness of the War Legion retorts, its tone laced with malice and arrogance. Enough of this banter. You would do well to resign yourself to being refined, Lin Ye states, his patience waning as he observes the unrepentant demeanor of the War Legion's consciousness. With that, he gives a knowing glance to the world consciousness of the Dragon God realm, which swiftly unleashes its immense gaze, piercing through the myriad chains that bind the great clock, rapidly drawing forth the world core contained within. As the power from the world core within the great clock is continuously siphoned into the world core of the Dragon God realm, on Pluto, He arrives at the angelic civilization's outpost, entering to find the divine Kesha and angel Liangbing resting. Kesha, how are you? Did anything happen with Liangbing? He inquires anxiously. The male deity you sought is incredibly formidable. He directly subdued Kesha, manipulating her to battle against the Grim Reaper, Karl. Initially, I was unaware until the fight concluded and Kesha regained her freedom. Only then did I realize she had been controlled by your male deity. Remarkable indeed. Angel Liangbing explains with a smile directed at He. I was unaware. All I know is that he said the battle was over and that he had matters to attend to, which is why he sent me to check on you. Was he truly so ruthless? He asks, glancing concernedly at Kesha. Indeed, it is no exaggeration. Your male deity did act in such a manner. However, I sense he may have seized the Grim Reaper's celestial computer, the great clock, though I cannot be certain. The divine Kesha replies, rubbing her temples, uncertainty evident in her tone. I suspect it is true. Just now, I distinctly felt that he seemed to exert his utmost strength. Although only 3 computers were linked to you, I deduced from the remnants of data in Kesha's knowledge repository that there should be another, even more powerful celestial computer. Liangbing remarks, observing Kesha's distressed expression. My apologies, Kesha. The male deity has indeed overstepped. I will ensure he comes to apologize to you upon my return. Please do not hold this against him, she says cautiously, noting Kesha's composed demeanor. After all, such direct control over another for combat is an exceedingly egregious act, typically reserved for a supreme deity of a civilization commanding their subjects in battle. Lin Ye's actions undeniably contravene certain tenets of the angelic civilization. Especially for a strong woman like Kaisha, she could never accept the humiliating control that Lin Ye attempted to impose. She could only cautiously represent him and apologize to the divine Kaisha. It's all right, He. After all, it was us who sought help. Although he had his own plans, he ultimately saved me, and I cannot blame him for this. However, you must seize this opportunity to secure some benefits for our angelic civilization. The divine Kaisha lifted her head, gazing at the concerned he-she, and smiled gently as she earnestly addressed him. Is that so? No problem, rest assured. I will certainly speak on your behalf and see what treasures our male deity can offer. Upon hearing Kaisha's words, he-she, noticing her expression, realized that Kaisha was not angry, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled at Kaisha and said, Kaisha, could you possibly ask your male deity to lend me his celestial computer? It is said to far surpass the grand clock, and I am quite curious about it. Beside them, the angel Liang Bing looked at he-she with excitement and seriousness, imploring him. Chapter 187. Liang Bing's teasing the celestial computer? I cannot make any promises regarding that. You must go to Zixiao Peak and speak directly with Lin Ye. He-she, hearing Liang Bing's words, looked at her and shyly replied. Oh, I see. It seems that in order to obtain information about that mysterious celestial computer, I must engage with your male deity. Liang Bing glanced at he-she with a resigned expression and confidently stated, Kaisha, do you need to tidy up before we leave? He-she cautiously inquired of the divine Kaisha, as she, being the supreme goddess of the angelic civilization, placed great importance on her dignity. Should she lose face in this regard, it could lead to her unhappiness for many days to come, prompting he-she to approach her with care. No worries, he-she. Let us go. The divine Kaisha responded with a smile, softly assuring him. Although she had faced setbacks against the Grim Reaper Carl due to the Grand Clock, Kaisha remained immensely proud and did not perceive the angelic civilization's visit to Lin Ye's Zixiao sect as comparable to the Grim Reaper Carl's underworld civilization. Given sufficient time, she was confident that she could subdue both Carl and Lin Ye's sect. At that moment, instead of feeling dejected over her defeat at Carl's hands, Kaisha was filled with an unwavering fighting spirit, reminiscent of the times she had led the female angels into battle alongside their male counterparts. After exchanging a glance with Liang Bing, she followed behind the celestial king, he-she, as they swiftly ascended toward the Zixiao Peak on Earth. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who had been monitoring the entire Chiwu star system, quickly detected the approach of he-she, the divine Kaisha, and Liang Bing from the direction of Pluto. Thus, he had already stationed himself atop Zixiao Peak, preparing tea in a gazebo, awaiting the arrival of Liang Bing and the divine Kaisha. Lin Ye, I have returned. This is the divine Kaisha and the angel Liang Bing, my two sisters. After receiving a message from the humanitarian computer, she brought the divine Kaisha and Liang Bing to the gazebo, joyfully introducing them to Lin Ye. Welcome, divine Kaisha and angel Liang Bing, Lin Ye greeted, observing the arrival of Liang Bing alongside Kaisha. Though he was somewhat surprised by her return to the angelic civilization, he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling at both Kaisha and Liang Bing. Thank you very much for your assistance, Heavenly Emperor. It seems that allowing he-she to become your guardian angel was indeed a wise decision. The divine Kaisha smiled at Lin Ye, who had he-she's arm draped around him, and expressed her gratitude. After all, having a remarkable male deity to share her journey with was something Kaisha greatly appreciated. Little deity, why not cast he-she aside? As long as you lend me your mysterious celestial computer for a while, I will gladly become your guardian angel. Liang Bing, ignoring her sister Kaisha, approached Lin Ye with a light laugh and playfully suggested. Her eyes sparkled with allure as she addressed Lin Ye. Lin Ye, noticing Liang Bing's flirtation, frowned and extended a finger, directly pointing at her forehead. As he did so, Liang Bing felt an inexplicable force binding her, rendering her angelic genes dormant. Hey kid, how did you manage that? You instantly sealed my angelic genes, and my super gene system is completely unresponsive. Liang Bing exclaimed in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Lin Ye, who had rendered her powers ineffective. Liang Bing, Queen of Demons Morgana, regardless of your identity, I advise you to be mindful of your conduct. This is my Zixiao sect, and as a guest, such behavior is unwise. Lin Ye retorted sternly, casting a disapproving glance at Liang Bing. Though she appeared captivating, Lin Ye's thoughts were solely focused on the celestial king, he-she. Despite not knowing if the angelic civilization's guardian angels adhered to monogamy, he felt fortunate to have someone as remarkable as he-she interested in him, and he dared not be greedy. After all, it would be unwise to provoke he-she over a mere jest from Liang Bing. Liang Bing, you've gone too far. This is my male deity. He-she, witnessing Lin Ye's reaction, beamed with joy and cast a mildly irritated look at Liang Bing. Indeed, Liang Bing, your jest has crossed the line, Kaisha added, frowning as she chastised Liang Bing softly. All right, I understand. I merely intended to tease him. Who knew this little fellow could so casually seal my super gene system? Liang Bing pouted, dismissively responding to the disapproval from he, she, and Kaisha. While your jest was in poor taste, I will still impose some restrictions. For the time being, you shall live like an ordinary person. Rest assured, although I have sealed your super gene system, it merely cannot connect with you. Its functions remain intact. So you need not worry about aging or losing your life, Lin Ye calmly assured Liang Bing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, no. He, she, I was wrong. Could you please ask your little male deity to lift this binding? After hearing Lin Ye's words, Angel Liang Bing looked at him in astonishment before quickly turning to he, she, her eyes filled with urgency as she implored her for assistance. No, Liang Bing. It would be wise for you to remain obedient. I shall not make any requests to the male deity regarding this matter, he, she replied with a smile, firmly rejecting Liang Bing's plea. Chapter 188. Subduing Liang Bing. No, he, she, please. Without the genetic system, many aspects of life would be exceedingly inconvenient. I beseech you. Spare me, Liang Bing exclaimed as she swiftly clung to one of he, she's arms, her tone steeped in sorrow. Upon hearing her words, he, she exchanged a knowing glance with the divine Kaisa, both of them chuckling softly in silence, reminiscing about the years since they had seen Liang Bing display such playful antics. Little male deity, have mercy on me. I promise I shall not dare again. I merely wish to witness your celestial computer. Must you be so heartless? Liang Bing, noticing he, she's and Kaisa's indifference, turned her pleading gaze towards Lin Ye. As for this matter, I cannot assist you. Only if he, she grants forgiveness for your impudence can I consider helping you. However, should he, she refuse, I cannot release you. After all, your previous remarks seem to incite discord between he, she, and myself, Lin Ye remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed the smiles on he, she's and Kaisa's faces. With that, Lin Ye turned and vanished from the pavilion, simultaneously transferring the usage rights of the three realms computational system to he, she, enabling her to bestow its computational power upon others. He, she, seeing the bond you share with him brings me peace, Kaisa said warmly as she settled beside he, she in the pavilion, watching the joy radiating from her. Kaisa, to be honest, I initially resisted the idea of becoming Lin Ye's guardian angel. After all, you know that after over 20,000 years, I have grown reluctant to believe in the concept of love. When you intended to log off to establish a new order for our angelic civilization, I too planned to seek an opportunity to log off after testing your disciple, Angel Yen. However, with the emergence of the Zixiao sect, I found myself compelled to recite the guardian oath to Lin Ye, and gradually, I felt my heart reignite with hope for love, yearning for a brighter future with him. He, she smiled as she handed Kaisa a cup of tea, her demeanor light and cheerful. He, she, you're simply too soft-hearted, Liang Bing chimed in, snatching the teapot from he, she's hands to pour herself a cup, casting a teasing glance at her. He, she, after all these years, you still exhibit such traits. Truly, I cannot compare to you and Kaisa. However, based on what I know of you, should Kaisa log off, it would not be long before you follow suit. He, she said earnestly to the proud Liang Bing. Liang Bing, initially poised to refute, suddenly found herself speechless. Indeed. Yet if the day comes when I can defeat my sister, who knows, I might just fulfill your prediction, she replied solemnly, leaving he, she and Kaisa astonished by her admission. He, she, I never expected you to concede so readily. I thought you would stubbornly hold your ground in such matters. He, she remarked, her expression a mix of surprise and intrigue. No, he, she, your understanding of me is thorough. Extremes have shaped both my sister and me, but ultimately, we shall both perish because of them. There is no error in that, Liang Bing asserted, shaking her head and gazing earnestly at he, she. By the way, he, she, I noticed the disciples of the Zixiao sect seem to be in a hurry. Are they planning a celebration? Kaisa asked, her expression complex as she turned to he, she, attempting to shift the conversation. After all, she had never conceded defeat to Liang Bing in their long-standing rivalry, and though she felt moved, she was reluctant to show weakness before her sister. Indeed, not long from now, a grand wedding ceremony will be held atop Zixiao Peak, coinciding with the return of all disciples for a collective celebration. He, she replied, her cheeks flushed with happiness as she looked at Kaisa and Liang Bing. A wedding? Is it a ceremony for both parties as seen on Earth? Are you to wed Lin Ye? Liang Bing inquired excitedly, her enthusiasm palpable. Yes, indeed. Lin Ye has declared that I, as his guardian angel, am akin to his wife, and he wishes to ensure I have no regrets in this matter. Thus, He is graciously arranging a wedding for me, she said softly, her gaze warm as she addressed both Liang Bing and Kaisa. She, congratulations. It seems your beloved has fully embraced you. For him to host a wedding on such a significant day signifies his utmost commitment to you. Akin to a promise in the customs of Earth, Kaisa remarked with a smile, her tone earnest as she regarded she. Who could have imagined that our little male deity possessed such romantic inclinations, planning a wedding for you? Dear she. I hope that by the day of the wedding, he will lift my genetic restrictions, Liang Bing said, her gaze filled with mixed emotions as she addressed she. Unbeknownst to Liang Bing, her subconscious believed that Lin Ye's choice to make he his guardian angel was merely seizing an opportunity. If not for Lin Ye's formidable genetic development and technological prowess, how could she, as the celestial king, so easily become the guardian angel of such a young deity? However, upon hearing of Lin Ye's willingness to host a wedding for she after the conclusion of a civilizational war, Liang Bing felt a profound sense of relief. Lin Ye is truly wonderful. When I first became his guardian angel, he would often steal glances at me when he thought I was unaware, his ears flushing with color. To empower me further, he even created a unique six-winged angel supergene tailored just for me. Though I am uncertain about the abilities he infused into this supergene, I sense they are remarkably potent, she declared earnestly to Kaisa and Liang Bing. I hope so. Otherwise, we would be hard-pressed to contend with that little rascal. Liang Bing lamented, gazing at the blissful she with a hint of resignation. After all, Liang Bing held a deep admiration for Lin Ye, who could so effortlessly seal her supergene with a mere flick of his finger. Such immense power rendered even the mightiest super warriors of any known civilization unable to rival him. Chapter 189. The Grand Wedding Bing. Can you not see how blissful our celestial king appears? I believe we need not worry about the relationship between Lin Ye and she for quite some time. Kaisa remarked with a light-hearted laugh directed at Liang Bing. Indeed. So, when do you intend to find a partner for yourself, Liang Bing? After all, she has already found hers, Kaisa teased, her tone playful yet sincere. Angel Liang Bing gazed solemnly at the divine Kesha, her eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, she observed the escalating argument between Angel Liang Bing and divine Kesha, opting to refrain from intervening. She appeared rather entertained by the spectacle unfolding before her. The disciples of the Zixiao sect were elated upon receiving news of Lin Ye's impending marriage to the esteemed Prince Shi. Hastily gathering all necessary items for the wedding, akin to a royal ceremony, in preparation for Lin Ye and Shi's nuptials. To ensure perfection, the disciples dedicated nearly 3 months to meticulous preparations. Through their collective efforts, the dark energy realm underwent a dramatic transformation. Initially, this realm merely enveloped the entire Mount Tai. But after Lin Ye seized numerous principles from the world of the Brave Legion, he endeavored to upgrade the dark energy space using his Dragon God realm. The current dark energy space not only brimmed with abundant dark energy, but also expanded to encompass an area larger than that of an entire planet. Once all was prepared for the wedding ceremony, Lin Ye led Prince Shi, along with Divine Kesha and Angel Liang Bing, into the dark energy realm. To their astonishment, they discovered peculiar phenomena existing within this small planet. Lin Ye, how did you create this space? Angel Liang Bing exclaimed, her heart filled with awe upon entering the dark energy realm. The notion of crafting such a space within the dark dimension left even Angel Liang Bing at a loss for replication. Yet, she mused, how splendid it would be to construct something similar for the angel civilization. Unlike your current capabilities, this represents a unique divine ability inherent to a cultivation civilization. Lin Ye remarked with a subtle smile, responding to Angel Liang Bing's eager expression. A cultivation civilization? Angel Liang Bing inquired, exchanging surprised glances with Divine Kesha and Shi after hearing Lin Ye's words. If such a civilization existed, did that mean their current existence could be deemed technological? No, that cannot be. I recall witnessing indigenous planets where they cultivated a force known as qi, that merely stemmed from them manipulating their blood flow through breathing. Lacking any formidable power, Angel Liang Bing gazed at Lin Ye with a complex expression, her curiosity piqued. This disparity arises from the laws governing this world. You cannot develop a powerful cultivation civilization unless you transcend this realm, Lin Ye stated calmly, fixing his gaze on Angel Liang Bing with sincerity. Afterward, he paid her no further attention, gently taking Shi's hand and walking toward the high platform. leaving Angel Liang Bing and Divine Kesha standing there in confusion. Is this true? You're not deceiving me, are you? She cautiously inquired, walking beside Lin Ye toward the platform. Rest assured, it won't be long before I encompass the entire world. At that point, you will discern the veracity of my claims, Lin Ye replied, lightly squeezing Hishi's hand while simultaneously conducting the wedding ceremony, communicating through the dark channel. Fortunately, both individuals were powerful beings, capable of maintaining composure while performing their respective roles despite their wandering thoughts. Lin Ye and Hishi soon celebrated a grand wedding. This occasion was not only a union between Lin Ye and Hishi, but also a celebration of the Zixiao sect's triumphs. The Zixiao sect now boasted dozens of super warriors with third-generation super genes. Figures from history, such as Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, were meticulously crafted by Lin Ye, drawing inspiration from various games from his past life to create their unique super genes. Following the completion of their wedding, Lin Ye took Hishi to their bridal chamber, disregarding the bewildered Angel Liang Bing and Divine Kesha, who were lost in thought. Meanwhile, Angel Liang Bing and Divine Kesha found themselves unable to sleep, pondering Lin Ye's earlier remarks. Kesha, how is it? Has your celestial computer yielded any results? Angel Liang Bing cautiously inquired. Observing Divine Kesha as she accessed her knowledge repository, the Celestial Calculation Group, and the formidable Demon Wings, all tirelessly computing. No, my knowledge repository contains extensive information about cultivation civilizations, but such knowledge merely enables a person to possess talents beyond the ordinary. It cannot possibly achieve the magnitude of creating a dark energy space as Lin Ye described, Divine Kesha responded, disappointment evident as she reviewed the celestial computer's output. Alas, indeed, such immense power could not be divulged so easily. Angel Liang Bing sighed. Though she had braced herself for this outcome, a wave of disappointment washed over her nonetheless. Liang Bing was deeply engrossed in the study of temporal genes. After all, she had chosen a female guardian for the temporal rose. Kesha, do you think if I tried to seduce Lin Ye, I could learn the technology behind creating this dark energy space? Angel Liang Bing asked earnestly, her gaze fixed on Divine Kesha. Liang Bing, Lin Ye is Hishi's beloved. If you wish to avoid having Hishi pursue you across the universe, you should abandon that thought forthwith, Divine Kesha replied, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Angel Liang Bing with seriousness. After contemplating Kesha's words, Angel Liang Bing ultimately relented. She recognized that even if she attempted to win Lin Ye's favor, there was no guarantee he would value her. Moreover, if she were to act, she would irrevocably become Hishi's nemesis. Should that occur, Hishi would not show her the same leniency as her sister, Divine Kesha. If Hishi were to take action, the entire demon civilization would be obliterated under the onslaught of the Celestial Legion. At that point, Hishi might very well capture her, dismember her, and confine her remains in jars. Chapter 190. The acquisition of the Brave Legion world. The following morning, Lin Ye awakened, gazing at Hishi, who lay in his embrace, feigning sleep despite already being awake. He gently played with her hair, adjusting her features, and smiled into her eyes. Beloved, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Hishi replied, realizing she could no longer conceal her condition from Lin Ye. Slowly, she opened her eyes and returned his smile. Observing her demeanor, Lin Ye was reassured of her well-being and assisted her into a sitting position, facing each other on the bed. Hishi, I need to confess something to you. This matter is of utmost importance, so please listen closely. Lin Ye fixed his intense gaze upon Hishi, earnestly conveying his words. Beloved, please go ahead. I am indeed curious about your intentions. Why so serious? Hishi, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, looked at him earnestly and calmly replied. Observing Hishi's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Ye waved his hand, and in an instant, their entire residence was transported to the Dragon God realm. My lord, where are we? Why do I feel as if my super gene system has gone offline? As Lin Ye and the celestial monarch Hishi entered the Dragon God realm, she immediately sensed that her super gene system had disconnected. Hishi gazed at Lin Ye in astonishment, her curiosity piqued. Hishi, the world you currently inhabit is called the Dragon God realm, a realm uniquely mine. It is as vast as the world you previously lived in. Lin Ye said with a smile. What world? A world that is solely yours? How is that even possible? Hishi exclaimed, utterly taken aback. The previous realm of dark energy had already astonished her for a century, but the notion of a complete world belonging to one individual left her even more astounded. Indeed, In the realm of technological civilization, your goal is to evolve a person's body continuously, endowing it with various abilities. However, the realm of cultivation is equally profound. Practitioners absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining their bodies to acquire immense power and transcend the essence of life itself. The reason cultivation civilization did not flourish in your previous world is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was concealed by the world's consciousness. Lin Ye smiled at He-She, sharing this knowledge. He-She, I have specially devised a cultivation method for you, the Radiant Angel Cultivation Technique. You may enter my destined world at any time to harness the spiritual energy of the Dragon God realm for your training. Lin Ye gently touched her forehead, earnestly speaking to her. However, He-She found herself unable to respond. Stripped of the enhancement of her super gene system, she remained perplexed for a considerable time. Even with her highly developed intellect, before fully absorbing the teachings of the Radiant Angel Cultivation Technique. What intricate knowledge! It's entirely different from what I've encountered before. Indeed, the cultivation civilization is remarkably formidable. After comprehending the entirety of the Radiant Angel Cultivation Technique, He-She raised her head, her eyes alight with excitement, her voice trembling slightly. Very well, let us venture out for now. You may convey the contents of the Radiant Angel Cultivation Technique to Kaisha and the others. Once I have refined the entirety of the outer world, it will merge into my Dragon God realm. At which point everyone may need to relinquish their abilities associated with the super gene system and transition into the cultivation civilization. Lin Ye gently embraced He-She, smiling as he spoke. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ye transported them back to the realm of dark energy. After they finished their meal, Lin Ye entered the Dragon God realm to assist in refining the world core of the Legion of Heroes. The world core of the Legion of Heroes proved to be significantly more challenging to refine than that of the ninja world, as it had developed a semblance of self-awareness. With both Lin Ye and the world's consciousness working in unison, the Dragon God realm swiftly obliterated the consciousness of the Legion of Heroes. Without the consciousness of the Legion of Heroes, refining its world core became considerably more expedient. As Lin Ye continued his refining efforts, the world core of the Legion of Heroes transformed rapidly under his influence. The 4 chains that had previously sealed the Dragon Pearl began to shatter one by one. When the 4th chain broke, members of the Vortex clan within the Dragon God realm and those from the ninja world regained their ability to move freely, including those in the celestial and nether realms, who also awakened. However, they did not perceive any differences between the Dragon God realm and the ninja world, continuing with their respective lives. The only ones to notice the change were Grandfather Vortex Qinglu and Sister Vortex Qimei. Lin Ye chose not to conceal the truth from them and informed them of his reincarnation and marriage. Grandfather Vortex Qinglu was thrilled upon hearing this news and insisted on meeting He-She. After learning that He-She had begun her cultivation, Grandfather Vortex Qinglu, utilizing the authority of the Nether Realm, bestowed a blessing upon her, granting her an additional pair of wings. When the 5th seal shattered, Lin Ye regained his draconic form. And with the unique divine body he had created, the strength of his dragon form increased by tenfold. It is noteworthy that Lin Ye had never devoted himself to cultivating the divine Dragon 9 Heavens within the Legion of Heroes world. The fact that this body could aid in the evolution of his dragon form was an extraordinary achievement. After the 6th chain broke, Lin Ye's dragon soul awakened. Although the Dragon Pearl remained bound by the final chain, restricting large-scale movement between the Dragon Pearl and the Legion of Heroes world, Lin Ye had permitted certain individuals to enter the Dragon God realm to commence their training. Angels Liang Bing and Divine Kaisha, upon learning of the Dragon God realm from He-She, exchanged silent glances. Ultimately, Divine Kaisha made the decisive choice for the angelic race to abandon their current divine creation research and focus entirely on cultivating the members of angelic civilization in the Radiant Angel Cultivation Technique. Preparing for their eventual integration into the Dragon God realm, Lin Ye devoted 120 years to successfully refining the entire world core of the Legion of Heroes, ultimately merging it into his Dragon Pearl, allowing the Legion of Heroes world to become attached to the Dragon God realm, much like the ninja world. Chapter 191. The Celestial Maiden of 9 Heavens. Having fully mastered the world of the Legion of Heroes, Lin Ye, leveraging his formidable draconic form, continually absorbed the power of time and space. Utilizing this power, he refined his draconic form and practiced his cultivation technique, the divine Dragon 9 Heavens. Yet, Despite the formidable strength of his draconic form, Lin Ye remained wary of prolonged exposure to the chaotic currents of time and space. He could only endure training within the chaotic currents for a mere 10 minutes. Exceeding this limit would lead to the erosion of his essence by the chaotic forces. Fortunately, Lin Ye's dragon pearl, infused with the innate brilliance of a primordial spiritual treasure, could withstand the encroaching forces of time and space, even if it could not continuously absorb their power. Sigh, yet another world has rejected us. After conversing with the consciousness of a world, Lin Ye's request was outright denied. Unwilling to engage with ordinary small worlds, he could only maneuver his dragon pearl, continuing to drift through the chaotic currents of time and space. My lord, do not be disheartened. Though we have yet to encounter a world that allows our entry within this vast and chaotic expanse, as long as we persevere, we shall surely one day find a world in need of our presence. She approached Lin Ye from behind, gently massaging the area around his temples to alleviate his fatigue and stress, while offering her words of comfort. Rest assured, the path of cultivation is endless. I merely voiced a momentary grievance, Lin Ye replied with a smile, looking at his wife. Indeed, alas, my lord, you have already attained the celestial body. Otherwise, if we were to meet before you attain immortality, perhaps we could conceive a child of our own. In the realm of the dragon god, we would not find ourselves in such tedium. She gently nestled against Lin Ye, softly speaking to him. It is all right, this is perfect. Just the two of us can enjoy our own world, sparing ourselves from the disturbances a child might bring into our lives. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Ye gazed at tenderly stroking her hair, earnestly addressing her. Wait, I believe I have stumbled upon a new world. At that moment, Lin Ye, through the world consciousness of the dragon god realm, perceived the existence of an entirely new world beyond the dragon pearl. He promptly interrupted his conversation with he and swiftly engaged his divine consciousness to communicate with this newly encountered realm. Greetings, consciousness of this world. I am a cultivator traversing through the tumult of time and space. May I enter your world to comprehend the path of the great Tao, while simultaneously aiding in the development of your realm. Lin Ye carefully touched the world's barrier with his awareness, cautiously sending forth a notification to the consciousness. Greetings, foreign cultivator. What insights into cultivation might you bring to my world? The world consciousness quickly responded, speaking in a gentle female voice, which Lin Ye did not particularly note. I possess a legacy that grants eternal life, along with advanced technology and formidable offensive capabilities. Here is the fundamental information for your perusal. Upon receiving the inquiry from the new world's consciousness, Lin Ye hastily transmitted the basic principles of cultivation, as well as an introduction to the divine technology of the armored forces, all at once. The consciousness of this world swiftly organized the information Lin Ye had conveyed. I did not expect you to possess such extensive knowledge. Furthermore, there are many similarities between my world and yours. This is splendid. The world consciousness expressed her delight upon reviewing the information Lin Ye had provided. May I inquire as to how I should address you? Can I enter your world? Hearing the excitement in the world consciousness's voice, Lin Ye cautiously inquired, is it permissible? Indeed, you may refer to me as the Nine Heavens Mysterious Maiden. This is the name bestowed upon me by humanity during my guidance of their civilization. The world consciousness replied with a gentle smile. The Nine Heavens Mysterious Maiden? Might you share the current state of development in your realm? Additionally, could you inform me of the chosen protagonist of destiny and his identity? This way, I can ensure that my presence does not disrupt your plans while I dwell in your world. Although Lin Ye felt a tinge of surprise at the title of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Maiden, he remained cautious in his inquiry. Very well. I shall provide you with the pertinent information. The world consciousness swiftly organized the relevant details and relayed them into Lin Ye's divine awareness. Upon receiving the information from the Nine Heavens Mysterious Maiden, Lin Ye was astounded to discover that the world he encountered was the animated realm of Tianxing Joga and Qin Shi Mingwe. Presently, the timeline was still in the phase of Tianxing Joga, with the plot yet to unfold. Ah, so it is this world. It appears that my opportunities for action will be greatly enhanced here. Lin Ye responded with excitement. Mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens, may I, while in this world, impart my teachings to some of your beings, so that they may become my disciples and accompany me to different realms in the future? That is acceptable. But you must not take the protagonist of destiny, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, with you. You are required to take him as your disciple and share all knowledge of technological civilization with him, enabling him to develop the future Qin Empire, thus enhancing its technological prowess. The Nine Heavens mysterious maiden earnestly conveyed her thoughts to Lin Ye after consideration. Understood. I assure you that I will leverage the knowledge of technological civilization to transform the entire Qin Empire. Lin Ye responded with fervor to the Nine Heavens mysterious maiden's words. In that case, let us establish a great Tao contract. Only such a contract can safeguard the interests of both parties. Upon hearing Lin Ye's proposal, the Nine Heavens mysterious maiden summoned the power of the world, swiftly forming a great Tao contract. Lin Ye, seeing this, inscribed his soul mark upon it with his divine awareness. Once both Lin Ye and the Nine Heavens mysterious maiden had affixed their marks, the great Tao contract manifested as two symbols of the great Tao, seamlessly merging into the core of both their worlds. Chapter 192. Taishan Academy. The contract has been successfully established. You may now enter my world, Cultivator Lin Ye. The Nine Heavens mysterious maiden, sensing the symbols merging within her essence, spoke to Lin Ye with a hint of excitement in her tone. Thank you, Nine Heavens mysterious maiden, for welcoming me into your world. I am truly grateful to have the opportunity to reside here for a time. Lin Ye replied, his voice filled with joy as he expressed his gratitude. With that, Lin Ye, accompanied by his dragon pearl, gently traversed the world barrier, seamlessly integrating into this new realm. What a peculiar world this is. I find myself once again at such a pivotal moment in time, Lin Ye remarked, observing the vibrant world around him with a gentle smile. Oh, have you visited this world before? I do not recall. The Nine Heavens mysterious maiden materialized beside Lin Ye, smiling as she addressed him softly. No, what I meant to convey is that I have returned to this time frame of the Qin dynasty. Previously, in the world I inhabited, I was also situated in the same timeline of the Qin dynasty, Lin Ye explained, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he gazed at the Nine Heavens mysterious maiden. Oh, I see. It seems that your world, like mine, adheres to the same cosmic rules. Otherwise, it would be improbable for the Qin dynasty, a unique temporal node of the Eastern peoples, to appear. The Nine Heavens mysterious maiden nodded in understanding, seriously acknowledging Lin Ye's words. Is that so? What a remarkable coincidence. Lin Ye expressed with enthusiasm. I plan to establish an academy in your world and recruit disciples. Where do you think I should establish it? Upon hearing Lin Ye's aspirations, the Nine Heavens mysterious maiden beamed with satisfaction. To establish an academy? I suggest that you do so on Mount Tai, for it is a significant location in this world. Additionally, being situated there would facilitate my guidance of others to learn at the academy. Certainly. However, I may soon harness the power of this realm to expedite the establishment of Mount Tai Academy. I hope you will not harbor any dissatisfaction regarding this matter. Lin Ye smiled at the Nine Heavens Xian Nu beside him. Such trivialities do not concern me. If you wish to proceed, then do so. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu looked at him curiously, awaiting his creation of the so-called Mount Tai Academy. Without delay, Lin Ye transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the location of Mount Tai. Observing his movement, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu followed closely behind, and before long, they both arrived at Mount Tai. Do you possess knowledge of Mount Tai's structure? I never anticipated that this world's Mount Tai would bear such a striking resemblance to the one I experienced in my previous world. Upon arriving, Lin Ye enveloped the entirety of Mount Tai with his spiritual sense. He was astonished to discover that this world's Mount Tai was indeed identical to that of the Xiong Bing Lian world, with only minor discrepancies that were nearly negligible. Of course, all the Mount Tais across different worlds are derived from the primordial world. They are traces of the Tao, purportedly planned according to the rules of the Tao. While we, in the central thousand worlds, possess a degree of autonomy, matters such as these are governed by the Tao, leaving us with no means to resist. The Nine Heavens Xian Nu, as the consciousness of the world, smiled at Lin Ye and spoke earnestly. Very well, if that is the case, I shall not hold back. Next, I intend to construct a grand academy at the mountainside of this peak. Lin Ye nodded in understanding, and then turned his gaze towards Mount Tai. He utilized his spiritual sense to locate a particularly suitable area for the academy's construction. Once the design of the academy was firmly established in his mind, he swiftly formed a hand seal, channeling his internal magical power to animate the abundant wood and stone within Mount Tai, which rose together to form magnificent palaces. In no time, a multitude of structures emerged at the mountainside of Mount Tai, collectively forming Lin Ye's Mount Tai Academy. This should be a combination of celestial arts and chakra ninjutsu, indeed a remarkable capability. The nine heavens, Xian Nu observed Lin Ye as he wielded the power of heaven and earth to construct the immense academy in less than 10 minutes, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. Indeed, this is a fusion of celestial arts and chakra. Lin Ye replied with a light chuckle, nodding at the nine heavens, Xian Nu. It appears that the knowledge you possess is strongest in celestial arts, while chakra is comparatively weaker. However, your knowledge of chakra proves exceptionally convenient for elemental manipulation. The nine heavens, Xian Nu, sensed the abilities Lin Ye had just demonstrated and turned to inquire further. That is indeed the case. The ninjutsu I mastered in my previous world served as weapons, manipulating the elements of yin and yang, wind, thunder, water, earth, and fire for combat and slaughter. I adapted these abilities from that world to arrive at this current one. In my view, their methods are entirely misguided. The power of elemental manipulation should be employed more for creation than for destruction. Lin Ye reflected on the events that transpired in the Naruto world and expressed his thoughts to the nine heavens, Xian Nu, with a hint of exasperation. Conflict is an inherent instinct of living beings. Their use of it for combat is not inherently wrong. It is simply unfortunate that, in that world, many lives are likely lost as a result. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the nine heavens, Xian Nu, attempted to utilize ninjutsu in a manner similar to Lin Ye's, effortlessly succeeding, and smiled at him. I never imagined you had such profound understanding of warfare. It seems I shall gain much from you in this world. Lin Ye smiled back at her, earnestly affirming her sentiment. Chapter 193. A transaction with the nine heavens, Xian Nu. No, it is not that I possess extensive knowledge. Rather, countless wars have also transpired in my world. The nine heavens, Xian Nu, gently shook her head and softly remarked to Lin Ye. No, that is already quite remarkable. In my world, some individuals proclaim extraordinary powers, insisting that one must trust in the thoughts of others. With such powers pervading the world, many wielders can take on 100 adversaries, yet they encourage belief in collective strength. Is that not laughable? Lin Ye regarded the nine heavens, Xian Nu, with a smile. What? How is that possible? Was the inventor of such power a fool? The nine heavens, Xian Nu, looked at Lin Ye in astonishment, earnestly questioning him. What do you say? Would you like to exchange our respective powers? I am quite intrigued by the extraordinary abilities your world possesses. Lin Ye gazed at the nine heavens, Xian Nu, smiling but not answering her question. Do you truly wish to acquire my current powers? I sense that both the celestial arts and chakra you mentioned appear to be more potent than what I cultivate. Are you not concerned about being at a disadvantage? The nine heavens, Xian Nu, cautiously regarded Lin Ye, quietly asking. No, I am not worried. Although I am not a native of this world, I belong to the same lineage of civilization as you. Therefore, exchanging this knowledge with you, regardless of any disparities, does not make me feel at a loss. Lin Ye assured her with a gentle smile. Very well, since you say so, I am willing to exchange. I will impart to you the origins of all martial arts and inner strength from this world, as well as the Taoist cultivation methods. Although they have splintered into the heavenly sect and the human sect due to my influence, the foundational principles remain unchanged. You may attempt to derive your own power from them without the need for exact replication. The nine heavens, Xian Nu, observing Lin Ye's composed demeanor, calculated that he had no apparent reason to deceive her and nodded earnestly in agreement. All right, let us each present our respective powers. I am eager to see what the forces of your world truly entail. Lin Ye extended his hand, and the multitude of ninjutsu from the ninja realm swiftly converged, encapsulating the entirety of the ninjutsu information within his grasp. Observing Lin Ye's actions, the nine heavens, Xian Nu, eagerly began to learn, gathering all the martial arts secrets possessed by the Taoist tradition. Even many long-lost techniques were replicated and handed back to Lin Ye with a smile. After the nine heavens, Xian Nu imparted the Taoist cultivation methods, Lin Ye reciprocated by sharing the ninjutsu with her. Indeed, the power of this ninjutsu appears to possess flaws. It not only fails to extend one's lifespan, but, if used excessively, may even shorten it. The nine heavens, Xian Nu, slowly raised her head, gazing at Lin Ye with seriousness. You are correct, such a flaw does indeed exist. However, for the inhabitants of your world, I believe it should not be considered so inferior, should it? Lin Ye gazed at the frowning Jiutian Xuan Nu before him, and with a gentle smile, he addressed her. Indeed, that is correct. But weren't these conditions the very terms we were to negotiate previously? Why bring them up again? Jiu Tianxuanu looked at Lin Ye, chuckled softly, and earnestly inquired, how can you say such a thing? My intentions are not to disrupt your world, after all. You promised me insights into the profound laws of the universe while here, so this text, which encapsulates the essence of the laws of your world, should indeed be part of it. I am merely collecting it to avoid the need to scour through every sect in your realm. After all, if I were to take action, none of your techniques would escape my grasp, would they? Lin Ye stated with earnestness as he regarded Jiu Tianxuanu. Humph. I hope you can uphold your words and not bring calamity to my world. If you desire something, feel free to express it directly. Jiu Tianxuanu, upon hearing Lin Ye's insistence, furrowed her brow and expressed her discontent. Very well, Jiu Tianxuanu. Could you perhaps find someone from your world to assist me in managing the academy? Otherwise, I will have no choice but to summon my wife from my own realm. What do you think? Lin Ye observed Jiu Tianxuanu as she seemed poised to become irate, and he hastily spoke to her. You have a wife and a personal realm? You truly are remarkable. No wonder you can traverse the currents of time and space with such ease. Jiu Tianxuanu remarked in surprise as she regarded Lin Ye. Haha, it is merely a stroke of fortune. After all, I am of the dragon clan, blessed with the existence of a dragon pearl. Lin Ye replied with a smile, observing Jiu Tianxuanu's astonishment. Well, that may suffice. The inhabitants of this world might not be overly familiar with the knowledge you impart. The presence of your wife would not only facilitate your teachings, but also provide you companionship. Jiu Tianxuanu pondered for a moment, concluding that someone like Lin Ye would not have an unremarkable spouse, and she nodded slowly with a smile. Very well, thank you, Jiu Tianxuanu. The arrival of my wife will indeed be of great assistance to me. Lin Ye nodded appreciatively at Jiu Tianxuanu, smiling as he spoke. All right, I shall delve into your ninjutsu, so do hurry in selecting your disciples. Otherwise, I might be compelled to expel you from my world. Jiu Tianxuanu did not dwell on Lin Ye's gratitude, merely nodding gently as she softly replied. With that, Jiu Tianxuanu transformed into countless motes of light, swiftly vanishing from the world. After her departure, Lin Ye shook his head and proceeded directly to his Taishan Academy. Having successfully entered this world, his next endeavor was to utilize his dragon pearl to devise techniques suitable for ordinary individuals in this realm to cultivate. Subsequently, he aimed to recruit several disciples from this world and, leveraging the immense computational prowess of the core of this realm, create personalized cultivation techniques for each disciple, thereby acquiring relevant information about the laws of this world from Jiu Tianxuanu. Chapter 194. The first disciple upon entering the Taishan Academy. Lin Ye immediately immersed his consciousness into the Dragon God realm. At that moment, she was not in the core region of the Dragon God realm, but had ventured to the world of the Xiong Lian, engaging in discussions regarding cultivation with the sacred Kesha and the angel Liangbing. How are you? Are you feeling bored? Lin Ye flashed into the Dragon God realm, arriving beside He and greeted her with a smile. My husband, did you not find a new world? What is it? Have you completed your affairs there? He smiled at Lin Ye, unperturbed by his sudden appearance. Yes, I have successfully entered that world and established a base. Would you like to accompany me to take a look? Lin Ye replied, taking He-She's delicate hand and gently arranging her hair as he spoke softly. Humph. You did not come merely to show me around, did you? You seek my assistance, do you not? He scrutinized Lin Ye closely. Then, after a careful examination of his gaze, she remarked with a smile. Indeed, I am seeking your help. I have made a deal with the consciousness of that world. I need to establish an academy to impart the ninjutsu of the shinobi realm, the technology of that world, and the Tao of immortality that I specialize in to its inhabitants. I now require your assistance in managing the disciples I will be recruiting. Lin Ye nodded slightly, earnestly addressing He. Since my husband seeks assistance from his wife, I shall certainly oblige. Let us go and see what your newly discovered world is like. He responded with a smile, grasping Lin Ye's hand as they swiftly departed the Dragon God realm, arriving directly in the world of Qin Shi Mingyu. Oh, this world seems to be even less impressive than our previous one. Upon arriving in the world of Qin Shi Mingyu, He, unable to utilize the core of the Dragon God realm, quickly discerned that while this world was also a realm of cultivation, it paled in comparison to the Xiong Lian world. She looked at Lin Ye beside her, questioning him with curiosity. This is to be expected, after all. If it were a powerful world, it would not easily allow us entry. Even if it did, we would be treated as foreign demons to be eliminated. Only a weaker world would permit our presence. It seeks to leverage our strength for its own advancement, while we aim to acquire its principles of existence to enhance our own Dragon God realm. Once the Dragon God realm reaches a certain level, the power we can harness will also grow significantly. What do you think, Hishi? Lin Ye said with a smile, earnestly addressing her. Yes, you are correct. It is indeed as you say. Therefore, I shall take charge of your Taishan Academy. I will assist you in selecting suitable disciples for teaching. However, you must finalize the cultivation techniques beforehand. Hishi nodded at Lin Ye, seriously affirming her commitment. Very well, I understand. Leave this to me. I will ensure the cultivation techniques and resources are well taken care of. Lin Ye smiled at Hishi, earnestly assuring her. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I must seek out potential disciples. Hishi nodded at Lin Ye and summoned her angelic wings. With a gentle flap of her 8 pure white wings, she swiftly descended from Taishan. After watching Hishi depart, Lin Ye helplessly shook his head and selected a suitable residence within the Taishan Academy. He entered, seated himself cross-legged, and began preparing the relevant cultivation techniques. Although Lin Ye intended to share the knowledge of the Tao of immortality with this world, he did not plan to impart any profound methods of cultivation. After all, while his Shenlong Jutian might belong to the golden immortal level, it was nothing compared to the likes of the Jade Clear Cannon, rendering it quite trivial in comparison. Moreover, when Lin Ye entered into a contract with the 9 heavens, Xian knew. It was explicitly stated that the highest cultivation method imparted would only reach the stage of Mahayana and would not include methods for ascending to immortality. Following the principles of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements, Lin Ye deduced 8 distinct cultivation methods, a foundational qi refining technique, and 7 specialized methods corresponding to the attributes of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. With these 8 methods, individuals within the world of Qin Shi Yu could evolve their own unique cultivation techniques. However, should they encounter rare attributes such as light, darkness, ice, thunder, or wind, they would have to rely on their own fortunes. Perhaps they could still practice the basic qi refining technique, though its efficacy would pale in comparison to the specialized methods. Simultaneously, Lin Ye modified the Earth Element Gathering Array, creating a true gathering array. This new array, simplified according to the principles of Yin, Yang, and the 8 trigrams, no longer required the assistance of Earth vein energy. Now, it could draw upon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. This was a unique array devised by Lin Ye, derived from the Taoist principles of the fading of the natural world and the rejuvenation of all things. My lord, I have returned. Look, am I satisfactory with this disciple I have brought? As Lin Ye leisurely sipped tea within the Taishan Academy, Hishi hurried back, bringing with her a notably young girl, gently nudging her forward and smiling at Lin Ye. The girl, though young, possessed a striking head of silvery hair and bore a slight resemblance to Hishi. Ha ha, Hishi, did you bring her back because her hair color matches yours? Lin Ye chuckled, observing the silver-haired girl before him. What are you thinking? Although I do not know her name, she is undoubtedly one of the significant figures in this world. Hishi replied with a glare after hearing Lin Ye's teasing, her displeasure evident. Upon hearing Hishi's serious tone, Lin Ye became more earnest. After a careful observation, he realized the identity of the girl before him. This was none other than the future leader of the Mo family, the Snow Maiden, a crucial supporting character. Hishi, I did not expect you to be so talented as to find such an important person, Lin Ye said, gazing at Hishi with a complex expression. Chapter 195, Lin Ye's Dilemma. Little girl, what is your name? Lin Ye cautiously approached the future Snow Maiden, gently squatting down to inquire. My mother calls me a Shui. I am called Shui, the Snow Maiden shyly replied, looking up at Lin Ye. Ah, splendid. Since your name is Shui, I shall henceforth call you Snow Maiden. How does that sound? Lin Ye smiled, ruffling the Snow Maiden's silvery hair affectionately. Thank you, master, for the name. The Snow Maiden beamed at Lin Ye, her expression earnest. Come, let me see your aptitude and determine which cultivation method suits you best, Lin Ye said, taking the Snow Maiden's hand and channeling his power into her. Sigh. Hishi, you truly have a knack for selecting disciples, Lin Ye remarked with a hint of exasperation after probing the Snow Maiden's body. Ah, my lord. Have I done something wrong? Could it be that little Shui cannot cultivate? Hishi looked at Lin Ye in astonishment, perplexed by his words. Sigh. I had originally planned to offer some ordinary cultivation methods, perhaps some basics. However, the Snow Maiden you brought back possesses exceptional talent, particularly her unique ice and snow constitution. Ordinary methods would be insufficient for her effective cultivation and would waste her potential. To maximize her abilities, I must devise a unique cultivation method tailored specifically for her. Lin Ye explained with a smile. My lord, isn't this fortuitous? I find the Snow Maiden quite lovely. The world you possess shares great similarity with this one, making it ideal to take her as a disciple. When we depart in the future, we can bring her along, preventing the feeling of loss at having nurtured someone who remains in this world, she suggested, smiling as she clung to Lin Ye's arm. Master, please do not abandon me. I am very obedient and will absolutely not interfere with you and Master's affairs, the Snow Maiden said earnestly, tugging at Lin Ye's sleeve, though she did not fully grasp the implications of their conversation. All right, Snow Maiden, these matters do not concern you. Just focus on preparing for your cultivation. Lin Ye reassured her, gently ruffling her silvery hair. Upon hearing Lin Ye's comforting words, the Snow Maiden's initial tension eased, and she stood beside him, awaiting further instructions. Now, let us proceed inside for a meal. Although your master and I are not hungry, you still need sustenance. For now, practice this foundational technique. As for the special methods, I will work on devising them for you shortly, Lin Ye said, touching her forehead to implant the basic chi refining technique into her mind. Watching as the Snow Maiden absorbed the foundational technique, a smile graced Lin Ye's face. He gently took her and Hishi's hands, leading them toward the dining hall prepared for them. Lin Ye did not immediately work on creating the Snow Maiden's unique method. After their meal, he first took her for a leisurely stroll around the Taishan Academy's plaza, then found a shaded area to begin instructing her in her cultivation. The foundational chi refining technique was actually devised by Lin Ye based on the cultivation levels of the divine dragon of the 9 heavens. Thus, the Snow Maiden found it quite manageable to practice. Furthermore, with the gathering array Lin Ye had established and the support of the world consciousness of the 9 heavens, she knew the spiritual energy in this realm was significantly abundant compared to the outside world. In 3 days, the Snow Maiden successfully mastered the basics of the chi refining technique, allowing her to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into her own magical power. Well done, Snow Maiden. You have officially entered the path of immortality. You may now cultivate on your own, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to seek guidance from your master. I will now dedicate my time to researching how to shape a new special cultivation method for you, Lin Ye said, affectionately ruffling her hair. With that, he turned and walked toward his quarters. Master, does he dislike me? The Snow Maiden pondered, feeling a pang of sadness as Lin Ye walked away without her speaking. She immediately sought comfort from Hishi, resting her head on her lap, tearfully asking, Is there something wrong with me? Oh dear, little Snow Maiden. How can you think that? Your master truly cherishes you. He has dedicated himself to researching a unique cultivation technique specifically for you. Hishi, observing the tearful Snow Maiden, felt a surge of compassion and gently wiped away her tears, offering her soothing words of comfort. But today my master only spoke 2 sentences before turning away. Does he truly dislike me? The Snow Maiden stammered, gazing earnestly at Hishi. You are simply overthinking, Hishi replied softly, given your master's abilities. If he truly disliked you, he would not have accepted you as his disciple. His agreement to take you under his wing indicates that he still holds affection for you. Does it not? Hishi lovingly ruffled the Snow Maiden's hair, smiling at the girl who, though she did not match him in silver hue, surpassed him in her white strands. Previously, Hishi had learned from Lin Ye that the probability of a woman becoming pregnant after Lin Ye had ascended was exceedingly low, almost negligible. This revelation left Hishi disheartened, as he had hoped to share a child with Lin Ye. Now, gazing upon the Snow Maiden, Hishi imagined that if she and Lin Ye were to have a child, it would likely resemble her. Thus, he poured all his maternal affection into the Snow Maiden, and seeing her weep stirred profound sympathy within him. Meanwhile, upon returning to his secluded retreat at Taishan Academy, Lin Ye hung a sign outside, signaling his intent to enter seclusion and create a unique cultivation method for the Snow Maiden. Chapter 196. Ice Element Technique. Through Hishi's persistent efforts, the Snow Maiden gradually emerged from her sorrow. Hishi, accompanied by Xin Nu, began to manifest at the foot of Taishan, quietly spreading the news of the establishment of a school on the mountain across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Initially, the Academy's reputation was modest. However, when a brazen individual attempted to harass He-She and the Snow Maiden, an enraged He-She summoned a radiant sword of light with a mere wave, cleaving the audacious man in two. From that moment forth, the reputation of Taishan Academy soared, drawing many to its doors. Utilizing her connection to the world's core, He-She meticulously selected the most promising individuals from among the newcomers, taking them in as students of Taishan Academy, where she imparted relevant cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, in his secluded chamber, Lin Ye, through his understanding of the powers of ice and snow, centered his calculations around the essence of ice in nature. After extensive deductions, he successfully crafted a technique suitable for those with ice and snow bodies, naming it the Ice Element Technique. Lin Ye did not immediately share the Ice Element Technique with the Snow Maiden after its formulation. Instead, he seized the opportunity to evolve it in conjunction with her ice and snow physique, seeking any potential flaws within the technique. He even modified the more challenging aspects of the Ice Element Technique to reduce its cultivation difficulty. Finally, after relentless effort, Lin Ye perfected the Ice Element Technique. Upon completing the technique, he emerged from his retreat, only to be confronted by several disciples stationed at the entrance of his abode. "Halt! Who are you?" "This is Taishan Academy, the residence of the headmaster's wife. Please step back immediately," the disciples sternly commanded Lin Ye. "I am the headmaster of Taishan Academy, and you dare to address me in such a manner?" Lin Ye's internal power surged as he unleashed a formidable aura, pressing down upon them until they were pinned to the ground. "Please spare us, headmaster. We are disciples taken in by the headmaster's wife. We did not recognize you before. Please forgive us this once." The disciples, realizing their error, pleaded pitifully as they lay subdued by Lin Ye's imposing presence. They appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, likely the disciples of He-She. "Who ordered you to guard this place?" Lin Ye inquired, his expression cold as he gradually released his pressure, scrutinizing the 4 individuals before him. "In response to the headmaster, we volunteered to stand guard here. Only the headmaster's wife and her sister reside within, and both are women. Although we know they possess extraordinary powers, we felt it prudent to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from intruding. There have been those who, under the guise of enrollment, sought to exploit the headmaster's wife's beauty, and we feared they might attempt to harm her," the tallest among them explained respectfully. "Very well. I understand your intentions. You may withdraw. Do not act so blindly arrogant in the future, understood?" Lin Ye expressed his satisfaction with their reasoning and nodded approvingly at the eldest among them. "Yes, headmaster. We will heed your guidance," the boy replied eagerly, nodding furiously before swiftly leading his companions away, disappearing into the distance. Observing their departure, Lin Ye shook his head with a hint of exasperation and turned towards his dwelling. "My dear, how is your seclusion? Have you successfully derived the new cultivation technique?" He-She sensed Lin Ye's return first and eagerly approached him. "Yes, it has been derived. Rest assured, I do not make mistakes in my endeavors," Lin Ye replied, taking her hand as they entered their home. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion. This is wonderful," the Snow Maiden exclaimed, rushing from her room upon hearing He-She's voice. She bowed to Lin Ye with delight, smiling as she addressed him. "Ah, it seems your master treats you well, for you have recovered so swiftly," Lin Ye remarked. Noticing the transformation in the Snow Maiden's demeanor, now devoid of her previous anxiety, he gently pinched her cheek, speaking earnestly. "Master." The Snow Maiden's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, and she lowered her gaze, softly calling him. "Enough, enough. I have devised a cultivation technique uniquely suited for you. What is wrong with a little cheek pinching?" Lin Ye sighed in mild exasperation and, lifting his hand, infused the completed Ice Element Technique into the Snow Maiden's consciousness. "Review this Ice Element Technique and see if there is anything you do not understand. If you encounter difficulties, come to me tomorrow, and I shall provide guidance." He instructed her before turning to He-She, taking her hand as they made their way to their bedroom, speaking in a low tone to the still-standing Snow Maiden. As the Snow Maiden prepared to speak, Lin Ye had already led He-She back into their chamber. Upon entering, Lin Ye deliberately set up a soundproof barrier within the room. "My dear, what is this all about?" As He-She heard the door click shut, she anxiously fixed her gaze upon Lin Ye, who stood before her. With a cautious tone, she addressed him. "Dear wife, can you guess what I intend to do?" Lin Ye, observing the tension in He-She, unfastened his garment and approached her earnestly, inquiring, "My dear, it is still dawn outside, and we have the Snow Maiden residing nearby? Surely, you wouldn't want to embarrass yourself before your disciple. She, still visibly anxious, replied earnestly, but, Lin Ye, have you not noticed that I have already set up a soundproof array in this room? Gently pushing She onto the bed, Lin Ye smiled and silenced her with a kiss. Chapter 197. Meeting Han Fei after she brought the Snow Maiden back. She frequently returned home with young children to serve as disciples of Taishan Academy. However, these disciples lacked the extraordinary spiritual roots possessed by the Snow Maiden. They were merely ordinary folk. Thus, the 8 cultivation techniques Lin Ye had previously devised were more than sufficient for their needs. Following She's selection of some promising youths, the academy began to function smoothly. Soon, the disciples she had brought back could independently manage various affairs, significantly alleviating the burdens on both Lin Ye and She. Good morning, Master. On that afternoon, while Lin Ye was contemplating the cosmic laws of the Qin world and replicating their power within his dragon god realm, he noticed the Snow Maiden approaching him with a smile. What is it? Why the urgency in seeking your master? Is there something on your mind? Lin Ye asked, his tranquil expression softening into a gentle smile as he observed the now mature Snow Maiden. Master, I believe I have made considerable progress in my training. Yet I find myself unable to break through to the nascent soul stage. I wish to venture down the mountain for experience and hope for your permission. The Snow Maiden spoke earnestly, her tone cautious. Down the mountain for training? Certainly. Seek out your mistress and have her prepare some funds for you. It would not be prudent for you, as a young woman, to venture out without means, Lin Ye advised with a smile. Thank you, Master. I shall go at once. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the Snow Maiden's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bowed respectfully and dashed out. Sighing, Lin Ye reflected, time has flown by, and I hardly realized how much the Snow Maiden has grown. What is this? Does our great deity feel aged? At that moment, She's voice chimed in from behind Lin Ye, her laughter warm and teasing. She, it seems we have been in this world for nearly a decade. Haven't we? Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to explore the surroundings together. What do you think? Lin Ye suggested, smiling as he took She's hand. If my husband wishes to venture out, I would be delighted to accompany you, She replied, gazing earnestly into Lin Ye's eyes. Very well, we shall explore together. The affairs of Taishan Academy can be entrusted to our disciples, Lin Ye responded thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. With that, Lin Ye rose and swiftly communicated his intentions to the 7 highest-ranking disciples among those practicing the 7 arts of Yin and Yang. Upon receiving Lin Ye's message, his disciples bowed and accepted the task. All right, let us depart, Lin Ye declared, taking She's hand as they swiftly exited Taishan Academy. Once outside the realm of Taishan, Lin Ye and She chose not to fly or employ mystical means, but instead procured fine steeds, riding leisurely towards Korea. Dearest, with so many places in the 7 kingdoms and the future heir's destiny in Qin, why do you wish to go to Korea? She inquired curiously, glancing at Lin Ye from her mount. She. Although the fated child Ingzheng resides in Qin, his primary focus will soon shift to Korea. We might as well journey there to observe the relationship between the future king of Qin and the sage Han Fei, Lin Ye explained with a light chuckle. All right. If you are so earnest, then let us go and see, She replied, noticing the sincerity in Lin Ye's eyes. As Lin Ye and She drew closer to Korea, he began to occasionally use his divine sense to scan the surroundings. The primary reason for choosing this moment to visit Korea was that Han Fei had left the small sage manor and was preparing to return to Korea. This coincided with the onset of the plot in Tianxingjiuge, and Lin Ye intended to seize the opportunity to engage with the narrative of this world. Altering aspects he found unsatisfactory. Before long, Lin Ye spotted Han Fei grilling fish to the west, and, with a smile, guided his horse in that direction. She, understanding his intent, silently followed behind. In no time, Lin Ye and She arrived at Han Fei's location, where he was focused intently on his task. Hearing the sound of their approaching horses, Han Fei quickly turned to face them. Though Lin Ye and She had altered their attire to blend with this world, the quality of their garments still surpassed that of the locals. Han Fei, recognizing their distinctive attire and steeds, stood and smiled. I have encountered both of you before. May I inquire where you are headed? Aware of their prowess yet uncertain of their intentions, Han Fei approached Lin Ye and She with caution, bowing respectfully. I am Lin Ye, and this is my wife, She. It is a pleasure to meet you, Han Fei, Lin Ye said, dismounting gracefully and assisting She to alight from her horse, bowing with a smile. Master Lin, you flatter me. Judging by your attire, you must be no ordinary individuals. Might I ask for your identities? Han Fei responded, his previously solemn demeanor softening as he recognized they were neither foes nor friends, but rather intriguing figures. Your flattery is unwarranted, Han Fei. We merely run a modest academy, recruiting some ordinary disciples, Lin Ye replied enigmatically, choosing not to disclose their true identities outright. In the past decade, Lin Ye had intervened on occasion, albeit infrequently. Once, he had dealt with assassins from the Luo network, rescuing the assassin Jing Yan and accepting her as a disciple of Taishan Academy. Another time, he had confronted the leader of the Yinyang clan, Dong Huang Tai Yi, incapacitating him. It remained uncertain whether Han Fei had gleaned any insight into Lin Ye and He Shi's true identities from his master, Xuanzi. Chapter 198, Journey to Korea and Academy? After hearing Lin Ye's words, Han Fei cast a curious glance at him, then refrained from further questioning about Lin Ye and He Shi. Might I inquire where the two gentlemen are headed? Han Fei, upon realizing that he could glean no information about Lin Ye's identity, could only shake his head in resignation and curiously observe Lin Ye and He Shi, softly inquiring about their destination. Do not worry, young Master Han. We intend to visit Korea and experience its local charm. Lin Ye replied with a smile directed at Han Fei. Ah, splendid. We can travel together then. I happen to have some grilled fish. Would you care for a taste? Han Fei's eyes brightened at Lin Ye's invitation. Despite being a roguish character, he found that few would dare confront him upon his return to Korea. Yet this did not imply that there were no threats awaiting him. Lin Ye's earlier actions upon dismounting had convinced Han Fei that he was a formidable martial artist. While unsure of Lin Ye's full strength, Han Fei was certain that he was significantly more powerful than himself. By staying close to Lin Ye, he thought that should anyone attempt to harm him, he could easily provoke them into angering Lin Ye, compelling Lin Ye to protect him, if only out of necessity. There's no need. My wife and I have our provisions. Young Master Han should enjoy your own meal. Lin Ye observed the fish Han Fei had grilled, noting that while it was indeed cooked, its presentation left much to be desired. Having long regarded dining as a pleasurable experience, Lin Ye was reluctant to indulge in Han Fei's unappetizing fish. Very well, I shall partake then, Han Fei responded without protest, quickly retrieving a piece of his grilled fish and savoring it with delight. After all, he had just emerged from a drunken stupor and was famished, seeking sustenance to regain his strength for the journey back to Xinjiang alongside Lin Ye and He Shi. Before long, Han Fei finished his meal and, after stretching, slowly rose to his feet. All right, gentlemen, I am ready. Shall we set off now? He tidied his clothing and appearance, glancing at the relaxed Lin Ye and He Shi, and inquired with a smile. Indeed, let us depart. Lin Ye and He Shi exchanged glances, mounted their horses, and awaited Han Fei to do the same. Together, they ambled toward the direction of Korea. Which academy does Mr. Lin Ye operate, if I may ask? Which sage's teachings do you follow? Han Fei, seated on horseback, curiously addressed Lin Ye and He Shi. Which academy, you ask? We are pragmatists. Lin Ye and He Shi shared a knowing look before chuckling at Han Fei's curiosity. Pragmatists? Han Fei, upon hearing Lin Ye's response, found it quite peculiar and looked at them, perplexed. Our philosophy is simple, whether a cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. What do you think? Lin Ye grinned at Han Fei. A cat, you say? That notion seems rather intriguing. But is that all there is to it? Han Fei queried, intrigued yet confused by Lin Ye's words. Oh, indeed, that's all. Our philosophy is still in its infancy. Merely a nascent concept, Lin Ye remarked, amused by Han Fei's gullibility, feeling a swell of accomplishment at having deceived him. Despite the differences between this Han Fei and the historical figure, the success of his ruse filled Lin Ye with a sense of exhilaration, while He Shi, observing Lin Ye's delight, could not help but smile brightly. Realizing he had been duped, Han Fei's expression shifted, and he turned away, discontentedly pursing his lips. He rode alongside Lin Ye and He Shi, hastening toward Korea's capital. Throughout the journey, Han Fei continually probed Lin Ye, seeking to uncover the identities of both Lin Ye and He Shi, but each time Lin Ye skillfully evaded his inquiries with plausible explanations. Despite their reasonableness, Han Fei sensed an underlying trap, which left him vexed. Han Fei had attempted to extract information from He Shi, yet whenever he met her gaze, he felt as though she could see right through him, a sensation that filled him with trepidation. Reluctantly, he abandoned his efforts to gather intelligence from her. The group was not far from Korea's capital, Xinjiang, and after a day and a half of travel, they arrived successfully. As the capital of one of the 7 states, Xinjiang, though relatively small, was quite prosperous in comparison to its neighboring states. Is this Xinjiang? The capital of Korea is indeed fascinating, Lin Ye remarked, following closely behind Han Fei as they entered the bustling city, filled with people. While many appeared to be ordinary citizens, the quality of life here was noticeably superior to that of other regions. Indeed, this is Xinjiang, our capital, Han Fei, thinking Lin Ye was praising Korea, replied with delight. Oh, it's nothing remarkable, merely a step above other non-capital regions, she remarked, observing a child being kicked down by a patrolling soldier, sighing in resignation. Han Fei, preparing to counter she's statement, caught sight of her sympathetic gaze directed toward the fallen child, who was struggling to rise. Seeing the soldier who had just walked past the child, he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Do not worry, Han Fei. Those actions are on the part of others, not you, so there is no need to feel guilty. Lin Ye gently placed a hand on Han Fei's shoulder, offering reassurance. I feel deeply remorseful, Han Fei replied somberly. Brother 9, Brother 9. A sweet voice suddenly called out to Han Fei. Chapter 199. Princess Honglian. There stood Princess Honglian, adorned in pink, beaming brightly as she addressed Han Fei. Sister, is that you? Han Fei exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Princess Honglian, overwhelmed with joy to encounter his sister as the first family member upon returning to Korea. Welcome back, Brother 9. Princess Honglian greeted him with a radiant smile, her excitement evident. Thank you, Honglian. I did not expect you to come and greet me upon my return, Han Fei responded, smiling at his sister with genuine delight. Lin Ye and she, observing Han Fei's elation, exchanged knowing smiles before turning to venture further into the city of Xinjiang. Who are those 2 individuals? I noticed they seem to have returned with you, Princess Honglian inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye and she. Honglian gazed at Lin Ye and she as they made their way into the heart of Xinjiang city. Remembering that his elder brother, Han Fei, had returned with them, he curiously turned to Han Fei and softly remarked, Oh dear, this is unfortunate. I have been remiss. Upon hearing Honglian's reminder, Han Fei suddenly came to a realization. Watching Lin Ye and she grow increasingly distant as they entered the city, he lamented, Elder brother, what happened? Honglian, sensing Han Fei's distress, looked at him anxiously and inquired, What is troubling you? They accompanied me on my return, but I should have introduced them to you. In my excitement to see you, I completely forgot to acknowledge my 2 friends. Han Fei expressed his regret, slapping his thigh in frustration. However, this very gesture reminded Honglian that he had given Han Fei a jade pendant when he left Xinjiang for his studies. To his dismay, he noticed that the pendant, which was supposed to hang at Han Fei's waist, had vanished. Elder brother, whatever became of the jade pendant I gifted you? Honglian asked sternly, his brows furrowed in discontent. Startled by Honglian's question, Han Fei feigned a bewildered look at his waist. Deep down, he was acutely aware that the jade pendant had been exchanged for wine during his journey back to Xinjiang. Yet, he dared not disclose this truth in front of Honglian, knowing full well the trouble it would cause him. Instantly, Honglian discerned what had transpired. Her elder brother had undoubtedly traded the pendant she presented to him for alcohol, prompting her to playfully scold him. Meanwhile, she and Lin Ye were leisurely exploring the vast expanse of Xinjiang city. She, now that we have some time to wander. The city is filled with numerous shops showcasing items I have never encountered before. Shall we take a look? Lin Ye suggested, glancing at she, who was linked arm in arm with him, her gaze unfazed by the wares displayed on the street. My dear husband, I have encountered such items countless times before. They are merely commonplace trinkets, and thus, I see no reason to indulge. She gently shook her head in response. Do not be so dismissive. I understand that you have accessed countless data about these items through the dark dimension, grasping their histories intimately. However, I still propose that you allow yourself to relax and explore these items, selecting some that you fancy to adorn yourself. In doing so, once you are wholly at ease, you will be grateful to your present self, Lin Ye earnestly encouraged, smiling at she. Oh dear husband, is there a deeper significance to this? Can these items truly enhance my abilities? She asked, her curiosity piqued by Lin Ye's words. Certainly, let us explore. I have noticed numerous jewelry stores. You might collect some exquisite attire to wear. I trust you need not worry about finances, Lin Ye remarked, admiring she's flowing silver tresses cascading gracefully down her back. her timeless beauty accentuated by her unchanging makeup. Very well, since you insist, I shall give it a try. Though she did not fully comprehend Lin Ye's rationale, she was willing to indulge in his suggestion. As Lin Ye followed she into a shop dedicated to accessories. They found themselves in a realm reminiscent of an animated world. Despite the backdrop of the spring and autumn period, modern designs of jade jewelry had emerged. Lin Ye eagerly assisted she in selecting an array of headpieces and earrings, encouraging her to try them on. Initially indifferent, she began to engage with the process, her compliance growing as Lin Ye enthusiastically transformed her appearance. After spending 3 hours in the jewelry store, Lin Ye led she out, and the latter had undergone a stunning metamorphosis. Her natural beauty, already striking, was elevated by the adornments chosen by Lin Ye, giving her an air of regal elegance that was even more pronounced than before. Dear husband, I never anticipated that shopping could so profoundly satisfy one's spirit. Now I understand the sentiments you expressed earlier, she remarked as they strolled side by side. Indeed, cultivating a civilized demeanor requires not only patience, but also a resilient heart. Although your experiences as the celestial monarch of angelic civilization have fortified your spirit over millennia, it does not signify that your inner peace is complete, Lin Ye replied with a warm smile. I understand, but you must take me shopping more often from now on. I find myself captivated by the allure of wearing various accessories, she earnestly stated, nodding at Lin Ye. Rest assured, I shall frequently take you out to explore. Lin Ye responded, his face lighting up with joy. Initially, Lin Ye noted she's discomfort, but with each new accessory he adorned her with, he witnessed a different facet of her personality, igniting his enthusiasm even further. As they continued their stroll through Xinjiang, Lin Ye suddenly spotted a familiar sign emblazoned with the characters for Xylan Pavilion. She, noticing Lin Ye's intense gaze, instinctively utilized her mental prowess to probe the establishment. Upon discerning its true nature, she pouted in displeasure and pinched a soft part of Lin Ye's waist, twisting it vigorously in a clockwise motion. Previously lost in thought about the figures within Xylan Pavilion, Zimei, Nongyu, and Wei Zhuang, Lin Ye was jolted back to reality by the sharp pain. Ouch, she. What are you doing? Let go, it hurts. He pleaded, glancing at her with surprise. Dear husband, venues of such nature are not meant for someone already wed, and you are not even permitted to gaze upon them, she scolded, her expression serious as she stood beside him. Oh, she, what are you thinking? I paused at Xylan Pavilion because it houses the 3 protagonists of this world. Lin Ye chuckled, his lips curving into a playful smile as he addressed her. Protagonists? What are those? She asked, astonished, as she peered over at Xylan Pavilion, failing to discern anything unusual, her curiosity piqued by Lin Ye's description. Within Xylan Pavilion, Zimei, Nongyu, and Wei Zhuang will eventually intertwine with Han Fei, seeking to alter the course of the entire Han state. Then a series of intriguing events will unfold, with Han Fei and his companions taking center stage in this narrative. Lin Ye gazes at she with a gentle smile and softly addresses her. Is it true? Let me see, Xinu, Nongyu, and Wei Zhuang. These 3 indeed grace the Xylan Pavilion. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, she promptly extends her spiritual perception into the Xylan Pavilion and successfully locates Xinu, Nongyu, and Wei Zhuang. Upon seeing these 3 individuals, she momentarily doubts her husband Lin Ye's fidelity, wondering if he has developed an infatuation with Nongyu and Xinu. You must confess honestly. Have you taken a liking to Nongyu and Xinu? She gazes intently into Lin Ye's eyes, attempting to discern any clues from his expression. However, with her current cultivation level and lacking a supercomputer for analysis, she finds Lin Ye's thoughts utterly inscrutable. All right, she. My husband harbors no such intentions. Come, let us enter and witness the enchanting realm of the Empty Mountains bird song. Lin Ye chuckles, taking she's hand and leading her swiftly into the Xylan Pavilion. Oh, young master, what brings you to such a place with your lady? Upon entering the Xylan Pavilion, the welcoming attendant at the entrance, upon spotting she beside Lin Ye, chuckles lightly and addresses him. I have come not for indulgence, but to witness the extraordinary music of Miss Nongyu, Lin Ye replies, elegantly fanning himself with a folding fan, feigning nonchalance as he speaks to the attendant. Oh, young master, you possess exquisite taste. However, Miss Nongyu is the star performer here, and one must seek the approval of the manager, Xinu, to engage her services. The attendant, slightly surprised by Lin Ye's words, smiles and responds. Then please notify your manager, and I shall proceed upstairs, Lin Ye replies casually, continuing his ascent to the second floor of the Xylan Pavilion. During this time, the attendant attempts to halt Lin Ye's advance, but he erects a formidable barrier around himself, guiding He-She step by step toward Nong-Yu's chamber. The attendant, witnessing Lin Ye's actions, is taken aback and hastily rushes upstairs, bursting into Zi-Nu's room. Aunt Zi-Nu, trouble is at hand. A young master has arrived with his wife, heading toward Miss Nong-Yu's direction. We tried to stop them, but a barrier prevented us. You must act quickly, the attendant exclaims in panic. What? Who dares to be so audacious? Did you not inform him that an audience with Nong-Yu requires my consent? Zi-Nu, previously leisurely sipping tea in her chamber, is startled by the attendant's words and reprimands her sharply, rising swiftly to leave the room. After all, Zi-Nu fears that if this unruly individual encounters Nong-Yu, he might resort to force, causing unforeseen consequences. Aunt Zi-Nu, it is not that we wish to impede, but that young master appears quite formidable. Even if we attempted to intervene, we might not be able to stop him. The attendant hastens to explain as she follows Zi-Nu enough. You should have informed me the moment he mentioned Zi-Nu's name upon entering. How could we find ourselves in this predicament otherwise? Do not seek excuses for your negligence. Zi-Nu chastises the attendant as they hurry toward Nong-Yu's room. Although many of the women in the Xylan Pavilion were taken in by Zi-Nu, none are as cherished as Nong-Yu, who not only possesses remarkable beauty, but also extraordinary musical talent. In all of Extinction City, being acknowledged by Zi-Nu and hearing Nong-Yu's performance is a boast worth cherishing for a long time. In the original tale, Nong-Yu's innocence and kindness stem largely from the genuine care Zi-Nu has bestowed upon her, treating her as a sister. Soon, Zi-Nu arrives at Nong-Yu's door. Despite the silence within, she braves forward and swiftly pushes the door open. Halt at once, Zi-Nu commands as she enters the room. Inside, Lin Ye He-She and a smiling Nong-Yu turn in unison, gazing curiously at the intruding Zi-Nu. Initially, Zi-Nu had presumed Lin Ye, bold enough to bring a woman to such an establishment, to be a man of questionable character, deeply concerned for Nong-Yu's well-being. However, upon seeing the two seated with composure, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washes over Zi-Nu, flushing her cheeks. Yet, as the founder of the Xylan Pavilion, Zi-Nu has weathered many storms. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly adorns her face with a warm smile. Young master, miss, may I inquire what brings you to my Xylan Pavilion? Zi-Nu shifts the topic, fixing her gaze upon Lin Ye and He-She with a serious demeanor. Oh, Zi-Nu, there is no need for concern. I merely heard of a maiden here capable of playing the heartstrings, and I was curious to witness her talent. Hence my visit, Lin Ye replies with a smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he awaits Zi-Nu's response. Haha, you flatter me, young master. If you wish to hear Nong-Yu play, you could simply come to me directly. This situation is rather improper, Zi-Nu says, moving in front of Nong-Yu, shielding her while looking at Lin Ye. Now, Zi-Nu, your insistence is somewhat unreasonable. I had explicitly informed you of the ladies in the Xylan Pavilion designated for receiving guests. Did they not relay this to you? Lin Ye chuckles at Zi-Nu's protective stance, speaking sternly. As he does so, a subtle pressure emanates from him, silencing any retort Zi-Nu might have had. Though the fault lies with Lin Ye, he has no intention of admitting it to Zi-Nu. After all, his strength grants him the upper hand. Meanwhile, He-She, observing Lin Ye's actions, discreetly moves closer to him. Husband, you rascal. Perhaps it would be best not to press the matter with this young lady. He-She whispers as she gently nudges Lin Ye's waist. Unbeknownst to her, her voice reaches Nong-Yu's ears, prompting her to step forward and position herself protectively in front of Zi-Nu, seeking to confront Lin Ye's intimidating demeanor. However, the moment He-She approaches, Lin Ye silently withdraws his power. After sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Ye dissipate, Zi-Envy exhaled sharply, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Your strength is formidable. Why resort to such actions? Do you not think you have gone too far? Although Nong-Yu could not find evidence of Lin Ye bullying Zi-Envy, witnessing the sweat on her forehead ignited her anger, and she glared at Lin Ye, voicing her discontent. Nong-Yu, do not. Standing behind Nong-Yu, Zi-Envy took a deep breath and raised her head, gazing at her sister's indignation. Gently tugging at Nong-Yu's sleeve, she whispered, from that fleeting pressure Lin Ye exerted, I discerned that this individual possesses power far beyond my own. Even legendary figures like Gui Guzi or Dong Huangtai would stand no chance against him. ZNV feared that if Nong Yu provoked Lin Ye, it could lead to her untimely demise. This was a fate she wished to avoid. Yet, for Nong Yu, ZNV was not only her sister, but also the mother who had raised her. Seeing her sister bullied in such a manner stripped Nong Yu of her reason, and she glared fiercely at Lin Ye. Although ZNV's words restrained her from questioning Lin Ye out loud, Nong Yu remained deeply unsatisfied within. Listen carefully, little girl. To you, I am akin to a towering mountain. Your sister, in the presence of a formidable opponent, displays a lack of reverence. I merely wish to convey that my power surpasses hers. Even if I err, a weaker individual like her has no right to challenge me. Do you comprehend? Lin Ye smiled at ZNV, relishing the chaos he had stirred among these two typically composed women. The sight of their flustered expressions brought him considerable delight. After all, this disruption of the original narrative, breathing life into the characters, constituted one of Lin Ye's rare joys in this world. Much like during his time at Taishan Academy, where he often teased Xuannu. Initially, as she practiced her ice cultivation, she approached the archetype of the aloof ice beauty. However, with Lin Ye's continuous interference and the infusion of alternative philosophies, she gradually became more playful and lively. Although she no longer exuded the same coldness as before, Lin Ye found great pleasure in this transformation. Few in this world were aware of these characters' original trajectories. Aside from Lin Ye, only the world consciousness, Jiu Tianxian knew, and his wife, He-She, had such knowledge. He-She understood Lin Ye's mischievous tendencies and often intervened to mitigate any fallout from his antics, ensuring he did not earn a notorious reputation. Do not be upset, dear girl. While my husband possesses a rather mischievous nature, his intentions are harmless. He merely wishes to observe your reactions. He-She, noticing Nong Yu's indignation directed at Lin Ye, stood and approached her, gently placing a hand on ZNV's shoulder. Channeling her radiant magical energy, she enveloped ZNV, and in mere minutes, the aura around her intensified. Thank you, esteemed elder. I am grateful for your efforts. Upon receiving He-She's infusion of light into her being, ZNV felt a transcendent sensation, banishing the fatigue induced by Lin Ye's earlier pressure and causing her internal strength to surge. Closing her eyes, she silently cultivated her technique, successfully breaking through to a new level of power. When ZNV opened her eyes, she looked at He-She with a grateful smile, sincerely expressing her thanks. Not necessary, my dear. After all, the trouble was caused by my husband, so consider it my compensation. He-She chuckled lightly as she returned to her seat, observing ZNV and Nong Yu with a gentle tone. No, esteemed elder, although you reprimanded me, your words hold truth. His strength surpasses mine, and I must admit my behavior was somewhat disrespectful. If you wish to hear Nong Yu's melodious performance, you may wait here. We shall step out to prepare. Upon hearing He-She's words, ZNV shook her head vigorously, earnestly regarding Lin Ye and He-She, before taking Nong Yu's hand and hastily exiting the room. My husband, what do you think? Have you taken a liking to Nong Yu? Should we bring her back to Taishan Academy as a disciple? After ZNV and Nong Yu left the room, He-She smiled at Lin Ye and softly remarked, the story has yet to unfold. How could I whisk the protagonist away from her stage? Lin Ye, turning to the amused He-She, smiled subtly, responding calmly, Ah, I see. It appears your husband's penchant for mischief is rather pronounced. To delay for the sake of entertainment with such a remarkable talent is quite the folly. He-She, taking a sip of tea, replied nonchalantly. ZNV, holding Nong Yu's hand, hurriedly entered her room. Nong Yu, do you know the names of those two who entered your room? What are their identities? Once inside, ZNV eagerly grasped Nong Yu's hand, her curiosity bubbling over. Sister, I do not know. They busied themselves making tea upon entering, and I hadn't even begun to inquire before you barged in. Nong Yu, feeling a bit embarrassed, folded her hands nervously, gazing at the anxious ZNV. What is it, ZNV? What happened? Did someone come to cause trouble? Just then, Wei Zhuang appeared at the window, brandishing a shark-toothed weapon, his cold gaze fixed on ZNV and Nong Yu. Wei Zhuang, you must not act recklessly. The two in Nong Yu's room possess extraordinary strength. I suspect that should you engage, you would be swiftly defeated. Upon hearing Wei Zhuang's warning, ZNV looked at him urgently, responding earnestly, that cannot be. In the entire martial world, aside from Taoist Bei Mingzi, my master Gui Guzi, and Dong Huang Tai, none could eliminate me in an instant, even if they are stronger. Wei Zhuang regarded her coldly, stating gravely, Do you not realize that merely a glance, a hint of their aura, suppressed me completely? Known you, standing behind me, sensed nothing amiss. Had the woman beside him not prompted him to withdraw his pressure, I might still be standing there. ZNV looked at the arrogant Wei Zhuang with disdain, responding firmly. Are you speaking the truth? Wei Zhuang, fixated on her eyes, coldly inquired. To be honest, he found it hard to believe what ZNV had claimed. However, gazing into the resolute and earnest eyes of the purple lady, Wei Zhuang discerned that this woman was not speaking falsehoods. Yet, it was precisely this realization that rendered him even more oppressed. He had not anticipated the existence of such individuals among the myriad of scholars and philosophers. It seemed he had underestimated the people of the world. After observing the purple lady for an extended period, Wei Zhuang confirmed her honesty and sighed deeply, expressing his thoughts. Sister Purple Lady, perhaps you should change into a fresh outfit. Your clothing is completely drenched in sweat. Beside them, Nongyu glanced at the purple lady's sweat-soaked attire, which bore traces of moisture, and cautiously touched the purple lady, whispering her concern. Upon hearing Nongyu's words, the purple lady looked down at her garments. Realizing they were indeed soaked as Nongyu had indicated, she felt the discomfort of her clothes clinging to her skin, exacerbated by the drying heat of her body. Following Nongyu's suggestion, she turned and entered her chamber to change into a new set of clothes. Previously, while observing Han Fei at the gates of Xinjiang, I had seen a man and a woman whom I initially perceived as quite ordinary, only to discover later that they possessed formidable strength. After the purple lady emerged in her fresh attire, Wei Zhuang calmly regarded her and conveyed the information he had gathered. Han Fei, it appears that this nobleman from Korea has garnered attention beyond our own party, as there are indeed 2 individuals of such remarkable prowess. Our plans may not unfold as simply as we had hoped. Upon hearing Wei Zhuang's statement, the purple lady cast a curious glance his way and, reflecting on his words, replied seriously, Sister Purple Lady, should I take the opportunity of playing the zither to inquire about the backgrounds of these 2 esteemed individuals? What do you think? Nongyu, observing the anxious demeanor of the purple lady, pondered for a moment and cautiously responded. Nongyu, it would be wise not to probe into such matters without caution. Given their level of cultivation, they may easily sense your intentions, be they good or ill. If they perceive your inquiry as malicious, it could spell disaster for you. Wei Zhuang regarded Nongyu with a cold gaze, solemnly cautioning her. Rest assured, Mr. Wei Zhuang, those 2 esteemed individuals have come to listen to my strings. As long as I perform well, extracting basic information from them should not prove overly difficult. Nongyu replied with a smile, fully aware that, should she err in her conduct, her life could be at stake. Nevertheless, she believed that as long as she remained cautious and composed, Lin Ye would not resort to violence against her, for he was eager to hear the melodies she played. Her performance would serve as her most significant bargaining chip to uncover Lin Ye's identity and origins. Should she succeed in discerning Lin Ye's background, it could greatly aid the purple lady, and Nongyu was willing to risk her life for this endeavor. Chapter 203. The Melody of Nongyu with Unwavering Determination. Nongyu nodded at the purple lady and Wei Zhuang before swiftly returning to her quarters. The purple lady had intended to stop her, but Wei Zhuang intervened. Purple Lady, do not hinder her. Since she has made this decision, your attempts to dissuade her would be futile. After grasping the purple lady's arm, he looked at her earnestly. But if Nongyu goes like this, might she be killed by that man? You must understand that prying into another's affairs can be quite egregious for a powerful individual. The purple lady struggled against Wei Zhuang's grip, her voice laced with desperation. She will be fine. At Nongyu's level, she cannot uncover any confidential information. What she learns will only be what those 2 are willing to share. As long as they are open, there will be no issues. Wei Zhuang replied quietly, casting a silent glance at the purple lady. The purple lady fixed her gaze in the direction Nongyu had departed, feeling an unsettling apprehension. Although the 3 of them were aware of Lin Ye's might, only the purple lady had personally experienced the overwhelming pressure he exerted. In that moment, she even questioned whether Lin Ye's power surpassed that of the venerable Bei Mingzi. Meanwhile, Nongyu cautiously returned to her room, observing Lin Ye and she leisurely sipping tea. Esteemed seniors, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Upon entering, she offered a slight bow to Lin Ye, her voice imbued with regret. It is of no concern. I possess a modicum of patience for you. Lin Ye, eyeing the cautious Nongyu, was not angered and gently gestured for her to stand upright, smiling as he addressed her. Nong Yu nodded in acknowledgement before approaching her guqin, kneeling gracefully before it. Taking a deep breath, she lightly touched the strings, beginning to play. Although the heartstring melody produced no sound, each note resonated as a blossoming of the spirit. Despite its profound intricacy, the performance exacted a considerable toll on Nong Yu's mental energy. Lin Ye closed his eyes, extending his spiritual awareness to absorb every note she played. Feeling the continuous waves of spiritual energy emanating from the performance, the surrounding birds and beasts, captivated by the heartstring melody, flocked toward its source, each finding a perch to quietly listen. In this martial world, the heartstring melody significantly enhanced the wisdom of these creatures, endowing them with greater understanding of human emotions. Thus, Nong Yu's melody held immense power over them. Before long, a multitude of birds gathered, with even small animals quietly nestled in corners to absorb the enchanting tune. As Nong Yu continued her performance, she completed a heartstring melody with grace. Releasing a soft breath, she opened her eyes and gently stood, approaching Lin Ye and He-She. "Esteemed senior, I have finished playing. I wonder what you think of my performance?" Nong Yu regarded Lin Ye with trepidation, fully aware that he was not someone she could afford to offend. She hoped to win his admiration in hopes of aiding her sister, the Purple Lady, and her companion, Wei Zhuang. "Quite well indeed. The heartstring melody is truly commendable. Although it may not serve me as it once did, it still brings me great comfort." Lin Ye smiled at the cautious Nong Yu, complimenting her. "Dear husband, has your cultivation truly reached such heights?" After listening to Nong Yu's heartstring melody, "I feel a clarity within. Should I meditate further, I believe my own cultivation could advance significantly." She exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Lin Ye. "Indeed, while your current cultivation is impressive, you still reside within the realm of mortals. Only those who reach the celestial realm will no longer require the exquisite heartstring melody that Nong Yu offers." Lin Ye replied with a smile, his gaze warm as he spoke to He-She. Though he acknowledged that his previous celestial level cultivation was partly attained through fortuitous circumstances. However, the realm of wonder is indeed a realm of wonder, one that cannot be compared to the mortal cultivation of He-She. Coupled with He-She's prior technological background, her exposure to such ethereal matters has always been minimal. Thus, this sudden encounter will undoubtedly yield substantial advancements. "Very well, my husband, I shall not linger here any longer. I need to retreat for a period of seclusion. Having finally made some gains in my cultivation, I must seize the opportunity lest I fall behind you in the future." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, He-She did not express anger. Instead, she smiled at Lin Ye and earnestly replied, "All right, then you may return. I shall manage here alone." Lin Ye, upon hearing He-She's words, felt neither anger nor disappointment. He merely smiled gently and responded to He-She. With that, He-She activated the spatial teleportation and returned to Taishan Academy. Observing He-She's urgency, Lin Ye felt no ire. He simply shook his head slightly and turned his gaze to Nong Yu. "Nong Yu, since you have aided my wife, I can promise you either a piece of information or the opportunity to become my disciple. Which do you choose?" Lin Ye inquired with a smile, curious about Nong Yu's intentions. He was particularly intrigued as to whether Nong Yu could truly relinquish her own desires to assist her sister, Xinu. After all, the conversation between Xinu, Nong Yu, and Wei Zhuang had already reached Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye had always admired women skilled in music, especially those proficient with the guqin. As he struggled to comprehend it himself, he held great respect for those who could master it. "Senior, I wish to know what information you speak of," Lin Ye prompted. Nong Yu did not disappoint. Without hesitation, she eagerly responded to Lin Ye's inquiry. Wait. At that moment, Xinu burst into the room, having been waiting outside, and urgently pulled Nong Yu away with Wei Zhuang. Lin Ye was not surprised by Xinu's intrusion. He leisurely picked up a cup of tea, took a gentle sip, and observed the unfolding events between Nong Yu and Xinu, curious about what would transpire. Chapter 204. Farewell. Han Fei. Nong Yu's senior possesses formidable strength. Should you become his disciple, you will undoubtedly surpass your sister in power, perhaps even overshadowing the disguise itself. How could you so readily choose mere information? Such a decision entails great loss. Xinu earnestly looked at Nong Yu and articulated, "Sister, I do not wish to leave Xylan Pavilion. Although this place is a realm of pleasure, I have always been nurtured by you. This establishment belongs to you, making it akin to my home. The information gleaned from that senior is invaluable and worth the financial expenditure to to aid her in enhancing her strength. Thus, I wish to exchange for that intelligence. Nong Yu regarded Xinu with sincerity, expressing that obtaining the information to assist her sister was of utmost importance, dismissing her own advancement as secondary. All right. I see both of you are quite resolute. It seems a resolution cannot be reached in the short term. Consider your choices carefully. I shall return later. Lin Ye finished his tea in one gulp and observed that neither Xinu nor Nong Yu could sway the other, prompting him to rise with a smile and walk towards the door. With a light chuckle, he addressed Xinu and Nong Yu before casting a sidelong glance at the ever-cold disguise before swiftly exiting Xylan Pavilion. To his astonishment, the strength of his adversary was far greater than anticipated, seemingly surpassing even my master, Gue Guzi. Wei Zhuang broke into a cold sweat at Lin Ye's mere glance. After Lin Ye departed Xylan Pavilion, he muttered to himself, speaking to Xinu and Nong Yu, I had my suspicions before, but I have never encountered such seniors as Bei Mingzi or Geguzi, thus I cannot assess his true strength. It appears he has indeed transcended these venerable figures. Upon hearing Wei Zhuang's words, Xinu gazed complexly at Nong Yu, stating, indeed, during our eavesdropping, that senior's mention of the realm of wonder and the realm of illusion likely pertains to the cultivation stages. My teacher, and we are all practitioners of the mortal realm. While that senior has undoubtedly reached the transcendent realm, Wei Zhuang, with a complex gaze, contemplated Nong Yu's continuous refusals and felt a headache brewing. It was disheartening that such a powerful elder's legacy was being spurned. However, Nong Yu remained unfazed, rather intent on persuading Xinu to accept the information Lin Ye offered. Pursuing Xinu and Wei Zhuang, she made her way to their usual discussion spot. After Lin Ye completed his writing, he sought out a certain official's residence within the new political city. Utilizing illusions, he effortlessly subdued the inhabitants of the estate and chose a courtyard, directing the servants to tidy it up before taking residence. For Lin Ye, there was little distinction between a humble abode and a luxurious one, as he primarily spent his evenings in meditation, contemplating the mysteries of the world to enhance his dragon god realm. Though the worldview of the Bare Gold Lotus realm appears broader than that of the Qin Moon realm, the two worlds differ greatly. One belongs to the technological domain, while the other to the cultivation sphere, each imposing unique constraints on Lin Ye. The cultivation world not only places greater restrictions on him, but also facilitates his comprehension. Moreover, in this realm, the world consciousness has manifested as a sentient being capable of independent action, making it impossible for Lin Ye to locate the world's core for refinement as he did during the Xiong Lian incident. Upon returning to the kingdom's new policies, Han Fei went directly to meet his father, King Hanan. After receiving the king's notice, he returned to his residence. As the ninth son of Han, despite his long absence, he still possessed a home. Upon returning to his vicinity, Han Fei immediately dispatched individuals to search for Lin Ye's whereabouts. Sensing that both Lin Ye and he were exceptionally unique and would significantly influence his future, if he could secure their protection, he believed he could transform Korea and ensure its development would be considerably safer. Upon learning of Han Fei's actions, Lin Ye felt no ire, as he had no desire to interfere in Korean affairs. However, Lin Ye was willing to offer Han Fei an opportunity. If Han Fei could decisively seize control of Korea's political power, even if it meant usurping his father, King Hanan, to effect change, Lin Ye would consider supporting him, hoping to bring about a different transformation in this world. Yet, if Han Fei merely aspired to be a legalist scholar seeking to aid Korea through laws, Lin Ye would abandon him without hesitation, as a solitary individual could not possibly instigate change in a long-weak Korea fearful of contending with the Qin state. In that case, Lin Ye would rather occupy Korea's main position himself and lead the populace in rebellion. With Lin Ye's assistance, Han Fei's lineage quickly discovered Lin Ye's trail. Lin Ye did not choose to entertain Han Fei within the confines of his controlled estate. Instead, when Han Fei approached, Lin Ye had already found a tea house, providing herself with a cup of tea as she quietly awaited Han Fei's arrival. Not long after, Han Fei hurriedly arrived at the tea house with quick strides. Mr. Lin Ye, I apologize. I was so delighted to see my sister yesterday that I neglected to greet you and your wife. I am truly sorry, Han Fei said as he stepped into the tea house and quickly spotted Lin Ye sitting by the window. He approached Lin Ye eagerly and bowed respectfully. Han Fei, the ninth son of Han, and also a disciple of Xuanzi, a Confucian sage, has aspirations of becoming a legalist sage. What are your intentions upon returning to Korea? Lin Ye inquired, observing Han Fei without any sign of anger. With a gentle wave of his hand, he lifted Han Fei back to his feet, smiling as he spoke softly. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Han Fei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The apologetic smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a solemn expression as he gazed intently at Lin Ye, falling into a contemplative silence. He understood that this senior was testing him. A satisfactory answer might garner the support of a formidable ally. Chapter 205, Water-Dissolving Gold. I wish to enact change. I long to witness a world governed by legalism, one that claims dominion over 99% of existence. Han Fei contemplated, raising his head to meet Lin Ye's gaze, speaking with utmost sincerity. However, Lin Ye remained silent, merely chuckling softly at Han Fei's declaration. Han Fei, in that moment, failed to grasp the true nature of Korea's predicament. His heart still held onto the idealism characteristic of a scholar. As I understand, you have been preoccupied with the matters concerning the ghost warriors, Lin Ye observed, taking a delicate sip before addressing Han Fei with a hint of boredom. Senior, are you familiar with crude oil? Han Fei's eyes lit up with excitement at Lin Ye's words. If he could fully comprehend this information, it would facilitate negotiations with Zhang Liang's grandfather in the near future. I cannot divulge specifics directly, but I can inform you that the reason the ghost warriors are vanishing is due to a substance not originally intended for use, but rather a metal known as water-dissolving gold. Should you wish to learn more, you may visit Xian. Only the proprietor's offspring can refine this metal. And within Xian, a supporter of yours awaits your arrival, Lin Ye stated languidly. Han Fei, intrigued by Lin Ye's words, expressed his gratitude, astonished by the unexpected guidance. He stood respectfully, bowed slightly, and then departed from the tea house, making his way towards Xian. Acknowledging the significance of receiving counsel from this esteemed elder, he pondered the unique qualities that Xian might possess. Meanwhile, Lin Ye remained seated, calmly finishing his tea before rising and leaving the establishment. On the other side, Han Fei, having received Lin Ye's direction, swiftly located Xian in the new political city and leisurely entered. Ah, a rare visitor. How should I address you, young sir? The host at Xian exclaimed, eagerly greeting Han Fei as he stepped inside. Is the daughter of the proprietor present? I have come upon the advice of a senior to pay her a visit, Han Fei replied, observing the host's demeanor. Oh, you seek the daughter? Please, come upstairs. I will notify her of your arrival, the host said, surprised by Han Fei's presence, noting his seemingly delicate constitution compared to the previous visitors. Though puzzled by why this individual sought out Xian and the daughter, the host did not refuse and gestured for Han Fei to follow. Once on the second floor, Han Fei was led to a tea room where he awaited the daughter's arrival. Miss, there is a young gentleman who claims to have been directed here by someone. Would you like to meet him? The host gently knocked on the door, announcing the visitor. Upon entering, the daughter looked up, intrigued, and inquired about the visitor's identity. Who is it? Did you ask him about his background? She asked, glancing at the host with curiosity. Forgive me, Mississippi. I did not inquire about his origins. As he appeared rather unassuming, the host admitted, realizing the oversight. Never mind. Since he is already here, I shall meet him. Please remember to ask about the identities of such guests in the future, the daughter replied, a frown of discontent crossing her face as she addressed the host. The host, hearing her words, smiled brightly. Yes, miss, I will certainly be more careful next time, she assured, following the daughter as they proceeded to Han Fei's room. As she entered, the daughter's face lit up with a smile. Ah, young Master Han, what brings you to Xian? She greeted warmly, initially planning to wait until he gathered clues about the ghost warriors before presenting the influence of Wei Zhuang and Xian. However, she was delighted that Han Fei had come to her unbidden. Miss, I am a disciple of a powerful elder, who informed me that I could find clues regarding the ghost warriors here, specifically about the substance known as water-dissolving gold that you are capable of creating. Han Fei said earnestly, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, I can produce it. However, I am curious about which elder provided you this information, the daughter replied, her eyes wide with surprise. The identity of this elder eludes me. I merely had a brief interaction with him during my return, Han Fei explained, acknowledging her curiosity with a nod. Very well, it seems this elder is quite enigmatic. Please, follow me, the daughter said, not probing further into Han Fei's mysterious benefactor, but leading him with a smile. Under her guidance, they soon arrived at a secret chamber where, with her expertise. The water-dissolving gold was successfully crafted. As she poured water over the substance, it swiftly dissolved, disappearing before their eyes. Han Fei watched in astonishment, marveling at the extraordinary phenomenon. It seemed there truly existed wonders in the world, and the echoes of the past were ready to be awakened. With a satisfied smile, he turned to the daughter, eager to continue their conversation.